A century ago, the skies themselves tore open and mysterious dungeons erupted across the world. From these rifts spilled monsters unlike anything humanity had ever faced, creatures far beyond the reach of ordinary weapons. Only humans whose latent supernatural abilities awakened alongside the dungeons could even stand a chance against them. Decades passed, and the number of hunters swelled beyond measure. Soon, anyone with enough money could buy the right to awaken as a hunter. Obvious chaos followed, forcing the government to implement a rigorous professional exam. Only those who passed this exam could operate officially as hunters, wielding their powers in the field. Institutions known as hunter academies emerged, and for Kim Seo-jun, attending one had always been a distant dream. Born with extraordinary strength, Kim Seo-jun was naturally an awakened hunter, his abilities surpassing those of ordinary humans from the very start. But fate had dealt him a cruel hand. After his parents died in a tragic accident, he spent 9 relentless years hauling slain monsters for a living, carrying their corpses to cover the debts left behind. The only thing that kept him going through such punishing labor was the flickering dream of finally becoming a professional hunter. Along the way, his co-workers supported him quietly, giving him small encouragements that fueled his resolve. After years of scrimping and saving, Seo-jun finally had $40,000 enough, he hoped, for a full year of study at a legitimate hunter academy. Then, as if destiny itself intervened, an advertisement for the Transcension Academy flashed before his eyes. Curious and eager, he went to check out the classes, one of which stunned him utterly as the instructor obliterated an entire mountain with a single strike. Seo-jun couldn't even fathom how such a feat was possible, yet despite his doubts, he risked everything and signed up for a session with the great sage. The cost? $40,000. The price left Seo-jun reeling. But fate struck again. The chain restraining a captured monster snapped, sending its massive body crashing directly onto him. The impact left him gravely injured, and the surgery drained every last cent of his savings. All that remained was the $3,000 Mr. Mantle had lent him, a meager sum compared to his ambitions. Then, unexpectedly, a notification lit up Seo-jun's phone. Transcension Academy had reached out. He was stunned. The registration fee was only $3,000, exactly what he had left. Heart racing with excitement, Seo-jun hurried to register, watching in disbelief as the money seemed to vanish from his envelope almost magically. With a mixture of awe and anticipation, Seo-jun realized he had officially been accepted into the academy, but almost immediately, something strange began unfolding in the room. From his phone materialized a small, magical creature that announced itself as Mentor, the tiny being puffed up with pride, declaring itself to be Seo-jun's mentor. Confused, Seo-jun asked if Mentor was actually its real name. The little creature fidgeted and clarified awkwardly that yes, he, Mentor, was indeed Seo-jun's mentor. It emphasized firmly, almost stubbornly, that his name was Mentor. No questions about it. Curiosity sparked. Seo-jun asked if this was the same mentor from Greek legend who had guided Odysseus. The tiny figure beamed, pleased that Seo-jun recognized him. Mentor explained that Odysseus had been his very first student, and that they still kept in contact, a revelation that left Seo-jun completely astounded. Mentor, unfazed by Seo-jun's shock, moved on smoothly. He began to explain that Transcension Academy existed for those determined to surpass the limits of their own race. Seo-jun's eyes widened. This wasn't just a hunter academy at all. It was a place designed to train transcended beings. Mentor scoffed at the comparison, saying that hunters and transcended beings were on completely different planes of power. Seo-jun tried to argue, insisting that even S-class hunters were fearsome, yet he struggled to fully accept the claim. Mentor didn't hesitate, declaring that any one of the Academy's instructors could defeat hunters effortlessly with a mere gesture of a finger. Then, he demanded Seo-jun complete a form. A transcended aptitude test appeared before him, asking which field Seo-jun wished to transcend in. Mentor explained that the survey would determine the type of transcended being Seo-jun was suited to become and assess his current natural tendencies. He urged Seo-jun to answer honestly so the guidance would be precise. Seo-jun tapped through the first question, still overwhelmed by the surreal reality of it all. Mentor noticed his hesitation and asked gently what was wrong. Seo-jun admitted he didn't know how to answer the second question, which concerned his present skill level. Mentor pressed, asking whether Seo-jun could perform feats like plowing entire plains or splitting mountains. Seo-jun could only shake his head. The tiny mentor persisted, inquiring if he could pull a mountain from the ground. Seo-jun groaned, protesting that even imagining such a thing was absurd. Mentor laughed, mocking him gently as a mere novice, questioning how someone so weak had even managed to register. Then, in a reassuring tone, Mentor told him that his membership was permanent. No one would ever kick him out. Cheerfully, Mentor encouraged him to continue, keeping up the momentum. After a long stretch, Mentor clapped as Seo-jun finally finished the extensive survey. Exhausted, Seo-jun asked why the survey had 108 questions, relief flooding him that it was finally over. Mentor told him he had earned a free pass and promised to recommend lectures tailored to his profile. He noted that Seo-jun showed a preference for spearmanship and suggested that an Oriental key cultivation approach might suit him better than mana-based training. Mentor cautioned that Heaven's Great Sage was far too advanced for Seo-jun's current level, then offered two options for the free pass. These options included Siddhartha Gautama's mentality lecture and a compulsory combat intro course. Mentor studied Seo-jun's condition with a serious look, pointing out that his body was still wounded and his emotions were clearly unsettled. In that state, the mentality lecture was not just useful, it matched exactly what Seo-jun needed most right now. After a moment, Mentor recommended that Seo-jun begin with Siddhartha Gautama's lecture first. The moment that name left his mouth, Seo-jun froze, his eyes widening as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Seo-jun stared at Mentor in disbelief and asked if he was talking about Buddha himself. Mentor casually confirmed it, explaining that most students simply called him Buddha, even though Gautama personally insisted that they should not. Mentor explained that Siddhartha Gautama was one of the Academy's most famous instructors, and his mentality lecture was normally a required course for anyone preparing for the Transcension exam. Under ordinary circumstances, the cost would be painfully high, but this version had been made available to help students who were short on money. A registration prompt appeared, promising that anyone who completed the lecture would obtain an SSS rank skill called Unwavering Heart. Mentor added that this ability was not just impressive on paper, it was considered essential for breaking past limits in almost every major field. Before leaving Seo-jun to it, Mentor gave him one last warning. No matter how unbearable the lecture became, no matter how much it felt like his mind was falling apart, Seo-jun had to watch the entire thing from beginning to end. With that, Mentor began to fade from sight, saying he would contact Seo-jun again once he finished analyzing his profile. Seo-jun quickly tried to stop him, reaching out in confusion, but Mentor vanished before he could get a proper answer. Left alone in the quiet hospital room, Seo-jun stared at the screen for a while. Even with Mentor's strange warning still ringing in his ears, he finally made up his mind and decided to watch the lecture anyway. Seo-jun lifted his finger toward the screen, hesitated for only a second, and then pressed play. Just like that, Siddhartha Gautama's mentality lecture began. The lecture opened with a calm but unsettling question, asking Seo-jun where he believed the world truly existed. Seo-jun sat there in silence, eyes fixed on the screen as the strange lesson pulled him in. Before he could even think of an answer, Seo-jun was struck by the sight of Gautama himself. The figure on the screen shone with a brilliant golden radiance, so serene and overwhelming that he looked less like a person and more like a living golden statue. Then the lecture moved into something far more difficult to follow. Gautama declared that because the word I did not truly exist, the self called I also did not exist, and Seo-jun immediately felt his thoughts twisting into knots. The lesson continued, layering one paradox on top of another, speaking of existence, comparison, and meaning in ways that seemed to fold back on themselves. The more Seo-jun listened, the heavier the pressure on his mind became. Soon, Seo-jun felt as though his consciousness was being pulled away from the hospital room and dropped into a vast, star-filled emptiness. As the impossible ideas crashed over him, he finally understood exactly what Mentor had been trying to warn him about. In that endless cosmic space, an enormous Buddha-like presence loomed before him, filling his vision with terrifying calm. The lecture pressed on, insisting that Seo-jun did not exist as a separate being at all. He was simply the world itself. Seo-jun felt his sanity begin to buckle under the weight of it. His head spun, his thoughts scattered, and when he glanced at the progress bar, it had barely moved from the starting point. The mental strain finally became too much. Seo-jun's body went limp on the hospital bed, and he passed out cold before he could endure another second of the lecture. 1 week later, the doctor stood beside Seo-jun's bed in complete astonishment. His recovery speed was so unbelievable that the doctor could hardly accept what he was seeing with his own eyes. Seo-jun no longer looked like the same exhausted patient from a week ago. His color had returned, his body looked sturdier, and even the doctor admitted that in 30 years of work, he had never seen anyone recover like this. Hearing those words, Seo-jun quietly looked down at himself and realized the change was not just in his head. His body really had improved, and the difference was too clear to dismiss as imagination. Seo-jun could only think of one reason for it: Siddhartha Gautama's lecture. Somehow, even though listening to it still felt like having his mind torn apart, it had calmed his heart and sped up his recovery. And the worst part was, he had only made it through 1.3%. The doctor advised the young man to stay hospitalized a little longer, just to be safe. But Seo-jun's thoughts had already moved elsewhere, locked onto one burning question. If this was the result at barely over 1%, what would happen when his growth reached 100? That thought lit a fire inside him. Seo-jun accepted the situation eagerly, feeling for the first time that Transcension Academy was not some strange illusion or prank, but something real that could genuinely change his future. Now that he could finally move again, Seo-jun turned his attention to the next course. He decided to register for Chiron's compulsory combat Transcension class, aiming for the metamorphosis ability it promised. As he compared the two rewards, Seo-jun found himself thinking carefully. Metamorphosis was an A-class ability, impressive by any normal standard, but beside his SSS-class unwavering heart, it was clear which skill was truly absurd. The new lecture began, and a powerful figure appeared before him. In a calm, authoritative voice, the instructor introduced himself simply as Chiron. Chiron's appearance was impossible to mistake. His upper body was human, but below the waist, he had the strong, imposing form of a horse, marking him as a centaur. Chiron was no ordinary instructor either. He was remembered as the legendary teacher who had guided heroes like Hercules and Theseus, shaping warriors whose names echoed through myth. More famous pupils were brought up one after another, each name adding weight to Chiron's reputation. It was as if nearly every great Greek hero had, at some point, learned under his watchful eye. Chiron then stated the purpose of the course in a firm and measured tone. This class existed to prepare students to step into the earliest stages of Transcension. However, Chiron made it clear that the class would not focus on teaching detailed combat techniques. By now, Seo-jun had seen enough of Transcension Academy's strange logic that even this unusual explanation no longer surprised him much. Then Chiron announced that they would begin with the very first step toward becoming transcended. Seo-jun straightened slightly, curiosity rising as he waited to hear what that first step would be. Chiron's expression suddenly sharpened, and the air around the lesson seemed to grow heavier. His voice carried the weight of someone preparing to give a brutal command rather than a gentle lesson. Then Chiron suddenly roared at Seo-jun to get up and move immediately. The shout hit him so hard that he jolted in shock, flailing off the hospital bed as his phone went flying from his hand. A second later, he was sprawled on the floor, stunned and breathless, realizing he was being forced into action, whether he liked it or not. Just as Seo-jun lay there trying to collect himself, a sharp notification sound rang out. The noise snapped his attention back to the phone, as a new system message appeared. The system announced that a daily individual task had been generated for him. It stated that the task was tailored specifically to his current level. Then the full list appeared on the screen, and Seo-jun's face stiffened. The so-called daily task demanded an absurd amount of exercise, including a 30-kilometer run and hundreds of repetitions. Seo-jun stared at the task list in complete disbelief. For a moment, all he could do was blink at the screen, trying to understand whether the academy seriously expected him to do all of that in one day. Panic quickly set in as he realized this was far beyond any normal daily routine. He had only just started recovering, and pushing his body that hard sounded less like training and more like self-destruction. Then he remembered the doctor's warning. He had been told not to overexert himself for at least a week, and that thought made him hesitate even more. Seo-jun tried to ignore the task and convince himself he could simply binge-watch lectures until he was discharged. But the moment he attempted to move on, the system blocked him with a warning that the daily task had not been completed. Confused, he tapped the screen again, hoping it had been some kind of mistake. Instead, the same demand appeared, coldly telling him to complete the task first. Warning after warning began filling the screen, each one more frustrating than the last. Seo-jun's expression darkened as he realized the system somehow knew perfectly well that he had not done his daily assignment. His shoulders sank, and the pressure finally settled over him. No matter how many times he tried, there was no way to bypass the requirement. Seo-jun let out a defeated breath and admitted to himself that he had gotten complacent. He had told himself that taking a week off would be fine, but now that decision was coming back to hit him hard. For the moment, he decided to focus on Siddhartha Gautama's lecture first. But as he looked over the academy interface again, something unusual caught his eye. Seo-jun noticed a countdown attached to his free pass. The number on the screen made his stomach drop. Only 83 days remained. Outside, Seo-jun completely lost his composure at the thought that his academy access could actually expire. His sudden outburst drew looks from nearby bystanders, but he was too shaken to care. After the first wave of panic passed, Seo-jun forced himself to think it through. Since this was an academy, it made sense that there would be some kind of limit on how long students could attend lectures for free. Running the numbers in his head, Seo-jun realized the free pass had most likely been a 90-day trial. And without even noticing it, he had already burned through an entire week of that precious time. Seo-jun sat back, blinking at the screen, a heavy realization settling over him. True progress demanded genuine understanding. Yet, despite having attended the lecture repeatedly, the progress bar barely nudged forward, mocking his efforts. A full week had passed, and through constant repetition of the same lecture, Seo-jun had advanced only marginally, a painfully slow crawl that made each session feel endless. Now, at just 1.3% progress, Seo-jun felt a tight knot of frustration in his chest. Doubt crept in, and he admitted to himself that he had no confidence he could finish the lecture before the 83 days of his free pass ran out. Accepting that the free pass was nothing more than a trial, Seo-jun shook off his hesitation. For the first time in ages, he found a clear reason to move again, and he began his exercise routine with renewed purpose. He started with push-ups, each repetition forcing his arms to shake with strain. As he counted through the pain, memories of hauling monster corpses in his past labor flooded his mind, linking old endurance to new effort. He reflected grimly that years of carrying heavy corpses had once made separate exercise feel unnecessary. Now, each controlled push-up felt like a continuation of that grueling training, and he pushed on, counting meticulously. Even without manipulating mana, Seo-jun trusted the sturdiness of his awakened body. He relied on every fiber of his strength to drive through the exercise, determined to finish each set no matter how difficult. After a set, he paused, hands trembling violently as he caught his breath. His muscles screamed in protest, yet he forced himself to steady his body, refusing to give in. Steeling his resolve, Seo-jun reminded himself that 9 years of unrelenting hardship had prepared him for this. Taking a deep breath, he readied himself to continue the relentless routine. Checking the exercise tracker, his eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his painstaking effort, it had only recorded 81 push-ups, far fewer than the number he had actually completed. Confusion flickered across his face. Why was the system refusing to count so many of his repetitions? Something about the process clearly wasn't right. Then it struck him. The system likely only recognized repetitions performed with perfect form. His sloppy movements had been ignored entirely. Adjusting his posture and movement carefully, Seo-jun resumed the push-ups. The counter finally began to tick upward, confirming that the system was evaluating quality, not just quantity. Accepting the long grind ahead, he pushed through, completing all 300 push-ups with precision, despite the unyielding scrutiny. Next came the pull-ups, a brutal set of 150 repetitions. Each one forced his body higher against gravity, and he cursed under his breath at the unforgiving system, even as it meticulously counted every single pull. The sit-ups and squats followed without mercy. Seo-jun's body screamed, drenched in sweat and trembling from exhaustion, yet he endured, compelled to complete every demanded repetition. By sunset, he finally conquered the full 30-kilometer run. Panting and gasping, Seo-jun screamed in disbelief at the sheer insanity of the daily regimen the system had imposed. Fumbling with his phone, he confirmed that every single item on the daily task list was now fully checked off, a tiny triumph amid the chaos of the punishing routine. Collapsed on the pavement, Seo-jun groaned, utterly spent. Passers-by stared at his disheveled form, and embarrassment flushed his cheeks as he muttered that he simply could not keep this pace up day after day. It hit him fully. This was the Academy's daily expectation. Every task, every run, every repetition was required, and he couldn't even imagine when he would have time left for the lectures. Chiron, as always, offered no hint of sympathy. In the days that followed, Seo-jun's visible improvement began drawing attention. Fellow patients couldn't help but react in surprise, whispering about the startling changes in his body and stamina. An elderly woman approached, curiosity softening her expression. She asked why his body looked so much stronger and whether he had been going out to exercise again. She praised his diligence, only to be interrupted by a grumpy middle-aged man who coughed pointedly and injected a note of judgment into the conversation. Meanwhile, a news bulletin flickered across the nearby screen, reporting that a 4-star monster behemoth had appeared inside Seoul. Seo-jun's attention snapped to it immediately. The report explained that the beast had been asleep, but a corpse delivery service, unaware of what it was carrying, had transported it into the city, where it had finally awakened. The broadcast warned that the situation could have caused massive casualties, but a nearby awakener had intervened in time, preventing any loss of life. It was revealed that the hero who saved the city was a JN Academy cadet, guided by the influence of S-class hunter Young Hun Young. Seo-jun couldn't help but note silently that hunters had saved lives once again. The elderly woman's eyes sparkled with admiration. murmuring that hunters truly were noble people. Seo-jun quietly nodded, sharing her sentiment without words. She recalled that Seo-jun had mentioned he was an awakener too, and when she asked him about it, he confirmed her suspicion with a gentle nod. Excitement lit up her face as she asked whether he would one day become a hunter and appear on television like the heroes he admired. Seo-jun shifted uneasily, unsure how to respond. He offered a soft, careful reminder that not just anyone could appear on TV, hinting at the difficulty and danger inherent in the path he was embarking upon. The grumpy man watched their exchange with a scowl, his gaze sharp and judgmental, as if ready to launch into a lecture at any moment. The elderly woman chimed in, noting that becoming a professional hunter had become extraordinarily rare. Seo-jun's mind registered how much the world had shifted since his early days. The man then turned his attention directly to Seo-jun, preparing to offer unsolicited advice in his typically overbearing tone. With a harsh, blunt voice, he told Seo-jun to abandon any dream of becoming a hunter, claiming it was pointless since he wasn't even a cadet yet. The words hit Seo-jun like a punch, dragging him back to memories of endless years hauling corpses and being constantly reminded that his ambitions were worthless. Anger flared in Seo-jun's eyes. He refused to be dismissed so easily. The elderly woman protested the man's harshness, insisting he only meant to help, but Seo-jun clenched his fists, unyielding. Seo-jun's voice hardened, cutting through the tension as he asserted that he alone would decide the course of his life. The man's face turned red with fury at the defiance. Seo-jun didn't hesitate. He bluntly told the man to tend to his own life first, silencing the would-be critic in a single firm statement. The man froze, stunned into speechlessness, unable to respond to the unexpected pushback. Recovering slowly, he scolded Seo-jun for showing disrespect, arguing that adults offering advice out of concern should not be treated so harshly. Seo-jun walked away with grim determination, his resolve unshaken. He refused to be intimidated by words or authority, moving forward with a clear purpose. Internally, he rejected the notion that his dream might be impossible. As a Transcension Academy cadet, he reminded himself that becoming a professional hunter was not only possible, it was entirely within his reach. His expression hardened, eyes narrowing with fierce determination as he committed fully to proving his potential to the world. Breaking into a sprint, Seo-jun declared aloud to himself that he would, without fail, become a professional hunter no matter what obstacles lay in his path. Elsewhere, a long-haired female hunter's expression darkened as she muttered in frustration, confessing that she despised being a hunter. Amid the chaos of erupting danger around her, she questioned the point of establishing an academy at all, her tone dripping with icy disdain. A massive beast lunged at her, teeth bared and claws extended, yet she stood her ground, muttering that every victory still demanded payment and effort. With a flash of lightning-charged power, she tore through the monstrous threat with brutal precision, underscoring her irritation at the Academy's ongoing failure to produce capable cadets. The aftermath revealed the monster lying defeated, its blood staining the ground. Standing atop the corpse, she gritted her teeth, muttering that the situation was infuriating, disgusted by how poorly things were handled. The creature's claw twitched weakly one last time before finally going still, leaving only silence in the aftermath of its violent end. Night draped the city in shadow, the streets quieting as streetlights flickered on. The hum of urban life dimmed, signaling a return to the quiet of Seo-jun's personal world after the chaos of the day. Finally, reaching his small apartment, Seo-jun let himself collapse onto his bed. Relief washed over him, and for the first time in days, he allowed himself to breathe freely, sinking into the familiarity of home. 2 full weeks had passed since his hospitalization. Yet Seo-jun felt a peculiar happiness in this modest space. Despite its simplicity, nothing compared to the comfort and security he felt here. He settled in, muscles still sore and body exhausted, but his mind calmer now that he was surrounded by the known edges and familiar corners of his home. His thoughts drifted to the hunter exam, looming a year away. The ticking clock added urgency to his training, reminding him that every day wasted was an opportunity lost. A pang of anxiety struck as he considered his finances. Leaning back, Seo-jun asked himself how much money he had left. The silence of the empty room answered starkly, underscoring the harshness of his situation. He admitted quietly that his resources were nearly gone. Poverty pressed in on him from all sides, a cage of necessity forcing his focus toward survival. Then a spark of hope emerged. He realized he had completed today's daily tasks early enough to fit in another lecture. A small window of opportunity had opened, and he seized it. Seo-jun reasoned that if he could finish all required tasks within the same day, he might finally have time to make real progress in his lectures, a chance to advance meaningfully in his training. A prompt appeared on his screen, asking if he wanted to register for the next lecture. Excitement coursed through him, anticipation shining in his eyes as he reached for confirmation. Chiron's approval flickered onto the screen, almost like a silent nod of acknowledgement. It felt as if the instructor recognized that Seo Jun was finally ready to take the next step forward. Then Chiron's voice dripped with teasing mockery, comparing Seo Jun to a toddler just learning to walk. The centaur's tone was sharp, but beneath it lay a faint acknowledgement of progress. Chiron insisted that movement was now essential. Since Seo Jun could finally act, he must, and the first step of Transcension remained the same, to begin moving with purpose. The centaur named that first step as developing one's sense. Immediately, the system reflected Seo Jun's progress, jumping to 5%, a tangible reward for his commitment. By the next morning, Seo Jun was surprised. The lesson had not been the dramatic upheaval he feared, yet it had subtly altered his perception. At work, a supervisor confronted him over past mistakes, reminding him sharply that he was only employed because he needed the job to survive. Seo Jun noted the flicker of guilt in the supervisor's eyes, sensing that he would be allowed to stay, but the precariousness of the situation lingered like a shadow over him. Surveying the worksite, Seo Jun settled into quiet resignation. He understood the grind. Earning money was essential, even if it meant long hours under the scorching sun and heavy burdens. He realized money was the root of the problem. Working to survive consumed time that could have been spent advancing his lectures. Missing Chiron's daily tasks now blocked all progress, forcing him to prioritize the punishing regimen above all else. Determined to make the most of his limited time, Seo Jun resolved to at least review what he had learned, recalling Chiron's emphasis on developing acute awareness and perception. Chiron's lecture echoed in his mind, emphasizing the fundamental importance of the five senses in combat, each acting as a gateway to information and reaction. The centaur listed them clearly: sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. He explained how each processed stimuli through layers of perception, recognition, and judgment, forming the basis for all action. Chiron warned that even this layered process was too slow. He promised a method to drastically shorten the cycle, a way to react and adapt far faster than ordinary senses allowed. Then, with measured gravity, he introduced a faculty beyond the conventional five senses, hinting at a deeper hidden potential waiting to be unlocked. This hidden faculty, Chiron revealed, was the sixth sense, a sense beyond sight, sound, and touch, capable of perceiving what the ordinary senses could not. He named this sixth sense intuition. Just as he did, Seo Jun's coworker approached, greeting him by name, Kim Seo Jun, as if acknowledging the subtle awareness the young man had already begun to cultivate. The coworker's eyes narrowed, puzzled by Seo Jun's sudden awareness and uncanny timing. Something in his posture and reactions seemed off, almost preternatural. Seo Jun's gaze sharpened. He moved instinctively, reacting before any visual cue could reach him, a silent confirmation that he had begun to grasp Chiron's lesson. Amazed, the coworker asked if Seo Jun had eyes on the back of his head, stunned that the young man had dodged a potential mishap without even seeing it. Seo Jun remained silent, internally crediting the lesson. He understood now, bit by bit, the truth of what Chiron had meant by developing a heightened sense beyond the ordinary. Concern flickered across his coworker's face as he warned Seo Jun about carrying 3 massive loads at once, roughly 200 kilograms, cautioning that injury was imminent if he pushed too hard. Seo Jun waved off the concern with quiet confidence, insisting he could manage. "Load it up," he said simply, prepared to bear the weight without complaint. With astonishing ease, Seo Jun hoisted the enormous burden onto his shoulders and began walking, the load seemingly negligible to him, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence. The workers' jaws dropped as they watched him stride under the weight, moving with a casual assurance that defied the sheer mass he carried. Even the supervisor admitted aloud that Seo Jun appeared fine. He ordered everyone back to work after the break, while Seo Jun felt a strange surge of power within him, realizing his strength increased the more he pushed his body. Seo Jun considered using this opportunity to complete Chiron's daily tasks while on the job, knowing he would not have time afterward. Squatting under the heavy load, he began working through repetitions with renewed intensity. Sweat poured down his face as he paused to check the system tracker, curious whether his efforts were being counted accurately under the added strain. His eyes widened in shock at the screen. The system was recording far more than he expected, revealing an unexpected multiplier effect. One squat was being counted as 3, as if the added weight magnified the effectiveness of his movements, multiplying his progress in ways he had never anticipated. Seo Jun realized the heavier the load, the faster the system rewarded him. The supervisor, oblivious to this insight, yelled at him to stop and take a proper break. A thrill of excitement surged through Seo Jun. He had uncovered an incredible loophole, a way to accelerate progress while still meeting the system's stringent requirements. A concerned coworker offered to take some of the weight for him, worried about potential injury. Seo-jun refused, determined to combine work and training into a single efficient session. Dropping into push-ups beneath the load, he calculated that higher weight would further boost his counted repetitions. Grinning despite the strain, Seo-jun realized he could earn money and progress his training simultaneously. He planned out the rest of the day's tasks, though once home, he collapsed again, utterly spent, feeling as though the exertion might kill him. He admitted to himself that combining work and tasks was brutally difficult, yet he laughed quietly at the stunned expression of his coworker, who could hardly believe Seo-jun's endurance. Sitting up slightly, he decided to check the status of today's tasks. The daily task screen confirmed completion, showing that he had even surpassed the required run distance by a small margin. The system officially marked all daily tasks as finished. Satisfaction warmed Seo-jun. He had managed to save time while still meeting every requirement, a small victory amidst relentless effort. Even after completing both Chiron's and Siddhartha Gautama's lectures, it was only 10 o'clock. Yet Seo-jun worried that rushing through might still be wasting potential learning. The pressure of optimization always in the back of his mind. He paused the lecture, debating whether reviewing his notes would truly enhance understanding or simply consume time without real progress. After consideration, Seo-jun decided it would be more beneficial to begin another lecture, rather than rewatching material without measurable gains, pushing forward to continue his learning journey. Knowing that paid lessons cost money he could ill afford, Seo-jun chose to utilize the free pass to register for another free lecture. Searching carefully, he found a lecture led by instructor Shang Yu, promising techniques to develop immense mountain-pulling strength. Recognizing the name, Seo-jun's eyes widened with awe. Could this be the same legendary hegemon king Shang Yu, whose name resonated through history? The possibility ignited a spark of anticipation deep within him. The lecture description confirmed Shang Yu's legendary might, a force so overwhelming it had shaken generations. Kim Seo-jun felt a mix of awe and calculation, pondering the practical value of what he could learn here. Seeing that the lecture was free, he quickly registered, discovering that completing it promised to unlock the ability of mountain-pulling spearmanship. Moments later, the instructor himself, Shang Yu, materialized before the class, a towering figure exuding raw authority. Shang Yu wasted no time belittling his students, his voice booming as he mocked those who dared to approach the spear, treating their ambition with scorn. He scornfully called the class worthless, claiming they couldn't even grasp the fundamentals. Seo-jun flinched at the sharp hostility, the words cutting like a blade through the tense air of the lecture hall. With a dismissive flourish, Shang Yu announced he would teach them anyway, declaring himself the hegemon king of Western Chu and scoffing at the need for any formal politeness. His arrogance radiated, demanding attention through sheer presence. After the brief commanding spear demonstration, a system notification popped up, assigning each student a personal daily task tailored precisely to their current level and capabilities. Seo-jun's eyes widened in disbelief. The task required him to swing a spear-type weapon 5,000 times from scratch, an enormous demand that seemed almost impossible at first glance. Alone in his room, Seo-jun questioned whether such a brief lecture could truly encompass all the training he would receive before being thrust into full practice. The task window blinked again, and the tiny mentor spirit appeared, teasing him mercilessly for wanting to learn properly instead of simply grinding repetitions. That night, Seo-jun grumbled to himself, frustrated that everything he attempted seemed destined to spiral into endless daily tasks. It felt as if he were trapped in an unending cycle of repetitive labor. Back at a work site, a confident female hunter surveyed the crew with calm assurance, reassuring them that their impeccable safety record meant nothing would go wrong under her watch. She was introduced as B-Class Hunter Park Seo-yun, her reputation preceding her. She instructed the team to recheck the details of the recent behemoth incident, her tone precise and authoritative. The site manager nearly stumbled over his words in eagerness to comply, practically bowing in his rush to meet her command. The workers exchanged whispered comments, murmuring about the unusual deference their manager displayed and speculating about her true identity. One cautious voice identified her as the granddaughter of the legendary sword star, Park Min-cheol. Seo-jun froze, the weight of that name settling heavily in his mind. The scene shifted, recalling the mythic figure of Park Min-cheol, whose name alone inspired awe and fear. His legendary exploits had become the stuff of history and legend. A century ago, when Gates first appeared, Park Min-cheol had emerged as one of the early awakened, navigating the chaos of that era with unmatched skill and courage. In those days, without organized knowledge or structured defenses, Monsters were far more brutal, and ordinary civilians were left defenseless against the onslaught. Creatures roamed freely through city streets, making every day a gamble for survival. In a flashback, Park Min-cheol is seen slicing through a monstrous foe with lightning-charged swordsmanship, shielding a mother and her clinging child from imminent death. The child clung desperately to their mother, eyes wide with shock and relief, witnessing salvation appear in a flash of skill and courage. The narration underscored that Park Min-cheol fought not as a hero in legend, but as an awakened being confronting the raw brutality of that era's world. He was credited with restoring order, pushing back the monsters that had plunged civilization into chaos, a beacon of hope in a world on the brink of collapse. To the public, Park Min-cheol became a living savior, a true hero. Even now, in the twilight of his years, he remained a formidable force capable of competing on the global stage. Back at the worksite, Seo-jun tensed internally, determined to avoid entangling himself with such a famous lineage, aware that even minor mistakes could draw unwanted attention. He loudly declared it was none of his concern as he hauled a massive monster corpse. Park Seo-yun's gaze shifted toward him, and she asked what he was doing. The manager dismissed him as a harmless oddball, muttering that he had been acting crazy all week, counting swings and repetitions under his breath. The manager called out to Park Min-cheol, noting he would leave the corpse here. His words implied the sword star might be nearby, adding an edge of tension to the sight. A stern, muscular older man stepped forward, bracing to handle the delivered carcass with practiced strength and caution. He questioned how long Seo-jun intended to maintain this obsession, but Seo-jun's resolve was clear. He had to finish what he started, no matter the difficulty. Even as he spoke, the monster's supposedly dead head twitched, a chilling hint that the situation could turn deadly in an instant. Seo-jun attempted to justify his fixation as meaningful training, yet the older man dismissed it outright, labeling it a dangerous delusion. With a weary sigh, the older man warned that chasing hidden meanings like this could get him killed. He advised Seo-jun to leave if he intended to cause trouble, standing beside the massive corpse, ready for any sudden disaster. The carcass shifted again, confirming that it was far from safely dead, sending a jolt of alarm through the scene. Seo-jun noticed the subtle movement and turned sharply, a surge of alertness racing through him. Without warning, the manticore erupted into motion, its massive body surging violently as blood and debris scattered in every direction. The older man was caught off guard, struggling to respond as the monster's awakening unleashed chaos across the worksite. The manticore roared, fully revived and radiating pure rage, shaking the ground beneath them with every movement. Seo-jun screamed for the older man, heart hammering, realizing that both their lives were in immediate peril. Park Seo-yun exhaled sharply, her patience fraying as she grew weary of the constant incompetence around the worksite. She reflected that she had finally managed to escape the manager's groveling, yet wondered how long she would have to endure this ongoing farce. The manager glared at her, frustration mounting as the unfolding chaos further complicated the already tense situation. Workers whispered nervously again, aware of the Sword Star's granddaughter's presence, the stakes of embarrassment rising sharply with every glance. Seo-yun revealed coldly that she could hear every whisper perfectly, instantly turning their idle gossip into a risky gamble. The murmurs of surprise ran through the crew. They couldn't believe she was only B rank. Meanwhile, Seo-yun considered the weight of being the Sword Star's granddaughter, reflecting that it had always been more of a burden than a blessing. Despite decades of training under her grandfather, surpassing his legendary greatness was impossible. Constant comparisons to Park Min-cheol had shaped every decision she made, forcing her to navigate life under the shadow of near-impossible expectations. Her original dream had been simple: to become an educator, to teach and guide without the crushing weight of legend hanging over her shoulders. But as the Sword Star's granddaughter, a normal life was denied to her. Even her personal wishes were suppressed under the weight of legacy. She had compromised, founding her own hunter academy as a way to carve out a path of her own, an effort to assert her independence. Yet, when people realized that Park Min-cheol himself would not be teaching there, they felt deceived, turning their disappointment and anger toward her personally. Word spread quickly, outrage flared, and the reputation of her academy collapsed under the weight of public disillusionment. Interest evaporated, students and staff alike abandoning the fledgling institution, leaving her dream hollow and unsupported. Clutching the remaining paperwork, Seo-yun was left with the skeletal remnants of what she had hoped to build, a vision now stripped to its bare form. She admitted to herself the cruel truth: people had enrolled for the name of the Sword Star, not for her. When the illusion broke, Isolation and disappointment were all that remained. By now, Dream Academy had been pushed so far out of people's minds that it felt like it was barely standing at all. As Park Seo-yoon walked through the quiet site, the emptiness around her only made the bitterness in her chest grow sharper, reminding her of just how badly everything had fallen apart. Deep down, Park Seo-yoon wanted something painfully simple. Just one real cadet. One person who would not run away, one person willing to stay, learn seriously, and give Dream Academy a reason to keep existing. Suddenly, one of the workers shouted in panic, his voice breaking, as he yelled for Park Seo-yoon to get away. The monster they thought was finished had begun moving again, and now its revived body was threatening everyone nearby.
Park Seo-yoon snapped her head around in disbelief as the warning hit her ears, realizing there was a monster loose right beside her. At the same time, Kim Seo-joon saw the manticore towering over the fallen older man, and the awful truth sank in. No one else was moving to stop it.
Kim Seo-joon's mind reeled in panic. That manticore was supposed to be a corpse, something they had already carried in as dead weight. But one mistake had turned into a nightmare, and now that monster could slaughter every single person there. The older man lay injured on the ground, his body barely holding together as he looked toward Park Seo-yoon. Even in that condition, he forced out an urgent command, telling her to run and save herself before it was too late. He told Park Seo-yoon not to waste time worrying about him. His voice carried the weight of someone who already understood what might happen, as if he had accepted that he could die there if it meant buying her even a few seconds to escape. Kim Seo-joon's fear spiked so hard it nearly froze him in place. One glance at the older man beneath the monster was enough. If nothing changed right now, that man was going to be killed. The reality in front of him was brutally clear. A normal person had no chance against a 4-star manticore, and even someone who had awakened but lacked enough strength would be torn apart before they could truly fight back. Kim Seo-joon's first thought was that only hunters could handle something like this. But when his eyes darted around the site, the answer crushed him. The only hunter close enough to do anything was Park Seo-yoon. And if Park Seo-yoon did not move immediately, then the older man's death would not even buy anything meaningful. He would simply be crushed right there in front of everyone for nothing.
Kim Seo-joon clenched his jaw and forced himself to face the truth he wanted to deny. Someone had to act this instant, even if that someone ended up being him.
The manticore crept closer, its massive body pressing down on the scene like a living executioner. Kim Seo-joon knew that if anyone was going to save the older man, they had to move before the monster struck. For one split second, hesitation caught him. His mind screamed the same question over and over: who could possibly step in against that thing and survive? Then the manticore lunged with a murderous roar, cutting off every last bit of time he had to think. Kim Seo-joon grabbed a steel pipe nearby, treating it like a rough spear, and threw himself into the fight before fear could stop him. He swung the pipe with a motion that was far too practiced to be random, stepping forward as if his body remembered a drill he had repeated again and again. The steel cut through the air with all the force he could gather. A shout ripped from Kim Seo-joon's throat as he poured everything into the strike. He refused to stand there trembling, refused to let his body freeze while someone was about to die. The steel pipe sliced through the space between him and the charging manticore, sharp and sudden enough to make the beast check its approach. For a brief moment, that improvised weapon forced the monster to hesitate. Kim Seo-joon shouted for Seo-yoon and the older man to run, his eyes never leaving the manticore in front of him. He planted himself between them and the beast, making it clear he would hold it back for as long as he could. The older man yelled a warning from the ground, desperation thick in his voice. If Kim Seo-joon stayed there, the manticore would catch up to him in no time and tear him down just as easily. But Kim Seo-joon had already made up his mind. Someone had to stall the monster until professional hunters arrived, and with no one else stepping forward, that role had fallen onto him. Now, standing alone before the manticore, Kim Seo-joon felt the full weight of its presence crash over him. The beast's size, pressure, and killing intent made the air around him feel heavy enough to crush his lungs. His hands trembled around the pipe, but he fought against it with everything he had. He told himself not to hesitate, not to freeze, and to move even while fear was clawing at his chest. In that terrifying moment, a lesson from one of his lectures echoed through his mind. He remembered the teaching that urged him to observe the world clearly, to widen his view instead of being swallowed by what was right in front of him. Kim Seo-joon slipped into a strangely quiet state, as if the noise of the sight had moved far away from him. Siddhartha Gautama's lesson rose in his thoughts, calm and steady, guiding his body when his fear could not. The manticore snarled right in front of him. Its fangs bared and its killing intent pouring out at close range, it looked ready to rip him apart the moment he gave it an opening. Kim Seo-joon held on to the lecture's advice and forced himself to set aside the terror surging inside him. Instead of being trapped by the panic of the moment, he tried to think beyond it, to see more than just the monster's claws. The manticore's claws came crashing down with terrifying force. The ground cracked beneath the impact, sending fractures spreading out as the beast launched its attack. The monster charged straight toward him, closing the gap with brutal speed. Kim Seo-jun could feel his heart still shaking, no matter how desperately he tried to hold himself together. So he focused on his breathing, drawing it in and letting it out with deliberate control. Little by little, he forced the panic back down and pulled steadiness into his movements. The manticore took another heavy step, its paw slamming against the floor with a dull, violent boom. Every stride brought it closer, shrinking the distance between them at frightening speed. Then it swung one massive paw straight at him. The blow carried enough power to crush his body in a single hit if it landed cleanly. Kim Seo-jun understood then that if he waited to think after every attack, he would already be dead. His senses had to move before his thoughts could catch up, or he would never survive the next strike. The manticore's claws swept toward his neck, the attack so close it could have ended him instantly. At the very last moment, Kim Seo-jun twisted his body away, slipping past the fatal line by a hair. The strike grazed past him so closely that death felt like it had brushed against his skin. Somehow, he had avoided being cut down, but there was no room to breathe. Before he could fully recover, the manticore's tail whipped through the air from another angle. The follow-up came fast and vicious, turning the next attack into another lethal threat. Kim Seo-jun did not have time to fully process it. Acting on instinct, he drove the steel pipe into the ground, using it as an anchor to pivot his body out of the tail's path. With the pipe planted like a lever, he flipped and spun around it, redirecting his body through the narrow opening. Even while evading, he kept the weapon lined up, ready to turn defense into offense. The manticore let out an irritated snarl, its frustration growing with every missed attack. The prey in front of it should have been easy to crush, yet Kim Seo-jun kept slipping away. While still moving through the air, Kim Seo-jun's eyes caught a brief opening in the monster's posture. In that instant, he identified a weak point he might be able to exploit. For heartbeat, he questioned whether he should attack at all, knowing one mistake would mean death. Then another lecture surfaced in his mind, reminding him that uprooting mountains was not only about raw strength, it was about technique. Kim Seo-jun focused on the flow of momentum and settled his mind around the strike he had trained for. His grip tightened around the steel pipe, and he committed himself to one decisive blow. He forced the doubt out of his mind and replaced it with certainty. If he struck the right way, he could split it. Kim Seo-jun doubled down on that conviction, pushing himself past hesitation. He had to split it now before the manticore recovered and turned the fight back into a slaughter. The manticore charged again, throwing its whole body forward in a vicious rush, but in that same forward momentum, its body was fully exposed. Kim Seo-jun drew on the lecture's idea of pulling out mountains, gathering his strength into one overwhelming swing. Every bit of force, timing, and technique converged into that single motion. A surge of power and focus flooded through him all at once. Then Kim Seo-jun brought the steel pipe down like a blade of lightning, cutting through the air with terrifying precision. The blow landed cleanly, carving through the manticore's body in a straight vertical line. For one impossible moment, the monster seemed to split beneath the force of his strike. Then the impact erupted across the entire site. A thunderous shockwave blasted outward, hurling debris through the air and shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. The workers and Seo-yun staggered in confusion, stunned by the sudden explosion that had swallowed the scene. And when the roar faded, the silence that followed felt almost more impossible than the strike itself. Park Seo-yun stood frozen for a moment, her eyes scanning the devastation left in the wake of the manticore's attack. The sheer scale of destruction made her stomach tighten as she struggled to understand how such chaos had erupted so suddenly. Through the dust that still hung in the air, Kim Seo-jun remained upright, gripping the steel pipe tightly. His stance was steady, unbroken, and surprisingly calm, the chaos around him somehow failing to rattle his composure. Before him, the manticore lay split in two, its enormous body collapsing in jagged halves across the ground. The sight was shocking, almost unreal, yet undeniably final. Kim Seo-jun took a long, deliberate pause, letting the silence stretch around him. He needed to make sure, deep down, that the threat had truly ended before allowing himself to relax. A deep exhale escaped him, a mix of relief and disbelief. Even he was startled by the outcome, the reality of what he had just accomplished barely sinking in. He awkwardly looked down at the pipe in his hands, half wondering if it had really worked. Meanwhile, a system window flickered to life, showing massive jumps in his lecture progress rates, proof that the fight had advanced his skills far beyond passive learning. Park Seo-yoon's gaze sharpened, her voice trembling slightly as she demanded to know what had just happened. Her eyes roamed over the debris, the broken manticore, and the surprisingly composed cadet standing amidst it all. She couldn't hide her shock. This was no ordinary hunter. Kim Seo-joon, a mere corpse hauler, had brought down a monster that would have crushed most seasoned hunters, armed with nothing but a steel pipe. Kim Seo-joon realized suddenly that someone was watching him so intently. A small, startled sound escaped him as he shifted under her gaze. Seo-yoon moved quickly toward him, calling out to halt his retreat. Her steps were purposeful, her presence pressing him to stop moving away from the scene. The older man, still catching his breath, checked Kim Seo-joon for injuries, his hands brushing roughly over him while Park Seo-yoon observed closely, assessing every movement and reaction of the cadet. Seo-yoon's voice was firm, insisting he be taken to the hospital to ensure he was unharmed, while the manager muttered apologies for misjudging the inspection. The tension between relief and regret hung thick in the air. The crew surrounded Kim Seo-joon, voices blending into a mix of praise and relief. In that moment, they treated him as a hero, the center of awe and gratitude for surviving and neutralizing the threat. Park Seo-yoon murmured under her breath, a note of triumph and certainty in her voice. She had finally found him, the cadet she had been searching for. Her eyes locked on him with unwavering focus. In her mind, she labeled Kim Seo-joon as the proper cadet, the one who could meet her academy's expectations, the one who could grow into the fighter she had been hoping to guide. The manager's sharp voice cut through the moment, ordering everyone to remain silent about today's incident. Without hesitation, the team complied, understanding the gravity of what had occurred. As work wrapped up, the people began to head home, the older man still complaining about his ringing ears from all the shouting, while Kim Seo-joon quietly retreated from the center of attention. Outside, under the orange glow of sunset, Kim Seo-joon checked his phone. Something had shifted, subtle yet undeniable, signaling that his world had changed in the past hours. He couldn't help but be amazed. His lecture progress rate had skyrocketed, leaps beyond anything passive listening could have ever accomplished. This fight had been an education in itself. He realized the surge came from actively applying what he had learned. Real combat, true life or death stakes, had proven that experience was the ultimate teacher. From this, he concluded the clearest path to rapid progress, using his lessons in real fights. Yet a practical obstacle loomed. Without joining a licensed hunter academy and acquiring a temporary license, dungeon raids would remain forever out of reach. Park Seo-yoon's voice called after him, halting his departure. Surprised, Kim Seo-joon turned back, eyebrows furrowing in curiosity. She asked him to spare a little time for a conversation. At once, he recognized her as the hunter who had commissioned today's work, her authority and presence unmistakable. Kim Seo-joon wondered why someone of her stature would take the time to talk to him. She assured him she would be straightforward, her tone leaving no room for ambiguity. Without preamble, Seo-yoon bluntly invited him to meet her grandfather, the Sword Star. The offer was both prestigious and unprecedented. Kim Seo-joon immediately refused, showing indifference to the prestige and firmly unwilling to become entangled in academy politics. Seo-yoon and her assistant froze, stunned at his dismissal. She implored him to wait, but he thought only of returning home to continue listening to his lectures. Seo-yoon, flustered but determined, introduced herself properly as Park Seo-yoon, 31, deducing he was being asked to join her nearly empty academy and trying to grasp the extraordinary person before her. She recalled the strange ways he had trained, methods that didn't match any normal hunter regimen she had ever seen. Even after the manticore had been weakened to a 2-star level, Kim Seo-joon had still sliced the 4-star beast cleanly in half. That memory alone confirmed his exceptional skill. Convinced that he was striving to become a hunter by his own means, she offered him the academy's resources and even her personal guidance. He refused once more, undeterred. Frustration gnawed at Seo-yoon as she gritted her teeth, exasperated that he would not accept help from the academy. She escalated her offer, suggesting that the Sword Star himself could personally teach him, presenting the ultimate incentive to tempt him into compliance. Kim Seo-joon dismissed the proposal with a casual wave, walking on. Seo-yoon was left in shock. How could anyone reject the tutelage of the legendary Sword Star, refusing to let him walk away? Seo-yoon argued he still had written tests and licensing hurdles that he could not possibly navigate alone. She pressed that, without the Academy's affiliation, he couldn't join raids, and his talent would go to waste. He countered that the Academy had no obligation to help him without government authorization, and she revealed they already had it, meaning he could begin raiding immediately under their guidance. Kim Seo-joon slowed, glancing back, finally giving thought to the offer for the first time. Sensing his hesitation, Seo-yoon leaned in further, promising a separate training area and accommodations, even if he declined formal instruction. The perks were enormous. Tuition waived, full support provided.
Kim Seo-jun suspected there might be strings attached. He asked directly what obligations he would have towards Seo-yoon in return for such generosity.
Seo-yoon explained that he would need to compete under the Academy's name before passing the pro-hunter exams, publicly representing the institution as its cadet. Kim Seo-jun admitted the offer solved his immediate concerns, but demanded to know why she was so insistent. Seo-yoon's answer was blunt. She had recognized his potential and wanted to recruit him. Her unwavering confidence left no doubt. She was serious about investing in him and his future. Kim Seo-jun weighed her words and finally decided the proposal was acceptable. He signaled his willingness to proceed. He framed the arrangement as a mutually beneficial partnership rather than charity, asserting his own agency in the agreement. They formally introduced themselves as Kim Seo-jun and Park Seo-yoon, sealing the understanding with a firm handshake. Even in that brief moment, Kim Seo-jun felt the weight of their partnership, that it would grow into something binding, a force that would shape both their futures. The next day began with a call that changed everything at his workplace. Something had shifted, signaling unexpected developments. Man Chul's voice crackled angrily over the line, demanding to know what Kim Seo-jun had done yesterday. The team leader had been suddenly replaced, and frustration filled Man Chul's tone. Kim Seo-jun remembered asking Man Chul to complain to the company about the leader, never imagining the man would be removed so swiftly. Man Chul grumbled that the leader would never have stepped down voluntarily, though everyone else quietly rejoiced at the change. He quickly turned to the real question: was Kim Seo-jun heading to the Hunter Academy? At the academy, Park Seo-yoon's staff handed Kim Seo-jun his temporary hunter license, officially marking the first step in his new path. Park Seo-yoon confirmed that the temporary hunter license had been issued just yesterday. Holding it in his hands, Kim Seo-jun felt a surge of realization. This wasn't just a formality. The academy had truly pulled strings on his behalf. For the first time, he felt he had taken a real step toward becoming a pro-hunter. His voice carried determination as he declared this was only the beginning. "Now teach me how to raid dungeons," he said, eyes fixed on Seo-yoon, eager to move from theory into the heart of real combat. Seo-yoon shook her head with a smirk, refusing to linger on lectures. Instead, she ushered him straight into practical training, leaving Kim Seo-jun blinking in surprise at her decisiveness. She gestured toward a row of weapons neatly prepared, telling him to choose whichever felt comfortable. "Pick one," she said, "and we'll start immediately." There was no room for delay. The training would begin here and now. A confident smirk tugged at Seo-yoon's lips. The gleam in her eyes made it clear she intended to test him thoroughly, judging not just skill but composure under pressure. Before he could even ask, Seo-yoon revealed that she had already booked a raid appointment for him. She had anticipated that he would need real combat experience to advance, and she wasn't about to let him waste time. Inside the dungeon, a kobold lunged from the shadows, forcing Kim Seo-jun into his first real combat scenario. He dispatched the creature with a swift, controlled strike, only to grumble afterward about Seo-yoon following him despite their prior agreement not to interfere. She simply replied that she couldn't ignore her only cadet, ensuring he received proper guidance. Seo-yoon explained that this was a special one-on-one session reserved for promising academy hopefuls. Kim Seo-jun accepted the honor silently, understanding the gravity of the opportunity before him. She cautioned him not to grow careless, even though the dungeon contained only kobolds. Kim Seo-jun, however, noted to himself that it was the perfect environment for a beginner, to test and experiment with his skills safely. He reasoned that, like the manticore, monsters' mana defenses could be pierced, and this dungeon would be useful for honing that precise ability. Reflecting further, he realized that normal physical attacks without mana would normally bounce off barriers, yet somehow his strikes were connecting. His situation was exceptional, and he was beginning to understand why. Suddenly, a danger sense flared. Another kobold charged at him with unexpected speed, and Kim Seo-jun reacted instantly, his body moving before his mind fully processed the threat. Kobold's lunge continued relentlessly. Yet Kim Seo-jun remained composed, adjusting his stance to meet the attack head-on without hesitation. With precise timing, he swung the weapon cleanly. Even without mana, the strike landed effectively, confirming that his fighting style could overcome the dungeon's creatures and validating his unconventional training methods. He checked his system interface mid-combat, and a small smile crept across his face as multiple lecture progress rates increased in response to the fight. Each kill, no matter how minor, contributed to his growth. Though these gains were smaller than what he had achieved against the Manticore, Kim Seo-jun concluded that even modest progress from simpler battles was valuable and worth pursuing diligently. He proposed increasing the tempo of his dungeon runs, moving faster and tackling more enemies, Park Seo-yoon watched him with wary disbelief, clearly astonished at his obsessive energy and drive. Kim Seo-joon realized he was essentially grinding experience like a game character, and he committed fully to farming the dungeon. Charging into successive kobolds with growing confidence, he left Seo-yoon trailing behind, both impressed and slightly unnerved. Seo-yoon struggled to process what she was seeing. Kim Seo-joon's methodical, almost relentless approach to combat defied all her expectations of a first-time cadet. Back at the academy, she remained stunned by his obsessive study habits, hearing him mutter about advanced threats like Hydra poison as he reviewed lecture material late into the night. From her perspective, he returned from the raid only to stare at a blank dark screen for hours, instructing her not to look. Yet somehow, he made the blank screen flash with effects she could not comprehend. She was baffled. How could a first-time cadet, with no formal training, defeat kobolds like a seasoned pro? Kim Seo-joon even transformed the mundane task of corpse hauling into a rigorous cost-saving workout, further convincing Seo-yoon of his unusual intensity and relentless commitment. Seo-yoon worried that she could not hide the existence of such a remarkable cadet from her grandfather forever. Anxiety gnawed at her as she struggled to maintain control over this unprecedented situation. Late at night, she doubted her earlier decision as Kim Seo-joon complained about the lectures he still had to complete past midnight, clearly pushing himself far beyond normal limits. Meanwhile, Seo-joon beamed with satisfaction, energized by the tangible progress he had made. Checking his bank balance, he was amazed to find he had earned $9,510 in a single day, noting that the payout was higher because he had managed both corpse hauling and dismantling himself, proof that his effort had real value. Still, he acknowledged that the work was exhausting and time-consuming. He had not yet finished all the lectures he had planned to complete, leaving some tasks unfinished despite his productivity. He considered hiring Man Chul to handle logistics, and even toyed with the idea of turning corpse moving into a real service, seeing potential for sustainable income. Deciding to contact Man Chul later, he contemplated how best to use nearly $10,000, strategically balancing savings with opportunity. Walking home, Kim Seo-joon reflected that while saving was prudent, he wanted to invest the money in a way that could advance his long-term goals. He reviewed his raids, recognizing that they both earned money and increased lecture progress. Yet growth felt slower than expected, and sometimes his progress would stall entirely, highlighting limitations in passive learning. He asked himself whether there was a faster route to strength, imagining legendary figures like Sun Wukong and the levels of mastery they had achieved. The thought hit him like a bolt, causing him to stop in his tracks, as if a new path to power had suddenly revealed itself. Out loud, he blurted the name Sun Wukong, startling nearby pedestrians who glanced at the intensity radiating from him. Immediately, a new lecture preview appeared, advanced staff and spear techniques taught by the Heaven's Great Sage. The system prompted him to register in order to learn the Great Sage's OGP. Eager, Kim Seo-joon hit the registration button, convinced this could be the breakthrough he had been seeking for his combat development. The system flashed the registration fee, $27 million. Instantly, his excitement collapsed under the staggering number. He froze, unable to process the figure, disbelief etched across his features. Repeating the number aloud, he staggered under the weight of reality. 27 million, even as a future pro hunter, it was far beyond his means, and despair crept over him like a shadow. Forcing himself to set aside the lecture dream for now, he asked whether the Transcension Academy sold any other items that might aid his progress. Deciding lectures were out of reach, he resolved at least to acquire equipment, his focus drawing wary glances from passers-by at the intensity radiating off him. The system revealed a transcendent shop selling training equipment personally crafted by accepted students. Kim Seo-joon reacted with alarm and fascination, sensing enormous potential in what was offered. Legendary items appeared in the listings. Elixirs, the Aegis Shield, and even the Lance of Longinus, each item radiating a palpable sense of power. Even if the items were only copies, he realized they remained mythic-level gear, making him question how such equipment could be categorized merely as training tools. He reasoned that if these were created by accepted students, perhaps some had been forged by transcended beings, imbuing them with extraordinary power. The idea that he could access mythic-level items so readily seemed almost unreal. Pragmatically, he began considering which items he could use immediately to enhance his combat efficiency. Kim Seo-joon quickly settled on the copy of the Lance of Longinus as his first target, recognizing its versatility and potential. He committed to the purchase, prompting the system to calculate a price dynamically based on causality factors. The shop finalized the item listing for the Lance of Longinus, preparing the cost and confirming it for acquisition. Meanwhile, at the academy, Park Seo-yoon maintained her focused rhythm, counting through her training routine with methodical precision, every movement sharp and deliberate. Midway through her repetitions, she paused abruptly. Something felt off, an instinctual warning that caused her to freeze for just a moment while continuing her routine cautiously. Kim Seo-joon trained relentlessly, sweat dripping down his brow as he practiced every movement with the thought that the lance could be worth a fortune. Park Seo-yoon watched him carefully, noticing the desperation etched into his posture. "What's going on?" she asked, curiosity and concern mingling in her voice. When the system displayed the price, $100,000, Seo-joon's eyes widened in panic. He realized instantly that this was far beyond his means and, to make matters worse, even reselling it wasn't an option. The system confirmed that resale was strictly prohibited. Any plan to flip the item for quick cash was abandoned immediately, leaving Seo-joon with no shortcut to acquire the gear. Frustration washed over him. No matter what he tried, everything seemed to come down to money. Even the comparatively affordable $100,000 price tag felt like an impossible mountain next to the $27 million lecture fee he had seen earlier. Stepping closer, Seo-yoon brought up the topic of the academy contention, immediately catching Seo-joon's attention. He admitted he had heard whispers about it but knew little else. Seo-yoon explained that the contention was a prestigious contest between academies designed to establish supremacy and showcase each school's best talents. Handing him a folder filled with detailed files, she described it as an arena where an academy's level of skill and training was rigorously evaluated. Seo-yoon clarified that the contention took place at the 4th level league and that exceptional performance could open doors to higher leagues, elevating both status and opportunity. She emphasized the stakes were enormous. Strong results would attract more applicants and increase government authorization. This was why academies sent their very best hopefuls, leaving nothing in reserve. Seo-joon's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the logic. He now understood why Seo-yoon was briefing him so thoroughly. It was about more than just experience. It was about opportunity. Seo-yoon confirmed his suspicion with a subtle nod, pleased that he grasped the implication of her words. Without hesitation, she asked him directly to represent Dream Hunter Academy in the contention. Kim Seo-joon immediately recognized the chance to rapidly increase his lecture progress through intense, hands-on experience. Treating the challenge as an invaluable learning opportunity, he agreed to participate without a moment's hesitation. Seo-yoon blinked in surprise at his swift acceptance. Kim Seo-joon, unfazed, asked what participants typically did during the contention. She explained that the evaluation combined scores from dungeon raids with a cadet tournament, testing both strategy and combat skill. Kim Seo-joon realized that while he had experience fighting monsters, the manticore and kobolds, he had never sparred against other cadets, leaving a significant gap in his preparation. Determined to prepare properly, he sought out a sparring partner. His gaze found Seo-yoon, and she met his look with a mixture of surprise and understanding, sensing what he intended to ask. "Will you spar with me?" he asked directly. Seo-yoon's eyes went wide in shocked disbelief. She had not expected him to propose sparring with her, the academy's top cadet. Inside, Seo-joon's mind raced. He wondered why she hesitated, sensing a spark of pride and perhaps a hint of fear in her reaction. He recognized the value of the opportunity immediately. Park Seo-yoon was a B-rank hunter, rigorously trained by the Sword Star himself. Seo-yoon stood poised with her sword, her aura radiating the clear distinction between a seasoned pro and a novice. Excitement surged through Kim Seo-joon as he prepared to witness her true strength. Seo-yoon, however, questioned his seriousness. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she asked cautiously. She reminded him sharply that she was a B-rank hunter, testing whether he fully understood the danger he faced. Kim Seo-joon nodded confidently. He understood the risk and refused to back down. "Just go easy on me," he said, gripping his staff and taking a ready stance, determined but respectful of her skill. Seo-yoon agreed, deciding to concede the first blow. "Attack whenever you're ready," she invited, giving him the chance to strike first. Kim Seo-joon lunged forward, declaring he would not let this chance slip by. He swung with commitment, while Seo-yoon prepared to respond, expecting a simple, controlled lesson. Their weapons clashed with a sharp, ringing impact, signaling the true beginning of their sparring match. Seo-yoon immediately found the exchange slightly awkward. Seo-joon's movements forced her to adjust unexpectedly, disrupting her initial expectations. She noted that his footwork was fast but unrefined, and that his intentions were surprisingly easy to read. Capitalizing on his predictable telegraphs, she intercepted his attack effortlessly, maintaining perfect control. She reassessed him, realizing that based on the kobold dungeon, she had overestimated his ability. In her eyes, he was still just a cadet. Still, Seo-yoon could not comprehend where his unwavering confidence originated. She began channeling mana into a decisive strike, determined to test him fully. She committed to a single mana-infused blow intended to end the spar cleanly and decisively. "Consider this over," she declared, unleashing the attack forward with lethal intent. Her eyes widened as something about Seo-jun's reaction seemed wrong, catching her off guard. Kim Seo-jun blocked the mana-laced strike head-on with his staff, stopping it dead in its tracks. The shock registered immediately on Seo-yun's face. Straining under the impact, Seo-jun held the block, forcing Seo-yun to acknowledge the brutal difficulty of the clash, even as she maintained her own control. Seo-yun could scarcely believe her eyes. His staff had blocked an attack infused with mana when, logically, it should have been knocked away. Realizing the weapon remained firmly in his grip, Seo-yun countered with a swift kick. She expected to have her sword at his neck by now, yet Seo-jun held firm. Thrown back slightly, Seo-yun found herself unsettled. The fight was not unfolding as she had anticipated. They reset their positions, Seo-yun watching him intently as he regained his footing, every movement measured and careful. Kim Seo-jun's expression sharpened, signaling that he was about to change his approach. He announced silently to himself that he would now fight seriously, abandoning any prior restraint and holding nothing back. Seo-yun sensed the sudden shift in momentum as his attacks grew faster, sharper, and far more precise. She braced herself, blocking a flurry of strikes, now forced onto the defensive by the surge in his tempo. Kim Seo-jun recognized the difference immediately. The pressure he exerted now mattered, changing the rhythm of the duel. A tactical lesson crystallized in his mind. Make attacks obvious to control the opponent's responses and guide the flow of combat. He recalled further guidance. Mix direct strikes with feints, adapting his tactics against an intelligent opponent rather than mindless monsters. Launching a high-speed aerial strike, Kim Seo-jun forced Seo-yun to raise her guard. He kept his attacks deliberate, obvious even, to manipulate predictable defensive reactions. Kim Seo-jun's eyes stayed locked on Park Seo-yun as he analyzed her reactions with razor-sharp focus. He pulled his staff back, spinning it fluidly toward himself, preparing to chain the next sequence of strikes with practiced precision. He thrust forward again, each follow-up strike crisp and deliberate, working to corner Seo-yun's defenses and force her into a reactive stance. His strategy unfolded perfectly. Seo-yun found herself pushed into a position where no ordinary block could stop his real attack, her guard stretched thin by his relentless pressure. The final piece of guidance clicked in his mind. When the moment comes, pour every ounce of strength into the next strike. There would be no hesitation, no half measures. Kim Seo-jun's eyes burned with intensity as he committed fully, coiling his body and unleashing his most powerful blow yet. Park Seo-yun's danger sense flared violently, but she realized it was already too late. The true attack was barreling toward her. A massive surge of blue energy erupted, tearing through the space between them with explosive force, shaking the room and scattering dust and debris in all directions. Seo-yun staggered backward, her mind struggling to comprehend the scale of what had just occurred, disbelief written across her face. She gasped as Kim Seo-jun crashed into the wall, rubble flying around him and blood trickling from the impact. Panic shot through her. Had she accidentally unleashed her full power? Rushing to him, she checked desperately, but he waved her off weakly, insisting he was fine. He laughed lightly, brushing off her concern. "I ended up losing," he said casually, leaving Seo-yun momentarily baffled at his choice of words. Seo-yun could hardly believe it. How could he claim he lost when facing a B-rank hunter, even in a sparring match? She reminded herself that battling a skilled hunter was an entirely different challenge than facing monsters, yet she struggled to interpret the calm confidence in his demeanor. Kim Seo-jun reflected quietly, acknowledging the vast gap between himself and a pro hunter. He admitted to himself that his journey was far from over. There was still so much to learn. Checking his phone, he confirmed that his lecture progress had increased exactly as he had predicted, a tangible reward for the intense sparring session. He realized the system valued diverse experiences. Looking at Seo-yun, he asked if she would be free to spar until the upcoming tournament. Suggesting they continue this kind of sparring between dungeon raids, Kim Seo-jun caught Seo-yun off guard. She was shocked that he wanted to repeat the exhausting exercise. He explained that sparring with her was incredibly beneficial for his growth. Despite her lingering guilt over nearly injuring him, Seo-yun agreed, impressed by his dedication. By the end of the day, she promised to support him fully, even offering him all the prize money should he win. Kim Seo-jun realized that the academy tournament was not just about prestige, it came with tangible rewards. Seo-yun tried to recall the exact prize amount as Kim Seo-jun pressed for details, eager to understand the stakes fully. Upon learning the prize was roughly $100,000. His focus sharpened, now fueled by a greedy determination that sparked in his eyes. Seo-jun informed him of the tournament date, leaving her bewildered by his sudden intensity and single-minded focus. When she mentioned that only 2 weeks remained, Seo-jun panicked at the short preparation window, his mind already racing through possibilities. He immediately demanded proper training gear and even suggested tearing out parts of the building to use as practice tools, leaving Seo-yun stunned at his audacity. Kim Seo-jun began an outrageous strength regimen, attempting to lift a massive concrete block, astonishing and alarming Seo-yun with his sheer determination and unconventional logic. Seo-yun hurriedly redirected him toward proper sandbags, confessing that she could not keep up with his unpredictable methods. Kim Seo-jun swore to himself that he would claim the $100,000 prize no matter what obstacles lay in his path. 2 weeks flew by, and the day of the tournament arrived. At the venue, crowds surged with excitement as hunters from various academies gathered. Kim Seo-jun took in the sheer scale of the event, his heart pounding with anticipation. A nervous cadet with glasses arrived, visibly relieved to finally reach the tournament grounds. He was taken aback by the sheer number of spectators and participants, the energy of the crowd both intimidating and exhilarating. Over-explaining to himself, he noted that scouts, guilds, mercenaries, and government officials could all be present. People around him shot odd glances at his nervous muttering. Remembering he was a participant, he asked a guide for directions to the waiting room and was escorted inside. At the door, he hesitated, nerves tangling his thoughts. He froze, anxiety spiking as uncertainty gripped him, unsure how to proceed. Inside, he found himself surrounded by intimidating cadets, their presence so commanding that he felt almost paralyzed, unable to take a step forward. He gawked at the confident, heavily armed competitors, feeling completely outclassed. Yet among the brutes, one cadet stood out, a strangely calm figure, contrasting sharply with the others. This calm cadet carried a shabby spear and improvised armor, attracting puzzled glances from everyone nearby. Whispers spread that this poorly equipped participant must hail from some obscure academy, the sort of outsider no one expected to compete seriously. Others mocked him as a forced entrant, but the nervous cadet chose to ignore the derision, focusing instead on the quiet spear wielder. The nervous cadet felt an unexpected kinship, convinced that the silent spear user, like himself, was a lone wolf. He rationalized that the spear wielder was probably pretending to be absorbed in his phone to hide his solitude, just as he often did. He looked at Kim Seo-jun with a mix of curiosity and pity, unaware that the spear wielder could sense he was being misunderstood. Kim Seo-jun finally acknowledged the awkward approach with a flat, simple greeting, cutting through the tension. The nervous cadet introduced himself. "I'm Lee Min-ji." Kim Seo-jun responded in kind, confirming, "Kim Seo-jun." As Min-ji tried to sit nearby, a hostile, muscular cadet snapped at him, the air around them suddenly tense and volatile. Min-ji identified the aggressor as Jang Deok-shul from Gochuri Academy, a powerhouse cadet wielding a massive axe. Deok-shul and another cadet traded barbed insults, escalating the tension in the waiting room. Min-ji noted that Deok-shul's opponent would be Lee Chul-min from Mint Academy, adding that Chul-min was unusual for fighting with twin daggers. Kim Seo-jun silently wondered why he was being briefed on all this. Kim Seo-jun remarked that Min-ji seemed remarkably informed. Min-ji sheepishly admitted that he was just fascinated by gossip and details of the participants. Before the argument could escalate further, a stern, red-haired cadet stepped forward, commanding silence with a single, authoritative voice. Instantly, the room's noise and aggression subsided. The red-haired cadet introduced himself. Lee Jun-hwan of Revenant Academy. His presence alone asserted dominance, requiring no further words. Min-ji whispered to Kim Seo-jun that Jun-hwan was the clear favorite to win the entire tournament. He explained that Jun-hwan had initially dismissed the competition as beneath him, only joining after a significant event at his own academy, making his victory appear all but guaranteed. Min-ji joked that it would be stranger not to know Jun-hwan, and Kim Seo-jun awkwardly nodded in agreement, caught between curiosity and apprehension. Min-ji added another intriguing tidbit. There was a rumor that the Sword Star's granddaughter, Park Seo-yoon, had once tried to scout Jun-hwan personally. Lee Jun-hwan arrogantly dismissed her proposal, his confidence radiating like a steel blade, while Kim Seo-jun's gaze lingered on the name Park Seo-yoon, the Sword Saint's granddaughter, etching her importance into his mind. Privately, Lee Jun-hwan fumed at the thought of being forced to compete alongside cadets he considered beneath his caliber. Every fiber of his being resented that even a flawless victory would not earn him the recognition he craved, only the satisfaction of fulfilling his uncle's ambition to elevate their family standing. A flicker of regret crossed Lee Jun-hwan's eyes as he realized he might have underestimated Park Seo-yoon's offer. The tediousness of the tournament gnawed at him, making him wish he had leveraged her connections and moved on instead. He recalled her bright, unwavering smile and the cheerfulness in her voice, and cynically thought that exploiting her influence would have been the smarter play, and discarding her afterward even smarter still. Then something caught his attention. Lee Jun-hwan's sharp eyes fell upon Kim Seo-jun, and he sneered, dismissing the newcomer with a single cold question. Who is this peasant? Lee Min-ji whispered urgently to Kim Seo-jun, warning him that Lee Jun-hwan's gaze was fixed upon them. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-hwan learned that Kim Seo-jun had been one of Park Seo-yoon's scouting candidates, a detail that barely concealed the contempt twisting his expression. An announcement boomed across the arena, summoning all cadets to finalize their preparations. Lee Min-ji muttered that the first match was about to begin, while Kim Seo-jun remained silent, eyes narrowed in focused anticipation. Kim Seo-jun reflected on the past 2 weeks, during which he had relentlessly pushed through the Chiron and Xiangyu lectures, advancing them past 30%, even without feeling any immediate surge of power. He noticed that the jump from 19 to 20% felt disproportionately significant, a stark reminder of diminishing returns and incremental progress. Raids through dungeons and sparring matches with fellow cadets had bridged the gap, gradually filling the void left by his lack of real-world combat experience. Stealing himself, Kim Seo-jun reassured his mind. He could handle both monster hunts and duels alike. The first match was officially announced, and Seo-jun centered his thoughts on the prize money, letting it ignite a quiet fire of determination within him. He was thrust into the first event, a complex dungeon maze race, and immediately realized that brute strength alone would not suffice. This was far from a simple duel. His status window blinked, confirming his lecture progress targets had been met and offering a faint sense of reassurance as he entered the maze. The stadium's loudspeakers declared the start of the first round, and the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers and shouts. From the stands, a photographer's voice rang out excitedly, calling his senior's attention to the unfolding action. The senior grumbled about being stuck in a corner, distracted by the sudden commotion, his patience thinning. A hooded girl wearing a cap accidentally brushed past the senior and murmured a quick apology, her eyes darting nervously as she tried to stay unnoticed. When asked if she recognized him, she dodged the question smoothly and instead inquired about the details of the first round. The senior explained the dungeon maze race. Cadets were forbidden from attacking one another, and the ultimate goal was to escape the labyrinth. He speculated that the monsters inside could provide subtle clues and that hunting them might reveal a path toward the exit. He framed the event as a test, evaluating core dungeon raid skills such as navigation, judgment, and the ability to adapt under pressure. The photographer urged the senior to glance at the jumbotron. On the massive screen, Lee Jun-hwan obliterated a monster with a flurry of precise, overwhelming sword strikes, leaving the audience wide-eyed in shock. Lee Jun-hwan's icy concentration and fluid movements made it clear that he operated on a level far above the other cadets. Spectators murmured in awe, desperate to learn the identity of this prodigious swordsman. The hooded girl confirmed in a hushed voice that he was indeed Lee Jun-hwan, the cadet widely regarded as the tournament's inevitable victor. Her heart sank at the revelation, unsettled by his very presence, as if it had disrupted the balance of expectations. Spotting someone nearby, she panicked internally, determined not to reveal herself as the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Deep within the maze, she worried silently about Kim Seo-jun's progress. Kim Seo-jun tapped his spear against the wall, testing the texture and resistance of the stone with deliberate precision. He concluded that the walls were reinforced, preventing any shortcut through sheer force. Accepting this limitation, he resolved to navigate the maze through skill and strategy rather than brute strength. Placing a hand against the wall, he let it guide him, following the contours and subtle imperfections as a natural compass. Though he knew he had the strength to break through, Kim Seo-jun recalled the story of Theseus and decided a simple, methodical approach might suffice. A sudden, inexplicable sensation made him pause, as if an invisible hand were tugging at his awareness. He arrived at a three-way fork, a decision point that demanded a careful choice of direction. He considered the classic wall-following rule that eventually leads to an exit, but fretted over how long that eventually might take. Starting along the left wall, an unexpected intuition surged through him, halting his momentum. An indescribable feeling coursed through his senses, leaving him questioning the reliability of his own perception. He admitted to himself that he had no understanding of what was happening or why it was happening. Though he had planned to follow the left-hand path, an irresistible pull guided him in the opposite direction, making him wonder if this was Chiron's intuition training manifesting.
Kim Seo-jun steeled his expression, choosing to trust the inexplicable sensation.
He stepped forward cautiously, uncertainty lingering but moved nonetheless. Committing to follow his intuition, he glanced at the status window, which flickered reassuringly, as if validating his choice. A strange realization struck him. His body seemed to act before his mind could fully process the decision. Announcements revealed that other cadets were being eliminated by monsters, confirming that dangers lurked elsewhere in the maze. Kim Seo-jun wondered why, despite his progress, he had yet to encounter any threats in his immediate vicinity. He speculated that his intuition might be steering him clear of danger entirely, and chuckled quietly, joking to himself that if this sense strengthened, he might soon see the future in combat. Lee Min-ji caught up to him, voice tense, warning Kim Seo-jun to be careful. Seo-jun, however, waved off the concern with a casual shrug. Kim Seo-jun noted that he had encountered other cadets rather than monsters, while Lee Min-ji asked why he had emerged from a particular corridor and whether he knew the correct route. Horrified by Kim Seo-jun's freeform, intuition-driven approach, Lee Min-ji insisted he would lead using established maze-solving methods. Lee Min-ji explained the reliability of the left hand and right hand following techniques for navigating complex mazes. Kim Seo-jun refused, deeming the methods too slow, and questioned why Min-ji was following him in the first place. Min-ji declared that they were comrades sharing the same lonely predicament, leaving Kim Seo-jun momentarily puzzled. Min-ji admitted that he had joined the tournament alone and assumed Kim Seo-jun had done the same, which explained why he had approached him first. Lee Min-ji suggested that the weaker participants should band together, combining their efforts to stand a chance, but Kim Seo-jun merely raised an eyebrow, skeptical of the idea. Kim Seo-jun questioned why he was being labeled weak, yet a faint smirk crept across his face. Deciding to entertain Lee Min-ji, he promised to show him something worth watching. Proudly, Lee Min-ji pulled out a photo of his younger sister, hoping to share a piece of his world. Kim Seo-jun gave a casual, non-committal glance, offering no more than a quiet acknowledgement. As Lee Min-ji tried to slip away, feeling the conversation had run its course, Kim Seo-jun started walking off. Instantly, Min-ji reached out, clutching his arm in desperation, insisting they stay together. Observing Min-ji's determination, Kim Seo-jun reflected that it was natural for a young awakener to feel fear when left alone in such a dangerous, labyrinthine environment. Min-ji argued that traveling alone was far too risky, and Kim Seo-jun grudgingly admitted that the information Min-ji had shared earlier had indeed been useful. Kim Seo-jun reminded himself that Min-ji was still a competitor for the $100,000 prize, and asked casually whether Min-ji's family had come to watch him. A shadow crossed Lee Min-ji's face as he revealed that his parents were gone, leaving only his younger sister to care for. The weight of the admission shifted the atmosphere, filling it with quiet gravity. Stark memory flashed through Min-ji's mind, long stretches of hardship, confinement, and loneliness that hinted at a life far from easy. Kim Seo-jun fell silent, gripping his spear a little tighter as he absorbed the depth of Min-ji's confession. Panicking at the sudden heaviness, Min-ji hastily apologized, insisting he hadn't meant to ruin the mood and that he only worried his sister was too young to witness such danger. He reaffirmed, with earnest eyes, that they truly were comrades, sharing similar circumstances and facing the same loneliness in the maze. Still uncertain, Kim Seo-jun allowed Min-ji to follow, letting him decide for himself if he wanted to keep pace. Kim Seo-jun warned clearly that there was no team in this contest. The $100,000 first-place prize would belong to him alone, no compromises. Lee Min-ji hesitated for a heartbeat, but ultimately kept trailing behind Kim Seo-jun, calling out that they should go together and refusing to be left behind. He struggled to keep up, eyes wide in shock at just how swiftly Kim Seo-jun maneuvered through the twisting corridors of the maze. Kim Seo-jun glanced back and remarked dryly that it was Min-ji who had insisted on following him, ignoring the younger cadet's flustered protests. Lee Min-ji gaped, baffled by Kim Seo-jun's absolute certainty, as he navigated, seemingly confident in each turn and passage. Even Kim Seo-jun found himself momentarily surprised at how effortlessly his movements flowed, as if the maze itself offered little resistance. Lee Min-ji gasped audibly just as he caught up, realizing they had reached a dead end, the walls looming impossibly before them. Kim Seo-jun examined the wall carefully and asked aloud whether this was the spot his instincts had sensed, eyes scanning every detail. Pressing his palm firmly against the stone, he startled Min-ji, who couldn't quite decipher what action was being attempted. Min-ji watched in puzzled silence as some subtle shift seemed to respond to Kim Seo-jun's touch, a reaction that neither explained nor diminished the tension. The stadium announcer's voice cut through the murmurs. The first maze breaker had emerged, setting a new record of 27 minutes and 12 seconds. Spectators erupted, murmuring that it couldn't possibly be Lee Jun-hwan, who was still locked in combat, and clamored to know who had shattered the record. The hooded girl's eyes widened as she realized the name being called might be Kim Seo-jun, and she began to whisper it hesitantly. Lee Min-ji, caught up in the excitement, blurted out Kim Seo-jun's name as well, risking drawing attention but unable to contain his astonishment. The Jumbotron confirmed it. First place belonged to Kim Seo-jun. Calmly, he noted to himself that he hadn't encountered a single monster, calling it a wasted opportunity for experience points. Lee Min-ji reeled back, stunned at how he had ended up alongside Kim Seo-jun, and how that pairing had led to a seamless escape from the maze. The official results flashed across the screen. Kim Seo-jun in first place at 2712, Lee Min-ji in second, and Lee Jun-hwan only managing third. Back in the waiting area, cadets and spectators buzzed with gossip, unable to comprehend the impossible time and the mysterious dream academy that had produced Kim Seo-jun. Irritated and distracted by the chatter, Lee Jun-hwan admitted begrudgingly that placing third had caught him completely off guard. With deliberate steps, Lee Jun-hwan approached Kim Seo-jun directly, studying him with a mixture of suspicion and restrained curiosity. The room fell into tense silence as Lee Jun-hwan loomed over Kim Seo-jun, whose mind raced, trying to anticipate the younger cadet's intentions. Kim Seo-jun felt Lee Jun-hwan's gaze scanning him from head to toe, preparing himself for whatever confrontation might be coming. Lee Jun-hwan's eyes hardened, unreadable, evaluating every movement and stance with precise scrutiny. He cut off Kim Seo-jun before he could speak, dismissing him as nothing remarkable, his voice cold and definitive. Others murmured in agreement, chalking up Kim Seo-jun's achievement to luck, trying to rationalize the upset with explanations that rang hollow. Kim Seo-jun ignored the whispers of envy, turning his attention to completing his lecture requirements just as an official entered the arena to address the cadets. The official announced that the second round of the contention was about to be explained, drawing a hush over the room. He declared that the second round would consist of one-on-one matches forbidding mana-infused weapons but allowing cadets to enhance their bodies with mana. Judges would intervene if a cadet could not continue, and 32 participants had advanced, establishing the round of 32. With questions addressed, the official prepared to reveal the matchups, while Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-ji waited tensely, anticipation etched on their faces. Suddenly, an announcement declared that one cadet would forfeit, a revelation that sent a shockwave through Kim Seo-jun's thoughts. In the stands, the hooded girl admitted with relief that she had nearly been discovered and tried to slip away quietly, eyes darting nervously. She winced at having shouted Kim Seo-jun's name in surprise, still amazed that he had clinched first place against all odds. Deciding to return, once the commotion died down, she worried quietly about the nature of the upcoming matchups. At the tournament venue, murmurs spread as everyone realized the bracket had jumped straight to the semifinals. Most of the advancing cadets had forfeited, skipping their scheduled matches. Whispers filled the air, the sudden string of forfeits rendering the betting scene almost meaningless and leaving gamblers frustrated at the lack of opportunities. At the betting counter, someone shrugged, claiming that wagering was pointless anyway, since Lee Jun-hwan was expected to win, and the odds offered no thrill for anyone seeking excitement. A hush fell over the room as a mysterious hooded figure stunned everyone by placing a staggering $1 million bet on Kim Seo-jun, the sheer audacity of the wager sending ripples of disbelief through the crowd. Gasps and murmurs erupted from all directions, eyes snapping toward the cloaked bettor, everyone struggling to make sense of such reckless confidence. A nearby cadet scoffed, muttering that Kim Seo-jun was just a lucky nobody from some obscure dream academy, baffled as to who would risk backing him with such a fortune. The hooded figure's presence radiated a chilling aura, leaving onlookers unsettled and guessing at his identity and motives, none daring to meet his eyes directly. Holding his spear tightly, Kim Seo-jun felt the tense, almost oppressive atmosphere settle around him, the accumulation of forfeits making the air dull with anticipation and unease. Moments earlier, one cadet had publicly announced his forfeit, plunging the remaining competitors into stunned silence as uncertainty spread through the arena. Lee Min-ji, anxious and watching from nearby, noted grimly that forfeiting was a common tactic in League 4, where only the top cadets' results truly mattered. Whispers and rumors painted Lee Jun-hwan as violently unpredictable, instilling fear that a clash with him could result in serious injury, making many cadets conclude that the risk was simply not worth it. With too many elite contenders and prestigious academies present, the weaker cadets realized they were only pawns in a tournament dominated by giants, destined to be trampled in the path to victory. Soon, the notion spread that forfeiting was the cleanest, safest option, and the resolve of the crowd seemed to collapse, their competitive fire extinguished. One after another, cadets succumbed to the trend, declaring forfeits and accelerating the wave of mass withdrawals that swept across the arena. Even more cadets surrendered in succession, leaving Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-ji awkwardly standing by as the chain reaction unfolded around them. By the end, only 5 cadets remained in the tournament, and the last holdouts were openly mocked for their apparent lack of endurance and willpower. The first semifinal was set. Kim Seo-jun would face off against the formidable axe-wielding Jang Deok-chul. On the other side of the bracket, Lee Jun-hwan was paired against Lee Min-ji, while Lee Chol-min advanced automatically, having received a bye.
Nervously, Lee Min-ji asked whether Kim Seo-jun's stellar first-round performance meant he was guaranteed overall victory if he reached the finals.
Kim Seo-jun noticed the tremor in Min-ji's hands and asked pointedly why he was shaking so badly before the match had even begun. Min-ji stammered in panic at the thought of facing Lee Jun-hwan, but Kim Seo-jun noted that the younger cadet still appeared lively enough to fight, despite his obvious fear.
Seo-jun challenged Min-ji's defeatist mindset, pointing out that worrying about losing before even stepping into the arena was pointless.
Min-ji blurted that he already felt certain of defeat, and Kim Seo-jun bluntly suggested that if that were truly his stance, he might as well forfeit now. Despite his fear, Min-ji admitted he could not bring himself to forfeit, just as the staff announced that Kim Seo-jun and Jang Deok-chul were to proceed to the arena. Kim Seo-jun urged Min-ji to fight to the very end if he refused to forfeit, reminding him that victory was still possible. Grabbing Min-ji's wrist firmly, Kim Seo-jun prevented him from sinking deeper into fear, anchoring him in the present. He pulled Min-ji upright, steadying him, forcing the younger cadet to confront the coming challenge instead of hiding from it. Min-ji asked, voice trembling, whether Kim Seo-jun truly felt no concern about the danger ahead. Kim Seo-jun replied calmly that he had no concerns, seeing the match as a valuable opportunity to gain experience rather than a life-or-death threat. Min-ji couldn't comprehend Kim Seo-jun's mindset, watching as the calm cadet casually walked away, promising to return with the prize money in hand. The announcer officially opened the second tournament of the 63rd Academy contention, noting that only the toughest cadets remained after the wave of mass forfeits. Kim Seo-jun was introduced as the mysterious new record holder from the dungeon maze, and the announcer's voice carried a question. Was Kim Seo-jun watching the proceedings now? As his opponent was introduced, a subtle threat was directed at Kim Seo-jun, warning that his streak of luck would end here. Jang Deok-chul boasted that no trick or ploy could save Kim Seo-jun from the overwhelming power he wielded, declaring with force that he would crush him utterly. Deok-chul mocked Kim Seo-jun for advancing through sheer luck only to encounter him. But Kim Seo-jun remained calm, refusing to be rattled by the provocation. Seo-jun countered coolly, suggesting they would soon see who was truly unlucky once the battle began. At the signal, Jang Deok-chul lunged forward in a furious charge, promising to make Kim Seo-jun regret his confidence in the very first moments of their clash. Kim Seo-jun remained composed, studying Deok-chul's movements with clear-eyed precision, unflinching in the face of the axe's deadly swing. Backstage, Lee Min-ji tensed as he heard that the match had begun, worry knitting his brow as he imagined Kim Seo-jun confronting such a formidable foe. He tried to focus on his own upcoming fight, but his thoughts kept drifting to the dangers facing Kim Seo-jun, making it impossible to settle his nerves. Finally, Min-ji forced himself to let go of worries about Kim Seo-jun, realizing he needed to prepare for his own encounter with Lee Jun-hwan. Lee Jun-hwan waited with cold impatience, radiating an aura of hostility and anticipation as he readied himself for the upcoming match. Shaking, Min-ji recalled Kim Seo-jun's earlier words, their clarity pushing him to fight rather than surrender, fueling a reluctant resolve. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Min-ji clenched his fists, cursing his own fear and hesitation under the looming shadow of his opponent. He told himself grimly that elite cadets like Jang Deok-chul, Lee Chol-min, and Lee Jun-hwan were operating on an entirely different level, far beyond the capabilities of a nobody like him. For a fleeting moment, Min-ji considered forfeiting before he could be harmed, the oppressive presence of Lee Jun-hwan making the thought feel almost inevitable. The arena erupted as Kim Seo-jun overturned all expectations, ending the first semifinal in a breathtakingly swift display of skill and precision. The announcer declared Dream Academy's Kim Seo-jun the victor, leaving Jang Deok-chul stunned and sprawled on the arena floor, unable to comprehend the rapid defeat. Lee Jun-hwan, observing the scene, dismissed the remaining cadets as mere playthings, unimpressed by the spectacle that had just unfolded. His eyes narrowed, sharpening into a hard glare as he absorbed the scene, irritation simmering into unspoken contempt. Lee Min-ji approached Lee Jun-hwan with his sword drawn, visibly trembling under the intensity of the older cadet's cold, unyielding stare. He attempted to speak, but hesitation stole his words, courage faltering as he faced the imposing presence of Lee Jun-hwan.
Lee Jun-hwan's anger simmered beneath the surface, ready to be unleashed against what he perceived as a direct affront to his status and authority.
Back in the arena, Jang Deok-chul swung his massive axe with full bone-shaking force. But Kim Seo-jun moved like water, slipping past each strike with an effortless grace that drew gasps from the audience. The crowd's eyes widened in awe, marveling at the raw power behind Deok-chul's swings, yet Kim Seo-jun continued to evade, his movements precise and unshakable, as if the blows didn't exist at all. Even Deok-chul's own confidence wavered as he realized that luck alone could not explain Kim Seo-jun's performance. A flicker of confusion crept into his previously unyielding aggression. Gripping his axe tighter, Deok-chul muttered to himself, unsettled by how effortlessly his attacks were neutralized, questioning what kind of fighter Kim Seo-jun truly was. He admitted internally that he had attacked relentlessly, exhausting himself in a barrage of strikes, yet Kim Seo-jun had brushed them all off as if swatting away flies. Panting heavily and seething with frustration, Deok-chul's mind raced. How could none of his attacks find their mark? Every strike seemed to vanish into thin air. Desperation mounting, Deok-chul powered up his next swing, determined to drive Kim Seo-jun into a corner and force a decisive victory. But Kim Seo-jun deflected with perfect timing, and with a swift motion, sent Deok-chul's enormous axe flying across the arena, instantly flipping the momentum of the fight. The axe clattered to the ground, far from reach, and Deok-chul froze mid-step, his eyes widening in disbelief as the reality of his disarmament sank in. Staggering backward, Deok-chul collapsed onto the arena floor, shock written across his face as he struggled to comprehend how he had been defeated so abruptly. The announcer's voice rang out, emphasizing that the match had ended almost instantly, while Deok-chul stared, dazed, unable to accept the sheer speed of his defeat. Kim Seo-jun stood calmly over the fallen cadet, the victory now official, while Deok-chul's pride refused to accept losing in what should have been a straightforward contest of strength. Alone for a moment, Kim Seo-jun let out a quiet sigh, checking the gains from the match and realizing that, despite the win, the progress he had hoped for was disappointingly small. He muttered in mild frustration that the progress rate had barely increased and that the mass forfeits had stripped him of the additional fights he had counted on to grow stronger. Aware of the limited time and scarce opportunities left, Kim Seo-jun felt a creeping worry that he might not accomplish his goals before his free pass expired. Determined, he resolved that winning the prize money to purchase a weapon and extend his free pass was non-negotiable. Victory was the only acceptable outcome. Lee Min-ji rushed up, eyes wide with excitement, praising Kim Seo-jun's overwhelming strength, and Kim Seo-jun responded dryly, noting he had never claimed to be weak in the first place. A staff member stepped forward, interrupting the moment to announce that the second match was ready, instructing both cadets to enter the arena when called. The names were called, the spotlight swinging to Cadet Lee Min-ji and Cadet Lee Jun-hwan, signaling the start of the next intense battle. Lee Jun-hwan sneered, ordering Min-ji to get out of his path, his voice sharp and dismissive, treating him as though he were nothing more than an insect in his way. As Jun-hwan strode away with a smirk, Min-ji called after Kim Seo-jun, a small but earnest reminder of their earlier conversation about being kindred spirits in the maze. Min-ji admitted that he had felt a strange kinship with Kim Seo-jun and confessed that he had been both elated and envious when Kim Seo-jun had triumphed over Deok-chul. He admitted bitterly that he felt unlucky, talentless, and incapable of matching Kim Seo-jun's extraordinary strength, weighed down by a sense of inadequacy. Still, Min-ji insisted that he wanted to be a brother his little sister could be proud of, just as the summons called him to the arena for his match. Kim Seo-jun gave him a brief nod, telling Min-ji to give it his all, and Min-ji replied, voice shaky but determined, ready to face the challenge. Kim Seo-jun watched from the sidelines with a faint, confident smile, trusting that Min-ji would at least try, knowing courage often grew from the first step. As the match display flickered into view, Min-ji clenched his sword and vowed silently to reach the finals and meet Kim Seo-jun again, borrowing a fragment of his calm confidence as his own. Lee Jun-hwan scoffed at Min-ji's feeble self-encouragement, irritation flickering across his sharp gaze at the sight of the trembling cadet. Snapping, Jun-hwan barked at Min-ji for mumbling, his voice sharp as he demanded that the younger cadet stop being an annoyance. He complained bitterly about being dragged into this humiliating tournament, even as officials repeated the standard rules before the fight began. Sizing up Min-ji with a cold, disdainful gaze, Lee Jun-hwan dismissed him as an unworthy brat, unfit to be considered a legitimate opponent. His glare sharpened further, signaling clearly that he intended to dominate Min-ji completely, showing no interest in a fair contest. Min-ji stepped into the spotlight, sword gripped tightly, trying to stand firm despite the tremors running through his arms and legs. Lee Jun-hwan calmly observed, making no move, instantly judging Min-ji as easy prey, a target too weak to merit serious concern. In his mind, Minji was little more than a helpless creature at the bottom of the food chain, meant to be swiftly consumed by someone like him. Imagining himself as the predator, Li Junhuan labeled Minji nothing but fodder, unworthy of strategy or consideration. He convinced himself that Minji had advanced through sheer luck, that the cadet should already understand his inferior position. Confident he deserved first place in every round, Li Junhuan still felt a subtle unease, a faint nagging that something was off despite his dominance. Minji gripped his sword with both hands, shaking visibly, while Li Junhuan muttered under his breath, cursing the situation and the annoyance of having to face such a pest. Impatient, Li Junhuan demanded to know when the match would begin, and the referee informed him that the announcer would start shortly. Swallowing hard, Minji whispered to himself, repeating that he could do this, just as Kim Seo-jun had done, trying to steady his racing heart. Li Junhuan decided there was no need to prolong the suspense, planning to end the match instantly, his resolve sharp and unrelenting. At the signal, he burst forward in a blur of motion, declaring aloud that he would finish this fight in a single, decisive strike. His first blow landed with crushing force, snapping Minji's head back and staggering him, blood rushing to his lips in a jolt of pain. The announcer highlighted Li Junhuan's speed and precision, noting Minji's struggle to even stay upright against the relentless assault. Pressing relentlessly, Li Junhuan treated Minji as nothing more than a pest, pushing him around effortlessly with each strike and feint. Minji forced himself to rise to the challenge, meeting Li Junhuan's blade with his own, trying to act as if he believed in his chances despite the fear gripping him. A heavy, punishing blow sent Minji reeling, his glasses flying off and blood spilling from his mouth, the impact jolting him to his knees. He collapsed, kneeling in pain as the crowd collectively held its breath, wondering if the match had already ended before it had barely begun. Li Junhuan loomed over the fallen Minji, a shadow of menace, while Minji's mind screamed that defeat was imminent, the pressure of the arena pressing down like a physical weight. Minji's voice trembled as he admitted to himself that this fight wasn't about winning anymore. He was simply no match for Li Junhuan, whose skill and presence overshadowed him completely. As Li Junhuan closed in, Minji felt the weight of despair crushing him. Despite his burning desire to grow strong like Kim Seo-jun, he couldn't see any way to defend himself. Tears mingled with ragged breaths, and his clenched fists shook with frustration as he clung desperately to Kim Seo-jun's name, using it as his last tether to courage. Then, against all odds, Minji pushed himself up from the ground, refusing to be pinned down, his resolve flaring even in the face of certain defeat. He muttered to himself that even one meaningful strike would be enough, a single act to prove he hadn't completely lost himself. With determination stealing his legs, Minji stomped forward, committing everything he had to this one decisive attempt. He swung with every ounce of strength he could muster, willing even the tip of his blade to reach Li Junhuan, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. Li Junhuan remained utterly still, his confidence absolute, certain that Minji's desperate strike would accomplish nothing. The clash rang through the arena, metal screeching and sparks flying, drawing a roar of awe and tension from the crowd. The announcer's voice cut through the noise, confirming that, as expected, Revenant Academy's Li Junhuan had claimed victory, while Minji fell back, exhausted and defeated. Spectators praised Li Junhuan's precision and power, while a few couldn't help but mock Minji, who had clearly been outclassed. Yet, even in triumph, the aftermath was brutal. Blood smeared Minji's face and lips, a stark reminder of the cost exacted by Li Junhuan's overwhelming assault. Li Junhuan paused mid-step, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he noticed a smear of blood on his own cheek, evidence that Minji's desperate strike had in fact connected. The crowd stirred, murmurs rising, as they realized that the underdog had landed a hit, however minor, against the elite cadet. Li Junhuan scoffed, dismissing Minji as a pest, though the sharp glint in his eyes betrayed a flicker of wounded pride he refused to admit. Humiliation simmered beneath his calm exterior as he fixated on the audacity of a nobody daring to injure someone of his caliber. Suddenly, Li Junhuan informed the referee that he would forfeit, leaving officials bewildered since the match had clearly already concluded. Instead of leaving, he struck again, raining blows on the downed Minji while the referee shouted in alarm, trying to intervene. The audience gasped and recoiled as Li Junhuan declared he could no longer tolerate this arena or the weaklings within it. He vented that accommodating fools like Minji was exactly why the cadets were stuck in League 4, projecting his disdain across the arena for all to hear. The referee warned him that the match was over and threatened disciplinary action, but Li Junhuan only sneered, insisting that he had forfeited and asked if anyone else wasn't angry too. Planting his foot firmly on Minji's head, he pinned him cruelly to the ground, a display meant to assert absolute dominance. Pests keep crawling up, Thinking they can rise without knowing their place, he sneered, justifying his violent assertion of power. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun intervened, intercepting Lee Jun-hwan's next strike with his spear, halting him instantly and freezing the tension mid-air. Kim Seo-jun admitted he had initially waited, knowing they would face each other in the finals, but now, seeing this cruelty, he had changed his mind. He told Lee Jun-hwan firmly that he deserved to be punished immediately for what he had done to Minji. "Move," Kim Seo-jun commanded, forcing Lee Jun-hwan to lift his foot off Minji and step back, spear leveled unwaveringly. Lee Jun-hwan froze, confused by the direct order, and Kim Seo-jun repeated it, his gaze unwavering, pressing him to obey. Feigning innocence, Lee Jun-hwan tested whether Kim Seo-jun would truly challenge him about the foot still resting on Minji's head. Kim Seo-jun made it unmistakably clear he would not tolerate it, and Lee Jun-hwan pushed back, daring to ask what would happen if he refused. In one controlled motion, Kim Seo-jun knocked Lee Jun-hwan aside, creating space and neutralizing the immediate threat to Minji. Clicking his tongue, Lee Jun-hwan watched as Kim Seo-jun knelt to check on Minji, while the referee called out, anxious to see if Minji was still conscious. Lee Jun-hwan mocked Kim Seo-jun's concern as a pathetic display, a sob story shared only between pests, while Minji weakly whispered Kim Seo-jun's name in relief. Kim Seo-jun turned to confront Lee Jun-hwan directly, asking if it truly brought him joy to look down on others with such disdain. He demanded to know why Lee Jun-hwan would trample someone so defenseless, refusing to let such cruelty slide unchallenged. Lee Jun-hwan coldly replied that it disgusted him to see a pest unaware of its place, framing his contempt as undeniable truth. Kim Seo-jun challenged that worldview, asking if Lee Jun-hwan meant to say that pests weren't allowed to dream, an idea Lee Jun-hwan ridiculed as hopelessly naive. From the stands, murmurs rippled through the crowd, questioning why officials were not stepping in as the confrontation escalated dangerously. Staff admitted they had been ordered from above to merely observe and not intervene, even though the reasoning eluded them entirely. Among the audience, Kim Seo-jun's eyes were sharp and anxious, whispering his own name as the tension with Lee Jun-hwan teetered on the edge of violence. Lee Jun-hwan laughed at Kim Seo-jun, calling him an imbecile, and lectured that only those capable of crushing others could succeed in this world. He insisted that dreams had no place in such a process, only winners and losers, attempting to erode Kim Seo-jun's ideals and confidence. Kim Seo-jun reflected briefly that he had once thought in a similar way, carrying Minji in his memories, recalling his own hard, bitter path through hardship. He remembered 9 grueling years struggling to become a pro hunter, constantly striking walls of reality, resenting his lack of talent, resources, and recognition. He recalled concluding that hard work often only maintained the status quo for him, and he often wondered if giving up sooner would have changed anything at all. Back in the present, Kim Seo-jun told the referee to ensure Minji was cared for, admitting that fear and doubt had once governed his own actions. As the referee called for Cadet Kim Seo-jun, he stepped forward, spear in hand, prepared to face whatever challenge came next. The lesson hit him clearly. People often crumble when reality strikes. But Kim Seo-jun refused to be shaken, confronting that truth head-on. He made it clear that this was no trivial matter to be dismissed lightly, signaling that he would not allow himself to be written off by circumstance or authority. Ignoring the officials' protests that he was bending the rules, Kim Seo-jun charged straight at Lee Jun-hwan, determined to force the issue and assert his own standards of justice. Even as the crowd erupted in frantic shouts, begging him to stop, Seo-jun didn't waver. His eyes blazed with resolve as he lunged forward, turning the confrontation into an undeniable escalation that drew every gaze in the arena. Lee Jun-hwan exhaled slowly, a hint of disdain curling his lips. He regarded the chaos with a detached arrogance, as if the entire uproar were nothing more than an annoyance beneath him. A cruel, mocking smile spread across Jun-hwan's face. He sneered, treating the confrontation like a joke, certain that Seo-jun posed no real threat to him. The clatter of metal rang sharply as their weapons met. Seo-jun's sudden charge collided head-on with Jun-hwan's sword, instantly transforming the skirmish into a full-fledged duel. They exchanged barbed insults at point-blank range, each deliberately belittling the other, framing themselves as predators while painting the other as mere unworthy prey. Seo-jun pivoted, launching a precise kick while keeping his spear poised, attempting to shatter Jun-hwan's rhythm and seize the momentum. Lee Jun-hwan lashed his sword in a sweeping arc, pressing forward aggressively, each swing aimed to dominate and crush Seo-jun before he could gain an advantage. The impact erupted across the arena, dust and debris flying as Seo-jun's counterstrike sent Jun-hwan stumbling back. The audience gasped, witnessing the unexpected force of his response. Seo Jun's earlier confidence faltered as he recognized the full strength of Jun Huan, realizing that defeating him would be far more challenging than taking down Jiang Diok Chul. Jun Huan's eyes narrowed with predatory focus, each movement sharpening the tension in the air, making the fight feel immediate and perilous rather than theoretical. Seo Jun forced himself to push aside overthinking, letting instinct take control. He relied on his honed senses to navigate the flurry of attacks with precision. Driving his spear forward with deliberate force, Seo Jun struck along Jun Huan's torso line, landing a clean jolting hit that rattled the seasoned cadet. Jun Huan's eyes widened in shock, registering for the first time that Seo Jun could genuinely inflict damage, breaking through the arrogance that had cloaked him until now. They drew back to a distance, debris swirling around them, each sizing up the other with a newfound respect and genuine awareness of danger. Officials rushed forward, attempting to intervene, but Jun Huan roared over them, asserting himself as a predator above all, refusing to yield to anyone's authority. Seo Jun's gaze sharpened, intense and unwavering, a mirror of predatory focus that made Jun Huan feel for the first time as though he faced an equal. The unsettling clarity of those eyes rattled Jun Huan. To see the same hunter's intensity reflected back at him from someone he had considered nothing more than a nuisance threw his composure off balance. Laughing derisively, Jun Huan dismissed Seo Jun's ideals as empty fantasies, trying to reassert dominance through ridicule and sheer bluster. Seo Jun closed the gap, his voice cutting through the clamor as he challenged Jun Huan to prove his claims through action, daring him to test his strength in reality. A crushing blow was blocked with Seo Jun's spear, the collision sending rubble flying and leaving no doubt that his defense was real and formidable. Jun Huan's eyes widened in disbelief as the impact was absorbed, anger flaring as the relentless clash continued, fueling a dangerous mixture of shock and fury. He questioned his own senses. Was he imagining it? Every strike Seo Jun met with increasing precision, as if adapting and learning mid-battle. Pivoting fluidly, Seo Jun executed a sweeping motion that forced Jun Huan to constantly adjust, denying him the comfort of dictating the fight's rhythm. Jun Huan watched, unsettled, as Seo Jun's defenses grew sharper with each exchange, like witnessing a fledgling monster evolve into something deadly in real time. The realization gnawed at him, a creeping fear that the balance of power was tilting as Seo Jun's adaptability turned the duel increasingly in his favor. Their attacks struck in rapid succession, each blow bruising and cutting, the fight turning brutal and intensely personal with every clash. Once again, they drew apart, the scarred arena littered with debris and dust, both taking a brief moment to reassess the other's growing threat. Jun Huan's eyes flickered with the sting of realization. Seo Jun had actually forced him back. Humiliation ignited his rage, fueling a dangerous surge of aggression. His fury burst outward, aura flaring as he prepared to cross the line, signaling a lethal escalation in his pursuit of victory. Seo Jun's gaze tracked the formation of Jun Huan's aura sword, panic rising within him. He still lacked the mana control to match that lethal energy. Amid the cries of the crowd urging restraint, Jun Huan roared that he would kill Seo Jun. Recognizing the mortal threat, Seo Jun instinctively considered retreat as the safest option. Yet a flicker of hesitation stopped him. Fleeing would betray every step he had taken, every ounce of growth and effort. Seo Jun refused to accept that ending. A story from his mentor surfaces, recalling the Chu Kingdom War, when a young cadet once asked why he charged enemy lines alone. The mentor explained that he was asked if the battle was already lost, implying he fought on despite knowing defeat was inevitable. He admitted it was a lost cause, the first moment he truly despaired, not of death, but of the horror of losing. Even so, he fought. When asked why, his response was simple and unwavering, because he had to. It wasn't heroics, he clarified. It was necessity, a choice that existed beyond fear or consequence, something required regardless of the outcome. His guidance to the cadets was clear. Fight with unyielding madness, believe in victory even when defeat seems inevitable, just as Zhang Yu once did. He warned that even the mightiest power capable of moving mountains was meaningless without that burning spirit, because without it, defeat was certain. That indomitable will, the refusal to break, is what separates the Hegemon King from all others, defining true supremacy. The lesson hit Seo Jun with full force. Strength alone wasn't enough. It was the combination of raw power and world-shattering resolve that decided who would rule. Steeling himself, Seo Jun surged forward, a blue aura enveloping him as he charged, shocking Jun Huan by refusing to retreat, even under a killing intent aimed directly at him. Jun Huan ground his teeth, fury blazing. How could Seo Jun still come at him with such relentless determination? He roared, asserting that he was the predator meant to crush pests, trying to drown out the sting to his pride with sheer violence. Both launched at the same instant, Jun Huan's red aura sword clashing violently against Seo Jun's blue-charged spear, a decisive all-in collision that would determine the fight's course. Jun Huan cursed Seo Jun to die, swinging with lethal intent and discarding every ounce of restraint. Seo Jun roared, channeling his own power through the spear, meeting Jun Huan's killing strike head-on without faltering. Their energies collided in a massive explosion, tearing up the arena floor and sending shockwaves rippling through the crowd. The blast expanded outward, enveloping both fighters in a chaotic swirl of dust and force, leaving spectators straining to see even the faintest movement. A colossal explosion erupted above them, shaking the arena as the sheer pressure of their clash reverberated through every stone and beam. In the stands, the crowd recoiled, jaws dropping and eyes widening, utterly stunned by the sheer scale of the impact that had just shattered the arena's calm. A dense cloud of dust lingered in the air, obscuring vision, while anxious murmurs and whispers rippled through the spectators, each trying to guess who had emerged victorious amid the chaos. As the dust slowly began to settle, Kim Seo Jun's eyes scanned the arena, every muscle tense, alert for the slightest movement from his opponent. Finally, Seo Jun's gaze landed on Lee Jun Huan, sprawled across the ground, defeated and limp, his sword arm dangling uselessly, proof that the fight had reached its inevitable conclusion. Seo Jun braced himself against his spear, fatigue evident in his trembling limbs, yet he remained upright, breathing heavily, knowing he had survived the brutal final exchange. Lee Jun Huan lay motionless, bloodied and silent, his earlier arrogance completely stripped away, replaced by the harsh reality of defeat. From a bird's-eye view, the arena revealed the aftermath. Seo Jun standing tall amid shattered stone and scattered debris, while Jun Huan remained crumpled on the ground, powerless and subdued. Seo Jun drew in deep, ragged breaths, trying to steady himself as the roar of the crowd swelled, a mix of awe and disbelief echoing through the stadium. Jun Huan stirred faintly, a weak twitch of his fingers, but his strength had abandoned him. The fight's outcome was unmistakably clear. The stadium erupted in ecstatic cheers at the sight of Jun Huan's defeat, the audience finally able to see the result through the lingering dust and chaos. Shouts of Seo Jun's name echoed through the stands, voices filled with shock and admiration, recognizing the extraordinary feat he had just accomplished.
Park Seo-yoon watched intently, her eyes wide in astonishment. Just weeks ago, Seo-jun had struggled even to handle mana weapons, and now he had formed a blazing aura spear with precision.
She struggled to process it, barely able to believe what she had just witnessed with her own eyes, the transformation almost surreal. From the crowd behind her, a hooded figure emerged, catching her attention with an almost ominous presence that made her heart skip. Seo Yoon's eyes narrowed as she recognized the man from the gambling center earlier, her mind racing to understand why he was here now. The hooded man panicked, visibly, muttering as though the outcome defied some fundamental rule, his reaction far more extreme than the situation warranted. Seo Yoon found his response unnerving, as if he were reacting to a cosmic law being broken rather than a simple dual result. She paused, mentally connecting his previous behavior with the shock and chaos unfolding before them, a link forming in her mind. Her memory sharpened. He had bet on Seo Jun winning, which made his current shock and panic all the more suspicious and contradictory. When she looked again, the hooded man had vanished, slipping away before she could approach or question him, leaving only lingering unease. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Kim Seo Jun walked away from the arena alone, battered and bruised, his spear still clutched tightly in hand. He exhaled a long, weary breath, the adrenaline slowly fading, and began to process the intensity of the battle he had just endured. Officials approached, informing Seo Jun that he had been disqualified, abruptly stripping away the victory he had fought so hard to earn. They explained that Lee Jun Huan had technically forfeited, and Seo Jun had intervened in a non-official match despite repeated warnings, violating the rules. Seo Jun accepted the ruling. Though a nagging doubt lingered, why hadn't the organizers stopped Jun Huan sooner? Something about the situation felt off. Instead of dwelling on his own punishment, Seo Jun asked about Jun Huan's fate, prioritizing the consequences for his opponent over his own setback. The officials declared Jun Huan disqualified for attempted murder with an aura sword and banned him from the Pro Hunter exam for 5 years, a severe but necessary punishment. By default, Lee Chul-min claimed the tournament's top prize. Lee Min-ji took second place, and Jang Deok-chul settled for third as Seo Jun walked on, victorious in spirit if not officially. Seo Jun reflected on his own growth, noting that his progress rate had skyrocketed during the fight, especially after surpassing the 50% threshold in Park Seo Yoon's lecture. He suspected that the strange surge of power he felt came from crossing that critical 50% mark in Seo Yoon's teachings, a breakthrough he hadn't fully anticipated. Considering the possibility of taking another lecture to build on this momentum, Seo Joon checked his phone, but before he could act, a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Turning, he saw Park Seo Yoon jogging up, her expression a mixture of concern and relief at seeing him upright and unharmed.
"Are you hurt?" she asked, eyes scanning his bruised form. Seo Joon smiled, assuring her that despite the bandages, he was tougher than he looked.
Seo Yoon exhaled in relief, her shoulders relaxing slightly, while Seo Joon fell silent for a brief moment, lost in thought. "I'm sorry for stepping in," she murmured. Seo Joon raised a brow, asking softly, "What are you apologizing for?" She confessed she feared she might have cost him the win by intervening. But Seo Joon quickly reassured her, saying she owed him no apology. Instead, he checked on her, confused by why she would blame herself for preventing a near-fatal attack. Seo Yoon reminded him he seemed distracted by the prize money, making him suddenly realize what had slipped from his mind amid the chaos. The thought struck him with a loud, almost comical realization, a mix of pain and disbelief flashing across his face. He blurted out his plan to buy the Lance of Longinus, worried he might need another lecture pass, while Seo Yoon tilted her head, curious what he intended to do with the money. Seo Joon admitted he wanted to purchase the weapon he'd been eyeing, and Seo Yoon listened quietly, making a mental note of his intentions. "It's fine," she said softly, accepting his motivation without judgment, letting him feel understood and supported. Seo Joon confessed to feeling some lingering regret, but added that failing to step in would have left him with far deeper remorse. Seo Yoon studied him intently, clearly surprised by the depth of his sincerity and the unwavering resolve shining in his eyes. She offered reassurance, telling him that the money situation would resolve itself somehow, attempting to ease the weight of his anxiety. Suddenly, Lee Minji came running up, calling out for Seo Joon, his face flushed and his breaths ragged. Seo Joon immediately recognized his friend. "Are you leaving?" Minji panted, trying to catch his breath. Seo Joon nodded, confirming that leaving was indeed his plan. Minji hesitated, struggling to voice what was pressing on his mind, each word weighed down by emotion as he faced Seo Joon. He took a deep breath, adjusting his glasses nervously, his eyes trembling with both fear and hope, steeling himself to ask the question he had been holding back. Finally, Minji asked if he could ever become like Seo Joon through hard work, laying bare his insecurities and his yearning to rise to the same level as his mentor and friend. Kim Seo Joon paused thoughtfully, considering Minji's question with genuine care. He refused to brush it off with empty reassurances, weighing his words with the seriousness the moment demanded. Minji waited tensely, his posture rigid and hands trembling slightly, desperate for an honest answer from someone he admired and trusted. Seo Joon took a deliberate pause, choosing his words carefully instead of offering a quick comfort, wanting to speak truthfully rather than simply soothe his friend. Finally, he told Minji that the path would probably be difficult, refusing to sugarcoat the harsh realities of the road ahead. He explained that Minji's current talents were still behind what pro hunters demanded today, emphasizing that sheer dreams alone could not bend reality to one's will. Seo Joon advised him not to fixate solely on becoming a hunter, reminding him that he could excel in other areas and that he was still young with time to find his own path. Minji let out an awkward laugh, admitting that Seo Joon had a point. The honest critique hit harder than any praise could have. He confessed that he had come just to say a final goodbye, implying that he was ready to abandon the dream he had been chasing so desperately. Seo Joon stopped him gently, insisting that he should never let anyone dictate his limits, not Seo Joon, not anyone else in the world. He warned that people would try to label Minji as talentless and say he'd never succeed. But those judgments were not fate. They did not define what he could become. Seo Joon emphasized that the opinions of others did not have to become Minji's reality, urging him to maintain control over his own life and choices. He left Minji with a simple, powerful rule. If you want something, you must go after it. Overcome with emotion, Minji broke down in tears, the weight of the lesson washing over him. Seo Joon waved goodbye with a reassuring smile and promised that he would return to visit Minji with his little sister someday, turning a farewell into a promise of future connection. As they walked together, Park Seo Yoon admitted she was surprised by this compassionate, almost paternal side of Seo Joon. He chuckled, brushing it off as merely meddling again. Seo Yoon laughed, saying she thought it was genuinely cool and declaring herself his fan, while Seo Joon dryly suggested she'd be better off as a student rather than an admirer. She regretted not suggesting their dream academy to Minji sooner, realizing she had missed a chance to guide him toward a better path. Watching Seo Joon continue down the street, Seo Yun quietly reflected on what she could have done differently, her thoughts lingering on missed opportunities. Seo Jun strode down the dusky street, scratching the back of his head as he moved on from the chaos and intensity of the day, lost in his own thoughts. Seo Yun repeated the idea of their dream academy to herself, visibly moved by the thought of bringing someone like Minji into their world. On impulse, she decided then and there to buy Seo Jun a weapon as a substitute for a scholarship, dragging him toward her grandfather's workshop with determined energy. They arrived at a traditional workshop compound, the building exuding craftsmanship and a sense of history, the air thick with anticipation. Inside, their footsteps echoed across the wooden floors, the atmosphere shifting from the casual warmth of the street to a serious and focused moment of selection. Elsewhere, Seal Munchel inquired if the headmaster was present, only to be told that he was meditating and would see no one at that time. Munchel pressed, insisting it was an emergency and demanding that the headmaster be made aware of his presence, overriding normal protocol. A door slid open abruptly. Signaling that the headmaster's attention had been forcibly drawn, the air instantly charged with authority. Munchel announced himself as Seal Munchel, the Sword Saint's close aide, stressing the urgency of his visit with firm, unyielding resolve. The headmaster's cold voice reminded him sharply that interruptions were forbidden, making it clear that Munchel had angered him with his bold entrance. A suffocating pressure filled the room as the headmaster's aura pinned Munchul in place, his voice cutting through the air. Were his orders truly being ignored? Munchul, barely able to move under the overwhelming force, blurted out that Lady Seo Yun had participated in the recent academy tournament, urgency lacing his words. The headmaster's expression tightened, the name sparking his interest even amid irritation, the wheels of curiosity beginning to turn. He repeated Seo Yun's name, confirming the report aloud, his demeanor shifting from anger to focused, intense curiosity. Moon Chul mentioned that they were still gathering details, and the scene cut to Seo Yun excitedly presenting weapons, while Seo Jun evaluated each with meticulous attention. It was clear she had recruited a new student, but Seo Jun dismissed option after option, his pickiness growing as he assessed each weapon with exacting standards. Back with the headmaster, he resolved to handle the matter personally, refusing to delegate, and ensuring he would witness events firsthand. Sword Saint. Park Minchul declared that he must personally see who Seo Jun truly was, setting the stage for a direct confrontation. At Dream Academy, a counter ticked toward 5,000, building suspense and marking an impending milestone. Seo Jun gripped his spear tightly, preparing to strike as the counter edged closer to its crucial mark, muscles coiled and anticipation high. The counter reached exactly 5,000, just as Seo Jun completed his action, signaling that he had met the necessary threshold. A system-like notice appeared, confirming the daily task was complete. Seo Jun exhaled in relief, while Seo Yun's gaze remained fixed intently on him, measuring and assessing. Sword Saint's stare sharpened into one of open suspicion, making Seo Jun feel as though every move was being silently judged, even without a word spoken. Seo Jun mentioned feeling a sharp glare at the back of his head. Seo Yun dismissed it casually, though her narrowed eyes betrayed her lack of amusement. She called him out for desperately trying to change equipment, yet leaving the workshop empty-handed after being overly selective with every choice. Seo Yun labeled him a liar, noting that normally he wouldn't refuse anything or care about others' opinions, while Seo Jun admitted that ordinary weapons now felt inadequate after seeing true transcendent craftsmanship. Seo Jun blamed his misfortune on causality itself, realizing that even the price of the Lance of Longinus had risen, and he couldn't simply request cash instead. He concluded that causality punishes rewards not earned through proper effort, instilling in him a fear of shortcuts and unearned advantage. Seo Yun remained silent, her glare unimpressed, waiting for a genuine explanation rather than excuses. She asked which mana cultivation technique he practiced, and Seo Jun repeated the term in confusion, suddenly realizing he had no formal framework for even the basics. Seo Yun explained that to properly handle mana, he must learn a mana cultivation technique, pointing out that his combat results already indicated potential far beyond low-class ability. Seo Jun realized with a sinking feeling that despite wielding mana in fights, he had never formally studied any established mana cultivation method. He was reminded that a mana cultivation technique is essential for using mana efficiently, a structured method to maximize power and control in combat. Seo Jun quickly realized that these mana cultivation techniques were vast and varied, each ranked by its efficiency and often patented as proprietary methods for professional hunters. Mastery of such techniques meant a significant advantage in both training and combat. He reflected quietly, understanding that his drive to attend an elite and expensive academy stemmed largely from his desire to gain access to these advanced techniques. Curious, Seo Jun asked about the Sword Saint's own mana cultivation method at Dream Academy, only for Seo Yun to reveal that her grandfather strictly forbade it. Instead, Seo Yun stunned him by unveiling a mana cultivation technique she had personally invented, a method she had been developing in secret. Seo Jun awkwardly tried to play off his question as casual curiosity, all the while reassessing just how much talent Seo Yun herself possessed. He acknowledged to himself that proper mana cultivation was fundamental, recalling the sharp disadvantage he suffered in his fight against Li Junhuan due to his limited control over mana. With a few free hours ahead, Seo Jun decided he needed to take a lecture focused entirely on mana, though Seo Yun noticed a hint of avoidance in his demeanor. Choosing not to press further, Seo Yun simply instructed him to continue training diligently, and then left to attend to her own matters. Seo Jun asked where she was heading, and she replied that she had some business to take care of. He teased her about even having business, and she shot back sharply, warning him to lock up the place if he left before she returned. Seo Jun nodded in agreement, then began to seriously consider which lecture he would tackle next. Outside Dream Academy, Seo Yun waited anxiously for news of Seo Jun's mentor, feeling slightly annoyed at being tasked with checking up on him. Inside, Seo Jun began a lecture titled, "What is Mana?", signaling the start of an intense study session. The lecture framed mana as a mysterious force capable of overturning the rigid causality that governs the world.
Archmage Merlin took the lead, promising that mastering mana would allow Seo Jun to truly perceive the underlying truths of the world around him.
Seo Jun flinched slightly as the lecture interface activated on his device, the virtual classroom coming alive with magical energy. Merlin announced that completing the lecture would grant a skill, and Seo Jun braced himself, expecting another mind-bending experience. Without further explanation, Merlin abruptly commanded the students to begin practicing immediately. A daily task appeared before Seo Jun: manifest 1,000 mana orbs. The sheer number shocked him, and he blinked in disbelief that this counted as routine training. Despite the overwhelming requirement, Seo Jun resolved to attempt it, refusing to back down from the challenge. He focused intently, drawing mana from his surroundings as a faint, shimmering aura began to rise around his hands. Thanks to Chiron's prior training, he could sense and control the flow of mana, but shaping it into solid, coherent forms proved immensely difficult. Merlin explained that using mana effectively meant bridging imagination and physical reality, convincing the world itself that the actions he imagined were natural. Building suspense, Merlin declared that the next concept would serve as the prime illustration of this principle. The Archmage revealed the essence. Mana must be manifested as aura, a unique energy that surpassed ordinary elemental forces. Seo Jun felt a subtle energy coalescing between his palms, the abstract lesson suddenly making tangible sense. He recognized the sensation as the first true spark of mana manifestation, the beginning of real, visible power. A luminous, concentrated mass started to form, bright and solid, as his mana took physical shape in the air. Seo Jun successfully created a small mana orb, his eyes widening as he blurted out his surprise at the tangible result. He stared at the tiny orb, uncertain whether this modest achievement truly fulfilled the daily task. Merlin's expression remained neutral, and Seo Jun worried that his single orb might be too small to satisfy the strict requirements of the exercise. Still, Seo Jun reassured himself internally, believing that with continued effort and practice, he could improve steadily. Suddenly, a terrifying presence erupted into the room as an older man stormed in, catching Seo Jun off guard mid-practice. Seo Jun spun around, confusion etched across his face, and asked who the intruder was. The man revealed himself as the Sword Saint, coming personally to inspect the new student at Dream Academy. Noticing the small mana orb, the Sword Saint immediately recognized it as condensed mana, a clear sign that Seo Jun possessed extraordinary talent. He quickly assumed that Seo Jun had joined Dream Academy to take advantage of his granddaughter Park Seo Yun, sparking suspicion and caution. Under the oppressive weight of his aura, Seo Jun introduced himself nervously as Kim Seo Jun, while the Sword Saint demanded to know his true identity. Seo Jun admitted, with a mixture of awe and anxiety, how surreal it was to meet the legendary Sword Saint in person. He mentioned that Seo Yun had just gone out on business, causing the Sword Saint's eyes to snap sharply at the mention of his granddaughter's name. The Sword Saint's expression hardened, interpreting Seo Jun's casual reference to Seo Yun as confirmation of his growing suspicions. He challenged Seo Jun's apparent calmness, though Seo Jun didn't fully understand the underlying threat at first. The Sword Saint pointed out that his killing intent would paralyze anyone below S-class, yet Seo Jun remained standing resolute. Seo Jun realized that perhaps his unshakable heart allowed him to withstand the immense pressure, and he was immediately ordered to state his true objective. Trying to diffuse the tension, Seo Jun asked what exactly the Sword Saint meant, his voice steady but cautious. The Sword Saint insisted that someone of Seo Jun's caliber could have gone anywhere, so his decision to approach Seo Yun must be motivated by a serious reason. Advancing with a threatening aura, the Sword Saint demanded the truth, the intensity of his presence making the room almost unbearable. Seo Jun panicked slightly, insisting there had been a misunderstanding and trying to explain his intentions as honestly as he could. The Sword Saint scoffed, claiming Seo Jun seemed to yield too easily, warning that the situation was dangerous and could escalate if mishandled. Without any further warning, the Sword Saint unleashed a devastating strike, sending Seo Jun flying across the room, his blade never even leaving its sheath. Seo Jun staggered backward, his body jolting from the impact as realization hit him harder than the blow itself. The Sword Saint had barely seemed to move, yet that effortless strike carried enough force to completely overwhelm him. For a moment, Seo Jun could only stare in shock, struggling to understand the impossible gap between them. Fear crept into his chest as he realized this was not just strength. It was a level of power he could barely even comprehend. Meanwhile, Park Seo Yun arrived at the main clan house, only to be met with unexpected news. Her grandfather was not there, and the absence immediately made her expression tighten. She quickly asked when he would return, but the staff could only lower their heads and suggest that Councilman Seo might know more, offering to contact him on her behalf. Seo Yun's worry deepened, because the reason she had come was important. She had wanted to speak with her grandfather about Mr. Kim Seo Jun before anything got out of hand. The thought made her chest tighten. If her grandfather was not at the clan house, then where had he gone? And why did the timing feel so dangerously wrong? Back at Dream Academy, the Sword Saint's cold voice pressed down on Seo Jun again, ordering him to speak and reveal what he was truly after. Seo Jun forced his shaken body to steady itself, swallowing hard beneath that crushing demand as he tried to figure out how to answer without making the situation worse. At the clan house, Seo Yun repeated the news in disbelief, unable to accept that her grandfather was truly absent at such a critical moment. The staff confirmed once more that the headmaster was away, then carefully suggested again that Councilman Seo might be the only person who knew where he had gone. Seo Yun's mind raced. After the tournament, there was no way she could keep Seo Jun hidden anymore, and now the situation was starting to tilt in the worst possible direction. Realizing hesitation would only make things worse, Seo Yun decided to face the matter head-on. She asked them to call Councilman Seo at once, just as her arrival was announced. Councilman Seo appeared shortly after, his brows lifting in surprise when he saw Seo Yun standing inside the main clan house. He told her he had actually been about to contact her, which only left Seo Yun more confused, her eyes narrowing as she wondered what could have happened. Councilman Seo then explained that he had come here because he needed to see her grandfather as well. Then came the words that made Seo Yun freeze. Her grandfather, the headmaster, had already gone to her academy. Alarm flashed across Seo Yun's face, and she bolted without another word, realizing that the confrontation she feared was already unfolding without her there to stop it. Councilman Seo and the staff were left behind in stunned silence, watching her sudden departure and wondering what had made her run off in such panic. Seo Yun sprinted toward Dream Academy with everything she had, blaming herself for lowering her guard and for failing to anticipate that her grandfather might act so quickly. She clenched her jaw as she ran, steeling herself with one thought above all others, no matter what happened. She could not let Seo Jun and the Sword Saint meet alone. Inside the ruined room, Seo Jun stood tense and bruised, eyes locked on the Sword Saint as he searched desperately for even the smallest opening. The Sword Saint watched him with icy suspicion, unmoved by Seo Jun's resistance and completely unshaken by the fact that the young man was still standing. Seo Jun realized too late that the Sword Saint had arrived before Seo Yun could intervene. Around him, the room was already wrecked, broken by the force of their clash. What baffled Seo Jun most was the strange, overwhelming technique before him. Every movement from the Sword Saint felt absurdly simple, yet impossible to defend against. Then Seo Jun noticed something important. The Sword Saint was attacking with the scabbard, swinging without ever drawing the actual blade from its sheath. That detail gave Seo Jun a thin thread of hope. If the Sword Saint had not unsheathed his sword, then maybe he was trying to restrain him rather than kill him outright. Seo Jun quickly begged for a pause, raising his voice as he asked who the Sword Saint really was and insisted that this had to be some kind of misunderstanding. But the Sword Saint's eyes sharpened as he pointed out the mana Seo Jun had already manifested. treating that alone as enough to make his innocent act impossible to believe. He accused Seo Jun of lying, saying that someone who moved that well and handled mana so impressively could not hide behind excuses about misunderstanding. The Sword Saint struck again, calling Seo Jun a shameless liar as the scabbard came crashing down, and Seo Jun barely managed to catch the attack with his spear. Seo Jun pleaded in panic, saying he had no idea what Seo Yun had told him and begging the Sword Saint to calm down long enough to hear him out. But as the Sword Saint kept throwing insults at him, Seo Jun's confusion only grew. He could not figure out what exactly he had said that had triggered this much hostility. The Sword Saint declared that Seo Jun had never intended to settle anything through conversation, dismissing every word from his mouth as another lie. Seo Jun went quiet. In that moment, he understood that explanations alone would not stop the assault coming at him. His grip tightened around the spear, and his stance shifted. If words would not reach the Sword Saint, then Seo Jun had no choice but to fight back. Seo Jun knew the Sword Saint could have ended him instantly if he truly wanted to. So he took a gamble, deciding to survive as long as he could and prove something through his actions. The legend of the Sword Saint seemed to take shape behind him, his aura looming like a dragon and filling the room with a pressure that felt almost alive. Seo Jun thought that the Sword Saint stood closest to the ideal he had been chasing, and that made this terrifying clash a rare chance to test how far he had come. He wrapped both hands around his spear and committed himself fully, ready to push past his limits even if every instinct warned him of the danger. The Sword Saint looked down on him with open contempt, calling him a scallywag, but Seo Jun's intent only grew sharper in response. The Sword Saint sensed the shift in Seo Jun's presence as the young man became truly serious. Over decades, he had met countless hunters, and he had always judged their worth by the look in their eyes. Yet only one person had ever kept such fierce eyes while standing before him, and now Seo Jun's gaze made him feel that same unusual intensity. Seo Jun's footwork, control, and timing were sharper than expected, enough for even the Sword Saint to silently acknowledge that the young man possessed real skill. Still, the Sword Saint continued pressing forward, repeating the question at the heart of his suspicion. Why had Seo Jun approached his granddaughter, Park Seo Yun? Seo Jun blocked another invisible, crushing blow with his spear, gritting his teeth as frustration surged through him. He could not even sense the attack properly before it struck. He narrowed his eyes and focused every bit of perception he had, trying to read the Sword Saint's smallest movements through sheer concentration. The Sword Saint's killing aura swelled again, towering over Seo Jun and reminding him with brutal clarity that one wrong step could mean death. Seo Jun admitted inwardly that even the simplest strike from the Sword Saint was beyond anything he could fully understand. Even so, determination burned through his fear. Seo Jun decided to find out exactly how long he could endure, then launched forward with a rapid storm of spear strikes. The Sword Saint barely moved from where he stood, letting Seo Jun's attacks whirl around him in a blur, each strike flashing past with almost no effect. With almost no wasted movement at all, the Sword Saint calmly turned Seo Jun's attack aside, guiding the entire exchange as if he had already decided how it would end. Not a trace of panic shows on his face, and every motion makes it clear that he is still completely in control. Seo Jun keeps darting forward and pulling back, trying to use his speed, footwork, and shifting angles to carve out even the smallest opening. He circles in sharply, changes direction, and attacks from different sides, searching for a crack in the Sword Saint's defense. But to the Sword Saint, all of Seo Jun's desperate movement looks painfully insignificant. With a cold, almost bored motion, he brushes the effort aside and sends Seo Jun flying back once again, as if swatting away something that had barely reached him. Even after being thrown back, Seo Jun refuses to accept that this is where it ends. Something still feels incomplete, something just out of reach, and with that frustration burning in his chest, he forces his battered body to move for one final chance. Seo Jun finally understands that clever tricks and flashy movements will never be enough against someone like the Sword Saint. His only possible chance is to strike, while the old master is still holding back, and as his breath comes out ragged and heavy, Seo Jun steels himself for one decisive attempt. He pours his resolve into a single conclusion. This has to end in one move. Seo Jun knows deep down that if this chance slips away, the Sword Saint will never allow him another opening like it. For one tense instant, panic claws at Seo Jun's mind as he desperately asks himself how he is supposed to reach someone so far beyond him. His thoughts race wildly, searching for any method, any possibility that might let his attack touch the Sword Saint. Seo Jun throws himself in close, trying to close the distance before the Sword Saint can respond. But the moment he commits, the Sword Saint slips behind him like a shadow, and takes control of his balance with effortless precision. The Sword Saint continues to dominate the close-range struggle, turning Seo Jun's own forward momentum against him. Every twist, every shift of weight only tightens the old master's control, leaving Seo Jun trapped in the very movement he started. In that desperate moment, Seo Jun remembers Merlin's lesson. If one's will is strong enough, it can convince the world itself. Power that exists only in imagination can be forced to descend into reality if the mind refuses to let it remain impossible. Clinging to that idea with everything he has left, Seo Jun twists the struggle into a desperate hold. He tries to bind the Sword Saint in place, forcing his aura around him as if raw will alone could restrain the old monster. Then Seo Jun releases everything in one explosive burst. His voice tears out with the name of his attack as mana surges through him, pouring into that single moment with reckless all-or-nothing force. A huge shockwave erupts from Seo Jun's strike, blasting through the room with violent pressure. The air trembles, aura floods the space, and for a brief instant, the entire area seems swallowed by the force of his desperate attack. But when the dust finally settles, the result is brutally clear. Seo Jun is down on his knees, his body trembling from the backlash, while the Sword Saint remains standing before him without a single visible wound. The Sword Saint simply looks down at him in silence. His expression barely changes, as if Seo Jun's final effort was not even worthy of a proper reaction. Seo Jun winces hard, pain flashing across his face as the impact catches up to him. Through gritted teeth, he admits that the counter hit him badly, and every part of his body feels like it is screaming. Sword Saint coldly declares that Seo Jun has finally shown his true nature. Seo Jun immediately protests, barely able to hide his disbelief, insisting that the Sword Saint was the one who attacked him first.
Still clutching at his aching body, Seo Jun complains that even talking is making his injuries hurt worse. Between strained breaths, he asks when Seo Yun is supposed to arrive, clearly hoping she will put an end to this madness.
The moment Seo Yun's name is mentioned, the Sword Saint's aura grows darker and colder. His eyes narrow as he agrees to grant Seo Yun's request, but the pressure around him makes that agreement feel anything but merciful. The Sword Saint then announces that he will personally deliver death to him. The restraint from earlier disappears, replaced by a killing intent so sharp that the entire atmosphere seems to freeze.
Seo Jun instantly realizes just how hopeless the situation has become. The difference between them is overwhelming, and as that lethal pressure bears down on him, one thought hits him clearly: this might be the end.
Just before the killing blow can fall, Seo Yun bursts into the room and screams for her grandfather to stop. Her voice cuts through the tension at the last possible second, halting the Sword Saint's attack before it can reach Seo Jun. Seo Yun stares at the two of them in shock, unable to believe the scene in front of her. Her eyes dart between her injured ally and her grandfather as she demands to know what in the world they are doing. Furious and visibly shaken, Seo Yun turns directly toward her grandfather. Even with the Sword Saint standing before her, she does not back down, her voice filled with anger and disbelief. A staff member hurries over and fusses anxiously over Seo Jun's bruises, checking him as if worried the damage might be serious. Seo Jun tries to brush it off, insisting that it is not a major injury, even though the pain on his face says otherwise. The Sword Saint mocks Seo Jun for acting so fragile, as though his reaction is pathetic. Seo Jun snaps back at once, pointing out that anyone would be crushed after taking hits from someone like the Sword Saint. Even while hurt, Seo Jun pushes his luck and taunts the Sword Saint about hitting him again. Seo Yun quickly steps between them, planting herself in the middle to make sure her grandfather cannot casually strike him another time. Seo Yun can hardly believe what she is seeing. Seo Jun's boldness is shocking enough on its own, but the chaos her grandfather has caused leaves her even more stunned and furious. She admits that she has never seen anyone talk back to the Sword Saint like that before. But her surprise quickly turns into anger again as she demands to know why her grandfather beat Seo Jun in the first place. Seo Yun firmly orders her grandfather to stop, standing her ground despite his terrifying reputation. In that moment, she speaks with the authority of someone who refuses to let even the Sword Saint cross the line any further. Then, Seo Yun turns to Seo Jun and apologizes for everything that happened. Seo Jun, still battered but trying to keep things calm, tells her it is fine and that she does not need to blame herself. Seo Yun lowers her head in a deep, sincere bow. She promises that she will explain everything properly later, and once again, she apologizes to Seo Jun with unmistakable guilt in her voice. At that moment, Seo Jun suddenly notices something strange. His expression tightens, and a sharp realization flashes through him before he can even put it into words. Seo Yun looks deeply troubled, her face caught between guilt and frustration. Behind her, the Sword Saint stands with his arms crossed, still radiating that heavy, intimidating presence as if the room belongs to him. Seo Jun decides that he should get checked at the hospital just to be safe after everything he endured. Seo Yoon immediately insists that she will cover all of his treatment costs, her guilt making the offer sound less like generosity and more like responsibility. Seo Yoon then says she will be on her way and thanks Seo Jun for being so understanding. With a heavy expression, she prepares to leave, though it is clear the matter is far from settled. But before she can go, Seo Yoon pauses. Her shoulders tense slightly, and for a moment she seems conflicted, as if the words she has avoided for years are finally pressing their way out. Seo Yoon slowly turns back toward her grandfather. She gathers her courage, facing the Sword Saint, not as someone trying to avoid conflict, but as someone ready to confront him directly. Then she asks him to talk. The words are simple, but the weight behind them makes it clear that this is not just about Seo Jun, it is the beginning of a confrontation that has been waiting far too long. The two of them face each other in a tense silence. The air between Seo Yoon and her grandfather feels heavy, packed with years of things left unsaid and emotions neither of them can easily ignore. Seo Yoon admits to herself that she chose to confront him, yet now that the moment has arrived, the words refuse to come easily. Memories rise in her mind, years of being warned not to get close to suspicious people, years of being told who to trust and who to avoid. But this time, Seo Yoon finally speaks with firmness. She tells him clearly that Seo Jun is not suspicious, directly rejecting the judgment her grandfather has already made about him. The Sword Saint immediately challenges her. His voice cold and sharp, he demands to know what she could possibly understand, as if her own judgment has no weight in front of his experience. Seo Yoon bitterly reflects that for 31 years, her grandfather has always dismissed her with those same cutting words. No matter what she thought, no matter what she tried to say, he always acted as if her opinion meant nothing. Even founding the Dream Hunter Academy as a compromise had never truly freed her from his control. Seo Yoon had tried to build something of her own, but her grandfather's shadow continued to stretch over every decision she made. She remembers how every time she accepted a new student, her grandfather would somehow cause trouble. His interference always frightened them away, leaving Seo Yoon to watch one possibility after another disappear. Seo Yoon knows why her grandfather acts harshly, and she understands why those people could not endure the pressure and chose to leave. But even knowing all of that, she cannot accept losing Seo Jun in the same way. Her grandfather responds coldly, ordering her to settle the matter by tomorrow. The words land like a warning, carrying the clear implication that if she fails, he will handle things his own way. Seo Yoon's hesitation hardens into open defiance. Instead of backing down under his pressure, she makes up her mind that this time she will not simply obey. She insists that Seo Jun is different from the others. With that declaration, Seo Yoon directly challenges the old assumptions her grandfather has always relied on, refusing to let him dismiss Seo Jun so easily. When her grandfather pushes her for an answer, Seo Yoon blurts out the truth before she can stop herself. She says she refuses to let Seo Jun leave, and the force in her own voice shocks her almost as much as it shocks him. This time, Seo Yoon faces her grandfather straight on, instead of shrinking back. With anger and frustration trembling in her words, she demands to know why she is always the one who has to obey everything he says. Seo Yoon argues that Seo Jun has not even been at the academy for a full month, and yet her grandfather is already trying to decide his future. She reminds him that the academy belongs to her, not him. And while trying to make sense of her own emotions, she insists that she has no special feelings for Seo Jun and no deep history tying them together. But even as she tries to deny it, the thought of Seo Jun simply walking away leaves something uneasy tugging at her chest. It is a strange, restless feeling she cannot explain, but it refuses to disappear. Then Seo Yoon finally understands at least one part of it. That odd heaviness in her heart is the desire to stay by Seo Jun's side a little longer and see where things might lead. Her grandfather scolds her coldly, calling it nothing more than a childish tantrum. But Seo Yoon snaps back without hesitation, saying she does not care if she does not fully understand it yet. Seo Yoon admits that she cannot give him a perfect answer right now. She does not know exactly why she feels this way, and that confusion shows on her face, but it does not make her feelings any less real. So she decides there is only one thing she can do. Instead of running from that uncertain feeling, Seo Yoon chooses to find out what it truly means for herself. Seo Yoon declares that she will not spend the rest of her life trapped beneath her grandfather's shadow. The Sword Saint refuses to accept those words, his expression tightening as the distance between them grows sharper. Even after gathering the courage to say it, Seo Yoon still wavers for a brief moment. The weight of standing against the man who has controlled her life for so long presses down on her, but she forces herself not to retreat. Her grandfather stares at her in silence, his gaze heavy and piercing. For the first time he seems genuinely unsettled by the sudden strength in Seo Yoon's eyes. A tense silence stretches between them, thick enough to feel suffocating. Seo Yoon does not move, does not lower her head, and refuses to surrender the ground she has finally claimed. After a long pause, Seo Yoon apologizes for raising her voice, but even with that apology, her posture remains firm, making it clear that her decision has not changed. Seo Yoon turns to leave, saying plainly that this time she will not do what her grandfather wants. Her words linger behind her like a clean break from years of forced obedience. Left alone, the Sword Saint quietly murmurs Seo Yoon's name, still shaken by what just happened. He wonders if she has ever pushed her own will forward so fiercely before, or if this is the first time he has truly seen it. Then the memory shifts to a sudden dungeon break tearing through the city. Monsters pour out into the streets, panic explodes everywhere, and terrified civilians run for their lives as chaos swallows the area. An aide rushes in at full speed, breathless and alarmed, to report a serious incident to the headmaster. The urgency in his voice makes it clear that this is no ordinary emergency. The report reveals that the victim is the headmaster's own son. In that instant, dread strikes him like a blade, and the world seems to stop around him. Shock and grief crash over him all at once as he tries to process the loss. His face hardens, but behind that silence is the pain of a father who has just had something irreplaceable torn away. A memory rises of young Seo Yoon standing before him. Small, quiet, and painfully alone. She looks up at him with the eyes of a child who has already lost too much. He remembers losing his son to that dungeon break, and then facing Seo Yoon afterward, knowing she had been left without her father. The burden of that moment settled on him and never truly left. From that day on, he decided that Seo Yoon needed strength above all else. If she could defend herself, then perhaps she would never be taken from him the way her father had been, and that decision shaped every choice he made afterward. He admits to himself that this was the reason he became so strict with her. Every harsh lesson, every impossible demand had come from that fear buried deep inside him. Even though Seo Yoon disliked swordsmanship, he forced her through relentless training anyway. He pushed her toward becoming a hunter, even an A-class one, because he believed strength was the only way she could survive. He brushed aside the dreams Seo Yoon wanted for herself, insisting that everything he taught her existed for battle, not for some peaceful life away from danger. To him, combat was protection, and protection mattered more than her wishes. Whenever Seo Yoon resisted, he shut her down before she could finish. Instead of listening to her heart, he demanded obedience, believing that discipline was the only answer. In time, the two of them ended up standing back to back, separated by bitterness neither side could easily swallow. Neither one was willing to yield, and the silence between them only grew colder. The Sword Saint knew he was widening the emotional gap between them, year after year. Even so, he convinced himself it was necessary, that hurting Seo Yoon now would somehow protect her later. But now, faced with her defiance, he finally sees the consequence of the path he chose. The rebellion in her voice is not sudden at all. It is the result of everything he forced her to endure. Alone in the empty hall, the Sword Saint quietly gives that change a name. What he has just witnessed is not a passing argument, but Seo Yoon's rebellion. Morning comes with the ordinary sounds of the city returning to life. Outside, the streets feel calm and routine, creating a sharp contrast with the turmoil still lingering inside the academy. Seo Yoon approaches on foot, making his way toward the academy with a steady pace. There is purpose in his steps, as if he has already decided what kind of day this is going to be. As he walks, Seo Yoon adjusts the long case strapped across his back. The weight shifts against his shoulders, and he settles it into place, preparing himself for whatever waits ahead. Seo Yoon reassures himself that he is fine, despite everything that happened. Compared to yesterday's chaos, he tells himself that today's task should be something he can manage. For a brief moment, the quiet street scene lingers around him. The calm air feels almost peaceful, like a short pause before the next wave of trouble begins. Seo Yoon jokes to himself that surviving the Sword Saint's beating yesterday was already an achievement. If Seo Yoon had not stepped in when she did, he knows the situation could have turned out much worse. As he continues walking, Seo Yoon reflects that he never knew Seo Yoon had been carrying such a heavy past. Until now, he had only seen pieces of her struggle, not the weight behind it. He remembers that Seo Yoon called him the night before. During that call, she explained the situation in broad strokes, giving him just enough to understand what had been happening around her. Her call touched on her current circumstances and the strained relationship between her and her grandfather. Even without every detail, Seo Yoon could hear how deeply that conflict had shaped her life. Seo Yoon also hinted at what had happened to the previous students who came before him. Those half-spoken details only made the situation feel heavier and more unsettling.
Seo Jun can tell that Seo Yoon held back some parts of the story, but he still understands the feelings behind her words. He also begins to see why the Sword Saint reacted to him with such hostility from the start.
Even so, understanding the reason does not make Seo Jun feel any better about being attacked. In his mind, the Sword Saint still owes him a proper apology for beating him down like that. By the time Seo Jun arrives, his decision is already made. If he wants to prevent yesterday's nightmare from happening again, he needs to face the Sword Saint directly instead of avoiding him. Then his system shows that his lecture progress actually increased because of the beating. Seo Jun finds himself caught between disbelief and frustration, conflicted by the idea that something he never wants to experience again somehow helped him grow. For one ridiculous moment, Seo Jun half considers whether taking another beating might be worth it if the progress boost is that good. With that troubling thought in mind, he greets the Sword Saint anyway. Seo Jun immediately braces himself as he senses the Sword Saint's presence. The mood around the old master is hard to read, and Seo Jun's body tenses instinctively, remembering yesterday's pain. The Sword Saint tells him to stop lingering outside and come in already. His tone is blunt and commanding, leaving Seo Jun with little room to hesitate. Inside, the Sword Saint sits cross-legged, with his sword resting nearby. Just by sitting there, calm and unmoving, he seems to claim control over the entire room. He orders Seo Jun to sit down, and Seo Jun obeys with a wary expression. As he lowers himself into place, he cannot help worrying that this might be the start of another brutal beating. The Sword Saint looks at Seo Jun and recognizes that some kind of arrangement has been made with Seo Yun. His gaze sharpens as if he can already tell that Seo Jun is not here by chance. Seo Jun looks straight at the Sword Saint and challenges him to confirm the whole truth without dodging anything. The Sword Saint answers without hesitation, insisting that he has never had anything to hide in the first place. Seo Jun believes that much, at least. But while the Sword Saint accepts his response, he still cannot make sense of Seo Jun himself, because for someone who is supposed to be nothing more than a cadet, his strength and talent are far too abnormal. The Sword Saint admits, almost unwillingly, that something about Seo Jun makes his anger flare up for no clear reason. Then, noticing Seo Jun trying to move away, he narrows his eyes and asks where exactly Seo Jun thinks he is going. Seo Jun quickly says he is not trying to leave. He only planned to train like usual. But the moment those words leave his mouth, the Sword Saint's expression shifts as a new thought crosses his mind. The Sword Saint decides that if Seo Jun is going to train, then he will simply watch. By observing him closely, he hopes to figure out what the boy is hiding, and with that sharp intent in his gaze, he allows Seo Jun to continue. For now, the Sword Saint admits there is only one thing he knows for certain. No matter how he looks at it, something about Seo Jun does not add up. But after watching Seo Jun sit there for hours, staring seriously at a completely blank phone screen, the Sword Saint reaches a different conclusion. Whatever Seo Jun is doing, the boy clearly does not seem to be in a normal state of mind. The Sword Saint finally asks if Seo Jun is meditating. Seo Jun gives an awkward pause, then answers that it is something similar, though his hesitant tone makes the explanation sound even stranger. The Sword Saint begins lecturing him, saying meditation is meant to strengthen both the mind and the heart. Then he scolds Seo Jun for going so far earlier, as if his reckless behavior had crossed a line even by training standards. But the longer he speaks, the more irritated the Sword Saint becomes. Seo Jun barely seems interested in his teaching, and that calm lack of reaction only rubs his pride the wrong way. Trying to draw a proper response out of him, the Sword Saint suddenly offers to teach Seo Jun personally. The unexpected proposal catches Seo Jun off guard, and for a brief moment, surprise flashes across his face. The Sword Saint feels a flicker of satisfaction when Seo Jun reacts immediately, as if his pride has finally been acknowledged. He admits that very pride is what pushed him to offer instruction, only for Seo Jun to bluntly refuse him without hesitation. Seo Jun adds that the Sword Saint is interrupting his progress and asks him to wait until later. The casual way Seo Jun says it lands like an insult, and the Sword Saint's irritation instantly boils into fury. At that moment, Seo Yun arrives, clearly intending to talk about what happened the day before. Her expression is serious, as if she has come prepared to address the tension between them properly. But the moment Seo Yun sees her grandfather sitting there with Seo Jun, she freezes in place. The Sword Saint, however, remains perfectly calm and simply acknowledges that she has arrived. Her grandfather says she came at just the right time, as though he had been expecting this. Seo Yun immediately demands to know why he came back again, her voice sharp with suspicion. Seo Yun warns him not to bully Seo Jun again, her stance protective from the very start. but the Sword Saint leans in and whispers that Seo-jun is not exactly right in the head, as if that explains everything. Still, clearly wounded by Seo-jun's earlier rejection, the Sword Saint starts grumbling to Seo-yun about how disrespectful he is. His complaints spill out one after another, revealing just how badly Seo-jun's dismissal has bruised his pride. The Sword Saint declares that Seo-jun's behavior is completely bizarre and writes him off as someone who must be crazy. Meanwhile, Seo-jun continues with what he is doing, utterly unfazed by the old master's judgment. Seo-yun asks what exactly is so strange about him. Her grandfather immediately points at Seo-yun's current behavior, insisting that she cannot seriously look at this situation and call it normal. Seo-yun answers gently that she used to think the same way, but the softness in her voice makes it clear that something in her view of Seo-jun has already changed. Then a small, warm smile appears on Seo-yun's face. Instead of being afraid of Seo-jun's unusual habits, she now seems to find his presence strangely comfortable, even enjoyable. Seo-yun steps forward and openly calls out to Seo-jun, making it clear whose side she is standing on. Her movement is simple, but in front of her grandfather, it feels like a quiet declaration. Seo-jun looks up and greets her, asking when she got there. Seo-yun does not focus on the argument first. Instead, she checks on his condition, her concern for him showing through before anything else. The Sword Saint fumes silently, thinking that he truly does not like this situation at all. But when he notices the obvious enjoyment on Seo-yun's face, his irritation turns into something he cannot easily accept. Seo-yun laughs while talking with Seo-jun, and the Sword Saint is left stunned. To him, their exchange looks far too natural, and what unsettles him most is that Seo-yun genuinely seems to be having fun. Her laughter continues, light and unguarded, filling the space between them. The more Seo-yun laughs, the harder it becomes for her grandfather to deny what he is seeing. The Sword Saint realizes with a heavy shock that he has never seen Seo-yun smile like that before. That realization strikes deeper than he expected, leaving him unsettled in a way brute force never could. Seo-yun keeps laughing warmly beside Seo-jun, completely unaware of the change behind her. Her grandfather, standing a short distance away, turns cold and silent as his mood darkens. The Sword Saint's surprise slowly hardens into anger. The gentle scene in front of him no longer looks innocent in his eyes. It begins to feel like something being taken from him. He sees Seo-jun daring to act so casually around Seo-yun, and that alone sharpens his glare. To the Sword Saint, this easy closeness crosses a line Seo-jun should never have approached. In his mind, Seo-jun's relaxed rapport with Seo-yun looks like he is targeting his precious granddaughter. That thought lights a dangerous fire in him, and the Sword Saint begins to move. Before he can act, an aide rushes in and urgently interrupts. The sudden report pulls the Sword Saint's attention away from Seo-jun and Seo-yun. The aide announces that the Order of Truth has requested a meeting with the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint reacts with open contempt, dismissing the request as if it is not worth his time. He says there is no need for him to go anywhere. If the Order of Truth wants something from him, then they can come in person and say it themselves. The aide quickly adds that Sir Kalia personally submitted the request again. That name makes the Sword Saint pause, and for the first time, his dismissive attitude gives way to surprise. Then the aide reveals something even more unexpected. Sir Kalia specifically requested that Kim Seo-jun come along as well. Everyone reacts in shock at once, the room suddenly turning towards Seo-jun. Seo-jun looks up in confusion, clearly caught off guard by the sudden attention. Seo-jun points at himself, visibly incredulous. The look on his face says it all. He cannot understand why someone like Sir Kalia would be summoning him. As the words sink in, Seo-jun realizes that Sir Kalia is looking for him specifically. Confusion mixes with suspicion, and he starts wondering what kind of situation he has been dragged into now. The Sword Saint immediately accuses Seo-jun of being connected to the Order of Truth. His voice sharpens as he demands to know how Sir Kalia could possibly know someone like him. Seo-yun remembers the suspicious hooded man she once saw at the Academy's gambling house and wonders if that figure might be involved. The Sword Saint doubts Sir Kalia would bother with something so trivial, while Seo-jun admits he knows absolutely nothing about any hooded man. Seo-jun complains that going all the way there sounds like a hassle. Seo-yun can only stare at him in exasperation, clearly unable to believe that this is his reaction to such an extraordinary summons. They explain that the Order of Truth is not some ordinary group, but an organization with immense influence and status. And since Sir Kalia is known as the successor to the Apostle of Chastity, the fact that he personally invited Seo-jun makes the matter impossible to treat lightly. Seo-jun argues that none of that means anything to him because Sir Kalia is still a stranger. As far as he is concerned, he would rather spend that time training than chase after someone he has never even met. The Sword Saint begins to understand why Sir Kalia is held in such high regard. There is something deliberate behind this request, a sense that the man may already have calculated how Seo Jun would respond. The aide then reveals that Sir Kalia predicted Seo Jun might refuse the invitation. That single detail makes the room tense again, because it sounds as if Sir Kalia anticipated this exact reaction from the beginning. Sir Kalia even prepared a message for that possibility. If Seo Jun agrees to come, he will be given $100,000 as a reason to reconsider. Seo Jun freezes when he hears the amount. It is the exact sum he needs, and the coincidence is so perfect that he can only wonder how Sir Kalia could have known. The Order of Truth is known as a powerful faith that worships truth itself, an organization whose influence stretches far beyond ordinary authority. At its center stands the veiled Grand Voice, the mysterious figure who leads them from behind that sacred curtain. At the heart of the Order of Truth stood the 7 apostles, the most important collaborators beneath the Grand Voice. Each one carried the weight of a sacred virtue, with names tied to ideals like chastity, diligence, and temperance. Their authority grew explosively after the cataclysm. In the chaos that followed, the truths they proclaimed were no longer treated as simple teachings, but as divine words that people clung to for salvation. During the cataclysm, the 7 apostles joined hands with countless heroes across the world. Together they fought to restore peace, and with every battle they survived, the Order of Truth's influence spread even further. But among all the events of that terrible era, one moment stood above the rest. It was the decisive turning point that would later define how the cataclysm was finally brought to an end. That moment was the subjugation of a gigantic berserk monster. Its appearance became the final, terrifying trial of an age already drowned in disaster. Just when the world believed the cataclysm was finally nearing its end, that monster emerged. Its power was so overwhelming that even when the heroes gathered their strength together, they were still helpless before it. In the end, only the Grand Voice and the 7 apostles were able to defeat that monster. Their victory became the key that closed the cataclysm, and from that day forward, their names carried extraordinary weight. Back in the present, the meeting with Sir Kalia was arranged at a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul. It was a quiet location, far removed from the noise and pressure of the city center. When the Sword Saint arrived there with Seo Jun, he glanced over the place with a faintly unimpressed expression. For a global religious power as influential as the Order of Truth, the hotel looked surprisingly plain. A hooded attendant was already waiting for them. The moment Seo Jun stepped forward, the attendant greeted him by name, making it clear that his arrival had been expected from the start. The attendant then invited them inside with polite formality, saying that Sir Kalia was waiting for them. The calm tone only made the situation feel more deliberate. As they followed the attendant through the hotel, Seo Jun began turning the situation over in his mind. The money offer felt like bait connected to his missed prize, but even that did not explain why Sir Kalia had been watching him so closely. They eventually stopped in front of a specific room. Seo Jun's suspicion deepened as he wondered whether Sir Kalia knew something about him personally, or worse, something about the Transcension Academy. The attendant asked them to wait for a short while before entering. Seo Jun quietly resolved that once this meeting was over, he would have to investigate Sir Kalia's real intentions for himself. Once seated inside, the Sword Saint muttered under his breath that Sir Kalia was acting as if he had known they would come all along. His tone carried irritation, but also a hint of caution. Someone then asks whether the Sword Saint already knows Sir Kalia. The question leaves a brief tense pause hanging in the room. The Sword Saint admits that this is actually his first time meeting Sir Kalia in person. Seo Jun is surprised by that, having assumed the old master would already be familiar with someone of Sir Kalia's standing. The Sword Saint explains that he once saw the Apostle of Chastity during the Cataclysm, but the successor standing in that position now is someone he has never faced directly before. Seo Jun quietly reflects that he keeps forgetting who the Sword Saint really is. To him, the old man often feels like Seo Yun's overbearing grandfather, but in truth, he is also a legendary hero from the Cataclysm era. Curious, Seo Jun asks about the Cataclysm and the Grand Voice. He points out that, from what he knows, the Grand Voice only appeared openly during the subjugation of the Berserk monster. Seo Jun then presses further, asking if the Sword Saint has ever met the Grand Voice in person. The question makes the Sword Saint's expression turn wary, as if Seo Jun has touched on something difficult. Seo Jun answers plainly that he has never met the Grand Voice himself. His tone is straightforward, but the topic still leaves a strange tension between them. The Sword Saint admits that he only ever saw the Grand Voice from a distance. He had never been close enough to speak with that figure or learn anything deeper about them. Just then, Seo Jun senses someone approaching. His attention snaps toward the door, and the atmosphere in the room tightens in an instant. Sir Kalia enters with calm confidence, greeting them as if every part of this meeting is unfolding exactly as expected. His composed presence immediately changes the feeling in the room. The Sword Saint wastes no time complaining. He points out that Sir Kalia was the one who summoned them, yet still made them wait, openly challenging his manners. Sir Kalia stands before them with striking blonde hair and clear blue eyes, carrying himself like a knight. With quiet authority, he confirms his identity, leaving no doubt that he is the one they came to meet. This is Sir Kalia, the successor to the Apostle of Chastity. His name alone carries the weight of the Order of Truth's sacred authority. Sir Kalia apologizes for the delay, explaining that he had been completing spiritual preparation. The Sword Saint immediately dismisses the excuse as nonsense, his blunt response cutting straight through the formal atmosphere. Sir Kalia formally introduces himself as a believer who spreads the words of his God and walks the path of chastity. Seo Jun, caught in the middle of that solemn introduction, tries to respond as politely as he can. Sir Kalia then turns his attention directly to Seo Jun and thanks him for coming. His tone is respectful, but the fact that he addresses Seo Jun so carefully only makes the situation feel more suspicious. Seo Jun immediately demands to know how Sir Kalia knows him. Instead of answering right away, Sir Kalia suggests clearing up a misunderstanding first and brings up the academy contention. Sir Kalia explains that one of the believers had watched Seo Jun during that event and praised him highly afterward. Because of that report, Sir Kalia invited Seo Jun here so he could judge that greatness with his own eyes. Seo Jun does not fully buy the explanation. Simple curiosity seems far too weak a reason for someone like Sir Kalia to take such a direct interest in him. So Seo Jun presses him for the real motive behind the invitation. Sir Kalia remains composed and suggests they sit properly first, promising to explain the full story. The moment Sir Kalia brings up dungeon reconnaissance as the main topic, the Sword Saint reacts sharply. His eyes narrow and the mood in the room shifts at once. Sir Kalia confirms it plainly. He wants the Sword Saint to accompany him on a dungeon reconnaissance mission. The request is direct, but the weight behind it is anything but ordinary. The Sword Saint refuses immediately, showing no interest in being dragged into the Order of Truth's business. But Sir Kalia counters with a chilling statement that the cataclysm never truly ended. Those words strike the Sword Saint hard enough to silence him. For a moment, he does not respond, shaken by the implication of a threat that should have belonged to the past. Sir Kalia reports that a distortion has appeared inside a Korean dungeon. He says the Sword Saint, of all people, should understand exactly what that kind of sign means. Even as the Sword Saint tries to object, Sir Kalia continues without yielding. The Order of Truth has already decided that this dungeon must be investigated, and that decision will not be easily dismissed. The Sword Saint realizes then why Sir Kalia came all the way to Korea. This meeting was never casual. It had been arranged because of that dungeon from the very beginning. Sir Kalia adds that if he succeeds in this mission, it will also strengthen his position as the successor to the Apostle. Beneath the religious mission, his personal ambition becomes impossible to ignore. The meeting grows tense as the Sword Saint makes it clear he is not someone who can be fooled by convenient excuses. Blaming everything on the Order of Truth will not be enough to hide Sir Kalia's own intentions. When the topic of help comes up, the Order of Truth's side answers with cold practicality. Any assistance they offer will depend entirely on what they stand to gain in return. The Sword Saint notes that, strangely, they do not seem to want anything from him directly. Then he pointedly brings up the fact that their leader's granddaughter runs a hunter academy, making the implication impossible to miss. The mention of the Order of Truth stirs the Sword Saint's anger even more. His voice drops as he begins to speak about them, and the pressure in the room starts to change. His killing intent suddenly floods the room like a crushing wave. Everyone falls silent, their bodies freezing under the weight of that terrifying pressure. Seo Jun feels his body go numb before he can even react. In that instant, he finally understands what the Sword Saint's true intent to kill feels like when it is released without restraint. The Sword Saint issues a cold warning. If they involve Seo Jun again, he will come after them without holding anything back. The threat is quiet, but every word carries the force of someone fully prepared to act. Kalia immediately lowers her stance and admits fault before the Sword Saint's threat can turn into action. With a calm but careful apology, she tries to cool the killing intent pressing down on the room. The Sword Saint accepts her apology, but his tone is ice-cold and final. Even after the words are settled, the air remains tense, as if one wrong move could make the room explode again. Kalia offers to grant him one request in return, but the Sword Saint only scoffs at the proposal. He mocks the idea of trusting a promise from someone who could simply deny the agreement later. Kalia then proposes swearing on the name of the Order of Truth itself. The moment she offers that oath as proof of sincerity, the Sword Saint's sharp gaze shifts, finally giving her words real attention. Kalia explains that the oath alone will not decide whether she becomes the next apostle, but insists the Sword Saint cannot ignore what he has already learned. After weighing her words, he agrees to help, as long as she swears properly. They perform the vow of truth, turning the promise into something formal and binding. With that ritual completed, the agreement between them is no longer just spoken. It has been sealed. Once the oath is finished, Kalia shifts her attention away from the Sword Saint and toward Seo Jun. Her gaze makes it clear that the next matter she wants to address is him. Kalia says it directly, without dressing it up in vague language. The Order of Truth wants to sponsor Seo Jun. Seo Jun immediately objects, pointing out that he already belongs to an academy. Kalia calmly clarifies that they have no intention of making him leave it and that their support would not interfere with his current place. Seo Jun narrows his eyes and asks the obvious question. If he accepts their sponsorship, he wants to know exactly what he would have to give them in return. Kalia claims they expect nothing from him at all. According to her, simply forming a connection with someone like Seo Jun is already valuable enough for the Order of Truth. Seo Jun tests her answer by asking what would happen if he refuses. Kalia says they will do absolutely nothing, but Seo Jun cannot shake the feeling that hidden strings would eventually appear. He says the offer does not sound especially attractive to him. Still, Seo Jun adds that he might consider it if Kalia answers one question honestly. As Kalia agrees to hear him out, Seo Jun suddenly cuts her off before she can continue. His expression changes and he prepares a question strange enough to make the room feel uneasy. Kalia wonders whether Seo Jun truly has a way to force an honest answer from her. The oddness of his attitude feels too suspicious to ignore, so she decides to watch carefully. Then Seo Jun suddenly moves. Without giving Kalia time to prepare, he commits to the test he has been holding back. He thrusts his smartphone right toward Kalia's face, forcing her attention onto the screen. The sudden movement startles her, and her eyes instinctively lock onto the device. Seo Jun asks her what she can see on the smartphone screen at that very moment. His tone is serious, making the simple question feel far more important than it should. Kalia hesitates, unsettled by both the question and the meaning that might be hiding behind it. For a moment, she does not answer right away. Seo Jun frames the question in a strange way, speaking about souls, identity, and reincarnation. His words imply that even across different lives, the same existence might continue without truly changing. When Kalia asks what he means by that, Seo Jun simply brings the question back to the phone. He repeats that all he wants to know is what she sees on his screen. Kalia calls the question weird, unable to hide how bizarre it sounds. Seo Jun admits it should be simple, but for him personally, that simple question feels strangely difficult. Kalia tells him she cannot force him to answer anything he does not want to reveal. In the end, she leaves the choice in Seo Jun's hands. Seo Jun finally gives his answer. The screen is black. Kalia confirms that she also sees nothing but a completely black screen. She asks if that answer satisfies him, and Seo Jun says that it does. Kalia then asks whether he will look at the sponsorship offer more favorably now. Seo Jun begins to respond, his expression calmer than before. But in the end, Seo Jun refuses the sponsorship anyway. A faint smile appears on his face, as if the answer he needed had already been confirmed. Later that night, Kalia stands alone in the darkness, silently going over everything that happened. The meeting has ended, but Seo Jun's strange behavior still lingers in her mind. She asks her subordinate, Calchas, whether he noticed any distortions during the encounter. Calchas reports that he observed none at all. When Kalia demands absolute certainty, Calchas swears on the Order of Truth that his observation was accurate. His answer leaves no room for casual doubt. Kalia concludes that, at first glance, Seo Jun appeared completely ordinary. Nothing about him seemed visibly distorted or unusual enough to explain her unease. And yet, she admits that she was shaken when Seo Jun shoved the phone in front of her and asked if she could see anything. That one simple action had disturbed her more than she expected. An unpleasant unease settles in Kalia's chest. For a moment, she even considers reporting the incident to another apostle, as if Seo Jun's question might be more dangerous than it looked. In the end, Kalia decides to simply keep watching Seo Jun for now. She turns her focus back to the more urgent problem of the dungeon distortion, while noting that two heroes still remain unreachable. Kalia reflects that neither the Dark Saint nor the Soul Saint has been seen, leaving their current status uncertain. The thought of those two missing figures hangs in her mind like a dark interruption she cannot ignore. Outside, the Sword Saint confronts Seo Jun about rejecting Kalia's proposal. His tone is sharp, as if he cannot understand why Seo-jun would turn down such an offer so easily. Seo-jun answers that the whole thing left a bad taste in his mouth. At the same time, he quietly notes that at least Kalia does not seem connected to his Transcension Academy. He adds that he has no intention of accepting goodwill from someone who hides their real intentions. The Sword Saint, hearing that blunt honesty, gives Seo-jun a rare bit of praise for being straightforward. Seo-jun then asks what a dungeon distortion actually means. The Sword Saint explains that it refers to magic power becoming twisted or warped inside a dungeon. The Sword Saint continues, saying that distortions can create dangerous mismatches between a dungeon's estimated difficulty and its true danger. In some cases, a dungeon's rank can suddenly rise, or a break can happen far earlier than expected. Seo-jun is surprised to learn that such events can really happen. The Sword Saint tells him they are rare nowadays, which only makes the explanation feel more ominous. He adds that distortions did occur from time to time during the Cataclysm. Hearing that connection makes Seo-jun's concern deepen even more. Seo-jun worries that Kalia's warning might have some truth behind it after all. But the Sword Saint dismisses it as a misunderstanding, insisting that the Cataclysm is already over. When Seo-jun asks where he is going, the Sword Saint simply starts walking away. Without slowing down, he tells Seo-jun that it is none of his business. The Sword Saint's footsteps carry him farther down the path, cutting the conversation off exactly where he wants it to end. Seo-jun is left behind with unanswered questions still hanging in the air. Without even turning back, the Sword Saint gives Seo-jun one final warning. If Seo-jun makes any suspicious move toward Seo-yun, there will be consequences. Seo-jun jokes that at least the warning means the Sword Saint acknowledges him now. The Sword Saint bluntly replies that he will be watching, making it clear the threat has not softened at all. That comment finally pushes the Sword Saint's patience too far. His aura sharpens, and he looks ready to discipline Seo-jun with force right then and there. Seo-jun immediately panics at the thought of getting hit again. He throws out a forced farewell and bolts away, while the bystanders nearby cannot help laughing at the ridiculous escape. The Sword Saint fumes as he watches Seo-jun run off. With clear irritation in his voice, he mutters that Seo-jun really is a hopeless scallywag. Kim Seo-jun thought back on the way the Sword Saint handled everything, always trying to push through problems with sheer strength alone. And as that thought settled in his chest, Seo-jun quietly promised himself that he would grow faster, sharpen himself harder, and become strong enough to stand before that old monster properly one day. Back at the academy, Kim Seo-jun returned far sooner than anyone had expected. When Seo-yun saw him walk in earlier than planned, her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had been bracing herself for a much longer and more troublesome encounter. Seo-yun immediately asked what had happened with her grandfather, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness. Seo-jun answered plainly that the old man had shown up for a while, said what he came to say, and then left without dragging things out any further. Still unable to relax, Seo-yun anxiously pressed him, asking whether the Sword Saint had said anything strange or caused trouble. Seo-yun noticed the worry on her face and calmly reassured her that nothing she was afraid of had actually happened. Seo-yun lowered her head slightly and apologized for her grandfather interfering again. But Seo-jun, instead of looking offended, said that while the Sword Saint's way of speaking was rough and heavy-handed, that harshness did not necessarily make him a bad person. Seo-yun fell quiet at those words. Her tense expression slowly loosened, and for a moment she seemed to be turning his answer over in her mind, as if she had heard something she had not expected from him. After thinking it through, Seo-yun came to a quiet conclusion. Maybe the Sword Saint was not someone fixed forever in one shape, and perhaps from this point on, even her stubborn grandfather could still begin to change. Trying to lighten the mood, Seo-jun blurted out that he could handle taking a few hits if that was what it came down to. But the moment the words left his mouth, he seemed to realize how ridiculous that sounded, especially when Seo-yun looked at him and thanked him with genuine sincerity. An awkward silence settled between them. Neither of them knew quite how to respond after that, and the air grew strangely stiff as both Seo-jun and Seo-yun struggled to find a natural way to continue the conversation. Seo-yun was the first to break the tension. As if suddenly remembering something important, she brought up Seo-jun's constant money problems and asked how things were going on that front. She pointed out that he had been talking about needing money almost non-stop lately. Seo-jun gave an embarrassed little reaction, unable to deny it, and sheepishly admitted that she was completely right. That reminder made Seo-jun realize all over again how urgent his money situation really was, especially with more expenses coming up soon. Seeing his reaction, Seo Yoon revealed that she had already done some research and had found an opportunity that seemed to fit him perfectly. Seo Yoon then brought out the information she had prepared and introduced it to him as recruitment for the 24th Dungeon Sweep Contest, presenting it as if this could be exactly the kind of chance Seo Jun needed. Seo Jun repeated the name back in confusion, trying to wrap his head around it. A dungeon sweep contest sounded straightforward at first, but his puzzled expression made it clear he still did not understand what kind of competition it actually was. Seo Yoon explained that the contest was built around clearing neglected dungeons, the kinds of places that had been left untouched for too long because no one bothered to handle them anymore.
She added that those dungeons were usually ignored because they did not bring in much money. Hearing that, Seo Jun finally understood the basic idea. These were not glamorous raids but leftover jobs no profitable hunter wanted to waste time on.
Seo Yoon continued, explaining that things were different from the old Cataclysm era when Awakeners moved with a sense of duty. These days, modern pro-hunters followed profit first, which meant low-ranked and tedious dungeons were often pushed aside and left unattended. But Seo Yoon warned him that even an unrated dungeon could not simply be ignored forever. If left alone long enough, it could trigger a dungeon break, spilling monsters into the outside world, and even low-ranked monsters could become dangerous once civilians were involved. She explained that the government had once taken responsibility for those neglected dungeons directly, assigning dedicated hunters to clear them out in order to keep ordinary people safe from the monsters inside. However, sending high-level professional hunters to deal with weak, trivial monsters turned out to be terribly inefficient. Because of that, the government eventually had to come up with a different solution. Seo Jun caught on and confirmed that this new solution was the dungeon sweep contest itself. Seo Yoon nodded, agreeing that the contest had been created to handle those abandoned dungeons in a more practical way. Seo Yoon explained that most neglected dungeons were still manageable enough for Academy cadets to clear. On top of that, the results could help boost Academy evaluations, making the whole system a clever arrangement that benefited both public safety and the cadets competing. Then Seo Yoon looked at Seo Jun with full confidence and told him that with his current ability, he could easily aim for first place. Her certainty made the opportunity sound even more tempting. When she revealed that the first place prize was $300,000, Seo Jun's attention sharpened immediately. Even better, he realized that he could keep raiding dungeons while making progress with his lectures at the same time. With money, training, and practical experience all lining up, Seo Jun found no real reason to refuse. He agreed to participate, and Seo Yoon brightened at once, happily saying she would register him right away. Seo Jun noticed something else as well. Seo Yoon had found all of this without him even asking, which meant she had quietly been searching for a way to help him behind the scenes. After the first rush of excitement settled, Seo Jun began thinking about the contest more carefully. It was not just easy prize money. If he was going to enter, he had to treat it seriously from the start. He remembered all too well how unexpected variables had thrown him into trouble before. Because of that, Seo Jun resolved not to underestimate this contest, no matter how favorable it seemed on the surface. With his decision firm, Seo Jun declared that he would definitely take first place. Then, shifting into a more practical mindset, he asked Seo Yoon to explain exactly how the contest progressed. Seo Yoon told him that the competition lasted for 1 full week. During that time, participants would receive a list of dungeon locations, and they had to reserve the dungeons they wanted to clear through a dedicated app. She added that once someone reserved a dungeon, they had to clear it within 10 hours. And to prevent anyone from hoarding targets, each participant was only allowed to hold 1 reservation at a time. Putting it simply, Seo Yoon explained that the scoring came down to how many dungeons a participant could sweep and how quickly they could do it. In other words, speed would be the deciding factor. Seo Jun frowned slightly as he considered that. If he had to deal with monster corpses after every raid, maintaining that kind of speed would be difficult. So, he immediately began thinking about possible shortcuts. Seo Yoon told him not to waste time worrying about the corpses because they would not be worth much anyway. But then she suddenly stopped, her expression shifting as she realized exactly what Seo Jun was planning. She accused him of intending to handle the corpses himself just to squeeze out a little extra money. Seo Jun, not looking the least bit ashamed, argued back that if the rules did not forbid it, then there was technically nothing wrong with doing it. Seo Jun insisted that even small profits could add up if he collected them properly. And he could not just throw away money sitting right in front of him. Seo Yoon, however, reminded him that the real priority was winning the first place prize. Seo Yoon let out the point plainly. That exact kind of greed was why she had warned him the contest might be difficult for him. The challenge was not only clearing dungeons quickly, but resisting the urge to chase every little bit of extra profit. Seo Jun forced himself to reconsider. As tempting as the smaller gains were, the prize money had to come first, and he told himself not to get stubborn over scraps when a much larger reward was on the line. But midway through that thought, Seo-jun suddenly paused. His eyes shifted as if a new idea had clicked into place, and he asked Seo-yun to wait for a moment while he considered a better plan. Seo-jun then asked Seo-yun for the exact contest rules in detail. He wanted to know every boundary clearly, not so he could break anything, but so he could make sure he exploited nothing illegal and avoided disqualification completely. A few days passed after that discussion, and before long, the day of the dungeon sweep contest finally arrived. On the morning of the competition, Seo-jun checked the progress of his lectures. As he looked over them, he realized that some had stopped advancing, which meant he might need fresh triggers or new experiences to push them forward again. At the meeting point, Seo-yun asked whether he had installed the contest app and finished preparing everything. Seo-jun answered confidently that it was all ready, showing that he had not overlooked the basics. Seo-yun glanced around and noted that his helper had not arrived yet. But Seo-jun did not look worried at all, insisting that the man was excellent with navigation and would never get lost on the way. Seo-jun even boasted that Man-chul might be better than the Sword Saint when it came to finding routes. That unexpected comparison caught Seo-yun off guard, and she looked genuinely surprised by how highly Seo-jun rated him. Then Seo-jun spotted Man-chul approaching from a distance. He immediately called out to him, raising his voice and telling him to hurry over. The muscular man walked up with his usual relaxed attitude, teasing Seo-jun for shouting like he wanted the whole neighborhood to hear him. Then he added that he had actually arrived early, as if making sure Seo-jun noticed. Seo-jun snapped right back, saying that if Man-chul had shown up late, he would have had to listen to his endless nonsense about it afterward. Their back and forth carried the familiar bite of people who already knew each other well. After the teasing faded, Man-chul shifted into a more serious mood and got straight to business. Seeing that, Seo-jun also focused and prepared to explain exactly what he needed from him. Man-chul looked directly at Seo-jun and asked what he wanted him to do now. The casual joking was over, and the real work for the contest was about to begin. In the earlier flashback, Man-chul had been caught completely off guard when Seo-jun suddenly contacted him out of nowhere. The moment Seo-jun brought up working together for the contest, Man-chul stared back in surprise, clearly not expecting that kind of proposal. Seo-jun explained that what he needed was simple but important. Man-chul would be responsible for moving the monster corpses and driving between locations. And after hearing the plan, Man-chul agreed to join in without making it needlessly complicated.
Kim Seo-jun made the division of work even clearer. Man-chul would handle transporting the corpses, while Seo-jun himself would take charge of dismantling them, because out of everything involved, the dismantling process was what usually swallowed the most time.
Man-chul accepted the offer itself, but he still looked doubtful. Since the entire contest was built around speed, he questioned whether just two people could really move fast enough to keep up with the competition. Seo-jun quickly assured him that this was not some excuse to split profits or drag him in casually. He looked at Man-chul with complete seriousness and insisted that he truly needed his help for the plan to work. Seo-jun pointed out that making real money from dismantling was not something anyone could do carelessly. It required experience, good judgment, and reliable hands, which was exactly why he trusted Man-chul for the job. Man-chul was the kind of person Seo-jun believed could handle the work without slipping up. Just as that trust settled between them, a notification suddenly rang out, signaling that the contest was finally about to begin. The dungeon sweep contest officially started at last. Seo-jun immediately announced it to Seo-yun and Man-chul, his expression sharpening as the waiting period came to an end. Seo-jun turned to Man-chul and told him it was time to get moving. Then he gave Seo-yun a quick goodbye while Seo-yun called after them with bright encouragement, cheering the two of them on. Before they set off, Seo-yun checked once more that Man-chul remembered the rules. Nearby, the truck was ready to go, prepared for the kind of fast movement that would decide everything in this contest. Once they were inside the truck, Seo-jun went over the basics again. The contest was all about clearing as many dungeons as possible, which meant speed mattered more than anything else, and every part of their movement had to support that goal. Seo-jun broke the whole strategy down into two essential pieces. First was how quickly he could finish each raid, and second was how fast they could travel from one dungeon to the next. Since most of the targets were low-star monsters, Seo-jun did not see the actual fighting as a major obstacle. The shape or layout of each dungeon would barely slow him down, so his real focus shifted to cutting down travel time as much as possible. Man-chul looked down at the phone in his hand, studying it closely while waiting for Seo-jun to reveal what kind of route he had in mind. His expression showed that he was already preparing to move the moment the plan became clear. Zhao Jun showed Man Chul the full list of contest dungeons, along with every location marked out. The screen was packed with targets, each one representing another chance to build their score.
Seo Jun then asked Man Chul to plan the fastest possible route between the dungeons. Man Chul blinked in disbelief, shocked that his main assignment was not fighting or hauling, but navigation.
Zhao Jun insisted that Man Chul was faster and more accurate than any navigation system when it came to finding the best path. Hearing that level of trust thrown at him so suddenly left Man Chul visibly overwhelmed. Man Chul finally told Seo Jun to hold on tight. The next moment, he drove with frightening aggression, pushing the truck forward as if every second on the road had to be squeezed dry. Elsewhere, the supervisor Sujin was on duty, yawning lazily as she waited near the gate. She had no idea that the quiet shift in front of her was about to turn into something completely absurd. Sujin checked the entrant information and noticed the name of the person who had just entered the gate. It was Kim Seo Jun from Dream Academy. Judging from the academy listed beside his name, Sujin assumed Seo Jun would be an ordinary participant at best. In her mind, clearing that dungeon would probably take him around an hour. Then she noticed someone accompanying him and immediately worried that it might count as cheating. But since Man Chul said he would only wait outside, and since the rules did not forbid that, Sujin had no choice but to allow it. Even so, Sujin could not completely shake off her uncertainty. She watched Man Chul and wondered whether he really was just there as a driver. Then, far sooner than expected, the gate suddenly reacted again as Seo Jun came back out. Without wasting a breath, Seo Jun called to Man Chul and told him to get ready. Man Chul praised Seo Jun's ridiculous speed the moment he saw him return, but Sujin panicked, immediately thinking that outside interference during an active raid would be an obvious violation of the contest rules. Seo Jun remained completely calm despite her reaction. He told her that he already knew the rules, his tone making it clear there was a reason he was acting so confidently. Seo Jun then stated that he had already caught every monster inside the dungeon. With the raid finished, he openly invited Sujin to inspect it herself if she did not believe him. Sujin stormed straight into the dungeon, her face tight with anger and disbelief. She clearly could not accept the idea that a raid could be completed so quickly. But once she stepped inside, the sight in front of her left no room for argument. Dead monsters were scattered all over the dungeon floor, proving that Seo Jun had torn through the place in a brutal sweep. Sujin stood frozen, stunned by the truth of it. Only 10 minutes had passed since Seo Jun entered, and yet the dungeon had already been completely cleared. Then Sujin saw Seo Jun hauling one of the monster corpses and demanded to know what exactly he thought he was doing. Her confusion only grew as she watched him move like this was perfectly normal.
Seo Jun brushed off her shock while continuing to count the bodies one by one. Sujin could only stare at him, her thoughts spiraling around how insane the whole situation had become.
Back outside, Sujin still could not believe what she was seeing. As Seo Jun kept tallying the kills, she asked whether he was really going to keep doing that absurd routine. Seo Jun insisted that he could not afford to miss his lectures. Man Chul looked confused by that answer, but Seo Jun only gave a vague explanation, saying it was something along those lines. Sujin turned to Man Chul and asked how long the dismantling would take. After judging the low-value monster parts, Man Chul estimated that each body would take roughly 15 seconds. Seo Jun immediately praised Man Chul and told him to keep working, while Seo Jun himself continued dragging over more corpses. Sujin protested in disbelief, unable to accept that they were really going to dismantle monsters right then and there. Seo Jun confirmed without hesitation that they would dismantle the bodies immediately. Then he looked at Sujin and asked whether there was actually any problem with it, forcing her to think about the rules. Sujin hesitated, unable to find a direct rule that forbade it. The moment she admitted that much, Seo Jun pressed the point and made it clear that if there was no rule violation, then there was no problem. Seo Jun continued counting while dragging in more corpses, stacking the numbers higher at a frightening pace. Every new body added to the pile made the scene look even more unreal. Man Chul began dismantling with impressive speed, cutting through the monster bodies using the practiced precision of someone who had done this kind of work countless times before. Blood sprayed as the dismantling continued without pause. Watching the two of them move through the work so quickly and so brutally, Sujin could barely process the pace unfolding in front of her. Once the work was done, Seo Jun and Man Chul sprinted toward the next dungeon without wasting a second. Seo Jun asked for the best destination, and Man Chul immediately gave the direction, pushing them to move right away. The stunned staff woman stood there reeling, still trying to understand what she had just witnessed. It felt less like an ordinary contest run and more like she had watched something unbelievable pass right in front of her. A red truck shot down the road, carrying 2 men who laughed as their plan worked exactly as intended. Their ridiculous efficiency turned the whole contest into a mad dash from one dungeon to the next. A butterfly drifted down and landed delicately, creating a brief, peaceful moment that stood in sharp contrast to the chaos racing through the contest grounds. Nearby, a relaxed staffer basked in the warm sunlight, casually waiting for the participant who had reserved the dungeon to arrive. For the moment, he looked completely at ease. That calm shattered when a truck suddenly tore past at high speed. The staffer jolted in surprise, his peaceful waiting instantly replaced by panic and confusion. People shouted for the truck to move aside as it barreled through the area. Bystanders scrambled out of the way, forced to react quickly as the vehicle blasted past them. Inside the next dungeon, eerie skeletons with glowing blue eyes surged forward together. Their bony frames rushed through the darkness, turning the encounter into a deadly charge. Kim Seo-jun faced the incoming enemies without the slightest hesitation. With a cold expression, he declared that he would finish them in an instant and threw himself into the strike. Kim Seo-jun spun his spear in a wide, violent arc, the weapon cutting through the air like a vortex. In one overwhelming sweep, the charging skeletons were shredded apart before they could even close the distance. Outside the dungeon, Man-chul stood ready with the gathered remains, looking far too casual for the chaos unfolding around him. As if this were just another ordinary job, he told Seo-jun to keep going and leave the cleanup side to him. A nearby official stared at the pile of bones and remains in disbelief. The number of skeletons was far higher than expected, and the official could not hide his shock as he realized just how many monsters had been brought down. Man-chul quickly counted the remains as they were thrown in one after another, his voice keeping pace with the non-stop flow of monster parts. The speed and volume made it feel less like a normal raid and more like an assembly line built for clearing dungeons. The moment the job was finished, Seo-jun and Man-chul wasted no time at all. They rushed off again toward the next target, leaving the stunned observer standing there with nothing but confusion on his face. The official could only watch as the truck disappeared into the distance. Even after it was gone, he remained frozen in place, struggling to understand how everything had happened so quickly. Then a butterfly drifted down and gently landed on the official's head. That tiny, delicate touch finally snapped him back to reality, even though his mind was still stuck on the absurd scene he had just witnessed. At the ministry, someone called for Assistant Manager Kim and asked for the latest progress report on the dungeon sweep contest. The ordinary office atmosphere made the madness happening outside feel even more unbelievable. Assistant Manager Kim answered right away, confirming that he had already compiled the report and placed it neatly on the team leader's desk. His quick and organized response earned a brief word of praise. The team leader picked up the report and began looking through it carefully. He turned his attention to the current standings, expecting to verify the contest results without much trouble. When he saw that Lee So-yeon from East Academy had cleared 16 dungeons, he naturally assumed she must be sitting at the top. A result like that was already impressive enough to look like first place. But the ranking list immediately proved him wrong. Lee So-yeon was only listed in second place, and the unexpected placement made the team leader stop and stare in confusion. He wondered who could possibly have surpassed 16 clears in a single day. With growing disbelief, he searched the list for the real first-place name. The report showed Kim Seo-jun in first place with 32 cleared dungeons. The number was so absurd that everyone who saw it was left shocked, as if the report itself had to be lying. The team leader immediately called Assistant Manager Kim back over, his voice sharp with disbelief. He demanded an explanation for how such an impossible result could appear in an official contest report. He insisted that the report had to contain some kind of mistake, because clearing 32 dungeons in one day should not have been humanly possible. Assistant Manager Kim acknowledged the concern, knowing exactly why the number looked suspicious. But Assistant Manager Kim explained that he had already investigated every site involved. After checking each location, he found no discrepancies at all, meaning the 32 clears had been properly confirmed. He added that Seo-jun's route had been flawless, and each raid had taken only about 10 minutes. The explanation only made the result sound even more impossible, not less. The team leader began to suspect that Seo-jun might not be an ordinary cadet, or that someone had secretly helped him during the contest. But even after checking, they could not find a single rule violation. Still unable to accept it, the team leader asked which academy this strange cadet belonged to. He needed to know what kind of place had produced someone capable of a result like that. He was told that Kim Seo-jun was from Dream Academy, a small hunter academy located in Seoul's Yeonpyeong district. On paper, it did not sound like the kind of academy that should produce such a monster. Then, the name finally clicked. One of the staff remembered that Dream Academy was run by Park Seo-yoon, the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. An awkward silence settled over the room. The moment that connection sank in, everyone seemed to realize that this was no longer just a strange contest result. Growing nervous, the staff began questioning whether the Sword Saint himself had somehow registered or gotten involved. They scrambled to confirm the details, suddenly far more cautious than before. Elsewhere, Lee So-yeon stood before her father and formally apologized. Even though her own performance had been strong, she had failed to take first place, and that failure weighed heavily in the room. Her father berated her sharply, warning that East Academy's reputation would suffer if she could not win. Lee So-yeon lowered her head and promised that she would work even harder. But her father pressed further, asking whether 32 clears was even realistically possible. His question forced Lee So-yeon to face the numbers directly, rather than simply blame herself. Lee So-yeon calculated it in her head, even if each dungeon took only 10 minutes to clear. Once travel time was included, reaching 32 in a single day was practically impossible. Her father suggested that such a result would only become possible if someone were secretly assisting from the outside. As soon as he said it, Lee So-yeon understood exactly what he was implying. He told Lee So-yeon to continue doing her part in the contest. Everything else, he said, would be handled by him behind the scenes. Her father framed the situation as an opportunity rather than a setback. Then he asked whether she thought using that opportunity was unfair or cheap. He brushed aside any moral hesitation, insisting that everyone in the world chased their own benefits. To him, the process mattered far less than the final result. Lee So-yeon listened without saying anything as her father drove the lesson deeper. In his eyes, only winners mattered, and only winners had the right to claim the rewards waiting at the end. Then her father narrowed the topic and asked whether she was still hung up on Jinsu. Lee So-yeon immediately denied it, trying to keep her voice steady. He told her that Jinsu had simply been foolish and that there was no need for her to worry about him anymore. Lee So-yeon answered that she would not repeat the same kind of mistakes again. Lee So-yeon left the office after that, her face gradually hardening as she walked away. The formal obedience she had shown inside began to give way to something colder. Alone in the corridor, Lee So-yeon steadied herself. She was clearly shaken, but she forced her emotions down and kept moving forward with a more determined expression. Then a memory rose in her mind, clear enough to make her pause inside. Someone had once told her that a pro hunter needed principles they could never compromise, no matter what happened. In that memory, Lee So-yeon rejected the idea as naive, arguing that hunters these days fought for money. But the boy facing her insisted that her brother would become someone who inspired people. She remembered pleading with him not to say such embarrassing things. To Lee So-yeon, those words did not just sound idealistic, they reflected on her as well, and she hated that.
When the boy challenged her, Lee So-yeon admitted the truth with blunt honesty. She found her brother deeply embarrassing.
The boy in her memory faced her calmly after hearing those harsh words. He did not lash out or turn away, simply absorbing the sting of what she had said. His gentle smile lingered in Lee So-yeon's mind, soft and stubbornly warm. It stood in painful contrast to the bitterness she tried so hard to hold on to. Lee So-yeon snapped inwardly that if he was already dead, he should stop appearing before her like this. The thought exposed the grief she had been trying to bury beneath anger. Her anger tightened through her entire body as she kept walking. Rather than letting the memory soften her, Lee So-yeon pushed forward harder, refusing to be shaken by the past. Meanwhile, Seo-jun groaned that his entire body ached from the relentless pace of the contest. After racing through dungeon after dungeon, even he could feel the strain catching up to him. Man-chol praised Seo-jun for working hard, but Seo-jun could only dread the thought of continuing like this for another full week. The contest had barely begun, and it already felt exhausting. Man-chol grumbled that planning routes while driving was wearing him out too. Seo-jun teased him in return, reminding him that the money they were making should at least make the suffering easier to swallow. Seo-jun checked their earnings and estimated that, after fees and taxes, they had made about $7,800. Since Man-chul had worked right alongside him, Seo-jun suggested splitting it evenly, 50-50. But Man-chul did not react the way Seo-jun expected. He stayed completely stone-faced at the suggestion, staring back without a hint of excitement. Man-chul flatly refused the even split and insisted the money should be divided 70-30 in Seo-jun's favor. In his eyes, Seo-jun was the one fighting, hauling corpses and pushing his body past its limit, while Man-chul kept brushing off his own role as if it barely counted. He even threatened not to show up the next day if Seo-jun refused, then quickly calculated his 30% and casually rounded it up to $2,500. Seo-jun immediately questioned why Man-chul's share had suddenly gone up after all that talk. But Manchul only waved it off and told him to accept the extra as gas money, calling it a fair thank you for dragging him through such a ridiculous job. Seo Jun finally accepted it, even if he could see right through Manchul's rough attitude. Behind that blunt face and grumbling tone, Manchul was being generous in his own clumsy way. After a moment, Seo Jun asked why Manchul did not seem surprised by how fast he had been clearing the dungeons. Manchul misunderstood the question at first and assumed Seo Jun was talking about the money they had earned. Seo Jun clarified that he meant the raids themselves, not the payment. But Manchul simply brushed it aside, acting as if Seo Jun tearing through dungeons at that pace was exactly what he had expected. Then Manchul revealed that he had watched Seo Jun fight during the academy tournament. Seo Jun looked genuinely surprised, clearly not expecting Manchul to have seen that much of his progress already. Manchul explained that if he had contacted Seo Jun back then, it would have only added more pressure when Seo Jun was already carrying enough. Hearing that, Seo Jun fell quiet, touched by the consideration hidden behind Manchul's usual bluntness. Seo Jun thought about how Manchul always spoke roughly and acted like everything was a bother. But when things truly mattered, Manchul had always been there, quietly supporting him in ways that were hard to miss. Seo Jun remembered how Manchul had helped him survive the crushing debt left behind after his parents died. With that memory still sitting heavily in his chest, Seo Jun suggested that Manchul should one day start his own monster delivery business. Manchul rejected the idea for the time being, saying it was still too early for something like that. Then he told Seo Jun to bring it up again only after Seo Jun had truly become successful. On the second day of the contest, an official recognized them the moment they arrived. The man had already heard the rumors and immediately identified Seo Jun and Manchul as the infamous dungeon dismantlers. Manchul scoffed at the strange nickname, clearly unimpressed by it. But the official explained that the name had stuck because the two of them did not merely clear dungeons, they stripped them down completely, corpses and all. The official then added that, despite how outrageous it looked, there were no actual problems with what they were doing. Since the rules were still being followed, he urged them to keep going exactly as they had been. The updated ranking board showed just how absurd their pace had become. Seo Jun was far ahead with 73 clears, while Lee So-yeon followed in second place with 36. Seo Jun looked at the gap and felt confident that they could win as long as they maintained this rhythm. Manchul, however, muttered that if they somehow lost after building a lead like that, then the contest itself had to be rigged. Seo Jun tried to keep Manchul motivated, cheering him on and reminding him that only 5 days remained. Manchul grumbled in response, pointing out that Seo Jun still stubbornly refused to even say the word rest. Seo Jun promised that if they won, he would treat Manchul to an expensive meal. He even suggested bringing Manchul's daughter, Suk Suyeon, along with them so she could enjoy it too. Manchul laughed at that and warned Seo Jun that he would demand something seriously extravagant. For a brief moment, the exhausting contest felt lighter between them.
Seo Jun felt that everything was moving smoothly. With their lead widening and the prize money within reach, all he needed to do was stay focused and keep the same pace until the end.
But by the third day, Manchul noticed something strange while checking the reservation situation. His expression changed as he stared at the screen, sensing that something was not right. Manchul showed Seo Jun the device and asked him to look at the nearby dungeon availability. The way the reservations were laid out made no sense, and he wanted Seo Jun to see it for himself. Seo Jun's eyes widened as he read the reservation map. What should have been a simple check immediately turned into a problem he had not expected. The app showed that every dungeon near them had already been reserved. Not a single available target remained in their current area. Seo Jun quickly realized that the closest dungeon they could still reserve was at least an hour away. That kind of distance would destroy the pace they had worked so hard to maintain. Both Seo Jun and Manchul reached the same conclusion. The reservations were clustered around them far too neatly to be coincidence, and the whole situation smelled suspicious. Seo Jun suspected that other competitors were deliberately interfering with them. Still, he decided they should head toward whatever dungeon was available for now while they confirmed what was really happening. But when they reached the next dungeon, and then the one after that, the same reservation blockade happened again. Manchul's patience finally cracked as he realized someone was actively boxing them in. Because of the interference, Seo Jun only managed to clear 10 dungeons that day. Their overwhelming lead began to shrink, and the pressure around the contest changed completely. Seo Jun admitted that the situation had become genuinely strange. What started as an inconvenience was now turning into a real threat to their first-place position. A woman explained that this was not random at all and pointed to Lee So-yeon's side, saying the second-place team was most likely orchestrating the blockade. The problem was that proving it would be difficult, and Seo-jun knew that even with his current lead, continued interference could still cost him first place.
Seo-jun apologized to Manchul and suggested they postpone the dismantling work for now so they could focus entirely on widening their lead. Manchul agreed that victory had to come first, though he admitted he could not solve the distance problem itself. He could only optimize their routes as much as possible, and that might not be enough if the interference continued.
Then Seo-jun lifted his head and announced that he had thought of a way to respond. His sudden confidence immediately drew everyone's attention. With a confident grin, Seo-jun proposed a new tactic. From the look on his face, it was clear he believed they could turn the other side's trap against them. Nearby, other participants began gathering and watching closely. The atmosphere around the contest shifted, as if everyone could sense that the tactics were about to change. A suited man warned his group not to get careless. He explained that the moment Seo-jun reserved a dungeon, they had to immediately reserve every nearby dungeon and block off his next possible route. One person wondered aloud how Seo-jun was clearing dungeons so unbelievably fast, but another dismissed the question, saying that figuring out his secret mattered less than taking advantage of the situation right now. Then the organizers suddenly shouted that Seo-jun had made a reservation. At once, he ordered everyone to move and reserve the surrounding dungeons before Seo-jun could reach them. They coordinated carefully, locking down dungeons within roughly an hour's distance while staggering their turns to make the pattern look less suspicious. On the surface, it seemed random, but the goal was still to box Seo-jun in. Then one teammate noticed something strange on the device. His voice grew uncertain as he asked the others what they were looking at. Confusion spread through the group as they realized the dungeon Seo-jun had reserved was right next to the one Lee So-yeon was currently clearing. Their carefully arranged blockade had suddenly turned dangerous for their own side. Someone panicked and lunged for the device, trying to snatch it away as the mistake became clear. Too late, they realized their plan might have trapped the very person they were supposed to help. Then they remembered the worst part. Reservations could not be cancelled for 10 hours, and had to be cleared once made. The blockade they created to slow Seo-jun down had now locked Lee So-yeon in as well. The suited man began to tremble as the consequences of their rigid plan sank in. Every move had been made according to his own instructions, and now there was no easy way to undo it. Inside a dungeon, a powerful slash tore through a monster with overwhelming force. The attack split through the threat in one clean motion, leaving destruction in its wake.
Lee So-yeon walked forward calmly after cutting the monster down. Even with the carnage around her, her expression barely changed, as if the battle had not shaken her at all.
Outside, a black car waited in place, polished and controlled, reflecting the professional operation Lee So-yeon's side had prepared for the contest. Lee So-yeon told her driver that she was finished and wanted to move to the next dungeon immediately. Her speed astonished him, leaving him visibly unsure how to react. The driver hesitated, caught off guard by her demand. For a moment, he seemed unable to decide what he was supposed to say. When Lee So-yeon pressed him, the driver awkwardly acknowledged her order. But she urged him again to start driving, clearly unwilling to waste even a second. The driver finally admitted that every nearby dungeon had already been reserved, leaving him with nowhere close to take her. The moment Lee So-yeon heard that, alarm flashed across her face. When the rankings updated, Kim Seo-jun was still holding first place, and the situation finally became clear. The other side had rushed to block him off, but in doing so, they had been baited into sabotaging their own movements instead. Seo-jun realized the pattern right away. If his opponents kept reserving dungeons near Lee So-yeon, then their own blockade strategy would turn against her, trapping her routes just as much as his. Lee So-yeon reported the situation to her father, frustration showing through her controlled expression. If things continued like this, she admitted that she would not be able to overtake Seo-jun's score, especially now that he had turned their interference back on them. Her father told her not to worry. He had already prepared another method, and rather than explaining everything in detail, he simply ordered Lee So-yeon to keep moving exactly as she had been. On the 5th day of the contest, Lee So-yeon stood near a portal, waiting with a guarded air around her. Then someone approached and called her by name, cutting through the tense quiet. Lee So-yeon turned sharply, her eyes narrowing with caution. Her posture shifted at once, as if she was already preparing herself for a confrontation. Manchul stepped forward first, with Seo-jun standing just behind him. Rather than acting hostile, Manchul claimed they were fellow victims of the current situation, as if they had all been caught in the same mess. An official quickly warned them that fights between participants were forbidden and would be punished with penalties. Seo Jun calmly insisted that he had no intention of fighting and was only there because this was the dungeon he had reserved. Lee So-yeon confirmed that he was Kim Seo Jun, the participant everyone had been watching. Then she introduced herself in return, keeping the exchange formal even though the tension between them was unmistakable. Seo Jun answered with a polite smile, choosing not to escalate the mood. Even with the contest pressure hanging over them, he kept his tone calm and diplomatic. He suggested that they compete fairly from that point on, regardless of who ended up winning. Seo Jun added that the contest had started with good intentions and he wanted to keep it from turning into something uglier. Lee So-yeon bristled at his words, asking if he was talking as though she had not been competing fairly already. Seo Jun immediately denied accusing her, keeping his expression steady rather than taking the bait. Then Seo Jun turned away with a calm, almost self-satisfied air, as if he had said exactly what he needed to say. Lee So-yeon watched his back warily, unable to shake off the discomfort his words left behind. Lee So-yeon found herself fixating on the phrase good intentions. The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable it sounded, as if Seo Jun had spoken from a world far too naive for her to accept. In her mind, Lee So-yeon coldly dismissed the idea. There were no good intentions in this world, and the thought that someone could still believe in them seemed almost laughable to her. Her worldview hardened even further as she reflected on what people truly chased. To Lee So-yeon, humans moved for benefits, not justice, not equality, and certainly not some shining ideal of fairness. Her hand tightened around the grip of her sword. In that moment, Lee So-yeon reaffirmed what she believed. Fairness and noble ideals were illusions, and in the end, only advantage mattered. Back inside the dungeon, Lee So-yeon decided to finish the raid quickly and leave goblin-like enemies began gathering around her, but her expression remained cold and focused. Outside the portal, a staffer could barely contain his excitement as he watched Seo Jun and Manchul work. Seeing the famous dismantling operation in person felt incredible to him, almost like witnessing a rumor come to life. Lee So-yeon, however, remained completely expressionless. The spectacle did not impress her, and the praise being thrown around only seemed to pass by without reaching her. Seo Jun and Manchul moved with practiced rhythm, hauling out multiple monster corpses one after another. Their routine was so fast and familiar that it made their entire dismantling method look terrifyingly efficient. Lee So-yeon noticed that Seo Jun had already finished his dungeon, and surprise flickered across her face despite herself. Even after hearing the rumors, seeing that speed up close was difficult to ignore. Seo Jun then asked whether he could take the corpses Lee So-yeon planned to discard anyway. The sudden request caught her off guard, and for a moment she looked genuinely confused by what he wanted. Lee So-yeon allowed it without much concern, since the corpses meant nothing to her. Seo Jun accepted gratefully, and as he continued counting and collecting them, Lee So-yeon watched him closely, trying to understand what exactly he was doing. Seo Jun kept hauling the bodies away at a rapid pace, not wasting even a second. Behind him, Lee So-yeon stood still, growing more and more perplexed by the sight. At last, Lee So-yeon asked why he was doing all of this. Seo Jun misunderstood the question at first, assuming she was asking about dismantling as a kind of training or exercise. Then Seo Jun laughed and answered plainly that, of course, he dismantled monsters to earn money. There was nothing lofty or complicated in his reply. His motive was blunt, practical, and completely honest. Lee So-yeon decided the exchange had been pointless. With a cold expression, she turned away and walked off, declaring that she had wasted her time. Even as she left, Lee So-yeon reaffirmed her belief that hunters with good intentions did not exist. Yet Seo Jun's earlier hopeful smile lingered in her mind, stubbornly refusing to disappear. In the end, Lee So-yeon concluded that in the current era, being a pro-hunter was nothing more than a job. No ideals, no justice, no grand purpose. Just work done for reward. Then a violent surge of energy erupted, shattering the normal rhythm of the contest. The sudden force signaled that something far beyond an ordinary dungeon problem had begun to unfold. A sword was drawn amid the chaos as someone questioned how a dungeon estimated at only 6 stars could possibly produce a threat like this. The danger in front of them made the original rating feel impossibly wrong. A massive drake's corpse lay sprawled across the ground, its enormous body making the situation even more alarming. Everyone was left with the same chilling question. Why had a 10-star monster appeared in a place like this at all? The investigators argued that the original estimate had definitely been 6 stars, so some kind of distortion had to be involved. But another voice insisted that this was far too extreme for a simple error and pointed the blame toward the order of truth. An older man looked over the scene with a grim expression and compared it to an incident from 30 years ago. His words carried the weight of an old nightmare, suggesting that the same kind of conspiracy might be repeating itself. A knightly figure swore that the Order of Truth had not schemed anything, but the Sword Saint's rage only grew sharper. As tempers flared, a nearby bystander desperately begged them to stop fighting before things got worse. Then a young woman wearing a wide hat arrived, explaining that she had followed them in order to investigate. The Sword Saint immediately demanded to know why she had come, and, more importantly, where the Magic Saint had gone. The young woman was young Jimin, the Magic Saint's apprentice. Without softening her words, she bluntly explained that her master had health problems and could not simply appear as expected. Young Jimin teased the older man for sounding like a grumpy grandpa, bringing a strangely casual tone into the tense scene. But that lightness only lasted for a moment before the seriousness of the problem settled back over them. At the wrecked site, strange purple energy pulsed through the air and clung to the surroundings. The group could sense abnormal magic, but even then, they could not confirm whether it was truly a dungeon distortion. When asked whether anything had felt strange during the fight, the veteran dismissed it as routine, as if nothing could have surprised him. That arrogant attitude immediately drew criticism from the others. Even if the phenomenon was not confirmed as a distortion, everyone agreed it was too unprecedented to ignore. Nothing like this had happened since the giant beast Berserk incident, and that comparison alone made the situation deeply unsettling. They concluded that a similar anomaly appearing in another dungeon was unlikely, but not impossible. That small possibility was enough to leave everyone uneasy. Jung Jimin insisted they had to investigate further, instead of assuming the danger had already passed. With something this abnormal guessing wrong could lead to another disaster. Orders spread quickly to recheck the estimates of low-rank dungeons. On the ground, staff members began identifying suspicious gates connected to unusual cases. During the investigation, they discovered something even more alarming. 3 dungeon gates were physically linked together in one location, forming a situation no one had expected. The investigators confirmed that this was the first recorded case of 3 dungeons being attached at once. The discovery turned the entire matter from strange to unprecedented. A contestant arrived expecting to enter the dungeon he had reserved, but when he saw the changed state of the gate, he realized the situation in front of him was no longer what he had signed up for. Another participant began to panic, wondering if he had entered the wrong reserved dungeon by mistake. The confusion on his face made it clear he knew that one wrong move here could become a costly disaster. A man casually apologized for the mix-up, treating the whole mess like a minor inconvenience. But around him, others were clearly furious, unable to accept such a careless response to a situation this serious. At Dream Hunter Academy, anger spreads through the crowd in waves. What first looked like a run of bad luck now feels far too convenient, and more people begin suspecting that the contest is being pushed and twisted by someone behind the scenes. On Kim Seo-jun's side, the mood turns heavy as they realize the interference may have simply changed shape now that the old tricks are no longer working. With tense faces, they stare over the rankings, trying to catch whatever pattern is hiding inside the sudden shifts. Seo-jun's expression hardens, and she refuses to let the matter slide. Even if she has to borrow the weight of her grandfather's name, she swears she will file a serious complaint and push back against this unfair contest with everything she has. Then a new rule announcement drops, and the room immediately freezes. Raid points are officially allowed to be transferred to the person who made the reservation, meaning the strange loophole someone had been exploiting is now being openly recognized by the rules. Kim Seo-jun lets out a quiet breath, noting that the fix has come far too late to stop the damage entirely. Still, at the very least, it means the losses from yesterday will not be thrown away completely. For a moment, Kim Seo-jun believes their opponents have finally lost one of the easiest ways to harass them. But when his words are met with a strangely ominous silence, that brief confidence starts to feel less like relief and more like the calm before another trap. Out on the road, their vehicle suddenly gets blocked by a suspicious driver who acts as if the whole thing is an innocent mistake. His excuses sound flimsy from the start, and it becomes painfully clear that he is trying to waste their time before they can reach the next dungeon. The delay drags on with one ridiculous apology after another, each excuse sounding more unnatural than the last. By then, no one can pretend this is just bad timing anymore. It is deliberate obstruction, plain and simple. Even with all the sabotage slowing him down, the live raid ranking updates again, and the result hits them like a slap. Kim Seo-jun has been overtaken once more, proving that their enemies are still finding ways to stay ahead. Another update soon follows, stating that the officials deny any connection to Lee So-yeon, while the dungeon management team blandly claims they will investigate the matter later. To Kim Seo-jun's team, those words sound less like a promise and more like another way to stall until it is too late. They dig into the matter as quickly as they can, and the pieces begin falling into place. Lee So-yeon is connected to a hunter academy led by headmaster Lee Suk-man, and the moment that name appears, the atmosphere turns sharper with unease. Lee Suk-man is identified as a retired A-rank pro hunter, someone even the Sword Saint has acknowledged before. That single detail makes the situation far more dangerous, because it suggests he still carries deep influence, even if his actual merit is questionable. Seo-yoon cuts straight through the polite wording, and says what everyone is already thinking. Lee Suk-man's true strength is not his skill, but his connections, confirming their suspicion that politics, not fair competition, is driving all of this interference. They are forced to admit the ugly truth. Even if an investigation is opened, it probably will not reveal anything useful until after the contest is already over. Worse still, they cannot even reach the Sword Saint directly, leaving them without the one person who might be able to shut this down immediately. With first place slipping further out of reach and no powerful backer available at the crucial moment, the room falls into a suffocating silence. Everyone feels the same question pressing down on them. What can they possibly do now?
Seo-yoon lowers her gaze and apologizes to Kim Seo-joon, her voice weighed down with guilt. After everything that has happened, she feels as though she has not been able to do enough to stop the sabotage closing in around him.
Kim Seo-joon immediately refuses to let her blame herself. He tells her firmly that she has already helped more than enough, and without her constant support, they would have been cornered far earlier and far worse. Their teammate backs him up without hesitation, reassuring Seo-yoon that she has already done everything she could from her position. What remains now is not something she should carry alone. It is a problem they have to solve from here. Then he turns the pressure directly onto Kim Seo-joon, declaring with a pointed look that this is now his problem to figure out. The unspoken meaning hangs in the air clearly. If Kim Seo-joon has a plan, this is the moment to reveal it. Kim Seo-joon answers not with panic, but with a calm, unsettling smile. That quiet confidence makes it look as though he has already chosen his counterplay, and everyone around him can feel that something is about to change. Another shift appears on the ranking board, and panic breaks out all over again. Frustration boils over as they watch the lead slip away yet another time, unable to believe they keep getting overtaken no matter how hard they push. Elsewhere, Lee So-yeon's camp pieces together Kim Seo-joon's pattern. They realize he only makes reservations once he is already near a dungeon, which makes his next target almost impossible to predict. So they decide they will have to block him by any method they can find. Soon they learn something even more alarming. Kim Seo-joon can reserve a dungeon and clear it within just 5 minutes. Their desperation rises, and someone suggests bribing the overseers for information, pushing their scheme into even dirtier territory. But that plan quickly hits a wall. The dungeon management team is under strict monitoring, making bribery almost useless, and the situation quietly hints that someone with serious power is keeping the entire system locked down. Lee So-yeon's side demands to know which academy has enough influence to pressure management this tightly. The answer comes back as a rumor that the academy in question is run by the Sword Saint's granddaughter. The moment the Sword Saint is mentioned, the schemers go still. That name alone is enough to shake their confidence because they realize they may be facing a kind of influence that their usual tricks cannot easily overpower. At East Academy, the leadership grows harsher and more impatient. They threaten punishment if victory slips away, ordering the staff to find any method that works, no matter how shameless or unethical it may be. Out in the field, Lee So-yeon's score suddenly surges upward, proving she is clearing dungeons with ruthless speed. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-joon is forced to keep chasing, pushing himself harder just to stay within reach. Kim Seo-joon answers with action, driving his own score higher and refusing to fall behind. For a brief moment, his name rises back to the top, reclaiming the lead in a race so tight that every point feels decisive. But Lee So-yeon does not slow down either. She continues clearing one dungeon after another, closing the gap again and dragging the contest back into a neck-and-neck struggle. A decisive strike lands, cutting through the tension as the pace of the clears grows even more frantic. The race is rushing toward its final outcome, and every second now feels like it could decide everything. Then the ranking board updates and everyone stares at the result in shock. Kim Seo-joon and Lee So-yeon are now tied for first place, forcing the contest into a situation that can no longer be ignored. The contest officials immediately protest, insisting that a shared first place cannot be accepted. With no clean winner on the board, they gather for an emergency meeting to decide how the champion will be chosen. Kim Seo-joon's side does not hold back, accusing Lee So-yeon of repeated cheating throughout the contest. But the officials push the accusation aside, calling it baseless speculation unless they can produce clear proof. Tempers flare across the room as Kim Seo-joon's camp argues that this many accidents could not possibly be coincidence. Still, the officials keep demanding evidence, trying to calm the room while refusing to act on suspicion alone. At last, management announces that they will not permit a shared first-place result. To settle the matter, they decide on a final match that will break the tie once and for all. Because there is still no definitive proof that Lee So-yeon cheated, she cannot be penalized or removed from the contest. Her camp seizes on that opening with smug confidence and puts forward a solution of their own. Shin Yeon-sik, the leader of the dungeon management team, steps forward to personally oversee the tiebreaker. His arrival gives the final match an official weight that makes the atmosphere even more tense. Kim Seo-joon is then called forward as one of the official participants in the final match. With everyone watching, he steps into the center of the decision that will determine the contest's true winner.
Lee So-yeon is summoned as well, standing calm and prepared with her sword in hand. Her composed expression shows no hesitation, as though she has been waiting for this final confrontation.
Shin Yeon-sik begins explaining the rules of the final match, making it clear that this round will decide the contest winner beyond dispute. From this point on, there will be no more excuses and no more shared result. The two finalists stand before 3 linked gates, each gripping their weapon and measuring the challenge ahead. With the air stretched tight around them, the tiebreaker finally begins. They are told that each finalist must choose one of the 3 dungeons to raid. Since there are only 2 of them, one dungeon will be left untouched at first, waiting as the final objective. The victory condition is not as simple as clearing one dungeon first. Whoever finishes their chosen dungeon before the other must then move on and raid the remaining dungeon as well, making the entire test a matter of both speed and endurance. Shin Yeon-sik admits that they originally wanted to use a double dungeon for the match, but none were available. These 3 linked gates are the closest substitute they could find, and because of that, the leftover dungeon still has to be cleared. To avoid turning the contest into a paperwork disaster, the officials accept the unusual format and confirm that all 3 gates are rated 2-star dungeons. With the difficulty level equal, the finalists are allowed to choose freely. Kim Seo-joon and Lee So-yeon quietly size each other up, both watching for the smallest sign of a trick. Even now, with the rules laid out in front of everyone, neither of them can fully ignore the possibility that someone may still be scheming. Kim Seo-joon asks if he can choose first, his voice steady as he looks toward the 3 gates. Lee So-yeon grants permission without hesitation, as if the order of choice does not bother her at all. Kim Seo-joon selects the dungeon on the far right, committing to his path without delay. Lee So-yeon immediately chooses the left gate, leaving the middle dungeon behind as the final objective they will have to fight toward. With their choices made, the 2 of them split apart and head toward separate gates. Each finalist steps into a different raid path, fully committed to the last battle for first place. As they split off toward their chosen gates, Lee So-yeon glances at Kim Seo-joon and tells him not to get too upset. The words are calm, almost casual, but the strange timing makes them feel loaded, and for a moment, they pull his attention away from the match. Before Kim Seo-joon can fully figure out what she meant, the official's voice cuts sharply through the air. Both participants are ordered to get ready, and the tension around the 3 gates tightens in an instant. The starting signal finally rings out, and both finalists move at once. Kim Seo-joon and Lee So-yeon launch forward into their chosen gates, officially throwing themselves into the tiebreaker that will decide first place. Kim Seo-joon bursts into his dungeon at full speed, his body leaning forward as he drives himself deeper inside without wasting a single step. From the very beginning, his only goal is to finish the raid as fast as possible. Even while rushing ahead, Lee So-yeon's strange parting remark keeps circling in the back of his mind. Kim Seo-joon can feel it trying to distract him, but he clenches down on the thought and forces himself to focus on winning. In the end, Kim Seo-joon decides there is no point in getting dragged around by a provocation he does not understand. He pushes the unease aside and locks his attention on speed, knowing that every second lost could cost him the match. But once he moves deeper inside, Kim Seo-joon's steps begin to slow. The dungeon is wrapped in an eerie silence, and although he expected to hear kobolds moving around, not a single monster sound reaches his ears. He advances more carefully now, his eyes scanning the dark space ahead and his grip tightening around his spear. The deeper he goes, the more obvious it becomes that this dungeon does not feel anything like the kobold raid he was supposed to be facing. More than 5 minutes pass without a single encounter, and Kim Seo-joon's suspicion hardens into alarm. A 2-star dungeon should never be this empty, and the abnormal silence makes the whole place feel far more dangerous than it should. Then, without warning, a roar tears through the silence like the dungeon itself has split open. Kim Seo-joon instantly braces himself, raising his spear as his instincts scream that something completely unexpected is coming. The sound sends a chill running through him, cold enough to make his muscles tighten. Kim Seo-jun realizes at once that whatever is approaching is not something that belongs in an ordinary two-star dungeon. A massive clawed limb pushes into view from the darkness, far too large and heavy to belong to any kobold. The sight alone confirms the worst. This enemy is something entirely different and much more dangerous. A huge beast lunges into the open, its massive body surging toward Kim Seo-jun with terrifying force. He immediately plants himself into a defensive stance, spear lifted, ready to meet the attack head-on. Kim Seo-jun recognizes the monster in an instant, a manticore, a 4-star beast that should never have appeared in this place. Before he can even curse the situation, the manticore's strike crashes down, dragging him straight into a brutal exchange. Panic flashes through Kim Seo-jun as he realizes the dungeon's difficulty has been measured completely wrong. This is not just a bad matchup, it is a dangerous mistake that could turn the raid into a death trap. He quickly concludes that this is not the result of some ordinary monster variation. Everything about the situation points to a mismeasured dungeon event, the kind of abnormal raid that should never have been used for a fair tiebreaker. Kim Seo-jun grits his teeth, anger and urgency twisting together in his expression. No matter how unfair the situation is, complaining inside the dungeon will not keep him alive, so he commits himself to surviving the mismatch first. He drives forward with a powerful counterattack, channeling force through his spear until the weapon cuts through the air with sharp, explosive pressure. The strike slams into the manticore, forcing the monster back. The manticore recoils violently, blood spraying from the wound as Kim Seo-jun's attack lands cleanly, even against a monster far above the expected level. His spear proves strong enough to hurt it. Kim Seo-jun manages to kill it quickly, but his face remains tense instead of relieved. Compared to a proper 2-star run, this fight has already stolen far too much time, and that lost time may be impossible to recover. His mind immediately turns to Lee So-yeon, who is probably clearing a normal dungeon under normal conditions. If that is true, then she may be building a lead so large that even Kim Seo-jun's speed cannot catch up.
Worried that Lee So-yeon may already be heading toward the remaining middle dungeon, Kim Seo-jun wastes no more time inside. He rushes toward the exit, determined to continue the race before the gap becomes fatal.
The moment Kim Seo-jun gets back outside, he reports what happened inside his gate. When he says a manticore appeared in his dungeon, the officials are visibly shaken by the impossible claim. Kim Seo-jun insists that he is not exaggerating and demands that they verify it for themselves. As the staff process his words, the reality sinks in. He has just handled a 4-star threat alone in a match that was supposed to involve 2-star dungeons. Kim Seo-jun calls the match unfair and demands a rematch, his frustration completely justified after what he faced. Shin Yeon-sik listens closely, treating the request with the seriousness the situation deserves. Even so, Shin Yeon-sik does not cancel the match right away. Instead, he refuses to restart immediately. His calm response suggesting that there may still be a way to resolve the situation without throwing out the entire tiebreaker. Then Shin Yeon-sik reveals something that catches Kim Seo-jun off guard. Lee So-yeon has not even come out of her dungeon yet, and that single fact leaves Kim Seo-jun confused for a completely different reason. Kim Seo-jun turns his eyes toward the red gate, his earlier anger giving way to a sharper unease. If Lee So-yeon is still inside after all this time, then something in her dungeon may be wrong as well. The red gate churns with a dark, unsettling motion, almost as if something inside is twisting the space beyond it. Kim Seo-jun watches it closely, and the strange behavior only deepens the feeling that this match has gone off the rails. Inside Lee So-yeon's dungeon, she walks through the red-lit emptiness and quietly notes how long it has been since she last entered a dungeon. The thought carries more weight than simple surprise, hinting at a history she has not fully escaped. The dungeon around Lee So-yeon feels strangely vacant, yet the air presses down with the sense that something is hiding nearby. She looks around, unsettled by the absence of monsters, and questions why nothing has appeared in front of her yet. A sharp flash of pain cuts through her thoughts, followed by the remembered command to endure. In that instant, Lee So-yeon is pulled back into memories of harsh training, heavy pressure, and the expectations forced onto her shoulders. In that memory, a mentor mocks her toughness and scolds her for going against her father's orders. The exchange exposes the pressure behind Lee So-yeon's role, showing that her actions have never been as free as they appeared. Lee So-yeon admits that she does not want to cheat just to win, no matter how strongly her father demands it. Beneath her sharp exterior, her resistance is clear. There is still a line she does not want to cross. Her mentor tells her that a pro-hunter cannot afford to abandon their own values. His warning is firm but not cruel, urging her not to push herself so far that she loses sight of what should never be compromised. Another memory surfaces, this time with Lee So-yeon lashing out at her mentor for being too soft. She argues that kindness only leads to defeat in a corrupt world, challenging the idea that uncompromising virtue can survive when everyone else is willing to play dirty. The mentor answers that heroes may have vanished and only ruthless professionals remain. Yet the calm smile on his face says something different. His expression carries a quiet belief that refuses to fully accept her cynicism. Lee So-yeon is startled when he states it plainly that heroes still exist. The words hit her harder than expected, because they directly contradict the cold worldview she has been trying to force herself to believe. He continues by saying that if honest politicians can exist, then principled hunters can exist too. It is a simple argument, but it presses against Lee So-yeon's certainty and forces her to consider a possibility she would rather dismiss. Lee So-yeon scoffs at his optimism, refusing to accept it so easily. But her mentor only jokes that if no such hunter exists, then he will become the first example himself, leaving behind words that quietly stay with her. Her mentor then tells her that someday she will meet someone who moves without caring about connections, excuses, or the politics surrounding them. The prediction lingers like a promise, waiting for the day it will finally make sense. The memory shifts to a rainy street, where Lee So-yeon pushes through a packed crowd toward an emergency ahead. The sound of rain and the urgency around her seem to echo her mentor's old words about that kind of person. Standing in the rain, Lee So-yeon looks shaken, her face tense as the meaning of that prediction finally begins to sink in. What once sounded like naive optimism now feels painfully close to something real. Nearby, responders move around a covered body while Lee So-yeon stands frozen in the wet street. The truth settles heavily over the scene. Her brother had been the ultimate pushover, the kind of person who could not ignore someone in need. Lee So-yeon reflects bitterly on how her brother Jin-soo died while protecting a stranger. It was the sort of selfless act she once would have mocked, yet now that it belongs to someone she loved, the memory cuts far deeper. She remembers that Jin-soo gave his life saving someone else, even though he had never truly found a place for himself in the world. That contradiction twists her grief into something even more painful and difficult to face. When Lee So-yeon faces her father, she hardens herself and swears that she is different from her brother. She vows that she will never live the way Jin-soo did, burying her grief beneath a colder, sharper resolve. Back in the present, the Red Gate's ominous churning seems to mirror the unease buried inside Lee So-yeon's memories. The moment feels almost like fate repeating itself, drawing old wounds back into the present. Inside the dungeon, Lee So-yeon once again feels the weight of how long it has been since she last stepped into a place like this. She steadies herself in the red gloom, bracing for whatever is about to reveal itself. Then the emptiness finally shows its true face. A monstrous goat-like head looms over Lee So-yeon in the crimson-lit dungeon. And in that terrifying instant, she realizes the silence was never safety. It was a trap. Outside the gates, Kim Seo-jun's gaze keeps drifting back toward Lee So-yeon's entrance. The longer she fails to come out, the less it feels like a simple delay, and a cold unease begins crawling up his spine. Shin Yeon-sik confirms that Lee So-yeon is still inside her dungeon, then points out that Kim Seo-jun has practically secured the win already. If he simply clears the remaining dungeon, the tiebreaker will be finalized, and the victory will be his. But Kim Seo-jun does not move right away. Something about Lee So-yeon's silence feels deeply wrong, and he cannot bring himself to treat her situation as if it has nothing to do with him. Then a troubling thought settles over him. If his own dungeon had been mismeasured, then maybe this was never just another dirty scheme by Lee So-yeon's side, and something much larger may be unfolding right in front of them. A staff member suddenly notices the magic measurement device acting strangely. The readings flicker and jump as if the rank of Lee So-yeon's dungeon is not stable at all, but rising right there in real time. The report comes in with panic behind it. The dungeon's reading has leapt from 3 stars to 4. Kim Seo-jun and Shin Yeon-sik both tense at the news, realizing the danger inside Lee So-yeon's gate is escalating by the second. Kim Seo-jun remembers what the Sword Saint once explained about distortions. When magic is warped, the estimated difficulty can drift far away from reality, causing dungeons to suddenly rise in rank or break down earlier than expected. The staff can barely hide their alarm, admitting that in all their decades of work, they have never seen the measurement device behave this way. To them, it resembles a rare phenomenon from the Cataclysm era, something almost impossible to predict. Shin Yeon-sik quickly decides that this is no longer something the contest staff can handle casually. He orders pro-hunters to be called in for an investigation, recognizing that the situation has slipped far beyond ordinary match control. One of the officials tries to explain the developing issue with the linked dungeons to Kim Seo-jun, but the words stumble under the pressure. The urgency in the air is so thick that even the report itself starts to fall apart.
Then the field itself begins to feel wrong. The presence of the linked gate seems to vanish, shift, or distort in a way the staff cannot understand, leaving them staring at the gate in stunned confusion.
The red gate suddenly surges with violent energy, its surface twisting like a wound opening wider. The change is too intense to ignore, signaling that the dungeon inside has entered a catastrophic state. Inside the dungeon, Lee So-yeon is hurled into a pile of broken rubble, her body crashing hard against the debris. Blood marks her battered form as she struggles to understand the overwhelming force that just struck her. She forces herself to steady her breathing, even as pain shoots through her body. With a grim expression, Lee So-yeon checks her injuries and accepts just how terrible her situation has become. Sitting among the shattered stones, with her sword knocked out of reach, Lee So-yeon feels something far more terrifying drawing near. This is no ordinary boss presence. It is heavier, darker, and far beyond what should exist here. The monster reveals itself as Nakura, a 6-star threat that should never have appeared in this dungeon. Faced with that impossible enemy, Lee So-yeon bitterly wonders if this is the poetic justice her brother once believed in. Nakura lets out a roar that shakes the dungeon walls and launches another attack with monstrous force. Every movement proves that the dungeon has transformed into a lethal nightmare far beyond anything Lee So-yeon was prepared to face. Lee So-yeon clenches her teeth and tells herself that poetic justice cannot possibly be real. She tries to reject the cruel irony of this moment, even as the danger in front of her keeps closing in. In Lee So-yeon's heart, the belief remains stubborn and bitter. This world does not reward justice in any meaningful way. Around her, destruction crashes down as if the dungeon itself is trying to prove that point. Nakura's assault continues without mercy, each blow crushing more of the space around her. To Lee So-yeon, the idea of justice feels like nothing more than a fairy tale, especially now that she is trapped in a position with no way out. Resigned to the worst, Lee So-yeon forces out a bitter joke. If she is going to die here, then at the very least she tells herself she will die less foolishly than her brother did. Nakura lunges to finish her off, its jaws spreading wide as the massive body rushes down on her. In that instant, Lee So-yeon's fatalistic thoughts begin turning into a very real, very immediate death. Lee So-yeon's eyes widen as the monster's shadow swallows her. For the first time, the reality hits her with brutal clarity. She is about to be killed. Then, something cuts into that hopeless moment. Lee So-yeon looks up and sees someone intervening, and shock steals every word from her except one stunned, accusing breath. Kim Seo-joon appears inside the collapsing dungeon, his spear braced with all his strength against Nakura's gaping maw. Lee So-yeon stares at him in disbelief and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. Kim Seo-joon does not waste time explaining himself. With the monster pressing down in front of him, he immediately checks whether Lee So-yeon can still move, putting her survival ahead of the contest. He orders her to run even if moving feels impossible, and promises to hold Nakura back long enough for her to escape. Lee So-yeon can only stare at him, unable to understand why he would make a choice like this. Kim Seo-joon strains against the monster's crushing power, his arms trembling as he keeps the spear locked in place. Behind him, Lee So-yeon remains shaken, repeating her disbelief at the selfless decision he has made. As Kim Seo-joon clashes with Nakura, Lee So-yeon yells at him for coming into the dungeon at all. Her voice carries anger, shock, and confusion all at once, because she cannot make sense of why he would throw himself into danger for her. Kim Seo-joon quickly realizes just how terrifying the gap is. Against a 6-star monster like Nakura, even deflecting the attacks may be the most he can manage for now. He throws a taunt at the goat-headed Nakura, deliberately provoking the beast. If he can pull all of its focus onto himself, then Lee So-yeon will at least have a chance to get away. Kim Seo-joon can feel the monster's attention lock onto him. With that, he confirms that the bait has worked and fully commits himself to becoming the decoy. Nakura swings a deadly red-tinged attack straight toward Kim Seo-joon, the force of it tearing through the air. The fight instantly shifts into a desperate battle where survival depends on a single movement. Kim Seo-joon is battered by one relentless blow after another, barely keeping his guard from collapsing. Each impact rattles through the cavern, making it feel as though the entire dungeon might break apart around them. He understands that one clean hit from Nakura could leave him critically injured. Strength alone will not save him here, so Kim Seo-joon is forced to rely on timing, precision, and every bit of focus he can gather. Bit by bit, Kim Seo-joon starts reading the rhythm of Nakura's attacks. Once he catches the pattern, he prepares to turn that tiny understanding into his only opening to survive and strike back. Kim Seo-joon continues deflecting the monster's attacks, each movement calculated despite the pressure bearing down on him. At the same time, he carefully lures Nakura toward a direction he has already chosen. The horned beast charges with terrifying violence, and the edge of its rush clips Kim Seo-jun hard. Blood sprays as he skids across the ground, but even then he refuses to let go of his spear.
Kim Seo-jun grits his teeth through the pain, forcing his body to stay conscious under the impact. Nakura's momentum nearly crushes him outright, but he clings to the narrow chance he still has left.
The beast roars and whips around again, giving Kim Seo-jun no room to breathe. He retreats quickly, resetting his footing before the next attack can tear through his guard. Kim Seo-jun crashes down near the injured Lee So-yeon, the impact shaking the ground between them. The sight makes it painfully clear how close both of them are to being completely overwhelmed. Even with agony tearing through him, Kim Seo-jun forces himself back up. He cannot afford to collapse, not while Lee So-yeon is still trapped in the same dungeon with that monster. Nakura's aura flares ominously as the beast rises to its full height, towering over the broken space around them. The pressure around it grows heavier, signaling that the fight is about to enter an even deadlier phase. Kim Seo-jun admits that Lee So-yeon's earlier tactics were smart, but his voice turns sharp as he warns that he cannot stall much longer. He looks to her again, checking whether she can move before the next attack comes. Lee So-yeon, wounded and shaken, stares at him with disbelief burning through her fear. She demands to know why he is going this far, unable to understand why he would risk himself to save someone like her. Kim Seo-jun snaps back that saving her is not about getting something from her. His answer cuts straight through her suspicion, making it clear that he did not come here because he expected a reward. He points out how strange his choice must look from her perspective. If all he cared about was winning, he could have simply cleared the remaining dungeon and claimed first place without ever coming back for her. When Lee So-yeon presses him about his motives and money, Kim Seo-jun does not pretend to be noble. He openly admits that he entered the contest for cash, because he needs a large amount of money. Lee So-yeon tells him to leave her behind and focus on winning, refusing to accept his help as something she should feel grateful for. But Kim Seo-jun cuts her off immediately, refusing with absolute firmness to abandon her here. At the same time, Kim Seo-jun does not soften what she has done. He condemns Lee So-yeon's past wrongdoing outright and makes it clear that saving her does not mean he has any intention of forgiving her. Even so, Kim Seo-jun does not take back what he said. His voice stays firm as he makes it clear that Lee So-yeon's sins do not mean she deserves to die alone in this dungeon. Lee So-yeon freezes, stunned by words she never expected to hear from him. Then Kim Seo-jun tells her that someday she will meet someone who becomes her hero, and the statement strikes directly at memories she thought she had buried. Kim Seo-jun adds that people like that really do exist, and that is exactly why he cannot turn away from her now. No matter what she has done, he will still help her survive this moment. He remembers the way Lee So-yeon once believed no one acted without connections, benefits, or hidden reasons. That cold worldview hangs between them, giving Kim Seo-jun the chance to answer it with his own choice. Kim Seo-jun declares that saving a life is worth more than any prize money. With those words, he directly challenges Lee So-yeon's cynicism, proving through action that not every decision is driven by profit. Nakura bellows again, its roar shaking the broken dungeon as killing intent surges from its massive body. The beast lowers itself for another charge, ready to crush anything still standing in its path. Seo-jun braces himself with his spear, planting his feet as Nakura's sweeping attack tears through the air toward them. The force behind it is enough to make the space around him tremble. Realizing that he is quickly running out of options, Seo-jun tightens both hands around the spear shaft. His expression hardens as he steels himself for a move that may decide whether they live or die. His focus narrows until everything unnecessary disappears from his mind. In that razor-sharp moment, Seo-jun commits to acting through instinct instead of freezing in hesitation. A lesson rises from the depths of his memory, like a voice cutting through the chaos. Intuition belongs within the domain of thought, even though most cadets misunderstand it as something separate from thinking. Seo-jun remembers the warning clearly. If he thinks, judges, and chooses too slowly, then he has already lost his chance. In a battle like this, intuition has to guide the body before hesitation can take over. That teaching never meant moving blindly or relying on reckless impulse. True intuition is judgment refined to its fastest form, a decision made so quickly that it feels like instinct. The idea repeats inside Seo-jun's mind, like a steady mantra cutting through fear and pain. He holds on to it, because this is the mental state he needs if he wants to survive Nakura's next attack. Blue energy begins crackling around Seo-jun's body as his senses sharpen beyond their usual limit. It is as if every nerve is reading the battlefield ahead of time, catching danger before it fully arrives. Seo Jun resolves to merge thought and intuition into one seamless movement. Instead of separating calculation from instinct, he lets both flow together and guide his final decision. As Nakura's attack surges toward him, Seo Jun enters a heightened state where judgment and instinct overlap completely. His body moves with a clarity that feels faster than conscious thought. His eyes flare with sharp blue clarity as he fully activates the intuition of the transcended. In that instant, the battlefield no longer looks like chaos. It becomes something he can read. Time seems to stretch around him as Seo Jun slips into Nakura's blind spot. He moves just before the monster's strike can connect, passing through the narrowest opening with impossible timing. Nakura's massive swing smashes into the ground, blasting debris outward in every direction. The attack misses Seo Jun by a hair, but the scattered force still threatens Lee So-yeon behind him.
Seo Jun realizes with sudden certainty that he can read what Nakura will do next. The monster's movements no longer feel completely unpredictable, and that tiny advantage becomes his lifeline.
He pinpoints the exact direction of Nakura's next attack and shifts his body into position before it fully begins. Rather than reacting late, Seo Jun prepares to intercept the movement at its source. He can sense the monster's muscles tightening and shifting one after another, each subtle motion becoming a warning sign. Nakura's body language turns into something Seo Jun can interpret before the strike comes. Using that prediction, Seo Jun vaults away and redirects his momentum at the last possible moment. He slips out of the lethal line of force just before it can tear through him. For a brief moment, Seo Jun calculates that he may be able to hold out until professional reinforcements arrive. If Shin Yeon-sik has already called for help, then buying time might be enough. But his concern immediately shifts to the real limit in front of him. Even if he can keep stalling Nakura, Seo Jun does not know how long Lee So-yeon can endure her injuries. Lee So-yeon struggles to breathe, her consciousness wavering as pain keeps dragging her down. Seeing her condition makes Seo Jun's remaining time feel brutally short. Seo Jun decides he cannot simply wait for rescue. If Lee So-yeon collapses before help arrives, then delaying will mean nothing. So he commits to defeating Nakura himself. He launches upward in a streak of blue light, his spear cutting through the air as he rises. With no more room to hesitate, Seo Jun decides that he has to end the fight right now. Nakura rears back beneath him, and Seo Jun's power swells with a force that feels capable of uprooting mountains. The pressure gathering around his spear turns the air heavy and sharp. He channels a world-overturning spirit into his weapon, pouring everything he has into the point of the spear. The force concentrates there, building toward a finishing blow that cannot afford to fail. Nakura looks up in alarm as Kim Seo Jun dives down like a spear of blue light aimed straight at its head. For the first time, the monster's terrifying presence seems to falter. Kim Seo Jun's face hardens with absolute resolve as he commits himself to the strike. Even knowing the risk, he does not pull back or slow his descent. Yet, even with his heightened senses guiding him, Seo Jun understands something instinctively. Raw power alone may not be enough to guarantee victory against a monster like Nakura. He tightens his grip and adjusts the angle of his descent, aligning his spear with the smallest opening he can read. Everything now depends on precision, timing, and the courage to follow through. Seo Jun acknowledges that strength and technique by themselves will not be enough. Unless he uses his awakened intuition correctly, even this all-out strike could fail. Blue aura gathers at the spear tip, condensing tighter and tighter until it sharpens into a lethal point. The weapon gleams with concentrated force, aimed directly at Nakura's skull. Kim Seo Jun roars as he drives the spear downward with every ounce of weight and will he has left. His entire body follows the attack, turning the strike into a single decisive plunge. The spear drops toward Nakura's skull as the beast tries to twist away, but its reaction comes a fraction too late. Seo Jun's timing has already beaten the monster's escape. A violent impact erupts through the dungeon, exploding with blood, force, and a shock that shakes the broken space around them. The strike lands cleanly, and the momentum of the battle flips in an instant. Lee So-yeon, dazed and barely able to move on the ground, stares at the scene in disbelief. The hopeless death she had accepted only moments ago has suddenly been overturned before her eyes. Seo Jun staggers near her, battered from head to toe, but still standing with his spear in hand. In front of them, Nakura's massive body begins to fail, its strength draining away. The beast finally collapses into a bloody heap, crashing down with a weight that makes the ground tremble. Seo Jun can only stare at the fallen monster and mutter that the outcome feels almost unreal. Exhaustion hits him all at once, and he clings to his spear just to keep himself upright. Even Seo-jun cannot help wondering how he managed to pull off a victory against something like that. A system window appears before him, updating his lecture progress rates after the life or death battle. The intense experience has clearly pushed his growth forward in ways ordinary training never could. Seo-jun carries Lee So-yeon out of the dungeon, half joking through his exhaustion that he came to save her, but almost ended up dying with her instead. Even as he says it, he anxiously checks her condition to make sure she is still alive. Lee So-yeon weakly confirms that she is not dead yet, her voice faint, but still there. Seo-jun finally lets out a relieved breath, the tension in his shoulders loosening for the first time.
Lee So-yeon urges him to leave immediately, saying there is no time to waste. Her words trail off as she endures the pain, forcing herself to stay conscious a little longer.
Outside the gate, the officials panic the moment they see the condition the two of them are in. Seo-jun asks for the medical team first, making it clear that explanations can wait until Lee So-yeon is treated. An emergency call rings out across the area as the staff scramble into motion. Seo-jun kneels beside Lee So-yeon, staying close while they wait for help to arrive. Even after being saved, Lee So-yeon's voice remains cold as she looks at Seo-jun. She tells him plainly that she will never see him as her savior, refusing to let gratitude soften the wall she has built around herself.
Seo-jun answers without backing down, insisting that he still believes he did nothing wrong. To him, saving Lee So-yeon was never about receiving thanks, repayment, or any kind of reward in return.
The staff quickly rush Seo-jun and Lee So-yeon toward the hospital, their faces pale with horror. What was supposed to be a contest had spiraled into a near-fatal disaster, and everyone around them could feel how badly things had gone wrong. As the two are evacuated from the scene, news of the dungeon sweep incident begins spreading at frightening speed. Before long, the story reaches far beyond the academy grounds, shaking people across the world into chaos and disbelief. Reports reveal that a 6-star monster, Nakura, appeared inside what was supposed to be a 2-star dungeon. The impossible mismatch draws immediate attention from both the government and the Hunter Association, because nothing about it can be treated as ordinary. Public curiosity explodes almost overnight. People everywhere begin asking the same questions. How did an unknown cadet defeat a monster like that? And what kind of academy could possibly have produced someone capable of surviving it? Elsewhere, a hooded figure approaches a blonde knight with troubling news. The Apostle of Temperance has begun searching for Sir Kalia, and the warning immediately gives the atmosphere a darker edge. The blonde knight grows wary as soon as the name is mentioned. He suspects the search may be connected to the Korean distortion incident, and that possibility makes the situation feel far more dangerous than a simple inquiry. Back at the academy, an excited student rushes up to the Sword Saint and asks if the rumors are true. The cadet who killed the distortion monster supposedly came from Seo-yun's academy, and the student can barely hide his amazement. The Sword Saint confirms it with a gruff look, then immediately calls the boy a scallywag he never wants to see again. The harsh reaction leaves the student completely baffled, unsure whether the old man is angry, proud, or both. In the hospital, Seo-jun lies there groaning, but his mind is still locked on one thing, his lost money. Even after everything he survived, the prize money remains the first thing he cannot stop thinking about. A visitor challenges him, asking why Seo-jun is acting as if saving someone was a waste. Seo-jun immediately complains that he was supposed to take first place, and the frustration in his voice makes it clear he has not let the matter go. Seo-jun fumes over the announced joint first-place result and the thought of splitting the prize money. The visitor listens for only so long before bluntly asking him why he bothered acting in the first place if the money mattered that much. Seo-jun tries to joke that they could settle the split with rock, paper, scissors, but the joke dies the moment he is reminded of reality. Lee So-yeon lost her left arm in the accident, making his careless idea land with painfully bad timing. The visitor coldly says that explains everything, cutting through Seo-jun's complaints with a sharp remark. In his eyes, Seo-jun did not just lose money, he nearly lost sight of his own humanity. A cheerful staff member then arrives, breaking into the gloomy room with much brighter energy. The visitor mutters that Seo-jun got wrecked trying to save Lee So-yeon, and that, whether Seo-jun admits it or not, is exactly what his humanity looks like. The staff member looks confused by Seo-jun's dramatic meltdown, unsure how the conversation reached this point. The visitor simply waves it off, saying Seo-jun panicked because he thought he would have to split the money. But the staff member tilts her head and points out that Seo-jun should be the only winner. Her simple statement leaves both men staring at her in confusion, the whole argument suddenly thrown off balance.
She explains that Lee So-yeon forfeited the contest by her own choice. Not only that, Lee So-yeon confessed to cheating during this contest and even admitted to cheating in previous contests as well.
The staff member adds that Lee So-yan also reported her father, East Academy headmaster Lee Suk-man, for the atrocities he committed. Legal proceedings have already begun, and the situation is moving far beyond academy politics now. Seo-jun, still stubbornly insisting that he did nothing wrong, cannot help wondering why Lee So-yan suddenly turned herself in. After everything she had done, the change feels too sudden for him to understand. He admits that part of him suspected Lee So-yan might still have another scheme hidden somewhere. But then he remembers that she said something to him, something that made it seem like her thinking had begun to change. Lee So-yan's reflection comes back to him. She still believes Seo-jun was wrong in his own way. But for the first time, she admits that maybe her way of thinking had been wrong as well. She continues by acknowledging that she may have misunderstood what Seo-jun's actions truly meant. The admission is small, but it hints at a real shift inside her, as if her values have started to crack and reshape. Seo-jun confesses that he still does not fully understand what Lee So-yeon was trying to say. Her words remain stuck in his mind, leaving him unsettled in a way he cannot easily explain. The staff member then announces that the contest result is officially Mr. Seo-jun's solo victory. On top of that, the government has decided to grant additional benefits because of what he did during the dungeon incident. She states that the reward will be completely tax-free, and that an additional $100,000 will be included. The number lands in the room with enough force to make Seo-jun's entire expression change. Seo-jun erupts in shock at the unexpected extra reward, barely able to process what he just heard. The staff member calmly explains that it is being treated as compensation for everything he endured inside the distorted dungeon. While Seo-jun starts calculating the total in stunned disbelief, the staff member hints that the money is not the only important development. There is another matter just as significant, and possibly even more valuable in the long run. She reveals that Dream Hunter Academy has been promoted to a League 3 academy. Seo-jun is left stunned, because that single announcement changes the academy's future far more than he expected. Because Seo-jun won first place, the academy has now met the requirements for promotion. With League 3 status, Dream Hunter Academy will gain access to raids up to 4-star dungeons, opening a completely new level of opportunity. Seo-jun takes in the news with visible relief, finally feeling that the struggle paid off in a meaningful way. The staff member thanks him sincerely, making it clear that his victory made the promotion possible.
She then advises Dream Hunter Academy to start recruiting more cadets besides Seo-jun. Seo-jun laughs awkwardly at the implication, because her words quietly point out just how empty the Academy's roster still is.
A companion remarks that in the end, everything worked out better than expected. Seo-jun finally able to relax a little. Jokes that they no longer need to settle anything with rock, paper, scissors. Later, outside the hospital room, Seo-jun offers to use his winnings to buy Seo-yun something good to eat. Seo-yun chooses sushi without hesitation, while someone nearby teases Seo-jun for suddenly acting so generous. Back in his hospital bed, Seo-jun quietly celebrates to himself. His money problems are finally solved. Good food is waiting for him, and for the first time in a while, he can let his body sink into the bed with genuine relief. But the celebration does not last long before his mind shifts into planning mode. Seo-jun reaches for his phone, already preparing to take the next step while the opportunity is still fresh. Seo-yun opens the Transcendent shop and decides it is finally time to go shopping for gear. With his new funds, he can start seriously considering equipment that had been out of reach before. He notes that he now has $400,000 available to spend. Instead of buying recklessly, Seo-jun begins sorting through his priorities, trying to figure out which purchases will help him the most. The Lance of Longinus catches his attention at $100,000, but Seo-jun hesitates. Once the free pass ends and causality recalculates the prices, he has no idea what hidden costs might come crashing down on him. Seo-jun reasons that simply saving money may not be the safe choice either. If holding on to cash only raises his causality and makes future prices worse, then delaying too long could become its own kind of danger. With that in mind, Seo-jun decides he should act while he still can. He resolves to buy more equipment immediately and begins scrolling through the options with much sharper focus. He reviews items such as Kistos, Hemis, and Gleipnir, carefully reading their myth-based descriptions. Since the shop does not explain everything plainly, he has to judge their usefulness from the legends attached to them. The Lance of Longinus still seems like the strongest weapon choice, and Seo-jun keeps leaning back toward it. The real problem is deciding what else he should buy alongside it, because every choice could matter later. Something about the pricing starts bothering him. The numbers feel a little too perfect, as if the shop has arranged the options to tempt him into spending in a specific way. That suspicion makes Seo-jun wonder if causality itself is manipulating the so-called bargains in the shop. The deals may look convenient, but he cannot shake the feeling that there is a trap hidden inside the balance. He reasons that prices may rise each time he makes a purchase, or whenever the free pass triggers another causality calculation. That means he cannot just grab whatever looks useful, he has to choose carefully before the rules shift against him. Another problem is that the shop does not clearly explain what each item actually does. Seo-jun is forced to guess the effects from mythology and fragments of description, which makes every purchase feel risky. For famous items, he can at least rely on known legends, but obscure items are a completely different problem. If he does not recognize the myth behind them, Seo-jun admits he would have no clue what they are capable of, and researching everything would be overwhelming. Then Seo-jun realizes there may be a better solution. The cadet community board might have item reviews from other users, and those reviews could tell him what the shop descriptions leave out.
Seo-jun opens the freshman talk board, hoping to browse for useful information, but he quickly notices that he does not have a user ID and can only read posts, leaving him wondering why he is not allowed to create one himself.
Then one post suddenly caught Seo-jun's attention. It promised a full list of 100 Transcension gear reviews, complete with personal recommendations, and the moment he saw that bold claim, his eyes sharpened as he leaned in with obvious interest. Seo-jun began scrolling through the long review thread, and the more he read, the more stunned he became. Someone had apparently used 100 different pieces of Transcension gear firsthand. Still, the strange mascot-like emoticon attached to the post made the whole thing feel just suspicious enough to keep him on guard. The reviewer tore into the Aegis shield without mercy, calling it more dangerous than useful. According to the post, the Medusa head effect could petrify absolutely anyone nearby, including the user, and the worst part was that there was no proper way to control it. The reviewer even joked that as actual equipment, it was terrible, but as a prank gift for someone you wanted to torment, it was almost perfect. That ridiculous rating only made it clearer to Seo-jun that some Transcension gear came with risks that were far beyond normal common sense. Seo-jun kept scrolling, his expression growing more impressed with every line. The post was so long and detailed that he could not help but believe the reviewer had genuinely bought, handled, and tested every single item on the list. Eventually, the reviewer reached item 87, Cabasis. The tone of the post changed immediately, almost as if the entire thread had been written just to recommend this one item. Cabasis was introduced as a subspace pouch layered with several enchantments, making it far more useful than its simple appearance suggested. The reviewer strongly urged readers to buy Cabasis as early as possible, warning that the price would only climb later. Even though this version was only a copy, the post praised its impressive durability and powerful weight reduction effect, making it sound like a rare bargain. Then the reviewer gave Cabasis an absurdly high score, so high that Seo-jun stopped scrolling for a moment. He quietly repeated the name to himself, and the more he stared at it, the more interested he became. Seo-jun soon remembered where he had heard of Cabasis before. It was Hera's pouch, the one Perseus had used to store Medusa's severed head. Once that myth came back to him, the review's explanation about storage and enchantments suddenly made perfect sense. With his curiosity fully sparked, Seo-jun decided to check the price of Cabasis for himself. The moment he searched for it, the familiar causality-based calculation began to activate. The shop listed the copy Cabasis at $100,000. Seo-jun blinked at the screen, surprised that something with such a useful effect was actually within reach. He immediately pictured how convenient it would be during raids, especially when hauling weapons, supplies, monster materials, and even corpses. The weight reduction might not be perfect, but for someone like Seo-jun, who constantly had to carry heavy loads, it was still more than worth considering. But just as he was about to get excited, a sudden realization made him freeze. His expression stiffened, and he instinctively felt that there had to be some kind of catch hidden in the deal. Then he noticed a note explaining that if everything was packed into the pouch, exercising and carrying heavy loads would become much easier. Seo-jun's face slowly shifted from interest to concern as he realized the convenience might interfere with his training in ways he had not expected. Even with that doubt lingering in the back of his mind, Seo-jun made up his mind. This was still an absolute must-buy, and once he reached that conclusion, he did not hesitate any longer before purchasing it on the spot. After the purchase, Seo-jun admired the Lance of Longinus in person. His eyes fixed on its dazzling form. The weapon gave off such an extravagant presence that even before using it, he could feel how far removed it was from ordinary equipment. He also took out the newly acquired Cabasis pouch, turning it over in his hand with growing satisfaction. Even without testing its abilities yet, the item carried a strange aura that made it feel anything but ordinary. Then Seo-jun checked his bank balance and his face twisted instantly. His money had been completely wiped out, and to make matters worse, the price of cabeces had skyrocketed right after he bought it, leaving him furious at the absurd cruelty of causality. Seo-jun cursed the causality system under his breath, feeling as if it had punished him for daring to make a smart purchase. With his wallet emptied again, he had no choice but to accept that he needed to start earning money quickly. A worried Seo-yun looked at him and asked why he was heading into a raid so soon after being discharged. But Seo-jun brushed off her concern, insisting that resting was meaningless when his body felt fine and he desperately needed cash. When Seo-yun brought up the prize money he had received, Seo-jun answered far too casually, without even trying to hide it. He admitted that he had already spent every last bit of it. Seo-yun froze, completely stunned that he had burned through $400,000 so quickly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she demanded to know what on earth he had bought with that much money. Seo-yun did not bother explaining with words. Instead, he simply presented the gleaming lance of Longinus, and the polished, unmistakably new weapon practically announced on its own that it had cost a fortune. Seo-yun gave him a dry look and pointed out that his excitement was written all over his face. She could not help remembering how picky and difficult he had been when she had offered to buy the lance for him before. In the end, Seo-yun let out a resigned sigh. It was his money, after all, and no matter how reckless it looked to her, she knew she had no real right to control how he chose to spend it. Seo-jun stepped into a 4-star dungeon with his new equipment ready at his side. More than anything, he wanted to see for himself how his purchases would perform in an actual fight. Seo-yun warned him that if anything dangerous happened, she would step in immediately. Seo-jun accepted her condition without argument, and the two of them moved forward carefully, keeping their senses sharp. Before long, they arrived in a grand hall lined with stone gargoyle statues, with a treasure chest sitting ahead like bait. Seo-jun narrowed his eyes as the atmosphere grew heavy, the entire room giving off the unmistakable feeling of a trap. Then the silence broke, with the rough sound of stone grinding against stone. The gargoyle statues began to move, cracks spreading across their bodies as they shook themselves free from their petrified stillness. Seo-jun immediately recognized the enemy as gargoyles. Judging by their thick stone bodies and sturdy forms, their defense had to rank among the highest of all 4-star monsters. To Seo-jun, that made them the perfect test targets. He tightened his grip on the lance of Longinus and swung it forward, intending to measure just how much raw power the weapon truly held. He decided to begin with a simple basic strike. For this first test, he deliberately held back the power of uprooting mountain and avoided using any magic amplification, wanting to judge the lance on its own. One gargoyle let out a harsh roar and charged straight toward him. Even so, Seo-jun stayed calm, confident that the lance of Longinus should at least be able to land a proper hit through that heavy defense. The lance cut through the air and struck with a sharp, clean impact. The gargoyle's body jerked in response, and a startled cry of pain burst from the monster as the blow landed far more deeply than expected. Seo-jun drove the weapon into the gargoyle's stone body, and in the very next moment the monster crumbled apart. What had looked like a heavily armored enemy collapsed into scattered chunks of broken stone. Seo-jun and Seo-yun both stared at the shattered remains in silence. The gargoyle had gone down so instantly that neither of them could fully understand what they had just witnessed. Once the brief fight was over, Seo-jun could not hold back his confusion. He looked at the broken stone pieces and blurted out a demand to know what had just happened. Seo-yun was just as stunned as he was. She stared back at him with a baffled expression, as if asking why he expected her to have an answer when she had seen the exact same impossible thing. The two of them stood amid the fallen gargoyles, surrounded by chunks of shattered stone. For a moment, all they could do was try to process how abruptly the battle had ended. Seo-yun finally admitted that she had thought she was getting used to strange things happening around Seo-jun. But after watching that, she was beginning to seriously reconsider whether getting used to him was even possible. Just then, one surviving gargoyle lunged from the side. Seo-jun reacted on instinct, sweeping the lance of Longinus across in a single smooth motion and cutting it down before it could even threaten him. As more gargoyles rushed in, they were shredded one after another with almost no resistance. Seo-jun watched them fall apart and muttered in disbelief that they were crumbling far too easily for monsters known for being made of stone. After collecting a sizable amount of loot, Seo-jun casually wondered aloud whether he should just put everything into his pouch. The moment he said that, Seo-yun's attention snapped toward him. Seo-yun watched Seo-jun scoop up the loot and could not hide her confusion. The pouch in his hand looked far too small, and she had no idea how he expected to fit so many items inside it.
Seo-jun noticed that the pouch's weight reduction effect was not as complete as he had hoped. Even with Cabezas helping him, the haul still felt heavier than expected.
He decided that once the raid was finished, he would take everything out and sort through it properly. Nearby, another gargoyle collapsed into rubble, adding even more to the strange pile of loot around them. Seo Yoon's suspicion only deepened as she looked over everything he had bought. His spending clearly did not line up with the contest prize money, but when she pressed him about whether he had received a bigger payout, Seo Joon denied it. Still unconvinced, Seo Yoon demanded to know how he had managed to buy so many items. More importantly, she wanted to know exactly where he had found equipment like this in the first place. Seo Joon answered that he had bought everything from a hunter shop he had happened to hear about. The casual way he said it only made Seo Yoon more interested, and her expression brightened with sudden excitement. When Seo Joon explained that the place was called the Transcendent Shop, hidden away in an obscure alley near his home, Seo Yoon reacted immediately. Her curiosity flared at once, and she made it clear that she wanted to go there herself. Seo Joon quickly warned Seo Yoon not to get her hopes up too much. From what he had seen, the Transcendent Shop was probably already gone, because the owner had been packing up as if he was about to leave on a long journey. When Seo Yoon narrowed her eyes and looked at him with doubt, Seo Joon immediately defended himself. He pointed to his own face as if that alone should prove his innocence, insisting he did not look like someone making up a lie. Seo Yoon still looked reluctant, but in the end she accepted his explanation with a frustrated sigh. Seeing how disappointed she was, Seo Joon hurriedly apologized, clearly realizing that bringing up the shop had only upset her more. Before either of them could say anything else, a sudden tremor shook the dungeon. The impact sent bits of stone and dust scattering through the air, instantly cutting off their conversation and warning them that something dangerous had begun moving again. Seo Joon and Seo Yoon both snapped into alert positions at the same time. Their eyes shifted across the hall, and it became clear that another presence was stirring somewhere inside the dungeon. They looked around the ominous chamber, where rows of gargoyle statues stood frozen along the walls like silent guards. The heavy air pressing down around them made it impossible to ignore the feeling that this place was far more dangerous than it first appeared. Seo Yoon stepped forward, ready to deal with the threat herself before it could get worse. But Seo Joon stopped her before she could move too far, raising his voice and asking her to wait for a moment. Seo Yoon kept her weapon prepared, her stance still tense as she explained that she only wanted to test something first. Even while speaking, she did not take her eyes off the danger ahead. Seo Joon, however, was focused on the lance of Longinus in his hand. The more he thought about its earlier performance, the more he realized the weapon was far stronger than he had ever expected. Even a casual swing had been enough to slice through gargoyles as if their stone bodies were soft tofu. That single fact alone confirmed just how absurd the lance of Longinus truly was. So Seo Joon decided to push the test even further. This time, he would combine his uprooting mountain technique with the mana control he had learned from Merlin and see what happened when both powers flowed through the lance. Seo Joon activated uprooting mountain and Merlin's mana technique at the same time. Blue energy surged into the lance of Longinus, wrapping around the weapon just as the gargoyles began rushing toward him in a violent wave. Mana swelled around Seo Joon like a gathering storm. His gaze sharpened, his breathing steadied, and the power rushing through him began condensing toward one focused point. Seo Joon committed everything to a piercing strike. His eyes seemed to glow with concentration as he channeled the gathered force straight into the tip of the lance of Longinus. The moment he released it, a massive blue shockwave exploded through the hall. The force tore across the dungeon with such violence that even Seo Yoon was knocked off balance, forced to brace herself against the blast. Seo Yoon staggered back in alarm, her eyes widening at the sheer scale of the power Seo Joon had unleashed. What should have been a simple test had instantly turned into something far beyond ordinary combat. The blue energy coiled tighter around the shaft of the lance of Longinus, growing sharper and more intense with every passing second. It no longer looked like raw mana alone, but something closer to a blade forming around the weapon itself. Seo Joon recognized the phenomenon almost immediately. The power gathering at the lance's tip resembled an aura sword, except it had wrapped itself around the spear point instead of forming along a blade. The gargoyles' eyes burned red as they charged together in a furious swarm. Drawn toward the source of that overwhelming power, they rushed straight at Seo Joon without hesitation. Seo Joon drove forward into the mob, thrusting and cutting with the aura-laced lance of Longinus. Each movement carved open a path, and the gargoyles were sent flying apart before they could close in on him. Even in the middle of the assault, Seo Joon kept the power under control. He maintained the shape of the aura around the weapon while continuing to press forward, refusing to let the force scatter wildly. Then the technique began to rise to an entirely different level. The strike itself seemed to be amplified, as if the lance had taken Seo Jun's power and pushed it far beyond its original scale. A towering column of blue force ripped upward through the dungeon space. The pressure tore through the hall with terrifying intensity, swallowing everything in its path. At last, the tip of the Lance of Longinus hummed and steadied. The raging energy compressed into a final point, and the overwhelming attack slowly came to an end. When the blue light finally faded, Seo Jun and Seo Yun were standing before a pair of enormous sealed doors. Around them, the hall had been reduced to wreckage, with shattered stone and broken gargoyle remains scattered everywhere. Seo Yun could only stare. Her mouth hung open slightly, and for a moment, she seemed completely unable to process what Seo Jun had just done. A huge gouge had been carved across the dungeon floor, and faint blue sparks still crackled along the broken stone. The aftermath alone made the destructive force of the strike painfully clear. Seo Jun looked at the damage and cursed internally. The moment he saw the ruined hall in front of him, he realized he might have gone a little too far. Then he remembered the origin of the Lance of Longinus, the holy spear said to have pierced the crucified Jesus. Even though this weapon was only a copy, Seo Jun had to admit he had seriously underestimated its power. Even so, Seo Jun could not deny the rush of excitement running through him. Being overgeared felt incredible, and in that moment he almost wanted to laugh at the idea that skill mattered more than having absurdly powerful equipment. Still, Seo Jun knew he needed to be more careful with future purchases. Checking online reviews first was clearly the smart move, but money was still a problem, and the rising difficulty of everything around him made that problem feel even heavier. When Seo Jun checked the remaining time on his free pass, his expression hardened with determination. If the clock was already ticking, then he had no choice but to cram in as many lectures as possible and squeeze every bit of progress out of each day. Back in the real world, Seo Yun suddenly turned to Seo Jun as if she had just remembered something important. Her tone became more serious, and she asked him to listen carefully for a moment. Seo Yun explained that Young Jimin wanted to meet him. The request came so suddenly that Seo Jun blinked in confusion, clearly unsure why someone he barely knew would be looking for him.
Seo Jun asked if Young Jimin was Seo Yun's sister, trying to place the name through their connection. Seo Yun quickly corrected him, explaining that Young Jimin was not family, but rather an older acquaintance she knew.
Then Seo Yun revealed the part that truly caught Seo Jun off guard. Young Jimin was the magic saint's apprentice, and the weight behind that title immediately made Seo Jun realize this meeting was not going to be ordinary. Young Jimin was no ordinary apprentice either. She was known as the hidden disciple of the magic saint, a genius among geniuses, and someone rumored to have even surpassed her own master. Seo Jun could not help wondering why someone with that kind of reputation would want to meet him. Seo Yun answered that Young Jimin wanted to ask him about the incident that had happened earlier. Seo Jun immediately suspected the questions would be about the dungeon distortion. He also learned that Seo Yun had been delaying Young Jimin for him, telling her that he was still recovering and could not meet yet. A worried look crossed Seo Jun's face as he wondered if Young Jimin might be as aggressive and overwhelming as the magic saint. Seo Yun reassured him right away, telling him that Young Jimin was not that kind of person. With that reassurance, Seo Jun finally relaxed and agreed to meet her. Seo Yun promised to contact Young Jimin and set a date, then sent a message saying Seo Jun had agreed and asking when Young Jimin could make time. Seo Yun pressed send, and with that single tap, the meeting was officially set in motion. At the arranged location, Young Jimin appeared almost immediately and called out to Seo Yun. Her sudden arrival was so fast that Seo Yun visibly flinched in surprise. Seo Yun stared at her in shock, clearly not expecting Young Jimin to already be there. But Young Jimin wasted no time at all and impatiently asked where Seo Jun was. Young Jimin introduced herself as the magic saint's apprentice, giving her name with direct confidence. Then she immediately asked about the man the magic saint had praised, making it clear that Seo Jun was the reason she had come. But the moment Young Jimin saw Seo Jun, her composure cracked. She panicked because he looked more like a high school student than the impressive figure she had been imagining. Seo Jun was just as thrown off by her appearance. He stared back in disbelief, silently questioning how someone with such a legendary reputation could look so young. Young Jimin skipped over any proper greeting and went straight to the point. Her tone turned sharp as she demanded to know where Seo Jun had gotten that item. When Seo Jun did not answer right away, Young Jimin raised her voice and repeated the demand even more forcefully. She pressed him for the source without the slightest restraint. Seo Jun recoiled at her sudden aggression, protesting both her hostile attitude and the way she spoke to him so casually. Seo Yun quickly stepped between them, sensing that the conversation was already on the verge of turning into trouble. Seo Yun reacted before Young Jimin could rush any closer, grabbing her firmly and holding her back from storming straight at Seo Jun. but young Jimin thrashed against her grip, still trying to break free as if answers mattered more than basic manners. Seo Jun and Seo Yoon both called out at once, trying to calm young Jimin down before the situation exploded. Seo Yoon hurriedly apologized to Seo Jun, explaining that once young Jimin wanted an answer, she had no breaks at all, which was exactly why Seo Yoon had to hold her back and force her to cool off. Once young Jimin had been restrained to the side, Seo Yoon confirmed it for Seo Jun with an awkward expression. This intense woman really was young Jimin, the magic saint's apprentice, while young Jimin continued glaring at him as if she still wanted to interrogate him on the spot. Seo Jun could not hide his confusion over young Jimin's youthful appearance, and Seo Yoon calmly explained that young Jimin usually maintained that young-looking form in her everyday life. It was not that she simply looked young by chance, she was deliberately keeping herself that way. Young Jimin corrected the explanation, saying it was not a complete polymorph. Instead, she was altering herself based on the memory of her own body, shaping her appearance around the form her body remembered. She added that keeping up such an appearance was far from easy, even if she made it look casual. The way she spoke made it clear that this was delicate, high-level magic, not some simple trick anyone could copy. Then young Jimin's attention snapped right back to the real reason she had lost control. She leaned forward and demanded to know where Seo Jun had obtained that subspace pouch, catching him off guard all over again. When Seo Jun answered that it was Cabus's, young Jimin's eyes lit up instantly. Her face filled with fascination, and she lunged toward the pouch as if she had just discovered an impossible treasure, amazed by the way it had been constructed. Young Jimin immediately asked Seo Yoon whether she had also seen the strange distortion effect. Seo Yoon admitted that she had only realized how unusual it was after watching Seo Jun use the pouch, and even though she did not understand the technical details, she could still tell it was impressive. That answer only made young Jimin more outraged, and she launched into a rapid technical rant about layered circuits, unknown magic structures, and construction methods she could not identify. While she kept talking, Seo Jun found himself wondering how a blacksmith would react if they ever examined his lance of Longinus. Then young Jimin abruptly tried to buy Cabesus from him, making Seo Jun hesitate because he could already sense trouble. But she only escalated, throwing out absurd sums of money like they were nothing, leaving Seo Jun stunned by how casually she raised the price. When he finally called her out for shouting random numbers, young Jimin admitted that she would need sponsors before she could actually pay that kind of amount. Even so, young Jimin insisted that Cabesus was worth far more than 100 million. Hearing her say it with such certainty, Seo Jun began to realize that the outrageous price might not be as impossible as it first sounded. Seo Jun thought it over and quietly admitted to himself that if anyone could actually gather that much money, it would be someone like young Jimin. With her reputation and connections, an impossible amount might become strangely realistic. But even with that temptation dangling in front of him, Seo Jun said he could not sell Cabesus. Both Seo Yoon and young Jimin immediately demanded to know why, and young Jimin pushed the pouch into her own hands as if testing it would settle the matter, insisting that the money should more than cover any loss he took. The moment young Jimin tried to use Cabesus, sparks burst out from the pouch. It shocked her hand and rejected her immediately, making it clear that the item had no intention of obeying anyone other than Seo Jun. Cabesus slipped from young Jimin's grasp and dropped to the floor, still crackling with faint sparks. Even lying there, the pouch seemed to be proving that it refused to accept her. Seo Jun explained that Cabesus was bound to him, meaning only he could use it. As soon as young Jimin heard that, her expression shifted, and she began to understand the deeper implication behind that restriction. A notice revealed the truth behind Cabesus. The pouch had been made for underclass cadets by students who had already passed through the academy, and because of that, resale was strictly prohibited. Young Jimin realized that Cabesus might even be bound through an additional magic circuit, and her curiosity surged again. She demanded to know who had sold it to Seo Jun, even offering $1 million just for the seller's identity, while Seo Jun tried his best to calm her down. Seo Jun summarized the situation as plainly as he could. He had bought Cabesus from a random shop near his home. He could not clearly remember the seller, and the shop itself was already gone, but that only made young Jimin stare at him with even sharper suspicion. Since Seo Jun could not sell Cabesus, young Jimin quickly changed direction. If she could not own it, then at the very least she wanted to study it herself and uncover how it worked. She proposed running tests without directly using the pouch, since it was bound to Seo Jun. In return, she promised that she would pay him properly for cooperating with her research. Seo Jun clarified the important condition first. As long as ownership remained with him, anyone else who tried to use Cabesus would still be rejected. But if young Jimin only needed his help for research, then compensation was something they could discuss. Still, Seo Jun could not help worrying about how causality would judge the situation. If he received money for a bound item he was not actually selling and only lending out for study, he had no idea whether the system would treat it as a loophole or punish him for it.
Jiang Jimin agreed that the arrangement was manageable. She said she would help with the research if Seo Jun could secure the funding, and the possibility of studying Kabesis made her practically glow with excitement.
When Seo Jun asked whether they could begin testing right away, Young Jimin shook her head. She did not have the proper equipment with her, so she told him she would invite him to her laboratory later. Only then did Young Jimin remember the real reason she had come in the first place. She had meant to ask about the distortion incident, and Seo Jun confirmed that this was what she wanted to hear about. Young Jimin's expression sharpened as she shifted back into questioning mode. She demanded that Seo Jun explain in detail what had happened that day, leaving no important part out. After listening to Seo Jun's account, Young Jimin organized the details quickly. The Nakura had already been present, and the measurement device only began acting strangely afterward, which confirmed several key points she had been trying to verify. Then Young Jimin asked the most important question. If the enemy had truly been Nakura, she wanted to know how Seo Jun had managed to defeat it at all. Seo Jun tried to brush it off by saying it had been luck, but Young Jimin rejected that answer immediately. A 6-star monster could not be beaten by chance, especially not without aura, and she made it clear that such an explanation was impossible. Seo Jun admitted that if he had relied on uprooting mountain alone, he would never have been able to face Nakura. The deciding factor had been Merlin's mana, which gave him the power he needed at the critical moment. But in the middle of that thought, Seo Jun suddenly stopped. A new idea clicked into place in his mind, and his expression changed as the pieces began connecting. Seo Jun carefully asked if he could share an opinion based on Merlin's lecture. Young Jimin, now genuinely interested, told him to go ahead and explain. Seo Jun began by laying out what he had learned. Magic and aura both came from mana, and the main difference was not the source itself, but the way a person's will directed that mana to move. From there, Seo Jun suggested that dungeon distortions might operate on a similar principle. If magic and aura were different expressions of mana, then distortions might also be another way mana altered reality. Jiang Jimin demanded that he explain further, and Seo Jun rephrased the idea more clearly. He described dungeon distortions as phenomena where mana interfered with and twisted the natural laws of reality. He remembered how Merlin had emphasized that mana worked by bending the laws of the world through an individual's will. That explanation suddenly felt far more important now than it had during the lecture. Connecting that idea to their situation, Seo Jun proposed that dungeon distortions might not be random at all. They could be phenomena caused by someone's will acting through mana. In other words, Seo Jun concluded that distorted dungeons might be artificial occurrences. Rather than natural accidents, they could be events intentionally created by a specific individual. Only after saying it aloud did Seo Jun remember who he was speaking to. Realizing he had just offered a theory in front of a prodigy like Young Jimin, he awkwardly tried to downplay it, but Young Jimin was already staring at him in a completely different way. Young Jimin bluntly asked what Seo Jun really was. Her gaze sharpened as she probed him, wondering if he was secretly a magic scholar as well. Seo Jun quickly insisted that he was nothing like that and was only an aspiring pro-hunter. He credited the idea entirely to Merlin's teachings, but that explanation only made Young Jimin look even more incredulous. Then, Young Jimin's attention returned to Kabesis once again. Her suspicion sharpened, and the way she looked at Seo Jun became more direct, as if another possibility had suddenly occurred to her. Seo Jun stared back in confusion, while Young Jimin studied him closely. Her eyes moved over him like she was examining a suspect, and he had no idea what conclusion she was about to jump to. At last, Young Jimin asked him outright whether he had been the one who made Kabesis. The question landed so suddenly that it left the air between them strangely tense. The implication was absurd but heavy. Was Young Jimin seriously considering that an ordinary aspiring pro-hunter might secretly be a genius magic scholar capable of creating something like Kabesis? Seo Jun was completely baffled. Internally, he dismissed the idea as nonsense, unable to understand how Young Jimin had leapt to such an extreme conclusion. But Young Jimin was already energized by the possibility. She leaned in and asked how Seo Jun had managed to come up with that theory so suddenly, eager to break down the way his mind worked. Seo Jun tried to answer as calmly as possible, lifting a hand slightly as if to organize his thoughts. He looked for a simple way to explain that his reasoning had not been as grand as she seemed to think. He said he had only added a few of his own thoughts to what Merlin had taught him. Seo Jun had never expected such a massive reaction from Young Jimin, especially over something that had felt like a simple guess to him. Young Jimin nodded with intense focus, treating Seo Jun's perspective as something genuinely valuable. Meanwhile, Seo-jun grew uneasy because the atmosphere made it feel less like he was answering questions and more like he was somehow teaching her. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Seo-jun's mind. If knowledge could be treated like a product, then teaching what he had learned to others might become another way for him to earn money. Seo-jun's expression turned serious as he began calculating the possibility in his head. Unlike trying to resell bound items like Longinus or Cabezus, selling knowledge he had personally gained felt like it might count as a legitimate profit. After all, Seo-jun had not stolen that understanding from anyone. He had struggled, studied, trained, and pieced it together through his own effort, so in theory, teaching it to someone else should not be the same as hoarding forbidden goods. But just as quickly as the idea excited him, doubt came crashing in. Seo-jun's face stiffened as he wondered who in the world would actually pay money to learn from someone who was still only a cadet. Jung Jimin cut straight through his confidence without hesitation. She bluntly told Seo-jun that when it came to sorcery, he was still missing the fundamentals. Even so, young Jimin did not dismiss him completely. She admitted that his first idea had been surprisingly good enough that it was worth digging into and researching more seriously. Seo-jun returned with snacks in hand, only to find young Jimin already preparing to leave. From the satisfied look on young Jimin's face, it was clear she had gotten what she came for. Before leaving, young Jimin promised that she would invite Seo-jun to her laboratory later. After she walked away, Seo-jun and Seo-jun could only exchange a look and comment on how completely different she was from the image people had of her in public. Jung Jimin headed off in high spirits, already eager to begin her research. Watching her go, Seo-jun quietly wondered if Jung Jimin really might become the next magic saint, while Seo-jun found himself reflecting on how many legendary people he kept crossing paths with. With Jung Jimin gone, Seo-jun suggested they eat the snacks together before they went cold. Seo-jun accepted gratefully, glad to have even a small moment of normal peace after that intense meeting. As they ate, Seo-jun joked that at this rate, maybe the Grand Voice would be the next person to come visit him. But after the joke left his mouth, his expression slowly turned thoughtful. The light mood faded from Seo-jun's face. His gaze lowered, and he became serious again as the problem of his stalled progress pressed down on him. Training by himself was not raising his lecture progress quickly enough. The numbers displayed in front of him made that painfully clear, showing gains so small that every bit of progress felt frustratingly slow. Even with Cabezus making his training more efficient, Seo-jun realized the real problem had not disappeared. He still did not have enough time to advance his lectures meaningfully before the free pass expired. Seo-jun approached Seo-jun with a question on his mind, but she seemed distracted by her own worries. Her attention was elsewhere, and she barely noticed him at first. Seo-jun was muttering to herself about needing a lecturer to train the new cadets, then worrying about how much the wages would cost. She was so absorbed in those concerns that Seo-jun's voice almost passed right by her. When Seo-jun called her again, Seo-jun jolted in surprise. The snack bag in her hand crumpled under her fingers as she snapped back to reality. Seo-jun quickly apologized, saying she had not heard him clearly, then asked what was bothering him. Seo-jun explained that he had been thinking through a plan related to cadet recruitment, only to get tangled up in all the complications. Seo-jun then asked whether there were any competitions coming up soon that he could enter. Something like the tournaments or sweep events from before would let him earn money while also pushing his progress forward. Seo-jun took out her phone and checked the schedule, repeating the condition to make sure she understood. Seo-jun needed an event that would happen within the next 20 days. After looking through the information, Seo-jun shook her head. There were no suitable events scheduled in that time frame, and Seo-jun's disappointment showed immediately. But then Seo-jun mentioned that Hunter Mills would be holding a mock exam next month. The moment Seo-jun heard that, his attention sharpened. Mock exams were essentially practice versions of the annual Pro Hunter exam, since failing the real exam meant losing an entire year. Cadets treated these practice tests as extremely important. Academies created mock exams to help their cadets prepare for that high-stakes trial. Among them, the top academies in Korea dominated the entire scene, drawing attention from cadets everywhere. Hunter Mills, Lee, and JN Academy were known as the three major hosts. Their mock exams were so respected that rumors claimed the scores often reflected how cadets would perform on the actual Pro Hunter exam. Across the academies, elite cadets trained, sparred, and pushed their limits as the mock exam approached. The upcoming test was beginning to take shape as the next major hurdle standing in Seo-jun's path. Seo-jun weighed the idea of entering a scholarship competition to solve his money problems and boost his lecture progress at the same time. He knew stronger cadets would probably dominate, but the opportunity was still difficult to ignore. The timing, however, clashed painfully with the expiration of his free pass. Even so, Seo-jun had no choice but to accept the situation and push forward, determined to see just how far he could get. He thought back to one of the lectures where the instructor warned that no technique was ever perfect. Every method had to change and adapt depending on the situation in front of the user. The instructor emphasized that intuition was the key when circumstances kept shifting. Still, relying too heavily on one fixed principle could become dangerous, especially when the battlefield refused to stay predictable. Back in his room, Seo-jun sat with that lesson turning over in his mind. The more he studied, the more impressed he became by how deep the Transcension Academy's teachings went far beyond anything he had once imagined. Then, Seo-jun suddenly remembered that a mock exam for the Transcension Academy was also coming up. The realization jolted his attention, pulling him away from his earlier thoughts. One lecturer had casually advised cadets not to obsess too much over mock exam results. Seo-jun paused at that, wondering if he had really heard the advice correctly. When he looked further, Seo-jun discovered that there were mock exams specifically designed for the Transcension exams. They even came with detailed analyses and solution videos, as if this was a fully established system. Seo-jun was stunned to learn that there was not only a real Transcension exam, but also an actual license connected to it. It seemed to be judged much like the Pro Hunter exam, and he recalled accepted ranks such as 5th Class Sage and 9th Class Swordmaster. That made Seo-jun rethink an old student interview he had once assumed was a joke. Now, with this new information in front of him, he began to suspect that the interview might have been completely real. Seo-jun argued with himself, thinking that he was not even close to a true transcendent level yet. Taking a Transcension mock exam when he was still so inexperienced felt almost pointless. Even so, Seo-jun tapped the option and opened it. Part of him wondered whether the time would be better spent raising his lecture progress, but curiosity had already gotten the better of him. A loud, trash-talking message immediately appeared, urging cadets to try the mock exam and start using Uprooting Mountain. It mocked them as weak, as if the entire notice had been written to provoke them. The taunting message continued, telling the trash cadets to take the mock exam and learn exactly where they stood. Seo-jun stared at the screen, baffled by how aggressively the academy was trying to motivate people. Seo-jun kept looking at the mock exam prompt in disbelief. The entire thing was so absurd that he could not help openly wondering what kind of school presented an exam like this. Then Seo-jun noticed how strongly the program emphasized videos. He began to wonder if they were more than ordinary recordings, and why the academy seemed to treat them as such an important part of the mock exam. When names like Siddhartha Gautama and Merlin appeared in the description, Seo-jun's alarm grew. If legendary instructors were connected to this, then the mock exam might be far more serious than its ridiculous tone suggested. The promotional message repeated that results were not everything as the exam drew closer. Beneath all the strange wording, it seemed to hint that the mock exam also came with guidance from those legendary figures. Seo-jun realized that even here, the system kept bringing up mock exams again and again. That alone confirmed that the academy considered them a major focus, not some minor side feature. Then again, Seo-jun admitted to himself that the Transcension Academy had been strange from the very beginning. Maybe this bizarre mock exam was simply another part of that same unbelievable world. Still, Seo-jun could not stop wondering whether the mock exam was truly important. It might be a valuable opportunity, or it might just be another distraction eating away at his limited time. In the end, Seo-jun decided to check the community board. If other cadets had already discussed the mock exam, their opinions might help him judge whether taking it was worth the risk. One post from an older student reflected almost exactly what Seo-jun had been thinking. The student asked whether it made sense to attempt the mock exam despite still being stuck in the introductory lectures. After reading through the responses, Seo-jun reached a rough conclusion. Most people seem to believe cadets should reach a certain level first before attempting the mock exam, rather than rushing in too early. Then one reply caught Seo-jun completely off guard. The older student recommended taking the mock exam anyway, explaining that even a terrible result could massively increase lecture progress, and Seo-jun stared at the screen in shock. Under the quiet night sky, Seo-jun kept turning that advice over in his head. Even after putting the phone down, he could not stop debating whether he should really challenge the mock exam after all. By the time morning arrived, the question still had not left him. As the new day began, the choice continued hanging over Seo-jun like a problem he could no longer avoid. Seo-jun made his way to an empty training space with his phone in one hand and his weapon ready beside him. The place was quiet enough for him to focus, and his posture showed that he was finally preparing to commit. The system began calculating the price for the mock exam, but then displayed that the first application would be free. A prompt appeared asking Seo-jun whether he wanted to take the Transcension mock exam. Seo Jun noticed that the first attempt cost nothing, and that made the gamble even harder to ignore. Wasting a free trial felt stupid, and even though money was always a problem, he convinced himself he could earn more later if he needed to. In the end, Seo Jun accepted the application. He chose the battle track and set his target class as 9th class Swordmaster, locking in the path he wanted to challenge. The system immediately generated the mock exam questions and completed the setup. A warning followed, explaining that the test was based on past exam questions, so the actual Transcension exam could still be different. The first subject began without delay, throwing Seo Jun into a battle section made up of 15 escalating questions. The sudden start caught him completely off guard. Seo Jun panicked the moment he realized the exam was beginning right away. This was not some distant schedule or written test. Whatever was about to happen was happening here and now. He demanded to know how he was supposed to proceed when the exam seemed ready to manifest physically in front of him. The setup was so absurd that it barely felt like an exam anymore. Then, Seo Jun started calculating what 15 difficulty tiers might mean. If the levels kept rising, the final stage could involve something as ridiculous as a 20-star monster, and that thought sent a chill through him. A violent surge suddenly erupted in front of him. The air twisted, energy gathered, and something began taking shape as the training space filled with pressure. Seo Jun reeled backward when a creature literally emerged from his phone. In that instant, he understood that this was no normal test displayed on a screen. He braced himself with his polearm, tightening his grip as his body stiffened into a combat stance. The first-rank opponent was not being described to him. It was actually appearing before his eyes. The summoned presence continued expanding, growing larger with every second. Seo Jun watched in horror as the shape kept swelling far beyond what he had expected for the very first level. For a moment, Seo Jun froze where he stood. His mind could not keep up with the fact that the monster was still growing, as if the exam had no intention of staying within common sense. As the shadow grew massive enough to swallow his field of view, Seo Jun finally recognized what it was. The shape before him was a dragon, and dread immediately settled deep in his chest. A colossal blue dragon towered over Seo Jun, its huge body filling the space with overwhelming pressure. In that moment, the mock exam no longer felt like a test, it felt like a death sentence. The system announced the first level: defeat Fafnir, the Dragon of Ruin, within 30 minutes. Seo Jun could only stare up at the monster and wonder if the Transcension Academy had completely lost its mind. Fafnir began to move, and the ground seemed to tremble beneath its weight. As the dragon closed in, Seo Jun screamed internally for even a little more time to understand what was happening. Then Fafnir opened its jaws and unleashed a devastating breath attack. A torrent of destructive force flooded the area, sweeping towards Seo Jun with terrifying speed. Seo Jun barely managed a half-formed reaction before the breath swallowed him. He had no time to dodge properly, no time to counter, and no time to even finish processing the attack. The screen immediately declared that Seo Jun had failed level 1. Almost the entire time limit still remained, and the instant result left him staring in stunned disbelief. Seo Jun lay wrecked on the ground, his body aching from the overwhelming defeat. He admitted to himself that he had been completely massacred and could not understand how anyone was supposed to beat that thing. His thoughts spiraled as the absurdity sank in. This was only the first level, and the opponent was already the infamous Dragon of Ruin, Fafnir. Still furious and shaken, Seo Jun could not help wondering what kind of nightmare the 15th level would be. If level 1 was already like this, the final stage sounded beyond imagination. His mind jumped straight to gods as possible opponents. Then he awkwardly paused, realizing that in the world of transcendence, some beings might actually be close enough to gods for that guess to make sense. Seo Jun sat there in stunned silence for a while, trying to steady his breathing. The shock of being wiped out instantly still clung to him like a weight. Back in the training hall, Seo Jun looked around and confirmed that nothing outside the exam had been damaged. Once he knew the space was intact, he quietly asked himself what he was supposed to do next. Seo Jun slowly pushed himself up, clinging to the one silver lining he could find in this disaster. At the very least, the mock exam was not over after a single failure. The system offered him another attempt, and Seo Jun realized he still had 10 tries left after his first defeat. That number gave him just enough room to think about challenging it again. Seo Jun doubted that repeating the same thing would suddenly change the result, but frustration tightened his grip around his weapon. If the exam wanted to crush him, then he would turn this into a contest of stubbornness and keep going anyway. The next attempts blurred together into repeated, brutal failures, again and again. The system displayed level 1 failure notices while Seo Jun was crushed before he could make any real progress. When only 5 tries remained, Seo Jun finally had to accept the bitter truth. Brute repetition alone was not going to let him defeat Fafnir. Seo Jun collapsed again, cursing himself for thinking he could somehow overcome it by willpower alone. This time, he could only admit that he had been completely defeated. Outside the exam, Seo Jun finally conceded that he had been the crazy one. Believing a Transcension mock exam would be manageable had been nothing but arrogance. Sitting on a bench, Seo Jun sank into frustration. Becoming a pro hunter was already difficult enough, but transcending felt impossibly far away. And because the mock exam ended so quickly each time, his lecture progress barely improved at all. Seo Jun considered canceling the attempt, or changing the settings somehow. Then a new prompt appeared on the screen, making him pause before he could decide. The system offered him an explanation lecture for the problem, but warned that listening to it would result in an evaluation penalty. Seo Jun frowned at the notice, wondering what that penalty was even supposed to mean. Still, Seo Jun hoped the explanation lecture might at least teach him how to attack Fafnir or survive that breath properly. At this point, any hint was better than being wiped out blindly. When the menu of explanation lectures appeared, Seo Jun's eyes widened. One of the available lectures was by Heaven's great sage himself, and the fact that such a figure was involved left him genuinely shocked. Seo Jun imagined learning directly alongside Heaven's great sage, Sun Wukong, even if only through a lecture. The thought was too incredible to ignore, and he decided to register. Seo Jun tapped the register button, committing himself to the lecture despite all his doubts. Whether it made sense or not, he had already chosen to hear what it had to say. A stern voice began the lecture by confirming that the first-level problem was indeed Fafnir, the Dragon of Ruin. Hearing the name stated so plainly only made the whole situation feel even more absurd. The lecturer claimed that the question only looked difficult at first glance. According to him, it was basically an ability discrimination trap, the kind of problem that punished cadets who overthought it. The speaker was revealed as the Buddha of fighting, Heaven's equal great sage. With Sun Wukong himself delivering the explanation, the lecture instantly felt absurdly high level. Sun Wukong explained that many cadets became obsessed with analyzing Fafnir's breath pattern. As Seo Jun listened, he suddenly remembered how he had once mistaken Sun Wukong for some strange cosplayer when they first met. Sun Wukong insisted that Fafnir's threat was defined almost entirely by its breath. In other words, if that attack could be avoided, then the fight's greatest danger would essentially be removed. Then Sun Wukong demonstrated the point by facing the dragon head-on. As Fafnir prepared its breath attack, the scene showed exactly how that overwhelming strike worked in action. He warns that in the middle of an attack, there is no time to split the breath apart in your head or start analyzing every detail. The moment that blast comes flying, hesitation itself becomes the real danger. Instead, Sun Wukong makes the answer sound almost insultingly plain. There is no need for some elegant secret technique, no complicated trick, and no grand theory. When the breath comes, you simply move out of the way. Fafnir's breath rips across the space like a raging beam of destruction, tearing through everything in its path. The sheer scale of it makes the lesson feel absurd, because dodging something that overwhelming hardly looks simple at all. Sun Wukong adds that once Fafnir fires off his breath, the dragon cannot immediately use it again. For a short while after that terrifying blast, Fafnir's biggest threat disappears, and his presence becomes much less impossible to deal with. Then Sun Wukong pushes the point even further, as if the answer should already be obvious. If Fafnir loses access to that breath for a while, then what should a cadet do during that opening? His conclusion is brutally direct. Once that breath window is gone, do not overthink it, do not hesitate, and do not waste time. Just rush in and beat Fafnir down. Li Junhuan listens in silence, but his face clearly says he is not convinced. The advice sounds far too simple, especially when it clashes so sharply with the terrifying experience he just lived through himself. Sun Wukong then casually names his technique, the Heavenly Meteor Staff, as if he is about to demonstrate something ordinary. That relaxed attitude alone makes it clear how little fear he has toward a dragon like Fafnir. With that, Sun Wukong unleashes the first form. A crushing pillar of force drops from above like a star falling out of the heavens, aimed straight down with terrifying precision. The meteor-like blow slams down with catastrophic power, swallowing the space beneath it in one overwhelming strike. At Sun Wukong's level, even a dragon like Fafnir looks less like an impossible enemy and more like something that can simply be smashed. The impact keeps roaring through the area, pounding the ground with enough force to make the difference painfully clear. The gap between Li Junhuan and the lecturer is not just wide, it feels almost impossible to measure. Sun Wukong calls the whole thing simple, without the slightest trace of doubt in his voice. Li Junhuan can only stare, completely baffled by how casually the lecturer treats something that nearly ended him. Sun Wukong repeats that even if this mock battle is meant to test a cadet's ability, it is still only level 1. From his point of view, a challenge like that should be handled easily. He leaves them with the same blunt motto: the harder something seems, the simpler you should think, and before Li Junhuan can fully process that, the lecture ends as abruptly as it began. Li Junhuan sits there questioning everything. Was that really supposed to count as an explanation lecture? At this point, he cannot tell whether he is the strange one for not understanding it, or whether the academy itself is completely abnormal. Panic starts creeping in as he wonders whether the other explanation lectures could possibly be just as useless. Desperate for something more practical, his eyes move to another option related to facing the breath head-on. A preview for another lecture appears, showing a blue dragon blasting out a breath attack of its own. Li Junhuan immediately stiffens, because there is no way he can imagine himself copying something that monstrous. Frustrated beyond words, he shuts off the lecture feed. Even after watching everything, he is still stuck with the same impossible question. How is he supposed to apply any of that in a real fight? Exhaustion weighs down on him as he asks himself once again what he is supposed to do now. The situation has not improved, and the answer still feels painfully out of reach.
Then he remembers the worst part. He has already used the precious free pass, and if he quits here, that opportunity will be completely wasted. Turning back now would mean throwing away the one chance he had.
With no better choice, Li Junhuan selects another explanation lecture. This one focuses on analyzing Fafnir's specialties, and the instructor leading it is Siegfried. The lecture introduces Siegfried as a legendary hero from Northern Europe, the wielder of Balmung, and the first dragon slayer. Even the title alone carries a weight that feels different from the previous lecture. It explains that Siegfried earned the name Dragon Slayer by killing Fafnir himself. That means he should understand Fafnir better than anyone, and it also hints that he may be the one who set Fafnir as a level 1 challenge in the first place. Li Junhuan steels himself and decides that this is the last chance. If this lecture turns out to be strange too, then he really will give up for good. Siegfried begins calmly, stating that Fafnir's strongest weapon is, of course, his breath. In the end, the entire problem comes down to one question: can you dodge that opening attack or not? The moment Li Junhuan hears that, his expression darkens. It sounds exactly like the same useless advice all over again, and he is already preparing to turn the lecture off. But Siegfried seems to stop him at the perfect moment, pointing out that anyone attending this lecture probably failed because dodging was not easy. Then, instead of leaving it there, he promises to teach 2 concrete ways to attack the problem. Siegfried moves straight into the first method, and the tone finally shifts from vague theory into something Li Junhuan can actually follow step by step. He explains that Fafnir fires his breath directly at the exact place where the cadet is summoned. So if you dash away the instant the summoning finishes, the breath will still be aimed at your original position instead of where you have moved. Siegfried admits that it takes practice to get the timing right, but once a cadet understands that first target point, avoiding the breath becomes far more manageable than it first appears. Still, he acknowledges that some cadets may not be able to dodge reliably, even after understanding the timing. For those who struggle with movement, Siegfried introduces a second method. The second method begins with an instruction so unexpected that Li Junhuan can only blink in confusion. Siegfried tells him to prepare something shiny and gold. A follow-up message appears, thanking him for his patronage, as if this strange gold-related strategy is already part of the plan. Suddenly, the ridiculous idea of using gold becomes the center of the entire solution. Before he can fully process it, Li Junhuan finds himself holding a gleaming gold bar in his hand. He stares at it, wondering whether a tactic this absurd could really work against Fafnir. Siegfried explains that Fafnir became a dragon because of his obsession with gold. His greed is not just a weakness, it is something that controls him completely. The lecture continues by clarifying that the gold does not even have to be real. As long as it looks convincing, the moment the cadet is summoned, they simply need to throw it right in front of Fafnir. Because Fafnir would never use his breath if doing so meant vaporizing the gold. The bait blocks his instant opening kill. The dragon's own greed becomes the shield that buys the cadet time. When the question comes up of whether this really counts as skill or just a cheap trick, Siegfried does not hesitate. He insists that solving the problem is what matters, and then casually invites cadets to attend his dragon-slaying lectures if they want to learn more. Li Junhuan stands alone in the open field, phone in one hand and the gold bar in the other. The empty space around him feels tense as he prepares to test whether this strange bait strategy can actually save him. He tells himself there is nothing left to lose. Since he has already come this far, he commits to trying the challenge again. Retry prompt appears in front of him, showing that he still has 5 attempts remaining. After a brief pause, Li Junhuan chooses to continue. Fafnir is summoned once more, his massive body towering over Li Junhuan as the pressure crashes down again. This time, the real test begins with the gold bar ready in his hand. In the first instant after the summoning completes, Li Junhuan remembers Siegfried's instruction. His grip tightens, and he prepares to throw the gold before Fafnir can unleash his breath. He hurls the gold bar straight into Fafnir's line of sight, sending the glittering bait flashing through the air just as the dragon begins to move. Fafnir's attention snaps toward the shining bar at once. That tiny flash of greed is enough to interrupt the deadly opening attack before it can begin. The dragon's eyes widen as they lock onto the gold with greedy fixation. In that moment, the terrifying monster looks completely captivated by the glittering prize. Fafnir lunges after the bar with almost love-struck obsession, all of his focus pulled away from Li Junhuan. For the first time, Li Junhuan finally gets a chance to breathe. Realization hits him at once. The bait actually worked. He stopped the dragon's breath, and the shock of that success quickly turns into a burst of celebration. But then Fafnir inspects the bar more closely and realizes the truth. It is only gold-plated, not solid gold, and the dragon's confusion twists quickly into fury. Fafnir whips around violently, his mood turning dangerous all over again. Li Junhuan is caught off guard as the dragon's rage snaps back toward him. Kim Seo-jun curses under his breath as Fafnir's aggression suddenly surges back to life. The small opening he created with the fake gold is already disappearing, and he can feel the danger closing in fast. Panic flashes across Seo-jun's face as the dragon comes charging with full, murderous pressure. Calling this thing a mere lizard now feels like complete nonsense, because every step Fafnir takes shakes the air with pure menace. The system coldly announces another failure on level 1, leaving him with only 4 tries remaining. Seo-jun can barely believe it because after all that preparation and effort, he still survived for less than a single minute. He lies there stunned, his body heavy and his thoughts spinning. If Fafnir still overwhelms him this badly, even after using the gold trick, Seo-jun has no idea how he is supposed to defeat it. Seo-jun silently stares down at his phone, his expression stiff with frustration. He replays the fight in his head, trying to figure out where everything went wrong and what crucial detail he failed to understand. Then a notice appears on the screen, showing that his lecture progress has moved again. Even after another failure, the number has not stayed still. His progress jumps from 62.7% to 62.8%, and Seo-jun is startled that even a failed attempt gave him that much. With that small gain burning in his mind, he throws himself back into the fight, scrambling onto Fafnir's massive body as the dragon thrashes and roars beneath him. Fafnir's violent movements fling Seo-jun around like a rag doll. He screams while clinging on desperately, fighting just to keep his balance as the dragon's body twists under him. His grip slips, and Seo-jun tumbles headfirst, the world spinning around him in a blur. Even as he falls, he barely manages to keep hold of his weapon. Seo-jun breaks into a desperate sprint, throwing himself out of the path of another attack. Just dodging Fafnir's movements is already brutally difficult, and he can feel how little room he has to breathe. He realizes with growing frustration that there is no time to attack at all. Every second is being swallowed up by survival, leaving him only enough focus to avoid being crushed. Then the flow of the fight suddenly changes, and Seo-jun's instincts scream that something is wrong. His eyes widen as he mutters that he is already too late. The incoming strike closes in before he can properly move. Seo-jun understands at once that he cannot dodge in time, and the danger is already right on top of him. At that moment, he sees the gold bar flying again through the air. The timing makes something click in his mind, hinting at the way Fafnir reacts whenever gold enters its sight. Fafnir's tail jerks sharply, twitching with sudden agitation. The dragon is not just noticing the gold anymore, its whole body is reacting to the distraction in a new and dangerous way. Seo-jun is slammed aside by the dragon's sudden movement, losing both his position and his control in an instant. His body is thrown off balance before he can regain his footing. He gasps hard, shaken by how close that hit came to ending everything. For a moment, all Seo-jun can think is that he nearly died right there. Fafnir rears up again with a furious roar, preparing another attack as its huge shadow falls over him. Seo-jun braces himself, knowing the next exchange could be just as lethal. Seo-jun wonders if Fafnir is this enraged because it realized the bait was only gold-plated. If that is true, then the trick that saved him once might now be turning against him. Even so, Seo-jun forces himself to steady his breathing and move closer. Under all that pressure, he begins setting up another plan, one step at a time. This time, he pushes the bait tactic even further. Instead of relying on one bar, Seo-jun scatters multiple gold bars at once, trying to overload Fafnir's greed all in a single burst. Fafnir freezes on the spot, its eyes bulging at the sudden glittering shower. The dragon's focus short-circuits completely as gold flashes all around it. The massive dragon waddles after the shining prizes, its movements almost ridiculous compared to its terrifying size. Fafnir is visibly consumed by obsession, chasing the scattered gold instead of Seo-jun. With his power swelling to a level that feels strong enough to uproot a mountain, Seo-jun seizes the opening. While Fafnir is distracted by the glittering gold, he launches a decisive strike. Kim Seo-jun pours everything he has into his spear, driving the attack forward with all the momentum he can gather. For the first time, he truly feels like this blow might turn the tide. The dragon-like monster reels as the strike appears to connect. Its huge body reacts to the impact, giving Seo-jun a brief flash of hope. A burst of power flares through the point of impact, sharp and bright. For one breathless second, it looks as if Seo-jun has finally pierced through Fafnir's defense. Seo-jun commits fully, refusing to pull back now. No matter how thick Fafnir's defenses are, he drives forward with the determination to break through. Panting hard, Seo-jun stares in disbelief as the realization hits him. His attack actually landed. But the result is far weaker than he hoped. To Fafnir, the hit is barely more than a tiny sting, and Seo-jun's confidence wavers the moment he sees how little damage it caused. A cold chill runs down his spine. Before he can celebrate or recover, Seo-jun senses the counterattack coming. Fafnir's retaliation crashes into him with terrifying force. The impact tears a scream out of Seo-jun as his body is overwhelmed by the blow. The system announces that Level 1 has ended in failure again, while Seo-jun is slammed hard into the ground. There is still time remaining, but his attempt has already been crushed. Bruised and aching all over, Seo-jun lies there in disbelief. He had honestly thought that last attack might finish it. So the pain of being knocked down again hits even harder. When he checks his phone, he notices something important. His attack also raised the lecture progress, proving that even failed attempts are turning into real learning as long as he keeps practicing. Seo-jun starts calculating the pace in his head. If he can keep improving like this, he might finish one lecture before the free pass ends, and maybe, if things go well, even two. The system offers him another attempt, reminding him that his tries are limited. Seo-jun tightens his resolve, preparing himself for the next round. He pumps himself up, refusing to let the momentum die. Before fear can settle back in, Seo-jun immediately chooses to retry. Later, back at work, someone notices the change in his routine and asks why he has not been raiding dungeons lately. The question catches the quiet pressure he has been carrying outside the mock exam. Seo-jun answers that he has simply been too busy to go on raids because he is focusing on self-training. His coworker looks confused, clearly not understanding what kind of training could keep him occupied like this. Seo-jun quietly worries that it must look strange to claim he has no time while spending the whole day staring at his phone. In the end, his coworker leaves him alone with the paperwork. The mock exam score report appears and the result confirms just how badly he failed. The numbers make it painfully clear that Seo-jun is still completely outclassed. Seo-jun reflects that the progress gains are not as large as he had hoped. Simple repetition is not enough. What matters is whether he is truly understanding the lesson behind each failure. So he resolves to use the 3-day breaks between mock exam questions properly, listening to lectures and absorbing them instead of only rushing into attempts. With renewed determination, Seo-jun vows to complete a lecture fully, and just like that, 3 days pass. The second subject exam begins, and Seo-jun faces it with tense anticipation. He wonders how this new attempt will unfold compared to the nightmare he just went through. The first question is released, and a fiery object suddenly appears in his hand. The heat and glow are immediate, drawing his eyes straight down to his palm. Seo-jun stares at the blazing orb, unable to understand what it is at first. He has no idea why it was given to him or what role it is supposed to play. Then a massive dragon looms behind him, its presence pressing down like a shadow. Seo-jun realizes that the burning orb in his hand is the dragon pearl he is supposed to protect. The system clarifies the task. While holding the dragon pearl, Seo-jun must flee from Imuji Stele for the required duration. The goal is not to defeat the monster, but to survive while keeping the pearl safe. Seo-jun throws a taunt toward the monster, trying to steel himself with bravado. But then he sees the rule clearly. He cannot be hit for an entire hour. Imuji steely charges straight at Kim Seo-jun, flooding the entire area with suffocating pressure. The force of its advance is so overwhelming that Seo-jun freezes for a heartbeat, unable to move as the danger barrels toward him. Seo-jun quickly realizes this challenge is supposed to measure basic endurance, nothing more, but with Imuji steely bearing down on him like a living disaster, the so-called basic test feels absurdly lethal. Once again, Seo-jun fails level 1, and the result flashes coldly in front of him. Even so, the failure is not meaningless, because his lecture progress still rises by a surprisingly large amount. The third subject begins immediately after that, and this time the theme is reaction speed. Seo-jun must either defeat a sphinx or survive against it for 10 full minutes, all while his senses are blocked. The sphinx begins speaking in riddles, but every word sounds completely incomprehensible to Seo-jun. His eyes widen in panic as he realizes he cannot understand even a single thing it is saying. Then, as if the situation is not strange enough already, the Sphinx offers to explain. That calm response only makes the whole test feel even more surreal to Seo-jun. Before Seo-jun can even properly process what just happened, the fourth subject begins. This one is mana, and the rule is brutally simple. Keep a Bulgasari fed with mana for 30 minutes or get eaten. Seo-jun thrusts both hands forward and desperately channels energy, trying to pour out enough mana to satisfy the beast. Every second feels like he is being drained while the pressure keeps mounting. The Bulgasari growls low and hungry, clearly nowhere near satisfied. Its gaze stays fixed on Seo-jun as if the mana is only an appetizer and he himself is the real meal. The moment the Bulgasari lunges, Seo-jun shouts in disbelief, demanding to know just how much it intends to eat. He realizes at once that no matter how hard he tries, he cannot keep up with its appetite. Seo-jun bolts in sheer terror, abandoning the impossible task in favor of staying alive. Behind him, the Bulgasari simply stares after him with that blank, hungry look, making the escape feel even more pathetic. Even that failure causes his lecture progress to spike again, proving the attempt still counted as experience. Then the fifth subject begins, testing mental strength by forcing him to endure a siren's song for 30 minutes. A siren begins to sing, her voice spreading gently through the area. The melody washes over the space like a soft wave surrounding Seo-jun before he can brace himself. But instead of hurting him, the song feels strangely soothing. Seo-jun relaxes into the sound and, almost to his own surprise, passes level 1. Seo-jun celebrates his first level 1 pass with a burst of genuine relief. But that relief barely lasts because level 2 immediately raises the difficulty to Helheim's Requiem for the exact same duration. The harsher sound tears into Seo-jun without mercy, until blood starts running from his ear. Even through the pain, the ordeal still raises his Siddhartha Gautama lecture progress. A new score screen appears, laying out his overall mock exam results. Despite all the progress he gained, the final numbers are still painfully pathetic. Seo-jun notices that his lecture progress has climbed high enough that he might complete 2 lectures soon, and he starts wondering what finishing them will unlock. At the same time, his mind keeps returning to the 2 selected subjects he still does not understand, especially because they were never asked before. He guesses that those mysterious subjects may be the ones he will choose on the actual exam day. With that thought stuck in his head, Seo-jun keeps waiting for the answer to reveal itself. In the end, Seo-jun decides there is no point in overthinking it. If the system plans to reveal something, all he can do for now is wait until it happens. But as the days pass with nothing changing, the uncertainty starts eating away at him. Seo-jun grows more anxious and irritable, his nerves getting thinner with every quiet hour. A coworker notices the worried look on Seo-jun's face and asks if something is wrong. Seo-jun quickly insists that everything is fine, even though his expression says otherwise. Privately, Seo-jun admits the truth to himself. 3 days have already passed with no message at all, and the silence is starting to drive him insane. With only 5 days left on the free pass, Seo-jun begins weighing his options. He even considers taking the risk of raiding dungeons again, if it means pushing his progress forward faster. Finally, Seo-jun decides that taking action is better than sitting around and waiting. If he wants results, he has to move, so he prepares to raid as intensely as possible. Just as Seo-jun reaches for his phone to get started, something suddenly activates. The device reacts before he can do anything else. A tiny white-haired mentor suddenly pops out of the phone, startling Seo-jun so badly that he nearly loses his composure. The sudden appearance is the last thing he expected. The mentor casually asks how Seo-jun has been doing, as if he had only been gone for a moment. Seo-jun, still trying to recover from the shock, can barely process the casual greeting. Seo-jun finally recognizes the small figure as the mentor. His surprise only deepens as he stares at him, stunned that the mentor has returned so suddenly. The mentor greets him brightly, wearing an easy smile as if nothing unusual has happened. He even says Seo-jun seems to be doing well, which only makes Seo-jun more speechless. Seo-jun snaps at the mentor, angrily demanding to know why he took so long to come back. But from the outside, his coworker misunderstands the outburst and thinks Seo-jun is shouting at her instead. Cornered by the awkward misunderstanding, Seo-jun quickly denies saying anything at all. His coworker hesitates, confused enough to start doubting whether she actually heard him correctly. Seo-jun forces out an awkward laugh and blames it on fatigue, trying to make the situation seem harmless. Then he hurriedly slips away with the mentor hidden from sight. Once Seo-jun is finally alone, he immediately presses the mentor again. This time there is no coworker around to interrupt, and he demands to know why the mentor was so late. The mentor says he assumed Seo-jun would manage just fine without him. Seo-jun rejects that excuse instantly, making it clear that such a vague answer is not good enough. Seo-jun asks for the honest truth, his patience clearly wearing thin. The mentor pauses, then agrees to be blunt with him. The mentor admits that he had planned to return after checking Seo-jun's profile. But once he saw how pathetic the results were, he hesitated over whether he should even come back right away. The mentor begins to reveal Seo-jun's level, and Seo-jun stiffens, as if preparing to be humiliated. He already knows the answer is not going to be flattering. A heavy silence stretches between them. Seo-jun waits for the verdict, bracing himself for whatever embarrassing number the mentor is about to say. The mentor explains that Seo-jun's level was so low that proper counseling would not have meant much. Since the free pass was short, he decided it was better to focus Seo-jun on the 2 recommended lectures first. Seo-jun cannot stay completely angry because the reasoning actually makes sense. Still, he insists the mentor should have told him instead of disappearing without any explanation. The mentor apologizes for leaving him in the dark. Then he asks whether Seo-jun continued studying the lectures while he was gone. Without waiting long, the mentor grabs Seo-jun's phone to check the progress himself. His small hands move quickly as he looks through the results. Then the mentor goes quiet. He stares at the screen without speaking, his expression shifting as if something on the phone does not make sense. The mentor's face hardens into alarm as he checks the numbers again. The way he looks at the screen suggests he is staring at something that should not be possible. Seo-jun asks if there is some kind of error. The mentor points at the screen and says it shows 4 lectures, along with progress rates that are bizarrely high. Seo-jun confirms that he has been taking 4 lectures. The mentor mutters in disbelief, as if Seo-jun has somehow broken the natural order of cause and effect. The mentor insists that the information displayed on the screen is accurate, but the moment he accepts that, panic starts to rise in his voice because the implication is far too strange. Seo-jun challenges him to explain what the problem is. The mentor bursts out, saying this is obviously a serious issue, as if Seo-jun should already understand how abnormal it is. The mentor demands to know how Seo-jun advanced this much in only 3 months. Seo-jun answers that the transcended mock exams caused his lecture progress to rise massively with each attempt. The mentor suddenly realizes that Kim Seo-jun is not just studying lectures anymore. He is actively taking the mock exams right now. When Seo-jun confirms it without hesitation, the mentor looks shaken and quietly murmurs that Seo-jun may never have needed his help in the first place. Seo-jun immediately takes the chance to ask the mentor about the mock exams. The mentor, still trying to gather himself, tells him to ask whatever he wants. Seo-jun asks how he is supposed to choose the selected subjects for the exam. The mentor answers as if it should be obvious, saying that students simply choose whichever subjects they want. But that only makes the mentor more confused, because Seo-jun's selected subjects are still undecided, even though the exam has already begun. Seo-jun then adds that the system keeps saying he does not have a Transcension Academy ID. The mentor stares at him in disbelief, unable to understand how Seo-jun could have enrolled without ever creating an ID. Seo-jun explains that the process was somehow bypassed entirely, which only makes this situation sound even stranger. Seo-jun shows the message on his phone, proving that he cannot even create a new post because he has no ID. The screen makes the abnormal situation impossible to ignore. The mentor falls into uneasy confusion, admitting he has never seen a case like this before. No matter how he looks at it, Seo-jun's enrollment does not fit the usual rules. After thinking it over, the mentor decides there is no point guessing on his own. He says he will report this anomaly directly to the principal. Before leaving, the mentor gives Seo-jun a firm order to finish the mock exam first. He promises that he will return after looking into the problem. The mentor also says he will handle the selected subject issue right away. At the very least, he makes sure Seo-jun can choose his subjects without running into more trouble. With that, the mentor prepares to leave again. Before disappearing, he promises Seo-jun that he will be back before the free pass runs out. Seo-jun is annoyed that the mentor vanished before answering everything, but he forces himself to accept it. Since the mentor said he would return soon, Seo-jun has no choice but to wait. Just then, a prompt appears in front of Seo-jun telling him to choose his selected subjects. The system gives him no time to dwell on the mentor's departure and pushes him forward. At that moment, his Xiangyu lecture reaches 100%. The course is officially completed, and Seo-jun is granted full mastery over a P2EM spear technique. Seo-jun reels from the realization, his mind struggling to catch up with what just happened. He has not merely studied PTUM anymore, he has completely obtained it. To test it, Seo-jun lifts the Lance of Longinus, still half expecting the weapon to resist him, but when it responds naturally in his hand, his shock only deepens. His grip tightens around the weapon, and his hesitation begins to shift into confidence. With the Lance of Longinus steady in his hands, Seo-jun prepares to try a real strike. Seo-jun swings and Pitum flows into the attack on its own. There is no awkward forcing, no frantic concentration. His body guides the power as if it already knows the path. A shockwave ripples outward from the strike, spreading through the area with clear force. That single wave proves that his new control is not a dream or a misunderstanding. Seo-jun stares at the result, wondering why the power now moves so naturally. It feels as though his body learned the flow before his mind even had time to understand it. A new prompt appears, offering enrollment in an epilogue lecture titled "This is How You Use PTUM." Seo-jun's eyes sharpen with interest as he realizes there is still more to learn. The epilogue begins, and Shang-yu acknowledges that Seo-jun has finally completed the lecture. His tone carries the weight of a master recognizing that a student has reached the starting line. Shang-yu explains that completing the lecture means Seo-jun can now use P2UM naturally, but he also makes it clear that this is only the first step toward true transcendence. Shang-yu warns Seo-jun not to become arrogant just because he has reached this point. After roughly knocking the students back into humility with his words, he urges Seo-jun to properly learn and sharpen an actual spear technique. Shang-yu cautions that the road ahead will be harsh, uncertain, and far from comfortable. There are no absolute answers waiting for Seo-jun, only a direction he must choose and follow with resolve. Shang-yu stresses that the speed of achievement does not matter nearly as much as continuing forward. With that final lesson, Seo-jun's PTUM lecture comes to an end. Time passes, and evening settles around the Dream Academy building. The fading light gives the area a quieter mood as Seo-jun returns to reality. Park Seo-yun greets Seo-jun as soon as she sees him, saying his timing is perfect. Her expression makes it clear she had something to discuss with him. Seo-yun explains that applications for the Hunter Mills mock examination opened today and will only remain open for the next week. Then she asks Seo-jun directly if he plans to apply. Seo-jun agrees right away, relieved that Seo-yun brought it up before he even had to ask. He also feels confident that a Hunter exam should be different from the absurd transcended mock exams. As Seo-yun begins sending in the application, Seo-jun quietly reflects on what has changed. He now has PTUM and can wield the Lance of Longinus, which makes him wonder how far he has really come. Seo-jun starts wondering what level he would be considered now. At the same time, Seo-yun tells him that if nothing unexpected happens, the exam should take place in about 10 days. For a moment, Seo-jun considers asking Seo-yun to spar with him so he can test his current strength. But the sudden intensity in his eyes flusters her, leaving Seo-yun confused by how serious he looks. Seo-jun quickly drops the idea before the atmosphere gets any stranger. Instead, he changes the subject and asks whether recruiting new cadets has been going well. Seo-yun admits that recruitment has been weighing on her lately. Her expression turns more troubled, showing that the problem is not as simple as just bringing people in. She worries about how her grandfather, Park Min-cheol, will react if new people join. Knowing the Sword Saint, she warns that he may show up and beat them up before anything else can even begin. Seo-jun briefly considers whether he could spar with the Sword Saint when he appears, but Seo-yun says that her bigger concern is actually deciding which lecturer to invite. Seo-yun explains that she cannot teach every style herself because every cadet has different strengths, weaknesses, and needs. Seo-jun listens and realizes he had underestimated just how complicated her job really is. Seo-yun says she needs lecturers who match each subject properly, but popular lecturers cost far too much money. Seo-jun asks how much those popular lecturers actually earn, trying to understand the scale of the problem. When Seo-jun hears that top lecturers can cost millions, he is completely stunned. Suddenly, he understands why so many professionals retire from active work and move into teaching instead. Seo-yoon encourages Seo-jun to ask her for help anytime he needs it. Caught a little off guard by her sincerity, Seo-jun awkwardly agrees. 3 days later, Seo-jun reviews his mock exam results again. His total has risen to 29 points now, but even with that improvement, he is still failing across the categories. He notes that Zhang Yu's lecture is complete, while the other lecturers still remain unfinished. Even so, Seo-jun reassures himself that he still has time left on the free pass to finish Chiron's lecture. Without warning, the mentor suddenly reappears again. He pops back into Seo-jun's sight and announces that he has returned. Seo-jun greets him calmly this time, without jumping in surprise. The mentor pauses, clearly caught off guard that Seo-jun is not startled like before. Seo-jun explains that he expected the mentor to come back soon, especially because he had just completed a lecture. The mentor is visibly shocked by the casual way Seo-jun says it. For a moment, the mentor is speechless at the news. Then he snaps back to the reason he returned and asks what happened with the issue he went to investigate. Seo-jun realizes he had become distracted by the lecture completion and the mock exam results. He settles down and waits for the mentor's report. The mentor announces that there is a big problem. The weight in his voice immediately makes Seo-jun brace himself for bad news. Seo-jun repeats the phrase back, trying to process it. After everything he has already been through, he cannot imagine what kind of problem could be bigger than his current situation. The mentor explains that before reporting anything, he first tried to check Kim Seo-jun's information himself. At the time, he assumed it might be some complicated error buried deep in the system. But then the mentor reveals the truth. There was no error at all. Seo-jun freezes at those words, unable to immediately understand what that is supposed to mean. The mentor states it plainly. Transcension Academy has no information on anyone named Kim Seo-jun, as if Seo-jun does not exist in their records. Seo-jun protests in disbelief, but the mentor does not soften the answer. He insists that there is no cadet registered under Seo-jun's name anywhere in the academy. The conclusion hits Seo-jun like a cold wave. If there is no record of him, then that means he may not actually be a proper member of Transcension Academy at all. Seo-jun demands to know how that makes any sense after he has attended lectures for months. The mentor agrees that this is exactly the mystery, because by all normal rules, it should have been impossible. The mentor explains that membership screening is supposed to block non-members from even attending lectures, much less being assigned a personal mentor. Seo-jun then asks what the principal had to say about such an impossible situation. The mentor admits that even the principal could not give a clear explanation, and considering the principal is clearly an extraordinary being, that answer only makes the whole situation feel even stranger. The mentor says that if even the principal does not know, then no one else is likely to know either. He also rejects the idea of a simple system error because causality is not something that can be casually changed. Still, the principal did discover traces of interference. Someone had tampered with the situation, but neither the mentor nor the principal knows who did it or how they managed it. Seo-jun's face tightens as he asks what is going to happen to him now. The fear behind the question is obvious because he cannot help thinking there may be some kind of punishment waiting. He worries aloud that he might be expelled from Transcension Academy. But the mentor only looks confused, as if Seo-jun has misunderstood the entire problem. Then the mentor laughs and clears it up. The issue is on the Academy's side, not Seo-jun's, and Transcension Academy would never expel a member over something he did not cause. Relief washes over Seo-jun, and at the same time, another realization settles in. His missing ID was not a random glitch at all. It was the result of deliberate interference. Seo-jun wonders who would go that far, and why they would target him in the first place. From his own point of view, he is just an ordinary, struggling pro-hunter trying to survive. Seo-jun asks if he is safe for the time being. The mentor tells him that for now, he only needs to continue doing exactly what he has already been doing. The mentor apologizes, explaining that they cannot create an ID for Seo-jun until they discover the root cause of the interference. Seo-jun accepts it with a weary familiarity, as if one more hardship hardly surprises him anymore. With only 2 days left on the free pass, the mentor turns back to the more immediate issue. Seo-jun still has lecture progress to manage, and there is no time to waste. Seo-jun asks what he should do once the free pass ends. The mentor nods, saying that guiding Seo-jun through that decision is part of his job. The mentor begins explaining Transcension Academy's Forte curriculum, laying out the path ahead in clearer terms. As Seo-jun listens, he wonders whether clearing the upper level would mean becoming a true transcendent. But the mentor tells him that reaching the upper level is not the same as transcendence. It is only the point where direct guidance ends, and students must begin forging their own paths. Seo-jun learns that the leap from the upper level to true transcendence is far harder than everything leading up to it. The road ahead suddenly feels much longer and more intimidating than he imagined. The mentor prepares Seo-jun for moving into the lower level, advising him to stay focused on the spear for now. Once the current free pass expires, Seo-jun should buy another one and begin attending individualized lectures.
Seo-jun scrolls through the lecture options, seeing choices like Heracles' training, which promises the strength of a god, along with another lecture focused on foundational footwork toward transcendence.
The mentor recommends that Seo-jun register for 2 specific lectures first. Trusting the guidance, Seo-jun agrees to follow that plan. When Seo-jun asks about mana cultivation within spear arts, the mentor tells him those lessons belong to the middle level. For now, Seo-jun needs to strengthen the basics before reaching for more advanced techniques. Seo-jun realizes the mentor is emphasizing fundamentals for a reason. Instead of rushing ahead, he accepts the advice and decides to build his foundation properly. Then the Academy interface calculates the membership registration fees. The enormous multi-million cost appears before Seo-jun's eyes, and he cannot stop himself from groaning. Once Seo-jun adds the price of another free pass on top of that, the answer becomes painfully clear. He needs far more money. The mentor reminds him that he also has to work hard to gather causality. Seo-jun admits that he still does not properly understand what causality even is. This time, he asks the mentor to explain it clearly instead of leaving it vague. The mentor defines causality as the justification cadets use as a basis to register within the Transcension Academy system. It is the proof or reason that allows someone to stand within that framework. Seo-jun asks what Transcension Academy gains from collecting that justification. The mentor insists that the Academy gains nothing from it and exists only to help cadets become transcended. When Seo-jun presses further and asks why the Academy would do that, the mentor falls silent. The pause makes it clear that this is not a question he is willing or able to answer yet. The mentor finally says that this is all he can explain at Seo-jun's current level. For now, the deeper reason must remain out of reach. He instructs Seo-jun to increase his justification first. As that grows, the mentor promises that Seo-jun will naturally begin to understand more. Then the mentor brightens his tone and cheerfully promises to support Seo-jun until that day comes. This time, he seems determined to sound more dependable than before. Before the conversation ends, Seo-jun says he has one last question. The mentor tells him to ask anything, as long as it is something he is allowed to answer. Seo-jun asks whether there are other cadets besides him. The mentor says yes and points him toward the community board, where cadets from different places can interact. But Seo-jun clarifies that he means cadets from the same dimension as the mentor. At that, the mentor hesitates, clearly treating the subject as something sensitive. After thinking for a moment, the mentor admits that answering carries some risk. Still, he decides to share a limited answer with Seo-jun. The mentor explains that across countless dimensions, even the most crowded dimension using Transcension Academy has only 4 cadets. The number is so small that Seo-jun can feel how rare his situation truly is. The focus shifts to Korea's top 3 hunter academies, ALE, Hunter Mills, and AAN. Each school has its own reputation, and hunters know them for very different strengths. There is a common saying among cadets: if you want magic, go to ALE. If you want weapon mastery, go to JN, and if you're unsure what path suits you, choose Hunter Mills. Hunter Mills lacking one single specialty can be seen as a weakness, but it also proves how broadly competitive the academy is. And today, that reputation draws attention as it hosts a mock pro-hunter exam. At the exam venue, Park Seo-yoon arrives from Dream Academy with Seo-jun at her side. She guides him inside, moving through the busy atmosphere with practiced calm. Seo-yoon urges Seo-jun to hurry, warning that the crowd will only grow worse from here. As Seo-jun looks around, he notices that the exam atmosphere feels nothing like a tournament. Seo-yoon introduces Seo-jun as the participating cadet. That is when Seo-jun learns that first place in this mock exam comes with $1 million in scholarships. Seo-jun immediately remembers that a new free pass costs $500,000. Compared to that, the $300,000 he earned from dungeon raids is nowhere near enough. The lectures are still important, but Seo-jun understands what matters most right now. If he wants to keep moving forward, he urgently needs the money for another free pass. Seo-jun decides that winning this mock exam is his best chance to secure a large sum all at once. Just then, the staff confirms that his entry has been approved. As they moved closer, the entrance had already dissolved into complete chaos, with people shoving from every direction while the staff desperately raised their voices, trying to force everyone back into a proper line. Kim Seo-jun stared at the packed entrance in surprise. taken aback by just how crowded and frantic this mock exam had become. But Park Seo-yoon only looked on calmly and told him this was exactly the kind of scene he should expect here. Before leaving, Park Seo-yoon turned to Kim Seo-jun one last time, offering him steady encouragement and reminding him to keep himself in good condition, stay focused, and give everything he had during the exam. Just then, a loud commotion broke out from the line as someone angrily shouted at a participant who had brazenly cut in front of everyone without even pretending to hide it. Kim Seo-jun immediately turned his head toward the disturbance, his eyes narrowing slightly as the voices grew sharper, and the atmosphere began to feel like it could explode into a fight at any moment. The man who had cut the line did not seem bothered in the slightest. He brushed off the complaints with a cold attitude, then openly challenged the staff, asking what they were actually planning to do about it. The offender was none other than Gang Chul from Hunter Mills, standing there with an enormous sword strapped to him and an air of calm authority that made it clear he was not afraid of the crowd at all. When someone finally lost patience, cursed at him, and tried to block his way, Gang Chul simply looked ahead with a cool expression and declared that no matter what they said, he would be going through first. The moment the name Gang Chul spread through the hallway, the entire crowd seemed to stir at once, with heads turning and voices buzzing as people tried to get a better look at him. Whispers rippled through the packed entrance, confirming that it really was Gang Chul, and the onlookers quickly realized Hunter Mills had sent one of its serious contenders to this mock exam. People began comparing the lineup in excited voices, saying that A Lee Academy had sent Lee Do-yoon, JN Academy had sent Jin Dong-min, and with Gang Chul ranked among the top 3 inside Hunter Mills, this mock exam had suddenly become impossible to ignore. For a brief moment, Gang Chul and Kim Seo-jun's eyes met across the noisy entrance, and without exchanging a single word, the two of them quietly measured each other. Kim Seo-jun's gaze shifted toward Gang Chul's massive weapon setup, taking in the sheer size and weight of it, and he could feel the difference in presence that surrounded the Hunter Mills cadet. Some people scoffed at the arrogance of Hunter Mills cadets, but the complaints did not last long before the crowd's attention turned toward a far more exciting question. Who would actually take first place? Kim Seo-jun listened quietly as the spectators around him argued back and forth, each person throwing out their own prediction about which cadet would rise to the top. Most of the crowd seemed to believe Gang Chul had a slight advantage over Lee Do-yoon and Jin Dong-min, especially because there were already rumors that the Order of Truth was backing him as a sponsor. Someone muttered that Hunter Mills might even slip their own cadet some inside information. But another voice immediately pushed back, rejecting the idea as too unfair and too unlikely to happen openly. The sharper rebuttal was that an academy as famous as Hunter Mills would never risk cheating in such a pointless way. And Kim Seo-jun found himself wondering who had been cutting into the conversation with such confident comments. The source turned out to be another participant forcing his way toward the entrance, loudly demanding to be let inside, as he insisted over and over again that he had submitted an application too. Kim Seo-jun turned toward the sudden interruption, clearly confused by the stranger's bold attitude and the way he acted as if the entire line should simply make room for him. The crowd quickly noticed that the stranger was carrying several different kinds of weapons at once, and people began questioning whether he could actually handle all of them or was only putting on a show. Even so, the stranger kept insisting that he was a proper participant, but the staff refused to bend, telling him firmly to go back and wait for his turn like everyone else. He immediately protested, pointing out that someone else had just passed through without waiting at all, and demanded to know why the rules were suddenly being applied differently to him. A nearby bystander finally snapped at him, telling him to stop wasting everyone's time, quit making a scene, and return to the very back of the line. Before the argument could get any worse, security stepped in, grabbing hold of the disruptive participant and physically restraining him while he continued to struggle and shout. The man kept yelling that the rule was completely unfair, but Kim Seo-jun only watched the scene play out from where he stood, choosing not to interfere. As Kim Seo-jun was guided forward with the rest of the participants, he looked around and realized just how many cadets from academies all across the country had gathered for this one mock exam. Even while being dragged away, the disruptive participant was still burning with frustration, swearing that no matter what anyone said, he would find a way to join the exam. Inside the stadium, the exam finally began, and the noise from the gathered crowd swelled around the track like a wave closing in from every side. The participants launched forward at full speed, and the very first test instantly turned into a brutal race of endurance, where falling behind even once meant being swallowed by exhaustion. Among the runners was a red-haired cadet who introduced himself as Park Do-suk, a student from a League 2 academy, with his eyes fixed firmly ahead. Park Do-suk confidently boasted that he had the ability to stand beside cadets from the top 3 academies, making it clear that he believed his school's ranking did not define his true level. He admitted that the only reason he had ended up at a League 2 academy was because his financial situation had forced him to make that choice. According to Park Do-suk, the tuition at the top academies was crushingly expensive, so he had accepted a scholarship from a lower league school instead, refusing to comfort himself with empty words about status or prestige. To him, his ambition was simple and fierce. He would rather throw himself into a place where he could compete with dragons than settle for an easier path against weaker rivals. He believed that becoming the head of a snake might look impressive from the outside, but in the end, it only meant fighting other snakes instead of reaching for something greater. For Park Do-suk, this mock exam was the opening he had been waiting for, a chance to step into the big leagues, and he felt certain that choosing this path had not been a mistake. Then he fixed his attention on Kim Seo-jun, declaring that Seo-jun was the very reason he had pushed himself this far, turning their run into something far more personal than an ordinary exam. The mock exam consisted of 5 practical subjects taken from the Pro Hunter exam, with only the written portion removed so the participants would be judged entirely by what they could actually do. The first subject was basic endurance, and the rule was mercilessly simple: run 3 kilometers in under 5 minutes, then repeat it again and again until the body finally failed. The score depended entirely on how many successful runs a participant could complete, and after more than 15 repetitions, Park Do-suk realized that only he and Kim Seo-jun were still left on the track, forced to recognize Kim Seo-jun as a real competitor. Park Do-suk gritted his teeth and kept pace beside him while the stadium's scenery blurred past with every pounding step. His body was already screaming from exhaustion, but Park Do-suk stubbornly pushed himself onward, telling himself that he only needed to go a little farther if he wanted to beat Kim Seo-jun. In his mind, defeating Kim Seo-jun became the one victory he needed most, the proof that he had chosen correctly and that he belonged among stronger opponents. As his breathing grew rough and uneven, Park Do-suk felt something strange beneath the pain, a hard, satisfying thrill from forcing himself beyond the limits he thought he had. Then the timer ended the evaluation at 5 minutes and 12 seconds, cutting through the tension and bringing the endurance test to an abrupt stop. Park Do-suk staggered under the weight of his exhaustion, while Kim Seo-jun continued moving ahead on the track, leaving him behind with each steady step. Watching that back in front of him, Park Do-suk understood why competing against dragons mattered. Because only by chasing someone beyond himself could a person break through their own limits. As Kim Seo-jun came closer, Park Do-suk looked at him and finally realized that the gap between them was not something he had imagined. It was truly there. Park Do-suk slowly reached out, the gesture marking the end of their contest as he silently accepted the result and acknowledged what had just happened on the track.
Park Do-suk finally admitted that Kim Seo-jun had won, and instead of looking away in bitterness, he held out his hand, calling Seo-jun his comrade even after turning their run into a rivalry.
Kim Seo-jun looked at the offered hand for a moment, then calmly accepted the gesture, his expression still steady and focused, as if the exam had not shaken his concentration at all. Park Do-suk tried to laugh off the sting of defeat, telling himself that he had still earned a respectable score, even if his pride had taken a heavy hit on that track. To Kim Seo-jun, though, the endurance test had felt strangely manageable, almost too easy, and that made him wonder just how much his recent training had changed his body without him even realizing it. When the next evaluation began inside the gym, the atmosphere shifted again, and the onlookers could only stare in shock as Kim Seo-jun displayed strength that hardly seemed human. Kim Seo-jun lowered himself beneath the massive barbell and squatted it with casual control, while the surrounding cadets counted each repetition in voices filled with disbelief. Even as he reached the 3rd rep, Kim Seo-jun's movements remained smooth and steady, and the people watching him could only widen their eyes at how easily he handled the crushing weight. Some spectators began questioning whether Kim Seo-jun was even a normal person, especially when the heavy bar started to bend visibly under the load resting across his shoulders. Kim Seo-jun realized that ordinary daily training alone could not explain this level of growth, and he suspected that Shang Yu's lecture had somehow allowed him to use PTM almost instinctively. The thought sent excitement through him, because if PTM was already this powerful now, then completing Heracles' lecture on godlike strength would make his future self almost absurd, and with money still pressing down on him as his most urgent goal, Kim Seo-jun's motivation burned even hotter, pushing him to dominate every part of the exam. Soon after, the officials announced Gang Chol's impressive performance as well. then called for a short break before moving everyone into the next subject. Around the venue, cadets murmured that Gang Chul's score was exactly what they expected, while others noted that for anyone above a certain level, this mock exam was closer to a formality than a real challenge. The three representatives from the top academies, Gang Chul, Lee Do-yoon, and Jin Dong-min, were not simply competing as individuals, but standing there as living proof of their school's strength. In truth, this exam had become less about ordinary rankings and more about the pride and honor of the three major academies clashing in front of everyone. Somewhere away from the open crowd, a hooded figure gave Gang Chul a quiet order, telling him to participate in the mock exam and pay close attention to Kim Seo-jun's behavior.
The hooded figure made the request even clearer, saying Gang Chul did not need to interfere or take any special action. He only had to watch what Kim Seo-jun did.
Gang Chul found the order strange because the Order of Truth had sponsored him without asking for anything before, and this sudden request made him wonder what kind of person Kim Seo-jun really was. He remembered hearing Kim Seo-jun's name connected to the dungeon distortion incident from about a month earlier, yet when he had seen him in person, Seo-jun had looked almost ordinary. When the results were about to be posted, the crowd gathered tightly around the board, the air thick with anxious anticipation, as if everyone sensed that something unexpected was coming. Gang Chul stood among them and waited for the rankings to appear, his curiosity sharpening into quiet caution the longer the silence stretched. Then the basic endurance results appeared, placing Kim Seo-jun in first with a perfect score of 100, while Gang Chul had been pushed down to third behind Lee Min-il. Gang Chul stared at the board in disbelief, stunned by the ranking and by the clear meaning behind it. Someone had outperformed him outright. The 11-point gap only fueled his anger, and what irritated him even more was the unfamiliar name Lee Min-il, because Gang Chul could not understand how someone capable of beating him had remained completely unknown. His pride took a direct blow as he demanded to know where this mysterious Lee Min-il had suddenly come from. Trying to calm himself, Gang Chul reasoned that some cadets simply performed better in specific subjects, and he firmly told himself that the next test would not play out the same way. But when the combat proficiency results against monsters were revealed, Kim Seo-jun once again held first place with a perfect 100, leaving Gang Chul behind all over again. This time, the crowd's stunned silence grew even heavier because the repeated pattern was becoming too clear for anyone to dismiss as coincidence. Gang Chul remembered the hooded figure's instruction to only watch Kim Seo-jun, and at that moment he understood that he truly was expected to do nothing else. The third subject was then announced as mana proficiency, a test that measured how much mana each participant could pour into their strikes in order to shatter a barrier. Kim Seo-jun felt a flicker of concern, because while Merlin's lectures had taught him the basics of mana, he still lacked delicate control, and nearby another participant failed to leave even a scratch on the barrier. Then Lee Do-yoon's name was called, and Kim Seo-jun turned his attention toward her as the elite mage stepped forward. Lee Do-yoon of Ailey Academy appeared before the barrier, and the crowd reacted almost like fans greeting a celebrity, their excitement rising the moment she took her place. She faced the barrier with a composed expression, and the official told her she could begin whenever she was ready. Lee Do-yoon calmly gathered her mana, and a controlled flame ignited in her palm, burning steadily without a single wasted movement. Her mana twisted into the shape of swirling fire, showing not just raw power but the refined manipulation of someone who had trained her control to a frightening level. Then she released a focused fire technique, channeling the flames forward with the kind of practiced precision that made every motion look effortless. The fire coiled around her as she compressed it and directed the spell with cold confidence, leaving no doubt that she knew exactly how much force to use. Her strike detonated against the barrier and shattered it in dramatic fashion, proving her overwhelming mastery of magic in front of the entire venue. The scoreboard placed Lee Do-yoon first in mana proficiency, and the watching cadets could only marvel at the fact that she could even change the form of her mana so freely. Kim Seo-jun realized that this level of spellcraft was not simply the result of belonging to Ailey Academy, it was proof of Lee Do-yoon's own exceptional talent. Having shown everyone what true magic control looked like, Lee Do-yoon declined any additional attempts and stepped away from the barrier, clearly satisfied with her result. At last, Kim Seo-jun's name was called, and he answered right away, straightening himself as he prepared for his turn.
He quietly walked toward the same position Lee Do-yoon had just occupied, feeling the lingering pressure she had left behind while she watched him from nearby.
Lee Do-yoon wore a faint smirk as Kim Seo-jun scratched the back of his head, and her reaction made him feel even more unsettled. Kim Seo-jun wondered if that expression meant she believed his best effort would not matter. But before he could think too deeply, the official told him to begin whenever he was ready. Even though he did not feel fully confident, Kim Seo-jun made up his mind to give it everything he had and commit himself completely to the attempt. He drew out his mana and poured it into his spear, wrapping the weapon in a bright blue aura as he prepared to deliver one decisive strike. Rather than depending on PTM's power, Kim Seo-jun focused on extracting and shaping his mana directly, relying on what Merlin had taught him. With his eyes glowing, Kim Seo-jun fixed his aim on the barrier and silently vowed to pierce through it, proving that he could control his mana with his own hands. Seo-jun kicked off the ground and shot forward like a blur. The mana gathered around his spearhead, flaring brighter with every step. With all his strength behind the charge, he drove the mana-charged spear straight into the barrier, striking it head-on with a force that shook the testing field. But the instant the spear made contact, Seo-jun felt something strange through the shaft of the weapon. Instead of responding like a normal barrier under pressure, the surface twisted unnaturally, reacting in a way that made his eyes narrow mid-strike. The barrier did not shatter the way anyone expected. It split apart into separated sections, almost as if it had been cut open from the inside, leaving Seo-jun frozen for a moment as he stared at the divided pieces in complete confusion. Then, a sharp crackling backlash surged across the broken fragments, lightning-like sparks crawling over the ruined barrier. Seo-jun could only stand there, spear still in hand, wondering what in the world had just happened. A violent explosion suddenly burst outward from the test area, blasting debris across the field and sending a heavy shockwave rolling through the arena. The spectators recoiled in stunned silence, unable to process the scale of the blast. Seo-jun and Lee Do-yoon both stared wide-eyed at the aftermath, their faces showing the same disbelief. Whatever had just happened was far beyond a simple success and far too destructive to be dismissed as an ordinary failure. From above, the entire arena seemed to fall into a breathless silence. Smoke curled up from the destroyed equipment, drifting over the field as everyone struggled to understand how a test device had been reduced to wreckage. When the mana proficiency results were finally posted, the rankings flipped every expectation on its head. Seo-jun stood in first place with a perfect score of 100, while Lee Do-yoon, despite her impressive performance, was pushed into second with 85. Seo-jun remained standing among the sparking remains of the destroyed barrier, still unable to hide his confusion. Looking at the damage around him, he muttered in disbelief, trying to understand why things had turned out this way. His gaze dropped from the wreckage to the spear in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the less real the scene felt. He could hardly believe that his own attack had produced such an absurd result, because the mana barrier generator had been completely destroyed and no replacement device had been prepared in advance. The officials had no choice but to stop the test for the time being. The entire examination had been forced into an unexpected pause. Once the chaos settled, the finalized mana proficiency rankings made the result impossible to ignore. Seo-jun's score remained fixed at 100, while the elite cadets from the top academies were pushed further down the list than anyone had imagined.
The crowd immediately erupted in disbelief, voices rising from every corner of the stands. The top 3 academies were being shoved aside by one unknown cadet, and everyone began demanding the same answer. Just who was Kim Seo-jun?
Up in the stands, Seo-yoon quietly connected the name Kim Seo-jun to the dungeon distortion incident. As she remembered that he had hunted a 6-star Nerkura completely on his own, her expression grew heavier with realization. Seo-yoon understood that his previous feats explained why he had been accepted into that academy in the first place. Even so, in her mind, those achievements had only suggested that he might be able to compete for first place, not overwhelm everyone this completely. Seo-yoon admitted to herself that she had thought this mock exam might be almost meaningless for someone like him, but even she had never imagined that Seo-jun would stand so far above the other cadets that the gap looked almost impossible to measure. The officials began to worry that Seo-jun's overwhelming performance might force them to reconsider the difficulty of the actual Pro Hunter exam. One of them, visibly troubled, decided that this matter needed to be brought directly to the association president. The spectators could not hide their shock, especially when even Gang Chul was left far behind in Hunter Mill's own mock exam. Some argued bitterly that if Hunter Mills wanted a real chance, they should have sent Lee Haeun instead. Whispers spread through the arena as people questioned whether Hunter Mills even had a cadet capable of standing against Kim Seo-jun. His lead was so overwhelming that ordinary comparisons no longer seemed to mean anything. The mana proficiency rankings made the situation painfully clear. Kim Seo-jun held a perfect score of 100, and even strong contenders like Lee Haeun suddenly felt like uncertain bets against someone performing on that level. Once the scores were laid out for everyone to see, the conclusion became unavoidable. Kim Seo-jun's talent was not merely impressive or unexpected, it was monstrous enough to make the entire arena question what kind of cadet they were looking at. Seo-jun, however, remained quiet and composed, listening to the rising excitement around him, without letting it show on his face. While everyone else hyped him up, he stood there as if the noise had nothing to do with him. Later, standing alone with his weapon, Seo-jun found himself thinking about how quickly everything had spiraled out of control. What had started as a simple test had turned into another situation where he had drawn far too much attention. He lowered his eyes to the ornate spear in his hands, studying its shape and the strange feeling it gave off. The more he looked at it, the more uneasy he became about what this weapon might truly be capable of. Seo-jun remembered the legend tied to the Holy Lance. The weapon said to have pierced Jesus himself. If that story was even remotely connected to the spear he held, then it made sense that its power would be anything but ordinary. Still, all he really knew was the legend. He had no clear idea what the lance's actual ability was, or whether it truly had the power to ignore or pierce through mana barriers like the one he had just destroyed. He could not tell whether the barrier had fallen because of some special effect hidden in the weapon, or because the difference in mana was simply that large, and without a proper comparison, Seo-jun realized he had no reliable way to test it. For a moment, he considered buying another weapon and comparing the results himself, but before he could follow that thought any further, a loud, carefree singing voice nearby completely pulled his attention away.
Seo-jun turned his head and noticed a noisy cadet carrying an absurd pile of weapons, moving around with a strangely cheerful energy. Watching the guy act like he had no worries in the world, Seo-jun could not help wondering who this troublemaker was.
The cadet's overloaded gear stood out immediately, with weapons stacked and hanging off him as if he had brought an entire armory to the exam. Even as the loud singing continued, Seo-jun's attention stayed fixed on that ridiculous sight. Then Seo-jun recognized him. This was the same odd cadet who had been arguing with the staff earlier, and somehow, now that the exam had moved on, he seemed even stranger than before. Before Seo-jun could look away, the cadet rushed straight toward him with bright, excited eyes. He greeted Seo-jun as the star of the mock exam with such enthusiasm that Seo-jun was caught off guard by the sudden approach. The cadet introduced himself as Lee Min-il, speaking with a confident grin. Seo-jun repeated the name under his breath, trying to figure out where he had heard it and what kind of person this unusual cadet might be. Lee Min-il proudly pointed out that he was currently in second place, and instead of sounding bitter, he seemed genuinely thrilled. To him, being acknowledged by the cadet in first place looked almost exciting. Lee Min-il joked about how strange it felt to be sitting in second place behind Seo-jun, his tone light and oddly cheerful. Seo-jun watched him closely, trying to read the strange energy behind that casual attitude. Sensing Seo-jun's wariness, Lee Min-il quickly waved off any misunderstanding and reassured him that he had not come over to start a fight. He was only curious, he explained, then apologized for speaking so casually right away. Seo-jun decided that Lee Min-il was not hostile after all, just naturally weird in a way that was hard to ignore. But before the conversation could go any further, an announcement rang out ordering all cadets to finish preparing for the dungeon raid. With the next stage beginning, the cadets moved into this simulated dungeon environment, one after another. The atmosphere shifted immediately as the mock exam left the testing field behind and entered a battlefield-like scenario. Seo-jun looked around as the artificial world formed around him, the dungeon scenery fully loading into place. The space felt designed to imitate real danger, though its constructed nature was still clear to his eyes. Seo-jun noted that the dungeon was built through augmented reality, not an actual gate. At the same time, the exam rules made the objective clear. The dungeon raid would be judged by how quickly the cadets could clear it. As he began advancing through the field, Seo-jun doubted anyone would truly mistake this place for reality. The surroundings were convincing enough for a test, but to someone with his experience, the difference was obvious. Then the exam revealed the monsters the cadets were expected to hunt. The target appeared before them, setting the stage for the first real combat challenge of the dungeon raid. 10 Nercurus emerged at once, their presence immediately turning the area into a large-scale threat. Even inside a simulation, facing that many monsters at the same time was enough to pressure any ordinary cadet. Seo-jun moved first. As one of the beasts charged toward him, he met it without hesitation and cut it down in a single, clean, decisive strike. More Nercurus closed in from around him, but Seo-jun remained calm as he identified them. His composure in front of the incoming swarm stunned the onlookers, who could not understand how he was standing so steady. Even though the simulation had lowered the difficulty compared to the real thing, the pressure from the swarm still looked extreme. To the observers, the number and aggression of the monsters made the challenge seem far too intense for a mock exam. Seo-jun tightened his grip around the spear, his posture settling into a more focused stance. Without wasting movement or emotion, he prepared to end the fight as efficiently as possible. Then he launched into a sweeping assault, his weapon cutting through the pack in rapid succession. One Nerkura after another was torn down before they could properly surround him, the battle turning into a one-sided slaughter. In the middle of the carnage, Seo Jun felt the difference more clearly than ever. As the monsters fell around him, he realized that he was no longer the same person he had been before. He knew this simulation was different from facing real Nerkuras in a true dungeon. Even so, the way he moved, the way he fought, and the power he now carried all made one thing clear. His current level was worlds beyond the past version of himself. Seo Jun's mind drifted back to just 3 months ago, when he was nothing more than an ordinary person, scraping by day after day, completely unaware of the storm his life was about to enter. It was the moment he became a cadet at Transcension Academy and first met Park Seo-yoon that his life truly shifted. That encounter marked the turning point, the moment when his path began to diverge from the ordinary into something extraordinary. As the last of the simulated monsters collapsed, the full extent of Seo Jun's dominance over the raid became undeniable. Every strike, every movement, made it clear that he commanded the field with effortless precision. Seo Jun shook his head slightly, insisting to himself that it wasn't pride he felt, it was simply acknowledgement of reality. The results spoke for themselves, and he had no reason to deny what was evident. Breathing hard but steady, he allowed himself a quiet thought. Even if the path ahead remained long and uncertain, perhaps each step now was slowly inching him closer to becoming the world's greatest hunter. The results flashed across the screens. Kim Seo Jun had finished first in the dungeon raid with a flawless, standardized score, a perfect record that only cemented his growing legend among cadets and spectators alike. Back in the waiting area, other cadets stared at Seo Jun with a mixture of awe, envy, and apprehension. Their eyes followed him with attention that spoke volumes about the gap between him and the rest of them. Seo Jun felt the weight of their gazes, understanding immediately that their attention was drawn not only by his first-place raid score, but by the overwhelming overall lead he now held over all competitors. A disgruntled cadet clicked his tongue audibly nearby, clearly irritated as he watched Seo Jun bask, however quietly, in the accolades and astonishment surrounding him. When Jeon Dong-min and Lee Do-in's placements were announced, Dong-min's expression darkened. He muttered under his breath, bewildered by how someone like Seo Jun, seemingly a newcomer, could have appeared from nowhere to dominate the rankings. Seo Jun, however, chose to ignore the hostile murmurs. He knew well enough that engaging would only make him lose. His victories were secure only as long as he stayed focused and detached from petty provocations. Lee Min-il, known as Min-il, erupted in a loud lament, frustrated that he had fallen just short of victory. Despite his disappointment, the final results placed him second in the raid, a strong position yet still overshadowed by Seo Jun. Even Kim Gang-chul, who had entered the exam with visible pride, kept an unusually quiet demeanor. Though he had earned third place, the brilliance of Seo Jun's performance seemed to eclipse his own accomplishment. Min-il, trying to ease the tension, complimented Seo Jun sincerely and encouraged him to speak casually in response, making their interaction feel fair and friendly rather than formal or tense. Min-il's laugh was bright and satisfied, clearly pleased that Seo Jun responded with the calm, relaxed composure he had hoped to see, bridging the awkward gap between rivals. He leaned slightly forward, asking Seo Jun if he truly used all the weapons he carried on his back. Then he admitted that he himself had no specialty, having learned to fight by picking up and mastering whatever weapons he could find. Seo Jun's eyes widened subtly, startled by the implication of Min-il's background. The cadet's self-taught approach hinted at a skill set honed through sheer experience and innate talent, not formal training. Seo Jun confirmed aloud that Min-il was indeed self-taught, and Min-il nodded, agreeing that his training had been entirely solitary, without the guidance or resources of a formal academy. Self-taught cadets rarely reach high levels. They often lack the proper resources or natural ability. Yet, rare exceptions exist, cadets born with an extraordinary aptitude that allows them to transcend conventional limits. Seo Jun recognized that Min-il's talent was genuine, but he remained cautious, aware that raw skill did not always equate to predictability. He wasn't entirely sure what kind of person Min-il might be beneath that confident exterior. Curiosity edged into Seo Jun's tone as he asked why someone with Min-il's ability had not been recruited by any academy. Min-il answered casually that he disliked being tied down by any institution or system. He added that, technically, he did have a master, but the master didn't even know that Min-il considered himself a disciple. It was an unconventional mentorship, entirely off the books. Seo Jun frowned slightly, baffled by Min-il's claim. He couldn't tell if the cadet was boasting, joking, or simply speaking in his usual enigmatic manner. The ambiguity left Seo Jun unsettled. Before he could press further, a staff announcement cut through the chatter. An unexpected problem had occurred that demanded immediate attention. The cadets quickly gathered as officials moved in, their movements urgent yet controlled, signaling that the disruption was significant enough to affect the mock exam. Seo-jun exchanged a brief, uneasy glance with Min-il. Both sensed that this sudden problem could alter the course of the exam, perhaps shifting opportunities and challenges in ways they had not anticipated. Gang Chul's sharp eyes followed the situation tensely. He could sense that whatever was unfolding might affect the power balance among the cadets, potentially reshaping the hierarchy entirely. Officials explained that the assigned exam evaluators would not be able to arrive as planned, delayed by unforeseen circumstances that left a gaping hole in the schedule. They clarified that the personnel combat proficiency evaluators had encountered a sudden dungeon break-in route, a 10-star level emergency requiring immediate intervention far beyond ordinary disruptions. The cadets immediately erupted with questions, demanding to know how this would affect the continuation of the mock exam and whether their efforts so far would be compromised. Staff responded that an emergency meeting was underway and that all cadets must wait patiently until a final decision had been made. The atmosphere tightened with suspense as everyone held their breath. A hooded figure approached, noting gravely that the Order of Truth had likely triggered the 10-star dungeon break. Such interference threatened to end the mock exam prematurely, cutting short the cadets' trials. He reasoned that if the exam concluded immediately, Seo-jun would win effortlessly, but that outcome seemed unlikely to align with the true intentions of the Order of Truth. There had to be more at play. Gang Chul spoke up, proposing an alternative method to continue the personnel combat proficiency assessment and salvage what remained of the exam. He suggested a tournament-style battle among the cadets, a way to preserve the competitive essence of the exam while adapting to the sudden lack of evaluators. Nearby cadets reacted quickly, nodding and murmuring approval. The idea was not bad. It offered a chance to shake up the standings and create unexpected opportunities for those willing to step forward. Staff quickly objected, pointing out that with so many participants and such limited time, a full tournament was unrealistic. Logistics and fairness would be difficult to maintain under those constraints. They added that the scoring system could become distorted, potentially undermining the accuracy of the mock exam results and creating an unfair advantage for some cadets. Gang Chul argued back that waiting for replacement A-rank examiners was equally unrealistic, given the short notice and the live broadcast constraints. He insisted that the staff could not afford to stand idle while the audience, both live and streaming, waited. The show and the prestige of Hunter Mills needed to go on. To resolve the dilemma, Gang Chul proposed that only cadets who wished to participate voluntarily register for the event, reducing the organizational burden while maintaining the competitive element. He emphasized that the mock exam was being live-streamed nationwide, with government officials and association members watching closely. Ending early would reflect poorly on everyone involved. Gang Chul warned that Hunter Mills' reputation was already under scrutiny, and a sudden abrupt failure would be seen as incompetence rather than a testament to Seo-jun's brilliance. Framing the event as a spectacle, Gang Chul positioned the match as a way to redirect attention from the disruption while secretly aiming to defeat Seo-jun and claim the glory for himself. He imagined the public triumph of beating Seo-jun, envisioning a scenario in which Seo-jun's achievements would feel like his own victory, stolen in plain sight. Other officials and cadets quickly agreed that the tournament-style event was a smart solution. The plan to continue the exam under modified conditions gained approval, keeping the momentum alive. The elite trio overseeing the exam backed the idea, though Gang Chul worried that they might have already sensed his hidden motives behind the suggestion. Meanwhile, Min-il's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, the sudden turn of events transformed the exam into something thrilling and fun, far beyond a simple evaluation. He turned to Seo-jun eagerly, asking if he intended to participate as well. His tone pushed Seo-jun into the spotlight, making it clear that attention now focused squarely on him. With the elite trio watching closely, the presence of the supervisors and high-ranking cadets felt almost like a trap. The pressing question now was how Seo-jun would respond under this new, intense spotlight. Seo-jun sat back for a moment, weighing the risk against the opportunity in his mind. Every scenario played out quickly before his eyes, calculating what move would be both safe and advantageous. He suggested that, since this was an extra test, the organizers should raise the stakes by adding additional prize money. The decision was made official. A surprise event match would take place, and 15 participants had already signed up to compete. The crowd erupted into cheers as hopefuls from Hunter Mills, JN Academy, and AL all stepped forward to join the unexpected event. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and the audience buzzed with anticipation. Excitement surged among spectators when it was announced that both Seo-jun and Lee Min-il were participating. Online streams and forums lit up instantly, spreading the hype far beyond the arena itself. Within the stadium, the tension and energy reached a fever pitch as the event match officially began. The cadets moved to their positions, each one ready to show their skill under the glaring eyes of the crowd. The first result came swiftly. JN Academy's Jin Dong-min claimed victory in his bout, demonstrating precision and dominance that left his opponent reeling.
Next, Ale Academy's Lee Do-yoon unleashed overwhelming flame magic, her display of power leaving her opponent unable to respond effectively and securing her win decisively.
Then Kim Gang-chul stepped forward, crushing his opponent with such complete domination that the bout almost seemed mismatched, eliciting a mixture of awe and concern from onlookers. Jin Dong-min, watching intently, swore under his breath that he would be the one to defeat Seo-jun, staking his pride and determination on the promise of a future clash. Lee Do-yoon, still catching her breath, declared firmly that she would demonstrate the superiority of a mage in real combat, letting no one doubt her resolve. Kim Gang-chul, brimming with competitive fire, promised that Seo-jun would regret stepping into the arena, escalating the tension and raising the stakes for the upcoming battles. Despite the flurry of taunts and threats aimed directly at him, Seo-jun remained seated and composed, unmoved by the declarations meant to provoke him. What truly caught Seo-jun's attention, however, was the announcement of the $1 million prize for the event. The reward far outshone the provocations of his rivals, giving him a different kind of incentive. Quickly calculating, Seo-jun realized that if he won both the mock exam and the event match, he could net $2 million, more than enough to cover the cost of high-level training lectures he had been eyeing. Even after spending for a free pass to the event, he would still have enough remaining to register for expensive, advanced classes sooner than he had originally planned. Seo-jun concluded that competitors like Kim Gang-chul, Jin Dong-min, or Lee Do-in did not pose a serious threat to him. He was confident that none of them could surpass his skill. Still, there was one participant who stood out, a competitor who did not feel like an easy opponent, someone whose presence immediately demanded caution and respect. The match began, and the audience gasped as Lee Min-il shocked everyone by discarding his sword and swiftly drawing a bow instead, signaling a sudden shift in strategy. Seo-jun reflected that most fighters could not handle multiple weapon types effectively, as they usually specialized in one. Min-il's choice hinted at unusual versatility. The sheer number of weapons Min-il carried suggested a level of adaptability and skill beyond what most could comprehend, raising questions about what he was truly capable of wielding. Min-il grinned confidently as he took aim, making it clear to everyone watching that he intended to fight using far more than a single combat style. With a rapid volley of arrows, Min-il forced his opponent to scramble desperately, turning the arena floor into a chaotic field of incoming projectiles. The opponent's panic became evident as it dawned on them that Min-il's true primary weapon was the bow, and the earlier sword display had been nothing more than clever misdirection. The arrows curved unpredictably through the air, creating a deadly zone where even a moment's hesitation could result in injury, transforming the arena into a labyrinth of lethal precision. Refusing to be pinned down, the opponent charged directly through the hail of arrows, attempting to break free from the relentless assault. Min-il's bow was knocked aside during the clash, yet he had already shifted seamlessly to another approach, demonstrating fluid adaptability in combat. Leaning in with a savage grin, Min-il transitioned from ranged control to close-quarters aggression, closing the gap between him and his opponent with lethal intent. Steel clashed against steel as the fighters collided, the tempo of the battle escalating into something raw and brutal, each strike carrying palpable force. With a final, decisive movement, Min-il slammed his opponent to the ground, ending the exchange with sheer, unrelenting power and leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Watching from the sidelines, Seo-jun repeated Min-il's name quietly to himself, acknowledging the danger lurking beneath the competitor's seemingly playful and unconventional persona. Observers noted that Min-il's fighting style was crude yet fluid, unconstrained by formal technique, relying on instinct and adaptability rather than rigid training. Unlike the disciplined and polished forms of the elite trio, reflecting his self-taught brawling, Seo-jun realized that Min-il's unconventional approach mirrored his own path, making him exceptionally unpredictable. Seo-jun wondered briefly whether Min-il might even be a Transcension Academy cadet like himself, given the raw talent and unorthodox methods he displayed. He recalled that in some dimensions, multiple Transcension cadets could coexist, and on Earth, there could theoretically be up to 4, raising the possibility that Min-il had a hidden connection. Seo Jun connected Min Il's earlier claim of having a master to the idea that he might have learned by secretly observing lectures, gaining knowledge without being formally acknowledged. He reasoned that instructors would never know who was watching, making it possible for a hidden disciple like Min Il to exist, learning in the shadows while remaining officially unregistered. The result of the match was then announced. Lee Min Il emerged victorious, confirming his skill and sending a wave of cheers through the crowd. Min Il celebrated loudly, his energy filling the arena. Seo Jun, however, remained contemplative, believing that despite these clues, it was still more likely that Min Il was not formally a Transcension cadet. Even so, Seo Jun allowed himself to consider that there was enough reason to suspect a connection, keeping his mind alert to the possibility that Min Il's talent might stem from hidden, extraordinary training. The announcer praised the second-place contender for an overwhelming performance, eliciting a roaring response from the crowd, each cheer echoing through the stadium with excitement. Building anticipation for the next match, the announcer signaled the pairing that everyone had been waiting to see, heightening suspense across the arena. The stadium vibrated with energy, spectators leaning forward, eyes fixed on the arena floor, eager to witness the forthcoming showdown between the top talents. The next contestants were introduced. A prodigy, recognized by the Magic Saint's apprentice, stepped into the spotlight, capturing attention immediately. Ale Hunter Academy's genius mage, Lee Do-yoon, was announced to thunderous cheers, her reputation preceding her as a formidable force to be reckoned with. The announcer then revealed her opponent, setting the stage for a dramatic clash of combat styles that promised to be a highlight of the event. A composed woman in the audience watched the proceedings closely, signaling the gravity of the matchup and the keen attention from seasoned observers. Kim Seo Jun, broadcast live, had become the first cadet ever to achieve a perfect score of 100 in the Hunter Mills mock exam, a historic once-in-a-generation accomplishment that had stunned the Academy world. The announcer confirmed that Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Seo Jun would face Lee Do-yoon in the upcoming bout, sending waves of excitement and curiosity rippling through the arena. Narrators framed Lee Do-yoon as a true genius, so prodigious that words alone felt insufficient to capture her talent, making the audience keenly aware that this would be no ordinary match. She was described as a top 5 cadet at ALE and a standout among the top 3 academies, recognized for her lineage of magic scholars and her exceptional skill, ensuring that the coming duel would be remembered. Lee Do-yoon's eyes burned with conviction. To her, the word impossible simply didn't exist. Her lower ranking in the exam wasn't a reflection of her talent. She insisted it was merely the exam's design, biased against mages like herself. With a fierce determination, she declared that in a mage-favored trial, she would have outperformed all current results. To prove it, she unleashed a torrent of fire toward Kim Seo Jun, her flames surging like a living storm across the arena. But as the inferno roared forward, doubt flickered across her face. The magic didn't behave as she expected. Her attack faltered, losing the overwhelming dominance she had anticipated. Lee Do-yoon blinked, confusion and disbelief mixing on her features. The realization hit her like a shockwave. Her eyes widened as the impossible unfolded before her very eyes, leaving her momentarily frozen in stunned silence. Kim Seo Jun swung the Lance of Longinus with fluid precision, slicing cleanly through her blazing fire mid-flight. The flames parted effortlessly, nullified by the sheer force of his strike. The severed arcs of fire spiraled harmlessly aside, leaving Lee Do-yoon completely exposed. The audience gasped in disbelief at the sheer impossibility of the counter. Seo Jun tilted his head slightly, his voice calm and teasing. "What's the matter?" he asked, while Lee Do-yoon trembled, the weight of his actions sinking in. "Impossible!" she screamed, her voice trembling as she struggled to accept that her magic had been literally cut apart. The arena reverberated with her incredulous shout. She spat out accusations of nonsense, fixating on the unthinkable fact that he had severed her spell itself, an act that defied every rule she knew. Lee Do-yoon's mind raced, analyzing desperately. He must have either overpowered her spell with sheer mana, or executed a perfect dispel, one requiring a profound understanding of magical principles, either scenario remarkable for a non-mage and done in an instant. Kim Seo Jun shrugged lightly, admitting with a wry smile that his curiosity had been the only reason for swinging at her magic. To his surprise, it simply split apart. He concluded that the Lance of Longinus must indeed hold a hidden ability, even if its exact nature remained a mystery to him. With the prize money now tantalizingly close, Seo Jun began contemplating acquiring spare weapons to conduct proper testing and explore the Lance's full potential. Lee Do-yoon regained her focus and countered with a furious onslaught, unleashing multiple flaming projectiles at once in an attempt to overwhelm Seo Jun with sheer volume. She thrust her hands forward, pouring more power into the spell, sending a massive surge of fire barreling toward him like a raging inferno. The flames roared across the arena, a blazing storm aimed directly at Kim Seo-jun. As the confrontation escalated, each crackle and roar echoing with deadly intent. Seo-jun narrowed his eyes, centering himself as the match reached a pivotal moment, preparing for the oncoming assault. Calm and steady, he deflected the incoming barrage of fiery spears without even flinching, his stance unbroken amidst the swirling inferno. Lee Do-in, ordered to land a hit, began to grow frantic, realizing that her attacks were not making the slightest impression. She pressed forward relentlessly, yet Seo-jun remained unmoved, standing resolute amid the storm of flames that sought to overwhelm him. His barely perceptible reaction was enough to signal to everyone watching just how outclassed Lee Do-in truly was. Suddenly, a blast of force erupted from Seo-jun, striking Do-in with staggering impact, leaving her momentarily stunned and off balance. Her spear was knocked from her grip, shattering her offensive momentum entirely, the power of his counter leaving her reeling. Lee Do-yun collapsed to her knees, dazed and defeated, the magnitude of her loss hitting her all at once. Recognition of her defeat settled heavily on her shoulders. She realized with a jolt that victory was now out of reach, shaken by the undeniable truth. Kim Seo-jun stepped forward, closing the distance, and Lee Do-yun's confusion deepened, struggling to comprehend how the match had turned so swiftly. A teasing smile crossed Seo-jun's face as he asked, "So, does this mean I've won?" His tone light, almost playful, despite the intensity of the battle. Sweat dripped down Lee Do-yun's face as she stammered, unable to form words in disbelief, her pride wounded by the effortless defeat. Finally, she gasped, muttering a single word that captured the crowd's awe. "Monster." The arena erupted as Dream Hunter Academy's Kim Seo-jun was confirmed as the victor. The event rapidly moved on to the next bout, introducing Lee Min-hyul and Jin Dong-min for a tense close-quarters combat showdown that had the audience leaning forward in anticipation. The two cadets collided at point-blank range, exchanging a furious flurry of strikes, the air practically vibrating with the intensity of their clash. Jin Dong-min believed that the close engagement proved he had the upper hand, his eyes narrowing as he tried to gauge Min-il's perception and reaction. Lee Min-il strained under the relentless pressure, yet a wry smile tugged at his lips, unshaken by the onslaught as he maintained composure. Dong-min attempted to control Min-il's weapon, but the self-taught cadet slipped the bind effortlessly, evading control with agile precision. Suddenly, Min-il shifted tactics, launching an attack from range that caught Jin Dong-min completely off guard, the unexpected move throwing him into disarray. Dong-min scrambled to recover, raising his shield in frustration, fury etched across his face as he tried to regain control of the fight. Min-il revealed hidden weapons and clever tricks mid-battle, his unpredictability shocking Dong-min and forcing him to adapt on the fly. Laughing, Min-il kept switching tools and angles, turning the bout into a dynamic, ever-shifting contest that left his opponent off balance. Dong-min dismissed it as mere cheap tricks, but the unease creeping across his expression betrayed how rattled he truly was. "I can't read his rhythm," Dong-min admitted inwardly, realizing that he was being dragged into Min-il's pace, a pace entirely dictated by the unpredictable cadet. Min-il taunted him, pointing out the limits of Dong-min's style, while Dong-min, grasping at control, understood too late that he was losing command of the fight. Both repositioned at lightning speed, the tempo escalating dangerously. With a decisive strike, Min-il broke through Dong-min's defense, landing a blow that shattered his composure and scattered his gear across the arena floor. Dong-min crashed down, sprawled across the ground, as Min-il stood tall, ready and unshaken, the victor of the exchange. The match was officially called in favor of Lee Min-il, who raised his arms in triumph, while Dong-min hung upside down, stunned and disbelieving at his sudden defeat. Rage and humiliation coursed through Dong-min as he processed the loss, trembling with a mixture of anger and disbelief at what had just transpired. Spectators erupted, shouting accusations of cheating at Min-il and demanding an explanation, their voices echoing through the arena. Dong-min screamed that the match was invalid, refusing to accept the official result, his protests spilling into the tense, charged air of the arena. Onlookers argued back, insisting that strategy and tactics were integral to real combat, even if Min-il's methods appeared unconventional or underhanded to some. Dong-min's protest continued, but Kim Seo-jun remained composed, calmly stating that Jin Dong-min would have lost regardless of Min-il's constant weapon swapping. Seo-jun added firmly that Min-il's victory was inevitable, his skill and adaptability decisive, even without employing the endless rotation of tools that had unsettled Dong-min. A blonde cadet, Kim Gang-chul, narrowed his eyes with grim understanding. He finally realized why the Order of Truth had advanced to such a high level of strategy and foresight. It was all part of their careful surveillance. His mind raced as he connected the dots. The Order of Truth had been watching both Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-il intently, tracking every movement and decision with calculated precision. Gang-chul recalled being told to simply observe Seo-jun's actions, an instruction that now felt less like guidance and more like a setup. He had been used as a living decoy. The realization hit him fully. The Order of Truth's ultimate goal had always been to orchestrate a confrontation between Seo-jun and Min-il, and now suspicion gnawed at him. Could Min-il be secretly aligned with them? As the arena buzzed toward the climax, the crowd was told that the next match would be unmissable. The excitement practically electric in the air. Gang-chul stepped forward, brandishing a massive broadsword. The sheer weight and gleaming steel of the weapon marked him as the pride of Hunter Mills, a living embodiment of their strength. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Hunter Mills' very own Kim Gang-chul, who has until now only observed, will face his opponent. It hit Gang-chul immediately. He had been positioned as a foil, a test for Seo-jun. The pieces of the Order's plan clicked into place as he readied himself. And then Kim Seo-jun was announced again, stepping into the arena. Gang-chul's suspicion of the Order of Truth solidified into determination. He would not let their scheme unfold unchecked. A surge of crackling energy enveloped Gang-chul as he lunged forward, launching a lightning-charged strike meant to dominate from the very first blow. Seo-jun met the charge head-on, his spear raised with perfect timing to intercept the electrified onslaught. Steel and aura clashed in a violent shockwave, the impact rippling outward through the arena, debris scattering from the force of their meeting. The collision fractured the ground beneath them, sending jagged shards of stone flying in every direction. Gang-chul braced himself, muscles coiling with brute strength, refusing to yield even a fraction under the pressure. Seo-jun slid backward slightly, absorbing the force but never losing balance. His calm composure intact despite the raw power pressed against him. A wide shot revealed the cratered arena floor, both fighters resetting their stances, every eye in the crowd fixed on the unfolding duel. Seo-jun squared himself, studying Gang-chul's posture and movements, measuring intent and searching for the slightest opening. Gang-chul's gaze locked on Seo-jun's spear, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he sensed something unusual about the weapon. He noted that despite the spear's lack of visible aura, it seemed to nullify his aura sword, as though the weapon's presence couldn't even be sensed. A chill ran down Gang-chul's spine. This was no ordinary weapon. The abnormality explained Seo-jun's previously unmatched performance in the mock exam. A plan formed in Gang-chul's mind. If he could avoid triggering the spear's hidden property, perhaps his own superior strength could turn the tide. With that, he unleashed another electrified overhead swing, pouring every ounce of his strength into the attack. "I will win," he bellowed, trying to force Seo-jun back with nothing but raw aggression, his resolve as unyielding as the steel in his hands. The announcer marveled at the speed and precision of Gang-chul's strikes, all the more impressive given the massive weight of his broadsword. Seo-jun blocked each strike, analyzing the rhythm and timing, noting that Gang-chul was indeed far stronger than any cadet he had faced earlier. Gang-chul pressed in close, aiming to crush Seo-jun's guard with sheer towering power. A massive lightning-charged slash slammed downward, but Seo-jun absorbed the force, holding his line with precise control and unshaken focus. Calmly, Seo-jun recognized the pattern emerging in Gang-chul's attack, understanding each motion as the fight unfolded. Observers felt the undeniable truth. Gang-chul's aura was real, a testament to his top 3 status at Hunter Mills. Seo-jun dragged his spear along the arena floor, preparing a counterstrike, while Gang-chul gathered his energy for another decisive blow. The cadet considered a new strategy, noting every subtle shift in Gang-chul's movements as his opponent watched with cautious calculation. Gang-chul flinched, sensing a sudden change in the pressure emanating from Seo-jun, a shift that hinted at something more dangerous. Seo-jun made his decision. He would stop holding back and commit fully to the fight. A dark, turbulent aura erupted around him, swirling with raw energy and startling Gang-chul as the very atmosphere seemed to tighten and churn. Gang-chul's voice caught as he muttered half to himself, "What is happening?" Seo-jun's spear movements locked into lethal precision, signaling that his true offense had begun. He swung with devastating speed and weight, forcing Gang-chul to raise his sword with every ounce of strength, just to block. Their faces strained in close contact as Gang-chul grappled with the sheer intensity of the attack, muscles burning under the pressure. A forceful counter pushed Gang Chul back, his grunts of pain echoing as he struggled to maintain footing. Seo Jun remained composed, ready and unflinching, showing no sign of fatigue despite the brutal exchange. Gang Chul's eyes widened as he recognized the stark change in Seo Jun's aura, now brimming with explosive power. He remembered the calm, wave-like aura that Seo Jun had displayed earlier. It was a stark contrast to the violent intensity now radiating from him. Memory made the present even more terrifying. This was no ordinary escalation, but a sudden eruption of dangerous energy. Gang Chul's perception sharpened. Seo Jun's aura now resembled a volcanic eruption, raw and unpredictable, far beyond what he had anticipated.
Overwhelmed by the sudden surge, Gang Chul was forced backward, disbelief etched across his face as the attack pressed him to retreat.
Seo Jun surged forward relentlessly, shifting momentum entirely and driving Gang Chul further into the defensive. The exchange blurred into a storm of rapid impacts, Seo Jun's mounting pressure dictating the pace and tempo of the battle. He assessed Gang Chul's style, rigid, forceful, and powerful, but ultimately predictable, each strike and stance offering clues to his strategy. Seo Jun concluded that such a simple, direct approach could not break through his defenses, allowing him to exploit openings with calm precision. Confident and steady, he prepared to turn the fight fully in his favor, knowing that Gang Chul's brute strength alone would not be enough to overcome him. Seo Jun could see it clearly now. Compared with polished swordsmanship or the refined flow of cultivation, Gang Chul's movements were crude, less like proper technique, and more like a man simply throwing his weapon around with brute force. Even then, Seo Jun did not let his guard slip. Beneath those rough, almost reckless swings, he sensed that the spear's power carried something stranger, something deeper than ordinary strength. The spearhead began to shine with a dark, unsettling glow, as if the weapon itself had awakened and was forcing its mysterious power out into the open. Then, in the next instant, a tremendous shockwave burst across the arena, shaking the stadium and leaving the crowd frozen at the sheer scale of the impact. Gang Chul stood in the middle of the shattered ground, surrounded by cracks and debris, yet Seo Jun's presence suddenly made him feel small. He could not understand why such simple swings were pressing down on him with such unbearable weight. Seo Jun towered over him without rushing, while Gang Chul forced his trembling body upward, struggling to rise and continue the fight no matter how badly he had been shaken. That was when Gang Chul realized the pressure was not merely about physical weight. From the beginning, Seo Jun had not even drawn out an aura spear, which made the situation even harder to accept. Seo Jun's face remained calm, almost unreadable, and that quiet expression only made his overwhelming control feel even more absolute. Gang Chul's mind began to panic. If Seo Jun was already overpowering him like this, then the thought of him adding an aura spear on top of it all was enough to make his blood run cold. His thoughts spiraled out of control as he insisted to himself that none of this made sense. Yet the pressure coming from Seo Jun reminded him of someone terrifying from his past, and that memory dragged a deep fear back to the surface. In Gang Chul's mind, the image of a dark-haired woman appeared, sharp and vivid, and he finally recognized that same suffocating feeling pressing against him once again. In that memory, she looked down at him coldly while he knelt before her, belittling him with a gaze that seemed to ask if this miserable state was all he amounted to. Her contempt cut into him even now, especially as he remembered how she had mocked the idea that someone like him could proudly call himself one of the top 3. The nightmare of his first encounter with Lee Hae-yun surged back all at once, freezing him in place as the terror of that day wrapped around his body again. Back then, Lee Hae-yun had dismissed every expectation he had with chilling ease, standing before him like a wall of hopelessness he could never hope to overcome. Gang Chul violently rejected the comparison. Rage twisted across his face as he told himself that someone like Seo Jun could not possibly be that strong. He tightened his grip around his sword with desperate force, sparks of electricity crackling around the blade as he tried to push his body forward through sheer will. The moment he felt himself being looked down on, his wounded pride ignited, turning his humiliation into raw, burning fury. Gang Chul screamed his own name like a challenge to the entire arena, while Seo Jun stood across from him, completely unmoved by the outburst. With that roar still tearing from his throat, Gang Chul launched himself forward in another full-force charge, closing the distance between them at terrifying speed. Seo Jun simply watched him approach with steady eyes, his posture relaxed yet ready, waiting for the exact opening he needed. Gang Chul roared for Seo Jun to die, putting everything he had into a killing blow as he committed fully to the attack. Seo Jun's aura began to coil around his spear, gathering with controlled intensity as he prepared to answer Gang Chul's strike with one decisive move. The weapons collided, and fragments scattered through the air, making it painfully clear that Gang Chul's attack had been shattered head-on. A gasp rippled through the spectators as Gang Chul's heavy sword was knocked aside, and the sudden chaos sent waves of shock through the stands. When the dust settled, Gang Chul was down on one knee, completely disarmed, while Seo Jun's spear remained leveled directly at him. Seo Jun stood above the fallen Gang Chul in silence, his stance alone making the result of the battle unmistakable. The announcer's voice rang out across the stadium, officially declaring Kim Seo Jun as the winner. Only then did Seo Jun let out a quiet breath, the tension leaving his shoulders as the fight came to a clean end. With that victory, Seo Jun advanced to the finals, while Lee Min-il watched from the waiting area, his eyes fixed on the man who had just secured his place. Lee Min-il's lips curled into a grin, excitement rising in him as the thought of finally facing Seo Jun became real. The fans around the arena erupted into excited chatter, amazed that Seo Jun's actual skill was every bit as outrageous as the equipment he carried. The crowd quickly pieced it together. With the other contenders already eliminated, everyone began predicting that the final match would come down to Seo Jun against Lee Min-il. Then the announcer's voice rose again, proclaiming that the long-awaited finals were finally about to begin. The match was treated like two blazing meteors about to collide, and the entire stadium seemed stunned by how the tournament had arrived at this outcome. Lee Min-il admitted that he had wanted to fight Seo Jun at least once, and now that they were meeting in the finals, he looked genuinely pleased by the chance. Seo Jun noticed the look in Lee Min-il's eyes and calmly pointed out that he seemed to have plenty of questions for him. Seo Jun pressed him further, bringing up how Lee Min-il had claimed to be self-taught despite not naming any specific teacher, and Lee Min-il confirmed it without backing away. But Seo Jun reminded him that he had also mentioned having a master, even if that master did not actually recognize him as a disciple. Seo Jun then asked the question directly, wanting to know who Lee Min-il's master was, and the moment those words landed, Lee Min-il's expression tightened. Lee Min-il did not answer right away. Instead, he questioned why Seo Jun even cared, as if he were testing what kind of intention was hiding behind the question. Then Lee Min-il suggested that Seo Jun might already know his master, and that possibility struck Seo Jun hard enough to make him visibly startled. Seo Jun immediately thought of Lee Min-il as a liar, but at the same time, he considered whether he should bring up the Transcension Academy. In the end, Seo Jun held back. If Lee Min-il had nothing to do with that academy, he could brush it off as a misunderstanding. But if he truly was connected to it, then the entire situation would change. Seo Jun understood one thing clearly. Even if they were tied to the same academy, that would not automatically make them comrades. It would only make them rivals standing on the same path. Since he could not predict how Lee Min-il would react, Seo Jun decided not to reveal his hand too quickly, wondering instead whether a small hint would be enough. As the announcer declared that introductions were no longer necessary, Seo Jun quietly hinted that Lee Min-il's master must be someone unimaginably powerful, and the words struck Lee Min-il with visible shock. The finals were announced as Kim Seo Jun versus Lee Min-il, and as the atmosphere sharpened, Lee Min-il demanded to know what Seo Jun really was. Seo Jun answered by proposing a wager. Whoever lost the match would have to answer the winner's questions, instantly raising the stakes beyond a simple fight. Lee Min-il narrowed his eyes, wary of the offer, and questioned how either of them could guarantee the other would actually tell the truth instead of giving empty answers. Seo Jun leaned slightly forward, eyes steady, and told Lee Min-il that he would have to make his own choice in this fight. The moment was now, and there was no room for hesitation. The starting signal echoed through the stadium, a sharp crack that made the air itself seem to vibrate as both finalists moved into their battle stances, ready for the clash that would decide everything. Seo Jun lowered his spear into a precise, ready position, his gaze sweeping the arena to measure every subtle movement of Lee Min-il across the field. Lee Min-il's hands moved to his weapon, his posture coiling like a spring as he prepared to engage and test the reach and speed of Seo Jun's spear. The crowd murmured in confusion, their eyes darting back and forth as the two young warriors hesitated, locked in a tense, silent stare that held the weight of the tournament on their shoulders. Seo Jun admitted inwardly that, from the stands, it might look awkward, even hesitant, but every second of this pause was him calculating, probing, searching for a faint opening to exploit. Lee Min-il mirrored the scrutiny, realizing that Seo Jun's guard offered nothing, no weakness, no chink, forcing him to rethink his timing and strategy. Finally, Lee Min-il made his move, stepping forward decisively, committing to breaking the stalemate that had held them both in suspense. He taunted Seo Jun as he charged, confidence radiating from him, certain that his toughness and skill could handle whatever the spear wielder could throw his way. Seo Jun's eyes narrowed, registering that Lee Min-il had indeed drawn his sword, a spark of recognition and focus sharpening his expression. Lee Min-il lifted his blade, holding it steady and ready, daring Seo Jun to test him directly in this opening clash. Seo Jun immediately assessed that this sword could not be treated as ordinary. He resolved to unleash the full power of his technique from the very start, leaving no room for half measures. With a sudden, lethal surge, Seo Jun launched his opening strike, Pierce, driving his spear forward with absolute intent to overwhelm and dominate. Lee Min-il blocked the attack with swift precision, his eyes widening slightly at the surprising reach and power behind Seo Jun's thrust. It was no ordinary strike. Seo Jun's gaze sharpened further as he pressed his advantage, confident that the archer-turned-swordsman was being forced back onto the defensive. With a fluid, sweeping motion, Seo Jun arced his spear around, pushing Lee Min-il to yield space, testing both his opponent's limits and reactions. The archer-turned-warrior was forced into evasive flips, propelled across the arena by the forceful arcs of Seo Jun's spinning spear, unable to find solid footing to counterattack. Seo Jun noted how close Lee Min-il had come to being defeated, saved only by abandoning a weapon and retreating in the nick of time, a narrow escape that revealed both skill and risk. The young swordsman sensed a strange hesitation in Seo Jun's rhythm, a gap in perception he could not yet place, leaving him wary and uncertain. A torrent of arrows was loosed from the sidelines, but the spinning wind generated by Seo Jun's spear disrupted their flight, deflecting and scattering them harmlessly away. Seo Jun planted his stance firmly and accelerated the rotation of his spear, shaping the wind into a defensive vortex that controlled the battlefield with effortless authority. He guided the swirling force with a flick of his hand, directing it not merely to defend, but to dominate the space around him, shaping the arena to his will. The arrows were hurled aside and neutralized, robbing Lee Min-il of his ranged advantage and forcing him to confront the spear-wielder head-on. Even as Lee Min-il dodged and adapted, he could not help but be thrilled, recognizing that Seo Jun's technique was absurdly strong, bordering on the unbelievable. Seo Jun, for his part, harbored his own curiosity. Intrigued by the archer's unusual weapon and unconventional fighting style that defied simple categorization, the archer-turned-warrior proposed a deal mid-battle. If he won, Seo Jun would answer questions about the unique weapon and his fighting style in turn. Seo Jun accepted without pausing his assault, making it clear that any answers would only be given after victory had been secured. A subtle smirk curved Seo Jun's lips as he reiterated, in the midst of battle, that knowledge would only flow if Lee Min-il actually earned it through victory. Lee Min-il laughed, taking the challenge as fuel, letting the wager sharpen his focus and drive him to push harder instead of retreating.
Seo Jun surged forward, forcing Lee Min-il to chase and denying him any control over the fight's tempo, maintaining his dominance while staying fluid.
He paused briefly, intrigued and puzzled by Lee Min-il's attitude, sensing that something in his intentions did not fully align with his actions. Despite the pressure, Lee Min-il could not hide his admiration, praising Seo Jun's skill sincerely even as he fought for survival. Amid the roaring wind of their clash, Seo Jun felt a subtle, disquieting incongruity he could not yet define, a small puzzle in his opponent's approach. He adjusted his footing, digging in to test Lee Min-il more directly, probing for hidden weaknesses or strategies. Even as his spear struck with near-perfect precision, exploiting minor openings with borderline audacity, Seo Jun sensed a lack of raw desperation in Lee Min-il's movements. It became clear Lee Min-il was not fighting with the usual burning hunger to win. His drive was tempered, controlled, and entirely self-directed. Blocked attacks, unexpected feints, even the chaos of the arena seemed to barely ruffle him, deepening Seo Jun's curiosity about this unusual warrior. Seo Jun realized it was as if Lee Min-il genuinely did not care about the outcome, his mind set on mastering the encounter rather than simply winning. He confronted Lee Min-il directly, asking sharply whether he actually intended to win, seeking clarity amidst the chaos of battle. When Lee Min-il insisted that victory mattered to him, Seo Jun pressed further, questioning why he could not feel that same urgency in his movements.
Lee Min-il admitted he could not fully grasp the accusation but insisted, with unwavering focus, that defeating Seo Jun was indeed his highest priority.
Calm and measured, Seo Jun revealed his own truth. He was entirely fine with losing, untethered from the outcome itself. Lee Min-il was taken aback, calling out the apparent contradiction. How could Seo Jun use such extreme, borderline cheating techniques and still claim indifference to victory? Seo Jun brushed aside public opinion and external judgment, insisting that how others saw him had no bearing on how he valued himself or his actions. He declared plainly that insults, scorn, or mockery from others could never diminish his sense of self-worth or his resolve in battle. The words struck Li Min-il unexpectedly, forcing him to pause mid-motion, reassessing the spear wielder before him with newfound consideration. Seo Jun's faint enigmatic smile suggested he had been waiting for Li Min-il to notice, for that flicker of recognition to spark a deeper understanding. With a subtle adjustment of his spear, Seo Jun signaled a shift from mere provocation to teaching through combat, turning the fight into a silent lesson. Standing tall, his posture unwavering, he looked down at Li Min-il with quiet certainty, a calm that spoke of conclusions already drawn and understanding already formed. Seo Jun's expression hardened into resolve. He clarified with quiet authority that he was not looking down on Li Min-il. He was only speaking plainly about his own stance, his own perspective in the battle ahead. Li Min-il's mind wandered for a moment, drifting back to a lecture he had once heard, questioning what it truly meant to see the world beneath appearances rather than just on the surface. He remembered the stark lesson that the strong prey on the weak, and that those deemed unfit are inevitably cast aside, eliminated by the relentless currents of life. The lecture had insisted that one must constantly push and discipline oneself, constantly striving to avoid being weeded out by the unforgiving flow of society.
Life, it had been framed, was a continuous struggle to improve, to ensure one did not fall behind those around them, lest they vanish into obscurity.
The message was merciless. Each day must surpass the last. Today must be better than yesterday, and tomorrow must surpass today without pause. Now, back in the arena, Li Min-il faced Seo Jun directly, processing the spear wielder's philosophy through the lens of that past lesson, feeling its weight in the heat of battle.
Listening closely to Seo Jun, Li Min-il recalled Siddhartha Gautama's words, the opening question that had once pressed upon his mind with quiet insistence.
The question lingered. Had he ever truly escaped the confines of his own thinking even once, or was he forever trapped by his assumptions? The memory shifted to a calm scene beneath a large tree as Siddhartha began a simple illustrative story to make the point clear. A serene ascetic asked whether it was possible to transcend one's thoughts, to step back and view the world from a perspective untethered to preconceived limits. He framed it as a personal anecdote from his training on Earth, a moment before enlightenment when he was still young Siddhartha Gautama, learning the ways of perception. At that time, he had watched children racing, their shouts and laughter filling the air, unburdened by notions of victory or defeat. Siddhartha observed them repeatedly running these playful races, not to judge or compete seriously, but simply to enjoy the motion and joy of running itself. The children would start again and again, treating each race as a game rather than a measure of skill or status, untroubled by the results. And yet, each time, the same child would finish last, stumbling behind the others, yet never discouraged. Strangely, that child never lost his smile, running freely as if the outcome had no power over him. Curious, Siddhartha approached the child, compelled to understand the secret behind this unbroken joy and resilience. He asked the child directly, wanting to know what drove him to continue running despite always finishing last. The child replied simply, almost matter-of-factly, that he ran because he liked it. That was the reason enough. Siddhartha probed further, confirming that the child genuinely enjoyed running, and asked how he handled fatigue and the natural pace of the race. He pressed on, asking what would happen if the other children caught up to him during the race. The child answered with quiet certainty. They could not truly catch him, because his finish line was not theirs. It was uniquely his own. Siddhartha pointed to the visible finish line far ahead and asked the child what it meant, expecting a conventional answer. The child explained calmly that the line was decided by others, a benchmark that mattered to them but not to him personally. To the child, it was merely a checkpoint, a waypoint, not the ultimate end or goal of his running. He continued forward, leaving Siddhartha to contemplate the idea of competing without being enslaved to competition itself. The story noted that even though the child kept finishing last, his path was never truly finished. He had his own direction, his own pace. In the far-off future, that same child eventually claimed victory in a major national race, setting a record and proving that self-directed paths can lead to extraordinary outcomes. Siddhartha admitted that he had once believed life was about constructing a perfect tower through relentless personal effort, striving for perfection above all else. But after reflecting on the child's words, he realized that the tower need not be built entirely by his own strength, and that it might even collapse, and that was acceptable. He wondered why he had never seen it that way before, recognizing the trap of adhering to a single rigid perspective, blind to other possibilities. The lesson became clear. Society is full of conflict, but true insight and understanding can emerge from unexpected, even humble places. Li Min-il recalled how he had been taught that failing to improve meant being eliminated. a harsh doctrine that once left him fearful of obsolescence. He remembered the survival of the fittest mentality that had driven him to constantly measure himself against others. That fear had pushed him to work tirelessly each day, chasing incremental improvement with an almost obsessive devotion. He had focused entirely on becoming better, gauging every step of his progress, even when the purpose behind it began to hollow out. All that mattered was not falling behind, no matter how much it drained him or how distant the joy of the task became. Yet now, a turning point emerged, a stark realization that interrupted his old logic and forced him to rethink his approach. As anxiety swelled within him, he had fixated on the metrics of the Transcension Academy, letting numbers dictate his sense of worth. He became consumed by the system, obsessively staring at rankings and letting them define not just his skill but his very identity. The pressure to push harder, to outwork everyone, swallowed his life whole, leaving him restless, exhausted, and perpetually on edge. He ran endlessly to avoid being weeded out, living as though survival itself was the only goal, letting fear drive every step. Every day was a race to stay ahead, a constant effort to avoid being overtaken, reducing life to mere endurance against elimination. The memory showed him panting, gasping, and physically strained, a portrait of a life consumed entirely by fear and compulsion. Now, Seo Jun's words echoed in his mind, recalling the child's insight that other people's finish lines need not dictate his own path. Lee Min-il began to connect this lesson to his own confidence and the idea of establishing a self-chosen checkpoint in the midst of battle. Standing calmly, Seo Jun's composure made Lee Min-il realize just how much he had been trapped by external expectations and measures. His eyes widened as the insight settled in, loosening the grip of the rigid mindset that had dominated his life until this very moment. Finally, he understood what Siddhartha's lecture had been trying to teach him all those years ago, a lesson he had only now been ready to grasp. He asked himself why he had never considered this perspective before, and a sudden lightness spread through his body as he began to relax, free from the tyranny of imposed benchmarks. With a newfound clarity settling in, Lee Min-il adjusted his grip on the spear, letting it rest naturally in his hands. The rigid, forced patterns that had governed his movements moments ago melted away, replaced by instinctive fluidity. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips, a quiet acknowledgement that the weight of self-doubt and external pressure had begun to lift from his shoulders. He resolved that, no matter what tricks Lee Min-il deployed, he would meet them on his own terms, trusting his own judgment and skill to find a path through the challenge. Victory remained his goal, yet he now understood that differences in weaponry, tactics, or style were merely aspects of the game to be mastered, not moral failings or reasons to panic. Still, a subtle awareness stirred within him. There was something unique about this duel, something that seemed to shape him with every passing moment. He reasoned quietly that if insults from others could not diminish his self-worth, then the praise and cheers of the crowd should not inflate it either. Rejecting the need for external validation, he declared to himself that his value would be defined solely by his own choices, his own standards. Lee Min-il paused, stunned for a brief instant by the sudden transformation radiating from Seo Jun, sensing the depth of the change in the archer's posture and gaze. He admitted internally that Seo Jun was an even truer ally than he had imagined, recognizing the sincerity underpinning this shift in attitude. Stepping back, Lee Min-il adjusted his stance, preparing to respond to the archer's newfound resolve with calculated precision. Dropping his previous weapons to the ground, he signaled that a different approach was about to unfold, one that relied on mastery rather than conventional tools. He emphasized as he moved that he was not looking down on Seo Jun. This was a test, a challenge meant to probe skill and resolve, not an expression of disdain. Drawing a curved blade from his side, Lee Min-il announced it as the single weapon he had truly learned from his master and trusted above all else. Seo Jun rejected the framing, his voice firm, insisting he would not be forced to conform to another's style, preferring to fight by his own instincts. Lee Min-il's expression hardened, the corners of his mouth tightening as he committed fully to proving his mastery through unyielding action. Both fighters shifted their footing, the arena falling into a tense hush as each prepared for the decisive exchange that would test their limits. A violent impact erupted, shattering stone and dirt alike, as their duel escalated into heavier, more dangerous collisions that rattled the surrounding arena. Locked in close proximity, each combatant conveyed determination in motion, philosophy transforming into raw, physical confrontation where thought and will collided. Seo Jun braced his pulling arm against the curved blade, feeling the pressure as he tested its leverage and calculating the counter in a heartbeat. Lee Min-il grinned, exuding confidence that the combination of his weapon's weight and the angle of attack would force Seo Jun onto the defensive. That grin widened as he relished the contest, pushing Seo Jun to absorb every ounce of strain as the clash forced both into exertion beyond their normal limits. Seo Jun's eyes flickered with momentary surprise, recognizing that the momentum of the curved blade threatened to disrupt his balance and posture entirely. Lee Min-yeol surged forward with a body-checking rush, transforming their clash into a grappling encounter, turning space into leverage and strength into contest. Seo Jun recoiled slightly, startled by the sudden close-quarters pressure and the unpredictable follow-up strikes that kept him off balance. Lee Min-yeol unleashed a relentless flurry of heavy blows, each strike hammering through defenses with rhythmic precision that demanded Seo Jun's full attention. Taking a cut across his arm, Seo Jun realized immediately that the weight of the blade fundamentally altered the dynamics of the exchange, forcing adaptation. He judged the weapon's heft and the power behind each swing as more challenging to redirect than he had anticipated, shifting his strategy on the fly. Without his usual spear, Seo Jun recognized that Lee Min-yeol's strikes were now genuinely dangerous, requiring full focus and measured defense. Lee Min-yeol pressed relentlessly, varying his angles and rhythm to deny Seo Jun the opportunity for clean counters. Seo Jun found himself forced into a tight guard, adapting quickly as the shifting momentum denied him predictable openings. He acknowledged silently that Lee Min-yeol's ever-changing attacks were incredibly difficult to respond to in real time, testing both skill and composure. A sharp collision landed squarely, straining Seo Jun's hands as the repeated impacts demanded every ounce of control and endurance. He was knocked back, the pressure wave carving a temporary space between them, forcing a quick reset in stance and focus. Lee Min-yeol advanced through the lingering wind trails of their previous clash, keeping Seo Jun pinned in a tense uncertainty that required split-second judgment. Seo Jun realized that accepting the possibility of loss had lightened his movements, giving him a rare sense of freedom even amid battle. He embraced the paradox that losing could be acceptable, yet he could still fight with unwavering sincerity and focus toward victory. For the first time, combat felt genuinely enjoyable to Seo Jun, unshackled from the chains of fear and self-imposed pressure. Lee Min-yeol taunted, asserting that Seo Jun had truly learned only this single weapon from his master, challenging him to prove adaptability beyond it. He added with a smirk that it was far too early for Seo Jun to be surprised, hinting at further tricks and layers yet to come in their duel. Spinning with a fluid, deadly grace, Lee Min-yeol launched a sweeping strike that hurled Seo Jun into the air, the rotation of the attack magnifying its force. Seo Jun crashed down amid shattered debris, the arena floor splintering beneath him as the impact sent tremors rippling outward. Coughing through the dust, Seo Jun recognized an opportunity. The cloud could obscure movement, offering both cover and tactical potential. He shielded his eyes briefly, scanning through the hazy veil, but alarm flared as Lee Min-yeol's exact location became unclear, almost vanishing from sight. Lee Min-yeol disappeared into the dust entirely, leaving Seo Jun momentarily without a target, heightening tension and forcing acute awareness. Seo Jun's gaze swept the arena, searching frantically, surprised and impressed by the sudden disappearance. He confirmed that Lee Min-yeol was gone from view completely, a realization that intensified the looming danger and the unpredictability of the duel. Recognizing the technique as advanced stealth arts, Seo Jun was stunned that Lee Min-yeol could even attempt such a complex maneuver in the midst of combat. He assessed the execution, noting that while Lee Min-yeol had not perfected it yet, the move still represented a serious and tangible threat. Seo Jun realized that even the briefest lapse in focus could allow Lee Min-yeol to slip entirely out of vision, a danger that demanded his full mental presence. He concluded that this must be Lee Min-yeol's ultimate trump card, and he prepared to counter it using Merlin's mana, channeling his own energy to meet the challenge head-on. A fleeting memory flashed through Seo Jun's mind, a similar close-range grab from a past sparring match, reminding him that he had encountered setups like this before, though never under such high stakes. Another recollection surfaced, arrows spinning and a spear whirling in space, each movement choreographed to manipulate attention and control the battlefield. Lee Min-yeol had trained his senses to read even the smallest shifts. Back in the present, the dust thickened once more, swirling like a living curtain concealing Lee Min-yeol's next approach, leaving Seo Jun straining to anticipate the unseen. Narrowing his eyes, Seo Jun sensed subtle vibrations in the air, forcing himself into a state of calm focus, refusing to be rattled by fear or uncertainty. He tightened his grip on the spear and shifted his stance ever so slightly, muscles coiled and ready, preparing to strike the instant Lee Min-yeol revealed himself. Sweat beaded along Seo Jun's temple as he concentrated, training his mind to stay anchored, refusing to be baited by confusion or distraction.
A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was this truly the correct way to fight?
Yet, even as the question lingered, he committed fully to adaptation, to meeting the challenge as it came. He realized, with quiet clarity, that his core belief had never wavered. Lee Min-il's free-spirited style only exposed the rigidity within Seo Jun's own approach. Acknowledging it openly, he admitted his fighting style had been far too rigid up to this point, and that change was the only path to victory. A lesson resonated deep in his mind. Learning is only as valuable as the growth it fuels. Seo Jun absorbed it, letting it ignite a spark of evolution within his technique. He recalled the warning that obsessive study could stifle self-expression, and he resolved to fight as himself, blending personal instinct with the knowledge he had gained. A stern inner voice challenged him, insisting he stop imitating others, stop pretending all was fine when it was not. Seo Jun recognized the real danger, reliance on borrowed power. True strength required channeling his own mana, drawing from within. Remembering his mentor's guidance, he knew it was not enough to merely study. He had to apply, to enact the lessons and methods personally and decisively. He steadied himself, ready to repeat the attempt, treating learned techniques as a bridge to his own authentic expression. Concentrating, Seo Jun fused multiple legacies into a singular focus. Merlin's intelligence, Chiron's acute senses, Seon Yu's latent power, and Siddhartha Gautama's serene, unwavering mind. He reached for something that belonged to no one else, a power that he could claim as entirely his own. A sudden breakthrough struck, his eyes sharpened, clarity and resolve igniting together like lightning through his veins. He declared this power his alone, channeling it directly into the spear that had been an extension of his will all along. A radiant golden aura erupted around him, illuminating the arena, signaling the arrival of a new and formidable force on the battlefield. Gasps erupted from the spectators as Seo Jun manifested an aura blade, the shimmering weapon defying expectation and challenging reality itself. Officials and onlookers alike panicked, disbelief etched across their faces. They could scarcely fathom that a cadet had conjured an aura blade at all. Seo Jun held his glowing weapon aloft in solemn silence, letting the astonishment of the crowd settle before he acted. With a sharp, decisive motion, he lunged forward, the aura blade slicing through the air with electric precision. The strike surged with speed and pressure beyond ordinary comprehension, forcing Lee Min-il into a desperate, reactive defense. Seo Jun's opponent reeled, disbelief frozen on his face as the battlefield shifted under the weight of this sudden, overwhelming power. The aura blade cut through the guard, landing a decisive blow that ended the contest with undeniable finality. The impact blasted Lee Min-il across the arena and cracked the stone beneath them, leaving no doubt as to the magnitude of Seo Jun's victory. A stunned silence fell over the arena, the aftermath stretching across the field as spectators and officials alike tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Seo Jun exhaled, a faint, confident smile touching his lips. Satisfaction blooming from knowing the outcome spoke for itself. Lee Min-il, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, nodded in acknowledgement, admitting defeat without hesitation. The match concluded as the two stood apart, the air still vibrating with the echoes of their clash, and the outcome firmly established. Word spread quickly. Kim Seo Jun had claimed overall first place, rising above every challenger. Kalia, seated calmly with a cup of tea, raised an eyebrow in mild interest as she received the report. A hooded subordinate leaned forward, inquiring whether she had noticed any anomalies or distortions during the event. Kalia replied thoughtfully, noting that while something like a distortion had been sensed, its true nature remained uncertain. She added, matter-of-factly, that Kim Seo Jun had unexpectedly switched weapons mid-match and even manifested an aura blade, a development no one had predicted. The subordinate ordered continued surveillance of Kim, emphasizing that the incident must be formally reported to the apostle. Kalia questioned the necessity of such extreme measures for a single cadet, her tone sharp with controlled skepticism. The subordinate countered that Kim's actions warranted scrutiny, but Kalia demanded clarification. He explained that the recent breach of a 10-star dungeon had triggered a Korean Association investigation, delaying long-prepared plans and giving the appearance of over-focusing on one cadet. Kalia snapped, demanding the Apostle of Temperance's precise instructions, insisting on a clear and unequivocal answer. The subordinate stiffened under her intensity, suddenly aware that he had overstepped. He hesitated, visibly intimidated by Kalia's sudden, piercing focus. Kalia offered a cold, measured apology, though the edge in her tone made it clear she would not relent. Composing herself, arms crossed, she continued to glare with a controlled, simmering anger that left no room for challenge. In a larger chamber, the subordinate reported up the chain, confirming that a distortion had occurred in Korea. When asked who had resolved it, he named Kim Seo-jun, a detail that caused the higher authority to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. The hooded authority noted that the apostle already knew the distortion was resolved, yet specifically asked who had done it, signaling a deeper awareness and suspicion beyond mere procedure. An order was issued to maintain close surveillance of Kim Seo-jun's actions, a command that visibly startled Kalia. With controlled defiance, Kalia asked why such intense focus was directed at Kim, seeking a rationale for what seemed like disproportionate scrutiny. The hooded authority fell silent, his presence alone radiating a chilling weight. His gaze pinned Kalia in place, leaving no room for questions or hesitation. When Kalia dared to speak, a brutal strike brought her crashing to the floor, pain surging through her body as she gasped for breath, bruised and staggering. The figure loomed above her, reminding Kalia coldly that being the top candidate to succeed the Apostle of Chastity did not shield her from consequences. He warned her sharply, making it clear that forgetting she was not yet the Apostle of Chastity would only lead to her subjugation. Kalia's body trembled as fear gripped her, the realization dawning that she had challenged someone far beyond her rank. The hooded figure towered over her, each movement heavy with authority, as Kalia struggled to rise, humiliated and powerless beneath his watchful eyes. He stated bluntly that her desires carried no weight here, extinguishing any flicker of defiance she might have held. Kalia attempted to speak again, but her words faltered, choked by the oppressive aura of the figure looming over her. He stressed that the Apostle of Temperance remained untouchable within the Order of Truth, one of the 7 apostles whose authority none dared challenge. Acknowledging Kalia's unauthorized actions, he reminded her they were only tolerated because she was a successor, and that any dealings involving Kim Seo-jun must be reported fully without omission. A chill ran down Kalia's spine as she understood someone was manipulating the Apostle of Temperance as a mere messenger, narrowing the circle of potential conspirators to a shocking few. She concluded with a sinking certainty that there was effectively only one person capable of orchestrating such events. Back at the academy, students and faculty alike buzzed with astonishment over Kim Seo-jun's extraordinary performance, whispering about contacting him ahead of the Pro Hunter exam. Park Seo-yoon teased him, a sly grin lighting her face, remarking that with each surge in strength, Kim was becoming more and more of a monster.
Kim deflected her playful jab, but Seo-yoon pressed on, insisting that wielding an aura blade made the moniker entirely fitting.
Curious, Seo-yoon demanded to know where Kim had learned to manifest aura blades, and Kim shuffled awkwardly, claiming it was sheer luck, a claim she immediately refused to accept. Kim suggested they head home, hoping to avoid further confrontation, but Seo-yoon shook her head firmly, insisting they meet someone first. As a commotion rose behind them, Seo-yoon asked who exactly they were going to meet, her eyes scanning the crowd for signs of trouble. Recruiters from elite academies pushed forward, offering scholarships and entreating a self-taught cadet to abandon his solitary training and join their ranks. Seo-yoon realized that the person she intended to meet was one of these recruiters, while another cadet loudly refused all offers, standing firm amid the clamor. Kim observed quietly, noting how everyone gravitated toward the self-taught cadet. His independence made him a rare prize, coveted by multiple academies. The recruiters swarmed him like hunters circling prey, their competitive urgency making the cadet a spectacle for all to see. Kim understood why Seo-yoon had requested a secret meeting. This chaos and relentless pursuit made the situation perilous as the cadet protested, trying to maintain his composure. The recruiters faltered as someone intervened, confused by the sudden, unexpected disruption. With startling decisiveness, the cadet declared his intention to join Dream Academy, leaving Kim frozen in disbelief. Words failed Kim as the cadet's bold statement hung in the air, too sudden to process. Seo-yoon and Kim both stared, incredulous as the situation flipped in an instant, turning chaos into a stunned silence. The recruiters scrambled in panic, only to realize they had lost their prize, the cadet slipping away like sand through their fingers. Seo-yoon exhaled deeply, relief washing over her as she finally believed they had shaken off the relentless recruiters. Kim's frustration boiled over as he demanded to know why the cadet had made such a sudden choice, while Seo-yoon watched, puzzled by the unfolding drama. He suspected the cadet had never genuinely considered joining an academy, sensing that he was hiding something beneath his composed exterior. Finally, the cadet admitted that he had considered attending an academy, but only because he wished to be in the same one as Kim Seo-jun.
Kim's mind reeled, stunned by the cadet's unexpected attachment and uncertain how to respond to the revelation.
He chose to postpone any argument, recognizing he had no authority to forbid the decision and determined not to meddle like the Sword Saint would. Turning the focus, Kim reminded the cadet of their prior promise, redirecting the conversation to what truly mattered. The cadet nodded resolutely, ready to honor that commitment without hesitation. Kim pressed further, demanding the truth about the elusive master the cadet often referenced. The cadet hesitated, searching for words that could satisfy Kim without betraying his own uncertainty. He braced himself, still appearing cornered and unsure, the weight of expectation pressing down. Finally, he admitted that he did not know who his master truly was. Kim's disbelief flared. Convinced the cadet was toying with him, anger surged through Kim as he threatened force to extract the truth. But the cadet insisted, genuinely, that he had no knowledge of his master's identity. He repeated that even the master he admired remained unaware of his existence, despite the cadet's uncanny ability to replicate techniques. Kim highlighted the contradiction, incredulous that someone could praise a master so highly while claiming ignorance of their identity. Cadet clarified, explaining that he had never been taught directly, only observing from a distance and imitating what he saw. He insisted that no one had ever provided him with direct guidance, standing firm in his self-taught path. The story reframed him as an exceptionally rare self-taught cadet, someone whose abilities defied the usual expectations. Typically, self-taught aspirants struggled with either talent or resources. But Minil was different, possessing both the means and the skill to excel independently. Minil had deliberately chosen solitude, not out of necessity, but because he refused to be bound by the rigid structures of an academy. He explained that his training in the mountains had allowed him to relish freedom, unburdened by rules, schedules, or anyone else's expectations. During one of his solitary training sessions, Kim Seo-jun suddenly sensed a presence nearby, a subtle but unmistakable shift in the air that made him pause. Moving cautiously, he discovered an injured old man collapsed among the forest underbrush, the sight freezing him in place with shock and concern. Lee Min-il rushed forward without hesitation, kneeling beside the man and asking urgently if he was all right, his hands trembling slightly as he assessed the injuries. Back in the present, Kim Seo-jun listened intently as Min-il prepared to recount what had unfolded next, knowing the story would reveal the roots of Min-il's mysterious training. Min-il began, explaining that this moment marked his first encounter with the man he would come to call his master, though he had yet to understand the full weight of that title. Rewinding in memory, Min-il described how he had tried to help the injured figure on the narrow forest path, panic creeping into his chest as he took in the extent of the man's wounds. Blood soaked the man's clothing, and Min-il realized immediately that these were not minor injuries. They were life-threatening, each breath labored and shallow. Fearing the worst, Min-il attempted to carry the man down the mountain toward a hospital, convinced that without urgent care, the old man would not survive the night. But the old man weakly resisted, his voice strained yet firm, begging Min-il not to descend the mountain, refusing the rescue despite the clear danger to his life. He insisted, his frailty bellying a resolute determination, that leaving the mountain was impossible, no matter the risk. Sensing the desperation and unyielding will in the old man's plea, Min-il reluctantly abandoned his plan to seek the hospital and acquiesced to the man's wishes. With no alternatives, Min-il set up care in an abandoned mountain house, preparing a small haven where the old man could recover safely under his watchful eye. He stayed by the old man's side, feeding him, tending to his wounds, and observing each shallow breath with meticulous attention, refusing to leave even for a moment. Each day, Min-il spoon-fed the unconscious figure, carefully measuring each action to sustain life, his patience and diligence becoming the lifeline that kept the old man tethered to the world. Initially, it seemed the man might not survive, his frailty threatening to overwhelm him. Yet gradually, day by day, Min-il sensed subtle signs of recovery, a strengthening pulse and a flicker of awareness. A full month passed, and hope stirred in Min-il's heart. Perhaps the old man would finally awaken and speak, vindicating the endless care he had devoted. But just as optimism grew, a new threat emerged. Intruders appeared, mocking the notion that the old man had survived and sequestered himself, leaving Min-il confused and tense. Hooded attackers encircled the house, their voices cruel and taunting, jeering at Min-il for meddling with a seemingly dying man and implying that an elder's freedom was no longer his concern. They demanded to know if the old man had awakened that day and whether someone had assisted Min-il, stonewalling his desperate questions as he demanded answers. One attacker sneered at Min-il's defiance, dismissing his attempts to appear formidable, their contempt burning in their gaze. They called out his hiding spot, exposing him as a mere inexperienced bystander, their arrogance sharpening the threat surrounding him. Suddenly, the assailants lunged, intent on killing Min-il, and chaos erupted around the old mountain house as violence tore through the once quiet clearing. A blade streaked through the air, cutting down one attacker with terrifying precision, an unseen force delivering the strike with absolute control. The old man had awakened, moving with speed and fluidity that seemed impossible. Each motion so rapid it blurred in the eyes of those who watched. The hooded attackers staggered backward in panic, their ranks collapsing as comrades fell before the old man's inhumanly precise counterattacks. A command rose amidst the chaos, ordering the attackers to kill, yet none could locate him, his position invisible, his presence untouchable. Back in the present, Kim Seo-jun's body tensed, his eyes narrowing as Min-il approached the climax of his story, sensing the magnitude of what had occurred. Min-il confessed that it was the first time he had ever witnessed someone fight with absolute perfection, a display that defied everything he had known about combat. One of the attackers realized mid-battle that this intervention had never been part of their plan, panic overtaking his face as his confidence crumbled. The old man revealed his invisibility to their senses, leaving the assailants helpless, watching helplessly as bodies fell with relentless precision. With a commanding voice, the old man ordered the surviving attackers to leave immediately and never return, his authority absolute as he shielded Min-il from harm. A wave of power surged outward, knocking Min-il backward as the old man's presence radiated through the clearing, overwhelming the area with sheer force. Min-il watched in disbelief as the old man vanished without a trace, leaving only the defeated broken attackers in his wake. Unable to comprehend fully what he had witnessed, Min-il hastily packed his few belongings, trusting entirely in the old man's cryptic warning. As he prepared to leave, his eyes caught a forgotten manuscript lying in the corner, its presence heavy with significance. Min-il took the manuscript with him, intending to return it if fate allowed a reunion, though he never saw the old man again. Back in the present, Min-il concluded his story, leaving Kim Seo-jun and Park Seo-yoon to absorb the staggering implications of what had transpired.
Kim asked why Min-il referred to the old man as his master, despite never receiving formal instruction, and Min-il revealed that the manuscript contained the man's most sacred teachings.
Min-il admitted the text detailed advanced dagger and stealth arts, and though he knew taking it was questionable, he read it nonetheless. Kim pieced together that Min-il had learned both from the manuscript and the old man's combat, all without the elder ever knowing. Min-il insisted on the truth of his account, his eyes pleading for Kim's belief in every word. Kim admitted the story sounded improbable, doubting whether Min-il could genuinely be a Transcension Academy cadet given the extraordinary nature of his experience. Min-il swore again, unwavering, that he spoke nothing but the truth. Park Seo-yoon asked if Min-il truly had no knowledge of the old man's identity, and Min-il confessed that he had entered the mock exam hoping that his master might recognize him through the event's publicity. Kim suggested that the master could be none other than Sir Darksaint, sending a jolt of shock through Min-il at the mere possibility. The Dark Saint, Kim explained, was one of Korea's legendary 5 heroes, shrouded in mystery, veiled from public view and radiating a presence of profound, ominous power. Kim elaborated that the Dark Saint was a legendary assassination prodigy, known only by reputation due to his unmatched ability to conceal himself. He asked Seo-yeon if she had ever seen him, and she recounted that the Dark Saint had visited her grandfather when she was a child. Kim asked So-yeon to consult the Sword Saint to confirm whether Min-il's manuscript truly belonged to the Dark Saint, and she agreed to request verification, provided Min-il felt comfortable with it. Min-il froze at the mention of her grandfather, suddenly grasping the hidden connection he had never realized before. The scene shifted to a city evening, signaling the passage of time and the lingering weight of the revelation. The following day dawned bright and clear over Dream Hunter Academy, setting the stage for the next chapter of events. Kim Seo-jun woke with a furrowed brow, the weight of everything he had learned pressing heavily on his mind. Shadows of doubt and unanswered questions lingered. As he sat up, running a hand through his hair.
Scrolling through the Academy's equipment listings, he froze at the cost of a copied Gungnir, $500,000. The sheer expense made him flinch, a mix of disbelief and frustration crossing his features.
Weighed down by endless Academy fees, Kim decided that purchasing a backup weapon could wait. Some costs, it seemed, could be postponed without immediate danger. He noted that the $1 million prize for the mock exam had been transferred smoothly, though he knew that settling actual match rewards might take a little longer. The efficiency was reassuring, yet distant compared to the personal costs he faced. Learning that Seo-yeon was the Sword Saint's granddaughter shook his perception of her. The revelation reframed her presence entirely, casting her actions and demeanor in a new, almost untouchable light. Lee Min-il formally approached Seo-yeon, asking for her help in locating his master. She promised to consult her grandfather, while Kim quietly observed that Min-il had been hesitant at first to reveal the sacred manuscript. Deciding to return that very day so they could visit the Sword Saint together, Min-il seemed unusually deferential to Seo-yeon, yet casual with Kim, an inconsistency that made Kim wonder about the dynamics at play. While waiting, Kim used his phone to purchase the Academy's free pass, a small convenience amidst the larger uncertainties swirling around them. Suddenly, his phone displayed progress bars for lectures by Chiron, Siddhartha Gautama, and Merlin, all reaching full completion without his intervention. Kim's eyes widened in confusion. Someone or something was stacking his progress behind the scenes. Finishing Chiron's lecture, Kim watched as the progress hit 100%, unlocking a new reward. A surge of anticipation filled him. But there was something oddly different about this completion. He froze, sensing that this skill advancement carried a weight unlike any previous upgrade, a subtle but undeniable shift in significance. The system confirmed that he had completed the Combat Transcendent Intro course and acquired the coveted skill, Metamorphosis A. Overjoyed, Kim let out a triumphant yell, the excitement bubbling over as he finally secured the skill he had worked so hard to obtain. His celebration quickly turned playful, morphing into a goofy victory dance, arms flailing and feet shuffling as he basked in the moment of hard-earned success. But the elation abruptly cut off. Kim froze mid-dance, a sudden sense of unease crawling up his spine, warning that something was amiss. He noticed that, unlike past upgrades, there was no obvious flow of energy through his body, no immediate physical change, and a creeping doubt began to form. Recalling the Nurim legends, he had expected a dramatic transformation, something visible and tangible, but now uncertainty gnawed at him. Perhaps the tales had been exaggerated. A terrifying presence suddenly manifested behind him, pulling Kim into sharp alertness, every nerve on edge as his senses screamed of danger. The pressure hit like a physical force, jolting him off balance as an invisible weight pressed down, constricting the space around him. A cold shiver ran down his spine as realization dawned. He was being targeted, tracked by a presence he could not yet see. It felt like a blade at his throat, and a voice, calm yet imposing, marveled at the fact that Kim Seo-jun had even noticed its existence. The unseen speaker noted with a trace of surprise that Kim could sense him despite being unable to perceive any form. The presence assured Kim it had not come to kill him, prompting Seo-jun to demand to know who he was facing. The stranger appraised him coolly, remarking that Kim Seo-jun was someone who would likely cause trouble for a certain young man. Piecing together the hint, Kim's mind raced, connecting the words to a legendary figure whose name had long circulated in hushed whispers. He dared to speak the name aloud. Dark Saint. A confirmation came immediately through the shadowy man's eyes. The Dark Saint stepped fully into view, a calm and imposing figure, while Kim's hands remained ready on his weapon, alert and unyielding. Seo-jun instantly recognized him, the legendary assassination genius, the stealth master who operated under the name Dark Saint, a figure both feared and revered. Acknowledging Kim's swift understanding, the Dark Saint maintained his composure, never lowering his guard, every movement deliberate and measured. Curiosity sparked between them. Both wondered how Kim had detected him so naturally. Seo-jun speculated that his new metamorphosis skill might be the key. He asked directly if the encounter was related to Min-il, sensing a connection to the young cadet's ongoing search. The Dark Saint assumed Min-il had mentioned the sacred text and warned Kim that this knowledge was dangerous more than he might realize. Kim clarified that Min-il had no idea of the Dark Saint's true identity, a revelation that clearly irritated the assassin. Mentioning that Min-il was on his way, Kim felt the tension rise as the Dark Saint realized time was running short. He stressed that meeting Min-il now would be a mistake, explaining that the urgency was why he had approached Kim Seo-jun directly. Cutting to the heart of the matter, the Dark Saint asked if Kim had any ties to the Order of Truth. Seo-jun denied any connection beyond a single encounter with Kalia, prompting the Dark Saint to pause and consider the implications. The Dark Saint revealed that he had been tracking the movements of the Order of Truth, information that immediately set Kim on edge.
He stated bluntly, without hesitation, that he did not trust the Order of Truth in the slightest.
Explaining further, he said that the Order's heroic reputation was misleading, citing their supposed hunt of the monster Berserk as an example of carefully constructed legend. Kim asked why Berserk was suddenly relevant, but the Dark Saint's pause carried a heavy, ominous weight. Then came the revelation. Berserk had not fallen that day, contrary to all official records. The Dark Saint recounted the calamity-level threat of Berserk, said to have been defeated by the Grand Voice and the Seven Apostles. Seo-jun struggled to process this, but the Dark Saint insisted that Berserk had never been something that could truly be killed. Pointing out the absence of a corpse or official record, he noted how unnaturally clean the reported ending appeared. In truth, Berserk had simply vanished, leaving no trace, a revelation that shocked Kim Seo-jun to his core. Kim demanded to know how the Order could claim credit for saving humanity if Berserk had never actually been slain. The Dark Saint explained that the Grand Voice had indeed acted upon Berserk, But the monster had survived, and he had become certain of this after witnessing a later incident firsthand. Turning the conversation, he asked why the seat of the Apostle of Chastity remained vacant, a question that unsettled Kim Seo-jun instantly. He revealed that the Apostle of Chastity, like Berserk, had suddenly vanished without explanation, leaving a haunting void in the Order of Truth. The Dark Saint let out a low, mirthless laugh, mocking the official tales that claimed Berserk had simply died of old age. Dying quietly among the 7 apostles? It makes no sense, he sneered, his gaze sharp and unyielding. He leaned closer, voice dropping to a deadly whisper. These disappearances are all connected. The Order of Truth tried to eliminate me when I started investigating. And that recent chaos in the 10-star dungeon? That was staged because of Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun froze, heart-thumping. Why would the Order of Truth even set their sights on me? He asked, incredulous and wary. The Dark Saint admitted with a shrug, I don't know the exact reason, but one thing is certain. The Order is watching you, Seo-jun? He straightened, tone firm. I'm telling you this because I need a favor, and time is short. The Dark Saint's gaze hardened. I need you to look after Lee Min-il in my stead. I cannot approach him right now. He explained the Order's methods, a chilling blend of foresight and surveillance. They watch consequences, not just actions. Anything you do will leave a trace if it involves them. Because they want to monitor Min-il, anyone he interacts with leaves a mark. You, Seo-jun, must act as the bridge. Your hand is the link he cannot see, and through you, his actions remain safe. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened in panic as the realization hit he himself now carried the trace of the Dark Saint's influence. The Dark Saint's voice softened, almost teasing. You are the exception, Seo-jun. He clarified. The Order can observe you through your actions, but they cannot touch you directly. So anything done via your hands will appear as if it were yours alone. Seo-jun hesitated. And why is it you cannot be watched? The Dark Saint's frown deepened. I have no idea, he noted. I can enter non-existence to evade their gaze, but your immunity, it exceeds even my understanding. The weight of the statement left Seo-jun reeling. Seo-jun asked if this immunity related to the Academy lacking his personal records. The Dark Saint waved him off, insisting there's no time to explain, focus on the task. With that, the Dark Saint handed Kim Seo-jun a thick, heavy book. Deliver this to Lee Min-il. This contains far more detail than the sacred manuscript you've seen, every technique of dagger and stealth carefully recorded. Seo-jun frowned, hesitant. Why me? Why am I trusted with this? The Dark Saint's expression hardened. Do not meddle beyond this. You cannot intervene with people the Order isn't watching. That is not your role. He admitted. Consider this book overcompensation for the trouble? Take it though, I insist.
Seo-jun shook his head. I don't need it. The Dark Saint raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed.
I want something else instead, Seo-jun added casually, leaving the Dark Saint utterly baffled. The assassin's voice tightened, incredulous. Do you realize what you're asking for? This is priceless. What else could possibly replace it? Seo-jun grinned mischievously. Child support. The words hung in the air, absurd and shocking. The Dark Saint's jaw nearly dropped. Money? From a former hero? He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Seo-jun crossed his arms deadpan. No favor, no payment. That's the rule. The seriousness in his eyes confirmed the demand was real. The Dark Saint demanded the price. Seo-jun named it plainly. $3 million. Outrage exploded across the Dark Saint's face at the sheer audacity. But Seo-jun raised a hand, calm, preparing to justify his figure. He leaned forward slightly, voice steady. Only someone like me, untraceable, unwatchable, can handle this task. The Dark Saint's glare softened just enough for grudging acknowledgement. Seo-jun added, Min-il would never trust a random messenger. I already have his confidence, which makes me the only suitable intermediary. He pressed the point further. He won't be controlled, he'll disappear to train if forced. You need someone reliable who won't push him away. Taking this risk exposes me to the Order's suspicion. That is why I demand proper compensation. He leaned back, firm. $3 million is the minimum fair price for this job. The Dark Saint paused then, to Seo-jun's utter shock, nodded in immediate agreement. Seo-jun exhaled, amazed at how easily it worked. I'll wire the money immediately, he promised, double-checking it wasn't a recurring payment. The Dark Saint scoffed, denying such shamelessness. I mean $3 million after taxes, Seo-jun clarified. The Dark Saint muttered something about his non-existent sense of shame, voice laced with dry amusement. The association will handle the transfer cleanly, Seo-jun continued. Then he asked cautiously, Can I tell Min-il about you? The Dark Saint shook his head. It doesn't matter. The Order can't watch you anyway. He added a stern command. But Min-il must never mention me or our connection to anyone. Understood? Left alone, Seo-jun absorbed the weight of what had just transpired. The Order of Truth was watching him, a truth that sank in just as Min-il arrived bursting through the door. Lee Min-il froze mid-step, realization dawning. His master, the figure he had revered, truly was the Dark Saint. Seo-jun explained quickly, omitting the absurd child support arrangement. He left in a hurry and asked me to deliver this book to you. Min-il's hands shook as he accepted the thick book, his breath catching in startled awe. Meanwhile, Seo-jun drifted off briefly, daydreaming about the incoming payment, entirely oblivious as Min-il stared silently at him. Why are you giving me this? Min-il finally asked, voice tinged with confusion. It's the Dark Saint's request, Seo-jun repeated, trying to keep it simple. He added a half-smile, noting that he could have easily taken the book himself. Aware that Min-il was questioning his motives, Seo-jun hesitated, struggling to answer without revealing Transcension Academy secrets or appearing disrespectful to the Dark Saint. He thought carefully, searching for a safe explanation that conveyed intent without betrayal. Finally, Seo-jun said, taking it wouldn't have been right. Delivering it? That's just basic decency. Min-il fell silent, digesting Seo-jun's words, the weight of their meaning settling slowly in his mind. After a long pause, Min-il spoke, startling Seo-jun. I've decided. I want to attend the Dream Hunter Academy with you. He grinned, eyes shining, and insisted they start today, praising Seo-jun warmly. You're a good guy, Seo-jun. Let's do this together. A sudden surge of trust radiated from Lee Min-il, electrifying the air between them. Kim Seo-jun stumbled backward, caught off guard by the raw intensity of his friend's determination and sincerity. Min-il's voice cracked with emotion as he pleaded, Seo-jun, I need your approval. Please, let me join you. Seo-jun's mind raced, panic tightening his chest at the misunderstanding, but Min-il clung to him with unabashed enthusiasm, declaring he would enroll no matter the obstacles. Park Seo-yun, observing the scene with a slight smile, gave her blessing for Min-il's enrollment. Excitement lit up Min-il's face as he celebrated the approval with a victorious cheer. Seo-jun realized, amidst Min-il's clingy exuberance, that the outcome was unexpectedly convenient. He forced a calm nod, trying to embrace the situation despite the chaos of his emotions. With a fiery gleam in his eyes, Min-il dove into the Dark Saint's secret book, motivated and confident, ready to absorb every hidden technique it contained. Seo-jun reflected privately, realizing that keeping Min-il close would simplify future dealings with the Dark Saint. He chuckled to himself, thinking about the intricate chain of deliveries he had just orchestrated. In a sly moment of calculation, Seo-jun noted that Min-il could become a reliable source of resources from the Dark Saint, potentially funding future plans. He laughed greedily at the thought, and Min-il, caught up in the excitement, happily played along, though from afar, the Dark Saint's watchful eyes detected a flicker of mischief. As Seo-jun plotted quietly, Park Seo-yun shifted the conversation, her tone serious yet lively, toward the Academy's team-based contests. Teams? Seo-jun asked, curiosity piqued. Seo-yun explained that contests were entered by coordinated teams of Academy students, adding a layer of strategy and collaboration. She emphasized that with so many participants, the rewards for team contests were substantially higher, instantly capturing Seo-jun's full attention. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she suggested that Kim Seo-jun and Min-il together could dominate the competitions, a prospect that made her unusually animated. Seo-jun glanced at Min-il's comically enthusiastic duck-beak grin and couldn't help but reconsider his friend's potential, realizing that beneath the goofiness lay the promise of a golden opportunity. The Academy formally welcomed Min-il as a new cadet. He awkwardly bowed in thanks, still a little overwhelmed by the official recognition. Suddenly, Min-il was thrown into intense, punishing training, muscles straining, sweat flying, as he endured the Academy's notoriously brutal regimen. Elsewhere, Seo-jun rubbed his face in disbelief, watching the sheer insanity of the Academy's standards unfold before him. Min-il gritted his teeth and insisted on completing every set, refusing to relent despite the extreme pressure bearing down on him. 3 days later, with contest winnings in hand and the Dark Saint's payment safely received, Seo-jun lounged comfortably, admiring Min-il's steadily growing, impressive physique. He winced as $4 million evaporated instantly, spent on the Academy's ridiculously expensive new lecture programs. A massive sense of weight slammed into him as the training intensity ratcheted up to almost absurd extremes, leaving him breathless just watching. Hercules, imposing and commanding, began the first class without preamble, promising students it would be short, though his presence alone made the room feel monumental. He introduced himself with gravitas. "I am Hercules, the mythic god of strength, and the heroes who came before you." He noted that most students arrived after Chiron's lectures and urged those behind to complete Chiron's work first, revealing he was Chiron's own apprentice. Hercules declared that in combat, the body was the ultimate weapon, and he would focus on cultivating explosive muscular power above all else. He scoffed at the misconception that strength slowed movement, calling it nothing more than prejudice against muscle. Laughing, his energy crackling through the hall, Hercules insisted that the belief itself was flawed, demonstrating his immense power in a display that stunned every cadet. "Speed, reflex, and sheer power all spring from muscle," he proclaimed, leaving Kim Seo-jun staring in disbelief, clutching his device as Hercules' exhibition defied all common sense. Seo-jun could barely keep up, eyes wide as Hercules' feats turned conventional understanding of strength on its head. Hercules demonstrated that even minimal exertion could drastically swell muscles in an instant, urging all cadets to watch closely. He moved at blinding speed, leaving only a streak of light in his wake, as if the laws of physics bent to his will.
Lightning-fast movements are born from the power of the lower body, Hercules explained mid-motion, traveling like a human projectile across the training ground.
He smashed through a massive structure, demonstrating the sheer upper body strength necessary to carry immense weight skyward. Hercules followed with upper body strikes, emphasizing the devastating impact that precise arm power could deliver. He showcased reflexes that surpassed instinct, multiplying his movements into afterimages, leaving cadets' jaws dropping in awe. Boasting near-endless stamina, he continued the relentless display without a hint of fatigue, his presence a living testament to disciplined muscular mastery. Hercules concluded, "All of this, every ounce of strength, speed, and resilience, comes from the beauty and power of the muscles covering your body." Seo-jun, overwhelmed and wide-eyed, could only mutter under his breath as he recorded and observed the lecture, trying to absorb the scale of what he was witnessing. Hercules urged all students to cultivate their muscles for faster reflexes and speed, while Seo-jun wondered if he could ever reach such a peak. The daily personal mission arrived for Seo-jun, a brutal regimen comparable to Chiron's own assignments, challenging him to his core. At first, he felt ready to take it on, until he noticed an unusual condition appended to the mission, giving him pause. The system clarified. The mission would only count the weight of at least 1 ton, scaling with the student's level, a threshold that made Seo-jun's jaw drop. Seo-jun blinked in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what moving a minimum of 1 ton would even entail. His face fell, and the full scale of the Academy's unhinged expectations sank in, leaving him momentarily speechless. Still, he forced a nervous smile, trying to maintain composure despite the sheer absurdity confronting him. He wondered silently if every person here had lost their mind, as the relentless intensity of the Academy fully hit him. Realizing that Hercules' promise about reaching 500 tons was no exaggeration, Seo-jun feared that the forthcoming footwork lecture might be just as extreme, if not more. The foot technique lecture would define proper footwork as coordinated combat steps engaging the entire body, an art requiring perfection in motion. A new instructor appeared, Zhang Samong, an elder martial artist whose legendary creations included a supreme sword and fist art, his presence commanding attention. Kim Seo-jun compared him to Hercules in his mind, whispering in awe, wondering if the legend of Zhang Samong's ascension truly meant he had become an immortal. Zhang Samong snapped his fingers, and Kim Seo-jun's eyes shot open, immediately alert. "Watch closely," Zhang Samong said, his voice firm yet calm, as he prepared to demonstrate the art in motion. Without hesitation, Zhang Samong stepped into the open sky, rising effortlessly above the clouds. He stood there, as if on solid ground, a figure of serene mastery amidst the endless blue. He began to explain, his gestures precise, that void walk was literally the act of walking in midair. Around him, several shadowy figures glided smoothly across the cloud tops, moving as naturally as if they were on solid earth. By channeling your inner energy, Zhang Samong continued, you can place your feet directly onto the air itself, letting the ground, or the lack of it, become irrelevant. Kim Seo-jun listened intently, absorbing the lesson. He was told not to overthink the principles just yet, but already his mind raced with the possibilities. Aerial movement like this could remove every restriction, letting him soar freely without limits. A new daily mission notification popped up on his phone. Seo-jun muttered a small prayer under his breath, hoping it wouldn't be as bizarre or extreme as the trials Hercules had sent him through before. The mission's description made his stomach twist. He would have to maintain a speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 30 consecutive seconds, and repeatedly fall from heights of 30 meters or more, 20 times in total. Seo Jun stared at his phone screen, his confidence flickering back and forth with doubt. The idea was audacious, bordering on reckless. He took a deep breath, talking himself into believing he might somehow manage it, convincing himself that it could be done. Almost immediately, however, a wave of skepticism washed over him. Perhaps it was impossible. Perhaps he was letting his mind spiral into madness. A young woman suddenly appeared from the path ahead, her gaze fixed on him. "Seo Jun?" she called softly. He turned in surprise, caught off guard by the unexpected visitor. Recognitions dawned instantly. Seo Jun froze, momentarily disoriented by her sudden appearance. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she confirmed his identity. "Yes, it's really you, Seo Jun," she exclaimed, her voice ringing with relief and enthusiasm. Seo Jun narrowed his eyes, a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Why are you here? And how did you even find me?" he demanded, scanning her for clues. She smiled gently, introducing herself. "I'm Man Chul's daughter," she said. "He's told me stories about you, Seo Jun, about what you've done."
Seo Jun's brow furrowed. "Have you been in touch with your father recently?" he asked cautiously.
"Only once," she replied. "It was when I was applying for the hunter exam. That was the last time I contacted him."
She hesitated, her gaze dropping slightly, as if weighing how much to reveal. Finally, she admitted softly, "I suddenly lost contact with him, and I was hoping maybe you might know something." Seo Jun felt a jolt of shock ripple through him. He pressed her for more information. "Since when?" she explained. "Since yesterday, after he went to work. I haven't been able to reach him at all." Trying to keep her worry at bay, she suggested, "Maybe he's just drunk somewhere, sleeping it off like he sometimes does." Seo Jun's eyes narrowed, his instincts sharpening. "Nothing else, any incident that could explain this?" Her voice trembled slightly as she admitted. "We fought yesterday." She explained that the argument had started when she announced her desire to become a professional hunter. Seo Jun's face tightened with concern, knowing all too well the danger of such ambitions. "I already have a power," Seo Jun revealed quietly. "I've had it for about a month now." She added, "I wanted to attend the Hunter Academy instead of college, but my father, Man Chul, was against it." Seo Jun reflected for a moment, understanding her father's fear. "Parents fear for the dangers you face," he murmured, realizing why Man Chul would oppose her decision. Outside, Seo Jun stepped back slightly, his voice steady. "Be careful, and contact me if anything happens." She gave a small, determined smile, wishing him luck as she prepared to leave. They parted ways, her expression still laced with anxiety, while Seo Jun waved, watching her retreat. He paused mid-wave, troubled by the gravity of what he had just learned. Seo Jun quickly tried calling Man Chul, but there was no answer. Reading the worried messages she had left, he frowned. What could Man Chul be doing that he was unreachable? He pondered deeply, an uneasy feeling crawling up his spine. Something wasn't right. Seo Jun called Man Chul again, but the line remained silent, confirming his growing concern. He tried to reassure himself. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Perhaps waiting another day wouldn't be so bad. Elsewhere, shadowy figures gathered in dim secrecy, concluding that the evil star had noticed their movements. They spoke in hushed tones of the evil star and dark saint, their voices laced with unease, questioning what measures to take regarding Kim Seo Jun. A subordinate reported that, despite their efforts, Seo Jun's location remained unknown, and they asked for further instructions. The leader's expression hardened. "Keep the truth about the 10-star dungeon breach hidden, no matter the cost," she ordered coldly. She turned to the others, her tone icy. "Proceed with the plan. No hesitation." Meanwhile, Kim Seo Jun's daily mission system delivered a brutal assignment, demanding repetitions weighted at a minimum of 1 ton. He stared in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the 1-ton requirement, feeling his resolve tested immediately. Regret washed over him as he remembered past choices, selling monster carcasses and being trapped in a situation where he couldn't raid freely. With a grim determination, he activated his Cabasis gear, preparing to wield it in a way he had never intended. Mana surged violently through his veins as he braced himself for the punishing training ahead. The weight felt even heavier than a ton, pressing down mercilessly as he clenched his teeth and endured the crushing strain. The load slammed him to the ground, the impact rattling his entire body, forcing him to the floor in agony. Seo Jun realized that standard physical training alone wouldn't suffice. Gritting through the pain, he resolved to amplify his strength with mana, pushing beyond ordinary limits. Steeling his mind, he summoned every ounce of willpower to commit fully, leaving nothing in reserve. With mana blazing around him, Kim Seo-jun forced his battered body to keep moving, defying the mission's punishing conditions with unyielding determination. The immense pressure slammed into Kim Seo-jun, widening his eyes in alarm as the crushing weight bore down relentlessly. He collapsed forward, face first onto the unforgiving ground, utterly flattened beneath the unbearable load.
Park Seo-yoon arrived just in time, her eyes widening in shock as she found him pinned. "What on earth are you doing, Seo-jun?" she exclaimed, while he groaned and begged desperately for help.
Standing over him, Seo-yoon was speechless, stunned by the absurdity of the scene as Seo-jun frantically pleaded for the crushing weight to be lifted before it finished him.
With a determined grunt, Seo-yoon grabbed the massive bag and dragged it away. Her muscles strained visibly, and she demanded incredulously, "How much did you cram into this thing?" The weight pressed impossibly against her, testing her limits.
A sudden burst of power radiated from Seo-yoon as she forced herself to move the monstrous load, her aura flaring like a storm around her. Finally, the weight soared off, landing with a heavy thud. Both of them collapsed nearby, panting and soaked in sweat, relief flooding over their bodies. Seo-yoon glanced down at her hands, a strange tingling sensation lingering from the effort, leaving her unsettled and quietly inspecting the after-effects. Seo-jun let out a grateful sigh. "Thanks. Seo-yoon, I honestly thought I was going to die back there," he admitted, his voice shaky but relieved. Suddenly, Seo-jun's curiosity shifted. "How tall is this building?" he asked abruptly, his eyes scanning the rooftop. Seo-yoon estimated about 5 floors, roughly 15 meters. He muttered to himself, a gleam of reckless excitement in his eyes. 15 meters, that's not nearly enough, he said, and Seo-yoon froze, alarmed by the sudden, unsettling interest. Without hesitation, he bluntly announced, "I'm going to jump off the roof." He crouched, calculating whether a 15-meter drop could be survived, and told Seo-yoon to wait as he prepared to test it himself. Seo-yoon's ears caught a piercing scream from above, and she froze, her confusion mirrored in her wide, panicked eyes. A heavy, echoing thud followed, shaking the ground beneath her and leaving her baffled and breathless.
Seo-jun returned to her side, grinning triumphantly. "I can do it," he said, clearly thrilled, while Seo-yoon remained stunned, unable to find words.
His excitement barely contained. He declared he would try it again. Seo-yoon, exasperated, muttered under her breath that he must be insane. Her mind raced with concern, imagining how his reckless stunts would look to new students and fearing for the academy's reputation. A male cadet appeared nearby, awkwardly staring at the chaos unfolding before him. What's going on here?" he asked hesitantly, while Seo-yoon fumed, insisting sharply that she wanted answers, not questions. The cadet hesitated, wondering if Seo-jun's behavior was normal. Seo-yoon admitted reluctantly, "He was like this when I first met him too." She continued, noting that she had been unable to reach Manchul for 4 days, something unprecedented in the decade she had known him, texting her father again without response. Seo-yoon realized she would have to call the police, convinced now that something serious had occurred. Determined to uncover the truth personally, Seo-jun announced he was heading out, shocking Seo-yoon, who feared he meant jumping off the roof again. He clarified quickly, explaining he was going to search for Manchul, recalling the bizarre police reports of zombie sightings and subway explosions. Seo-yoon's concern deepened. "Did something happen to Manchul?" she asked anxiously. "I don't know yet," Seo-jun admitted, his expression tense. "I'll explain once I confirm the situation," he said firmly, then dashed off, moving with urgency through the streets. Passers-by recognized him instantly. Kim Seo-jun, the Academy's rising superstar, moving with purpose and determination at Manchul's Monster Transport Company. Seo-jun greeted the workers warmly, and they praised him for his skill, effort, and dedication. He accepted their compliments awkwardly, admitting he expected the success after witnessing their hard work firsthand. They asked why he had come and whether he needed a monster carcass transported, but Seo-jun shook his head, saying he just wanted to check on them. The workers reported that business had improved since the harsh supervisor was fired, crediting Seo-jun for his guidance after Manchul had told them the truth. Curious, Seo-jun asked if anyone had seen Manchul lately. The workers paused, realizing none of them had seen him in days either. They guessed he might have passed out drunk somewhere again, but Seo-jun's sharp gaze and intuition told him something more serious was at play. No one really knew anything. He recalled that Manchul had disappeared after following someone previously and decided to focus on that clue. Demanding more information, Seo-jun learned that a mysterious client had arrived 3 or 4 days ago, offering an unusually large commission that only Manchul had handled. One worker confirmed that the offer had been tempting even to them, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Seo Jun asked if anyone had accompanied Man Chul on the job, and they shook their heads. He had gone alone. The workers admitted the commission felt suspicious, bypassing standard procedures which usually indicated danger or illegality. Seo Jun frowned, questioning why Man Chul would accept. It clicked. Man Chul probably needed the money desperately to cover So Yeon's tuition. He asked where Man Chul had gone, but the workers could offer no answers. Seo Jun decided the transport and raid records held by the association might reveal the truth about Man Chul's disappearance. He thanked the workers and dashed off, leaving them waving cheerfully in farewell. At the association, a staffer refused to disclose anyone's whereabouts to an unrelated outsider. Seo Jun argued urgently that Man Chul was missing, but the staff insisted they could not reveal anything without confirmation and refused to provide information to non-relatives. He was met with a firm, apologetic refusal, leaving him blocked once again. Outside, Seo Jun sat on the steps, frustration radiating from his tense posture, wondering what his next move should be. He reasoned that losing contact right after Man Chul left with a suspicious person meant something serious had likely happened. However, the association insisted there was no evidence of a disappearance, leaving him stuck and unsure of how to proceed. A growing sense of foreboding tightened around him as he clenched his fists, the shadow of danger pressing ever closer. Elsewhere, Man Chul's co-workers rode along in their truck, reminiscing about him with quiet fondness, recalling his integrity and the way he always treated people fairly, even in the smallest matters. In a hospital room, a visitor approached Man Chul's bedside, pressing a thick envelope into his hand. "Take it," the visitor said firmly, their tone carrying both urgency and care. Man Chul, lying injured and propped up by pillows, looked up at the envelope with a mixture of surprise and hesitation, his eyes tracking the visitor's every movement. The visitor explained, "It's 3,000,000 won. It's for you, Man Chul. A gift you shouldn't refuse." Man Chul shook his head, refusing politely. "Suyun needs college money too," he said, his voice hoarse but firm. The visitor pressed him, insisting he accept it and acknowledge the generosity of an adult who cared. "Recover quickly," the visitor added, offering a reassuring smile. "Money can always be earned again, but your health, that can't be replaced." Their expression was pained, yet resolute, and finally, Man Chul took the envelope, tucking it carefully into his chest, silently acknowledging the weight of their gesture. Kim Seo Jun recalled vividly the time he had lost 9 years of savings in a devastating accident and how Man Chul had comforted him without hesitation, offering guidance and support when it was needed most. He remembered that same kind-hearted generosity when Man Chul had handed him 3,000,000 won to cover the entrance fee for Transcension Academy, a sum that had changed his life. Seo Jun understood, in that moment, that Man Chul's kindness had helped shape the person he had become today. Unable to remain idle, Seo Jun resolved that the waiting for events to unfold was no longer an option. Action was necessary. Rising with renewed determination, he pushed aside all hesitation, his gaze sharp and unyielding. As he walked, Seo Jun dialed Park Seo Yoon, his voice firm. "I need your help," he said, leaving no room for argument. "I have to take action immediately," he declared, insisting on an urgent meeting with the Sword Saint himself. Soon, Seo Jun stood face to face with the Sword Saint, the legendary hero towering over him, his presence commanding the room with an aura of decades-long authority. The Sword Saint regarded him thoughtfully. "I've heard about your situation," he said, his voice calm yet penetrating. He asked directly, "Do you want my help, Seo Jun?" Seo Jun's response was unexpected. He refused, his eyes steady shocking the venerable Sword Saint. Instead, Seo Jun challenged the Sword Saint to a duel, meeting his gaze boldly. "Do you accept?" he asked, his tone unwavering. Park Seo Yoon's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing at the audacity and recklessness of Seo Jun's escalation. Even the Sword Saint's attendant froze, stunned by the sheer nerve of the young cadet's proposition. The Sword Saint's voice sharpened. "What are you thinking, Seo Jun?" he demanded, his presence radiating authority and incredulity. Seo Jun laid out the stakes clearly. If he won, the Sword Saint must actively intervene in the incident at hand, not merely provide advice. If he lost, however, he vowed to quit Dream Academy entirely, a declaration that left Park Seo Yoon horrified and anxious. The Sword Saint noted, thoughtfully, that Seo Jun had no realistic chance of winning fairly, and he considered carefully what this challenge truly signified. Seo Jun added, with fierce conviction, that even a single injury inflicted upon the Sword Saint should be counted as his victory, emphasizing the seriousness of his resolve. He explained the urgency. Man Chul had likely suffered after following the suspicious individual, Yet the organization refused to disclose any information, leaving matters unresolved. Seo Jun argued passionately that if the Sword Saint, one of Korea's 5 legendary heroes, demanded answers, the organization would have no choice but to comply. Acknowledging the gamble, Seo Jun insisted that this was the only way to save Man Chol, earning a nod of approval from the Sword Saint, who praised his bravery. The Sword Saint agreed, instructing Seo Jun to follow him inside, while Park Seo-yoon called out in protest, her concern for him uncontainable. Together, they moved toward a sealed training space, tension heavy in the air, each step echoing the gravity of what was to come. The Sword Saint entered with grim resolve, preparing himself for a confrontation that demanded his utmost seriousness. A ceremonial weapons stand was revealed within the space, radiating an ominous, almost tangible power that filled the room with a sense of foreboding. The Sword Saint drew forth a legendary blade, and even his attendant was stunned into silence, the sheer magnificence of the weapon impossible to ignore. It was identified as the Azure Dragon Sword, its aura crackling and saturating the room with an undeniable presence of ancient might. The story of the Azure Dragon Sword was invoked in whispers, a divine weapon tied to ancient victories and the legacy of legendary heroes. Though this particular sword was an imitation, it remained a masterpiece, forged by Korea's greatest blacksmith, its quality near perfect. The attendant explained gravely that the headmaster only drew this sword when he intended to kill his opponent, a truth that sent chills through everyone present. He noted with unease that the Sword Saint had not wielded it since the catastrophic events had ended, underscoring the extreme gravity of the current situation. Seo Jun demanded, his voice unwavering despite the tension. "What exactly do you plan to do to me, Sword Saint?" The attendant warned that if anything went wrong, Park Seo-yoon might suffer unintended consequences, but the Sword Saint cut him off, asserting control over the situation. The Sword Saint remarked that Seo Jun was still a student, and suspected that his challenge was fueled by more than mere determination. There was a deeper resolve driving him. He decided that he should properly entertain Seo Jun's resolve, accepting the duel with full seriousness rather than dismissing it. Park Seo-yoon pleaded desperately with Seo Jun not to go through with this, fearing for his life, her voice trembling with fear and urgency. She offered to consult her grandfather instead, hoping he could intervene, but Seo Jun refused firmly, shaking his head. Seo Jun shut out her pleas, standing tall and steady, his resolve unshaken by her fears. He told Park Seo-yoon he appreciated her concern, but insisted that this action was necessary. There was no guarantee that such tragedies would not strike again if he did nothing. Seo Jun admitted he did not yet know why Man Chol had disappeared, but he feared that Man Chol's peril might be the reason and that such events could repeat if unaddressed. He confessed his current lack of strength and authority to fully protect those around him, yet his determination only tightened as he resolved to act. Seo Jun vowed that he would force the Sword Saint to intervene publicly, ensuring that anyone targeting him would hesitate, and promised he would return after winning. His resolve burning brighter than ever, Kim Seo Jun squared his shoulders and fixed his gaze forward, his expression steeled with unshakable determination as he fully committed himself to the duel ahead. Park Seo-yoon watched from the sidelines, her face tight with worry, her heart clenching at the unwavering resolve radiating from Seo Jun. She instinctively reached out as if to stop him, fingers trembling, but the sheer force of his determination held her back, making interference impossible. Slowly her hand fell back to her side. The reality settling in, there was nothing she could do to sway his mind. Inside the duel hall, Seo-yoon silently urged him, willing him to endure and to emerge victorious against the overwhelming odds. The Sword Saint's voice cut through the tense air. "Do not expect mercy because of her presence," he warned Seo Jun, signaling with a subtle gesture that this duel would be fought with full seriousness. Seo Jun's voice was firm, steady. "I'm not asking for special treatment. I only ask that you keep your promise," he said, facing the legend with unwavering courage. The Sword Saint regarded him with measured respect, acknowledging the depth of Seo Jun's resolve as they squared off in the dojo. Both men readied their weapons, the silent tension in the room signaling that the duel was about to ignite. With quiet confidence, the Sword Saint offered Seo Jun the first move, certain in his own skill yet curious to test the young cadet's mettle. Seo Jun lowered his stance, taking a slow, controlled breath, centering himself as he prepared to strike with full intent. He muttered inwardly, reassuring himself that he could withstand the Sword Saint's assault, even if only for a short while. With a decisive step, Seo Jun lunged forward, signaling the official start of the battle. He swung his polearm, glowing faintly with blue energy, channeling every ounce of focus and strength into the strike. From the outset, Seo-jun resolved not to hold anything back, willing to risk everything in the opening move. His eyes blazed with intensity as he propelled himself forward, the energy from his weapon surging with lethal precision. A massive arc of blue energy shot toward the Sword Saint, who stood unflinching, composed, and ready in its path. Seo-jun's focus sharpened, each motion measured as he gauged whether his opening strike would land or be repelled. The Sword Saint intercepted the energy cleanly, halting the strike with the effortless grace of decades of mastery. Seo-jun's attack passed close enough that the Sword Saint noted an unusual quality in the polearm, a subtlety that intrigued him. With a faint, teasing smile, the Sword Saint taunted Seo-jun, implying that this display was insufficient to impress a true master. He then countered with a swift, slicing strike, forcing Seo-jun to tighten his grip and brace against the sudden pressure. Gritting his teeth, Seo-jun struggled to maintain his guard, every muscle tense to absorb and deflect the blow. The duel escalated rapidly, revealing the Sword Saint's speed and precision were far beyond what Seo-jun had anticipated. A sweeping cut from the Sword Saint's blade barely missed Seo-jun as he twisted his body sharply, narrowly avoiding disaster. Seo-jun retreated swiftly, feet pounding against the wooden floor, seeking to reset his stance and prepare for the next incoming attack. Another slash clashed violently against Seo-jun's defense, the impact reverberating through his arms and shoulders, testing his endurance. The Sword Saint's relentless pressure filled the room, each strike compressing the space around Seo-jun, leaving him only fractions of breathing room. Seo-jun realized clearly now that the Sword Saint was fighting with full seriousness. This was no mere demonstration. The Sword Saint's expression grew stern, his tempo unyielding, each motion precise and merciless. Every strike and step was calculated, designed to corner and suppress Seo-jun as if enacting a final finishing sequence. The Sword Saint's aura intensified, a visible tightening of pressure that left Seo-jun acutely aware of the narrowing margin for error. He named the technique aloud, Sword Dance, a declaration that the duel had escalated into a higher level of skill and danger. The Sword Dance erupted in sweeping, intersecting arcs, forcing Seo-jun to react with every dodge, every guard, in an exhausting ballet of survival. Outside the duel hall, a woman and a sharply dressed man were jolted by the shockwaves, their eyes wide with panic as they realized the ferocity of Seo-jun's predicament. The woman's voice trembled as she tried to call out to him, desperate and alarmed by the violence unfolding inside. Seo-jun heard his name shouted, but he remained locked in survival mode, every nerve and muscle focused on evasion and counterattack. Observers recognized the Sword Saint not just as a master swordsman, but as a legendary S-class hero, far surpassing ordinary elite fighters. His presence emphasized the Sword Saint's status as a peerless force, an elite among elites whose reputation demanded respect. The title of Sword Saint loomed over every motion, his advance unhesitant and absolute, each strike a testament to his mastery. The Sword Dance continued relentlessly, its arcs intersecting in ways that systematically cut off Seo-jun's escape routes. Seo-jun was forced into the air, contorting his body through awkward angles, evading the blades that moved with impossible precision. The Sword Saint muttered under his breath, noting that Seo-jun had become unexpectedly troublesome, his persistence catching even a legend by surprise. He recalled Seo-jun as a reckless, immature cadet only months ago, making this current display of skill and endurance almost unrecognizable. Though he had sensed potential before, the Sword Saint admitted that Seo-jun had once seemed merely exceptional for a typical student, not truly extraordinary. Now, however, the duel before him revealed a transformation, one that contradicted every prior impression. Seo-jun pressed forward, navigating the storm of blades with relentless determination, refusing to succumb to the overwhelming onslaught. The Sword Saint observed Seo-jun's adaptation, sharpening his focus, intrigued by the cadet's rapid adjustment under pressure. Seo-jun lunged with his polearm, attempting to disrupt the Sword Saint's rhythm and create even a brief opening at close range. Every motion reflected his constant striving, even mid-fight, pushing himself to grow, adapt, and survive under the masterful onslaught. Kim Seo-jun's polearm slammed against the Sword Saint's legendary blade, the clash resonating through the hall with a metallic thunder. Even the Sword Saint flinched slightly, surprised by the weapon's unexpected durability against his aura. Seo-jun's eyes widened as he sensed the Sword Saint's next move, coming at a speed that seemed almost impossible to follow, a flash too fast for ordinary perception. The dojo erupted in chaos as a violent exchange shattered the air. Each strike from the Sword Saint sent shockwaves rolling outward, blasting across the room like a tidal wave of concentrated force. The pressure intensified, threatening to obliterate Seo-jun's defenses entirely as the raw power of the Sword Saint bore down on him from every angle. After the furious burst, the Sword Saint regained his calm, standing poised and fully in control of the battlefield, his every motion precise and deliberate. Narrowing his eyes, he studied Seo Jun anew, his gaze colder and sharper, reading the young cadet's strengths and weaknesses with unnerving clarity. He acknowledged the polearm's unusual resilience, recognizing that it could endure his aura far better than he had anticipated, a subtle respect forming in his assessment. Without that weapon, the fight would have ended long ago. The Sword Saint admitted silently, acknowledging the young cadet's defiance. Though he had not intended to push himself fully, Seo Jun's skill and determination were forcing the Sword Saint to lean into the duel more than he had planned. With measured resolve, the Sword Saint decided to exert more effort, allowing the fight's intensity to escalate as he tested the limits of his opponent. Seo Jun swung again, committing fully to a wide, forceful strike, desperate to seize any shred of momentum against the master swordsman. A sharp cry escaped Seo Jun as the duel escalated brutally, each exchange punishing and unrelenting, forcing every fiber of his being to resist. The Sword Saint remained unyielding, standing firm as another surge of raw power tore through the dojo, shaking the very floor beneath them. The energy roared on, drowning out all other sounds, leaving only the violent clash of the duel to dominate the senses. Seo Jun coughed blood, a clear mark that he had finally taken a serious hit, the sting of the strike burning in his chest. He realized that his overconfidence had cost him dearly, a hard lesson in underestimating a master like the Sword Saint. Reflecting on his prior victories against less experienced prospects, Seo Jun recognized how those small triumphs had misled him, giving a false sense of mastery. Despite the pain, he forced himself back to his feet, understanding he had failed to grasp the reality of a true battle against someone of this caliber. Even mid-duel, Seo Jun could see the enormous gap separating him from the Sword Saint, a daunting yet illuminating revelation. Frustration surged through him. Despite his best efforts, the Sword Saint still had not shown his full power, leaving Seo Jun grappling with both awe and determination. The Sword Saint's relentless slashes continued to drive Seo Jun backward, each step a struggle against the overwhelming force pressing in from every angle. A heavy impact landed just beside him, a stark reminder of how dangerously close he was to being finished, the room trembling with every stroke. Yet amid the chaos, Seo Jun's resolve hardened into ambition, a burning desire forming within him to claim the strength and mastery that the Sword Saint embodied. The Sword Saint's voice cut through the roar of the duel, mocking him sharply, questioning why Seo Jun had dared to challenge him while still limited in skill. Each sweeping arc of the Sword Saint's blade carried an unspoken authority, a presence so commanding it could silence enemies with the mere utterance of his name. Despite the searing pain, Seo Jun could not help but acknowledge the staggering strength of the man before him, a force that demanded both fear and respect. He recalled the early days when he had looked up at the Sword Saint, dreaming of one day becoming like him, his younger self filled with awe and aspiration. Seo Jun admitted to himself that he had admired not only the Sword Saint's immense power but the method and discipline that had forged it, though his pride had blinded him. He realized that, intoxicated by the title of Transcendent, he had unconsciously looked down on the true hero, forgetting the gap that existed between ambition and mastery. With a roar of will, Seo Jun unleashed a vertical burst of blue energy through his polearm, attempting to break through with sheer force, pouring everything into one desperate push. Even while pushing to his limits, he acknowledged the harsh truth. He was still far weaker than the Sword Saint, each attack a painful reminder of reality. He planted his foot firmly, refusing to fall, forcing every ounce of his strength forward as he pressed on despite the punishing blows. Seo Jun framed this duel as a rare, invaluable opportunity to gauge his true abilities, unfiltered by pride or assumptions. He vowed silently that one day he would rise to a level surpassing even the Sword Saint, turning every lesson and every wound into fuel for his growth. Desperation transformed into determination, Seo Jun declared within himself that he would exceed his master, channeling both fear and hope into unwavering resolve. Suddenly, an unsettling shift coursed through him, and his expression hardened as an unfamiliar sensation crept into his awareness. Both combatants froze for a fraction of a second mid-motion, as if the flow of the duel itself had been interrupted by some unseen force. Seo Jun's hands went numb. It was as though the grip of his weapon had vanished, leaving him disoriented and unsteady. Every movement felt wrong. His steps faltered unnaturally, as if his body had turned traitor at the worst possible moment. His motions betrayed him, awkward and clumsy, forcing him to fight not just the Sword Saint, but the betrayal of his own body. Fixating on the strange sensation, Seo Jun struggled to understand what was happening, scanning his own form for clues to regain control. A slicing arc cut through the air, and blood sprayed as the strike landed, Seo Jun taking a clean hit during the moment of lapse. Staggering in shock, Seo Jun flinched as the severity of the strike hit him fully, the pain demanding immediate attention. Observers shouted his name in panic as he collapsed, the tension in the hall peaking as the duel's intensity registered on everyone present. The woman rushed toward him, her face a mix of fear and awe, while others quietly noted the remarkable endurance Seo Jun had shown against the headmaster. The Sword Saint's eyes softened slightly as he regarded Seo Jun, reflecting on the promise he had made to the young cadet. He reminded Seo Jun to honor that promise, reinforcing that the duel had a purpose beyond mere combat, a test of resolve and principle. Seo Jun lay motionless on the floor, chest heaving as the room slowly settled after the explosive clash. The Sword Saint watched silently, his expression unreadable, the weight of the moment pressing down on the hall like a living entity. The woman knelt beside Seo Jun, worry etched across her face as she checked him over, while the Sword Saint remained nearby, a stoic figure witnessing the aftermath. The Sword Saint stayed silent for a long moment, his face unreadable as he stood there, as though he was weighing every possible choice before deciding what had to be done next. Park Seo-yoon leaned closer to Kim Seo-jun with worry still written across her face, carefully reaching toward his battered body, as if she needed to make sure he was truly still breathing. Kim Seo-jun remained unconscious, his body covered in the traces of the battle, lying completely still as though all the strength had been drained out of him. Far away from that quiet room, the air inside a dark, rocky space suddenly twisted open, and the warped distortion spread through the shadows like the warning sign of a dangerous dungeon anomaly. Two men came staggering through the darkness, their footsteps uneven and desperate, running as if something terrifying had already begun chasing them from behind the moment the distortion appeared. One of them snapped that he had only come here for the money, his voice trembling with anger and fear, never imagining that a sudden distortion like this would appear and trap them inside. The other man quickly apologized, saying he would have come alone if he had known this would happen. But even then, he tried to cling to hope, insisting that rescue would surely arrive soon. But the first man shut that hope down with a cold, merciless tone, telling him straight out that no rescue team was coming for them. He then admitted the truth. He had personally asked the association president to keep everything quiet, and now that secrecy had turned into a disaster far worse than either of them expected. The weight of the situation finally sank in, and fear crept into his voice as he admitted that, at this rate, they might not make it out of this dungeon alive. A grim smile crept across someone's face in the darkness, the kind of smile that made it feel like he was either hiding his real intentions or quietly enjoying the chaos unfolding around him. One of the men muttered that that guy would have found some ridiculous way to crawl out of this mess, leaving the other man confused and uneasy about who he was talking about. Then his expression hardened, and he warned that they were not alone in this place, instantly turning the already suffocating darkness into something far more alarming. Yet, instead of treating the hidden presence like a deadly enemy, he brushed it off with a strange, mocking calm, calling the person nothing more than an extremely silly guy, almost as if he wanted to provoke a reaction. Kim Seo-jun suddenly jolted awake, his body snapping up as though something had dragged him violently back from the edge of unconsciousness. Park Seo-yoon watched him rise from the bed with visible relief and urgency mixed together, asking if Seo-jun had finally come back to his senses. Still disoriented, Seo-jun asked how long he had been unconscious, but Seo-yoon immediately cut through the question, warning him that there was no time left for him to rest. She made it clear that he could no longer afford to lie there at ease, her anxious tone suggesting that something urgent had already begun moving outside that room. At that moment, the Sword Saint stepped into the room, and the entire atmosphere tightened the instant his presence reached them. The Sword Saint stood in the doorway with a stern, imposing aura, and just the sight of him was enough to make the room fall into heavy silence. Kim Seo-jun and Park Seo-yoon both lifted their eyes toward him, watching carefully, unable to tell what decision the old master had brought with him. The Sword Saint quietly closed his eyes for a brief moment, as if sealing away hesitation and settling the matter in his heart once and for all. Then he held out his own sword toward Kim Seo-jun and told him to take it, his voice calm but carrying the weight of an order that could not be ignored. Seo-jun's eyes widened the moment he recognized the weapon in front of him, because the blade being offered was none other than the Azure Dragon Sword. Everyone nearby reacted in stunned disbelief, some calling him headmaster, and others blurting out grandfather, unable to understand why the Sword Saint would hand over such a legendary weapon. Seo-jun, still unable to hide his shock, asked why the Sword Saint would entrust him with something so priceless, but the Sword Saint simply replied that he was keeping the promise he had made. The Sword Saint explained that if Seo Jun carried the sword as proof, the association would immediately understand what needed to be done, and frankly, he would rather leave the matter to Seo Jun than bother handling it himself. With that, the Sword Saint told Seo Jun to do his best, placing the burden and responsibility firmly into Seo Jun's hands. Seo Jun confirmed one more time that the sword was truly being handed to him, and the Sword Saint answered by ordering him to bring it back once everything was finished. The focus then shifted to the Pro-Hunter Association, an organization managed under the government's authority, yet still driven by profit, influence, and its own complicated interests. At the center of that institution was Lee Tae-bum, the president of the Korean Pro-Hunter Association, sitting in deep thought as he considered the troubling situation now placed before him. The azure dragon sword rested on display between them, and its mere presence carried such weight that the room felt tense and uncomfortable. Seo Jun sat across from the president with irritation simmering in his eyes, silently wondering why the Sword Saint's treasured sword had to be sitting here just to make this conversation move forward. Seo Jun introduced himself and said he had come without warning because he needed answers, while President Lee Tae-bum remembered the pressure he had received to transfer 3 billion won to Kim Seo Jun. In his memory, the Dark Saint had demanded that the 3 billion won be sent to Seo Jun, leaving the president completely bewildered by the sudden and absurd order. Even now, President Lee Tae-bum could not help wondering who this mysterious person really was, especially since Man Chul had vanished 4 days earlier after entering a dungeon at someone's request. Seo Jun pressed him immediately, demanding to know exactly which dungeon Man Chul had entered and who had gone in with him, stressing that something like this should have been properly reported from the start. The president thought back to the request he had received to keep the matter hidden, and even he seemed troubled as he questioned why everything had needed to be handled in secret. Instead of answering right away, he insisted that they first had to verify whether the Azure Dragon Sword was truly authentic, pushing Seo Jun to respond before he revealed anything further. President Lee Tae-bum continued to cling to that point, saying the authenticity of the sword still had to take priority, delaying the conversation even more. Seo Jun's patience thinned, and he warned the president that if anything went wrong because of this pointless delay, then the responsibility would fall directly on him. That question pinned the president in place, forcing him to face whether he could truly bear the consequences if his hesitation caused a disaster. Cornered and frustrated, President Lee Tae-bum cursed under his breath, realizing he had been pushed into a position where he could no longer dodge the issue. In the end, he resigned himself to the situation, thinking that if this really was the Sword Saint's will, then there was no point resisting it any longer. Seo Jun then asked if the Magic Saint had taken Man Chul with him, connecting the disappearance to something much larger and far more suspicious than a simple dungeon incident. The president confirmed that the Magic Saint had been investigating a 10-star dungeon break on his behalf, and after finding a lead, he had secretly gone into a 6-star dungeon. Seo Jun immediately remembered how the Dark Saint had blamed the Order of Truth for the 10-star dungeon break, and the pieces began to feel strangely inconsistent. Sensing that something about the whole situation reeked of a hidden scheme, Seo Jun brought the meeting to an end and thanked the president for the information. Seo Jun left the room soon after, the door closing behind him as he moved quickly to follow the new lead he had just uncovered. But before leaving completely, Seo Jun turned back with a sharp, calculating look in his eyes, saying there was one more question he needed to ask as a precaution.
Seo Jun paused for just a moment before asking the association president one last unexpected thing: whether the Azure Dragon Sword could be accepted as collateral for a loan from the association.
A woman's urgent voice came through the phone, trembling with panic as she asked Seo Jun if her father had contacted him at all, sounding as though she was clinging to his answer for hope. Seo Jun answered honestly, saying he had not heard anything directly from her father, but his expression hardened as he added that he had a rough idea of where the missing man might be. The moment Seo Jun suggested there may have been trouble inside the dungeon her father entered at someone else's request, the woman's voice cracked and panic began flooding through the call. Seo Jun could hear the fear in her voice as she imagined her father dying, and behind that terror was an old wound from 11 years ago when her mother had died during a dungeon break while saving her life. As her composure shattered and she cried out, asking what would happen to her now, it became painfully clear that she could not endure losing another precious person to monsters again. Suyeon broke down over the phone, terrified of being abandoned and left all alone, and in that trembling desperation, the reason she had wanted to become a hunter began to show through. Through her sobs, a calm voice answered her from the other side of the call, gently telling her not to worry, as if trying to hold her together with nothing but that steady promise. Seo Jun spoke with complete certainty, promising that he would bring the missing man back, no matter what kind of danger waited inside that dungeon. After ending the call, Seo Jun recalled the association president's report, The magic saint and man Chul had entered a dungeon crawling with 6-star dryads. As Seo Jun rushed out, his thoughts moved quickly. Even if the magic saint was old and suffering from illness, the fact that he had been trapped there still felt wrong, almost as if someone had deliberately set a trap. And if the Order of Truth was truly watching the situation from the shadows, then any ordinary rescue attempt would be noticed at once, leaving Seo Jun as the only person who could move without drawing the wrong kind of attention. Seo Jun transferred 500 million won to the Korean Hunter Association, and when the payment finally went through, relief briefly crossed his face. He remembered how the association president had initially refused to accept the Azure Dragon Sword as collateral until Seo Jun cornered him with a formal memorandum and forced the matter forward. In Seo Jun's mind, it was not simply a transaction. He treated it as a way to use causality to bring the price down, choosing to sell the Azure Dragon Sword for exactly 500 million won to secure the funds he needed. Accepting the painful bargain, Seo Jun committed himself to buying equipment from the Transcension shop, because the place he was about to enter was dangerous enough that even the magic saint had failed to escape. The Transcension shop interface calculated the fair price through causality, then confirmed the 500 million won payment as the deal was processed. Seo Jun finalized the purchase without hesitation, revealing that this was the very item he had been keeping his eye on since the last time he checked the shop. A blinding burst of light erupted in front of him, and within that dazzling glow a legendary weapon began to take form. Seo Jun caught the newly acquired copy of Gungnir in his hands, and for a moment even he was stunned by the overwhelming presence radiating from the spear. He steadied his grip and adjusted his stance, feeling both the weapon's weight and the strange aura wrapped around it as he prepared himself to move. With his resolve set, Seo Jun opened a portal-like light before him and stepped toward it, fully committing himself to entering the dungeon. The next moment, Seo Jun arrived inside a bleak forest, where the trees stood unnaturally still, and the entire place felt silent in a way that made the air itself uncomfortable. As Seo Jun looked around and sensed threats in every direction, he clicked his tongue, realizing there were far too many enemies here to deal with carelessly. He identified them as dryads, monsters that could disguise themselves as ordinary trees, and he quickly understood that if they attacked from all sides at once, he could be swallowed up before he even found the right target. Instead of blindly testing every tree one by one, Seo Jun decided to rely on his senses and search for the hidden enemies more carefully. He narrowed his focus, shutting out the oppressive atmosphere around him as he stretched his perception deeper into the forest. A wave of detection spread outward from Seo Jun, brushing through the silent trees as his sharpened senses swept across the area. Then, all at once, Seo Jun detected something strange and snapped his attention toward it. From one of the trees, he felt a faint but unmistakable sense of foreignness, something subtly different from the rest of the forest. To the eye, it looked no different from any ordinary tree standing nearby, but Seo Jun could tell there was something dangerous hiding beneath that disguise. Seo Jun decided to test whether his suspicion was right, tightening his grip on his new weapon as he prepared to use Gungnir for the first time. Before pushing deeper into the dungeon, Seo Jun released his power through the spear, intending to measure just how much force Gungnir could truly produce. The spear's energy surged violently, and Gungnir shot forward with terrifying speed, cutting through the air like a lethal streak of light. Seo Jun drove the attack straight ahead, sending its crushing force in a clean line through the forest toward the suspicious tree. The thrust sharpened into something almost like a piercing beam, its destructive power focused entirely on obliterating the target in front of him. The attack slammed into the tree with explosive force, shaking the ground as splintered wood and debris burst outward. At that instant, the tree's disguise broke apart, and a dryad revealed itself with a shriek as it emerged from the ruined trunk. Seo Jun immediately followed up with another strike, trying to finish the dryad before it could fully recover or counterattack. But the dryad dodged with shocking speed, slipping away from the attack so cleanly that even Seo Jun was taken aback by its awareness. Seo Jun whipped the spear through the air and adjusted his angle, quickly preparing another attempt before the dryad could widen the distance. Gungnir curved in a powerful arc, then shot out of Seo Jun's hand as he committed to a full-thrown attack. The spear plunged downward like a falling pillar from the heavens, carving into the ground with overwhelming force as it descended. The impact detonated through the dryad's body, tearing the monster apart under the brutal force of the blow. Seo Jun looked up in surprise, startled by just how much destruction a single throw had caused across the forest floor. Only then did he fully register the weapon in his hand. Gungnir, the mythic spear tied to Odin and legends, powerful enough to shape the world itself. Holding the spear again, Seo Jun repeated its legend to himself, confirming that the weapon he had purchased was truly the famed Gungnir. Even though this was only a copy, The power it displayed was already overwhelming, making Seo Jun realize how terrifying the baseline of a transcendent-made item really was. Then another thought crossed his mind, wondering whether the spear could return to him after being thrown. Seo Jun tried to call Gungnir back. The spear began to tremble as though it had heard his command, its faint vibration suggesting that the recall function was starting to activate. Seo Jun poured even more mana into the recall, forcing the connection to hold as his body tensed, and he strained to make Gungnir answer him properly. At last, Gungnir began to move, sliding back through the air towards Seo Jun, as if it had been caught by an invisible thread of mana. The returning spear snapped back with frightening speed, whipping past Seo Jun so closely that it nearly clipped him before he could fully react. Breathing hard, Seo Jun quickly understood the problem. The recall worked, but the mana cost was enormous, and at his current level, he could probably only use it once in a real fight. He accepted the limitation with a grim look, realizing that even copied items could not completely escape their restrictions, no matter how famous Gungnir's returning legend was. Still, Seo Jun made up his mind that one day he would become strong enough to wield Gungnir freely, though for now it had to remain a dangerous trump card. Then, with a dry, uneasy joke, Seo Jun thought that if the Sword Saint ever turned against him, he could at least throw Gungnir once and use that opening to run for his life. Before Seo Jun could think any further, a violent shockwave suddenly erupted from somewhere deeper in the dungeon, cutting through his thoughts in an instant. The disturbance swelled into a catastrophic red surge, shaking the forest so fiercely that the air itself seemed to tremble around the trees. Seo Jun immediately broke into a sprint toward the source of the chaos, urgently searching for Manchul amid the collapsing forest. Elsewhere, Manchul staggered forward with the unconscious magic saint on his back, both of them battered, exhausted, and barely holding on. Behind them, a wall of enraged dryads closed in through the trees, their monstrous forms pressing closer and forcing Manchul to move faster despite his failing strength. A massive red attack swept across the area, tearing through the forest with enough force to cut them down if it landed cleanly. The blast struck with brutal impact, throwing Manchul and the magic saint violently aside and nearly ripping their bodies apart. Manchul crashed hard into the ground, rolling across the dirt before coming to a stunned stop, momentarily separated from his senses by the force of the blow. A purple barrier-like burst flared around them as the magic saint forced out the last of his power, shielding them from being finished off on the spot. Manchul cried out in panic, but the magic saint barked at him to run, ordering him to escape while he stayed behind to hold the monsters back. Manchul refused to accept it, his voice cracking as he demanded to know what was supposed to happen to the old man if he ran away alone. Guilt and fear twisted Manchul's face as the meaning of the magic saint's order sank in, and he realized the old man was asking him to leave him behind. Manchul blamed himself for dragging the magic saint into this disaster, but the old man screamed at him with everything he had left, ordering him to run immediately. For a moment, Manchul froze in place, torn between obeying the command and refusing to abandon someone who was sacrificing himself right in front of him. The pressure around them grew heavier, and panic surged through Manchul as he realized that whether he stayed or ran, there might be no way for either of them to survive. Then the magic saint's body gave out completely, collapsing into Manchul's arms as his remaining strength failed at the worst possible moment. Manchul cursed helplessly under his breath, desperately holding the magic saint up, as though sheer willpower could keep the old man from slipping away. Overwhelmed by terror and regret, Manchul silently apologized to Suyeon, blaming himself for everything that had happened. Even then, he clenched his jaw and held the magic saint tighter, refusing to let go. Then Manchul sensed something approaching and went completely still, unable to tell whether the presence coming toward them was salvation or another attack. A blinding blue presence cut through the chaos, bursting into the battlefield with enough force to draw the monster's attention away from Manchul and the magic saint. A sharp voice confronted Manchul, asking if he had any idea how desperately Suyeon had been searching for him all this time. The young man turned back toward them through the glow, and Manchul finally saw that Seo Jun had arrived. Manchul's face crumpled the moment he recognized him, relief and shame crashing together as if all the fear he had been holding back finally broke loose. Seo Jun ordered Manchul to carry the magic saint and retreat, telling him that they could talk later once they were out of immediate danger. The forest shook violently as something enormous shifted among the trees, signaling that the dryad was already preparing its next counterattack. Seo Jun blocked a crushing strike head-on and realized he had successfully pulled the enemy's attention onto himself. He quickly decided that the only way to end this was to locate the dryad's main body and destroy it before the fight dragged on any longer. A heavy impact slammed into the ground nearby, escalating the battle in an instant and forcing Seo Jun to react without even a second to spare. A sweeping blue slash-like motion tore through the air as Seo Jun moved, cutting a path through the chaos while struggling to stay alive. He spun and slipped between spiraling attacks, barely keeping himself ahead of the Dryad's relentless reach. Seo Jun cursed under his breath, realizing just how merciless the enemy's pressure was now that it had locked onto him. No matter how many branches he cut down, they regenerated almost immediately, growing back again and again, as if the forest itself refused to let him advance. Since he could not safely close the distance through ordinary attacks, Seo Jun decided to bring Gungnir into play and aim straight for the Dryad's main body. Seo Jun called for Gungnir under the crushing pressure, trying to summon the spear back into his hand before the Dryad overwhelmed him. The moment he spotted it, his eyes locked onto Gungnir's position, and his hesitation vanished with sudden certainty. Seo Jun committed to the plan, while Manchul carried the magic saint farther away behind him, their figures retreating into the distance. He sharpened his focus, carefully timing his next move between the incoming strikes that rained down around him. Behind him, Manchul kept fleeing with the magic saint on his back, cursing the situation as the danger continued chasing them through the forest. Seo Jun realized they still had not escaped far enough, and that only made his need to finish the fight grow even more urgent. A red-tinged attack slammed down from above, threatening to crush the entire area around Seo Jun beneath its weight. Seo Jun braced himself against the pressure and pushed through it, refusing to let the enemy pin him in place. Heavy strikes came crashing down one after another, but Seo Jun slipped through the narrowest opening he could find, barely avoiding being pulverized. Pain surged through Seo Jun's body as the strain of the onslaught tore at him, making it feel as if his entire body was being ripped apart from the inside. Seo Jun quickly glanced toward Manchul and the magic saint as they retreated through the forest, judging the distance between them and the battlefield to see whether they were finally far enough from danger. Once Seo Jun decided the two of them had gained enough distance, his expression sharpened, and he prepared to unleash the decisive move he had been holding back. Seo Jun exploded forward at full speed, throwing his entire body into the charge as he aimed for both Gungnir's position and the hidden core of the enemy. Gungnir streaked across the forest like a blazing line of light, glowing fiercely as it became the center of Seo Jun's counterattack. The spear's radiance grew brighter and brighter, as if responding to Seo Jun's will and signaling that it was ready to be reclaimed. At the critical moment, Seo Jun reached out and seized the weapon in mid-motion, taking control of Gungnir just as his momentum peaked. Using that speed without wasting even a breath, Seo Jun drove a vertical beam-like strike downward, cleaving straight through the Dryad's massive tangled form. The attack ripped open the cluster of bodies, tearing apart layers of hardened wood, twisting branches and monstrous growths in one brutal line. The Dryads shrieked in agony as their connected structure was violently disrupted, their cries echoing through the forest. A furious red aura flared across the battlefield, and the monster's rage surged in response to the damage Seo Jun had inflicted. A retaliatory strike grazed Seo Jun in the chaos, forcing him to grit his teeth and push forward without letting the pain slow him down. He barely slipped away from the follow-up, the attack, passing so close to his face that a single mistake could have ended the fight right there. Seo Jun answered with rapid blue arcs of power, carving through several attacking limbs at once to force open a little space around him. Then, in the middle of the chaos, a sudden opening appeared, revealing the location of the Dryad's main body, and Seo Jun's gaze snapped toward it instantly. Seo Jun confirmed that he had finally found the true core, and the moment he locked onto it, he prepared to finish the monster for good. He stretched his mana outward, trying to pull Gungnir back into the perfect position for one final strike. Seo Jun commanded the weapon to come to him, forcing Gungnir to respond even as the Dryad's interference pressed in from every side. Multiple spear-like images flashed through the air as Seo Jun manipulated Gungnir's path, bending its trajectory into a confusing storm meant to overwhelm the target. Seo Jun caught the spear and steadied it in his grip, locking his stance as he prepared the finishing thrust. He landed low with Gungnir in hand, regaining control after the aerial exchange and grounding himself for the next clash. For a brief moment, Seo Jun paused, his eyes narrowing as he sensed the battlefield shifting and waited for the enemy's next move. The Dryads recoiled and trembled, their twisted faces tightening with unease as if they had finally realized something had changed. Seo Jun noticed the Dryads trying to sneak away through the trees, and he understood at once that after being struck again and again, they had finally learned fear. A faint, amused edge crossed Seo Jun's expression as he recognized their retreat for what it was, proof that his attacks were working and their will was beginning to break. The Dryads muttered in panic among themselves, now acknowledging Seo Jun as a far more dangerous opponent than they had first believed. One dryad reacted in shock, as though it had been singled out, while Seo Jun coldly confirmed that the pressure had shifted back onto them. A precise impact struck directly into a dryad's core, stunning the monster and exposing the weakness hidden beneath its wooden body. The surrounding dryads froze in alarm as that core was hit, realizing the collapse of their formation was now only a matter of time. Their bodies began to crumble and loosen, the tangled structure of wood and branches destabilizing piece by piece. Seo Jun let out a short breath of relief as he felt the immediate threat begin to ease around him. But the remaining dryads surged again, rushing toward him as if trying to stop him from reclaiming or using Gungnir any further. Seo Jun welcomed their approach, noting that the annoying branches had come straight to him, making it much easier to aim at them all at once. He drove another vertical strike through the mass, blasting forward with a concentrated blue beam that tore through the dryads in a single crushing line. Seo Jun called for Gungnir again, and as the spear answered, he remarked that it was not the only legendary weapon he had at his disposal. The spearhead gleamed with gathered power, signaling that the finishing sequence was finally ready. With the forest settling into an uneasy calm, Seo Jun signaled for Manchul to come back, confirming that the immediate danger had passed. Manchul returned with the magic saint still in his care, then angrily demanded why Seo Jun had taken so long and why he had suddenly disappeared, even bringing up Suyeon and the Hunter Academy plan. When Seo Jun pressed him about his past conflict with Suyeon, Manchul immediately shut down, turning defensive as he insisted that it was none of Seo Jun's business. Seo Jun set that aside for the moment and focused on what mattered now, asking about the magic saint's condition, only to hear that it had been critical and had worsened because the old man protected Manchul. When Seo Jun looked at the magic saint up close, he could not hide his concern, admitting that the old man looked absolutely terrible. Seo Jun decided to use the emergency medicine he always carried with him, choosing to stabilize the magic saint before the situation grew any worse. He administered the medicine carefully, knowing it was only a temporary emergency measure, but believing it should at least help the magic saint hold on. The magic saint groaned and slowly returned to awareness, while Seo Jun watched him closely and asked if he had finally come back to his senses. As the magic saint began to speak, he recognized Seo Jun and identified him as the punk he had mentioned before. The magic saint confirmed that Seo Jun was the Hunter Academy student he had previously talked about. Manchul immediately bombarded Seo Jun with questions, demanding to know how he had found them and what had happened to the dryads, only for Seo Jun to answer plainly that he had handled them. Manchul was stunned that Seo Jun had defeated all those dryads alone, and in the next breath he demanded to know why they had come to such a dangerous place in the first place. The magic saint explained that he needed help transporting monster corpses for study, and because of personal circumstances he had to move discreetly, which was why he brought Manchul along. He added that secrecy had been necessary to avoid drawing unwanted attention, so he had chosen the helper who could move the most quietly. Seo Jun then asked bluntly whether that secrecy had been meant to avoid being discovered by the Order of Truth, and the magic saint's entire body went rigid at the question. The magic saint's eyes widened in panic, and he insisted that he had never even told the association president about the Order of Truth, making Seo Jun's knowledge feel even more shocking. Before anyone could press the matter further, all three of them stiffened at once as the ground began to tremble beneath their feet and the air around them turned heavy and ominous. Seo Jun instantly recognized the shaking as something dangerous approaching, his gaze sharpening as he identified it as the bastard responsible for everything that had happened. Manchul understood at once what Seo Jun meant, realizing that the monster powerful enough to reduce the magic saint to this state had finally come after them. Manchul admitted that he had never believed the magic saint could be trapped so badly unless something inside this dungeon surpassed even him. And though he thanked Seo Jun for coming, fear still gripped his voice as the real threat approached. A tense warning settled over them like a death sentence, making it clear that coming here had been a mistake and that the danger was no longer distant. It was already right in front of them. Then they realized the huge mountain-like shape looming through the forest was not part of the terrain at all, and panic rose as its true form slowly became impossible to deny. The colossal figure resolved into a towering horror with the body of a massive tree, its twisted form rising over the forest as if the entire dungeon had grown a monster of its own. A single glowing eye burned within that monstrous body, and the crushing aura pouring from it made one thing terrifyingly clear. This thing was aware, alive, and watching. The group struggled to even decide whether it could still be called a monster, because what stood before them looked more like a grotesque mutation that had broken free from every normal category. They identified it as a mutant, dryad-like boss, and for one brief second, the only comfort they had was that the creature did not yet seem to have noticed them.
Seo Jun urged everyone to avoid its gaze and get out of the dungeon immediately, but the others quickly shut down that hope, insisting they had already tried to escape and failed.
They explained that the beast instantly detected and pursued anyone who attempted to leave, which was exactly why even the famed magic saint had ended up exhausted, injured, and pushed to the brink. The magic saint described the creature's hide as nearly impossible to break, and even worse, its regeneration was so fast that ordinary attacks became meaningless almost as soon as they landed. When Seo Jun heard that even the magic saint's spells had failed to bring it down, he finally grasped just how absurdly powerful this boss really was. The magic saint admitted that age and illness had weakened him, but even now, he could still briefly soften the creature's shell and suppress its regeneration, though doing so would come at a heavy cost. He added that weakening the monster would not be enough on its own. They still needed a decisive strike strong enough to destroy the core, and at that moment they had no reliable way to deliver it. Seo Jun immediately seized on that one key condition, narrowing the entire situation down to a single requirement. Someone had to land one overwhelming finishing blow. Seo Jun declared that he would be the one to finish it, promising to shatter the monster's core while the magic saint weakened it. Then he revealed the massive spear-like weapon, and its sudden appearance filled the others with stunned silence and unease. The magic saint warned him that ordinary force still might not be enough, and that his spell could only weaken the monster, not hold it still, which meant there would be no room for even the smallest mistake. He stressed that they would only get one chance, because if the attack failed, they would likely collapse or be killed before a second attempt could ever be made. The magic saint even offered to sacrifice himself by drawing the creature away so the others could flee, his expression grim with the resolve of someone already prepared to die. Seo Jun rejected that fatalism immediately, insisting that winning was still possible and pulling the mood away from despair toward action. He presented the spear as the weapon meant for the killing blow, while warning them that it might reject anyone who tried to take it from his hands. When the magic saint touched the weapon, energy flared violently from it, shocking him so deeply that he instantly understood this was no ordinary spear. The magic saint stared at it in complete bafflement, overwhelmed by the intricate magic circuits inside it, each one impossibly precise and arranged without overlapping in a way no normal craftsman should have been able to create. Even the magic saint could not interpret certain parts of the enchantment, and the raw energy pouring from the spear was intense enough to unsettle everyone nearby. Seo Jun noticed how unusually talkative the magic saint had become in front of the weapon, and it reminded him of the same kind of obsession he had seen from Yoon Jimin. The magic saint grew visibly excited, declaring that the spear's power was so excessive that his weakening spell might not even be necessary after all. Then he demanded to know where Seo Jun had gotten such a weapon, pressing him hard for the truth behind something that should not have been in his possession. Seo Jun quickly claimed that the Sword Saint had bought it for him, giving the most convenient explanation he could before the questioning went any deeper. The magic saint looked doubtful, clearly unconvinced that the Sword Saint had ever been generous enough to hand over something like that, while Seo Jun privately justified the lie as something necessary to keep everyone alive. The forest trembled again as the boss drew closer, forcing their conversation to end and leaving them no choice but to commit. The giant mutant's looming mask-like face pressed nearer through the trees, its oppressive presence swallowing the clearing around them. Seo Jun steeled himself, tightening his grip as the moment to begin finally arrived. He announced that they were going to hunt the boss now, taking the initiative while the others clung to the fragile hope his words had created. Seo Jun made the strategy as simple as possible, cutting through the fear in the air with clear, direct steps. He explained that once the magic saint weakened the monster, he would drive Gungnir straight into the core and end the fight with a single strike. Seo Jun asked whether the magic saint could cast the weakening spell right away, and the old mage agreed, though he warned that in his current condition, the spell would be weaker and far more dangerous to use. Seo Jun refused to let the magic saint gamble his life recklessly, and instead volunteered to lure the monster himself while the spell was being prepared. The first step was clear. Seo Jun would provoke the boss and buy time, even if that meant placing himself directly in mortal danger. The second step fell to the magic saint, who had to pour everything into preparing the weakening spell while being carried away from the worst of the battlefield. And the third step would be the finish. Once the monster had been weakened, Seo Jun would destroy its core with Gungnir and put an end to the threat. As Seo Jun ran through it in his mind, he identified two variables that could ruin everything, and the weight of the responsibility settled heavily on him. The first risk was obvious. Seo Jun could die while luring the boss. The second was even worse. The monster might switch targets and go after the helpless magic saint instead. Seo Jun believed he could manage the first risk with his own skill, But the second required protection because the magic saint would not be able to defend himself while casting. Manchol stepped forward to become that safeguard, vowing that he would not die and that he would not leave Suyeon behind all alone. He told the magic saint to hold on tight while he carried him, and despite his pride, the old mage accepted Manchol's help. Manchol promised that he would keep both of them alive, and Seo-jun immediately ordered everyone to move, sending the plan into motion. The boss's immense body shifted again, shaking the forest around them and confirming that the hunt had begun while their time was already running out. They moved exactly as planned, splitting their roles without another word. Kim Seo-jun pushed ahead on his own, while the others pulled back with the magic saint, giving her the distance she needed to prepare. Seo-jun kept his eyes on the enormous monster through the wrecked forest. With a body that massive, finding it would not be hard at all, so he tightened his grip and prepared to lure it away. Even though the other two looked worried, Seo-jun ordered them to stay behind. If the boss noticed the magic saint building her spell, the entire plan would collapse before it even began. The magic saint finally accepted his decision. In this broken, uneven terrain, Seo-jun was the one most capable of dodging, weaving, and keeping the boss occupied without being crushed immediately. Once everyone understood the plan, Seo-jun stopped hesitating. He turned toward the danger and pushed forward, knowing this was the only path that could get them out of the dungeon alive. The carrier and the magic saint sent him off with tense words of encouragement. As they separated, the carrier called out Kim Seo-jun's name, his voice carrying both trust and fear.
Seo-jun shot forward alone, leaving the two behind in the shadows of the forest. Behind the trees, the heavy approach of the boss echoed like thunder getting closer.
As he ran, Seo-jun forced himself to stay fired up. His fear had not disappeared, but he dragged his courage to the surface and kept closing the distance to the monster. He slowed his breathing and locked his focus in place. If he let panic take over for even a second, his concentration would snap, and that would be the end of him. Seen up close, the boss was even more horrifying than Seo-jun had imagined. Its towering body loomed over him completely, making him look tiny beneath its shadow. But its size was not the worst part. The pressure pouring from the creature crushed the air around it, making every step forward feel like walking into a deadly attack. In that instant, Seo-jun understood why even the magic saint had struggled. The monster did not need to move much. Its presence alone felt powerful enough to tear someone apart. Seo-jun quickly scanned the devastated area around him. The ground was already ruined, and there were no other dryads nearby, which meant he could focus on the boss without interference. He planted his foot firmly into the torn-up ground and committed to the first exchange. There was no room for hesitation now, because hesitation here meant instant death.
Seo-jun reminded himself to stay calm, even as danger pressed in from every direction. One wrong move would get him killed, so he braced his body for the impact to come.
Then he felt it, the monster's attention shifting. Its focus began turning toward him, and Seo-jun knew the strike would come the moment it fully noticed him. Seo-jun shouted at the boss, throwing his voice out like bait. The provocation worked, and the monster's attention snapped onto him as the chase began. The boss turned its massive head, and its glowing eye narrowed with murderous focus. It had found a new target, and that target was now Kim Seo-jun. Its dreadful face filled the space ahead of him, radiating menace from every angle. Seo-jun could tell immediately that the monster had taken the bait. Seo-jun's expression sharpened, the fear in his eyes hardening into resolve. The first assault was coming, and his only job was to survive it. A wave of killing intent crashed down over him, like a physical weight. The pressure threatened to lock his body in place before the monster even moved. Seo-jun cursed the monster under his breath. This was no longer a normal fight. It had already climbed into a level of danger far beyond anything ordinary. The boss's enormous body shifted above him, blocking out the space around it. That single movement was enough to warn Seo-jun that a crushing blow was about to fall. The strike came violently, tearing through the ground and scattering broken debris in every direction. Seo-jun moved at once, barely escaping before the attack swallowed the spot where he had stood. The monster's blow exploded against the earth near him, and the shockwave caught Seo-jun hard. His body was thrown sideways, tossed away by the force of the impact. Seo-jun gritted his teeth as the pressure nearly overwhelmed him. He realized right away that he could not afford even a single breath of rest. More attacks followed, branch-like strikes, whipping through the air from multiple directions. Seo-jun slipped between them by the narrowest margin, keeping the boss locked onto him. He caught himself in the middle of a fall and forced his body back into motion. No matter how relentless the barrage became, He refused to let himself be pinned down. Panting hard, Seo-jun snapped at the monster, as if demanding whether it ever stopped, but the boss showed no mercy, and the attacks kept coming without pause. Seo-jun admitted to himself that he had gone farther from the others than originally planned. The boss's attacks were far more violent than expected, and keeping it away had become the only choice. His mind flicked anxiously toward the weakening spell. If the magic saint still was not ready, Seo-jun feared he would soon run out of space to stay alive. A red-tinted strike flashed past him like a blade through the air. Seo-jun twisted away just in time, narrowly avoiding being skewered by the monster's terrifying reach. Then a massive impact slammed into the ground beneath him. The blast hurled Seo-jun upward, shaking his rhythm and threatening to throw his movement completely out of control. He crashed down hard, his stance breaking for a moment as his body hit the ground. Nearby, his spear skidded across the torn earth, just within reach. Before he could fully recover, another sweeping attack came in and launched him again. The boss tossed him through the air as if he weighed nothing at all. Seo-jun realized too late that the next strike was already coming. Panic flashed across his face as the danger closed in faster than he could properly react. At the last possible moment, Seo-jun twisted his body and used the spear to redirect his momentum. Instead of crashing fatally, he forced himself into a rough but controlled landing. He drove the spear into the ground to steady himself, the weapon carving through the dirt as he dragged his balance back. Somehow, he cut a path through the chaos and kept moving. Seo-jun landed and immediately broke into a sprint, but the monster's pressure kept pressing after him, closing the distance so fiercely that no place felt safe. A strained groan escaped Seo-jun as the oppressive aura and repeated impacts rattled through his body. Every muscle protested under the brutal strain, but he still forced himself forward. The boss's presence surged again, even heavier than before. The air around it seemed to warp as it prepared another overwhelming chain of attacks. Seo-jun could feel the pressure making the very air tremble. It was so intense that he began to fear he was finally approaching the limit of what his body could endure. He realized he could not keep dodging like this forever. If he wanted to survive, he had no choice but to draw out more power and raise the stakes himself. Energy erupted through Seo-jun's spear in a bright, violent surge. The sudden burst cut through the suffocating rhythm of the fight and shifted the momentum around him. Seo-jun recognized it at once as the signal he had been waiting for. That meant the magic saint's spell should finally be ready. If the weakening magic was complete, then the plan had reached its turning point. Seo-jun prepared to stop merely stalling and move toward ending the fight. Elsewhere in the forest, the carrier continued running with the magic saint on his back. Their timing matched the plan, confirming that the spell had been prepared at the critical moment. Seo-jun praised the magic saint's timing under his breath as dark tendrils came crashing down from above. Even from a distance, the boss was still trying to crush him. The monster's limbs slammed down with terrifying force, but then, for the first time, they hesitated. That brief pause suggested the weakening effect was finally beginning to take hold. Seo-jun immediately taunted the monster again, refusing to let its attention drift elsewhere. He had to keep its focus locked on him and stop it from turning toward the others. Seo-jun stepped forward with fresh confidence burning in his eyes. The weakening effect had finally created the opening they had been waiting for, and he could feel the entire battle beginning to shift. A faint smile crossed Seo-jun's face as he tightened his grip around his weapon. This was the moment to finish it, and he chose to trust the plan, the magic saint's spell, and his spear completely. The boss lashed out again, its huge limbs tearing through the air toward him, but this time the motion was not as sharp as before, and that slight delay proved the debuff was working. Seo-jun challenged the monster head-on, calling it toward him with fearless bravado. Even so, beneath that confidence, he knew the gap between survival and death was still razor-thin. He kicked off the ground and sprinted with everything he had, racing toward the rendezvous point. That was where the final strike had to land, and every second mattered. The monster's attacks kept crashing down around him, blasting apart the ground in every direction. Seo-jun had to keep shifting his feet, dodging non-stop, just to stay ahead of the destruction. The boss roared furiously and bore down on him, its enormous face looming closer with terrifying speed. It was trying to crush Seo-jun before he could bring the fight to its final blow. A massive limb swept across the battlefield, cutting through the air like a falling tree. If it clipped him even slightly, the timing of the entire plan would be ruined. The sweeping force slammed into Seo-jun and knocked him airborne again. His body tumbled through the air, but he barely managed to keep his hand locked around the spear. Seo-jun hit the ground, skidding and rolling through the battered impact zone. Before the next slam could pin him down, he twisted away by the smallest possible margin. He forced himself back into a crouch. One knee near the ground and his eyes still sharp, no matter how hard the boss pressed him, Seo-jun refused to let it take control of the fight again. Seo-jun listened closely through the chaos, catching the rhythm of the monster's movements. Every heavy shift, every dragging sound became a clue for predicting the next opening. He confirmed that the boss was still chasing him, and a breath of relief passed through him. At least it had not turned its attention toward the magic saint yet. Seo-jun pushed through the burning exhaustion in his legs and told himself he was almost there. The rendezvous point was close now, and he could not slow down. Only one objective remained in his mind. He had to lure the monster to the exact spot where the finishing strike could hit cleanly. Seo-jun rushed into the prepared area as the boss's tendrils whipped around him. With every step, he pulled the monster deeper into position, forcing it exactly where it needed to go. The chase tightened until the monster's reach nearly wrapped around him from all sides. Even then, Seo-jun kept driving forward, dragging the boss along with him. Then Seo-jun felt a change in the monster's focus. Its attention began to waver, as if it had sensed something more dangerous or more important than him. A faint disturbance rippled through the ground nearby. It seemed like the boss had begun reacting to the magic saint's presence, or to the magic she had prepared. Suddenly, blue chains of energy burst out and wrapped around the boss's massive body. The magic saint's weakening spell had fully taken shape, binding the monster in place like a magical restraint. The trapped monster jerked violently in surprise, its body straining against the chains. The sudden surge of magic blasted outward, throwing Seo-jun back from the force. Seo-jun scrambled to recover as the chained boss thrashed wildly. The chance to kill it had finally opened, but that window was already threatening to close. Relief flashed across Seo-jun's face as he realized the moment had arrived at last. Now, all he had to do was strike the core before the monster broke free. He could see it clearly now. The debuff had slowed the monster's movements and weakened its overwhelming power. The magic saint's spell had worked exactly as they needed. Seo-jun committed himself to destroying the core while the chains still held. This was their only real chance, and missing it was not an option. The monster suddenly paused, as if it had sensed the danger closing in. Somehow it seemed to realize that its core was exposed. Even while bound by the chains, the boss lashed out in desperation. It tried to disrupt Seo-jun's finishing move before his spear could reach its target. Back with the others, alarm spread as they realized what the boss might be doing. It may have identified the magic saint as the one who cast the debuff and begun targeting her instead. The danger was even worse because the magic saint was nearly out of mana, while the carrier was only an ordinary civilian. If the boss turned on them, neither of them would be able to withstand it. Seo-jun swung his spear in a wide, forceful arc, carving out just enough space around him. That brief heartbeat was all he needed to prepare the final strike. Seo-jun knew this was his one and only chance. He centered his breathing, steadied his stance, and prepared everything for a single decisive thrust. He poured every last bit of strength he had into Gungnir. Even if it drained him completely afterward, Seo-jun committed all of himself to that one attack. As power surged through the weapon, Seo-jun forced his mind to remain calm. His body was screaming, but his focus had to stay perfectly controlled. He narrowed his gaze and aligned the spear with absolute precision. The attack had to hit the exact point that would end the monster for good. The magical chains tightened around the boss, crackling with blue light as they strained to hold it still. For just long enough, they kept the monster trapped in place. Then the monster's core revealed itself, a glowing red orb pulsing inside its body. That was the true target, the source Seo-jun had to destroy. Seo-jun's eyes widened with fierce concentration as he locked onto the core. There was no more room for hesitation, only the final thrust. He launched the attack immediately, driving Gungnir forward with all the force he could gather, a beam-like strike shot straight toward the exposed red core. The moment the attack struck, a blinding column of power erupted. Light swallowed the core, the ground trembled, and the entire area shook under the impact. The chains strained violently against the explosion, stretched to their limit by the blast, but they held just long enough to stop the monster from escaping. The explosion reached its peak, drowning everything in blue-white energy. Within that overwhelming light, the monster's core began to break apart. With a sharp crack, the red core shattered completely. Fragments burst outward as Gungnir's power drove through and finished the kill. The monster's glowing eyes snapped shut, and its massive body suddenly lost all tension. At last, the boss had been defeated. Its enormous form collapsed away, sinking under its own weight as the oppressive presence finally lifted. The suffocating threat that had filled the battlefield was gone. Seo-jun staggered where he stood, his legs nearly giving out beneath him. That all-in strike had drained him so badly he could barely remain upright. He panted heavily, each breath rough and uneven as dizziness washed over him. With the adrenaline fading, the weakness in his body hit all at once. Unable to hold himself up any longer, Seo-jun dropped into a seated sprawl on the ground. He fought to stay conscious, breathing hard as his body trembled from exhaustion. Seo-jun realized he had no strength left at all. It was probably the after-effect of channeling everything he had into Gungnir. Even so, he reassured himself that destroying the core mattered most. He could worry about retrieving the spear later, but right now, he could only hope the others were safe. Seo-jun called out for Ajusi and the Magic Saint, desperate to check whether they had survived. Even with his body completely exhausted, he forced himself to rush back toward them. Ajusi answered from nearby, insisting that he was still fine. But even as he tried to sound steady, it became clear he had taken a hit, and he quickly brushed it off as nothing more than a shallow wound. Seo-jun immediately moved closer to check the injury for himself. Even with the monster weakened, he knew an ordinary human body could never completely avoid attacks from a boss that overwhelming. The Magic Saint examined the wound and confirmed it was not fatal, but still urged them to hurry and get proper treatment. Ajusi, trying to ease the mood, laughed it off and proudly claimed it was only a scratch. As the tension loosened for a moment, the three of them exchanged exhausted jokes about age, toughness, and endurance. After surviving a dungeon like this together, the bond between them felt stronger than before. With the monster's core seemingly destroyed, the group finally believed the worst had passed. At that point, the only thing left in their minds was escaping the dungeon safely. Seo-jun turned back to retrieve his spear, while the others remained battered and worn down behind him. Their bodies were so drained that even standing properly looked difficult. Then, without warning, an ominous pressure descended over the area. Seo-jun felt it crawl across his skin and instantly understood that something was still terribly wrong. The ground beneath them began to tremble, low and heavy at first, then stronger with every second. Something massive was moving below, forcing its way back to the surface. Colossal tree-like monsters surged up from the ruined ground once again, towering over all three of them. Its return proved the fight had never truly ended. Seo-jun froze in place, his eyes widening as the enemy rose before him. The monster was back, and the terrible truth hit him all at once. The monster's overwhelming presence swallowed the space around them, making their bodies look tiny beneath it. Seo-jun struggled to understand how something he had supposedly killed could still be standing. Then the answer struck him like ice. His earlier attack with Gungnir had not hit the true target, which meant the core had never actually been destroyed. A violent impact erupted nearby, blasting through the already ruined terrain. That single strike confirmed the monster was fully active again. Seo-jun's shock slowly turned into dread as his thoughts fixed on one word: core. If the monster was still moving, then that word carried a much darker meaning now. The Magic Saint revealed the crucial truth with a grim expression. There had not been only one core, there were two. The monster attacked with explosive force, giving them no time to process the revelation. In an instant, the three of them were forced back into desperate defense. Debris scattered everywhere as shockwaves tore across the battlefield. The monster's renewed assault ripped through the area without mercy. The barrage only grew more violent, with the boss's power flooding the battlefield from every direction. The air itself felt heavy under the force of its rage. Seo-jun braced himself with his spear and stepped in front of the injured men behind him. Even with his body exhausted, he held his ground as the onslaught closed in. The monster's strikes kept hammering their position again and again. There was no pause, no opening, only crushing attacks raining down without end. Seo-jun tightened his grip around his weapon, fighting back the panic rising in his chest. Somehow he had to find a way to reach the remaining core. The Magic Saint raised a barrier to block the devastating blows, forcing magic into place like a shield before them. But the strain on his body was painfully obvious. Someone cried out to the Magic Saint as he coughed up blood from the effort. Holding back the boss's attacks was tearing through what little strength he had left. Seo-jun quickly understood the situation. The Magic Saint was nearly out of mana, and if they wanted to win, they had to destroy the second core before everything collapsed. The monster suddenly seemed to notice that Gungnir was gone. Its rage surged as if it recognized the missing threat, demanding through its fury where the spear had disappeared. Seo-jun spotted Gungnir tangled and hidden among the branches, trapped where he could not easily reach it. It looked almost deliberate, as if the monster had moved to neutralize the weapon that could kill it.
With Gungnir out of reach, Seo-jun had only the Longinus lance left. He turned to the Magic Saint and asked for one more weakening spell, hoping it would give him the chance to pierce the core.
The barrier continued to take heavy hits. Each impact, shaking it harder than the last time, was running out, and the shield could not hold forever. The Magic Saint made the decision to draw the monster's attention himself. Even if it placed him in even greater danger, He knew someone had to create an opening. Seo Jun accepted the urgency in an instant. He hardened his resolve, knowing he had to move now or lose the only chance they had left. While the barrier still held, Seo Jun launched himself forward. Voices shouted for him to stop, but he ignored them and charged straight into the danger. He darted through the whipping limbs, slipping past them by the thinnest margins. Every step brought him closer to the monster, and every miss came close to crushing him. The monster's branches slammed down all around Seo Jun, smashing the ground wherever he had just been. He had to keep moving constantly, never allowing his feet to settle for even a moment. Seo Jun knew that one direct hit would kill him instantly. And in that moment, he also realized the Magic Saint had been blocking attacks like these while barely able to stand. He could feel that the Magic Saint had reached his limit. That made Seo Jun's next move even more decisive, because there would not be another chance after this. Seo Jun committed himself completely, believing no one else could finish this fight. If the remaining core was going to be destroyed, he had to be the one to do it. A surging aura began to coil around Seo Jun as he gathered momentum. He spun that power around himself, preparing to break through the monster's defenses by force. Inside the barrier, the Magic Saint struggled to keep control as the monster's limbs pressed in. Every impact pushed the shield closer to breaking. A violent strike caught Seo Jun and flung him upward, sending him flying away from his path. In an instant, he lost the line he had been trying to carve toward the core. Seo Jun crashed down hard, the force of his landing blasting through the ground beneath him. Dust and fragments burst outward from the impact. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Seo Jun forced himself back up. His body screamed at him to stay down, but he refused to collapse. The monster loomed dangerously close, its glowing eye fixed directly on him. It was already preparing another killing blow, determined to crush him before he could recover. Seo Jun knew he had to push deeper if he wanted to stab the remaining core, but no matter where he looked, he could not find a clean opening to get closer. He realized that simply luring the monster around would not be enough anymore. To break through this situation, Seo Jun needed something beyond his current level. A branch suddenly caught him and dragged him off balance, disrupting his footing and control. His body lurched, and the rhythm he had fought so hard to maintain was broken. Seo Jun cursed through clenched teeth as the monster's pressure closed in around him. His body faltered under the strain, and the danger pressed closer with every second. Then a sudden surge of blue energy streaked across the battlefield. The flash cut through the chaos, signaling that someone had intervened at the last possible moment. Chains of lightning wrapped around the monster's limbs, snapping tight before the next strike could land. The massive branches halted mid-motion, frozen in place by the binding force. Seo Jun recognized the magic immediately. It was the Magic Saint's weakening spell, binding the monster down and forcing its power to falter. With the opening finally created, Seo Jun was urged to move right away. This was the moment to finish it, and there was no time left to hesitate. Seo Jun charged straight through the chained branches, forcing his battered body forward while the monster struggled against the bindings. With Longinus' lance in hand, he cut open a path toward the hidden core. As Seo Jun pushed deeper, he noticed the chains wrapped around the monster were far fewer than before. They looked thinner, weaker, and more fragile, making it clear the spell was already losing power. Seo Jun quickly understood what that meant. The Magic Saint did not have enough mana left, yet he was still forcing the spell to remain active, damaging his own body just to hold the monster down. Seo Jun's eyes sharpened as he locked onto the battlefield in front of him. Through the chaos of branches and flickering magic, he finally saw the moment he had been waiting for. A narrow gap opened in the monster's defenses, small but unmistakable. Seo Jun seized it instantly, recognizing it as the decisive opening that could end the fight. He slipped between the crackling chains and thrashing branches, his body twisting through the danger. Longinus' lance pointed forward as Seo Jun drove himself closer to the core. Seo Jun accelerated into a full-powered thrust, pouring everything left in his body into that forward charge. There was no holding back now. This strike had to reach the target. He launched himself into the air, spear angled downward like a bolt of lightning falling from above, every line of his body aimed toward the monster's core. Mid-flight, Seo Jun's focus hardened until everything else seemed to vanish. Pain, fear, and exhaustion disappeared behind one thought: he had to make this impact count. Seo Jun broke through the last obstruction blocking his path. With the monster's vital point now within reach, he closed in for the finishing blow. But just before the strike could land, a branch lashed out from the side. It smashed into Seo Jun and sent him flying away before Longinus' lance could pierce the core. Blood burst from Seo Jun's mouth as the impact stole the breath from his lungs. His whole body was battered by the hit, leaving him momentarily unable to recover.
Seo Jun crashed into a crater and lay there stunned, the ground fractured beneath him. Around him, the monster's shadowy chains, branches, and limbs began regrouping, closing in once again.
He struggled just to breathe, each movement sending pain through his body. Exhaustion pressed down on him so heavily that even lifting himself felt almost impossible. Even so, Seo Jun forced the thought back into his mind. If he could only reach the core, Longinus' lance still had enough power to destroy it. He admitted his earlier assumption had been far too naive. Getting close enough to strike the core was much harder than he had imagined. The monster's killing intent surged again, thick and suffocating as it gathered above him. Seo Jun could feel another strike coming before he even saw it move. Branches speared toward the crater from multiple directions, converging on Seo Jun while he was still down. The monster was trying to finish him before he could stand again. Seo Jun tried to dodge, but his battered body would not respond fast enough. His muscles screamed, his limbs dragged, and the attack closed in faster than he could move. A blinding flash reflected in Seo Jun's eyes as the next blow descended. For one frozen instant, the world in front of him was swallowed by light and danger. The magic saint screamed for Seo Jun to run, his voice breaking through the chaos. He chose to hold the line himself, standing between Seo Jun and death. The magic saint was shaken by Seo Jun's talent, realizing just how extraordinary the young man was for his age. In his eyes, Seo Jun would soon become famous across Korea and might even surpass the nation's hero someday. For a brief moment, the magic saint even imagined Seo Jun rising far beyond Korea. One day, he might become a hero not just for one country, but for all mankind. But the magic saint knew Seo Jun was not strong enough yet. That was why he resolved that Seo Jun had to live, even if protecting him cost the magic saint his own life. Seo Jun refused to accept that sacrifice. Even through the blood and pain, he insisted that he did not want to run away and leave the magic saint behind. His body trembled violently. But Seo Jun still forced himself back up. In front of him, the magic saint continued facing the monster, carrying the burden of the battle alone. The magic saint snapped at Seo Jun, warning him not to get swept away by emotion and recklessness. This was not the time to confuse courage with throwing his life away. He insisted that Seo Jun had to survive, no matter what. As for himself, the magic saint claimed he did not have much time left anyway. The magic saint demanded that Seo Jun face reality and stop clinging to an impossible fight. In his eyes, staying here meant nothing but certain death. Bleeding and barely standing, Seo Jun challenged him right back. If running away was so obvious, then why was the magic saint not the one escaping? Seo Jun pressed the question even harder. The magic saint could have abandoned them, taken the chance to flee, and even left Man Chul behind if survival was all that mattered. The magic saint froze, startled by Seo Jun's words. He was forced to confront the fact that Seo Jun was right. There had been chances for him to escape. Seo Jun asked why the magic saint was trying to sacrifice himself now, when running had been possible from the beginning. His voice carried pain, frustration, and a refusal to accept that answer. Seo Jun's body shook under the strain, his wounds and exhaustion nearly dragging him down again. But even as his legs trembled, his resolve refused to break. He forced himself upright, using the spear as support while he pushed his weight onto unsteady feet. Every movement looked painful, but Seo Jun stood again. Behind him, the barrier continued taking brutal hits from the monster. Each impact made the shield shudder as the boss pounded against it without mercy. Seo Jun admitted that running was probably the safest choice. But if he did that, it would mean leaving the magic saint here to die, and that thought stopped him cold. He understood that the magic saint was choosing to stay and fight, despite being in terrible condition. The man was nearly spent, yet he still refused to step away from the battlefield. Seo Jun pictured the other path clearly. Taking Man Chul and escaping while the magic saint held the monster back, it was the logical way to survive. But he could also see the worst option just as clearly. Staying meant fighting the monster while injured, exhausted, and completely outmatched. Seo Jun said he already knew what his answers should be. Even so, no matter how much sense running made, he could not bring himself to abandon the fight. Even though he knew escape was the rational choice, Seo Jun slowly lifted his head, determination returned to his eyes as he chose to stay. At that moment, a memory of Hercules' first lecture surfaced in Seo Jun's mind. The question echoed back to him, what did true strength really mean? Hercules' lesson returned clearly, reminding Seo Jun that power was not simply the strength of muscles or the force behind a blow. Real power carried a much deeper meaning. Seo Jun remembered struggling through those brutal daily quests while Hercules spoke about the meaning of power. Back then, every trial had felt like punishment. But now the lesson began to weigh differently. In the memory, Hercules suddenly paused, letting silence settle around his words. It was as if he wanted Seo-jun to feel the question, instead of merely hearing it. Seo-jun waited for Hercules to continue, confused by the sudden silence. He expected an answer, but Hercules seemed to be leaving the space empty on purpose. Seo-jun wondered why Hercules had stopped talking. It felt as though the great hero was waiting for him to search inside himself and discover the answer on his own. Then the answer finally reached him. True power was atonement, and in that moment, Seo-jun began to understand the heart of Hercules' lesson. Hercules' story revealed the guilt he carried and the choice he made afterward. Rather than die to escape it, he walked the path of the 12 labors as a way to atone. Seo-jun remembered the impossible trials Hercules had taken on, each one more brutal than the last. Every labor had been a step through pain, danger, and humiliation, all for the sake of redemption. The memories continued, one impossible labor after another piling up like mountains before him. They showed Seo-jun just how heavy the price of atonement had been for Hercules. Hercules remembered how his name began to spread as he completed those trials. Through action alone, he proved his strength, his endurance, and the weight of his resolve. But even then, people still mocked him. They insisted that a man who had killed his own family had no right to stand in glory, no matter what great deeds he performed. Their voices kept tearing into him, repeating that he could never atone for what he had done. Those words dragged Hercules back toward despair, pushing him again toward thoughts of ending his own life. Even so, Hercules refused to collapse under that despair. Instead, he chose to live for others, giving and sacrificing so relentlessly that people began calling him a fool. He hoped that if he kept living that way, one day his selflessness would no longer feel forced. Only when helping others became natural could Hercules finally begin to forgive himself. By completing the labors, Hercules became a true hero. Not because he had been pure from the beginning, but because he never stopped trying to redeem himself. His legend grew even greater when Hercules saved Olympus during the Gigantomachy. That battle carved his name even deeper into history as a hero beyond ordinary measure. Seo-jun saw the tragedy at the root of it all, the moment Hercules lost his mind and killed his own family. That terrible sin became the wound that shaped everything afterward. And at the end of that long path of atonement, Hercules had become the greatest hero of all. His redemption was not easy, clean, or painless, but it transformed him completely. Hercules' voice echoed with quiet weight, declaring that the power driving him forward had always been the will to atone. That will was the force that kept him moving. He warned Seo-jun that whenever someone tried to become something greater, others would always appear to say it was impossible. Doubt would come from every direction. Hercules said he had heard those doubts over and over throughout his trials, but no matter how many times people denied him, he kept taking the next step forward. He told Seo-jun that those voices did not matter in the end. What truly defined the path was not approval, but the will to keep walking it anyway. Back in the present, the monster's attacks continued to crash around Seo-jun. Through the chaos, Hercules' words about endless doubt kept echoing inside his mind. Again and again the lesson rang through him. People would say he could not do it, would try to break his will, and would insist the path ahead was impossible. Hercules had never offered empty comfort. He did not tell Seo-jun that fear and pain could simply be brushed aside as if they meant nothing. Instead, Hercules taught him that he only needed one reason. Just one personal reason was enough to keep moving towards success, no matter how many excuses stood in the way. Seo-jun took those words deep into his heart. If a single reason was enough to keep moving, then that reason could also become the beginning of a hero. Seo-jun gasped as the realization struck him, sharpening his focus in an instant. His trembling body steadied as he prepared to move again. The magic saint begged him to stop, his voice filled with desperation. To him, Seo-jun's next attempt looked like pure madness. Seo-jun knew the truth clearly. At his current level, he could not win. Fear, pain, and every excuse to retreat were pressing down on him all at once. Even so, he refused to step back. The whisper of fear urged him to run, but Seo-jun pushed against it and kept his eyes forward. Then Hercules' voice returned in his mind with a single word. That one word carried the full weight of the lesson Seo-jun had almost forgotten. Seo-jun acknowledged that there were countless reasons he might lose. There were just as many excuses to turn away, escape, and protect himself. He also understood that, to the experienced magic saint, his choice must have looked reckless and childish. From the outside, it probably seemed like nothing but stubborn immaturity. But the lesson demanded forward motion. So Seo-jun chose to keep advancing, even when every reasonable thought told him to stop. The magic saint tried to restrain him, desperate to keep him from throwing his life away. But Seo Jun kept moving anyway, refusing to let that hand hold him back. Seo Jun accepted that this stubbornness had followed him his entire life. Again and again, he had survived by refusing to give up when he should have stopped. And he would not change now. Not here, not in front of this monster, and not when someone else was ready to die in his place. Seo Jun declared that he would not give up and destroy the future waiting ahead of him. From deep within his body and soul, a new power began to rise. Golden energy surged around Seo Jun as his divine power ignited, his presence transformed in an instant, burning brighter and heavier than before. A radiant shockwave exploded outward from Seo Jun, flooding the battlefield with overwhelming light. The force blasted through the chaos and shook everything around him. The monster recoiled in confusion and alarm, reacting to the sudden divine force pouring from him. For the first time, its movements showed clear hesitation. Seo Jun's body glowed with concentrated power, every line of him wrapped in blazing energy. The atmosphere around him changed, signaling a decisive shift in the fight. He gathered an overwhelming force meant to crush every obstacle in his path. With that power roaring through him, Seo Jun prepared to strike back. The monster's branches converged on him again, closing in like a deadly storm. But Seo Jun stood at the center of it all, steady and unshaken. He swung with precise control, cutting through the incoming limbs as he advanced. Each movement carved away another threat, opening the path before him. A massive arc of power tore across the battlefield, ripping through the monster's defenses. In its wake, a clear path opened through the tangled wall of branches. Seo Jun drove forward through that opening, his momentum building with unstoppable force. The distance to the core shrank with every step and every burst of power. His expression hardened into fierce resolve as he fixed his eyes on the target. This time, he would not miss the finishing strike. The monster thrashed and screamed as Seo Jun's assault overwhelmed it. Its massive body twisted violently, but it could no longer fully stop his advance. A brutal impact landed, shaking the monster's body from the force of Seo Jun's power. The attack crashed through its defenses and drove deeper into its form. Seo Jun shot upward along the monster's trunk, moving like a blazing projectile. His aim stayed locked on the vital point hidden within the towering body. The forest canopy trembled above them as shockwaves from the clash ripped through the trees. Leaves, branches, and shattered debris shook under the force of the escalating battle. The monster's enormous form shifted under the pressure, its structure beginning to break apart. The more Seo Jun pressed forward, the more its massive body started to collapse. The magic saint staggered back and raised his arms to shield himself. Blasts of energy, dust, and broken debris surged past him in violent waves. He looked up in shock, unable to hide his disbelief. Seo Jun had reached a level of power the magic saint had not expected to witness. Seo Jun drove straight into the monster's core area, his attack boring inward with relentless force. Like a drill made of pure will and power, he pierced deeper toward the final target. Beneath that enormous shadow, stretching across the ruined dungeon, the magic saint stood frozen in place, his eyes locked upward as the decisive moment unfolded above him. Seo Jun came dropping from the air in one last unstoppable plunge, aiming straight for the core, while everyone below held their breath, bracing themselves for what that final strike would bring. His body twisted sharply in midair, every muscle drawn tight as he prepared to drive in the finishing blow, and from below, someone suddenly cried out in alarm at the dangerous angle of his fall. When the brutal dungeon battle finally reached its end, the magic saint moved in a flash, unleashing a burst of power as he snatched the completely drained Seo Jun away from the collapsing danger. Man-Chol, covered in wounds but still forcing his body to move, staggered forward and rushed toward the fallen young man with panic written all over his face. He found Seo Jun lying unconscious on the ground, limp and motionless, while the magic saint had already dropped to one knee beside him to check his condition. After examining Seo Jun closely, the magic saint told Man-Chol that his injuries were undeniably serious, but they would not take his life. The real problem was that Seo Jun had pushed his body far beyond its limit by using a power no ordinary person could endure. Man-Chol stared at Seo Jun in disbelief, unable to connect the monster-like strength he had just witnessed with the frail, sickly kid he still remembered from before. For a moment, the magic saint said nothing at all, his expression darkening as the weight of everything he had just seen settled heavily over him. Then, in a low and honest voice, he admitted that he had truly been afraid, and that unexpected confession left Man-Chol staring at him in confusion. Man-Chol tried to laugh it off, teasing him for being frightened by a giant tree. But the magic saint only gave a weary response, admitting that age and experience had never made him completely fearless. The magic saint corrected him, saying the tree itself was not what frightened him. What truly haunted him was death, and what would become of the world after he was no longer there to protect it. Man Chol's teasing expression faded as he pressed the old man to explain what he meant, clearly unsettled by the ominous weight behind those words. The magic saint warned him that the world was nowhere near as safe or stable as most people like to believe, and that quiet statement sent a chill through Man Chul. He reflected bitterly that the closer death crept toward him, the more those fears dug into his mind, gnawing at him with an insecurity he could no longer ignore. Even so, he hardened his resolve, clinging to the belief that the world still needed him, and that he could not simply disappear while danger remained. Man Chul finally understood that this was why the magic saint had taken on a disciple. The old man admitted that young Jimin had grown far beyond what he expected, but even that had not been enough to erase the darkness lingering inside him. To the magic saint, that paranoia was not just old age anxiety or meaningless fear, it was a warning bell forcing him to finally face the truth he had tried to avoid. And so he made up his mind. Even if death came for him, his students would remain behind to carry his knowledge, his will, and everything he had built into the future. Barely conscious, Seo Jun still managed to respond, his voice weak but stubborn as he questioned why the old man was not simply trying to run from death. The magic saint looked at the tenacious young man before him and answered that he had seen something in Seo Jun worth trusting, something strong enough to make him place a bet on the future. In his eyes, Seo Jun was not just a reckless survivor, he was the first spark of a new generation, the kind of person who could help bring forth the heroes the world would soon need. Seo Jun slowly pushed himself up and stepped forward with his spear in hand, his battered body still moving as though he himself had become the beginning of that new era. As he continued on, a faint smile appeared on his face, small but steady, carrying a confidence that had not been there before. The magic saint watched him go, quietly surprised by the change, and for the first time in a long while, something like hope stirred behind his tired eyes. Time slipped by quickly after that, and before the lingering echoes of the battlefield could fully fade, the story moved away from the ruined dungeon. Seo Jun suddenly jolted awake in a hospital bed, his eyes snapping open as he looked around in shock, trying to understand where he had ended up. At the doorway, Man Chul appeared and looked in on him, confirming with visible relief that Seo Jun had finally regained consciousness. Seo Jun slowly pieced things together and realized they had escaped the dungeon alive, though confusion quickly followed when he noticed the magic saint, of all people, sharing the same hospital room. The first thing Seo Jun asked was whether everyone else had made it out safely, his concern cutting through his own pain and exhaustion. Man Chul explained that his own injury would heal with proper treatment, and after getting some rest, he expected to be perfectly fine. Seo Jun could see that Man Chul seemed stable enough, but his eyes still shifted with worry toward the magic saint, wondering just how badly the old man had been affected. Man Chul told him that he had been unconscious for nearly a quarter of the day, and Seo Jun immediately grew anxious, asking whether Suyeon had been contacted. Man Chul assured him that he had already reached out to her, and only then did Seo Jun finally let out a breath of relief. Then Man Chul casually added that he had contacted Miss Seo Yoon as well, and the moment Seo Jun heard that, his relief turned into pure shock. Man Chul explained that Seo Yoon had been extremely worried and had likely crossed paths with Suyeon while searching for him. Seo Jun, meanwhile, realized with horror how bad the situation must have looked like he had vanished together with Man Chul and her grandfather's sword. Man Chul confirmed that Suyeon was his daughter, then admitted he had taken the job because he needed money for her Hunter Academy tuition. And as if the timing were perfectly natural, he reminded Seo Jun that the promised payment needed to be doubled. Seo Jun narrowed his eyes, suspecting Man Chul might be trying to wriggle out of paying properly, and immediately protested that Man Chul clearly had more than enough money. Before the argument could go any further, the magic saint spoke up from nearby, saying he would cover the payment himself, but in exchange, he had another request. The magic saint then turned to Man Chul and asked for permission to personally mentor Suyeon. Man Chul froze on the spot, so stunned by the sudden request that for a moment he could barely get a proper answer out. He blurted out that the magic saint must have gone senile or completely insane, but the old man calmly insisted that he was neither. Still unable to accept it, Man Chul demanded to know why the magic saint was suddenly making such an offer when he had just claimed he had countless important things left to do. The magic saint answered that he wanted to pass down everything he knew. He admitted he likely would not live beyond the year, and if Suyeon agreed, he wished to spend what time remained teaching her as repayment for the life they had helped save. He made it clear, however, that if Suyeon had no desire to become a magician, he would not force that path on her. Then he added that the offer was not limited to her alone. Since Man Chul had also saved his life, the magic saint was willing to mentor him as well. Manchol rejected the mentorship without a second thought and bluntly asked for money instead. The magic saint burst into laughter at the shameless answer and told Manchul to name whatever price he believed was worthy of a life. But before Manchul could even begin negotiating, a violent crash suddenly tore through the room, cutting the conversation off in an instant. The sudden impact shook everyone where they stood, leaving the room reeling as the unexpected intruder made their presence known. The instant Seo Jun realized Manchul had contacted Seo Yun, his face went pale. That meant her terrifying grandfather, the Sword Saint himself, was on the way, and there was no chance that furious old monster would simply let him walk away. Right on cue, the Sword Saint stormed into the hospital room with rage blazing in his eyes, glaring straight at Seo Jun as he called him a reckless punk and warned him to start running if he wanted to survive.
Seo Jun immediately panicked, raising his voice as he tried to explain himself, but his eyes were already darting around the room for any possible escape route, while the Sword Saint made it clear he had no intention of letting him go.
Seo Yun froze where she stood, her whole body stiffening as her grandfather's overwhelming presence filled the room and crushed the atmosphere in an instant. But then the magic saint calmly greeted the Sword Saint as if they were old friends meeting after a long absence, and that casual tone was enough to catch even the Sword Saint off guard. The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes and demanded to know why the magic saint had suddenly appeared here after all these years, especially in a hospital room of all places. The magic saint looked at him with a faint trace of nostalgia, speaking as though he had been pulled back to their younger days, then gently asked how the Sword Saint had been living all this time. The Sword Saint answered curtly that nothing about him had changed, but his gaze soon shifted to the hospital bed as he questioned why the magic saint was lying there like a patient. The magic saint joked that he had very nearly died, then asked about Seo Yun as though the situation were perfectly ordinary. Seo Yun quickly explained that she had rushed over first because she needed to stop her grandfather before he went too far. The Sword Saint frowned, accusing the magic saint of pretending to be ill because he was still talking such nonsense, but the magic saint only smiled faintly and insisted that he truly had come close to death. Then the magic saint turned the attention towards Seo Jun, openly saying that the young man was the reason he had survived. The Sword Saint's anger immediately snapped back onto Seo Jun, his expression darkening as he repeated the insult with enough killing intent to make the room feel colder. Seo Jun threw both hands up in surrender, desperately insisting that he had not had any other choice, while the Sword Saint loomed over him like a storm about to break. The Sword Saint berated Seo Jun for taking advantage of Seo Yun's kindness, furious that he would sell off something that had been entrusted to him, while the magic saint quietly stepped in and asked him to show a little mercy. The Sword Saint brushed aside the magic saint's plea as if it had nothing to do with the matter, but the magic saint calmly argued that Seo Jun had acted under pressure and had never meant to cause real harm. The Sword Saint stared at him in disbelief, clearly shocked that the magic saint could speak so gently now, and the old mage answered that time had a way of teaching people even as it stripped things away from them. Even after hearing that, the Sword Saint refused to soften completely, insisting that Seo Jun had crossed a line and demanding to know what he had done to deserve such a betrayal. Then the true offense came out. Seo Jun had sold the Azure Dragon's sword, and the moment those words landed, everyone in the room went still. Manchol blurted out that Seo Jun's unbelievable spear must have been bought with the money from that sword, and the careless comment only poured fuel onto the Sword Saint's fury. The Sword Saint instantly denied ever buying Seo Jun any spear, and Seo Jun felt his stomach drop as he realized the situation had just become far worse than before. A terrifying wave of killing intent burst from the Sword Saint, and Seo Jun hurriedly shouted that he had not actually sold the sword, only left it behind as collateral. Seo Jun begged for a little time to retrieve it, insisting that the collateral amount was small, and that he could still explain everything to the association president. The Sword Saint refused to forgive him so easily, while the Magic Saint urgently pleaded from the side, asking that Seo Jun at least not be killed over this. At last, the Sword Saint relented by the smallest possible margin, promising he would not kill Seo Jun outright, but declaring that he could only leave after taking exactly one hit. The terms were brutal: block it, dodge it, or die. And the instant Seo Jun heard those words, he understood that this so-called single hit was meant to finish him. Seo Jun desperately offered once more to go recover the sword right away, but the Sword Saint was already closing the distance, his anger leaving no room for negotiation. The Sword Saint confirmed that he intended to settle everything with one strike, then drew his fist back with a calmness that made the attack feel even more terrifying. Seo Jun clenched himself for impact, forcing his battered body to stand firm as that lethal blow came crashing toward him. The Sword Saint's punch detonated with overwhelming force, exploding forward like a cannon blast inside the hospital room. The impact tore through the room in a violent shockwave, rattling everything nearby as if the air itself had been smashed apart. But then the Sword Saint stared in stunned silence, unable to believe that his attack had not ended things immediately. Seo-jun was still on his feet, trembling but upright, after taking the full hit head-on. For a moment, no one said a word, and the impossible result sank into the room like a heavy weight. Then Seo-jun's body finally gave out, and he collapsed to the floor in agony, screaming as the pain caught up with him all at once. The Sword Saint looked genuinely shocked that Seo-jun had endured the blow directly, while Seo-jun trembled on the floor, barely able to hold himself together. The others quickly realized something even stranger. Seo-jun's arm was still intact, even though a hit like that should have shattered it completely. When the Sword Saint stepped toward him again, Seo-jun immediately protested, shouting that the deal had been one hit and that there were no takebacks. Then, before anyone could stop him, Seo-jun bolted for the exit, throwing out a quick wish for the old friends to enjoy their reunion as he fled for his life. Seo-yun called after him and tried to follow, but Seo-jun was already gone, disappearing from the room before she could catch up. The Sword Saint clicked his tongue in irritation, while the Magic Saint calmly pointed out that he had still held back just enough to avoid killing Seo-jun. The Sword Saint admitted that actually killing the boy would have caused too many problems, and the Magic Saint replied that even he had been surprised by how the exchange turned out. The Magic Saint then suggested that the Sword Saint might not hate Seo-jun as much as he claimed, but the Sword Saint immediately denied it with a sharp glare. The Magic Saint continued needling him, hinting that the real issue was not the sword at all, but the fact that Seo-yun seemed to care about Seo-jun so much, and that remark made the Sword Saint visibly bristle, refusing to entertain the teasing any longer. The Sword Saint cut off the small talk and dragged a chair over, ready to get real answers. He sat down heavily across from the Magic Saint, his expression turning serious as the playful edge vanished from the room. The Sword Saint demanded a full explanation, wanting to know exactly what had happened inside that dungeon. The Magic Saint met his gaze in silence for a moment, gathering his thoughts as he prepared to recount everything that had taken place. Even then, he admitted that the whole situation was difficult to believe, no matter how many times he turned it over in his mind. He explained that after they discovered traces of the Apostle of Temperance inside the Warp 10-star dungeon, the situation had escalated far beyond anything they expected. While they were searching for signs of the Order of Truth, a mutant suddenly appeared, forcing them into a crisis that left no room for hesitation. The Sword Saint fell silent as the meaning behind the Magic Saint's story settled in. The mutant that should have thrown everything into ruin had been handled by Seo-jun. The Magic Saint told him he should have seen it with his own eyes, because Seo-jun's abilities had not simply improved. In just a few days, they had leapt to a level that seemed almost impossible to explain. Then the Magic Saint looked straight at the Sword Saint and pointed out the real problem. Even after hearing all of this, the Sword Saint still refused to admit Seo-jun had value. The Sword Saint did not deny it. He admitted that no matter what Seo-jun achieved, he still could not acknowledge him, because his distrust of modern pro-hunters ran too deep. In that moment, both old heroes quietly agreed on one bitter truth. The S-class hunters of today might carry impressive titles, but compared to what a true hero used to mean, many of them felt painfully empty. After the world changed and entered its reformed era, pro-hunting slowly lost the weight it once had. To many people, it was no longer a calling or a duty, but simply a high-paying job wrapped in fame and status. Everyone had welcomed the Age of Peace with open arms, but beneath that calm surface, dangerous cracks had already begun to spread. The Sword Saint repeated the warning in a colder voice, reminding them that the world was nowhere near as safe as ordinary people believed. Man Chol's expression darkened as the fear behind those words became clear. If the old heroes disappeared and the true threat finally awakened, there might be no one left strong enough to fight back. The Magic Saint quietly admitted that this possibility might be exactly what the Order of Truth had been waiting for all along. Then he turned the conversation toward the most important point. Someone everyone had dismissed as insignificant had just accomplished something impossible. The Magic Saint declared that their era was already beginning to pass. Outside the room, Seo-jun stood catching his breath, still shaken from everything, as footsteps and voices began drawing closer. Seo-yun finally reached Seo-jun and grabbed him at once, her face full of anger, worry, and relief, all tangled together after seeing him alive. From a short distance away, someone watched their reunion unfold, and the sharp tension that had filled the air slowly began to loosen. Manchul quietly thought that the era they were talking about might have already changed without any of them fully realizing it. The Sword Saint immediately turned toward Man Chol and demanded to know what he meant by saying something like that. Man Chol only gave a faint knowing smile, as if he had already accepted the answer in his heart. He told the Sword Saint that a great deal of time had truly passed, more than any of them could deny. Su-Yun clung tightly to her father, and Man Chul wrapped his arms around her in return, holding her close as he tried to steady her shaking sobs. At last, Su-Yun cried openly, letting out all the fear and worry she had been holding back since the moment everything went wrong. Man Chol looked down at her with tired eyes, deeply moved and completely worn out by everything they had barely survived. While still hugging Su-Yun, Man Chul called Seo-jun's name, and that quiet voice made the young man turn his attention toward him. With no teasing or bargaining in his tone this time, Man Chul sincerely thanked Seo-jun for saving his life. Seo-jun tried to brush it off like it was nothing important, awkwardly downplaying what he had done as if he had not just changed all their fates. After that, time moved on. One by one, the three of them were discharged from the hospital, and the world around them slowly began returning to its usual rhythm. Everyone started drifting back toward the paths they had been walking before, and even the Magic Saint returned to the work waiting for him. But even if life looked normal on the surface, some things had clearly changed. Seo-jun stood alone for a moment, feeling that shift more deeply than anyone. Su-Yun made up her mind with firm resolve, declaring that she would do it and step onto the new path now opening in front of her. The first major change came through that decision. The Magic Saint officially accepted Su-Yun as his disciple. The next change was even more shocking. For saving the Magic Saint's life, Seo-jun received the promised reward, a staggering 10 billion won. The Magic Saint explained that he would have returned the money to society anyway, then urged Seo-jun to use it wherever it was truly needed. Seo-jun immediately spent 500 million won to reclaim the Azure Dragon Sword and return it to the Sword Saint, nearly dying in the process once again, but keeping his promise in the end. Back in the present, Seo-jun checked his status and saw something unbelievable. His progress in Heracles' lecture had jumped by 47.3%. After all that chaos, Seo-jun had somehow gained Gungnir and still had 9.5 billion won left. On top of that, the items he obtained had caused his course progress to rise dramatically. When Seo-jun finally returned, a friend greeted him with bright enthusiasm, clearly happy to see him back after everything that had happened. His friend complained that Seo-jun had never even come to visit, but Seo-jun quickly defended himself, saying he had been worried too and had only stayed away because he was told everything was fine. The friend grinned and praised Seo-jun for being an amazing friend, leaving Seo-jun a little embarrassed as he tried to wave off the compliment, just as Seo-yun arrived. Seo-yun looked between them and asked if everything was all right, and Seo-jun answered calmly that there were no problems. Then the friend turned to Seo-yun and asked for help finding a specific item, handing over the details so she would know exactly what to look for. Seo-yun glanced through the information and said she could get it right away, impressing him instantly while Seo-jun rested nearby. Even after so many changes, Dream Academy remained the same steady place it had always been, and Seo-jun found himself wondering how far he had counted during his training. Somewhere along the way, without him fully noticing it, the academy had begun to feel less like a temporary stop and more like home. During Heracles' lecture, the instructor returned to the subject of God power, noting that only a rare few students ever truly grasped its meaning, and one of those students had just experienced a sudden surge in progress. Heracles explained that the lecture itself had always been designed to teach God power, so Seo-jun's dramatic increase was not something that should be treated as strange. To put it simply, Seo-jun had finally understood what he needed to take from the lesson, and Seo-jun quietly accepted that explanation without arguing. But then Heracles' tone changed abruptly, his expression sharpening as if the real scolding was only just beginning. He berated Seo-jun for even thinking he could stop listening to the lectures now, calling that kind of attitude completely absurd. Heracles explained that God power required more than understanding. It demanded a body strong enough to support it, which meant Seo-jun had no choice but to train his muscles until he could withstand that force. He emphasized that all the talk about muscle had a real purpose, building a body capable of handling God power. Then Heracles flexed with absolute confidence, as if his own body proved the point better than any explanation could. Heracles declared that the real lecture would begin from this point forward, and Seo-jun understood the lesson at last. He could use God power now, but his body still could not keep up, which meant the answer was painfully simple: more muscle training. Now that Seo-jun finally had both time and money, he seriously considered applying for another lecture. his thoughts drifting once again toward the course tied to the heaven's equal great sage. For a moment, he wondered if buying an elixir might be the faster answer, something simple and direct that could push his power forward without waiting. But he quickly rejected the idea of forcing Gungnir out through sheer mana. If he handled that much power recklessly, Seo-jun knew he would not be a hunter anymore. He would become a walking disaster. The Transcendent shop was overflowing with mana-boosting elixirs, supplements, and tempting shortcuts. So Seo-jun naturally wondered if he could use them to cover the weakness he still had in mana. Still, he paused before making a careless decision, weighing the easy shortcut against the part of himself that actually needed to grow. In the end, Seo-jun decided that proper study would be better than blindly swallowing expensive items. So he turned to his phone and looked for guidance instead. He realized that with his current level of understanding, he could no longer fully absorb the energy from elixirs. Merlin's lecture had never been about simply piling up mana. It had been about truly comprehending how that power worked. Since he had to learn properly anyway, and since he finally had money saved up, Seo-jun messaged Mentor and asked for recommendations on mana cultivation lectures. Once the message was sent, Seo-jun settled on a more systematic path, choosing steady learning over another reckless gamble. He expected Mentor to take a while to respond, so Seo-jun relaxed for a moment, only for an immediate notification to interrupt him almost right away. Mentor answered without delay, explaining that Seo-jun had two main options: safer key cultivation or more efficient mana cultivation. Then Mentor recommended specific lecturers and suggested watching sample lessons first before making a choice. Seo-jun noted the trade-off immediately. One path was safer, the other faster. So before deciding, he checked the registration costs. Nearby, Seo-jun sensed exactly what Seo-jun was doing and prepared to question him again, especially since money somehow kept becoming the center of every problem around him. She bluntly asked if he was searching for upcoming contests because he needed more funds again, and Seo-jun had no choice but to admit that she was right. Seo-jun addressed him in a formal, pointed tone, making it painfully clear that she was not amused by his endless financial emergencies. Then Seo-jun finally exploded, demanding to know where all his money kept disappearing to, and mocking him as if his cash either evaporated into thin air or went toward feeding some mysterious pet. But when Seo-jun showed her the lecture listings, even he froze at the registration fees. Each one cost an outrageous 10 billion won. Seo-jun admitted that he was only 500 million won short, and both of them were left stunned by how painfully close the goal was while still being completely out of reach. Seo-jun then mentioned that a contest would be held soon, and Seo-jun's eyes immediately sharpened as he asked the only thing that mattered to him: how much the prize money was. The moment Seo-jun heard that the winner would receive 3 billion won, his mind locked onto it as the perfect solution to his problem. Seo-jun warned him that it was not that simple, and Seo-jun braced himself, waiting for the bad news that always seemed to follow. She explained that the contest did not allow solo entries. Anyone who wanted to participate had to enter as a team. And the rule was even stricter than Seo-jun expected. Every team needed at least 3 members from the same academy. Seo-jun immediately understood the problem, while Lee Min-il continued training nearby, completely unaware of the logistical headache forming around Dream Academy. At the moment, Dream Academy only had Seo-jun and Lee Min-il available, so no matter how capable Lee Min-il was, they still could not meet the minimum requirement to enter. Seo-jun awkwardly suggested that they could recruit someone new into Dream Academy, then almost immediately apologized because even he realized how desperate that sounded. On top of that, he could not help worrying about trust. After everything they had gone through, Seo-jun knew that bringing in the wrong person could create even bigger problems. What they needed was not just another body to fill the roster. They needed someone dependable enough to stand beside them in the contest. Seo-jun lowered his expectations, thinking that even finding one suitable person would be enough if they could just meet the team requirement. Just then, a bright, cheerful voice cut through his gloomy thoughts, volunteering on the spot, as if the answer had been standing nearby all along. Seo-jun turned in surprise as the eager volunteer stepped forward with a confident smile, completely derailing his anxious search for a teammate. When Seo-hyun's name came up, Seo-jun blinked in confusion, caught off guard by the sudden suggestion. Seo-jun quickly connected the dots and asked if the idea was to recruit Seo-hyun into Dream Academy so they could enter the contest together. Once that possibility was confirmed, Seo-jun immediately prepared to head out, but Seo-hyun warned him that Seo-hyun was already the Magic Saint's disciple. Seo-jun questioned whether Seo-hyun really needed to join an academy just for a contest, while Lee Min-il, still unfamiliar with the situation, wondered who Seo-hyun even was. Seo Jun argued that it did not have to be only for the contest, hinting that bringing Seol Hyun into Dream Academy could have meaning beyond prize money. With that thought in mind, Seo Jun went directly to the Magic Saint's residence to speak with him about Seol Hyun. Inside the residence, the staff politely asked Seo Jun to wait, explaining that the Magic Saint would be there shortly. Seo Jun was quietly impressed. One phone call had been enough to arrange a meeting with someone as important as the Magic Saint. Before long, the Magic Saint appeared with an amused, relaxed air, and Seo Jun could not help noticing just how comfortable and luxurious the place felt. The Magic Saint asked why Seo Jun had come to see him again so soon, and as Seo Jun looked closer, he noticed the old mage was carrying a cane. Seo Jun greeted him respectfully, wondering if the cane meant the Magic Saint's condition was still poor, but the old man welcomed him warmly, as if nothing were wrong. The Magic Saint wasted no time and immediately asked about Seol Hyun's condition. Seo Jun reported that Seol Hyun had been restless ever since trying to demonstrate elemental magic, and that alone shocked him, because she had only become the Magic Saint's disciple 2 days ago. The Magic Saint explained that beginners usually needed weeks just to develop mana proficiency and begin cultivation properly, yet Seol Hyun had learned mana proficiency in less than a single day, stunning even him. He emphasized just how extraordinary that speed was, calling Seol Hyun a hidden gem whose talent had been buried out of sight. The Magic Saint looked genuinely delighted as he said that devoting himself to Seol Hyun's growth had become unexpectedly enjoyable, leaving Seo Jun quietly amazed by his enthusiasm. When the Magic Saint finally asked what Seo Jun wanted, Seo Jun suddenly found himself tongue-tied, the old man's presence making the request harder to say than expected. The Magic Saint saw through the hesitation at once and told Seo Jun to stop circling around the issue and state his request plainly. Then the Magic Saint revealed something unexpected. He had learned that Seo Jun was the Dark Saint's disciple, and because the Dark Saint was wary of the Order of Truth, he had asked the Magic Saint to pass along a warning. Seo Jun argued that if the Order of Truth had already begun watching him, then Seo Yun could easily become a target as well, simply because she stood too close to him. He went on to say that even if Seol Hyun was only a student right now, the Order of Truth might eventually turn its eyes toward the Magic Saint too, especially once they realized how closely connected everyone had become. Seo Yun insisted that his presence could become an unpredictable factor in their plans. As long as he was involved, the Order of Truth would not be able to move freely against Seo Yun, Seol Hyun, or the Magic Saint without taking him into account. The Magic Saint understood what Seo Jun was truly asking. Seo Jun wanted Seol Hyun to enroll in the same academy and live under its protection, but the old mage warned that doing so would inevitably reduce the time he could personally spend training her. He urged Seo Jun to think carefully from every angle, not only about the contest or convenience, but about what would truly keep both Seo Yun and Seol Hyun safe in the long run. Seo Jun explained that Seol Hyun was practically family to him, and that even without the threat of the Order of Truth, he would still have made this proposal if it meant protecting her future. The Magic Saint fell into thought, knowing that even the Dark Saint was moving cautiously because of the Order of Truth, and though time was pressing, he refused to make such an important decision carelessly. Seo Jun understood how serious the matter was, so he held back and waited quietly for the Magic Saint's answer. In the end, the Magic Saint agreed, choosing Seol Hyun's long-term growth and safety over his own desire to keep his new disciple close. He admitted that he could not keep Seol Hyun sheltered beside him forever. If she was going to grow properly, she needed to see more of the world and gain broader experience. With the Magic Saint's approval secured, Seo Jun met Seol Hyun again and greeted her, already thinking about how the upcoming contest could become part of her growth and his own training plan. Seo Yun looked relieved when Seol Hyun arrived, while Lee Min-il stepped forward with clear excitement, eager to introduce himself to the Magic Saint's disciple. Lee Min-il straightened his posture and formally gave his name, carefully acknowledging Seol Hyun's status as he tried to make the best first impression possible. He nearly blurted out that he was the Dark Saint's disciple as well, but before the secret could fully leave his mouth, Seo Jun clamped a hand over him and shut him up. Seo Jun immediately scolded Lee Min-il for casually revealing such a sensitive secret to anyone other than him, while Seol Hyun watched the strange exchange with complete bafflement. Then, almost in the same breath, Seo Jun introduced Lee Min-il as the Dark Saint's disciple anyway, leaving Lee Min-il furious at the blatant double standard. Lee Min-il protested the hypocrisy, but Seo Jun brushed him off without hesitation, telling him to complain to his own mentor if he had a problem with it. Seo Jun then introduced Seol Hyun properly by name, and by her status as the Magic Saint's disciple, before shifting immediately into a warning. He told Lee Min-il not to get any strange ideas because Seol-hyun was still a high schooler, but Seol-hyun snapped back at once, saying she was graduating soon and hated being treated like a child. With the introductions finally out of the way, Seo-jun cut through the awkward mood and signaled that everyone now understood what they were gathered for. He turned to Lee Min-il first, calling on him to confirm his role in what they were about to do next. Then Seo-jun called on Seol-hyun as well, pulling all three of them into the same direction before the plan began in earnest. Seo-jun stated it plainly. The three of them would enter the team contest together as one unit. Lee Min-il cheered at the idea of fighting as a team, while Seol-hyun worried over whether she could really perform well enough. Seo-jun reassured her that they still had time to prepare before the contest began. Lee Min-il confidently boasted that he was strong, but that Seo-jun was on a completely different level, and hearing that helped steady Seol-hyun's nerves about their chances. Seo-jun let out a slow breath, caught somewhere between amusement and exhaustion as Lee Min-il's confidence started running ahead of everything else. Seo-yun then reminded them that if they were going to enter officially, they needed a proper team name. And the sudden requirement caught Seo-jun completely unprepared. Seol-hyun and Lee Min-il both started thinking it over, glancing around as they waited for someone to come up with a name that actually fit them. Before long, every pair of eyes shifted towards Seo-jun, and he realized with a sinking feeling that they expected him to decide. They insisted that Seo-jun should choose because he was the leader, which only made him pause and wonder when exactly that role had been forced onto him. Seo-yun explained that since Seo-jun had practically created the team himself, it only made sense for him to be the leader, and Seo-jun could do nothing but accept it. Seo-jun admitted that he had been so focused on getting into the contest that he had never once thought about naming the team, leaving him with no choice but to improvise. Searching for inspiration, Seo-jun lifted his gaze toward the Dream Hunter Academy building standing nearby. The academy's name hung clearly above him, almost pushing the answer into his mind with how obvious it suddenly seemed. Seo-jun finally proposed the name Dream Team, and the others immediately reacted with interest as the simple phrase settled into the air. Seol-hyun and Lee Min-il approved right away, liking both the sound of it and the meaning behind it. Seo-yun then gave it a more formal shape, calling them Dream Academy's Dream Team and making the name feel official. Seo-jun agreed, satisfied that the name was simple, fitting, and easy enough for everyone to remember. Together, they confirmed the name Dream Team, and in that moment, their little group began to feel like a real team. Seo-jun declared that their only goal was victory, then pushed everyone to train as hard as they could until the day of the contest arrived. Their efforts did not stay quiet for long. Soon, the Dream Team began drawing attention not just inside Korea, but beyond it as well. Their name spread quickly, becoming a topic people could not stop discussing. And that was the moment the Dream Team was truly born in the public eye. Back at the academy, Seo-yun could only stare in speechless disbelief at how fast everything had grown beyond her expectations. Seo-jun, now known as a student of Transcension Academy, steeled himself for the attention and pressure that would come with the competition. Seol-hyun, recognized as the Magic Saint's disciple, also became one of the major figures drawing people's eyes. Lee Min-il, the disciple of the Dark Saint, threw himself into training with aggressive intensity, showing exactly why his power made him both dangerous and valuable. Seo-yun watched the chaotic training unfold around her and could not help wondering whether this place was still an academy or had somehow turned into a playground for monsters. Contests like this existed for a reason. They were one of the ways powerful groups discovered exceptional students early and claimed promising talent before anyone else could. Although some pro-hunters preferred to operate alone, most belonged to guilds and fought as part of organized teams. That was why this contest did not measure individual strength alone. It was designed to judge how well powerful students could work together when victory depended on teamwork. It also tests something far beyond raw combat power: how well a team can stay coordinated when the pressure rises, and how much potential those cadets might have if they continue growing together. Because of that, major organizations begin scouting promising students early, and that hidden recruiting purpose is quietly built right into the structure of the raid battle itself. Before long, large guilds started pushing their influence under the polished excuse of sponsorship. And once broadcasters and outside groups joined in, the event evolved into the massive modern competition it is now. Only cadets from League 1 and League 2 Hunter Academies are permitted to step onto that stage, which makes every participant feel the weight of the event before the first battle even begins. The raid battle becomes the one place where money, attention, and ambition all gather at once, turning the competition into a glittering proving ground watched by countless powerful eyes. It is presented as a contest reserved for true elites, so the expectations surrounding every team rise almost impossibly high. At the venue, the participants suddenly notice something they were not expecting, and several heads turn at once toward a newly arriving group. The spectators quickly recognize Jung Se-woo of Joan Academy, and their surprise deepens when they realize names like Park Yoon-yeom and Do Min-jun are walking beside him. Jeon Academy's class team arrives with a heavy, intimidating presence, and among them are 3 cadets ranked within Jeon's own top 5. The onlookers immediately begin whispering that if Jeon Academy has sent such a serious lineup, then Hunter Mills and ALE must have brought their strongest teams as well. Some of them even wonder whether the legendary talent Lee Hae-eun from Hunter Mills will appear, expecting the most famous young powerhouses to reveal themselves one after another. Rumors spread that even disciples of the 5 heroes may be taking part, though a few people scoff at the claim and dismiss it as ridiculous exaggeration. Lee Min-il complains that if people like that really exist, there is no way they would bother accepting ordinary cadets as disciples, and he mutters that he still cannot understand why his own captain is treated like someone famous. Then round 1 begins, throwing the team straight into a raid battle against the 7-star monster Arachne, where the winner will be judged by one brutally simple standard: clear speed. The teams plunge into a blazing, spider-infested dungeon, surrounded by heat, webbing, and crawling shadows, each of them racing to subjugate Arachne as quickly as possible. Watching from the observer's side, B-class hunter Lee Do-hyun of the Eras Guild follows the battle closely. But the longer he watches, the more uneasy his expression becomes. Sudra Academy's team collapses after 37 minutes and 12 seconds, making it painfully clear just how merciless this opening round really is. Nature Academy's Sunshine team also fails after 51 minutes and 38 seconds, and with every elimination, the atmosphere around the venue grows heavier. The observers begin questioning why so many teams are falling one after another, and they soon reach the same grim conclusion. This dungeon is far more difficult than expected. They remember that Jung Jimin's mutant research has been applied to this artificial dungeon, and that single detail explains why the monsters inside are so much more dangerous than normal.
Lee Do-hyun realizes these results will definitely shock his master, so he turns his attention back to the list, wanting to confirm which teams are still managing to survive.
JN Academy clears first with a time of 30 minutes and 12 seconds, and Lee Do-hyun immediately begins wondering when Hunter Mills and ALE will finally finish their runs. Just then, another clear notification flashes across the display, and he instinctively starts guessing which powerhouse team has managed to break through next. But when the name on the display turns out to be Dream Academy, Lee Do-hyun freezes in shock and quickly checks the recorded time. Dream Academy's class team has cleared in 9 minutes and 34 seconds, leaving the nearby observers staring in disbelief, their stunned faces slowly turning suspicious.
Lee Do-hyun immediately insists that a 9-minute clear is impossible, his voice rising as he demands that the officials check whether the machine has made an error.
He points sharply toward the electronic display, arguing that the recorded mark must be wrong, and his reaction forces the officials to begin an immediate verification. When the officials announce that there has indeed been a measurement error, Lee Do-hyun's expression turns smug, as if he already expects Dream Academy's impossible result to be corrected downward. But then they explain that the meter malfunction actually delayed the measurement by 30 seconds, and that revelation only makes the situation even harder to understand. Lee Do-hyun realizes with a stiffened face that the recorded time was not too fast, it was actually late, and he waits for the corrected result to appear. The revised record is even more absurd than before. Dream Academy's Dream Team has cleared the raid in only 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Inside the dungeon, the 7-star Arachne lets out a violent roar, its monstrous presence making it clear just how dangerous the enemy truly was. Arachne is struck down with overwhelming force, and even its powerful defenses fail to withstand the decisive assault crashing into it. As the team continues moving through the cavern, Seo-jun remarks that if the real instructor Arachne ever heard this monster sharing her name, she would probably be horrified. For now, Seo-jun decides not to use his trump card, Gungnir, choosing to save it for a situation that is truly unpredictable and dangerous. A spider suddenly lunges toward him through the dungeon gloom, but Seo-jun steps in without the slightest hesitation and closes the distance in an instant. With one overwhelming strike, he blows straight through the enemy and the area around it, turning what should have been a dangerous fight into something completely one-sided. Seo-jun takes a moment to test the famous strength of Arachne's webbing, but even after confirming its toughness, he prepares to tear through it anyway. He swings out with a wide, sweeping attack, shredding the web apart and cutting through the spiders trapped within its threads at the same time. Seo-jun dismisses the web as nothing more than thread in front of the lance of Longinus, making the difference in power between them feel almost unfair. The remaining spiders recoil and scatter, their movements turning frantic as they sense the danger and try to shift into better positions. A sudden impact shakes the surrounding area, and the force of the clash sends the momentum of the fight violently in Dream Team's favor. Lee Min-il charges through the chaos, cutting down spiders one after another while Seo-jun's overwhelming pressure keeps the entire battlefield under control. Park Seo-yun joins the assault with her magic, adding another burst of power that helps wipe out several enemies at once. As Park Seo-yun watches the others move, she is stunned by how naturally and effortlessly her teammates are dominating the dungeon. She admits to herself that both of them are incredible, especially when most of the monsters fall before they can even put up a proper fight. Even so, Park Seo-yun refuses to simply stand back and watch, deciding that she has to contribute to the battle as well. Though she admits she has not learned many spells yet, Park Seo-yun steadies herself and begins casting with firm determination. Her focus sharpens, her timing locks into place, and she senses the exact moment when her magic should be released. A wave of blue energy erupts from Park Seo-yun, surging across the area as her spell floods the battlefield with a powerful, dazzling effect. Park Seo-yun's spell surges outward and swallows the spiders in a rush of blue light, crushing their advance and opening a clean path for the team to keep moving forward. With their clear time standing at just 9 minutes and 4 seconds, Seo-jun and Lee Min-il both glance back in surprised admiration, realizing just how much Park Seo-yun's magic helped secure that unbelievable result. After the round ends, Lee Min-il can barely contain himself as he praises Seo-jun's absurd movements, while Park Seo-yun trails behind them in silence, still trying to process how terrifyingly strong her new teammates really are. As the team starts bickering among themselves, Seo-jun quickly shuts down his noisy teammate, while the others tease that Lee Min-il seems to keep changing and growing every time they see him fight. When someone asks what happened to the pile of weapons Lee Min-il used to carry, the archer answers as casually as ever, saying he simply threw most of them away. The others immediately stare at him in disbelief. But Lee Min-il explains that his master hated seeing him depend on too many weapons instead of refining what truly suited him. So in the end, Lee Min-il kept only the essentials, his twin daggers, along with his bow and arrows, arranged in a setup he could actually trust in battle. When asked why he did not use his arrows earlier, Lee Min-il explains that he stayed close because Park Seo-yun needed protection, and fighting from a distance would have left her exposed. Park Seo-yun awkwardly calls out to Seo-jun, her voice hesitant enough to make him turn and look at her. She quietly points out that everyone is staring, and sure enough, the surrounding crowd is already murmuring in disbelief over Dream Team's absurdly fast, clear time. The onlookers begin recognizing Kim Seo-jun, and once they notice Lee Min-il standing beside him, the buzz spreads even faster through the hall. Then Seo-jun suddenly feels it, a sharp, hostile stare locking onto him from somewhere nearby. He turns his head and sees a team in red uniforms approaching, their steps steady and their presence carrying an obvious sense of intent. At the front, a stern girl in red fixes him with a silent glare, making it feel as if Seo-jun has been singled out without a single word being spoken. But just as quickly, she looks away and passes by without saying anything, leaving only a thin, uncomfortable tension in the air behind her.
Seo-jun realizes they have just been identified as Jung Se-woo's group, while Lee Min-il, completely missing the awkward weight of the moment, seems thrilled by all the attention.
Lee Min-il loudly announces Seo-jun to everyone around them, and both Seo-jun and Park Seo-yun visibly cringe at the sudden embarrassment. Nearby, someone comments smugly on all the noise, assuming the crowd must simply be shocked by the ridiculous performance they just witnessed. A memory of Hunter Mills Academy's elite team comes to mind, highlighting their own impressive clear record as the standard everyone expected the top competitors to chase. Back in the hall, the other competitors are forced to admit that Kim Seo-jun and Jung Se-woo are both living up to the reputations surrounding their names. Another Academy's team manages to clear the round as well, pushing through with effort. But strangely, almost no one pays them any real attention. Round 2 begins, and once the results appear, Dream Team's clear time stands out immediately, overwhelming every other record and placing them firmly in first. Round 3 follows soon after, but the outcome barely changes. Dream Team clears again with shocking speed, taking first place almost as if the round ended the moment it began. Then round 4 begins, sending them into the Dryad Forest Endurance test, where the atmosphere instantly shifts into something far more dangerous and oppressive. Dream Team fights against swarming Dryad-like threats as the forest closes in around them, each member trying to endure the relentless wave of attacks. Lee Min-il suddenly panics when he realizes he has no arrows left, forcing Seo-jun to quickly reassess the situation in the middle of the chaos. One teammate volunteers to hold the line so Seo-jun can push ahead and finish the enemies, and Lee Min-il immediately agrees to follow the order. The forest lashes out violently, branches and shadows whipping through the air as the Dryad's attacks grow even more relentless. Seo-jun raises his spear toward the looming darkness ahead, where countless eyes seem to gather and close in from every direction. A massive strike tears through the area, and the monsters scream as Seo-jun's counterattack crashes into them with brutal force. He swings his spear in a wide, decisive arc, cutting through the charging mass, even as their shrieks echo across the forest. The cries continue all around him, but Seo-jun keeps pressing forward, forcing space open with another sweeping blow. He notices that the monsters keep respawning, though their numbers are gradually decreasing, and then his attention catches on a strange presence nearby. A bright, orb-like object appears in the air, floating above the battlefield and immediately drawing Seo-jun's focus. Seo-jun cannot make out its shape clearly, but Chiron's sense picks up something foreign there, along with an enormous concentration of mana. He begins to suspect that the glowing object may be the dungeon's core, or perhaps some kind of medium responsible for regenerating the monsters. A monster lunges toward him, but Seo-jun calmly slashes it aside without taking his eyes off the strange phenomenon above. He tightens his grip around the spear, steadying his stance as he prepares to test what that object really is. Choosing to experiment, Seo-jun channels his power into the weapon and launches a focused strike straight upward. A pillar of energy forms around the attack, shooting toward the floating orb like a spear of light cutting through the forest canopy. The tip of the spear closes in on the glowing sphere in the sky, narrowing the distance in a single sharp line. Then the weapon slips through an unseen boundary, as if passing into something hidden from view, confirming that an intangible layer is really there. The impact detonates a moment later, shattering the barrier-like construct and sending violent shockwaves rolling through the forest. Seo-jun stares in surprise, realizing that Gungnir had passed through empty air as though it had pierced an invisible wall. For a brief moment, doubt flickers through his mind, and he wonders if he somehow imagined the target in the first place. But Chiron's sense insists that what he felt was real, pushing Seo-jun to trust the detection instead of dismissing it. Seo-jun steadies himself amid the aftermath and notices that the entire environment around him has suddenly changed. As he thinks it over, he admits that he still does not fully understand the powers of Longinus, especially when comparing them to Gungnir. Still, Seo-jun reasons that Longinus should be on a level comparable to Gungnir, and that makes him decide to test its power as well. The forest surges once more, with the remaining threats still moving and the strange core-like phenomenon continuing to persist before him. Longinus shoots forward with tremendous force, carving through the air as it races toward the same hidden target Seo-jun had sensed before. Seo-jun follows through without hesitation, driving the attack straight into the position where the glowing sphere had been floating. He commits fully to the test, his eyes fixed on the invisible point ahead, determined to find out exactly what Longinus is capable of. Elsewhere in the forest, another team is barely holding its formation together, their strained faces and staggered movements showing just how brutal this endurance round is for everyone else. Their leader shouts for one member to stay in the center, trying to keep the formation from collapsing while urging everyone to hold on a little longer. The team keeps encouraging each other through clenched teeth, still fighting to endure, completely unaware of what Dream Team has already triggered deeper inside the test. JN Academy's class team finally clears with a much longer time, and their members celebrate, convinced that a result like that should be enough to beat most of the other teams. They decide their run was practically flawless, even twice as strong as past records, and assume that Jin Dong-min must be satisfied with the outcome as well. Back in the hall, Dream Team returns. But Park Seo-yoon and Lee Min-il are left staring in bafflement, still unable to understand how Seo-jun pulled it off. When the rival teams see Dream Team exit first, despite entering at the same time as everyone else, they assume the others must have won this round and begin suspecting their earlier feats were just luck. But then confusion bursts through the hall as someone notices that something about the posted record looks completely wrong. A leader in a red uniform narrows his eyes at the display, his expression sharpening as he senses that the result is not normal. A moment later, his face shifts from suspicion to outright shock as the meaning of that record finally sinks in. The entire stadium erupts into gasps, with the audience staring at the screen as if they cannot believe what has just appeared before them. Even an official is shaken, wondering how any cadet could possibly perceive the true nature of the dungeon core in the first place. On the display, Dream Academy's name stands out at the center of the impossible result, drawing every eye in the venue. The scoreboard declares Dream Team's round 4 clear as immeasurable, and the announcement instantly sparks outrage, disbelief, and stunned silence all at once. One staff member thinks back to the mock test, realizing that not even a full month has passed, and he cannot understand how they became this strong so quickly. A chill runs through him as he imagines the future, fearing that at this pace, Dream Team may shake the professional hunter world far sooner than anyone expected. Realizing the impact could become enormous, he makes up his mind then and there that his guild has to recruit them no matter what it takes. He urgently runs through the guild's available funds in his head, deciding this is far too important to worry over small details or minor expenses. Seo-jun listens quietly from where he stands, his expression unreadable as the noise around him continues to swell. At the center of that impossible outcome is Longinus, the mysterious weapon that made the unthinkable clear possible. Seo-jun grips Longinus in his hand and stares at it with mild disbelief, as if even he did not expect the weapon to work quite that well. He explains that he had suspected Longinus might be able to ignore mana barriers, especially after remembering a similar effect from a previous fight. Since Gungnir also possesses strange properties of its own, Seo-jun had first assumed the difference might simply come from each weapon's unique nature. He admits that part of him thought the effect might not belong only to Longinus, but the result of this test made the answer painfully clear. The moment Longinus struck the orb returns to his mind, standing out as the exact point where the entire situation changed. His earlier decision to test it echoes through the memory, revealing that the impossible record came from a calculated gamble, not blind luck. The spear's path flashes again, its arc slicing cleanly through the air before landing the decisive blow that destroyed the hidden mechanism. Under the force of the strike, the orb's surface twists and distorts, proving beyond doubt that the target had truly existed. Back in the present, Seo-jun concludes that Gungnir could not affect that unseen structure, while Longinus was able to reach and damage it directly. He begins to form a theory. Longinus may not simply harm a target's body, but strike at the target's very existence itself. Seo-jun knows he will need more tests to be certain, while his teammates remain confused, unable to explain why the dryads disappeared so suddenly. Before they can fully settle the matter, a rival steps forward and confronts Seo-jun bluntly, demanding to know what kind of tricks he used. Dream Team turns to face the accuser head-on, each of them caught off guard by how direct and hostile the challenge is. The red-uniformed leader calls Seo-jun by name, making the confrontation feel even sharper as everyone nearby turns to listen. Seo-jun calmly asks what he means by tricks, while even the rival's own teammates seem shocked that he would question Dream Team so openly. The rival pushes harder, his voice tightening as he accuses Seo-jun of trying to brush the situation aside with excuses. Lee Min-il immediately flares up and demands to know if they are accusing Seo-jun of cheating, but Seo-jun quickly holds him back before his anger boils over. The rival declares that there is no other explanation for what just happened, insisting that foul play is the only thing that makes sense. He admits that Kim Seo-jun is impressive, but argues that even Seo-jun's past mock test performance cannot justify an outcome like this. According to him, an immeasurable record in round 4 is absolutely impossible under normal rules, no matter how talented someone might be. He adds that maybe someone like Lee Haeun could make such a result seem believable, implying that Seo-jun should be nowhere near that level. With that final remark, the rival turns away, ending the exchange before the tension can reach a clear resolution. Lee Min-il shouts after him in frustration, furious that they would provoke Dream Team like that and then simply walk away. As the rival leaves, he admits inwardly that he was more upset than he expected, and that comparing Seo-jun to that girl was unfair from the start. Dream Team begins moving again, choosing to let the confrontation pass for the moment rather than waste more energy on it. Lee Min-il continues venting that the rival just says whatever he wants, while Seo-jun urges him to calm down since round 5 is about to begin. Park Seo-yun assumes their overall victory is already decided, since Dream Team has taken first place in every round so far. Deep down, Seo-jun feels that the tournament has been much easier than he first expected, but he quickly reins in that thought and reminds himself that he still has to keep improving. Just as Dream Team is about to move on, a staff member hurries over and calls out to them, stopping the group in their tracks. He asks if they need any help, but there is a strange hesitation in his voice, as if the real reason he came is still caught in his throat. Dream Team turns around to face him, their expressions cautious but attentive as they wait for him to explain himself. After a brief pause, the staff member finally reveals his purpose, and tells them he has come to present Dream Team with an offer. Seo-jun repeats the word offer under his breath, clearly surprised that such a sudden proposition would appear right before the final round. The staff member then says that if Dream Team accepts, they will receive the entire 6.5 billion won prize pool, and the unbelievable amount leaves all three of them stunned.
But before they can fully react, he adds that there is one condition, warning them that round 5 will feature a 9-star boss monster.
He explains that the summoned 9-star monster will not be equal to a real one, but even weakened, it is still far beyond what ordinary cadets should ever be expected to face. He clarifies that round 5 is not normally about defeating the boss outright, but about measuring how students fight against overwhelming monsters and adapt under extreme pressure. He says the score will be judged through a full overall evaluation, and Lee Min-il and Park Seo-yoon quietly nod along as they take in the rules. The staff member adds that defeating the boss would grant the highest possible score, but no team has ever managed it before, and Seo-jun immediately realizes what the condition is really aiming at. Then the organizer makes the request plain, asking Dream Team directly to defeat the boss monster in the final round. He states that if Dream Team fails to defeat the boss, they will have to give up all of the prize money they would have earned. When Seo-jun asks what happens if they refuse, the organizer says there will be no penalty, and Dream Team can simply continue under the normal rules for the usual prize. The organizer admits that this offer is not truly coming from the event officials, and Seo-jun quickly deduces that the 3 great academies must have used their influence behind the scenes. Thinking back to young Se-woo's reaction, Seo-jun reasons that the other academies probably suspect him of cheating as well. Seo-jun concludes that the 3 academies are trying to destroy Dream Team's momentum and recover their pride by tempting them into a challenge they are expected to fail. His teammates tell him they do not care which way he chooses, leaving the final decision entirely to Seo-jun as their captain. The organizer admits that the staff also hopes Dream Team will accept, since the event has been lacking tension and they are struggling to satisfy both sponsors and broadcasters. He awkwardly tries to justify the offer as a way to create excitement, but Seo-jun's steady stare makes his words falter halfway through. Seo-jun silently weighs the gamble in his mind. If they succeed, they gain 6.5 billion won, but if they fail, they lose the 3 billion they were already likely to win. Then Seo-jun suddenly asks if he can make a counteroffer, catching the organizer completely off guard. Seo-jun demands that the people behind the offer use their influence to raise the total prize money to 10 billion won. He states that only under those terms will Dream Team accept the challenge, and even his own teammates are left staring at him in shock. The organizer reels at the bold demand, but Seo-jun calmly argues that there is no reason for them to risk their lives unless the reward is worth it. Seo-jun reminds him that Dream Team can still take the safe 3 billion won without doing anything reckless at all. At the same time, Seo-jun thinks about his urgent need for 500 million won and realizes that the current split will not be enough for the expenses already piling up ahead of him. If the prize rises to 10 billion won, however, Seo-jun knows that the situation changes completely. With that much money, Seo-jun could buy both the lectures and the elixirs he needs, making the dangerous gamble suddenly feel worth taking. Seo-jun extends his hand toward the organizer, silently pressing him to answer whether the hidden backers will accept the new terms. Now speaking on behalf of the people pulling the strings behind the offer, the organizer asks whether Dream Team will truly accept the challenge. Watching from a distance, another staff member is stunned that Dream Team would dare turn the situation around and make such an aggressive counteroffer. The staff members observing the event realize Dream Team has seen through the organizer's scheme, yet still accepted the risky challenge, and that confidence leaves them deeply impressed. As rumors about Dream Team spread through the venue, one observer doubts they can actually pull it off, while another insists with surprising certainty that they can. A surprised staffer remarks that it is rare to hear someone speak with that much confidence, and the discussion shifts toward the next summoned threat, a revenant. They review the revenant's traits as a 9-star undead that must be killed twice, though one person dismisses that detail and says the double death is not the real issue. Even when others point out that a 9-star monster is anything but ordinary, the confident observer still maintains that Dream Team has a chance to handle it. In the stands, a student senses that something feels wrong, especially as the staffer's confidence wavers in the middle of his own thought. The staffer abruptly sharpens his focus, sensing a sudden change in the air, and his expression turns serious in an instant. With no clear answer yet, he decides that all anyone can do now is wait and see what unfolds inside the dungeon. Inside the 9-star dungeon, Dream Team tries to lighten the mood, joking that Seo-jun looks like he has been completely possessed by greed for money. They ask Park Seo-yoon if Seo-jun was always like this, and she admits he has always cared a lot about money, but never to such an extreme degree. Seo-jun rallies everyone for the final round, reminding them that 10 billion won is on the line, and the team cheers themselves up before the battle begins. But then a sinister red-black presence begins to gather above them, and the atmosphere instantly shifts from excited momentum to cold dread. Seo-jun and his teammates notice the ominous aura spreading overhead, and they hesitate for a moment, trying to understand exactly what they are sensing. The pressure from the shadowy entity grows heavier and more intense, warning them that something far worse than an ordinary boss monster is approaching. All three students tense at once as the oppressive force closes in around them, and the fear they tried to push down begins rising again. Then a grinning menace reveals itself through its eyes and twisted smile, and the moment they see it, a stunned realization strikes them. Back in the control area, a cup slips from someone's hand and drops, as the staff react in alarm to the sudden development unfolding on the monitors. The staff members shout in panic as the situation spirals far beyond anything they had prepared for, their voices overlapping across the control room. They realize the monster inside the dungeon is not a 9-star at all, but Draugr, a notoriously difficult 10-star enemy, and the thought of the students being wiped out sends fear through the room. Even worse, they recognize Draugr as a forbidden mind-type monster, and none of them can believe such a dangerous existence has appeared in the test. Convinced that a catastrophic error has occurred, the staff scramble into action, shouting for Lee Do-hyun as the urgency in the control room explodes. Lee Do-hyun bolts the moment he hears the call, moving at full speed as he rushes to respond before the disaster grows any worse. As he runs, Lee Do-hyun reasons that even a 10-star monster should not normally cause real deaths, since conjured monsters in the dungeon are not supposed to kill students outright. But then one terrifying exception flashes through his mind. Mind-type mental attacks can kill by damaging the brain directly. Unlike ordinary wounds, this kind of threat attacks the mind itself, and even if what the victim sees is only an illusion, the damage to the brain can still become real. That is why illusions from a mind-type monster are so lethal, because the full mental damage still strikes the target as if the nightmare were truly happening. Past fatal incidents involving mind-type monsters had only come from 5-star or 6-star enemies, but this time, the monster is the 10-star Draugr. Lee Do-hyun immediately concludes that the students cannot possibly withstand something like this, while someone nearby frantically insists that the disaster is not their fault. Inside the mental assault, Park Seo-yoon screams for it to stop and begs them not to kill her father, revealing how the illusion is twisting fear and grief against the team. Lee Do-hyun realizes with horror that if this continues, Dream Team may be driven by the illusion until they start killing one another. His fury erupts as he shouts that they will all die horribly unless the students are evacuated from the dungeon immediately. The staff report that they already tried sending help, but the dungeon cannot be accessed because of the overload. So Lee Do-hyun orders them to break the mana core or cut off the mana supply entirely. When someone hesitates because of the cost, Lee Do-hyun's anger flares even hotter at how absurdly misplaced their priorities are. He screams that money means nothing compared to the lives of children, demanding that they act immediately before it is too late. The operators shrink back and obey in fear, while Lee Do-hyun curses under his breath at the nightmare unfolding in front of them.
Lee Do-hyun demands to know what kind of research Young Jimin carried out to create a disaster this severe inside the artificial dungeon.
A heavy tension settles over the control room, and everyone braces themselves for the consequences of a mistake that may already be impossible to undo. Then Lee Do-hyun and the operators suddenly freeze, their expressions shifting into confusion as something unexpected changes on the monitors. Another staff member looks down in disbelief, sensing that the situation inside the dungeon has shifted in a way none of them anticipated. Elsewhere, Dream Team reacts with the same confusion, as though the crushing pressure around them has suddenly changed its rhythm. Draugr's glowing eyes stare blankly through the darkness, and for a brief moment, even the monster seems uncertain. Facing Seo-jun, Draugr releases a strange sound while Park Seo-yoon collapses nearby, overwhelmed by the force of the mental attack. Seo-jun clutches his head as pain tears through his mind, struggling to keep himself intact while Draugr watches him from the shadows. Even though the strain is obvious on his face, Seo-jun forces a shaky smile and insists that he is fine. Still dazed and confused, Seo-jun wonders why Draugr is even here in the first place, while the monster's oppressive presence continues to loom over him. Draugr's eyes widen slightly, as if startled that Seo-jun is still resisting instead of collapsing completely under the mental assault. Then the team's eyes begin to glow red under the monster's influence, showing that Draugr's mind attack is taking hold once again. Draugr's grin returns as Park Seo-yoon's panicked cries echo through the illusion, feeding the nightmare of betrayal, death, and murder. Lee Min-il tries to snap the others back to their senses, and Draugr reacts with eerie curiosity at the resistance before it. Seo-jun urges his teammates to come back to themselves, trying to anchor their minds in reality before the illusion can swallow them completely. A taunting voice rises inside Seo-jun's mind, praising his winning streak in a twisted tone, as if that success is the only reason he can stand so confidently. The voice digs deeper, asking how long that streak can possibly last and sneering that all of his victories mean nothing in the end.
The mental assault grows harsher, hammering him with accusations that he is worthless and threatening to tear apart his future, his pride, and even his sense of self.
Seo-jun grimaces as those intrusive thoughts crash down on him, pressing so hard against his mind that his composure nearly breaks. He tries once again to tell himself that he is fine, but the confusion in his eyes shows that the attack is still sinking its claws into him.
Draugr tilts its head, puzzled by the fact that Seo-jun has not fully collapsed, despite being caught in such a powerful mental attack.
Seo-jun keeps one hand pressed against his head and stares at Draugr through the pain, listening to the monster's strange growl as he fights to stay conscious. The progress rate of Siddhartha Gautama's lecture suddenly begins climbing rapidly, hinting that Seo-jun's mind is building a stronger defense under the pressure. Draugr's presence swells over the graveyard-like dungeon, its shadow spreading as it continues pressing the mind attack toward Dream Team. Seo-jun steadies himself through the pressure and makes a decisive move, choosing to counterattack instead of simply enduring the nightmare. He launches forward with his spear, committing himself to the attack so suddenly that even he seems surprised by the speed of his own response.
Draugr recoils as if struck by something it never expected, and for the first time, the monster's confidence appears shaken.
Seo-jun realizes that the taunting voice does not truly belong to Draugr at all, but to his own doubts being dragged out and weaponized against him. The attack tries to hollow him out from the inside, repeating that without luck, timing, and circumstance, he would be nothing at all.
Seo-jun understands that Draugr is not speaking directly into him, but amplifying the insecurities buried deep in his unconscious mind.
He recognizes those whispers as the seeds of doubt and anxiety he has carried all along, now sharpened by the monster's influence and used to erode his mind. Then a new guidance rises within him, urging Seo-jun not to bind himself with imagined futures, unseen fears, and worries that have not yet come to pass.
Kim Seo-jun steadied his breathing, his eyes narrowing with a sharper, calmer focus as he made the choice to stop feeding the spiral of fear clawing at his mind.
Around Seo-jun, a quiet, radiant presence seemed to settle into place, wrapping his shaken resolve in warmth, as if even coincidence could become the first thread of a real connection. That gentle guidance continued to echo through him, reminding Seo-jun that once coincidence becomes connection, connection can become destiny, and his life was never just a pile of random luck. Seo-jun began to see his road not as something handed to him by chance, but as a path he could carve forward with his own hands, and as that conviction took root, the progress of Buddha's lecture rose once again. But the mocking voice slithered back in, sneering at the very idea of coincidence, twisting the word as if it were nothing more than a cheap excuse for the emptiness inside him. The voice dug even deeper, insisting that without Transcension Academy, without its lessons and impossible opportunities, Kim Seo-jun would have remained nothing at all. The Draugr pressed the attack on his mind, its tone dripping with contempt as it laughed at words like peace and abundance, treating them as if they were childish fantasies. It tried to crush Seo-jun's confidence completely, accusing him of being helpless on his own and painting every achievement he had earned as nothing but borrowed power and fraud. Yet Buddha's lesson rose quietly beneath the noise, drawing a clear line between depression, anxiety, and peace, urging Seo-jun to stop drowning in what had passed or what might come and return to the present beneath his feet. The lesson warned him that when a person greedily colors life with too many fears, worries, and regrets, every shade eventually turns black, just like the corruption the Draugr was trying to spread through him. Seo-jun was gently urged to loosen his grip on the burdens piled inside his heart, to release the very pain and doubt the monster had been using as weapons against him. The voice guided him toward accepting the self that existed in that very moment, like sitting quietly on a green mountain while clear water flowed endlessly below. Seo-jun followed that peaceful image in his mind, hearing the stream run over stone and watching clouds drift through a wide sky until the panic inside him slowly began to drain away. He was reminded that he existed within the vastness of nature itself, not trapped inside one cruel story of failure, weakness, or regret. Then the Buddha-like presence seemed to ask him softly whether Kim Seo-jun, too, was not a child of the universe, someone who had every right to stand where he stood. That presence affirmed it with quiet certainty, Even if Seo Jun could not fully believe it yet, he deserved his place in this world, and that truth anchored his heart more firmly than before. As the progress rate surged again, Seo Jun launched himself toward the Draugr, his body cutting forward with force while his mind finally refused to bend under the monster's assault. The Draugr dragged out its words again, mocking peace of mind with one last sneer, trying to shake the calm Seo Jun had only just found. It taunted him that such beautiful ideals sounded pleasant enough, but then twisted the question back on him, asking whether someone like Kim Seo Jun truly deserved them. The monster challenged his worth head-on, demanding proof that he had earned anything good, anything peaceful, anything worthy of being protected. Buddha's lecture answered from within, asking Seo Jun what enlightenment looked like to him, and what it meant to the people who remembered such a life. The lesson suggested that people often called the enlightened omniscient, as if they were beings beyond all weakness, but that image was only one small part of a life that had been fully lived. Seo Jun was reminded that enlightenment was not built only from glorious, celebrated moments, but also from ordinary days, clumsy mistakes, and imperfect steps forward. Images passed through his mind of the Buddha figure, stumbling, being teased, laughing among people, and simply living beside them, each memory carrying the warmth of imperfection and humanity. From those memories, Seo Jun understood that every moment leaves behind a lesson, and even the smallest kindnesses quietly become part of the person you are. He remembered laughter shared with others, awkward moments, messy days, and ordinary times spent beside friends, realizing that accepting life meant accepting all of those pieces too. The lesson warned him that if he rejected each moment of his life simply because it was painful, flawed, or embarrassing, then he would be left with nothing inside himself to offer anyone else. And if there was nothing within him to share, no memories accepted as his own, then true connection with others would remain forever out of reach. Seo Jun absorbed the truth that even the quiet spaces between breaths helped shape who he was, and those countless moments became the strength he could rely on when everything was on the line. His eyes suddenly burned with renewed light, fierce and steady, as Buddha's lesson promised that this accepted life would become power at the most critical moment. Seo Jun closed the remaining distance in a flash and drove his strike toward the very core of the Draugr's presence, committing to the blow without the slightest hesitation. The attack connected, and a brilliant burst of golden energy exploded through the Draugr, tearing into its unstable form and disrupting the darkness wrapped around it. Seo Jun followed through with a heavy, decisive swing, forcing the attack deeper as golden light erupted outward like a wave breaking through shadow. A violent shockwave expanded around the Draugr, and under the crushing impact, its body began to lose shape, trembling as if it could no longer hold itself together. The Draugr staggered inside the spreading blast, its cloak-like body ripping apart in ragged pieces as the force of Seo Jun's strike tore through it. Its glowing eye flickered wildly, the light inside it sputtering as the creature's control and cohesion started to collapse. Seo Jun's spear strike landed cleanly, piercing through with perfect timing, and the Draugr reeled backward in utter disbelief. A tingling sensation raced through Seo Jun's entire body, sharp enough to feel almost like electricity, and he sensed that something within his power had shifted in a major way. Even with that energy surging through him, Seo Jun tightened his stance and braced himself for whatever aftermath might come from the clash. Seo Jun declared that the anxiety and doubt he had carried for so long had already withered away, leaving the Draugr with nothing left to grab onto. He made it clear that evil thoughts would no longer sway him, his voice and posture holding firm against the darkness before him.
Seo Jun stood in an unwavering state of heart, calm strength radiating from him as the golden light wrapped around his body like a final answer to the monster's taunts.
The progress rate of Buddha's lecture leapt dramatically once more, confirming that Seo Jun had broken through the mental assault and reached a new level of stability. As the remaining energy settled around him, Seo Jun tightened his grip on his weapon, still ready to move if even a trace of the threat remained. Then Seo Jun activated the skill called God's Strength, drawing that immense power into his body and channeling it straight into his next strike. A massive golden blast detonated from Seo Jun's attack, flooding the entire area with overwhelming light and swallowing the battlefield in its radiance. The Draugr's face went blank with shock, as if it had only just understood that Kim Seo Jun was overpowering it completely. Seo Jun's strike ripped through the Draugr's form, shredding the darkness apart, and the monster let out a shriek as its collapsing body could no longer endure the force. Seo Jun knew the enemy had no chance to dodge now. The moment had already passed, and the finishing blow was locked in beyond escape. As he completed the decisive hit, Seo Jun offered a silent thanks to Buddha's presence in his mind, letting that gratitude carry through the final impact. The Draugr's body unraveled where it stood, breaking apart into a twisting wisp of darkness until the battlefield, once filled with pressure and malice, suddenly fell into an eerie quiet. Its final remnants scattered through the air as the shockwave slowly faded, and with that last ripple of force, the monster's defeat became impossible to deny. Inside the arena, the broadcast feed abruptly dissolved into harsh static, the dungeon image vanishing from the screen as if the connection had been cut off by force. The giant display kept flickering with nothing but static, and little by little, the audience and staff began to realize that something completely unprecedented had just happened. A stark flash burst across the screen for an instant, sharp and unnatural, like the system itself had registered a sudden event or forcefully ended the scenario. Even the monitor labeled Lucky Sliver showed the exact same flash, confirming that this was not just one broken feed. The disruption had spread across the entire system. In the control room, the staff froze in place, their hands hovering over the equipment as stunned silence swallowed the room, and none of them could process what they had just seen. Lee Do-hyun muttered under his breath in disbelief, his expression stiff with shock as he struggled to accept that the Draugr had truly been dealt with. Someone repeated the terrifying truth as if saying it aloud might make sense of it. The Draugr was a 10-star mind-type monster, the kind of enemy that should never have been handled this easily. They explained that no ordinary cadet should have been able to withstand its mental attack, and even worse, physical strikes were never supposed to work against a bodiless ghost like that. They remembered that in previous Draugr dungeons, only the Soul Saint had been capable of handling such a monster, which made what Kim Seo-jun had done feel even more absurd. Lee Do-hyun noted that even a Draugr of that level had been killed in a single strike by Kim Seo-jun, and the implication hung heavily in the air that this cadet had stepped into a realm no one expected. Someone let out a strained, nervous laugh, admitting that their guild could never handle a person like Kim Seo-jun, no matter how badly they wanted him. In the players' waiting room, the screen remained completely blank, leaving everyone staring at it in tense silence as they waited for some kind of confirmation. Soo-yeon stood rigid among the murmuring onlookers, her shoulders tight and her gaze fixed ahead as she braced herself for whatever result would appear next. She stared at the empty screen, her thoughts racing, silently asking herself how something like this could possibly have happened. She remembered that only an S-rank should be able to fight 9-star monsters, and for a moment she wondered if someone like Lee Hyun might have been the only one capable of such a feat. Soo-yeon immediately tried to reject the thought forming in her mind, but the implication was too overwhelming for her to push away cleanly. Deep down, she admitted what frightened her most. She could no longer catch up to Kim Seo-jun, and the gap between them had widened beyond anything she had imagined. Back inside the dungeon, Kim Seo-jun's spear stood planted in the ground, its stillness marking the end of the battle after the overwhelming clash. Seo-jun steadied himself beside it, relieved that he had not collapsed the way he had before, even though his body was still trembling from the strain of the ordeal. He suspected that his ability to endure the Draugr's assault had something to do with Buddha's lecture progress rate, so he quickly checked the result. When Seo-jun saw that the progress had skyrocketed from 17.5% to 31.7% in such a short time, he could only stare in stunned disbelief at the sudden growth. He joked to himself that the Draugr had basically been a progress rate booster, while the defeated monster's lingering remnants seemed to hover behind him in an almost comical way. Nearby, his teammates finally began waking from the mental attack, groaning softly and blinking in confusion as awareness slowly returned to their faces. Seo-jun looked over them and asked if they had come back to their senses, and through their daze they recognized him with exhausted, unfocused eyes. One of the girls stared at him in amazement, barely able to believe it as she realized he had defeated the Draugr all by himself. Seo-jun focused on survival first, telling everyone they needed to leave the dungeon before anything else, then supported his weakened teammates as they began walking out. Outside, someone shouted that the team had emerged, and Seo-jun looked around in confusion as the sudden commotion rushed toward him from every direction. Guild representatives immediately swarmed around him, throwing out offers one after another as they begged him to join them and promised to give him anything he wanted. The crowd pressed in so close that hands reached for him from all sides, each person desperate to claim Kim Seo-jun before anyone else could get there first. As even more guilds pleaded for him to lead them, Seo-jun could only wonder what on earth was happening this time. The mob kept shoving business cards toward him and arguing over who had priority, while a staff member shouted for everyone to calm down and demanded to know what they thought they were doing. After the Dream Team suffered the mental attack, staff members rushed in to check their condition, and the shaken students slowly began to understand that they had been saved. Even in the middle of the chaos, someone tried to interrupt the medical check just long enough to pressure Seo-jun again, going so far as to beg him to become their guild master because of how much they had already invested. The Dream Team was escorted away for treatment, with Seo-jun keeping himself composed while his teammates looked drained, wary, and completely worn down from what they had endured. Then, Park Seo-yoon stormed into the area, urgently calling Seo-jun's name as she pushed through the crowd and forced her way past the commotion. Seo-jun noticed Seo-yoon's arrival and answered her in surprise, clearly not expecting to see her rush in like this. Seo-yoon immediately demanded to know whether everyone was okay, and Seo-jun calmly confirmed that no one seemed to have suffered any lasting trauma. He added that 2 of them were simply asleep for the moment, and the examinations had not found any serious abnormalities. Seo-yoon then turned her concern directly onto Seo-jun, checking him over with anxious eyes, and he assured her that he was fine as well. Seo-jun admitted that his body felt a little sluggish, but hearing even that mild complaint finally allowed Seo-yoon to let out the breath she had been holding. Seo-yoon confessed that she had been terrified something terrible might happen to him, and the worry in her voice made it clear just how deeply his safety mattered to her. She found herself thinking that Seo-jun no longer felt like just another student, while he awkwardly realized that he might have pushed himself a little too far again. As time continued to pass, Seo-yoon's feelings only grew more complicated, especially as she watched Seo-jun change at a speed that was almost impossible to keep up with. Seo-jun remembered how, from the very first time they met and introduced themselves, their connection had somehow felt inevitable. Seo-yoon, too, remembered believing that she had something to gain from him and that their meeting would become something worth celebrating. But now, that confidence began to waver as she gripped her clothes tightly, unsettled by emotions she had never expected to feel. She silently wondered what this strange, confusing ache in her chest really meant, while Seo-jun noticed the odd quietness that had settled over her. When Seo-jun asked if something was wrong, Seo-yoon quickly forced a smile onto her face and insisted that it was nothing. A knock suddenly broke the quiet tension in the room, pulling Kim Seo-jun's attention away from Park Seo-yoon and toward the door. The door opened, and a visitor stepped inside with polite restraint, calmly entering the hospital room where Seo-jun and Seo-yoon had been speaking. Seo-jun's eyes widened the moment he recognized the man standing there, because the visitor was none other than the association president himself. Still caught off guard, Seo-jun asked why someone like him had come all the way here, and the president answered that, after hearing about the accident, he had decided to visit personally. Seo-jun could not hide his surprise that the president had come in person over the Draugr incident, especially when someone of his position could have easily sent a subordinate instead. The president quietly repeated Kim Seo-jun's name, his gaze lingering on him with a measured interest as though he were reassessing the young man in front of him from the ground up. Seo-jun then remembered exactly who this man was. The person who had brought the Azure Dragon Sword, a weapon so precious that even the Sword Saint had never entrusted it to anyone lightly. The president recalled how, the moment a Draugr appeared, he had assumed anyone involved would be dead, which made it even more shocking to learn that Seo-jun had been inside that raid battle. And now that he understood Seo-jun had handled the crisis alone, the president's view of him began to shift into something far more serious. At last, the president felt he understood why the Sword Saint had taken such a deep interest in Kim Seo-jun. Elsewhere, the Sword Saint suddenly felt a strange chill crawl over him, an uneasy sensation that had nothing to do with the weather no matter how much he tried to blame it on the air. Back in the hospital room, Park Seo-yoon noticed the president's attention on Seo-jun, and with the Sword Saint's beloved granddaughter standing right there beside him, she asked how the president knew him. Seo-jun awkwardly explained that he had once entrusted the Azure Dragon Sword to the president, and that answer only made Seo-yoon suspect there was some kind of special connection between them. At that same moment, the Sword Saint's discomfort suddenly spiked as if his blood pressure had shot through the roof, startling the attendant beside him. The president turned back to Seo-jun and asked how his condition was, but Seo-jun simply brushed it off, saying it was nothing serious. With the president now standing right in front of him, Seo-jun seized the chance to ask what had really happened during the raid battle. He pressed the question directly, wanting to know why a Draugr had appeared as the boss monster instead of the revenant that should have been there. Seo-jun was stunned when the explanation pointed to the dungeon's mana core overloading, a cause far more dangerous than he had expected. The president explained that young Jimin had applied her mutation research to the competition for the first time, and the word mutation immediately caught Seo-jun's attention. Seo-jun began piecing it together in his mind. If mutations could trigger an overload like that, then perhaps distortions could also be created artificially. That thought pushed him even further, making Seo-jun wonder whether the cataclysm itself might have been a kind of distortion as well. The president lowered his head and apologized, promising that an accident like this would never be allowed to happen again. He added that he did not intend to make up for it with words alone, And although he might have tried to let the matter pass for Seo Jun's sake, he was fully prepared to offer compensation. Then the president made his offer plainly, telling Seo Jun that he would grant him anything he wanted if it would satisfy him. Seo Jun did not hesitate for even a second and immediately raised his fingers, silently making the number he had in mind perfectly clear. He proposed that they settle the matter with 3 billion won. The president accepted without resistance, and in the back of his mind, he could not help thinking that Kim Seo Jun really did have a strong attachment to money. But Seo Jun quickly clarified that he meant 3 billion won per person, not 3 billion in total, and even called the first interpretation far too cheap. The president froze on the spot, completely caught off guard by the condition that the payment would apply to each person individually. After a long, heavy pause, the president finally accepted anyway, swallowing the shock and agreeing to Seo Jun's demand. With that, the raid battle came to an end, and the Dream Team's overwhelming abilities became known far and wide, leaving the elites of the 3 great academies thoroughly embarrassed. The news spread quickly, framing the disaster as a 9-star Draugr incident caused by a mana core overload, and the event's notoriety only grew stronger with every retelling. Guilds immediately scrambled to contact the Dream Team, each one determined to recruit them with the most generous terms they could possibly offer. Even ordinary people became obsessed with the story, arguing that Kim Seo Jun already deserved a Pro Hunter license, until the entire country was buzzing about him and the Dream Team. In the middle of that frenzy, Suyeon decided that she would only take her own 3 billion won share. Lee Min-il agreed to take only his own 3 billion as well, insisting that Seo Jun deserved the rest because he had carried the tournament when everything fell apart. They argued that compared to what Seo Jun had done, their contributions were barely anything at all, and that money would have meant nothing if he had not saved their lives, leaving Seo Jun exasperated by their sincerity. Overwhelmed by their gratitude, Seo Jun found himself smothered in a sudden group hug as they poured out their affection without the slightest hesitation. When the prize money and sponsorships were counted together, the total also included the 9 billion won the association president had promised as compensation. Because Lee Min-il and Soyeon each took only 3 billion won, Seo Jun's total, combined with the money he already had, climbed all the way to 22.5 billion won. Seo Jun realized he was now only 4.5 billion won short of affording Heaven's Great Sage's lecture, and excitement immediately surged through him. He quickly asked Park Seo-yoon whether Dream Academy had officially been promoted to the first division, and she confirmed that it had. Seo Jun eagerly assumed that this meant they could finally raid 6-star dungeons, but Seo-yoon hesitated before explaining that permission would only be granted if the party included at least one A-rank hunter. The moment Seo Jun processed that restriction, his excitement began to sink, replaced by the heavy realization that things would not be that simple. Seo-yoon pointed out that Seo Jun was still only B rank, meaning they could not receive approval under the current rules, and her expression turned guilty and uncertain as she said it. Seo-yoon apologized, but Seo Jun immediately reassured her, reminding her that she had made his participation possible in the first place and telling her not to worry about it. Then, Seo Jun stepped out of the room, ending the conversation before Seo-yoon's apology could sink any deeper into self-blame. Once he was alone, Seo Jun regretted asking the question so directly, realizing that he had unintentionally put pressure on Seo-yoon. He began worrying about what he should do next, since without access to 6-star dungeons, earning the remaining money quickly would be much harder. Seo Jun weighed his options in frustration, wondering whether he should wait and gather the last 4.5 billion won or buy the mana lecture first, all while wishing he could somehow do both. Deciding that there was no point struggling over the decision alone, Kim Seo Jun began typing a message to Mentor, carefully asking if they could meet so he could get some advice. Before Seo Jun could even finish the message, Mentor suddenly appeared in his usual over-the-top fashion, popping into view so dramatically that Seo Jun nearly jumped out of his skin. Mentor grinned and teased Seo Jun for getting startled yet again, while Seo Jun, clutching his composure, begged him to appear in a more normal way for once, but Mentor refused with shameless amusement. After enjoying Seo Jun's reaction, Mentor finally settled down and got straight to the point, asking what Seo Jun had wanted to call him about. Seo Jun explained that he was stuck between 2 lectures and could not decide which one to take first, and Mentor immediately understood that this was the dilemma weighing on him. Mentor fell into thought for a moment, studying Seo Jun's current situation and quietly weighing what would be possible for him now. Then Mentor casually remarked that with Seo Jun's current level it should be possible, leaving Seo Jun blinking in confusion because he had no idea what Mentor meant. Mentor proposed a way for Seo Jun to take both lectures by using something called a causality discount, then asked if he wanted to give it a try. Seo Jun frowned at the unfamiliar term and immediately asked what a causality discount was supposed to mean. Mentor explained that it was a special event that reduced the amount of causality assigned to Seo-jun, even showing him an example where the cost dropped by 50%. Seo-jun learned that Transcension Academy occasionally held price discount events like this, though Mentor made it clear they were rare and not something students could rely on often. When Seo-jun eagerly asked how large the discount could become, Mentor answered that it could even reach 100%, leaving Seo-jun completely stunned. The moment he heard that, Seo-jun immediately imagined taking Heaven's Great Sage's lecture for free, and his eyes practically lit up as he begged Mentor to get him that discount. Mentor shut him down right away, telling him that discounts were not handed out to people who did nothing, and Seo-jun slumped a little as he admitted he had expected as much. Seo-jun quickly pulled himself together and asked what he needed to do in order to earn that discount properly. Mentor explained that the Academy was currently running a support event for students with excellent mock exam results, and the moment Seo-jun heard mock exam, panic flashed across his face. Seo-jun instantly remembered the miserable scores from his last mock exam, and the thought of going through that humiliation again made his mood sink. But as he reviewed his old results, Seo-jun reminded himself that he had grown a lot since then, gaining new abilities and experience. So, a higher score was not impossible anymore. Even so, he doubted whether he could climb all the way into the highest tier of students with top grades, and for a moment, he thought he must have misunderstood the event. Mentor corrected him immediately, explaining that the event was not for students with the highest absolute scores, but for those who showed the greatest improvement. He went on to explain that the discount rate would be calculated according to how much Seo-jun improved compared with his previous mock exam. An example appeared to make it clearer. If a student raised a score from 40 points to 60, that improvement would result in a 50% discount. Seo-jun finally understood the system and realized he did not need to become the best student overall. He only had to surpass his own old scores by a wide margin. Mentor told him that at his current level, the goal was possible, and Seo-jun began calculating how many points he would need to raise his scores to reach discounts of 50 or 60%. Once the numbers lined up in his head, Seo-jun decided there was no way he could let such a golden opportunity slip by, so he committed himself to taking the mock exam. To prepare, Seo-jun took out a fake gold bar as bait, planning to take advantage of Fafnir's notorious obsession with gold. He held the gleaming gold bar in his hand, its surface shining brightly as he readied it for the distraction strategy he had in mind. Confident from past experience that Fafnir's greed would make the monster react, Seo-jun told Mentor to wait while he finished setting everything up. The system began calculating the mock exam application, then displayed the fee as 1 billion won before asking Seo-jun if he wanted to proceed. Seo-jun realized with a jolt that the mock exam had only been free for first-time applicants, meaning he would have to pay the full fee this time. He quickly ran the numbers and concluded that he needed at least a 60% discount, though with other costs factored in, 70% would be much safer. Seo-jun converted that target into actual points, then convinced himself that all he had to do was raise each of the 7 subjects by roughly 3 points. Satisfied that the plan was realistic enough, Seo-jun confirmed the application and officially started the mock exam. The system announced that the mock exam was beginning and instructed Seo-jun to wait as the exam space prepared itself around him. The rules appeared in front of him, explaining that the mock exam used past questions, covered 7 subjects, and did not reflect personal causality, while Seo-jun stood ready for the first challenge. Stage 1 began under the category of combat proficiency, and Seo-jun braced himself as the first problem was set before him. Seo-jun immediately identified the incoming threat as the Dragon of Destruction, Fafnir, the very opponent he had prepared his bait for. The problem locked into place, and the environment around Seo-jun shifted violently as the exam battlefield came alive. When Mentor nearly drifted into the path of danger, Seo-jun reacted on instinct and swatted him aside, knocking him out of harm's way before he could get hit. Without wasting another second, Seo-jun hurled the gold bar far away as bait, fully committing to the distraction strategy he had prepared. Then he sprinted after it, planning to close in and strike the moment the monster's attention locked onto the shining gold. Seo-jun drew his spear in the middle of his run, the weapon sliding into his grip as he prepared to engage at full speed. He accelerated forward, believing this was the perfect opening to attack while Fafnir was distracted by the gold bar. The gold bar struck something enormous with a sharp clang, confirming that it had hit the target waiting ahead. But instead of Fafnir, a monstrous hydra rose into view, its many heads towering over Seo-jun and revealing that the true enemy of the stage was completely different from what he expected. From above, the scale of the scene became clear. Seo-jun stood facing a gigantic 9-headed creature, frozen by the sudden and unexpected matchup. Seo Jun froze in disbelief, his mind struggling to catch up as he stammered at the sight before him, realizing this was absolutely not the Fafnir fight he had prepared for. As Seo Jun ran in confusion, Mentor casually remarked that Fafnir must have gained weight and grown 9 heads, making the absurd situation feel even more ridiculous. Mentor floated forward with the device in hand, completely unfazed as he pushed the exam onward despite Seo Jun's confusion. A prompt flashed in front of Seo Jun declaring that he had to defeat the enemy within a 30-minute time limit. The objective finally made it clear that the enemy was a 9-headed Hydra, and Seo Jun realized with a sinking jolt that the problem had changed into something completely different from what he had prepared for. The Hydra's many heads opened their jaws at once, unleashing a furious barrage of blazing attacks that rushed towards Seo Jun before he could properly adjust. From the sidelines, Mentor cheered Seo Jun on as if this deadly exam had turned into some kind of exciting show, completely unfazed by the disaster unfolding in front of him. As explosions swallowed the area around him, Seo Jun shouted that no one had ever told him the problem would be different this time. He kept yelling in frustration, feeling completely tricked. While the danger only grew worse with every blast the Hydra hurled his way. Mentor admitted that he had simply assumed Seo Jun already knew the Academy would not reuse the exact same questions, since that would make it possible to memorize the answers. Only then did Mentor realize why Seo Jun had brought the gold bar in the first place. It had been part of a plan meant specifically for Fafnir. Seo Jun snapped that Mentor should have warned him beforehand, but even as he complained, the Hydra's attacks were already closing in from every direction. A sharp instinct pricked at Seo Jun's senses, and he immediately cut off his complaints, dragging his focus back to survival. A violent impact exploded against the ground, ripping through the battlefield and forcing Seo Jun to throw himself into evasive movement. As he was tossed around by the chaos, Seo Jun desperately clung to his earlier calculations, repeating to himself that he only needed 3 points per subject. He doubled down on that narrow goal, stubbornly telling himself it had to be exactly 3 points, no more, no less. Mentor scoffed from the side, clearly unimpressed that Seo Jun was still fixated on numbers while barely staying alive. Seo Jun was flung through the purple-lit space, his body spinning out of control as his spear tumbled with him. At the last second, Seo Jun activated Cloud Ascending Ladder, forcing his body back into motion and using the technique to regain his footing at high speed. Mentor's eyes widened in impressed surprise as Seo Jun's movement carried him cleanly past the Hydra's reach. Mentor asked when Seo Jun had managed to master that footwork so quickly, but Seo Jun admitted through gritted teeth that for now, he was barely managing to avoid the attacks. One of the Hydra's heads suddenly caught Seo Jun in a massive blast, swallowing him whole despite his desperate evasions. The explosion slammed him downward with brutal force, crushing through his defense and driving him hard into the battlefield. Seo Jun coughed violently and reeled from the impact, realizing with horror that the attack had either poisoned him or injured him far worse than he first thought. Pain and shock twisted Seo Jun's face as the full damage surged through him all at once. He screamed in agony, clutching at himself as the suffering spiked beyond anything he could endure calmly. The Hydra loomed above him with glowing eyes, its enormous form casting a terrifying shadow as Seo Jun collapsed beneath it. Seo Jun panicked at the bizarre, crushing sensation tearing through his body, demanding to know what was happening to him. He admitted through ragged breaths that the pain was unbearable, that he could not take even another second of it. The torment only intensified, and Seo Jun felt as if the agony was ripping him apart from the inside. Driven past the edge of endurance, Seo Jun begged to be killed rather than keep suffering through the Hydra's poison. The system declared Stage 1 a failure, with most of the time still remaining, while Seo Jun lay gasping on the ground, completely overwhelmed. Mentor calmly asked if it had hurt a lot, and Seo Jun, with tears in his eyes, could only rage at him over what he had just been forced to experience. Mentor explained that Hydra poison was known as one of the most painful poisons in existence, casually calling it quite painful, which made Seo Jun recoil at the understatement. Mentor compared it to Chiron's mythic suffering after being poisoned by Hydra venom, noting that even Chiron had begged for death, while Seo Jun swore he never wanted to feel that again. Lying there exhausted, with the tiny guide hovering nearby and holding his device, Kim Seo Jun finally understood why Chiron had been driven to beg for release. A system notice appeared, showing Zhang Samong's lecture progress rising, and Seo Jun realized that even a failed first attempt was still paying off as training.
He calculated that if he kept making steady progress, he could earn causality discounts while also improving himself, but the risk of continuing made him hesitate.
The system offered him a retry and showed that he had 10 chances left, pushing Seo Jun to decide whether he was willing to keep gambling with those attempts. For a moment, Seo Jun and Mentor fell into an uneasy silence, the pressure to continue hanging heavily between them. Seo Jun asked if they really could not stop here, and Mentor coolly replied that quitting was possible, but warned that the points might not be enough. Frustrated by the uncertainty and the stakes pressing down on him, Seo Jun cursed under his breath. In the end, Seo Jun committed to continuing the Transcension Academy mock test and pressed yes. A massive hydra materialized in front of him once again, instantly turning the exam space into another life-or-death confrontation.
Seo Jun recognized that this stage was measuring combat proficiency, so he tightened his grip and braced himself to fight for every point he could get.
He realized that scoring well would require him to actually damage the hydra, so his eyes locked onto the creature's heads as his targets. Choosing a decisive opening, Seo Jun raised his weapon and prepared to put everything into a heavy strike. A blue, blade-like surge of power erupted from him as Seo Jun committed to a high-impact attack. Seo Jun launched himself forward in a plunging slash, aiming straight for the hydra's necks with all the force he could gather. The strike cleaved through with explosive power, scattering debris in every direction and seeming to sever one of the hydra's heads. The hydra recoiled in shock, its enormous body shuddering violently from the blow Seo Jun had landed. Seo Jun celebrated the fact that he had managed to take one head, believing for a moment that he had found the answer to this stage. He immediately planned to keep sniping the remaining heads the same way, stacking up damage and points one strike at a time. But the hydra's shadow loomed over Seo Jun as its massive body shifted, making it clear that the monster was far from finished. Kim Seo Jun felt it before he fully understood it, that sickening shift in the air. His body locked in place, eyes narrowing in confusion as the hydra's reaction made no sense at all. Then horror washed over Seo Jun's face. The head he had just managed to cut away was already growing back, flesh and scales twisting together again, wiping out all the progress he had fought so hard to make. The hydra's pressure swelled until it felt like the entire arena was being swallowed by its presence. As the monster loomed over Seo Jun, the battle suddenly stopped feeling difficult and started feeling completely impossible. Seo Jun stared up at the towering creature, his breathing shaken and uneven. Completely overwhelmed, he began to force out the question of what he was even supposed to do against something like this. But before Seo Jun could even finish speaking, the flow of the fight turned sharply against him. The hydra's threat closed in all at once, crushing the space around him with terrifying speed. The system coldly announced that Stage 1 had failed, even though there was still time remaining on the clock. Seo Jun could only scream in raw frustration as the result slammed into him. Panic overtook Seo Jun as he stared at the regenerating beast. If the hydra could simply grow its heads back no matter what he did, then he honestly had no idea how he was supposed to fight it anymore. Seo Jun knew he was in real danger now. His eyes darted across the battlefield as he desperately tried to piece together any kind of plan before the next disaster hit. Then a memory flashed through his mind. Back when he fought Fafnir, he had managed to score 4.2 points just by landing a single strike with the Lance of Longinus, so he clung to the hope that this exam might judge him by a similar rule. But Seo Jun still had no idea how the scoring actually worked. If the grade was based on real, lasting damage, then the hydra's regeneration meant he was finished, and all the money he had poured into this mock test would go straight down the drain. That was when the guide brought up the option of using commentary lectures for assistance. Seo Jun froze for a second, suddenly remembering that those lectures were available in the first place. The guide quickly warned him that using commentary lectures would lower his score. At the same time, Seo Jun scanned through the advice being offered only to find a string of strange, awkward, and mostly useless hydra tips from famous lecturers. Seo Jun hesitated, caught between two awful choices. Losing points was painful, but continuing without any usable strategy might leave him with nothing at all. The guide simply told him the decision was his to make. Seo Jun clenched his jaw and cursed under his breath, furious that even choosing help came with another penalty attached. In the end, anger pushed him forward. Seo Jun burned through his retries one after another, selecting yes again and again as his remaining chances dropped lower with every attempt. The hydra's roar thundered through the arena once more, dragging Seo Jun right back into the nightmare as the monstrous creature returned before him. Seo Jun forced his exhausted body back into fighting stance. Gritting his teeth, he shouted for the hydra to come at him, refusing to back down even as dread crawled up his spine. The guide, completely out of place in the middle of the chaos, started cheering like some overexcited teammate on the sidelines, trying to hype Seo Jun up. With danger exploding all around him, Seo Jun snapped back at the guide mid-fight. He shouted that he hated that fake team spirit, especially when he was the only one actually facing the Hydra. Seo Jun's anger boiled over as attacks and blasts overwhelmed the battlefield. He yelled that nothing about this situation felt like a team at all. Not while he was the one being crushed in the middle of it. Stage 1 failed again. This time with even less time left than before. The repeated attempts made one thing painfully clear. Seo Jun still had not found a way through. At last, the system brought the first subject exam to an end. It announced that the next subject would begin in 3 days, while Seo Jun's grades were calculated. Seo Jun waited with his nerves stretched tight, practically begging the result to be decent. After everything he had endured, he could only hope the score would not crush him completely. Then, the result finally appeared. Seo Jun's combat proficiency grade had come back at 8.8 points. For Seo Jun, that huge jump felt like a miracle, and he burst into celebration. The guide watched his reaction and remarked that Seo Jun seemed to turn into a completely different person every time he was tested. The guide then questioned when Seo Jun had even learned to use divine power. With clear surprise, the guide admitted that his growth rate was the fastest they had ever witnessed. But even while praising him, the guide could not resist striking where it hurt. They bluntly pointed out that Seo Jun's standards for calling something a success were still embarrassingly terrible. The guide laughed it off as if it were nothing, while Seo Jun's expression darkened. He grumbled that the guide's habit of mixing praise with insults was exactly what made them so infuriating. Still, Seo Jun forced himself to focus on the result. He had achieved his first goal by gaining at least 3 points in the first subject, so he steeled his heart and prepared to keep going. Seo Jun promised himself that he would not let this momentum slip away. If he had come this far, then he had to push forward no matter what came next. But as that determination settled in, unease crept across his face. The weight of the remaining exam subjects began sinking in, pressing down on him harder than he wanted to admit. A moment later, Seo Jun's strength gave out, and he dropped to his knees. The exhaustion from everything he had endured finally crashed over him all at once. Only then did Seo Jun realize the terrifying possibility. Even with his improved combat score, he might have completely ruined his overall result. The story shifted back to 9 days earlier, when the second test was introduced. This time, the subject was basic endurance. The task sounded absurd from the very beginning. Seo Jun had to become Atlas's incarnation and hold up the heavens for 1 full hour. Atlas told him to endure until the golden apples were retrieved. Beneath the crushing weight, Seo Jun could barely hold himself together as he desperately begged for more time. Seo Jun could only complain that the entire exam was insane. Even so, the endurance test continued, and his score was recorded without mercy. Then, the memory jumped to 6 days earlier when the third test appeared. The subject was reaction speed, and the challenge was a staring contest against Argos's incarnation. Seo Jun stared at Argos in disbelief, trying to make sense of the absurd challenge. The idea of closing one eye only to open another sounded ridiculous, especially when Argos's countless eyes were fixed directly on him. He was stunned by the overwhelming number of eyes staring back at him from every angle. When asked, Seo Jun could only answer that Argos had 100 eyes. His reaction speed grade was posted at 4.2 points. From there, the timeline shifted again, moving to 3 days earlier. The fourth test was mana, and it was just as merciless. Seo Jun had to endure an Archlich's mana drain for 10 straight minutes, while the Lich itself remained completely immune to attacks. The moment the mana drain began, Seo Jun was thrown into shock. The test made him feel helpless right away, as if there was nothing he could strike, block, or overpower. The Archlich mocked him coldly, asking if that was truly all he had. Seo Jun could only admit the painful truth. He had not studied mana properly at all. His mana grade came back as a miserable 1.6 points. With that crushing result hanging over him, everything returned to the present day. Back in the present, Seo Jun's dread spiked all over again. His face tightened as he admitted to himself that he was completely screwed. So far, his total was only 9.1 points. Seo Jun desperately asked whether he could still receive a discount, even if his improvement rate failed to go past 50%. The guide answered without softening the blow. No, Seo Jun had to surpass a 50% improvement rate to receive the event benefit, and that answer sent him straight into despair. Seo Jun lamented that his billion-won mock test fee was about to be wasted for nothing. But before he could wallow any longer, the guide announced that today's exam was about to begin. The fifth subject began, and this time the category was mental. The command was simple but terrifying. Listen to the Archlich's requiem for 30 full minutes. The Archlich's voice slipped through the darkness, cold and heavy, warning Kim Seo Jun not to disappoint this time. Then the oppressive sound began to spread, pressing against his mind like a curse-given form. Seo Jun clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay focused. This was one subject where he absolutely had to score high, so no matter how violently the sound clawed at him, he had to keep his mind from falling apart. The Arch-Lich let out a low murmur, sounding genuinely surprised. Seo Jun was enduring longer than expected, standing firm even as the sinister pressure continued trying to grind down his will. At last, level 1 was cleared. Seo Jun released the breath he had been holding, his shoulders loosening for a brief moment as relief finally crossed his face. Seo Jun reminded himself that he had managed to pass level 1 last time as well, but his expression quickly tightened, because he knew the real test would begin from level 2 onward. Level 2 appeared with an even harsher command: expel a 9th level hell demon possessing his mind within 1 hour. As the words settled in, a sinister presence began crawling into Seo Jun's consciousness. The demon's voice slithered through his head, taunting him that Seo Jun already belonged to it and would never be free again. Every word was meant to crack his resolve and drag him deeper into fear. But Seo Jun could barely even understand what the demon was ranting about. Instead of getting swept up in its threats, he pushed straight through the confusion and somehow cleared level 2 anyway. Then level 3 began, and the atmosphere changed completely. A radiant woman appeared before Seo Jun in a dazzling glow, leaving him blinking in confusion at the sudden shift. The task was revealed soon after: resist the temptations of the goddess Aphrodite. Her overwhelming allure filled the space around him, turning the trial into a direct attack on his senses. Seo Jun looked at her for a moment, then bluntly called her auntie, and asked if she was not cold dressed like that. With one awkwardly sincere comment, he completely deflated the seduction attempt.
Level 3 was cleared just like that. Even the guide was left stunned, unable to hide their shock at the bizarre way Seo Jun had handled Aphrodite's temptation.
Seo Jun simply shrugged and said it was bearable, as if nothing strange had happened. The guide could only reel in disbelief, while level 4 began without giving them time to process it. Level 4 demanded that Seo Jun endure the screams of infinite hell for 30 minutes. In an instant, tortured voices rose all around him, filling the air with anguish from every direction. The screaming dead begged desperately to be saved, then begged just as desperately to be killed. Their cries crashed into Seo Jun's mind, trying to bury him beneath despair. Then the voices turned on him, accusing Seo Jun of killing them and making them suffer like this. Their words stabbed at him, trying to drown him in guilt that did not belong to him. The chorus swelled into a maddening mob, each voice pleading, blaming, and wailing over the next. Seo Jun stood trapped in the center of that noise, surrounded by grief that pressed in from every side. One wailing figure reached toward him and declared that everything was Seo Jun's fault. As its hand stretched closer, the psychological attack sharpened, trying to force that blame deep into his heart. Seo Jun stared at the figure, then awkwardly asked whether they had ever met before. Instead of accepting the guilt, he questioned the very foundation of the accusation. The spirits faltered all at once. Their rage and sorrow wavered, and the force behind their accusations began to crumble into visible confusion. Seo Jun calmly asked if they even knew him. That simple question drained the momentum from the crowd, leaving the once maddening mob swallowed by an awkward silence. Level 4 was cleared. The guide, now completely unable to understand him, demanded to know how Seo Jun kept passing these trials in such ridiculous ways. Then level 5 began, and the command was far more dangerous: resist the pleasure offered by the Demon King's incarnation, Mephistopheles, for 1 full hour. A radiant figure with wings slowly manifested before Seo Jun. Unlike the earlier temptations, this presence carried a deeper danger, as if the trial itself had shifted into something far more personal. Mephistopheles boasted that even Faust had been unable to endure this pleasure. The name and the warning struck Seo Jun hard, rattling his confidence before the trial had even fully begun. Seo Jun then learned the true nature of the 7 sins. Each one would become a heaven shaped around his own desires, meaning the temptation would not be generic, it would aim directly at what lived inside him. Lust came first, flooding the mind with a heaven where no desire was rejected. It threatened to swallow Seo Jun whole, wrapping him in craving until resistance itself felt like it might melt away. Greed followed, spreading visions of endless wealth and overflowing abundance before his eyes. It tempted Seo Jun with everything he had always lacked and everything he had once desperately needed. Then came gluttony, offering limitless food, indulgence, and satisfaction without consequence. It was a paradise of excess, promising that he could consume as much as he wanted and never pay the price. Sloth drifted in next, soft and dreamlike, luring him toward a heaven of endless rest. Even angels seemed to lounge in peaceful neglect there, as if giving up had become the most comfortable salvation. Seo-jun began to slip into that lazy comfort before he realized it. A grin tugged at his face as the temptation tried to make surrender feel easy, warm, and almost harmless. Wrath then opened a heaven built entirely for vengeance. It offered Seo-jun the chance to torture everyone who had ever tormented him, letting him unleash his hatred to his heart's content. The vision grew fiercer, turning into a burning stage of revenge. Flames and fury pushed him forward, urging him to embrace violent release and mistake catharsis for freedom. Envy came after that, showing shattered fragments of lives Seo-jun had wanted but could never have. Each broken scene whispered that his jealousy could finally be fulfilled if he stopped resisting. Seo-jun forced himself to breathe, telling himself he had somehow managed to endure up to this point. If he could hold on just a little longer, he might still make it through. Then the final sin arrived. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere changed again, signaling that the most dangerous temptation had been saved for last. Pride surged over Seo-jun with crushing force. It ignited a distorted image of himself, filling him with a desperate need to prove his worth and stand above everything. Seo-jun felt that pride twisting deep inside him. His eyes seemed to spiral as he fought to keep his thoughts steady, but rationality was slipping further out of reach. He realized just how dangerous this was. The temptation was not simply tempting him anymore. It was destabilizing him from within, tightening its grip around the weakest parts of his heart. At last, Seo-jun snapped. Unable to hold the pressure down any longer, he shouted out as his self-control shattered under the weight of the trial. The system announced that Level 5 had failed with 22 minutes still remaining. Seo-jun, drained and shaken, had no choice but to admit that he had lost. He looked back on the earlier levels and realized this one was completely different. Compared to everything before it, Mephistopheles' trial was brutal on another level. But Seo-jun refused to accept that ending. He hit retry and braced himself again, vowing that this time he would push past the failure. Again and again, Seo-jun failed, and each time he forced himself to retry. His chances burned away one by one, but he kept insisting that the next attempt would be the one he cleared. At long last, the system announced that he had completed the 5th subject, mental. Seo-jun was left collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted from the repeated assault on his mind. The system scheduled the next subject for 3 days later, while his grades were measured. Seo-jun lay there, bitterly admitting that even in the end, he had not been able to endure pride all the way through. The guide guessed that Seo-jun had only endured this far because his progress in the Unwavering Heart lecture had increased. Curious and suspicious, the guide asked him what the current rate was. Seo-jun answered that it had reached 31.7%. The number struck the guide like a shockwave, leaving them stunned by the sudden leap. For a moment, the guide could not even believe what they had heard. They fell speechless, unable to accept that Seo-jun's progress had climbed that much. The guide started to panic, pointing out that the rate had only been 15.5% last time. A jump of more than 16% was so absurd that they could not even begin to understand how it had happened. The guide nearly dropped everything when Seo-jun's progress shot up by 2% in such a ridiculous instant, but Seo-jun only brushed it off like it was nothing special. Unable to believe him, the guide demanded proof on the spot and snatched the device away, needing to see those impossible numbers with his own eyes. The screen lit up with Seo-jun's lecture progress laid out in clear numbers, showing several courses at once, including Siddhartha Gautama's lecture sitting at 31.7% and Hercules' lecture already reaching 53%. Then the rest of the number appeared, 53.7%, and the guide froze in complete disbelief. His eyes locked onto Hercules' progress rate as if it had to be some kind of mistake, while Seo-jun awkwardly tried to laugh it off and said it had only happened because of luck. The guide immediately snapped that no kind of luck in the world could explain something that absurd. What made it worse was Seo-jun's completely blank, innocent-looking face, which only made the guide feel even more insulted. The guide started ranting in frustration, waving off the numbers as if they were too ridiculous to accept. Then he turned on Seo-jun again, demanding to know exactly how he had managed to raise Buddha's lecture progress rate by such an outrageous amount. But Seo-jun had no grand explanation to offer. He simply repeated, with the same awkward calm as before, that it must have been luck, leaving the guide with nothing useful to hold on to. When the mental grade post showed 22.8 points, Seo-jun couldn't hold back his excitement and cheered in relief, while the guide remained frozen in stunned silence. Then, a few days passed, and Seo-jun's final mock exam results were finally released. The report was brutal at first glance, showing that he had failed every single subject individually. Even so, his total score had climbed to 52.2 points, and Seo-jun lit up with joy because he had cleared the improvement goal he had been aiming for. Only then did Seo-jun realize something even better. His original target had been a 70% improvement, but he had actually pushed it all the way to 80%, which meant he had earned an 80% discount coupon. With that massive discount finally in his hands, Seo-jun felt like the door had opened at last. Now, he could seriously consider taking Heaven's Equal Great Sage's lecture. Seo-jun quietly credited Unwavering Heart for pulling him through this impossible situation, as if that one ability had saved him at the last second. Meanwhile, the guide still looked like his entire sense of common sense had been shaken apart. Still rattled by what he had just witnessed, the guide asked Seo-jun to give him a moment. He needed time to process how such impossible growth could have happened right in front of him. Once the shock settled a little, Seo-jun asked the question that mattered most. What score did he need to avoid failing the real exam? The guide answered seriously, telling him that each subject had to be over 60 points. The guide made it clear that a high total score would not save him if even one subject fell below 60, because that would still mean automatic failure. Hearing that, Seo-jun immediately asked what kind of total score he should be aiming for overall. The guide explained that the exact cutoff could change depending on the situation, but under normal circumstances, Seo-jun would need to score over 90 points in every subject to feel safe. When the guide put it into numbers, the target became even more terrifying, at least 630 points in total. Seo-jun repeated the number back in disbelief, unable to hide how impossible it sounded. The harsh reality hit him all at once. No matter how much he had improved, his current total was still only 52.2 points, nowhere near the mountain he still had to climb. Seo-jun sat there completely stunned, the excitement from earlier draining from his face. All he could do was mutter in frustration, realizing just how far away the finish line still was. Even so, Seo-jun did not stop. He opened the system and began searching for Heaven's Equal Great Sage, ready to pour everything he had into the next stage of his growth. The guide noticed right away and confirmed that Seo-jun was planning to listen to the Great Sage's lecture immediately. Seo-jun agreed, pointing out that he still had not chosen a mana lecture and needed to make use of this chance. Two options connected to the Great Sage appeared before him, one being a basic course and the other named Heavenly Meteor Staff. The moment Seo-jun saw that title, his curiosity naturally shifted toward it. Seo-jun wondered how much the Heavenly Meteor Staff lecture could possibly cost. With his 80% discount coupon ready, he assumed he might actually be able to cover it. Wanting to check the details for himself, Seo-jun reached for the Heavenly Meteor Staff lecture and tried to select it from the list. But the system immediately stopped him. An error message appeared, telling him that he had to complete the Great Sage's Basic Techniques lecture first, before he could access Heavenly Meteor Staff. Seo-jun accepted it with a small sense of disappointment, deciding that Heavenly Meteor Staff would have to wait for another time. For now, he turned his attention back to the lecture he was actually allowed to take. After weighing his options, Seo-jun made his decision. He would begin with the Great Sage's Basics of Spear and Staff Technique. The system immediately calculated the new causality rate and registration fee, then displayed the offer for the Basics lecture at 4 billion won after applying the 80% discount. Seo-jun nearly froze when he realized that even after such a huge discount, the price was still 5.4 billion won. The guide pointed out that, as shocking as it sounded, it was still far cheaper than the original fee. Seo-jun forced himself to think about it rationally, telling himself that at least the price was no longer 27 billion won. With that small comfort in mind, he finally chose to register for the lecture. The system brought up the prompt for him to press play, and Seo-jun steadied himself in front of the screen, ready to begin Heaven's Equal Great Sage's lecture at last. On an otherwise calm day, Seo-jun felt something strange in the air just as his training routine was about to continue, as if the usual flow had suddenly gone off track. He checked his phone and noticed that the lecture feed looked frozen in place. Frowning at the stalled screen, Seo-jun tried to get it moving again. Without warning, a new instructor suddenly cut into the feed, apologizing for the interruption with the casual confidence of someone who had just arrived late. The late instructor wasted no time at all. He launched straight into a dazzling staff demonstration, announcing his presence not with words alone, but with a burst of overwhelming force. Seo-jun watched the staff carve a wide, sweeping arc through the air, his eyes widening at the sheer power packed into what should have been a simple movement. The instructor landed with effortless confidence, staff in hand, looking like a monk who carried both mischief and terrifying strength in equal measure. Then he settled in, ready to begin teaching properly. He explained that he had been summoned away by Master Tripitaka, making it clear that even someone like him still had an authority figure he had to answer to. Then, with a teasing grin, he mocked Shakyamuni for being helpless on his own before finally introducing himself as Heaven's equal Great Sage. The moment Seo Jun heard that name, his guard rose instinctively. The Great Sage seemed delighted to finally begin teaching. Since he had arrived late, he promised Seo Jun that he would make up for it by giving him a proper lecture. He laid out the foundation of what he planned to teach. The basic spear and staff methods built around 3 essential movements: deflecting, grasping, and piercing. The Great Sage emphasized that every spear and staff technique began from those 3 core forms. No matter how advanced the style became, it all returned to that foundation. Then he noticed that some cadets seemed to have forgotten the explanation from earlier and called them out without hesitation. Seo Jun immediately felt as if that sharp comment had landed directly on him. Since his own tardiness had caused confusion, the Great Sage decided to take responsibility. With an almost playful confidence, he said he would demonstrate everything again from the very beginning. He ordered Seo Jun to watch closely, and the air around the lesson suddenly felt heavier. It no longer seemed like a simple class. It felt more like a test he could not afford to miss. The Great Sage began with deflecting, explaining that it was a movement that redirected force outward. As he spoke, he showed the motion with his staff, letting the technique speak through his body. The moment the deflecting swing cut through the air, the space around it seemed to explode. The ground and atmosphere shook violently, proving that this was far beyond any ordinary technique. Even though Seo Jun had seen the motion once before, he could not help admitting how astonishing it still was. Before he could fully recover from the impact, the lesson moved on. Next came grasping. The Great Sage explained it as drawing the staff inward, using that pull to seize control of the opponent's line and take command of the flow. When he demonstrated it, the force did not feel gentle at all. Shockwaves ripped outward, cracking and slicing through the rock around him, showing that even a technique built on control could carry terrifying violence. The Great Sage's movements tore through everything around him, each simple motion ripping across the space with frightening force. What should have looked like basic drills instead felt like natural disasters taking shape right in front of Seo Jun's eyes. At last, the Great Sage moved on to piercing. His playful air faded for a moment, his expression sharpening as he prepared to demonstrate the most straightforward and lethal motion among the basics. He explained that piercing meant driving all force through one single point, leaving no waste in the movement at all. Then, as if words were not enough, he thrust forward explosively and proved it with a strike that split the air. After the demonstration, the Great Sage returned to the 3 fundamentals and hammered them into Seo Jun's mind once more. Deflecting, grasping, and piercing were not just simple exercises, they were the real foundation beneath everything else. He warned Seo Jun that if he ever wanted to learn the Heavenly Meteor Staff later on, then these plain-looking movements had to come first. Without mastering them, reaching that higher technique would be nothing more than a fantasy. And it was not only the Heavenly Meteor Staff that depended on them. The Great Sage made it clear that any proper spear or staff technique would collapse without these basics, no matter how flashy or powerful it seemed on the surface. The lesson finally ended, but not with rest. Seo Jun was given homework: remember every detail of the demonstration and keep practicing the deflecting motion until the next class began. A system notice immediately appeared before Seo Jun, assigning him a daily task to perform the Great Sage's deflecting technique 1,000 times. The number alone made his face stiffen, leaving him completely overwhelmed. The floating mentor hovered nearby and reminded Seo Jun that he had already moved beyond beginner lectures and stepped into true Transcension level material. With that kind of content, the difficulty and the price of learning it would naturally rise sharply. When Seo Jun asked whether there was really such a huge difference, the mentor answered without hesitation. These new lectures were not just a slightly harder version of what he had studied before, they operated on an entirely different level. Rather than wasting time on a long explanation, the mentor simply told Seo Jun that the fastest way to understand was to feel it for himself. Experience would make the difference far clearer than words ever could. Seo Jun picked up his spear-like weapon and tightened his grip around the shaft. With the Great Sage's demonstration still fresh in his mind, he tried to copy the same deflecting motion as carefully as he could. The moment he swung, the weapon's tip began to blur, splitting into several faint afterimages in the air. Instead of flowing cleanly, the power seemed to gather in a strange and unstable way. A bright blue arc suddenly bloomed from the swing, expanding far wider than Seo Jun had intended. It was as though the technique had grabbed onto his movement and begun amplifying itself on its own. Halfway through the motion, Seo Jun's instincts screamed that something was wrong. The force pouring out of the weapon was climbing too fast, growing far beyond anything he could control. Then the swing detonated into a massive shockwave. The ground exploded outward, the surrounding area was blasted apart, and Seo Jun was left standing at the heart of a violent crater carved by his own practice strike. Even after the impact faded, the weapon in Seo Jun's hands continued to hum with unstable energy. The technique had not settled completely, as if the strike was still resonating through the shaft. Seo Jun stood frozen in place, cold sweat running down his face. He could not immediately understand how a single practice swing had turned into devastation on that scale. Dust and broken debris rolled across the ruined ground, swallowing the area in a thick haze. Seo Jun stared at the destruction around him and muttered in disbelief, unable to accept what had just happened. The mentor watched Seo Jun's stunned reaction with a smug little look. As if this outcome had been obvious from the beginning, he calmly pointed out that this was exactly what he had warned him about. Meanwhile, in another place entirely, a quiet traditional building stood beneath a calm atmosphere. Behind its still exterior, a separate meeting among Academy representatives was about to unfold. Inside, several representatives sat around a meal, but the formal arrangement did nothing to soften the mood. The table was set neatly, yet the air between them felt tight and uneasy. Among them were representatives from the top academies, Cha Hyun of Iol and Lee Jinseong of Jaein. Both sat with guarded expressions, listening closely to every word exchanged at the table. Seo Jinhyun of Hunter Mills remained composed as he lifted his drink, his calm posture making him seem fully in control. While the others hesitated and calculated, he watched the situation with quiet confidence. Someone finally stated the uncomfortable truth aloud. The current standing of the top 3 academies was not good. Public confidence in them was slipping, and everyone at the table understood what that meant. They complained that people in the community were already saying the 3 academies combined could not even compare to Dream Academy. With that resentment growing, their attention naturally turned toward Kim Seo Jun as a possible target. Lee Jin-sung argued that at the very least they should find a way to break Seo Jun's fighting spirit. But even as he said it, he admitted the biggest problem. Seo Jun had the backing of the Sword Saint. He warned them that one wrong move could put their own necks on the line. If the plan collapsed or the Sword Saint reacted, even Hunter Mills itself might be dragged down and ruined. Realizing how dangerous the discussion had become, Lee Jin-seong quickly stepped back. He claimed he would pretend he had heard nothing at all, clearly trying to distance himself from any responsibility. Cha Hyun also began preparing to leave, her actions making her position obvious. Whatever they were considering, it was far too risky to pursue openly. Seo Jinhyun quietly watched them pull away from the conversation. His eyes remained steady, calculating, as though he had already begun searching for another way to turn the situation to his advantage. Instead of pressing the sabotage idea any further, Seo Jinhyun shifted the topic. He brought up the upcoming exchange tournament, smoothly moving the discussion from direct interference to public competition. Cha Hyun immediately questioned the timing, noting that the exchange tournament should be held soon. Her reaction showed that she understood there was more behind his words than a casual reminder. She then wondered if they were planning to send out Lee Hyun, implying that a particularly strong participant might be brought forward for the tournament. The name alone carried enough weight to change the mood. Seo Jinhyun smiled faintly, his expression suggesting that he had already decided how to use the tournament. To him, this competition might be the perfect way to deal with their problem without dirtying their hands. He looked toward the others and asked what they thought. His tone was calm, but there was a clear edge beneath it, as though the proposal had been shaped to benefit him most of all. Back at the park, Seo Jun stood in the middle of the crater left behind by his own swing. The more he looked at the destroyed ground, the harder it was to believe that such a small motion had caused all of it. The sensation still lingered in his body, strange and unsettling. It felt less like using his own strength and more like borrowing power from something godlike, a force far too unnatural for him to handle comfortably. Completely drained, Seo Jun admitted that the technique consumed an enormous amount of energy. The mentor responded by pointing out that this was an intermediate-level course, so that kind of burden was only natural. The mentor explained that Seo Jun had attended a lecture beyond his current limits, so struggling with it was unavoidable. Hearing that, Seo Jun could only regret rushing into high-level content before he was truly ready. The mentor firmly reminded him that the curriculum existed in a proper order for a reason. If Seo Jun wanted to keep improving without breaking himself, he had to follow the intended progression. Seo Jun looked exhausted as he doubted whether he could even manage 10 repetitions, let alone 1,000. The mentor, however, told him not to worry too much, as if there was still a way forward. The mentor explained that if the task had truly been impossible, he would have stopped Seo Jun before it ever began. That immediately caught Seo-jun's attention, and he asked whether there was another method. The mentor reminded him that he had already been planning to take a mana lecture as well. That hint made the answer clear. The next lesson might be the key to handling the impossible number of repetitions. He added that Seo-jun was already progressing well in Heracles' strength lecture. Because of that steady growth, adding a mana lecture on top of it should still be within a manageable range. Seo-jun pushed himself up from the bench, gathering what strength he had left. Instead of sitting there worrying, he decided to act on the mentor's suggestion right away. He steadied his breathing and focused his thoughts, preparing to choose a cultivation path. Rather than brute-forcing a task that seemed impossible, he needed a smarter way to support his body and technique. Seo-jun repeated the mentor's earlier explanation to confirm it. If he wanted stability, ki cultivation would be better, but if he wanted efficiency, mana cultivation would suit him more. The mentor agreed and said the choice ultimately came down to preference. The mentor advised him to listen to a sample lecture before deciding for good. Seo-jun opened his phone, ready to test the lesson for himself and see which path felt right. Seo-jun scrolled through the available lectures on the screen, carefully weighing his options. This was not just another class selection anymore, it was the moment he had to decide which cultivation route he would commit to. The ki cultivation lecture began with a simple but profound analogy. Growing one's ki was like enlarging a bowl, a vessel that could hold ever more power. The larger the bowl, the greater the energy it could contain. The instructor, Sword Master Dongbin Lu, named this bowl the Dantian, presenting it as the body's central reservoir of vitality, the point where all life force converges and radiates outward. He emphasized that the Dantian was the single most crucial part of the body for cultivation, and that it was divided into 3 major sections, each with its own unique role in harnessing and refining energy. Dongbin Lu carefully outlined the structure: the upper Dantian, central Dantian, and lower Dantian. This framework formed the backbone of his cultivation system, giving students a clear map for growth. He described the upper Dantian as the gateway to spiritual transcendence, a channel capable of elevating a mortal being toward the heights of godhood itself, a concept that seemed almost intangible. Connecting the upper Dantian to the Niwan Gong located in the head, he stressed that the mind played a decisive role in this cultivation, linking thought, focus, and transcendental potential. Yet Dongbin Lu admitted he would not delve deeply into the upper Dantian's intricacies, leaving Kim Seo-jun slightly baffled by the abstract explanations and eager for more concrete guidance. Seo-jun realized that although he barely grasped the full scope, he was starting to sense the general principle. Merlin's previous lecture had given him just enough insight to piece together the basics. He began connecting the Niwan Gong with the brain itself, wondering if this meant the upper Dantian was essentially the domain of thought, of mental clarity and control. A clear summary framed the 3 Dantians as brain, heart, and stomach. Seo-jun considered the implications. Ki was easier to accumulate, steady and reliable, while mana offered versatility but demanded more skill to manage. He recapped the choice for himself. Choosing safety and stability meant focusing on ki cultivation. Efficiency and adaptability pointed toward mana cultivation. Now he finally understood the mentor's earlier guidance, yet a nagging doubt crept in. Something about the system's explanation of mana lectures didn't quite match what he expected, and Seo-jun felt a small tension of uncertainty building in his chest. He opened the Dragon Aura sample lecture by Siegfried, inspecting the content closely. Immediately, Seo-jun sensed a mismatch. The system's categorization seemed off, as though it had been misfiled or oversimplified. As the sample unfolded, Seo-jun frowned, muttering under his breath, "What exactly is this lecture meant to teach?" The clarity he sought seemed just out of reach. When he searched through the available mana lectures, the sheer volume overwhelmed him. Many results felt irrelevant, leaving him more confused than before and doubting his initial assumptions. He questioned whether he had misunderstood the mentor's guidance entirely. The mentor, noticing his hesitation, asked calmly what the problem was, inviting Seo-jun to explain. Seo-jun turned to the mentor directly, seeking confirmation. Could he take both cultivation types simultaneously, combining ki and mana into a single, integrated practice? The mentor's expression shifted, caught off guard. Seo-jun's question seemed to push the boundaries of what the system normally allowed, testing rules that most students never questioned. Seo-jun reasoned aloud. If the upper Dantian was the mind's domain, then perhaps Siddhartha Gautama's unwavering heart could stand in as a substitute guiding and reinforcing the mind's cultivation. He argued that the unwavering heart was a key element for transcendence itself, suggesting that those who had reached true transcendence might have developed their upper Dantian through this mental and spiritual focus. Seo-jun concluded that if mana cultivation allowed him to simultaneously utilize 2 Dantians, There should be no fundamental reason why he could not work with all three together, pushing the boundaries of conventional technique. The mentor hesitated, uncertain whether Seo Jun's reasoning would actually align with the deeper mechanics of the system. This was a subtle, dangerous line to tread. He admitted that no amount of reading lecture descriptions could fully confirm the method. Hidden rules and intricate mechanics lay beneath the surface, inaccessible without practice and verification. Seo Jun noticed that his progress in Merlin's lecture had increased slightly, a subtle recognition that his insights were being acknowledged by the system itself. That tiny feedback bolstered his confidence. Feeling encouraged, Seo Jun decided he would definitely pursue the mana lecture. The mentor reminded him that most other students simply picked a cultivation type based on preference, making his choice all the more deliberate. He pointed out that if no one else had noticed this subtle difference until now, the method might not be immediately obvious. Seo Jun asked the mentor if he could consult the instructors directly for confirmation. The mentor repeated the suggestion of asking the instructors, while Seo Jun explained that posting questions publicly on the Academy bulletin board would not yield the precision he needed. Seo Jun insisted that in-person consultation with the instructors would be far more accurate. The mentor admitted that the obstacle was not financial, but something more subtle and procedural. He acknowledged that students often approached instructors with questions about lectures, but his tone hinted at complications and the potential for unexpected hurdles. Ultimately, the mentor agreed to go inquire on Seo Jun's behalf, while Seo Jun admitted he wanted to pursue both cultivation paths but remained limited by practical constraints. Returning to the present moment, Seo Jun faced the grim reality. The real obstacle was money, as it often had been, threatening to keep him from following both paths fully. Later, back at the academy, Seo Jun resolved to revisit the issue once his mentor returned, only to discover that the mentor was already waiting for him, a small smile of readiness on his face. He noted the impeccable timing, still puzzled over why the mentor had summoned him now, sensing that something important was about to unfold. Entering the meeting room, Seo Jun found a number of unfamiliar faces gathered inside. He paused briefly, wondering who these people were and why they were here. A staff member spoke up, telling Seo Jun to introduce himself. She explained that the attendees were representatives from Hunter Mill, Oyul, and Jane academies, each with a stake in the discussion. Jin Hyun Seo and Hyun Cha stepped forward, offering polite introductions. Their smiles were calm, masking the earlier tension and hostility that had lingered between them. Lee Jin Seong introduced himself with a presence that felt heavy and competitive, his posture and gaze conveying both challenge and authority as he assessed Seo Jun directly. Seo Jun could hardly understand why representatives from the top 3 academies had convened specifically to meet him. The reasoning behind their attention was not yet clear. When the phrase exchange tournament was mentioned, Seo Jun's eyes narrowed. He realized immediately that they were discussing the academy's unofficial competition, a testing ground for elite students. Jin Hyun explained that the exchange tournament normally involved only the 3 established academies, but Dream Academy's meteoric rise made Seo Jun eligible to join. His performance had earned recognition. He framed Seo Jun's potential participation as an honor, expressing hope that both Dream Academy and its rising star would step forward to shine among their peers. Seo Jun remained guarded, keeping a close eye on their expressions. He sensed a catch hidden beneath the sudden friendliness, unwilling to be swayed by politeness alone. He asked directly what the prize for the tournament was, revealing his pragmatic priorities. Without tangible benefit, he would have little reason to expend his energy. Hearing that there was no prize, Seo Jun's expression shifted to genuine surprise. Without a tangible reward, the entire proposal seemed almost meaningless from his perspective. The representatives clarified that the tournament was meant solely for growth through competition with other geniuses. It was about development, not material or social rewards. Seo Jun turned to Park, Seo Yoon, and asked whether his participation would benefit Dream Academy. She admitted candidly that in reality it made little difference. She explained that, being unofficial, the tournament would not affect the Academy's standing or reputation. Seo Jun realized his involvement would have no institutional impact. Deciding the endeavor was pointless from his perspective, Seo Jun resolved not to participate. There was no compelling reason to devote time or energy to a contest without tangible gain. The representatives reacted with alarm at his refusal, their voices rising as they insisted he was throwing away a rare and valuable opportunity for recognition and growth. Seo Jun dismissed their protests with a blunt shake of his head. If winning offered nothing of substance, he had no reason to pursue the challenge, and he made that principle perfectly clear. The representatives continued pressing Seo Jun to reconsider his refusal, their insistence growing more frantic with each passing moment. Seo Jun's patience thinned, and irritation flickered across his eyes as their persistence tested his limits. With a sharp glance, Seo Jun called out to Lee Min-il, pulling his teammate into the conversation. He hoped Min-il's presence would help deflect some of the mounting pressure and shift focus away from him for a moment. "Are you planning to attend?" Seo Jun asked, his tone calm but firm. Min-il hesitated before replying that Seo Jun, as the team leader, should go instead. The suggestion carried both deference and subtle encouragement. Seo Jun shook his head, claiming he was too busy to make time for the tournament. Min-il shrugged lightly, admitting he didn't care much either, his indifference easing some of the tension. Privately, Min-il considered participating just to test his newly honed skills, but the representatives recoiled in horror at the thought, as if even the possibility of him entering was unthinkable. Without hesitation, Seo Jun declared that Min-il would attend, casually waving as he turned away. The representatives' protests and frantic pleas followed him, but he remained unconcerned, leaving them grasping at the air. They shouted after Seo Jun, desperation coloring every word. Losing him as the main participant felt like losing the entire purpose of the tournament. And their panic was palpable. Huddled together, the representatives muttered among themselves, unsure how to salvage the situation now that Seo Jun had slipped from their grasp. Just moments before, Seo Jun had demanded a staggering 6 billion won as a prerequisite for participation, transforming the negotiation into an audacious monetary ultimatum. The representatives echoed the figure in disbelief, realizing that Seo Jun's obsession with money was more extreme than they had ever anticipated. They interpreted his stance as a non-negotiable requirement, at least 6 billion won to enter, and without him, the tournament itself seemed doomed to fail. Groaned, frustrated at the absurdity of demanding a reward for an exchange tournament, feeling the escalation had become completely ridiculous. Min-il muttered his own complaints, questioning why Seo Jun always required money and feeling dragged along by his leader's financial theatrics. Jin Hyun cleared his throat, signaling he had a solution, or at least a new proposal, to bring the group back from the brink of chaos. The group returned to Seo Jun with polite apologies for the drawn-out discussion, attempting to reset the negotiation and salvage the opportunity without further tension. Seo Jun's mentor asked whether the conflict had resolved smoothly. Seo Jun waved the concern off, deeming it trivial and not worth dwelling upon. Jin Hyun admitted their original intent. They wanted their students to compete against Seo Jun to humble them, sharpen their skills, and push them toward improvement. He explained that Seo Jun's audacious demand for a reward had forced them to reconsider their approach, hinting that they would meet his terms somehow to keep him engaged. Finally, they announced that they had decided to attach a reward to participation after all. Seo Jun's attention snapped sharply, fully engaged by this sudden concession. Jin Hyun added a pause, suggesting there was a twist. His deliberate timing ensured Seo Jun's focus was entirely captured, anticipation sparking in his eyes. He warned that several conditions would apply, subtly shifting the power dynamic back toward the three academies while keeping Seo Jun intrigued and invested. Elsewhere, a hooded young woman trained rigorously, swirling vibrant blue mana around her hands, compressing it into tight, controlled streams that danced with energy. Her mana surged outward in a circular burst, demonstrating the ability to release explosive power while maintaining perfect form, each motion precise and deliberate. A master observed her closely, instructing her to compress her mana even further. She nodded and obeyed immediately, her discipline reflecting a deep commitment to mastery. Drawn by the intensity of the training, Minyo rushed through the hall. The palpable mana pressure and unfamiliar technique made it clear that someone here was pushing themselves beyond normal limits. A violent impact cracked the air near the equipment, the reverberation announcing a practitioner striking with overwhelming intensity far beyond mere cultivation exercises. A blue slash-like wave tore across the room, as if a weapon had been forged from mana itself, transforming the space into a battlefield rather than a training hall. The energy continued slicing through the air, leaving lingering trails that traced repeated high-speed attacks, a testament to relentless practice and unyielding precision. A white-haired fighter delivered a brutal kick, followed by a follow-up strike, sending yet another blue arc screaming outward. From a distance, Seo Jun watched, awe evident in his gaze. Seo Jun murmured under his breath, realizing that the upcoming exchange tournament might involve confronting monsters of this caliber, not merely sparring against fellow students. As the hall filled with intersecting mana slashes, someone noted aloud that everyone was working tirelessly, foreshadowing the fierce battles that awaited in the tournament. The organizers confirmed that the first-place bounty for the exchange tournament had been set at 6 billion won, an astronomical sum designed to attract and challenge the best. Seo Jun quickly calculated the prize distribution in his head, 6 billion for first place, 4 for second, 2 for third. The matches were individual, meaning the top prize would be his alone if he emerged victorious. The hosts added that additional conditions would apply, prompting someone to question whether offering such rewards might unfairly tilt the tournament structure. Seo-jun shrugged, accepting that since the organizers were paying, they had the right to dictate the tournament's rules and format. He would play within their terms. The organizers extended an invitation to Dream Academy, and Seo-jun's group agreed eagerly, viewing it as an ideal opportunity to test the results of their training against worthy opponents. Seo-jun smiled, a confident glint in his eyes. He seemed fully prepared to step into the tournament with resolve and assurance in his abilities. Curious, Seo-jun asked whether any other conditions existed. The staff hesitated briefly before admitting there was one more stipulation. They revealed that one person had not yet agreed to the terms, a fact that left Seo-jun and his teammates momentarily puzzled. Seo-jun quickly deduced that the holdout had to be someone outside their three-person Dream Academy group, narrowing down the possibilities in his mind. A sudden arrival startled the group, making Seo-jun whirl around in disbelief, his eyes wide at the unexpected guest. A stern-looking woman appeared, her expression confused as she was implied to be the last person who hadn't agreed yet. Park Seo-yoon was revealed, training intensely with her sword, each swing executed with ferocious determination, teetering on the edge of recklessness. Seo-jun watched as Seo-yoon's practiced swings carved thin, powerful arcs through the air, a testament to her relentless drive and focus. Seo-yoon wondered aloud why she and Seo-jun were being asked to join the tournament if the competition was meant to be individual, questioning the reasoning behind their involvement. Seo-jun called out to her mid-swing, trying to capture her attention amidst the blur of motion. He cautioned her not to overexert herself for his sake, but Seo-yoon immediately refused to slow down, her resolve unshakable. She insisted that she had always been helped by Seo-jun and wanted at least one chance to repay him, while Seo-jun argued that she had already done more than enough. Seo-yoon pressed her hand against him, physically stopping him from arguing further, asserting her decision with quiet authority. Brushing off his concern, she urged him to focus on his own responsibilities, leaving Seo-jun flustered and momentarily at a loss for words. Park Seo-yoon looked Seo-jun straight in the eyes and cut off his worries with a firm order. She told him to stop wasting concern on her and put that energy into preparing himself because his own battle was what mattered now. After they separated, Seo-jun walked away with Seo-yoon's words still lingering in his mind. If the exchange tournament was really going to happen, then he knew he could not afford to treat it lightly either. Even so, another concern kept nagging at him. The mentor had promised to come back soon with answers, but no matter how long Seo-jun waited, there had been no proper contact at all. Then, out of nowhere, a message finally arrived. But instead of clearing things up, it told Seo-jun to stop attending the Mana lectures for the time being, and the sudden instruction made him freeze. Seo-jun stared at the message, then repeated the order aloud in confusion. Stopping the Mana lectures now made no sense to him, especially when he had only just started considering that path seriously. The sender explained that the situation was complicated, and that they had already asked the director for clarification. They promised to come explain everything soon, but that only left Seo-jun feeling more uneasy than before. With no clear answer yet, Seo-jun decided there was no point standing still. Until the mentor returned, he would focus on raising the progress of every lecture and skill he could still work on. A few days passed, and the morning of the exchange tournament finally arrived. Seo-jun, Lee Min-il, Seol-hyun, and Park Seo-yoon gathered together, ready to step into the event that had suddenly grown far bigger than expected. The moment they saw the venue, the group could tell this tournament was unofficial in name only. The scale was enormous, almost like a raid battle had been prepared, and that strange atmosphere made the whole thing feel suspicious. Seo-jun quietly took in the scene and reminded himself that the top 3 hunter academies were not opponents to underestimate. Beside him, his friends kept talking nervously, almost as if chatting was the only way to shake off the pressure. Lee Min-il even joked about eating despite the tension in the air. Seo-jun answered with his usual calm confidence, saying he could eat anything, as if the atmosphere around them did not bother him at all. Then Seo-jun noticed a cluster of people gathered nearby, their attention fixed on the venue. He asked whether they were journalists, but even Park Seo-yoon could only look over with uncertainty. After watching them for a moment, Seo-jun came to his own conclusion. This tournament was being exposed to reporters, at least partially, and that only deepened the suspicion already forming in his mind. Park Seo-yoon checked the schedule carefully, her eyes moving across the details. She confirmed that the first round would begin with the student matches. The mood around the group instantly tightened. With the opening matches approaching, The pressure in the venue seemed to settle over them all at once, making every breath feel heavier. Suddenly, Lee Min-il and Seo Hyun bolted forward as if they had made up their minds at the same time. Their abrupt movement left Seo Jun and Park Seo-yoon staring after them in confusion. The two of them hurriedly begged to be matched against someone else instead of Seo Jun. Seo Jun was caught completely off guard by the desperate plea, unable to understand why they were reacting so strongly. Lee Min-il admitted that he had seen Seo Jun practicing before, and that was exactly the problem. What Seo Jun had unleashed was far beyond what a normal spear swing should be capable of, and Lee Min-il had no desire to experience it firsthand. Seo Hyun added that being forced to face Seo Jun was simply unfair. As she complained, the nearby journalists began sensing that something interesting was happening among the Dream Academy group. Then someone in the crowd suddenly spotted a famous hunter and shouted that Lee Hein had arrived. The name immediately pulled Seo Jun's attention away from the commotion. Measured footsteps approached with calm, deliberate confidence. Even before the person fully appeared, the atmosphere shifted, as if everyone instinctively knew someone important had entered. Lee Hein stepped into view, surrounded by security and a storm of flashing cameras. The crowd's focus snapped toward her instantly, and for a moment she looked less like a participant and more like the center of the entire event. Her gaze was cold and perfectly composed, carrying the air of someone used to standing above attention and pressure. She looked like a star who had long since grown accustomed to being treated as untouchable. Seo Jun watched her quietly, studying her expression, her posture, and the way the crowd moved around her. He could not ignore what her arrival might mean for the tournament. Lee Hyun continued forward through the press, escorted carefully as cameras flashed from every direction. The entire scene made it feel as if she, not the tournament itself, was the main attraction. Reporters immediately flooded Lee Hyun with questions, asking why the tournament had been made partially public and trying to force a comment from her. Their voices overlapped as they pushed closer for her attention. When an escort attempted to guide her onward, the reporters refused to let the chance slip away. They pressed her again, asking whether she was actually participating in the tournament or merely observing from the sidelines. One reporter then asked whether the rumors were true that she had skipped a previous tournament because of Kim Seo Jun. The question landed sharply, and the atmosphere around Lee Hyun changed in an instant. A cold, hostile silence spread through the crowd. Lee Hyun's presence alone seemed to freeze the people nearby, and the weight surrounding the tournament rose even higher. The reporter who had spoken quickly faltered, realizing too late that the question might have crossed a dangerous line. Their confidence crumbled under Lee Hyun's chilling reaction. Lee Hyun answered coolly, asking who Kim Seo Jun was, as if she did not even acknowledge the rumor in the first place. Her tone dismissed the entire premise without needing to say anything more. She walked on without slowing, leaving staff members and onlookers tense in her wake. The aura around her made people hesitate, intimidated even after she had already passed them. Park Seo-yoon quietly identified her as Lee Hyun of Hunter Mills. She had only heard about Lee Hyun until now, but seeing her in person made it clear why the name carried so much weight. Lee Min-il suddenly blurted out that Lee Hyun was pretty. Park Seo-yoon immediately shot him a sharp glare, stunned that he would say something so carefree in such a serious moment. When Park Seo-yoon challenged him, Lee Min-il only doubled down, insisting that calling a pretty person pretty was perfectly normal. He seemed completely oblivious to the timing, which only made her disbelief grow. Park Seo-yoon snapped that this was not the time for comments like that, especially with the tournament atmosphere turning more serious by the second. Then she complained that Lee Min-il never called her pretty while he tried to dodge the point entirely. Park Seo-yoon started poking and scolding Lee Min-il, turning their argument into a noisy little slapstick scene. Lee Min-il struggled to defend himself while she kept pressing him without mercy. Their loud bickering quickly drew glances from the people nearby. In a venue already full of reporters and tension, their argument only added to the growing public spectacle around Dream Academy. Seo Hyun suddenly reacted when she heard the name Kim Seo Jun. Panic flashed across her face as she realized that Dream Academy might really be sharing the same tournament stage as him. At that moment, the group began to understand the real reason this event had been made partially public. Dream Academy's participation, and Seo Jun's presence in particular, was exactly what had drawn so much attention.
As reporters started calling out for Kim Seo Jun, Lee Min-il gave a smug little remark. The attention was clearly because of Seo Jun, not because of Lee Hyun, and he seemed pleased to point that out.
Lee Min-il grinned with obvious satisfaction, enjoying the fact that their boss was becoming the center of the buzz. To him, the sudden attention felt like proof that Dream Academy was no longer being ignored. Seo Jun led the group inside while Lee Min-il kept laughing behind him. Seo Hyun, still irritated and flustered by the situation, tried to pull herself back together as they moved deeper into the venue. Inside Dream Academy's waiting room, the staff went over the rules once again. For this exchange tournament, personal equipment was strictly prohibited, and every participant had to use the weapons provided by the organizers. The official checked their usual equipment one by one: Seo Jun's spear, Park Seo-yoon's sword, and Lee Min-il's daggers and bow. Then the official turned to Seo Hyun and asked whether she needed anything, but she calmly declined. Park Seo-yoon and Lee Min-il both tested the provided weapons with uneasy expressions. The quality was not bad, but compared to the tools they normally used, everything felt awkward and unfamiliar in their hands. Seo Hyun watched them complain and tried to sound wise, quoting that a true craftsman should never blame the tools. Her tone carried just enough seriousness to make it seem like advice. Lee Min-il immediately pushed back, saying that line only worked because real craftsmen already used good tools in the first place. Seo Hyun quickly admitted she had only been joking, easing the mood a little. Lee Min-il then turned his teasing toward Seo Jun, saying Seo Jun probably did not need a weapon at all. It was clearly his way of getting payback for the embarrassment from earlier. Lee Min-il asked whether Seo Jun was really fine with the provided spear. Seo Jun tested its weight for a moment, then reluctantly admitted that it was acceptable enough to use. Seo Hyun watched Seo Jun for a moment and noticed something unusual about him. He did not seem attached to any particular weapon at all, and the way he calmly accepted whatever was handed to him made his composure stand out even more. Seo Hyun tried to bring the mood back into a more serious place, but it was almost impossible to get a word in. Lee Min-il and Seo Jun were still tangled up in their noisy back and forth, bickering and clashing so casually that they barely seemed to hear him. Seo Jun lowered his eyes toward the spear in his hand, quietly testing its weight and balance. A faint doubt crossed his face as he wondered whether this weapon would really be able to hold out once the match began. Not far away, a cadet in a red uniform from another academy stood watching the scene in cold silence. His eyes narrowed with clear disdain, as if the whole arrangement was beneath him. The red-uniformed cadet finally spoke up, his tone sharp with irritation. He questioned what made Seo Jun so special that everyone had to give up their personal equipment, while the officials nearby firmly reminded him that the rules had already been set. With his pride clearly wounded, the cadet drew a hard line. He declared that he had no intention of taking part, making it obvious that he looked down on the entire setup. Another cadet immediately mocked him, sneering that he must simply be afraid of facing Lee Hae-yun. But the red-uniformed cadet's expression tightened, and he insisted that Lee Hae-yun was not the reason at all. When the others pressed him to say what he really meant, he finally let the truth slip. The real reason he hesitated was not Lee Hae-yun, it was because Kim Seo Jun had entered the tournament. Seo Jun, completely unaware of the rumors spreading around him, stood there with a slightly blank look on his face. Around him, the weight of his growing reputation was already beginning to settle over the arena. The red-uniformed cadet's gaze turned colder as he fixed his attention on Seo Jun. Whatever hesitation he had shown before hardened into resolve, and it was clear he had chosen Seo Jun as the person he needed to bring down. In his mind, this was no longer just another match. He saw it as the perfect chance to prove that he, not Seo Jun, deserved to be called the true super rookie. Just as the referee stepped between them and asked whether both fighters were ready. The referee lifted his hand high above the arena floor, and the air seemed to tighten around both fighters as the match was about to begin. The instant the starting signal came down, Seo Jun moved. His first step slammed through the arena like a shockwave, cracking the floor beneath him and leaving his opponent frozen in disbelief. The opponent's eyes flew wide open as fear cut through his confidence. Seo Jun's movement was so fast and sudden that he could not follow it properly with his eyes. A chill ran through him as he realized the truth. He had completely lost sight of Seo Jun's movement, and panic began to creep into his expression before he could stop it. He whipped his body around in a desperate attempt to catch up, twisting toward where he thought Seo Jun would appear. Every nerve in him screamed that the next strike was already coming. Seo Jun was already there, closing the distance with terrifying speed. His spear swept in with dangerous force, leaving the opponent with no choice but to raise his weapon and block for his life. The impact crashed into him like a hammer. His arms trembled under the pressure, his weapon shook violently, and it took everything he had just to keep from being blown away. The opponent gritted his teeth, unable to understand what was happening. The power coming from Seo Jun's strike felt absurd, the kind of strength that made no sense for someone standing in front of him. Their weapons collided with a violent burst that tore through the arena. The floor split beneath the force of the clash, sending cracks racing outward from the point of impact. As the exchange swallowed him whole, the opponent could only think back in disbelief. Every bit of confidence he had carried into the match was being crushed by the sheer weight of Seo Jun's attack. Seo Jun followed through without losing control for even a second. Debris scattered through the air around him, and the rhythm of the fight had already fallen completely into his hands. The opponent staggered backward through the dust, barely managing to stay on his feet. His stance was crumbling, and every breath made it clearer that he was already being pushed to the edge. Before the opponent could properly recover, Seo Jun slipped inside his guard. In one smooth motion, he placed himself exactly where he needed to be for the finishing blow. A blue-tinged strike slammed down with brutal precision. The opponent was driven hard into the ground, his body stunned by the impact as the arena shook beneath him. His eye widened with dread as the reality sank in. The match was already over, and there was nothing left he could do to change the outcome. Seo Jun's spear point stopped just short of a lethal hit. It hovered in place with perfect control, close enough to end everything, but held back just enough to spare his opponent. With the spear leveled calmly over him, Seo Jun kept the defeated cadet pinned under his mercy. The result was so clear that no one in the arena could deny it. The last of the shockwaves faded through the broken floor, leaving only silence behind. The opponent remained helpless beneath Seo Jun's pressure, unable to move or even pretend he still had a chance. The officials stared in stunned silence, and the defeated cadet could only sit there, dazed and shaken. The match had ended so quickly that almost no one seemed able to process what they had just seen. At last, the referee found his voice and announced Kim Seo Jun's victory. The declaration confirmed what everyone already knew. The fight had ended almost the moment it began.
The defeated cadet's gaze fell to the spearhead, and his face went pale with disbelief. Even the weapon Seo Jun had used was cracked from the exchange.
Seo Jun noticed the damage as well, turning the spear slightly in his hand as he examined the cracks. With a calm expression, he admitted that he had been worried about the weapon from the very beginning. He added that if the duel had dragged on even a little longer, the spear probably would have shattered completely. The casual way he said it only made the defeat feel even more humiliating for his opponent. Seo Jun then asked the staff for a sturdier replacement, explaining that he had been holding back because he was afraid the spear might break too quickly. His request left the people around him even more speechless. He continued inspecting the damaged weapon, his eyes tracing the fractures along the shaft and spearhead. The more he looked, the more obvious it became that his concern had been completely justified. After receiving a replacement staff, Seo Jun tested it in his hands and quietly compared it to the previous weapon. The last one simply had not been strong enough to endure his power. Still, a small worry lingered on his face. If the weapons started cracking after only a few swings, he might end up needing a new replacement every single round. His teammates stared at him with bright, sparkling eyes, completely captivated by what they had just witnessed. To them, Seo Jun's effortless win looked almost unreal. Lee Min-il leaned towards Seo Jun and pointed out that even during training, Seo Jun had never shown the full extent of his strength. Now that everyone had seen even a glimpse of it in the match, the whole place was practically losing its mind. Park Seo-yoon added that the reaction had already spread beyond the arena. An article about Seo Jun had gone up almost immediately, catching him completely off guard. Seo Jun looked at the headline and saw the prediction everyone was already chasing: Kim Seo Jun versus Lee Haeun. He quickly realized that the reporters who had been waiting near the entrance must have written it. Park Seo-yoon explained that the top 3 guilds were covering the tournament expenses, and their real goal was to get Seo Jun's attention. That was why every reaction surrounding him had become so intense so quickly. Seo Jun glanced at the article and casually commented that Lee Haeun really was impressive. But Lee Min-il immediately snapped back in frustration, insisting that Seo Jun was the one everyone should be calling amazing. Park Seo-yoon nodded in agreement with Lee Min-il. From her point of view, the attention was not random at all. Seo Jun was shaking up every expectation people had brought into the tournament. Park Seo-yoon explained that until now, most people had treated Lee Haeun like an unbeatable wall, but after Seo Jun's performance, that image was starting to crack, and people were beginning to call him an out-of-touch irregular who did not fit any normal standard. Lee Min-il joked that he would rather take his chances against Lee Haeun than fight Seo Jun. Park Seo-yoon awkwardly tried to join in on the teasing, though her timing made the moment even funnier. Seo Jun simply laughed it off, refusing to let the sudden hype weigh him down. Even with everyone talking about him, he remained relaxed, as if the whole commotion had nothing to do with him. Elsewhere, Lee Haeun watched the situation with a flat, unreadable expression. His gaze stayed fixed and calm, but there was a quiet sharpness in the way he assessed what had happened. A suited executive standing nearby asked Lee Haeun what he thought of Seo Jun's performance. After a moment, Lee Haeun admitted that there was clearly a reason Seo Jun's name kept coming up again and again. The executive leaned forward, his gaze sharp as he asked Lee Haeun directly whether she believed she could defeat Kim Seo Jun, testing the confidence of the renowned Hunter Mills cadet. Haeun straightened slightly and addressed him formally as CEO, her voice steady. The executive quickly added that she shouldn't feel burdened, reminding her that a loss wouldn't define her. Lee Haeun shook her head with a hint of dismissal, asserting that Seo Jun was merely a student-level irregular. To her eyes, he wasn't yet a true threat worthy of serious concern. The CEO listened quietly, his eyes narrowing as he weighed her calm confidence against the extraordinary performance he had witnessed himself. After a pause, Haeun softened her tone, clarifying that her remark came from caution rather than underestimation. She asked him not to misread her words as arrogance. Left alone in his office, the CEO remained seated, deep in thought, contemplating what Seo Jun's rapid rise could mean for the broader competitive landscape. His narrowed eyes betrayed his skepticism. Haeun's dismissal of Seo Jun did not fully convince him, and he knew there was more to the student's capabilities than she admitted. From his vantage point, the CEO watched as Seo Jun was handed yet another spear. He followed every movement closely, tracking both the risk and the resources being expended to keep up with the young prodigy. Seo Jun casually noted that the spear had shattered again, treating the breakage as nothing more than a minor inconvenience in the heat of competition. The CEO's expression stiffened at the offhand comment. He sensed that Haeun's earlier words, though measured, may have been intended as a subtle warning about Seo Jun's potential. Meanwhile, in the tournament brackets, Lee Min-il climbed steadily as expected, racking up victory after victory and maintaining a strong presence. Park Seo-yoon also surprised the audience, delivering a flawless performance that earned her the win in her match, demonstrating skill and poise under pressure. Another announcement rang through the arena, confirming Kim Seo-jun's next victory. His rapid advancements through the brackets left spectators both amazed and unnerved. Once again, Seo Jun requested the staff to replace his spear. Their hands trembled slightly as they confirmed that the weapon had shattered yet again under his overwhelming power. Seo Jun admitted quietly to himself that controlling his strength against these elite cadets was proving far more challenging than he had anticipated. Staff tallying the replacements realized he had already gone through 9 weapons. Security staff quickly calculated the staggering cost of 9 high-end weapon replacements, over $1 billion won. The expenditure alone was approaching and possibly surpassing the total prize money. They lamented that, despite the spiraling costs, refusing to replace clearly broken weapons was impossible. The rules demanded it, and Seo Jun's force left them with little choice. Finally, Seo Jun suggested he might just use his own spear if the repeated breakages continued, leaving the staff momentarily stunned by his practical, almost nonchalant solution. He framed it plainly as a matter of safety and practicality, rather than asking for special treatment, and questioned whether the CEOs intended to modify the rules for such situations. A staff member hurried off to confirm, leaving Seo Jun standing patiently, eyes scanning the arena while waiting for an answer. He assumed the matter would be settled, but his attention shifted when he noticed Park Seo-yoon trembling slightly nearby, her composure fragile under the mounting pressure. Seo Jun turned to her, asking gently if her next match was about to begin. She nodded, her voice tight with nervousness, confirming her upcoming challenge. He observed her closely, noting how pale she had grown and how her hands shook. His gaze pressed her for an explanation, sensing her fear ran deeper than mere nerves. Park Seo-yoon hesitated, struggling to put her thoughts into words, her anxiety nearly overwhelming her confidence.
Finally, she admitted it. Her next opponent was Lee Haeun. The words hit Seo Jun like a shockwave, instantly clarifying the reason behind her fear.
Seo Jun's expression softened as he immediately understood the magnitude of the challenge she faced. To confront the legendary cadet whom everyone treated as unbeatable was no small burden. He reflected on Park Seo-yoon's predicament. She had not trained long under the Magic Saint's guidance. She looked to him, asking quietly whether she could possibly perform well against such an adversary. Seo Jun reassured her, his tone calm and steady, reminding her that this wasn't a life-or-death raid and there was no need to let panic dictate her actions. He told her that victory or defeat mattered far less than maintaining composure, urging her not to become fixated or obsessed with the outcome before the match even began. Seon admitted a pang of guilt, recalling how she hadn't been as helpful as she wished during their last raid battle. The memory tugged at her, intensifying the pressure she now felt under the crowd's gaze. As recollections of fighting alongside others surfaced, Seon felt a strong desire to contribute, fearing the judgment of everyone watching and the looming challenge ahead. At the same time, she reveled in the warmth of recognition, realizing that improvement and acknowledgement gave her struggles meaning and a sense of worth. She remembered the joy of growing together with her peers, even if she still lagged behind them, and felt a renewed drive to match their pace. Steeling herself, Seo-yeon understood why she had to step forward now, determined to prove her value and stake her claim among her fellow cadets. The gap between her and the stronger students weighed on her heavily, sharpening her resolve to bridge it and contribute meaningfully in the arena. Park Seo-yeon clenched her fists tightly, committing herself to show that she too could make a difference and hold her ground against any opponent. When her name was finally called, she saw it as her moment to stand shoulder to shoulder with the others, to seize her place and prove she belonged. A teammate offered a simple word of encouragement, a gentle push that gave her the courage to move forward and accept the challenge. Park Seo-yeon responded with determination, her expression firm as she moved toward her assigned position, ready to face whatever awaited. She stepped onto the arena floor, eager to have her abilities tested and prepared to confront any challenge head-on, her mind focused and clear. For a brief moment, she paused alone on the arena floor, feeling the weight of the unfamiliar tense atmosphere settle around her like a living entity. A ripple of unease ran through her as a dangerous presence approached, every instinct on high alert for the fight about to begin. Then, calm and imposing, Lee Hyun appeared before her. The legendary cadet's sword rested casually at her side, and her aura alone made it clear she was not an opponent to underestimate. The referee stepped forward to confirm that both fighters were ready, leaving Park Seo-yeon no choice but to commit fully to the impending duel. The match began instantly. Seo-yeon surged forward, determined to seize the momentum and assert herself in the opening moments. She channeled her mana, causing sparks of electricity to flare along her body as she assumed a dynamic fighting stance, every motion charged with intent. Lee Hyun observed silently, her expression unreadable, silently challenging Park Seo-yeon to reveal her full capability without interference. Park Seo-yeon tried to anticipate Hyun's strategy, but every signal was indecipherable, leaving her struggling to read her opponent's next move. Lee Hyun commanded her to use everything at her disposal, framing the instruction less as a threat and more as a lesson in both power and restraint. Across the wide arena, Park Seo-yeon steadied herself, bracing under Hyun's blunt command, ready to face the challenge head-on with every ounce of her focus. Lee Hyun's expression was sharp and calculating as she addressed Park Seo-yeon. She explained that the purpose of this exercise was to make Seo-yeon truly understand her own limitations, deliberately provoking her to test how far she could be pushed. With a fluid motion, Lee Hyun finally drew her blade, signaling that she would now engage seriously, leaving no doubt that this was no longer a mere display. Her narrowed eyes burned with focus, each glance conveying complete mastery over the situation and a confidence that seemed unshakable. "Keep going," Hyun instructed, her voice cool and controlled. "Push yourself until there's nothing left." The words were a challenge, a test designed to stretch Seo-yeon to her absolute limits. Park Seo-yeon immediately noticed that Lee Hyun had not even taken a proper fighting stance. The sheer ease with which she held herself felt like open contempt, as if mocking Seo-yeon's effort. Anger flared within Seo-yeon, replacing the initial fear. She refused to be dismissed so casually, her resolve hardening like steel in her veins. Her hands sparked with surging lightning energy as she swore that she would make Lee Hyun regret underestimating her, pushing her own powers even higher in a defiant surge. Lee Hyun's lips curved into a faint, amused smirk. She had seen countless challengers make the same vow before her, and it hardly surprised her anymore. Park Seo-yeon focused intensely, gathering her mana between her hands. Electricity crackled along her arms as she prepared to launch an opening strike, determination radiating from her stance. She exhaled sharply, channeling a pressure-based magic that reinforced her body, creating a suffocating aura designed to press down on Lee Hyun and assert her presence in close combat. Using a presence block, Seo-yeon forced herself under the oppressive aura, committing fully to closing the distance and taking the fight to Lee Hyun directly. In a straight, unwavering line, she charged forward, every step committing her to a decisive strike, her focus unbroken despite the tension in the arena. Spectators gasped in disbelief, unaccustomed to seeing a mage willing to fight at such close range, challenging traditional expectations of battlefield roles. Their shock deepened when they realized that Seo-yeon was taking this risk directly against Lee Hyun, the legendary cadet whose presence alone demanded caution. Seo-yeon closed the final distance, anticipating that Lee Hyun's formidable pressure might hinder her, ready to test whether she could break through the legendary defense. But in a blur of precision, Lee Haeun intercepted and countered seamlessly, turning Seo Yoon's bold rush into an immediate disadvantage, exploiting her every move. Seo Yoon realized too late that Lee Haeun had already anticipated her approach, each motion preempted with uncanny accuracy, leaving no room for error. A glowing spell circle appeared beneath Lee Haeun as she prepared a clean, overwhelming counterattack, radiating power that dwarfed Seo Yoon's initial strike. The arena was engulfed in a massive blast that erupted from Haeun's spell, consuming Seo Yoon's attack and sending shockwaves through the surroundings, dwarfing the earlier impact. Seo Yoon struggled to maintain her casting while moving, forcing her body to push through the violent turbulence and chaotic energy that swirled around her. The adults watching couldn't hide their astonishment. They had never expected a student to sustain magic while navigating such violent motion, and it left them wide-eyed in disbelief. One of them murmured, acknowledging that this display explained why even their own students had struggled so intensely against Lee Haeun in prior encounters. The scene challenged conventional wisdom, calling into question the usual strategy of keeping mages safely in the backlines during real battles. It was a stark reminder that in actual combat, conditions could disrupt a mage's casting at any moment, making traditional roles unreliable under extreme circumstances. The reality was unforgiving. Mana interference and lack of protection could strike unpredictably, leaving even the most prepared mage vulnerable. A teacher reflected quietly that the self-focused, aggressive style once used by mages had largely vanished after the era of the magic saint, whose presence had reshaped combat doctrine. In the stands, spectators urged Park Seo-yoon to keep pressing her attack on Lee Haeun, seemingly oblivious to the extreme danger she faced in doing so. They recalled tales of the magic saint, the legendary hero of the Cataclysm, who had wielded a similarly aggressive and unorthodox battle method feared by all who witnessed it. During that cataclysmic era, the magic saint had been considered a walking disaster on the battlefield, a force capable of obliterating everything in his path. Other nations had even labeled him a war mage, emphasizing the ruthless, overwhelming nature of his power and his ability to dominate any engagement. Back in the present, Park Seo-yoon screamed, pushing herself forward with everything she had, desperate to land an effective strike against Lee Haeun. But Lee Haeun stopped her effortlessly, her presence alone halting Seo-yoon in place, while a hint of amusement flickered across her calm expression as she taunted, "Is this all you've got?" Seo-yoon swung her body with all her might, driving in with physical force, attempting to break through Lee Haeun's impenetrable defense despite the odds stacked against her. The resulting clash erupted outward in a burst of energy and shock, but still, Seo-yoon could not penetrate Lee Haeun's carefully maintained guard. Frustration twisted Seo-yoon's features as the realization sank in. She was being toyed with, her every effort anticipated and countered before it could land. Lee Haeun caught her in a firm hold, her voice calm yet edged with authority. "Do you finally understand?" she asked, holding Seo-yoon as if she were utterly helpless. Seo-yoon struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by the realization that every movement had been controlled and every action predicted by her legendary opponent. For a brief moment, Lee Haeun's expression flickered with slight puzzlement, as though she had expected a more formidable response from Seo-yoon. Then, with a sudden surge of force, Seo-yoon was sent flying away from Lee Haeun, propelled across the arena by sheer power. Lee Haeun watched silently, her composure unbroken, though a hint of irritation briefly surfaced beneath her otherwise calm demeanor. Seo-yoon admitted inwardly that she had only managed to tear at Haeun's clothing, never even landing a real hit, the gulf of power between them painfully clear. The difference in strength struck Seo-yoon harder than any physical blow, a humbling lesson in skill and control. With a dismissive flick, Lee Haeun ended the encounter, sending Seo-yoon aside and concluding the lesson with an unmistakable demonstration of dominance. Seo-yoon tumbled across the arena floor, landing hard, stunned, and disoriented, unable to respond to the overwhelming skill she had just faced. Yet Lee Haeun paused for a moment, surprised that Seo-yoon still reached out, showing determination even after being so decisively beaten. Seo-yoon was thrown again, skidding across the floor. As the tension in the crowd spiked, every spectator acutely aware of the immense difference in power between the two. From the viewing area, one adult exhaled in relief, sensing that the most dangerous moments of the confrontation had passed. Seo-yoon's friends stared in horror, realizing just how badly their comrade had been overpowered in the arena. A male teammate stood rigid, anger and frustration building, as he watched Seo-yoon get repeatedly dominated, unable to intervene. Above her, Lee Haeun loomed over the fallen Seo-yoon, hand resting lightly on her sword, utterly unthreatened, radiating the calm supremacy of a legend at the height of her power. Park Seo-yoon groaned, barely able to stay conscious. Every muscle in her body ached, and her pride felt as battered as her form, each movement a struggle against exhaustion and pain. Lee Haeun looked down at her with an icy detachment, her eyes cold and indifferent, as though Seo Yoon were nothing more than a trivial obstacle in her path. A heavy impact reverberated through the arena, signaling that this confrontation had escalated far beyond the bounds of a normal match. One of Seo Yoon's teammates leapt from the stands, unable to remain passive, rushing toward the battlefield in a desperate bid to intervene. Another teammate gripped his weapon tightly, torn between adhering to the rules and protecting Seo Yoon from further harm. A voice rang out, pleading for the match to be paused, trying in vain to halt the escalating violence. The furious teammate reached Seo Yoon as someone grasped her hoodie, lifting her like a rag doll, her body limp yet still trembling with effort. Even in this helpless state, Seo Yoon weakly insisted she was fine, her pride refusing to admit total defeat even as she was held off the ground. Her male teammate's shock hardened into raw rage, fury burning brighter as he took in the scene of her suffering. An official's voice cut sharply through the chaos, commanding Lee Haeun to stop immediately as she continued to hold Seo Yoon firmly in place. Lee Haeun responded only with a silent, unrepentant stare, her expression unreadable and her dominance undisputed. With a controlled flick, she tossed Seo Yoon aside and turned her back, treating the interruption as little more than an annoyance. Seo Yoon's teammate rushed to her side, frantic, while Lee Haeun walked away with a casual, almost bored air, as if the entire episode were beneath her notice. Seo Yoon winced sharply, her body aching as she struggled to sit up and maintain consciousness, each movement a battle against pain. Her teammate's panic overtook his anger as he shouted desperately for her to wake up, fear for her safety surging to the forefront. As he observed her trembling form, he realized she was neither weak nor worthless. Seo Yoon's resolve had never allowed her to succumb fully, refusing to accept Lee Haeun's harsh judgment. Seo Yoon clung to him, shaking, seeking comfort and grounding amid the overwhelming humiliation and pain she had endured. He whispered gently, trying to calm her, urging her not to blame herself for what had happened, to keep her tethered to reason amidst the chaos. Overwhelmed, Seo Yoon broke down completely, tears streaming freely as the weight of humiliation pressed down on her spirit. Through sobs, she confessed that it had all happened because she had not been strong enough, crushing herself with guilt over her perceived shortcomings. Healers arrived swiftly to tend to Seo Yoon, and fortunately there were no major injuries, though the emotional scars ran deep. Meanwhile, Lee Haeun received only a warning for her actions, a decision that sparked outrage and disbelief among the onlookers who had witnessed the ordeal. One teammate admitted that he had attempted to intervene and avenge Seo Yoon, but had failed as well, a stark reminder of how untouchable Lee Haeun truly was. Another bystander warned their superior that Lee Haeun's reputation as the best was not mere hype. It was earned through unassailable skill and experience. Someone else wanted to protest more aggressively after seeing the injuries to Seo Yoon and Lee Min-il, but they were told to drop the matter and let it go. The would-be protester turned back, confused by the order, frustration and disbelief written across their face. They questioned why the decision had been made, but were met only with silence, leaving the reasoning unspoken and unquestioned. The instruction was repeated plainly: leave it be, no further action would be taken against Lee Haeun. The tournament continued after the chaos, but the memory of Seo Yoon's ordeal lingered, especially reflected in the tense, worried expression of her close friend, Lee Min-ji. Time passed in a blur of matches, shattered weapons, and mounting tension, leading the audience to anticipate the next major bout. Kim Seo-joon of Dream Academy stepped forward, his spear in hand, moving with calm precision as the crowd turned their gaze toward him. Lee Haeun of Hunter Mill was announced as his opponent. Both were directed to take their positions in the arena, the weight of expectation pressing down on the floor. Seo-joon remained silent, his eyes measuring every detail, studying his opponent with a calm intensity that betrayed no emotion. Lee Haeun mirrored his quiet confidence, her stance unreadable and composed, radiating the power and control she was known for. The long-awaited match between Kim Seo-joon and Lee Haeun drew every eye in the arena, the tension so thick it seemed almost tangible. Park Seo-yoon watched from the sidelines, her heart racing, bracing herself for the strategies and strength that Lee Haeun might unleash once again. Adults and officials alike held their breath, aware that this fight could escalate in unexpected and dangerous ways. Staff members swallowed nervously as Seo-joon's calm yet imposing presence added an unspoken pressure to the already charged atmosphere. Across the arena, the two fighters faced each other, the silence thick with anticipation, the air heavy and charged with imminent action. Lee Haeun's gaze sharpened as she addressed Seo-joon, a pointed question testing not only his skill but the judgment and morality he carried in battle.
She demanded to know whether it had truly been necessary for him to push so far in his earlier encounters, challenging the choices he had made.
Lee Hae-eun claimed that, despite his immense talent, Seo-jun could not understand the despair of giving everything and yet feeling no progress, framing effort as a form of suffering he was supposedly incapable of grasping. Seo-jun responded steadily, asserting that despair itself was proof of effort, transforming pain into a meaningful measure of growth and perseverance. He accused Lee Hae-eun of trampling on that effort, condemning her for cruelty toward weaker students who were striving just as hard. Lee Hae-eun dismissed his words with a subtle shake of her head, suggesting that even his well-rounded skills could not allow him to simply ignore her presence or authority. Seo-jun cut through her dismissal, asking sharply if she was finished talking and ready to begin the fight in earnest. Lee Hae-eun decided that words alone would not convey her point, and implied that he would need to experience her power firsthand to understand. Seo-jun met her stance with calm assurance, inviting her to attack without fear, ready to respond to whatever challenge she set before him. He echoed her own earlier lesson back at her, insisting that she should unleash everything she could, daring her to match his resolve. Lee Hae-eun's irritation flared as she recognized her own taunt reflected in Seo-jun's words, the challenge striking back at her with unnerving precision. Kim Seo-jun pressed the point, telling Lee Hae-eun she should understand firsthand how it feels to have her cruelty reflected back, turning her own merciless actions into a mirror. He urged her to feel the weight of isolation under such relentless pressure, to realize how unbearable it is to stand alone against overwhelming force. Lee Hae-eun snapped back, her pride flaring, insisting that he was exaggerating over a little praise and that he had no right to bluff, especially after stepping on those she deemed insignificant. Seo-jun stayed calm, observing that even her words, sharp as they were, had yet to pierce his composure or rattle his resolve. The referee's hands shook as he asked if both fighters were ready, sensing the simmering hostility radiating between them. The match erupted into motion as Lee Hae-eun lunged forward immediately, her blade flashing in a deadly, precise slash aimed to overwhelm. Her eyes widened in surprise as she detected something unexpected in Seo-jun's measured, composed reaction. Seo-jun's own surprise flickered across his face, but he did not waver, standing his ground firmly as the tension built. Lee Hae-eun demanded to know what he was doing, shocked at his refusal to retreat as he calmly repeated her own lesson. She should unleash everything she had. Seo-jun smirked, mocking the ritual of repeated bravado, echoing the same amusement she had shown earlier when challengers made hollow threats. Lee Hae-eun's anger surged, her composure cracking as she committed to a harder, faster strike, aiming to force him back. Seo-jun stepped forward, intercepting her momentum with a precise, close-range counter that left her momentarily shocked. His expression remained calm and steady, signaling that he could read and respond to her every motion with uncanny clarity. Shifting his stance, he angled his spear to convert defense into offense, ready to dictate the pace of the duel. Lee Hae-eun's crimson arc tore through the air, but Seo-jun slipped smoothly, redirecting the energy and avoiding the worst of the blow. She chained multiple strikes together, a relentless flurry meant to overwhelm, her speed and aggression pressing him constantly. Seo-jun weaved through the red blades with disciplined precision, using deft spearwork to prevent her from closing in cleanly. Lee Hae-eun snarled, swinging again, refusing to let him control the rhythm or pace of the fight. Seo-jun yawned mid-exchange, an open display of disrespect that marked her attacks as predictable and insufficient to faze him. Her blade swept dangerously close to his face, but he remained composed, unaffected and unhurt, the calm in his eyes unnerving her. Lee Hae-eun surged forward with another explosive dash, trying to shatter his poise with pure, unrelenting force. Up close, Seo-jun taunted, challenging her pride directly, insisting that this could not possibly represent her full potential. He pressed forward, releasing a crushing presence that forced Lee Hae-eun to brace herself under the sudden, suffocating pressure. She raised her katana, igniting a radiant blue aura along the blade in an effort to counter the overwhelming force. The aura surged like a towering pillar, signaling the arrival of a serious, fully committed technique at last. Seo-jun recognized the aura as the feared aura blade, and knew immediately he could not afford to underestimate it. He resolved to act decisively, moving to intercept the empowered strike before it could cut him down. Their weapons collided in a blinding flash, the force of the impact shaking the entire arena and echoing like thunder. The shockwave radiated outward, rattling the space and drawing gasps of awe and fear from every spectator. Officials and students flinched, scrambling instinctively as the raw power of the clash spilled to the sidelines. The adults in charge tensed, realizing that the duel had already surpassed anything they had expected or could comfortably manage. Li Hun's strike was forced back, and for the first time, she recognized that her opponent was not only matching her skill but overpowering her directly. The realization hit her harder than any blow. She was the one being pushed back, her dominance challenged head-on. Seo Jun met her force calmly, asserting control with a quiet confidence that left no doubt about who held the upper hand. With a fluid, almost casual motion, he positioned himself strategically, seizing the tempo of the fight and dictating its rhythm. Li Heian steadied her breathing, unsettled by the sudden shift in control and forced to reassess the battle. At close range, Seo Jun held his spear poised, while she braced low, katana ready, both preparing for the next critical exchange. Seo Jun declared that he would now fight seriously, signaling that the duel had escalated beyond a mere test of skill. He triggered a precise, system-like command in his mind, preparing to counter her next strike with perfect timing. Li Heian's pride flared, her inner voice insisting she was unique, that no one could surpass her. She framed her ascent as proof that raw, overwhelming ability surpassed effort, her arrogance reinforced by past victories. Even when lauded as history's greatest hunter, she felt no elation, only certainty that her superiority was absolute. She accepted her self-image coldly and without hesitation, a simple, unyielding truth in her mind. Hearing Seo Jun's unwavering resolve, Li Heian locked her gaze on him, wary yet unwilling to show weakness. Seo Jun's calm confidence unsettled her, prompting her to demand an explanation for his composed defiance. She realized that his earlier display had not revealed his full strength, and a flicker of fear began to creep into her certainty. Once again, Seo Jun activated his deflect, timing her incoming strike with uncanny precision. His spearwork sent a sweeping shockwave across the arena, dominating the battlefield and pushing Li Heian toward the edge of her control. Gritting her teeth, she charged through the oppressive pressure, determined to reclaim command of the fight. Their clash landed with brutal intensity, and Li Heian took damage, blood spraying from the impact as the fight's ferocity became undeniable. The crowd, along with Li Heian herself, could barely comprehend how a single precise swing of Seo Jun's spear unleashed such overwhelming destruction. Shock and disbelief rippled through the arena as all eyes fixed on the impossible display. Suddenly, a new command, grasp, surged through Seo Jun's technique, catching Heian off guard. Her footing faltered, the ground seeming to betray her as the invisible force pulled her into his control. Impact slammed down like a thunderclap, each step of her momentum seized and crushed under Seo Jun's relentless mastery. Heian was hurled through the air with violent force, her body twisting uncontrollably as her grip on her weapon slipped and shattered under the pressure. Around Seo Jun, the arena's currents swirled, tossing debris and loose dust into the sky, emphasizing the enormous gap between his control and Heian's desperate resistance. Her eyes widened in the heart of the spiral, panic creeping in as she realized she wouldn't regain control in time. Every instinct screamed that she was about to be undone. With no escape, Heian slammed downward, Seo Jun's pressure pressing her options into a sealed trap with merciless precision. A crushing blow came down like a hammer, dwarfing her small frame as she braced, every muscle tensing against the inevitable impact. Seo Jun activated Pierce, shifting seamlessly from controlling the fight to delivering a decisive finishing thrust that would settle the exchange. A vertical surge of force erupted between them, a violent column of energy that blasted both combatants apart, the air cracking and debris scattering as it spiraled upward. With unwavering focus, Seo Jun drove his weapon down, stabilizing the strike and asserting authority, ending the exchange with commanding finality. Heian was thrown far across the arena, coughing violently as the shock of the impact rippled through her entire body. She struck the ground hard, sliding and rolling across the arena floor as the cumulative damage finally caught up to her. Struggling to her feet, disbelief clouded Heian's features, her usual composure cracking into raw panic. She whispered to herself, insisting it couldn't be real, unable to reconcile the staggering disparity between her strength and Seo Jun's. Her pride refused to acknowledge that anyone could surpass her, even as her body trembled under the force of her own frustration. From the ground, Heian's mind blazed with rage at the unthinkable idea that someone else could outmatch her, every heartbeat echoing with disbelief. Seo Jun cut through her denial with a calm assertion, reminding her that the match was far from over. Heian's face twisted into a mask of fury, refusing to admit she had been outclassed in any measure. Clenching her weapon tightly, she committed to a desperate, reckless counterattack, pouring every ounce of strength into the swing. She lifted her blade high above her head, letting out a scream as she attempted to crush Seo Jun with a final all-or-nothing strike. The attack descended in a blur, an overwhelming force intended to break through his defense with sheer power. Yet Seo Jun slipped effortlessly past her line. moving inside her guard as though her strikes were mere air. Hoyen felt the sting of a precise hit, coughing in stunned shock at how easily Seo-jun punished the slightest opening in her offense. Humiliated, she spat out an insult, teeth clenched and hands still gripping her sword, her pride burning fiercely despite the setback. Spectators panicked, debating whether to intervene, noting the stark imbalance as Haeun wielded a weapon against an unarmed Seo-jun. Even so, Seo-jun pressed the attack relentlessly, delivering precise, punishing strikes without a hint of hesitation or intention to relent. Haeun was knocked down once more, her attempts to reset or regain control repeatedly thwarted by Seo-jun's unyielding pressure. He spoke calmly of those who spend their lives beaten down, their struggles unseen, and Haeun angrily rejected the comparison, unwilling to accept her lesson. Seo-jun explained that life is far harsher for those without overwhelming gifts, unlike her rare, innate strength. He reminded her that ordinary people endure daily punishments without choice, their lives dictated by survival rather than privilege or power. Hoen swung in frustration, her blades slicing the air, yet she could not reach him as he danced just beyond her grasp. Seo-jun pressed her further, asking what truly surprises her, forcing her to pause and hear his words. He explained that those who are beaten down rarely obsess over winning or fighting back. For them, strength is measured by endurance, by the will to keep moving forward. Haeun's expression faltered, confusion blending with anger as his words struck at the core of her pride. Seo-jun continued, emphasizing that even after a lifetime of blows, they focus on progressing step by step, never yielding to despair. He noted that no matter the force of each strike, they refused to remain down, rising time and again despite hardship. Persistence, he explained, becomes a form of talent. Advancement, however small, defines true capability. Repeated strong hits cannot halt their rise. Each fall is temporary, and each recovery is proof of inner strength. He admitted they may falter briefly, yet inevitably they continue onward, unwavering in their resolve. Seo-jun concluded that the only path to victory in an impossible fight is relentless persistence, the courage to keep pushing no matter the odds. He named this relentless perseverance as the essence of true talent, directly challenging Haeun's belief that power alone defines greatness. Hoen snapped, her pride refusing to accept such a definition, declaring that enduring insignificance could never be called talent. Seo-jun confronted her arrogance, questioning her claim of being the most talented fighter in history, exposing the fragility behind her confidence. He mocked her trembling, pointing out that her so-called greatness couldn't even withstand a few precise strikes, the illusion of superiority crumbling. Seo-jun warned that people like her have no right to trample over those who endure hardship, those who rise despite every blow. With divine intensity, he summoned God's strength, propelling a devastating punch toward Haeun, the force of it bending the air around his fist. Haeun's eyes went wide, the realization dawning that this strike could not be avoided, the end barreling toward her. The punch hurtled forward like a cannonball, filling her vision with raw, unrelenting force, leaving no room for defense. In a fleeting, haunting flash, Hoyen saw herself standing atop others, an echo of her old superiority, now crumbling before Seo-jun's unstoppable power. The memory lingered in Hoyen's mind, tiny cracks spreading through the confidence she once held so firmly. Each thought of past victories felt fragile now, as if the ground beneath her certainty was slowly giving way. Her face hardened in the flashback, cold and unshaken, untouched even by the faintest praise or recognition she had received before. The steel in her gaze reminded everyone that she had always relied on her own strength. Back in the present, Seo-jun's fist connected sharply with Haeun's face, cutting through her defenses with precision. The blow landed cleanly, snapping her head aside violently, her stance crumbling as if the air itself had been ripped from her body. She was launched across the arena, flung by the sheer force of the strike. Her limbs splayed as gravity pulled her helplessly toward the ground. Haeun's pride shattered with each tumbling moment, the arena itself seeming to fracture around her under the overwhelming impact. Mid-flight, she stared blankly, stunned into silence, unable to grasp the reality of her defeat as shock washed over her like icy water. She crashed to the arena floor with a resounding impact, rolling and sliding as her body struggled to recover, powerless to alter the outcome of the match. Spectators and staff alike gasped and recoiled in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. Some collapsed in stunned amazement, others sank to the floor, overwhelmed by the raw display of skill and force. A woman in training gear beamed with excitement, eyes sparkling as she absorbed the spectacle, thrilled by the display of raw talent and power. Haeun, battered and kneeling, raised her gaze to Seo-jun as he moved closer, concern flickering in his eyes as he checked on her condition. Seo-jun urged her to open her eyes, and as she did, the result was announced: Exchange Tournament Round 1. Victory goes to Kim Seo-jun. After the match, officials gathered urgently, discussing how to proceed now that the balance had shifted so dramatically. The room fell into a tense silence. Every voice hushed as they braced to speak the truth about the new reality. A former S-rank representative confessed his uncertainty, admitting he would not be confident in defeating Seo-jun if faced in combat today. Others stared in shock, struggling to process that even a retired S-rank veteran doubted their chances against a student. A bespectacled official hesitated, reluctantly agreeing, his own fear echoing the sentiment in the room. They noted that the 3 successive blows which had overwhelmed Heian were far beyond the level any student should achieve. Concluding that Seo-jun had not possessed such strength during prior raid battles, they recognized a sudden, significant shift in his abilities. Someone objected, arguing that the tournament wasn't over yet, but conceded that Seo-jun had already become seemingly untouchable. Another official accepted the harsh truth, urging the group to face the reality that defeating Seo-jun might be impossible. New strategy began to take shape. Rather than confronting him directly, perhaps they could exploit some weakness, some angle against him. Meanwhile, reporters swarmed Seo-jun, shouting questions about rumors, speculating wildly about his next moves, and vying for answers. He maneuvered through the chaos with impossible agility, even running across the air itself as flashes from cameras lit the arena like a storm of stars. Seo-jun realized that public perception had already framed the narrative. Everyone had been defeated by him, and the crowd now formed a living barrier around his path. An official intervened, clarifying that the defeat wasn't by Dream Academy as an institution, but solely by Seo-jun himself, singling him out as the force behind the upheaval. The woman in training gear paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, her eyes searching for Seo-jun as she felt the momentum of events tilt. Seo-jun returned to a private room, announcing his arrival as the door closed firmly behind him, sealing out the chaotic noise of the arena. He recounted the struggle of forcing his way through the throng of reporters, muttering about the absurdity of being blocked at every turn. A phone was pressed into his hand, revealing that Korea had already erupted online. Headlines hailed him as an irregular prodigy, some even hinting at a potential hero rank. Comments flooded in at lightning speed, mocking Hyun and speculating wildly about Seo-jun's intentions, as well as the future of Dream Academy under his rising influence. A rumor spread, claiming that the Academy's CEO was merely a B-rank hunter, sowing doubt about her authority and decision-making. More voices piled on, accusing her of relying on Seo-jun's talent to carry the Academy, ridiculing her status as the Sword Saint's granddaughter while holding only a B rank. Seo-jun glanced toward her, noticing her reaction to the mounting backlash and the pressure of public scrutiny. She laughed lightly, brushing off the criticism, projecting calm and keeping the mood from tipping into tension. Turning her attention forward, she focused on planning the second round, urging Seo-jun to anticipate what was coming. She confirmed that round 2 would be a team dungeon raid, marking it as a full team match with all participating members. Seo-jun's eyes widened in alarm. 2 of their teammates were hospitalized, making the team match seem almost impossible. She explained how reporters had trapped her as well, limiting her mobility. She reported that the chaos outside was finally subsiding, as staff and organizers struggled to restore order to the arena. She instructed Seo-jun to rest briefly, promising to handle the lingering turmoil outside herself. Seo-jun nodded, waving her off with a small gesture, attempting to settle his mind and relax for a moment. Left alone, he admitted to himself how utterly exhausted he felt after the grueling fight, every fiber of his body aching. He worried that he had overextended God's strength emotionally, questioning whether he should have ended the fight more gently, more carefully. Regret and second-guessing gnawed at him, wondering if the overwhelming force had truly been necessary. Then, without warning, a tiny floating assistant appeared, startling Seo-jun with its sudden arrival and cheerful announcement. The small being hovered awkwardly in front of him, clearly puzzled by the intensity of his startled reaction. Seo-jun flailed and nearly toppled off the couch, exclaiming in disbelief at how he could not have anticipated this sudden appearance. The assistant flailed its arms in exaggerated apology, pleading with cuteness, while Seo-jun eyed it warily, suspecting another bout of trouble was imminent. Dropping the scolding tone, Seo-jun pressed for information, asking what the assistant had discovered about the question he had sent it to investigate. Puffing up with pride, the assistant explained that it had consulted multiple instructors and even the principal to verify the answer, ready to reveal the results. The assistant reported that every instructor it consulted had deemed the task impossible. Seo-jun listened silently, a deep sigh escaping him as he reluctantly accepted their unanimous conclusion. But the tiny companion wasn't finished. It insisted Seo-jun hear the full message, hinting that the principal's perspective might differ from the instructor's verdict. Finally, it revealed the principal's words. If it was Seo-jun attempting the feat, there might be a possibility. Seo-jun jolted upright, eyes wide, demanding an explanation. Using both the middle and lower dantians together was normally considered impossible. So how could he be an exception? Still confused, Seo-jun pressed, asking why only he might defy the rule. The assistant hovered, preparing to relay the official explanation with care. It began, stating it would now deliver the principal's formal opinion on the matter. The assistant explained that mana is tied to a fixed existential quota. Each being has a limit it cannot surpass without consequence. It elaborated that causality represents the maximum a being can sustain, and typically, one dantian suffices within this boundary. Any attempt to exceed this natural limit risks destabilizing reality itself, the system warned. Such overreach could lead to a catastrophic collapse where existence might unravel or vanish entirely. Yet, even in this risk, the assistant noted, Seo-jun might survive if he carefully coordinated both middle and lower dantians. He asked why, eyes narrowing. The assistant replied that Seo-jun's causality had never been measured, leaving him as an anomaly beyond the system's usual parameters. No matter the situation, his causality remained unquantified, making him unique and unpredictable. It reminded him of the earlier incident when he lacked an ID and had reported it, implying the system couldn't properly categorize his existence. The assistant moved briskly onward, signaling it was about to deliver the key point of the principal's guidance. Because Seo-jun's causality remained unmeasured, no predefined limitations bound him. With meticulous control, using two dantians simultaneously might not collapse or erase him. The assistant added that the principal had outlined specific precautions and principles to follow when engaging both dantians at once. First, both dantians must be opened simultaneously, treated as a single, carefully managed state. Second, he must endure the overwhelming burden that comes with synchronizing both dantians, a strain far beyond normal limits. Seo-jun asked what this burden entailed, and the assistant clarified. Mana consumption would rise exponentially, not merely double, demanding far greater energy output. Training alone could not meet this demand. He would require large quantities of elixirs, meaning a staggering expenditure of resources. Seo-jun's eyes widened in panic at the potential cost, realizing his modest lifestyle could not sustain such an extreme regimen. The assistant admitted this was its personal assessment, but insisted the attempt would be worthwhile regardless. It emphasized that when the principal said possible, it was not idle speculation. Her words represented genuine, tangible hope. Seo-jun pictured the implications, a transcended being navigating all three dungeons, stepping beyond any threshold he had yet known, a glimpse at a power far exceeding his current state. The assistant warned that should such a feat become achievable, events previously deemed impossible might begin to manifest reality itself, bending in unforeseen ways. It added that the principal seemed to anticipate this outcome with excitement, even hinting she might step down from her role to witness it unfold. Seo-jun asked quietly what kind of person the Transcension Academy principal truly was, unsettled by the thrill in her anticipation. The assistant explained that it could not reveal her full identity easily, but offered guidance on necessary precautions to stay safe. Finally, it disclosed that the principal was the second transcended being, and that was all it could reveal. Seo-jun turned to the tiny companion, curious about this mysterious second transcended figure. The companion confirmed the truth, realizing Seo-jun had never heard the full history of the academy before.
Eager to dive into the story, the companion began its explanation, but the sudden opening of the door cut it off mid-sentence.
Park Seo-yoon returned, and Seo-jun hastily concealed the companion, pretending nothing had occurred. Seo-yoon eyed him suspiciously, sensing he had been speaking with someone, but Seo-jun laughed it off, dismissing it as her imagination. She switched to business, asking whether the negotiations for the second round had been completed, and a nearby staffer promised to brief them. The bespectacled representative explained that the meeting had just concluded, the results freshly determined. He framed the exchange tournament as a critical opportunity for students to prove their abilities in real competition. He revealed that while the host academies had voted to proceed with the second round, Dream Academy could only field Kim Seo-jun, presenting a significant limitation. Because of this constraint, the organizers decided to modify the rules for the second round. The new proposal paired each student with an instructor in a dungeon raid, forming teams of 2 for the challenge. Seo-jun immediately realized this would allow him to team with Park Seo-yoon and participate, a glimmer of strategy forming in his mind. Yet he worried. Seo-yoon was only a B rank, while rival academies could send A-rank instructors, risking public embarrassment. He also asked what compensation they might receive for this disadvantage. Seo-yoon challenged the organizer directly, demanding clarification about the sudden rule changes.
She pointed out that the modifications had been imposed abruptly, unfairly tilting the playing field against Dream Academy.
The organizer nervously suggested that they could request some form of compensation or adjustment in return. Seo-yoon turned to Seo-jun, silently urging him to assert himself in the negotiation. She reassured him, insisting that he needn't worry about her and that she wanted to support him personally at least once in her role as director. Seo-yoon added that gossip and public opinion about her didn't matter, leaving Seo-jun conflicted but deeply moved by her faith in him. Gritting his teeth, Seo-jun steeled himself, determined to negotiate fiercely and claim the advantage they deserved. The organizer, sensing Seo-jun's determination, quickly offered a counter-proposal even before discussing prize money. Seo-jun stood firm, demanding that the competition teams be composed of actual academy representatives rather than instructors. He argued sharply that Park Seo-yoon was Dream Academy's true representative, and that the top 3 rival academies should similarly send their designated representatives, not just elite instructors, to ensure a fair contest. The organizer hesitated, attempting to object, but Seo-jun's gaze pinned him in place. Escalating the pressure, Seo-jun insisted the full 6 billion won prize be paid up front. Without it, Dream Academy would refuse to participate entirely. He flatly threatened to walk away, leaving the organizer no room to maneuver and forcing a reluctant concession. With a smirk of defeat, the organizer finally nodded, acknowledging there was no alternative but to comply. The rules for the second round were set. Representative students and their academies from Dream, Hunter Mill, Jane, and Aleve would form teams to tackle a dungeon raid together. The raid was divided into 3 dungeons. Students would enter Dungeon 1 first, facing initial challenges alone. Dungeon 2 would be tackled by representatives solo, requiring them to clear it entirely on their own. Once Dungeon 2 was cleared, mana crystals collected along the way would be inserted into an altar, summoning the boss in Dungeon 3, which both the student and the representative had to defeat together to complete the raid. Victory would be determined by total combined time, clearing Dungeons 1 and 2, then defeating the Dungeon 3 boss, with the fastest team claiming the win. Seo-jun immediately accessed his phone to accept a related preparatory course, committing his resources and focus to the challenge ahead. Among the course options, he selected Swordmaster Dongbin Lu's cultivation techniques and Siegfried's dragon aura, enhancing both his combat prowess and magical versatility. A staffer called for him to get ready, and Seo-jun rose, striding toward the arena with calm determination. Another voice called out for Park Seo-yoon, who stood poised before the portal, bracing herself for the upcoming challenge. At Dream Academy's Round 2 testing grounds, Seo-jun asked why she was there alone, but Seo-yoon smoothly dodged the question, keeping her focus sharp. He inquired whether inserting the crystals into the altar would trigger the opening of Dungeon 3. A weight of tension pressed on him as he compared himself mentally to the faster, stronger representatives from other academies. Seo-jun reasoned that even if Seo-yoon's pace was slower, the scoring system was team-based rather than individual, so their combined performance mattered most. He concluded that the crucial factor would be how much he could shorten his own dungeon time to offset any gaps. Even with his upper dantian activated, Seo-jun doubted he could fully match former S-class hunters, but the start signal echoed, calling Dream Academy's team to enter the portal. Seo-jun called out to Seo-yoon as she readied herself, a spark of encouragement in his tone. With a cheerful grin, he assured her, "I'll see you soon," and stepped into the swirling blue portal, the energy wrapping around him like a ribbon of light. Seo-yoon forced a composed smile, waving him off while concealing the flutter of anxiety she felt inside. Inside Dungeon 1, Seo-jun emerged into a dense, shadowy forest. Every rustle suggested unseen monsters observing his arrival. He squared himself, spear at the ready as a wolf-like beast emerged from the underbrush. A pack of red-eyed wolves circled him, their teeth gleaming. Seo-jun noted that facing them together made the engagement easier to control. The wolves closed in from every direction, but Seo-jun remained calm, poised and balanced, ready to test his own speed and control. He decided to begin cautiously, probing their movements and assessing their reactions. Then, with a controlled burst of power, he struck, his movements precise yet devastating. He surged forward in a blur, almost surprised by the swiftness with which the encounter reached its conclusion. Momentum carried him slightly beyond his initial footing as he executed the final moves, barely maintaining balance. In one sweeping motion, his spear sliced through the pack, felling them before they could even mount a counterattack. The shockwave of the finishing strike rippled outward, clearing the area in an instant. The surviving wolves froze, staring in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the speed of his assault. Seo Jun muttered dryly, noting how effortless it had been, and teasing the illusion of any challenge. The remaining monsters panicked, yipping and scattering as they fled from his overwhelming presence. Annoyed at their escape, Seo Jun gave chase briefly, though he knew the simulation had already served its purpose. He retrieved a mana crystal from the fallen, securing it as proof of his cleared section. He grumbled about the simulation monster's astonishing detail, lamenting the small time loss caused by their premature flight. Seo Jun returned through the portal to the testing grounds, stepping back into the familiar space of preparation. He glanced toward the other portal, wondering why Park Seo-yoon had yet to complete her dungeon run. Deciding not to waste another moment, he hurried to insert his collected crystal into the altar, recording his clear time. The altar chimed softly as the crystal slid into place, registering his accomplishment.
Seo Jun paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as the system responded in an unexpected way.
He soon realized that clear times were being broadcast live, the pressure of the competition instantly magnified. Listening to the announcement, Seo Jun tensed, the pace of rival academies becoming frighteningly clear. Glancing at Hunter Mill's posted times, his chest tightened. He immediately recognized the scale of the gap he faced. A wave of panic surged through him, convinced that they might have already fallen behind before the real battle had even begun. The live record displayed Hunter Mill's dungeon times. Their Dungeon 1 run lagged far behind their Dungeon 2 completion, creating a striking gap that, paradoxically, played in their favor. Seo Jun quickly grasped the reasoning. Students usually move slower than representatives, but in Dream Academy's case, the roles were reversed, flipping the expected advantage. He realized a grim possibility. If his own student-run time surpassed Park Seo-yoon's performance, she could be labeled dead weight and come under harsh criticism. At the same time, if he slowed himself to match her pace and shield her reputation, Dream Academy might lose outright, leaving them trapped between strategy and pride. Worse still, Dungeon 2 was an 8-star challenge. Seo Jun feared Seo Yoon might even fail the raid entirely, making his earlier gamble in prioritizing speed and resources feel recklessly naive. The live scoreboard updated again, this time showing Jaehyun Academy's combined record, a tight benchmark that ratcheted up the pressure even further. Seo Jun recalled Seo Yoon's earlier words. She had promised to help him once and insisted that gossip and opinions of others were meaningless. He gripped the mana crystal tighter in his hand, torn between the drive to win and the desire to protect her from unnecessary blame. As Jaehyun Academy's recorded time loomed on the board, Seo Yoon's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that her focus was only on what truly mattered. Inside Dungeon 2, Seo Yoon fought through a searing battlefield, her breath ragged but her stance unwavering. She stood atop a fallen lizard-like behemoth amidst flames, pushing forward despite the chaos threatening to overwhelm her. Her senses snapped to a sudden danger, every instinct screaming as she detected a new threat emerging. A violent explosion erupted as a basilisk lunged, forcing her to react instantly to avoid being caught off guard. Seo Yoon charged through the roaring fire, closing the distance with her sword, determined to maintain control of the battle. With a precise, decisive strike, she sought to end the confrontation before the beast could regain strength. Suddenly, she noticed a subtle anomaly in the basilisk's movement, her eyes widening with alarm. The creature's counterattack clipped her side, drawing blood and shaking her concentration just as she braced for impact. A burst of heat and force sent her sprawling, threatening to crush her under the basilisk's overwhelming power. Elsewhere, a blonde representative watched the unfolding chaos, sensing the impact and tightening in concern. The battlefield erupted once more as the basilisk's energy surged violently through the flames, reshaping the fight's momentum. Seo Yoon was thrown hard across the scorched ground, barely managing to keep her grip on her weapon as she scrambled to recover. The basilisk roared, charging energy for another crushing strike, while Seo Yoon fought to regain footing and composure. Summoning her courage, she launched upward through a towering pillar of fire, daring to force an opening with a bold, precise attack. Seo Yoon steadied herself, believing that clearing this next obstacle could preserve everything she cared about. She thought of Seo Jun waiting outside, a steady anchor in her mind, and refused to collapse under the trial. Even if she couldn't match Seo Jun's speed, she vowed she would see the raid through to the end, refusing to let him down. Pausing mid-motion, she sensed a pivotal shift in the fight, every muscle taut with anticipation. The basilisk lunged with jaws wide, attempting to swallow her whole in a single terrifying bite. Seo Yoon twisted sharply at the last moment, narrowly evading the crushing jaws by a hair's breadth. She flipped mid-air, slashing as she descended, converting a desperate defense into a counterstrike with deadly intent. Fear and strain struck her as she tumbled, the close call driving home how narrowly she had escaped death. She admitted to herself that her skills weren't exceptional, that her limits had always been clear to her. As the Sword Saint's granddaughter, she confessed the painful truth. Her post-training rank had only ever reached B, a constant reminder of inadequacy. The roaring flames surrounded her as she pressed on, fighting through both shame and danger. She recalled respecting her heroic grandfather, yet resenting the relentless comparisons that always highlighted her weaknesses. In the end, she realized that the true source of her frustration had always been herself. Planting her stance firmly, she drew upon her inner resolve, refusing to let inferiority define her path. She remembered Seo Jun's carefree promise to see her soon, a thought that steadied her racing heart. Bruised and grimy, Seo Yun allowed herself a faint smile as she acknowledged what she truly wanted: to finish what she had started. With blood trickling from her hand, she gripped the mana crystal tightly, determined to see the raid through to the end. A lone figure moved through the aftermath, the battlefield settling, a stark reminder of how far she had been pushed. Seo Yun reflected on the first time she met Seo Jun, when she believed their connection would remain strictly transactional. She admitted she had once thought using each other would be sufficient to fulfill their roles. Even leveraging a charming student to elevate Dream Academy's reputation seemed enough at the time, but she realized she had been wrong. With the Pro Hunter exam looming, she decided this exchange tournament would mark the end of their temporary partnership, so Seo Jun could move forward unburdened. She accepted that their time together was fleeting, that this conclusion was inevitable. Even so, she resolved to help Seo Jun one final time, ensuring she wouldn't hold him back. She braced herself to contribute, however little, embracing the role of a stepping stone if that's what the moment demanded. Back outside, a spectator remarked on how brutally difficult the dungeon had been, the tension from the raid still palpable. Seo Jun looked up and noticed Seo Yun emerging at the same moment, surprise flashing across his face at her impeccable timing. Seo Yun exhales wearily, her voice thin and drained as she admits she's only just emerged herself, the exhaustion clear in every syllable. The crystal slips from her hand, shattering against the stone floor with a sharp, decisive clatter that reverberates through the chamber, marking the moment with unspoken finality. Seo Jun's brow furrows as he stares at her, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Why did you do that?" he asks, his voice tinged with disbelief, searching for a reason in her sudden choice. Her lips part in protest. "I didn't do anything," Seo Yun insists. Yet the slight tremor in her hands betrays her, hinting at the deeper turmoil she refuses to acknowledge. Seo Jun falls silent, letting his gaze linger on the tension etched across her face. Pain and hesitation ripple through her features, and he reads every unspoken word without her needing to say a thing. "I need a lot of money," he admits finally, his tone calm, "but that's not all I am." His eyes meet hers, conveying something beyond wealth, a deeper value, something irreplaceable. He adds softly, "Money can always be earned again," suggesting that what matters here is far more than mere wealth, a truth he hopes she will understand. Seo Yun's heart clenches as she reflects on her own pain. She knows some wounds don't heal, some hearts cannot be mended. Despite his words, she steels herself for the inevitable distance between them. Without another word, she offers a quiet, almost whispered thanks and turns away, choosing the safety of distance over the ache of closeness. They stand apart, framed by the portals and the altar, the silence stretching between them like a tangible weight that presses on their chests. Seo Yun's mind turns inward, reflecting that on the path to becoming a pro hunter, she must learn to let go, even of those she deeply cares for. And for Seo Jun, on his path toward Transcension, she believes he must move forward without her, forging ahead with strength unburdened by her presence. She wants him to walk alongside greater allies, better companions than herself, even as the board flashes Dream Academy's countdown, reminding them of the pressure of time. The combined record of their team lights up on the display, numbers racing upward. They are close, yet the crushing weight of time still bears down, relentless and unforgiving. Seo Yun quickly calculates, Dungeon 3's boss must be located and defeated within 48 seconds just to surpass Hunter Mill's pace. Seo Jun's expression shifts. He has something long held in his heart he wants to finally share. "I couldn't have made it this far on my own," he confesses, his gaze softening as he acknowledges that it's her unwavering support that carried him through every trial. A faint, trusting smile crosses his face. "Just this once, I'll leave it to you," he says, the words carrying the weight of complete trust, a rare gift he rarely offers. Seo Yun shakes her head, tears threatening to spill. "No," she whispers firmly. "From now on, I'll leave it to you." Her voice trembles, but the decision is resolute, born from deep emotional connection. Her emotions break through completely now, tears spilling freely down her cheeks, each drop a testament to how profoundly Seo-jun's trust touches her. Inside Dungeon 3, Seo-jun glances back, voice low but earnest. "What was that for?" he asks, then adds, "You're the only person I truly trust." "If I pass out, I want you to watch over me," he admits, the vulnerability in his words turning partnership into a pact, ensuring she sees him as an ally, never a burden. Seo-jun freezes, stunned, as Seo-jun's energy suddenly spikes, power radiating outward in an instant, filling the air with palpable intensity. He charges toward the boss chamber like a comet, leaving Seo-jun momentarily rooted in disbelief, her mouth opening in an involuntary gasp at the sheer speed and determination radiating from him. With roughly 30 seconds remaining, Seo-jun assesses the situation, his mind racing. To find and slay the basilisk through conventional means is simply impossible within such a tight window. Instead, he decides to unleash a force so overwhelming that the dungeon itself cannot withstand it, turning the environment into a weapon to bend fate. Resolute, he commits fully to collapsing the dungeon, forcing the outcome within the narrow margin of time, a gamble as daring as it is absolute. Seo-jun activates Aura Blade and God's Strength simultaneously. Energy roars around him in bright, crackling tendrils, and Seo-jun watches from behind, eyes wide with awe and alarm. Even as his power flares, he knows it might not be enough. His hand reaches instinctively for the next option, searching for any advantage he can summon. Without hesitation, he purchases a key elixir for 2 billion won through the system. His resolve unshaken by cost, determined to ensure victory no matter the price. Drinking the elixir, Seo-jun prepares to release a final strike, one that could shatter the dungeon itself, his body coiling like a spring loaded with raw, uncontrollable force. He steps forward to face the boss, blue energy spiraling around him in violent arcs, the sheer pressure of his presence causing those nearby to stagger back instinctively. Seo-jun steadies herself, feeling the air itself quiver under the intensity. She senses that the battle has escalated beyond any ordinary sparring, a clash now of titanic force. Hein's aura burns bright in orange, eyes narrowing as he studies Seo-jun. There's something different about this energy, a distinct kind of internal mastery that he struggles to comprehend. Seo-jun's core glows a steady, brilliant blue at his middle dantian, a sign of control far beyond expectation. His focus absolute, unyielding. A mentor-like voice echoes in his mind, instructing that when using Disperse from DGP, the spear's range must remain precise, the energy flowing seamlessly from body to tip. The guidance continues. The force must be guided from within, honed and controlled before being unleashed outward, ensuring efficiency and deadly precision. Seo-jun grips the spear tightly, letting the technique's flow pass through him. Every movement channels energy cleanly, a bridge between intent and execution. He releases Disperse, sending a multicolored shockwave sweeping across the arena, the sheer power overwhelming the space and leaving the air humming with residual energy. Following immediately, he performs Grasp, drawing the scattered force back inward into a concentrated internal spiral, exactly as he was taught, focusing every ounce into one lethal center. The dispersed energy collapses inward, twisting upon itself, compressing into a singular point of immense destructive potential. Beneath them, the arena floor fractures under the sheer pressure, cracks racing outward as Grasp reaches its ultimate intensity. Finally, Seo-jun invokes Pierce, uniting spear and body as a single unstoppable force, his intent singular and unwavering. The white-haired instructor's grin broadens, a silent acknowledgement that Seo-jun has grasped the essence of the technique with precision and clarity. Seo-jun centers himself entirely, focusing on piercing a single point, shutting out every distraction, every external thought, committing fully to the strike. A blinding burst of concentrated light forms at the spear's tip, signaling the moment when the compressed force is ready to be unleashed. His eyes blaze with determination as he drives the technique forward, moving without hesitation, every muscle and intent synchronized in perfect execution. Both fighters surge toward each other in the decisive clash, their auras colliding violently at close range, the air crackling with unleashed energy. The impact detonates in a colossal explosion, engulfing the arena in a shockwave so immense it triggers catastrophic collapse, debris flying in every direction. Through the chaos, Seo-jun's spear continues its deadly path, cutting cleanly through the blast, a testament to the strike's absolute connection and power. The spearhead cracks under the immense strain, tiny fractures spreading along its tip, revealing the extraordinary intensity and nearly overwhelming force behind Seo-jun's attack. Seo Jun is flung backward by the residual force of the blast, suspended in a shaft of blinding light as the chaotic battle abruptly concludes, his body trembling from the sheer magnitude of what just occurred. One glowing eye slowly steadies, focusing through the haze of dust and debris, a silent signal that he is fully aware of the devastation he has unleashed despite the surrounding chaos. A blonde onlooker tilts their heads skyward, eyes widening in disbelief as the enormity of the arena's destruction sinks in, the scale of devastation beyond anything they expected. Nearby, others rush toward the epicenter, drawn by the deafening collapse, their steps' urgent hearts pounding with a mix of fear and fascination at the unfolding scene. A staff member, glasses slipping slightly down his nose, stares upward with tense realization, knowing that what they are witnessing is unprecedented, a phenomenon beyond standard protocol. He mutters under his breath, disbelief etching every word. This can't be real. Meanwhile, the official display flickers and updates, showing Dream Academy's attack sequences and the precise time records. The scoreboard confirms it. The boss was defeated in just 41 seconds, and Dream Academy has claimed first place. A feat, the onlookers whisper, is simply impossible. Seo Jun jolts awake in a stark hospital bed, sheets tangled, his chest heaving as he struggles to reconcile the lingering echoes of the dungeon collapse with his reality. Park Seo-yoon leans in, her voice tinged with concern. "Seo-jun, are you awake?" she asks softly, her eyes searching his for any sign of injury or disorientation. Blinking rapidly, Seo-jun sits up, alarm flashing in his gaze. What happened?" he demands, still dazed, the events from the dungeon replaying vividly in his mind. Seo-yoon remains calm, a reassuring presence. "We won," she confirms gently, and a long relieved exhale escapes Seo-jun, the tension finally easing from his shoulders. She carefully checks his condition, her fingers brushing lightly over his arm, while he smirks with bravado. "Don't worry," he boasts. "My body and mind are strong enough to handle even passing out." Seo-yoon lets a quiet smile curve her lips, a soft warmth settling between them, the moment briefly alleviating the lingering stress of the battle. Seo-jun notices the subtle change in her expression and asks, tilting his head with curiosity, "What's wrong? Why the smile?" Seo-yoon meets his gaze sincerely. "Thank you," she says quietly, each word carrying genuine appreciation for everything he has done, acknowledging the effort behind every action. A gentle blush colors her cheeks, and her smile grows warmer, radiating heartfelt gratitude that softens the sharp edges of their previous tension.
Caught off guard by her open sincerity, Seo-jun studies her more intently, his usual playful demeanor faltering as he truly sees her emotions laid bare.
He attempts to play it cool, brushing off the intimacy with a casual laugh, yet the closeness of the moment lingers, charged and intimate, undeniable in the quiet air between them. The fragile moment is broken as a swarm of reporters pushes in, their voices shouting urgently, demanding, "We need to see Seo-jun Kim now." Staff quickly step in, forming a protective barrier. He needs rest, they insist, but the press presses harder, seeking confirmation and a first-hand account of the extraordinary events. Reporters argue, warning that waiting until later at Dream Academy is too risky because of the Sword Saint's presence. They demand answers immediately, voices rising with tension. Questions barrage Seo-jun and Seo-yoon, relentless and probing. How did the dungeon collapse? What really transpired inside? The crowd leans forward, hungry for every detail. A handler interjects, cautioning that the top 3 Hunter Academies refuse to recognize Dream Academy's victory, adding another layer of pressure and raising the stakes even higher. The press frames the narrative as if Seo-jun triumphed alone, rather than the Academy as a whole, demanding his personal explanation, eager for a sensational story. Seo-yoon and Seo-jun exchange a silent, knowing glance. In that unspoken moment, they agree, nothing will be revealed beyond what is necessary. Steeling himself, Seo-jun takes a deep breath, preparing to deflect the interrogation with calm precision, ready to control the narrative without surrendering secrets. "I'm just a Dream Academy student," he states firmly, refusing to play into the reporter's assumptions or inflate his role. He downplays his involvement further, insisting, "I didn't do much," his voice steady despite the scrutiny, keeping the focus away from himself. "I only followed the director's instructions," he adds casually, a remark that shocks both Seo-yoon and the surrounding onlookers, implying a hidden layer of coordination. Seo-yoon's eyes widen in panic, understanding the implication of his words as the crowd leans in, eager for more revelation, tension thickening in the room. The press pivots sharply, targeting the Academy director. Is Dream Academy's sudden rise due to special training given to Seo-jun? They press, turning attention toward her leadership. They demand that Seo-yoon address the room, framing her words to inspire future students while transforming the chamber into a high-stakes publicity trap. Zhao Yun attempts to redirect the line of questioning, but the reporters escalate, now probing for pro-hunter secrets and insider knowledge, pushing the boundaries of propriety. One reporter refuses to relent, heightening the tension. The crowd's insistence makes it clear they will not leave without answers. Seo Jun steps forward, voice firm and uncompromising. All inquiries should be directed to the director, he declares, shutting down the interrogation decisively. A masked streamer on Faithful TV cuts in, announcing a sensational exposé about Seo Jun and Dream Academy, the broadcast instantly grabbing national attention. The streamer claims the exchange tournament captured the nation's focus, specifically because Dream Academy had Seo Jun among its ranks, amplifying the Academy's fame. They hype up the fact that Seo Jun defeated Hyun Lee and even obliterated the dungeon itself, igniting a frenzy of online discussion and speculation. The broadcast debates whether the hero-like attention Seo Jun is receiving is truly deserved, questioning if the praise aligns with reality. The streamer promises to reveal the final truth, claiming that it will settle the ongoing controversy surrounding Dream Academy's unexpected victory. They assert that the real secret behind Dream Academy's success lies not in Seo Jun alone, but with its director. The revelation hits like a shockwave. The director is revealed to be the Sword Saint's granddaughter, instantly transforming rumor into scandalous headline. They claim the second round of the tournament succeeded only because Seo Jun and the director collaborated closely, emphasizing teamwork rather than his individual prowess. The video concludes with the streamer pleading for likes and subscriptions. While comments explode, each viewer eager to weigh in on the sensational claims. Seo Jun scrolls through the hype online, a teasing smirk tugging at his lips as he mockingly enjoys being cast as a glowing symbol in the public eye. He jokes aloud to Seo Yun, eyes glinting, "You're the real light here. You even gave me your share of the 6 billion won prize money," highlighting her generosity and their bond. Later, Seo Jun resolves to return to the academy, determined to fully absorb the effects of the wonder elixir he purchased, his curiosity and ambition pushing him onward. At night, a woman in a cap approaches him quietly. He freezes, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his expression as he tries to place her identity. Recognition strikes. Hyun Lee steps into view, and Seo Jun's surprise is evident. He had not expected her to seek him out. Hyun Lee attempts to speak, but Seo Jun cuts her off with a dismissive wave. "I'm busy," he says firmly, turning and walking away, leaving her words hanging in the night air. Hyun Lee stands frozen for a moment, confusion and irritation flickering across her face as Seo Jun abruptly dismisses her, leaving her words suspended in the night air. She gathers herself quickly, cheeks flushing, her mind racing as she struggles to process being brushed off so suddenly, uncertain how to respond to his cold indifference.
"Wait!"
Hyun calls out, her voice trembling slightly, but filled with determination. She refuses to let him walk away without a word, her persistence cutting through the silence of the street. Despite her usual pride, Hyun hesitates, nervous and visibly embarrassed, the confrontation exposing a rare vulnerability in her normally confident demeanor. Seo Jun halts mid-step, turning his gaze toward her with a neutral expression, unimpressed by her sudden pursuit, yet curious enough to pause and assess the situation. They remain standing across from each other, an awkward silence stretching between them as passers-by move around, oblivious to the tension crackling in the air. Hyun warns that she will leave if he has nothing to say, but before she can step back, she blurts out in a rush, "Are you the Sword Saint?" The words hang in the air, startling him. She presses further, suggesting the rumor that he might be the Sword Saint's disciple, testing Seo Jun's reaction, eyes sharp and searching for any hint of truth. Seo Jun lets out a dry laugh, shaking his head. "If I were the Sword Saint's disciple," he counters calmly, "I'd be wielding a sword, not a spear," pointing out the obvious flaw in her theory. Hyun's face flushes deep red, embarrassment overtaking her pride. "I can't believe I didn't think of that," she snaps, chastising herself for her own illogical reasoning. She pauses, reconsidering her suspicion, realizing the pieces don't fit, and trails off nervously as she murmurs something about the Sword Saint, caught between doubt and curiosity. Seo Jun straightens and announces the conversation over, his tone final. He begins to walk away again, leaving Hyun momentarily panicked and uncertain. Hyun follows him quickly, questions tumbling from her lips. "Didn't you learn anything from the Sword Saint? And what does Dream Academy even teach?" Her voice rises with a mix of frustration and curiosity. Her questions multiply, spilling over into training methods, diet, and fellow students, until Seo Jun's patience finally reaches its limit, a thin line of irritation forming. Deciding she has become too bothersome, Seo Jun suddenly vanishes in a blur of speed, leaving Hyun standing stunned, mouth slightly agape as his figure disappears from view. His movements trace a path across the city in jagged, lightning-like strides, each step radiating overwhelming mobility and speed that leaves the streets echoing with energy. Mid-run, Seo-jun glances back, surprise flickering across his face as he notices that Ha-yoon is still keeping pace, matching his path almost perfectly despite his speed. Indeed, Ha-yoon closes the distance with astonishing precision. Seo-jun's eyes widen briefly as he realizes her reputation as the greatest talent is well-earned, her skill undeniable. As she reaches him, he casually flicks her aside with minimal effort, testing her reflexes, yet the respect for her ability remains evident beneath his teasing. Ha-yoon explodes in frustration, eyes blazing. "Why are you so curious? Why do you keep provoking me?" she demands, her pride and temper flaring in equal measure. Seo-jun smirks, teasing her lightly. "You're just making excuses for losing to me, blaming the Sword Saint rumor." He jabs, his tone playful yet precise. Ha-yoon insists she was merely curious, her voice softening unexpectedly, leaving Seo-jun momentarily baffled by this sudden change in her demeanor. Abruptly shifting the subject, she asks about Seo-yeon, implying the two were together earlier, her tone carrying both concern and expectation. Seo-jun tilts his head, questioning why Ha-yoon is searching for Seo-yeon. She admits she has something urgent to discuss with her, a matter she cannot delay. Seo-jun explains that Seo-yeon departed first to handle personal matters, and he does not know her current whereabouts, leaving Ha-yoon momentarily frustrated. He fixes her with a cold glare, warning her clearly to stop following him, the intensity of his eyes emphasizing the seriousness of his threat. Seo-jun walks away, pondering where Seo-yeon rushed to after the tournament, leaving Ha-yoon behind, her expression a mix of concern and lingering curiosity. He recalls Seo-yeon's earlier cheerful farewell, her smile lingering in his mind, which heightens his curiosity about her sudden sense of urgency. Resolving to see Seo-yeon again during academy training, Seo-jun continues on, determination guiding his steps as the city lights blur past. Elsewhere, a traditional building glows under the night sky, the warm illumination hinting at a serious and important meeting taking place within. Inside the dojo-like hall, Park Seo-yeon kneels respectfully before the Sword Saint, while a suited attendant stands solemnly behind her, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. The Sword Saint's gaze sharpens, his tone stern. "Why have you come so suddenly?" he demands, seeking the reason behind Seo-yeon's unexpected appearance. Seo-yeon responds with unwavering resolve. "I want to wield the sword again," she declares, the words reverberating through the room and leaving those present in shocked silence. The attendant raises an eyebrow, noting that Seo-yeon has never requested to wield the sword of her own accord before, questioning the sudden change in her intention. Seo-yeon answers simply, "I want to go together," implying that her goal is to follow someone she trusts, her tone calm yet firm. The Sword Saint narrows his eyes, probing her true intent. "Do you mean me?" he asks, seeking clarity on whether her words target him directly. He challenges her decisively. "Are you abandoning your dreams to follow that man and become a pro hunter?" His voice carries authority, refusing to let her throw away her path lightly. The Sword Saint rejects the notion outright, unwilling to accept that Seo-yeon would jeopardize her future for another person. Seo-yeon shakes her head firmly, her eyes blazing with conviction. "I am not abandoning my dreams," she insists, countering his assumption with quiet strength. Elsewhere, Seo-jun reflects silently, realizing that her dream does not center on becoming a pro hunter, a subtle but significant distinction that surprises him. He recalls being asked why he trains and earns money if not to become a pro hunter, and he answers honestly, that is not his dream, it never has been. When pressed further, he remembers advice imparted by a high-ranking figure he knows, words that resonate deeply with his own philosophy. He teases lightly, hinting that the advisor is someone Seo-yeon knows as well, leaving her momentarily confused and curious. He reiterates the lesson. A dream is something you actively pursue, whereas a job is merely a title or label, a vessel for livelihood but not purpose. The idea lands with weight. Your profession cannot become your dream, forcing a re-evaluation of what truly motivates one's actions. Seo-jun affirms once more that being a pro hunter is just a job to him, a practical pursuit rather than a personal ambition or calling. He resolves that Seo-yeon intends to walk her own path, to follow her convictions without abandoning herself or her true aspirations. The phrase dream is a verb echoes through her mind, and she clenches her fist, solidifying her commitment to the decision she has made. With fierce, unwavering eyes, Seo-yeon repeats her resolve. She wants to wield the sword once again, this time with absolute conviction guiding her every movement. The Sword Saint observes her intently, scrutinizing every flicker of emotion and determination, weighing whether her resolve is genuine or a fleeting impulse. Zio Jun leans back against the wall, rubbing the bridge of his nose as reality hits him. He's completely broke. The weight of his choices and the price he's paid so far finally sinks in, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. His mind flashes back to the clear Dookie elixir he had purchased for 2 billion won, the steep cost dictated by causality pricing, a gamble he hadn't thought twice about at the time. But now, checking again, Seo Jun realizes the price has skyrocketed to 6 billion won. He mutters under his breath, incredulous. This is insane. How am I supposed to cover this? He paces briefly, glancing at the city lights beyond the window, wondering where he could possibly scrape together that much money, feeling the walls closing in around him. A subtle movement catches his attention. He senses someone approaching, his instincts flaring, and he tenses immediately. "Do you always have to appear like that?" Seo Jun asks, recognizing the familiar aura even before the figure fully steps into the light. From the shadows, the Dark Saint emerges, his presence chilling yet composed, announcing himself with an unsettling calm that commands attention. "I'm amazed," the Dark Saint says, his voice smooth and sharp. "You notice me every time, unlike the Order of Truth. They can't even detect my approach." Zio Jun shrugs nonchalantly. "I just feel it," he replies casually, earning a chuckle from the Dark Saint, who teases that perhaps age is finally catching up to him. Seo Jun frowns slightly, asking about the Order of Truth's tracking methods. The Dark Saint leans closer, his tone dropping to something more serious. He has important news to share. Before diving into it, Seo Jun pauses. "And the guy who confronted me earlier, is he okay?" The Dark Saint smirks, confirming the man was discharged without major injuries despite the harsh matchup. "Foolish punk," the Dark Saint mutters, shaking his head. "That's exactly why I told you to focus on one weapon. Min-il has his own style, and he needs guidance." He hands Seo Jun a set of notes, instructing him to give them to Lee Min-il so the young cadet won't be beaten so easily next time, the gesture carrying both strategy and concern. Then, casually, but with a hint of sincerity, the Dark Saint promises Seo Jun that the 3 billion won owed to him will be paid soon, catching Seo Jun off guard. Zio Jun mentions the Magic Saint's disciple is also at Dream Academy. The Dark Saint raises an eyebrow, asking, "You mean young Jimin is here?" Seo Jun shakes his head, clarifying that it's not just Jimin. The Magic Saint has taken on a new disciple as well, a revelation that visibly startles the Dark Saint. The Dark Saint's eyes widen. "He actually paid me 10 billion to look after that disciple?" Seo Jun nods, leaving him stunned by the sheer generosity and weight of the sum. Zio Jun explains he told the Magic Saint everything and was forced to accept the 10 billion. Then he steers the conversation, asking what the Dark Saint originally came to say. He reiterates the 10 billion detail once more for emphasis, while the Dark Saint remains silent, clearly processing the implications in quiet contemplation. Zio Jun attempts to reassure him, downplaying the situation, but the Dark Saint remains tense and unyielding, wordless as the weight of recent events settles over him. Finally, the Dark Saint breaks his silence, asking in a low, troubled tone, "What exactly is going on here?" Clearly overwhelmed by the sudden twists of circumstance. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the Sword Saint enters the academy space, his presence commanding attention and freezing the air around them both.
Seo Jun turns, recognizing the Sword Saint immediately. "Why are you here?" he demands, tension and anger flickering across his expression.
The Dark Saint regards the newcomer plainly, identifying him as the Sword Saint and bracing for the inevitable clash that his presence brings. The Sword Saint's aura flares visibly, a storm of power and authority radiating as he steps forward, prepared to escalate the confrontation if necessary. "Explain yourself," the Sword Saint insists, his voice carrying the weight of command. "What are you doing here?" The Dark Saint snaps back, voice firm. "I didn't come just for business with Seo Jun," he says, hinting at deeper motives beyond the obvious. Seo Jun senses the tension climbing, stepping forward cautiously, trying to mediate before the situation explodes entirely. The Sword Saint accuses the Dark Saint of betrayal under the guise of the Order of Truth. Seo Jun pleads for restraint, while the Dark Saint insists his actions were a warning that went ignored. As the two titans face off inside the academy, Seo Jun steps boldly between them. "Take this fight somewhere else," he demands, his voice cutting through the rising storm of anger. Accusations of betrayal and manipulation fly through the air, tension spiking, and Seo-jun snaps sharply, insisting they halt immediately before things spiral further. He steels himself, understanding that intervention is the only option left, even as the crackle of their power threatens to shake the room apart. A surge of energy bursts from Seo-jun, forcing both combatants to halt mid-motion, their mid-air clash frozen by the unexpected display of strength. The Sword Saint, an older man with a commanding beard, freezes, eyes wide in disbelief at Seo-jun's sudden, overwhelming power. The Dark Saint, scarred and grim, is equally shaken, taken aback by the unexpected intensity of Seo-jun's intervention. Seo-jun notes their pause, recognizing that both men are privately reassessing his surprisingly fierce capabilities, a quiet acknowledgement of his growth. He wonders aloud how he became so strong in such a short time, before scolding them both for nearly collapsing the building in their confrontation. Turning to the Dark Saint, he warns, if the academy falls, Lee Min-il will suffer again, exiled back to the mountains, making his stakes painfully clear. He glances at the Sword Saint with a sly grin, teasing, and wrecking the academy would ruin your excuse to visit Ms. Seo-yun later, adding levity to the tension. Admitting ignorance of their personal history, Seo-jun insists again that if they must fight, it should be elsewhere, earning grumbles of mutual irritation from both. With a weary sigh, Seo-jun tries to redirect the conversation back on track, forcing calm into the chaotic scene. He prompts the Dark Saint to finally state his purpose directly. The Dark Saint nods, ready to be straightforward. The Order of Truth, the Dark Saint begins, is plotting something linked to Berserk. Seo-jun's eyes widen in alarm at the mention of the massive monster, while the Dark Saint adds gravely that the apostles are already taking action. The Sword Saint cautions against jumping to conclusions, urging patience, but the Dark Saint counters, reminding him that no confirmations have been made yet. The Dark Saint decides to investigate thoroughly and surprises Seo-jun by asking for his assistance in the matter. He emphasizes that he cannot manage the situation alone, pressing Seo-jun to cooperate and lend his skills to the investigation. He explains that the Order of Truth has repeatedly targeted specific dungeons with experiments, hinting at a web of covert operations unfolding in secret. The Dark Saint instructs Seo-jun to investigate these dungeons, but Seo-jun points out the limitations of his current student-level access, frustrated by bureaucratic boundaries. The Dark Saint suggests that Seo-jun take the Pro-Hunter exam soon, expanding his access and authority, so that afterward he can investigate the dungeons more effectively and without restriction. The Dark Saint presses Seo-jun for a clear answer, refusing to let the matter slide, while the Sword Saint narrows his eyes and questions why Seo-jun is being pulled into such a dangerous investigation in the first place. Without softening his tone, the Dark Saint states that Seo-jun is the only person capable of handling it, a blunt declaration that leaves the Sword Saint visibly baffled by how much faith he is placing in one student. When the Sword Saint demands a proper explanation, the Dark Saint refuses to elaborate, saying there is no point because the Sword Saint would not believe him anyway, just like he refused to listen in the past. At those words, the Sword Saint's face hardens. His silence grows heavy and dangerous, as if old resentment has been dragged back to the surface without warning. Feeling the air tighten again, Seo-jun immediately panics and raises his voice, begging the two of them to take it outside, if they are about to start fighting all over again. As he watches these legendary grown men snap and glare at each other like children, Seo-jun can only mutter under his breath that neither of them acts like an adult at all. The Sword Saint finally shifts his attention away from the Dark Saint and fixes his sharp gaze on Seo-jun, asking why Seo-jun is even at the academy right now. Seo-jun guesses that the Sword Saint must have come looking for Seo-yun, but he quickly learns that she already left earlier, and no one present seems to know where she went. In a flash of memory, Seo-yun's firm voice echoes through the quiet hall as she declares that she wants to wield the sword again, while the Sword Saint listens in tense, wordless silence. Back in the present, the Sword Saint's expression twists with irritation as he demands to know why everyone keeps treating Seo-jun as someone special. A question that immediately makes Seo-jun uneasy. The atmosphere grows colder in an instant. The Sword Saint's hostility presses down like a physical weight, and Seo-jun braces himself, sensing that trouble is about to erupt again. Then the Dark Saint suddenly moves, and Seo-jun is forced to react on instinct, drawing his weapon to block as the Sword Saint's power flares nearby, and the entire space seems ready to split apart. Seo-jun pivots into a defensive stance, eyes sharp and body low, realizing that what had been a tense argument has now turned into a genuine attack. A heavy step lands with unmistakable intent, the sound cutting through the hall as the approaching force closes in on Seo-jun with frightening speed. Seo-jun reacts without hesitation, snapping out a sharp kick that connects cleanly and sends the attacker tumbling back with a startled, pained cry. But the instant his foot lands, Seo-jun pauses, confusion flashing across his face as he realizes something about the interruption and about the person he has just struck doesn't match what he expected. A girl in a cap is revealed sprawled on the floor, wincing from the impact, and Seo-jun recognizes her at once as Lee Haeun. Still flustered, but trying to keep her dignity, Lee Haeun formally introduces herself, making it clear that she is still connected to Transcension Academy despite appearing here so suddenly. She quickly insists that she only happened to wander near Dream Academy while out walking, as if her arrival in such a tense place was nothing more than coincidence. But then she admits the truth a little more honestly. She felt a powerful surge of energy coming from inside the academy, and unable to ignore it, ended up peeking in. In her memory, a stern authority figure suddenly confronted her, his presence overwhelming as he demanded in a harsh voice that she identify herself immediately. Under that crushing pressure, Lee Haeun froze completely, fear locking her in place as the man's intimidating presence seemed to swallow the air around her. Back in the hall, Seo-jun flatly denies having any close connection to her and casually suggests they should just throw her out, making Lee Haeun immediately protest in panic. The Dark Saint, clearly uninterested in the interruption, turns back to Seo-jun and impatiently asks whether Seo-jun will help with the investigation or not. After a brief pause, Seo-jun accepts the request, agreeing to cooperate even though the entire situation is clearly more troublesome than he would like. However, Seo-jun immediately sets his own terms. He will only act after the Pro Hunter exam, and before anything else, they need to discuss payment.
Seo-jun begins calculating how much the job should cost now that the risk has grown, and Lee Haeun stares at him in disbelief, stunned by how shamelessly he starts bargaining.
Lee Haeun is horrified that Seo-jun would demand money even from the Dark Saint, but the Dark Saint simply reminds him of the earlier 10 billion won figure, as if it were already part of the negotiation. Seo-jun accepts the 10 billion as a starting point, nodding as though the number is merely reasonable, and says he will handle the task eventually once the timing works out. Then, with a cheeky expression, Seo-jun adds separate child support to the bill, casually inflating the total and making his motives look almost suspiciously self-serving. The Dark Saint tries to counter by offering sacred arts training instead of cash, but Seo-jun refuses any kind of apprenticeship without hesitation, making it clear he wants money, not another master. The Sword Saint immediately mocks the Dark Saint, saying he must be so unhelpful that Seo-jun would rather take cash than learn from him, reigniting the rivalry between them in an instant. The Sword Saint also brings up how their last conversation was cut short, implying that the Dark Saint's explanations never satisfy anyone and only leave more irritation behind. Lee Haeun sits there watching the three of them, her face growing pale as she realizes she has wandered into a circle filled with monsters far beyond her understanding. The Dark Saint finally ends the meeting saying he will return after the Pro Hunter exam, his tone making it clear that this matter is far from over. As he prepares to leave, the Dark Saint orders Seo-jun to properly deliver the sacred arts materials, while Seo-jun immediately reminds him not to forget the deposit. After the Dark Saint's departure, the Sword Saint looks at Seo-jun with a suspicious gaze and asks what kind of relationship he has with the Dark Saint. Seo-jun answers casually that it is just a loose business relationship, but the Sword Saint's silent stare makes it obvious he is judging that answer very harshly. Seo-jun then turns his attention back to Lee Haeun, his expression sharpening as he demands to know why she is really here. He accuses her of following him even after he told her not to, and Lee Haeun frantically shakes her head, denying it with every bit of desperation she can muster. Seo-jun presses her again, refusing to let her dodge the question, forcing Lee Haeun to explain her real purpose for coming all the way to Dream Academy. He warns her to speak clearly before the Sword Saint decides to do something about her himself, and in that moment, Lee Haeun realizes Seo-jun might be even scarier than the old master beside him. Lee Haeun sits trembling where she is, overwhelmed by the pressure from all sides, her thoughts tangled so badly that she can barely form a proper response. Seo-jun bluntly tells her she still is not thinking clearly, and Lee Haeun suddenly blurts out the truth. She wants to enroll in Dream Academy. Seo-jun's eyes widen in shock as he demands to know why she would apply now, especially when the Pro Hunter exam is already so close. Lee Haeun hesitates under his stare, shrinking slightly as she senses that every word she says is being examined with suspicion. Seo-jun's eyes narrow as he wonders aloud whether she might be a Hunter Mill spy, and Lee Haeun immediately panics, begging him not to trap her under such a terrifying accusation. She insists again and again that she is not a spy, but Seo-jun challenges her strange behavior, pointing out that nothing about her sudden appearance seems normal. Lee Hyun claims she is acting strange only because she genuinely wants to join Dream Academy, but Seo Jun remains unconvinced, his suspicion still written plainly across his face. The Sword Saint prepares to leave, saying there is no longer any reason for him to remain, while Seo Jun looks at Lee Hyun and asks what they are supposed to do with her now. The Sword Saint's voice turned ice-cold as he looked toward Kim Seo Jun and told him to deal with Lee Hyun however he saw fit, as if she were nothing more than a troublesome object to be thrown away. The moment those words landed, Lee Hyun's face drained of color. Lee Hyun immediately panicked, her composure shattering as she begged the Sword Saint not to leave her behind with Kim Seo Jun. Her voice trembled as she pleaded to be taken with him instead, clearly terrified of being abandoned in Seo Jun's hands. Kim Seo Jun stepped in and turned her own words against her, closing off her escape with a calm but cutting tone. After all, she had been the one insisting that she wanted to join the academy, so now there was no easy way for her to take it back. Kim Seo Jun told her that whether she was truly sincere or not was something Ms. Seo Yoon would have to judge herself. But right now, Seo Yoon was nowhere to be found, which meant Lee Hyun had no one there to protect her from the situation. Lee Hyun quickly tried to seize on Seo Yoon's absence, using it as the perfect excuse to slip away while she still had the chance. But before she could actually escape, Kim Seo Jun blocked her path and shut that idea down completely. Kim Seo Jun handed Lee Hyun a pouch and ordered her to hold on to it until Ms. Seo Yoon returned. His tone made it clear that this was not a request, and Lee Hyun had no choice but to accept the strange, heavy burden. The instant Lee Hyun took the pouch, her arms sank under its unbelievable weight. Her body strained, her hands shook, and shock spread across her face as she realized this little pouch was far heavier than it looked. Then it hit her that Kim Seo Jun had been handling that same pouch as if it weighed almost nothing. While Lee Hyun stood there stunned by the difference between them, Seo Jun casually told her he was going to train and warned her not to bother him. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, the Sword Saint moved through a quiet corridor with steady, deliberate steps. The air around him felt still and heavy as he made his way toward the training hall. He stepped onto the polished wooden floor, his posture straightening as his mind settled into the discipline of a true swordsman. Every movement carried the calm focus of someone who had walked this path countless times before. Inside the dojo-like room, Seo Yoon was already kneeling formally, her posture tense but respectful. Several attendants watched from nearby, their eyes fixed on the solemn scene unfolding before them. The Sword Saint looked down at Seo Yoon and asked whether her decision still remained unchanged. Even now, after everything, did she truly intend to return to the path of the sword? Seo Yoon answered without hesitation, giving a firm nod that carried more weight than any long explanation. Her resolve was already set, and there was no trace of retreat in her expression. For a moment, the Sword Saint said nothing. He simply studied her in silence, measuring the strength behind her eyes and weighing whether her determination was genuine enough to survive what came next. Then he turned toward the display of swords and trophies arranged along the room, the symbols of countless battles and achievements gleaming quietly around him. With that, he prepared to begin the lesson in earnest. A sharp knock rang through the room, cutting cleanly through the silence. That single sound became the signal that the training had officially begun. The Sword Saint drew a blade before Seo Yoon, the steel flashing as it left its place with smooth, controlled precision. Every motion was restrained, yet even that restraint carried a frightening sharpness. He began teaching through movement rather than empty words, guiding power through the sword, as his body shifted with practiced grace. The blade seemed to follow his will perfectly, tracing each lesson through the air. As his demonstration deepened, his aura surged outward and pressed against the entire room. The atmosphere thickened around him, and the quiet training hall filled with an intensity that made every observer hold their breath. He explained that the fast sword was a style built around speed and pressure, forcing opponents backward through rapid attacks that never gave them room to breathe. Its strength came from relentless motion and the refusal to let the enemy regain their balance. From there, he shifted into the sharp sword, changing the nature of his movements with a focused thrust. Its essence was stabbing, a direct and piercing method meant to strike through a target with precision. But he warned that the sharp sword carried a clear weakness when an opponent slipped into close range. Even so, when paired with the speed of the fast sword, its stabbing force could become far more dangerous and difficult to avoid. Next came the changed sword, a style made of shifting techniques that constantly altered their path to reveal an opponent's openings. Yet, within all those changes, he emphasized the need for an unwavering attack that remained fixed at its core. Then he moved into the dull sword, a slower and heavier approach that did not rely on immediate flash. Instead, it advanced little by little, steadily pressing into an opponent's space and wearing away their territory until escape became impossible. He defined the strong sword as a style that poured weight and impact into each blow, turning every strike into something that could shake an opponent's guard. The heavy sword, he explained, was the next stage beyond that, an even more intensified form of force. The sword saint called the heavy sword the most destructive of them all, a philosophy that stood opposite to the fast sword's reliance on speed. He then introduced the magic sword, where deceptive movement created false images and misled the opponent's eyes. After that came the running sword, a gentler style that tested the opponent carefully while searching for the perfect chance to counterattack. It reduced unnecessary strain, softened the burden on the body, and scattered incoming force before it could fully land. Finally, he reached the defeat sword, a form that blended speed and weight together until the opponent was overwhelmed in direct combat. In a true sword fight, it was meant to crush resistance before the enemy could recover. The room itself seemed to tremble beneath the pressure of the sword saint's final movement. The power behind the lesson reached its peak, leaving the attendants frozen as the force of his sword filled the entire space. Then, just as calmly as it had begun, he steadied the blade and brought the demonstration to an end. The overwhelming pressure vanished under his control, leaving only the sharp silence that followed. The sword saint declared that everything he had just shown her was only the foundation. These techniques, he said, were the basics of the sword of the breaking gods. Then he gave Seo Yoon a deadline that left no room for comfort. Before this year's Pro Hunter exam came to an end, she had to master everything he had just demonstrated, and if she failed, the sword saint warned that he would never allow her to hold a sword again. The severity of that threat struck the room hard, leaving one of the attendants visibly shaken. He told Seo Yoon that if she believed even for a moment that she could not accomplish it, then she should give up right there. His words were harsh, but they forced her to face the weight of her own choice. Seo Yoon answered with unwavering conviction, saying she would do it. Her response was no longer just determination. It sounded like a vow carved straight from her resolve. One of the attendants tried to step in and protest, unable to stay silent under such a ruthless condition. But the sword saint ignored him completely and ordered Seo Yoon to take up the sword. He repeated the command, telling her once more to hold the sword, the words pressed down on the room, forcing the moment into a clear point of no return. Seo Yoon's eyes sharpened, and her expression hardened as she accepted what was being asked of her. With her resolve locked in place, she prepared to obey and face the trial ahead. Back in the academy hall, Lee Hae-in suddenly noticed an unsettling energy swirling around Kim Seo-jun. The strange, eerie pressure made her heart lurch, and panic crept into her face as she stared at him. Kim Seo-jun sat silently in meditation, while ominous power gathered around him, growing thicker with every passing moment. Lee Hae-in could only watch from nearby, completely unsure of what kind of training she was witnessing. Without even fully turning his attention to her, Kim Seo-jun snapped at Lee Hae-in and told her to hold the pouch properly. His irritation cut through the air as she struggled and fumbled under its crushing weight. Lee Hae-in, desperate for any escape from the situation, asked when the director was going to return. Her voice carried the clear hope that Seo-yoon would come back soon and rescue her from this humiliating ordeal. Kim Seo-jun barely responded, his focus sinking deeper into his training. It was as if the outside world had faded away, leaving only his breathing, his mana, and the strange pressure building around him. As he continued, Kim Seo-jun sensed that his mana capacity felt almost bottomless. No matter how much power flowed in, it was as though the vessel inside him simply refused to be filled. He quietly wondered how many medicine potions he would need to push his training further, while Lee Hae-in remained nearby, trembling beneath the pressure and the absurd weight she was forced to endure. Kim Seo-jun finally seemed to notice her again, and looked surprised that she was still standing there. Lee Han immediately reminded him, with barely contained frustration, that he had been the one who told her to keep holding the pouch. Inside, Lee Hae-in was fuming. Her hands were shaking from the strain, her dignity was being crushed along with her arms. And yet, Kim Seo-jun had somehow already forgotten she was even there. Kim Seo-jun observed that she still did not seem to understand her position. Then, with almost careless ease, he told her to keep bowing and began to walk away as if the matter no longer concerned him. He left her behind with a dismissive wave, making it clear he had no intention of helping her. Lee Hae-in was left stuck in place, forced to continue the humiliating task on her own. Just before he could get away, Lee Hae-in called out and stopped him. Then, awkwardly and completely misreading his cold treatment, she asked if he was trying to flirt with her. Kim Seo-jun immediately shut that misunderstanding down, his expression flat as he rejected Lee Hae-in's strange idea without the slightest hesitation. Instead of entertaining her confusion, he simply demanded to see the pouch again, cutting straight back to what actually mattered. He took the pouch from Lee Haeun's trembling hands, and the moment its weight left her grasp, her body finally gave out. She dropped down in exhaustion, shoulders heaving as she panted like she had just survived a brutal workout. Kim Seo-jun turned the pouch over in his hand and inspected it closely, checking its condition with a puzzled look. From what he could tell, the pouch seemed to be working perfectly normally, which only made Lee Haeun struggle even harder to understand. Still not satisfied, Kim Seo-jun ordered Lee Haeun to hold the pouch again. If there was something unusual happening, he needed to see the reaction one more time with his own eyes. As soon as Lee Haeun gripped it again, the engraving on the pouch suddenly reacted and lit up once more. Kim Seo-jun stared at the activation in confusion, unable to immediately figure out what condition had triggered it. Kim Seo-jun thought back to the pouch's restriction, remembering that he should have been the only one capable of touching it properly. But now, seeing the engraving respond in front of him, he realized something about the pouch had clearly changed. Then he remembered that Ms. Seo-yun had once removed the engraving when he had been trapped in Cabasis. That memory made one thing clear: the pouch's restrictions were not absolute, and the engraving could be altered under certain conditions. He also thought back to the time he lost consciousness after using divine power against the giant. Back then, someone else had been able to retrieve his weapons for him, which meant the pouch had allowed outside contact before. Kim Seo-jun began forming a theory. Maybe the engraving only activated when someone had a strong desire to use the pouch or pull something out from inside it. To test that idea, he told Lee Haeun to try putting something into the pouch. Lee Han looked far from eager, but she reluctantly reached forward with a small item in hand. Her body tensed before she even moved, as if she already knew something unpleasant was about to happen. The instant she tried to place the item inside, the pouch erupted with a burst of force and blasted her backward. Watching Lee Haeun get thrown away like that, Kim Seo-jun's theory was practically confirmed. Just then, Park Seo-yoon and Lee Min-il arrived together from outside and greeted Kim Seo-jun. Their sudden appearance caught him off guard, and he turned toward them with clear surprise. They explained that they had run into each other near the entrance, which was why they came in together. Kim Seo-jun then casually mentioned that Lee Haeun wanted to join the academy, and that one sentence immediately made Lee Min-il tense in alarm. Kim Seo-jun added that whether Lee Haeun could be accepted or not was ultimately Ms. Seo-yun's decision. Then he glanced back at Lee Haeun and told her to stop pretending and get up already. Lee Min-il finally seemed to understand that he had walked into a much stranger situation than expected. His eyes shifted between Kim Seo-jun and Lee Haeun, confusion written all over his face. Kim Seo-jun handed Lee Min-il a book from his master and told him in his usual blunt way to stop getting beaten up all the time. Behind them, Lee Haeun was still struggling miserably, unable to escape the mess she had been dragged into. Lee Min-il accepted the book with sincere gratitude and thanked Kim Seo-jun. Meanwhile, Lee Haeun could only fume bitterly in the background, wondering why Kim Seo-jun was receiving thanks while she was the one suffering. Lee Haeun explained to Park Seo-yoon that her reason for staying close to that brute was to uncover how he had gained such overwhelming strength. She urged Seo-yoon to watch Kim Seo-jun's training carefully, as if the secret might reveal itself if they observed him long enough. Park Seo-yoon took those words seriously, her gaze sharpening as she saw the chance in front of her. If there was truly something to learn from Kim Seo-jun's strength, then she was determined to seize the opportunity and understand it for herself. Park Seo-yoon then asked Kim Seo-jun to move down once it got dark, explaining that complaints were already coming in because of the disturbance. His training was clearly causing enough noise and pressure to bother the people around them. Kim Seo-jun reacted with his usual bland expression, as if the complaints barely registered to him. Lee Haeun, meanwhile, watched the newcomers with wary confusion, trying to figure out exactly what kind of place she had stumbled into. Then Kim Seo-jun demanded the pouch back, saying he still had to complete the Hercules assignment. To him, the strange situation with Lee Haeun was already secondary compared to his next round of training. After taking control of the situation again, Kim Seo-jun sent Lee Haeun off to help Park Seo-yoon with her training. Seo-yoon immediately called for Lee Haeun to come along, leaving her no room to slip away. Lee Haeun recoiled at once, openly protesting that she did not want to do it. She looked genuinely shocked, as if she could not believe she was suddenly being drafted into someone else's brutal training session. Park Seo-yoon challenged that refusal with a sharp look, and Lee Haeun quickly backpedaled when she realized how bad it sounded. Flustered, she insisted that she did not mean it that way. Kim Seo-jun told Park Seo-yoon to ask Lee Haeun for help instead of relying on Lee Min-il. If Lee Haeun truly wanted to enter the academy, then helping with this much training was the least she could do. Park Seo-yoon agreed, though she could not hide her concern. Lee Haeun seemed strict and difficult to handle, so Seo-yoon wondered whether she would actually cooperate when the training began. Once the training started in earnest, Park Seo-yoon's power flared up like fire around her. The rising heat and pressure made it clear that this was not going to be gentle practice, but the beginning of a harsh new regimen. With that fiery energy burning around her, Park Seo-yoon committed herself to the plan without hesitation. She turned toward Lee Haeun and made it clear that from this point on, she would be counting on her support. A panicked staff member immediately tried to intervene, rushing to stop things before the situation escalated any further. His voice cracked with urgency as he begged them to wait just a moment. At the same time, someone urgently demanded to know when the director would finally arrive. As the pressure in the room climbed higher, a countdown began, making the atmosphere feel even more tense. The focus then shifted to the Seoul branch of the Pro Hunter Association, where a decision with major consequences was about to be revealed. The atmosphere there was heavy, as if everyone knew the announcement would shake the entire hunter world. Inside the crowded office, officials sat packed around the room, visibly worn down by a meeting that had dragged on far too long. Their tired faces and slumped shoulders made the exhaustion impossible to hide. One man let out a loud yawn, no longer able to keep up the appearance of focus. That single sound captured just how drained the entire room had become. Some of the staff began complaining under their breath, saying the meeting had already stretched close to a full day. Their patience was wearing thin, and the endless discussion had pushed everyone to their limit. Even so, they understood why the marathon session had been unavoidable. An unprecedented situation had erupted around Kim Seo-joon, and the association could not afford to handle it carelessly. Across Korea, public debate was exploding as the entire country focused on the upcoming Pro Hunter exam. At the center of it all stood the unreachable irregular, Kim Seo-joon, whose existence had thrown the usual rules into chaos. Then, the sound of approaching footsteps cut through the noise and pulled everyone's attention toward the entrance. The room shifted instantly, as if someone important had finally arrived. A suited official stepped into view at last and faced the waiting crowd. With a composed expression, he apologized for keeping everyone waiting. The reporters immediately surged forward with questions, pressing him on whether the exam meeting had ended, how the exam would be conducted, and whether Kim Seo-joon would receive any kind of exemption. The official answered by revealing their solution. The association would drastically raise the difficulty of the Pro Hunter exam. That announcement instantly drew a response from a reporter who identified himself before challenging the decision. When asked just how far they planned to raise the difficulty, the official did not soften his answer. He declared that their goal was to make perfect scores impossible. A reporter immediately followed up with a pointed question, asking whether that same brutal standard would be applied to Kim Seo-joon as well. The room seemed to tighten as everyone waited for the answer. The official confirmed that Kim Seo-joon would be held to the exact same standard. As soon as those words left his mouth, a wave of murmurs spread through the room. Reporters pushed back, arguing that making the exam nearly impossible would undermine the very purpose of switching to absolute evaluation. Some insisted that such a harsh test would turn the exam into an empty ceremony and suggested granting Kim Seo-joon a special qualification instead. They also challenged what would happen to the old rule stating that only a perfect top scorer could become an A rank under absolute evaluation. If perfection was being made impossible, then the rule itself seemed ready to collapse. The official answered bluntly, without trying to soften the consequences. If no one achieved a perfect score, then there would simply be no A-rank pro hunters this year. He explained that, unlike relative evaluation, taking first place under an absolute evaluation system did not automatically mean someone had achieved perfection. Changing the A-rank rule had also been part of their intended plan from the beginning. However, he admitted that this plan had been blocked by intense lobbying from the major guilds that opposed the change. Their influence had been strong enough to keep the old restriction in place. The reason was simple. Only hunters ranked A or above had the right to establish guilds of their own. Because of that, the major guilds were trying to stop Kim Seo-joon from reaching A rank, hoping to corner him into joining one of them instead. Someone in the room quietly pointed out the real problem. The major guilds were looking down on Kim Seo-joon far too much. They were treating him like a prize they could corner and control, when in reality, he was not the kind of person anyone could easily place under their thumb. The official then revealed another shocking incentive. Any candidate who managed to qualify for A rank this year would receive priority rights to dungeon raids for the next 5 years, a reward valuable enough to make every guild and hunter pay attention. With a serious expression, the official added that Kim Seo-joon's entrance into the pro hunter world would not be a small matter. In his view, the moment Seo-joon officially stepped onto that stage, Korea's future itself would begin to shift. Then he corrected himself, as if even Korea was too small a scale for what was coming. He declared that the entire world would be entering a new era, and with that announcement, he revealed that the Pro Hunter exam would be opened to the public. Elsewhere, Park Seo-yoon arrived with bruises still visible on her body, her blazer slightly disheveled as she stepped into view. Her face was calm, but there was a serious, distracted weight in her eyes, as if her mind was already occupied with something far heavier. During training, a blunt instructor watched the fire user's movements and criticized the attacks for being far too straightforward. In response, the trainee considered adjusting the approach, lowering the raw power and adding more refined technique instead. When the bruised woman entered, the others greeted her as Ms. Seo-yoon, and the atmosphere immediately shifted. Kim Seo-joon was there with the trainees as well, and the sudden appearance of the academy director clearly caught everyone by surprise. Park Seo-yoon turned to Kim Seo-joon first and asked whether he had already taken care of everything urgent. Her tone was steady, but the way she looked at him made it clear she had something important to say once the immediate matters were settled. For a brief moment, Park Seo-yoon paused without speaking. Her expression became guarded, as though she was carefully choosing her words before letting them leave her mouth. Then Park Seo-yoon told Kim Seo-joon that until the Pro Hunter exam was over, she would not be able to come to the academy very often. Seo-joon immediately looked startled and asked her why, unable to hide his reaction. Park Seo-yoon tried to brush it off as nothing more than a scheduling issue, reminding him that he did not have any competitions left until the exam ended. But Kim Seo-joon quickly understood what that meant. He would barely get to see her anymore, and the thought bothered him more than he expected. Before she could move on, Kim Seo-joon stopped her and asked something that had clearly been on his mind. Even after he became a pro hunter, would he still be allowed to come back and train at the academy? Park Seo-yoon explained that she also did not have a proper place suited for training, and her home was far too small for anything serious. In a quiet way, she revealed that the academy was not only important to Seo-joon, it had become important to her too. After a short pause, Park Seo-yoon admitted that the academy felt comfortable to her. It was a simple confession, but coming from her, it carried an unexpected warmth. Kim Seo-joon looked at her and said there was something important he wanted to discuss. The sudden seriousness in his voice immediately drew Park Seo-yoon's full attention. Then Kim Seo-joon asked what she would think about turning Dream Academy into a guild. The question landed heavily between them, opening up a possibility that neither of them could treat lightly. The idea surprised Kim Seo-joon himself as soon as it took shape, but the others began framing it as something like a small raid team. Piece by piece, he started to understand what that change could mean for the academy's future. Park Seo-yoon reminded him that his dream had always been to raid dungeons, teasing him gently by showing that she had remembered. But before he could relax, she made it clear there was one condition attached. A confident smile appeared on Park Seo-yoon's face as she prepared to state exactly what she wanted. The look in her eyes made it clear she had already thought this through. Park Seo-yoon then asked Kim Seo-joon to become the guild leader. The request hit him so suddenly that he could only stare at her in stunned disbelief. She explained that because she was still B rank, she could not establish a guild herself. That meant Kim Seo-joon would first have to earn an A rank license through the exam, and if he succeeded, she would offer the academy building as the new guild's base. One of the teammates immediately lit up and agreed with the idea, sounding far more excited than cautious. Kim Seo-joon, on the other hand, protested in disbelief, completely thrown by how quickly the conversation was racing ahead. The eager teammate admitted that he had actually wanted to bring up the same proposal himself. But Park Seo-yoon had beaten him to it, leaving him with no choice but to jump in and support the plan. He then begged Kim Seo-joon not to leave him behind, his voice full of desperate enthusiasm. No matter what form the new guild took, he promised to support Seo-joon with everything he had. Before long, the others were already arguing over positions like Vice Guild Master and Department Heads. Even though nothing had been officially decided, they were already imagining the entire hierarchy as if the guild were about to open its doors tomorrow. Kim Seo-joon finally snapped at them, trying to cut through the chaos before everyone got completely carried away. His irritation showed clearly as he struggled to pull the conversation back under control. Park Seo-yoon insisted that, for any of this to happen, Kim Seo-joon had to perform well on the exam. Seo-joon forced out a nervous laugh and tried to act as if it would not be a problem, even though the pressure was clearly growing heavier. Then Kim Seo-joon heard Park Seo-yoon quietly murmur that she would do her best too. He turned toward her, unsure if he had heard correctly, and asked whether she had just said something. Park Seo-yoon smiled softly and turned the words into something they could share. Instead of making it only about herself, she said they should both do their best together. Kim Seo-joon smiled back at her, the tension in his expression easing just a little. With Park Seo-yoon standing beside him like that, the path ahead suddenly felt less lonely. As the group continued bickering noisily over titles and positions, one chapter of their relationships quietly came to a close. At the same time, new bonds were beginning to form, opening the way for stories none of them had reached yet. Nearby, Lee Haeun watched the chaotic scene without saying a word. Her dark hair framed a withdrawn expression, and unease lingered in her eyes as she kept herself slightly apart from the others. Training continued, and with every clash, complaint, and shared moment, the distance between them slowly began to change. What had started with tension was now leading them towards something new. Kim Seo-jun and his companions began moving forward with their plans, stepping into a future that no longer looked the same as before. The academy, the exam, and the idea of a guild all pointed toward a fresh beginning. While they were still talking in the corridor, someone approached from nearby and interrupted their discussion. The sudden arrival pulled their attention away from the plans they had just started shaping. Lee Hyun quietly thought that endings were not always true endings. Sometimes they were only the point where one life closed its door so another could begin. Kim Seo-jun gathered himself for what was coming next, his expression settling into calm resolve. Whatever waited beyond this point, he accepted that a new beginning had already started.
Kim Seo-jun reviewed the powers and progress he had accumulated through the lectures, taking stock of every ability he had gained along the way. With the Pro Hunter exam approaching, he prepared himself using everything he had built so far.
When exam day finally arrived, the crowd was enormous, packed with candidates, spectators, and restless energy. Kim Seo-jun looked toward his nervous teammate and calmly told him to just do what they had practiced. The teammate could not help lamenting that Park Seo-yoon had not been able to come with them. Her absence clearly left a hole in the group, and he missed the reassurance of having her nearby. Park Seo-yoon had stayed behind, offering only a vague apology and refusing to explain the full reason. Since they could not force an answer from her, Kim Seo-jun and the others chose to set their worries aside and focus on the exam first. Then Kim Seo-jun's attention suddenly sharpened. Something more important had caught his eye, pulling his focus away from the crowd and the noise around him. A stern voice rang out nearby, confronting Lee Haeun and demanding to know why she had come here. The cold question cut through the commotion like a blade. Lee Haeun answered with a cold edge of her own, pointing out that she had never actually received Ms. Seo-yoon's approval. As far as the rules were concerned, the academy was not supposed to accept any more cadets. One of the teammates immediately argued that this was unfair, insisting that Big Sister Haeun had helped them a great deal. Rather than making a scene, he suggested that they should all just head to the exam center together. The others teased that their relationship had only improved because Lee Haeun had been too cold at first. Kim Seo-jun simply said he did not mind as long as Park Seo-yoon was fine with it. Nearby, several onlookers suddenly recognized Kim Seo-jun and began looking around in a frenzy. Once his name started spreading through the crowd, people scrambled to spot him for themselves. The crowd quickly erupted into excited murmurs, buzzing over the fact that Kim Seo-jun was taking the exam at this location. Amid all the noise, his group stood out even more, drawing attention from every direction. Kim Seo-jun casually wished the others good luck, as if nothing unusual was happening. Then, without warning, he abruptly disappeared from sight, leaving everyone around him stunned. His friends immediately complained about his habit of vanishing without saying anything first. Around them, the noisy spectators continued to stir, making the sudden disappearance feel even more chaotic. One of the teammates admitted that Lee Haeun had definitely improved compared to before, but even with that growth, she still could not come close to catching up with Kim Seo-jun. The gap between them was simply too overwhelming to ignore. Inside the VIP room of the exam center, the leaders of Korea's major guilds had gathered in one place. They sat watching the situation unfold, each of them clearly prepared to observe, judge, and influence the direction of the exam. Lee Sun-min of the Mythical Guild looked over the candidates with interest and remarked that this year had quite a few useful talents worth keeping an eye on. His words made it clear that the guilds were not simply there to watch for entertainment. Jong Yumi of the Garam Guild immediately needled him about Mythical Guild's financial situation, her tone sharp with rivalry. The jab hinted at the pressure between the guilds, where every promising cadet could become a valuable bargaining chip. Du Min-sik of the Hibiscus Guild sighed in irritation, complaining that he had somehow been dragged into their argument even though he had been staying out of trouble. His weary expression showed he wanted no part of their petty squabble. Han-man Joel of the Sarabi Guild claimed that his guild might be the poorest among them, but they still had pride. To him, their strength came from recruiting cadets with honor, not simply chasing money or influence. The guild leaders then turned their criticism toward the association president's trick. They argued that the plan was built on the assumption that Kim Seo-jun would almost certainly score perfectly, something everyone in that room already knew was dangerously possible. Then Ryu Jin-chul, the leader of the top-ranked Dark Dragon Guild, cut through the discussion with a cold warning. He told them to use every connection available to them, setting a ruthless tone that immediately silenced the room. Ryu Jin-chul stated plainly that if Kim Seo-jun managed to obtain a rank status, all of them would be in serious trouble. His words were blunt, but the weight behind them made the threat feel painfully real. Jung Yumi asked what they were supposed to do if Kim Seo-jun refused to be recruited in the first place. But Ryu Jin-chul dismissed that concern as secondary, saying their first priority was stopping him from rising to A rank at all. Ryu Jin-chul insisted that Kim Seo-jun would become an A-rank hunter sooner or later if they simply let events unfold. That was why they had to use their usual method now and eliminate the competition before it could grow beyond their control. He admitted without shame that he hated competitors, especially ones strong enough to threaten everything the established guilds had built. Then he ordered them to focus on preventing Kim Seo-jun from obtaining a rank, no matter what it took. The others quickly backed down under Ryu Jin-chul's pressure, realizing they had spoken too lightly. One by one, they admitted they had overstepped and agreed to follow his lead. Ryu Jin-chul confidently predicted that Kim Seo-jun would still place first overall even if they interfered. The real key, he explained, was not stopping his ranking, it was denying him perfect scores in the subjects that mattered. The first subject of the Pro Hunter exam finally began, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. From the very start, it was clear that the written test had been designed with brutal difficulty. Exam papers were handed out across the room, and the candidates quickly realized how unreasonable the questions were. This written test was never meant for ordinary cadet-level hunters to solve with ease. Kim Seo-jun's eyes sharpened as he looked over the paper in front of him. He could feel the pressure surrounding the exam, but instead of shrinking from it, his focus only became clearer. Back in the VIP room, Lee Sun-min wore a smug expression as he watched the exam begin. With difficulty set this high, he confidently claimed there was no way Kim Seo-jun could possibly earn a perfect score. But the results immediately shattered that confidence. Kim Seo-jun took first place in the written exam with a perfect score of 100, proving that even their so-called impossible test could not stop him. The VIP room fell into stunned disbelief. The guild leaders could only stare at the result, shaken by the fact that Kim Seo-jun had actually done it. The structure of the Pro Hunter exam began with a written test, the first hurdle every candidate had to face. It was meant to measure knowledge, judgment, and the ability to process complex hunter-related problems under pressure. After the written exam came basic endurance, shifting the challenge from the mind to the body. Candidates would now have to prove how far their physical limits could actually be pushed. Mana proficiency stood as another crucial subject, testing how well each candidate could control and output their power. It was not enough to simply possess mana. They had to show precision, stability, and usable strength. Dungeon raid performance was also included as a major practical evaluation. This subject tested whether a hunter could actually function inside the dangerous and unpredictable environment of a dungeon. Combat proficiency against monsters formed another core part of the exam. For any pro hunter, the ability to survive and fight against real threats was one of the most basic requirements. Finally, combat proficiency in PvP was introduced, testing how candidates performed against human opponents. Altogether, the exam covered 6 subjects spread across 3 intense days. The first day consisted of the written exam and basic endurance, and the examinees were already worn down by the first subject alone. Many of them complained that the written test had been absurdly difficult, far beyond what they expected. Lee Min-il nearly broke down after seeing Kim Seo-jun's perfect 100. Since he had only scored 50.5, the realization that he could not even beat Seo-jun academically hit him with crushing force. Suyeon, who had scored 87, looked over in confusion and asked what was wrong. Beside Kim Seo-jun, Lee Min-il continued panicking as if the written score alone had destroyed his pride. Kim Seo-jun only made things worse by casually saying he could solve the questions just by looking at them. His calm tone made the others stare at him even harder, unable to believe he treated that impossible exam so lightly. His friends fell into stunned silence, their eyes fixed on him as they struggled to process the gap between them. No matter how many times they saw it, Kim Seo-jun's absurd ability still felt impossible to accept. Suyeon bluntly called Lee Min-il lame for reacting that way, while Kim Seo-jun quietly kept the real reason to himself. In truth, his insight skill had helped him secure that perfect score without the others realizing it. Then someone turned to Lee Haeun and asked what score she had received. The moment the question landed, her guarded silence made the atmosphere shift in an awkward direction. When they pressed her for details, Lee Haeun avoided their eyes and only repeated the word points under her breath. Her strange response made it obvious she was trying not to say the actual number. At last, Li Hun admitted that her score was somewhere between 3 and 32 points. The vague confession was so shocking that the others could only stare at her in disbelief. A heavy silence settled over the group. The difference between their scores had become painfully clear, and no one seemed to know what to say after hearing just how wide that gap was. Even though Li Heian possessed immense potential, her talent had not yet bloomed in every area. Her strength might be real, but in subjects outside her specialty, she still had a long way to go. Back in the VIP room, someone finally challenged the earlier claim that Kim Seo-jun could never earn a perfect score. After the written exam result, that confidence sounded embarrassingly hollow. Then another report came in. Kim Seo-jun had achieved perfect scores in both the written exam and basic endurance. The news immediately raised the sense of danger surrounding him even higher. The guild leaders demanded an explanation, their composure cracking as they questioned how this could have happened. The endurance test had been calibrated to their own standards, which made Kim Seo-jun's perfect result even more alarming. They panicked over what that score implied. If Kim Seo-jun had earned a perfect mark in endurance, then his physical ability might already be on the same level as theirs. Still, they tried to reassure themselves that there were 2 more days left to stop him. Someone warned that Dream Academy was expected to become a guild after the exam, most likely with Kim Seo-jun as its leader. And if the Sword Saint's granddaughter joined him, that new guild would gain a terrifying level of backing. Park Seo-yoon, the Sword Saint's granddaughter, stood with her blade in hand, embodying the power and prestige behind that alliance. Her presence alone symbolized just how dangerous Kim Seo-jun's future guild could become. Ryu Jin-chul emphasized that the others needed to fully understand what this alliance meant. This was not just a promising rookie gathering friends. It was the beginning of a force that could threaten the entire guild order. He spelled it out clearly. A new guild backed by the Sword Saint and strengthened by 5 years of dungeon raid priority would be a direct threat to their dominance. If such a guild was born, the balance of power would begin to shift immediately. Ryu Jin-chul's anger finally erupted, as he warned that the birth of a guild like that would place everything they had built in jeopardy. His fury made it clear that he saw Kim Seo-jun not as a candidate, but as an enemy to their future. Jiang Yumi argued that they could still prevent the same result from happening again. By changing the question types and difficulty based on Kim Seo-jun's past competition records, they could target the areas where he was supposed to struggle.
She insisted that unless Kim Seo-jun somehow improved overnight, it should be impossible for him to keep scoring perfectly. The others clung to that logic, hoping it would finally slow him down.
But their confidence collapsed again when the results came out. Kim Seo-jun still took first place in mana proficiency, with another perfect score of 100, completely undermining the plan they had just trusted. And it did not stop there. Kim Seo-jun also claimed first place in the dungeon raid subject with yet another perfect 100, widening the gap while every other candidate was left trailing behind him. The VIP room fell into a grim, suffocating silence as their carefully prepared strategy crumbled right in front of them. No one rushed to speak because every perfect score from Kim Seo-jun made their plan look more useless than before. Ryu Jin-chul's eyes turned cold as he asked whether any of them were secretly standing on Kim Seo-jun's side. The others instantly panicked, waving off the accusation and insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Han Man-jiol slammed the idea of betrayal as something dishonorable and unacceptable, then demanded to know what they had prepared for the remaining subjects. If they were going to stop Kim Seo-jun, they could not afford another careless failure. The guild leaders admitted that the preparations were already in place, but the problem was that only 2 subjects remained. If they failed again tomorrow, Kim Seo-jun would secure a rank status, and none of them would be able to stop it. Ryu Jin-chul gave a sharp order to revise everything from the ground up. He rejected any half-hearted adjustments, making it clear that small changes would not be enough against Kim Seo-jun. When someone tried to protest against such a sudden change, Ryu Jin-chul's gaze hardened dangerously. The look in his eyes made it clear that he had already crossed into a far more ruthless state of mind. Jiang Yumi flinched beneath the pressure of Ryu Jin-chul's stare. She could sense that he was no longer thinking about ordinary interference and was preparing to do something far more extreme. Her expression tightened as the weight of the situation settled over her. Defying Ryu Jin-chul now would not be a simple disagreement. It would come with a cost none of them could ignore. When Ryu Jin-chul asked who had been assigned as the PvP examiner, Han Man-jiol answered that it was an active A-rank hunter from Sarabi Guild. The implication was clear. It was supposed to be a setup they could control. But Ryu Jin-chul cut him off before he could explain any further. His refusal was flat and immediate, leaving no room for argument. Ryu Jin-chul announced that they would replace the examiner entirely. With that one decision, the guild leaders crossed the line from quiet manipulation into direct interference. That night, A man in a suit moved toward a building with purposeful steps. The darkness around him made his arrival feel secretive, as if a hidden order was already being carried out. He continued through the night without slowing down, his posture tense and determined. Every step suggested that he was acting under pressure, carrying out a task that could not be delayed. At the academy, Elder Seo protested that they could not simply stand by when the 5 major guild leaders were clearly preparing to interfere. His voice carried urgency because leaving things alone felt far too dangerous. The headmaster answered coldly that if Kim Seo-jun broke under this much pressure, then that would reveal the true limit of his worth. To him, protection at this point would only weaken the test Kim Seo-jun had to face. Elder Seo insisted that they still had to protect their young lady Park Seo-yoon, but the headmaster did not soften. He argued that real strength was proven only by enduring until the very end, no matter how harsh the pressure became. The headmaster added that the interference was likely not limited to the 5 major guilds alone. His words hinted at a deeper conspiracy moving behind the exam, one larger than what Elder Seo had first imagined. Even so, the headmaster repeated his order to leave them alone. He chose to trust Kim Seo-jun to face whatever was coming rather than stepping in before the trial revealed its true shape. Elder Seo still could not hide his concern for Park Seo-yoon. The headmaster's hands-off stance left him uneasy, especially when their young lady might be pulled into the consequences. Despite the headmaster's order, Elder Seo decided he could not just sit back and do nothing. His worry finally pushed him into action, and he called out for Kim Seo-jun. Elder Seo's face tightened as he sensed something alarming in the air. Whatever he had noticed, it was urgent enough to make his expression turn grave. Kim Seo-jun sat surrounded by surging blue energy, his aura flaring around him in waves. The power rolling off him made it seem as though he had risen to a completely different level in a short amount of time. Kim Seo-jun turned toward the approaching Elder Seo and calmly asked why he had come. Even with that intense energy still surrounding him, his voice remained steady. Elder Seo blurted out that he was afraid something might have happened to Ms. Seo-yoon. The moment those words left his mouth, Kim Seo-jun's attention sharpened. Elder Seo quickly tried to dismiss the worry, but he could not hide his shock at the power radiating from Kim Seo-jun. Compared to before, Seo-jun's energy felt so much stronger that it almost seemed unreal. Kim Seo-jun let out a quiet breath of relief once he understood that Seo-yoon was not in immediate danger. Meanwhile, Elder Seo could only marvel at how Kim Seo-jun had reached this level in just a few months. Elder Seo wondered to himself whether the headmaster had seen Kim Seo-jun's potential from the very beginning. If so, then the decision to leave him alone under pressure may have been far more deliberate than it first appeared. Kim Seo-jun looked at Elder Seo and asked whether something was wrong. The tension between them made it clear that trouble was already gathering around the final day of the exam. Kim Seo-jun hesitated for a moment, then admitted that he had something important to say. His tone carried a seriousness that made the conversation feel heavier than before. At last, the final day of the Pro Hunter exam arrived, with only the last subjects remaining. The stakes rose higher than ever for Kim Seo-jun, the candidates, and the guild leaders watching from above. The combat proficiency results were posted, and Kim Seo-jun finally celebrated after earning another perfect 100. His reaction showed just how much that score mattered, even after everything he had already achieved. In the examinee's waiting room, his teammates praised him for making another perfect score look effortless. Kim Seo-jun tried to downplay it, but their stunned admiration made it impossible to treat the result as ordinary. Then the group noticed that something felt off. Their attention shifted away from the celebration as troubling news began to spread through the waiting room. A rumor started moving from candidate to candidate. The PvP examiner had been suddenly changed at the last moment. The news immediately alarmed the examinees, because nothing about the timing felt normal. Some tried to shrug it off as if it might not matter, but Kim Seo-jun did not take it lightly. His instincts told him that a change like this would not be harmless. One candidate insisted that there was no way a last-minute examiner replacement could be meaningless. If the examiners had been changed right before the match, then something suspicious was clearly happening. Then the real shock landed. The new examiners were none other than the major guild leaders themselves. The waiting room froze as the candidates realized how serious the situation had become. The possibility hit everyone at once. Kim Seo-jun might be forced to face one of the top guild masters directly. That realization made the final subject feel less like an exam and more like a trap. Kim Seo-jun steadied himself, his casual mood fading as his focus sharpened. Whatever waited inside the arena, he prepared to face it head-on. Elsewhere, a female examinee was completely overwhelmed in her match. She screamed as the attack struck her down, unable to withstand the examiner's pressure. Her defeat was marked with a score of 64 points. Even for someone strong enough to last that long, the results showed just how brutally the exam was being graded. The scoreboard confirmed that other examinees were receiving low scores as well, one after another. The numbers made it clear that the standard had become mercilessly harsh. Observers even remarked that Lee Haeun's 64 points were considered high under this examiner. That alone showed how badly the candidates were being crushed. The examiner was revealed to be Han Man-gyo, the master of the ultimate true sword. Even among legendary figures, his name carried fear, and his presence alone made the arena feel heavier. Han Man-gyo acknowledged that the examinees were talented, but his tone carried no warmth or mercy. To him, talent was not something to be admired gently. It was something to be tested without restraint. As Han Man-gyo reflected on pruning talent before it grew too wild, he called for examinee 2371 to step forward. The name that followed was Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun walked into the arena with his weapon gripped firmly in hand. His steps were steady, showing that he had accepted the challenge waiting in front of him. He fixed his gaze on Han Man-gyo, refusing to be shaken by the guild master's reputation. There was no fear in his eyes, only the resolve to face the examiner directly. Outside the arena, the news spread quickly that Han Man-gyo had become Kim Seo-jun's examiner. Spectators immediately grew excited, drawn in by the thought of such an impossible matchup. People began doubting that an examinee could ever defeat an examiner, especially someone of Han Man-gyo's level. After all, as far as they knew, such a thing had never happened before. All around the broadcast, people began murmuring that anything could happen now. Their eyes locked on the screen as the match moved into a far more unpredictable stage. Nearby workers and curious bystanders packed tightly around a single phone, leaning in shoulder to shoulder so they wouldn't miss even a second of the unfolding confrontation. Even the officials in sharp suits were no longer relaxed, their faces tightening as they watched the situation with a heavy, uneasy focus. From the sidelines, Seo-jun's companions stood battered and bruised from the earlier trials, but none of them looked away as they anxiously followed his every move. In the wide, empty hall, Kim Seo-jun and Man-jun faced each other in silence, both already armed and ready, the distance between them feeling heavier with every passing second. Man-jun looked Seo-jun over with a calm, assessing gaze, as if measuring not just his strength, but the resolve behind it, before finally opening his mouth to speak. He admitted that Seo-jun's performance throughout the exam had been impressive, even exceptional, acknowledging that the young cadet had shown talent far beyond what anyone expected. But that brief praise vanished quickly, and Man-jun's voice turned cold as he declared that this was where Seo-jun's rise would come to a stop. With a firm, almost merciless tone, Man-jun stated that no matter what Seo-jun did from this point on, he would never receive a perfect score in this subject. Seo-jun did not look surprised. Instead, he quietly admitted that he had already figured out what the examiner was trying to do. Man-jun's eyes narrowed with surprise, realizing that Seo-jun had anticipated the rigged outcome before it was even fully revealed. A memory surfaced from earlier when Seo-jun had learned that the 5 major guilds were prepared to block him from reaching A rank, while Park Seo-yoon would be forced to quit if she failed to master the sword before the deadline. Back then, Seo-jun had worried that even if he somehow succeeded on his own side, Seo-yoon's failure would still ruin everything, and his handler warned him that tomorrow's PvP score would depend entirely on the examiner's judgment. The handler made it brutally clear that even if Seo-jun fought flawlessly, an examiner could simply refuse to give him 100 points and end his chances right there. Seo-jun called the whole scheme shameless, but the handler replied that the guilds had enough influence to bury the backlash and silence most complaints before they could spread. The handler could only lament how even the truth-seeking ideals tied to Sarabi's master were being twisted and trampled by the politics of power. He then advised Seo-jun to seek help from the Sword Saint and force the opposing side into making a concession through carefully set conditions. Seo-jun fell quiet at that, his expression tightening as he weighed his pride against the harsh reality that he might need help to survive this. After a tense pause, he asked about Park Seo-yoon's progress, wanting to know whether she truly had any chance of meeting her deadline. The handler did not soften the truth. He bluntly told Seo-jun that mastering the sword in such a short time was impossible for her. He warned Seo-jun not to interfere, insisting that this was Seo-yoon's own battle and that she would want him to keep chasing perfect scores instead of sacrificing his path for hers. Seo-jun then asked the handler to tell Seo-yoon about his own situation, hoping that if she knew he was also facing an impossible wall, it might ease the guilt weighing on her heart. The handler challenged him sharply, asking whether Seo-jun was only trying to justify Seo-yoon's failure by saying that both of them had been trapped in situations no one could overcome. Seo-jun rejected that idea immediately, his voice steady as he insisted that what he meant was the complete opposite, He believed that if he could force the impossible to happen in front of everyone, then Seo Yoon might see it and believe that she could do the impossible as well. Even so, the handler refused to drag the Sword Saint into it, holding tightly to the rule that they could not interfere in someone else's chosen struggle. Meanwhile, at Seo Yoon's training ground, the staff watched her with growing alarm, worried that she was driving her body past the point of collapse. They reported that she had been swinging her sword without stopping, refusing to eat, refusing to sleep. And now the final day of the deadline had already arrived. Even with the danger right in front of them, the handler ordered them to leave her alone, repeating that mastering the sword in only a few weeks should be impossible. He insisted that none of them had the right to step in and interrupt something Seo Yoon had chosen to carry with her own hands. As he watched her continue, the handler's resolve hardened, though the concern in his eyes showed just how much he was forcing himself to stay silent. At last, he called out to Park Seo Yoon directly, cutting through the rhythm of her relentless practice and forcing her attention toward him. In that moment, the handler finally understood what was driving both Seo Yoon's obsession and Seo Jun's stubborn determination. He told Seo Yoon the truth she had buried deep inside herself, that more than anything, she desperately wanted to hold the sword again. Back in the present, Seo Jun faced Man Jun and said that he had to earn a perfect score because there was someone waiting for him to prove that the impossible could be broken. Man Jun warned him that the pro-hunter world was cruel and that perfection was not something a person could reach unless the situation itself changed. Then he laid out the only possible loophole. If the examiner became unable to evaluate the match, someone else would have to assign the score. Seo Jun pushed further, asking what score he would receive if the circumstances forced the result to be judged as perfect. Man Jun admitted there was only one situation where an examiner could no longer properly evaluate an examinee. He stated that it would happen if the examiner lost to the examinee, though even saying it made the possibility sound almost absurd. Man Jun bristled at the sheer audacity of it, anger rising in his expression as he realized Seo Jun was seriously aiming for that exact outcome. He called Seo Jun arrogant, but Seo Jun remained calm and simply repeated that he needed a perfect score. Then Seo Jun offered Man Jun the first move, inviting the guildmaster to step forward and prove the overwhelming dominance he claimed to possess. Man Jun's killing intent flared at the provocation, the air around him growing sharp and heavy as he accepted the challenge. Seo Jun admitted that he had tried to keep the situation from escalating this far, but now that it had come to this, he was ready to put everything on the line. Man Jun stepped in first, closing the gap with decisive force and launching the duel without the slightest hesitation. As their weapons crashed together and energy surged between them, Man Jun vowed to make Seo Jun regret ever daring to challenge him. A massive shockwave exploded from the point of impact, rattling the empty hall as their power collided head-on. Man Jun strained against Seo Jun's resistance, his expression twisting in disbelief as the pushback proved far stronger than he had expected. In that instant, Man Jun realized something was wrong, because Seo Jun's strength was disrupting every assumption he had made about how this fight should go. Seo Jun fixed his gaze on Manteo and warned him not to die, the words carrying a sharp edge, because the power gathering around him was clearly far too dangerous to be treated like an ordinary attack. Seo Jun admitted that he was drawing on the Lance of Longinus, but even as the weapon's force surged through him, he made it clear that he still could not fully control how much power it released. At that moment, the clash seemed to pull the past back into view, revealing the burden behind Manteo's name and the story that had shaped him long before this exam hall. When Manteo was still young, he learned that his name had been given in honor of the Sarabi leader's son, a gesture of gratitude after his father's life had once been saved. Young Manteo, eyes bright with curiosity, asked about the cataclysm, eager to understand the legendary event connected to the name he had always admired. He was told that during that disaster, a shelter had been completely surrounded by monsters, and because there simply were not enough people to respond, the authorities had abandoned it. When Manteo anxiously asked what happened to the people trapped inside, the answer was grim. They had been left with nothing to do but wait for death. It was the kind of hopeless moment where even the 5 great heroes could not step in, and every path toward rescue seemed to have been cut off. As the monsters closed in from every side, the people inside the shelter believed their end had finally come, with despair settling over them like a heavy shadow. But just when everything seemed lost, a blinding slash tore through the darkness, cutting straight through that despair in a single dazzling instant. The terrified survivors stared in disbelief, frozen where they stood, unable to process that salvation had appeared right before their eyes. A lone swordsman stepped forward through the chaos, placing himself between the helpless civilians and the charging horde of monsters. Only later did they learn that their savior was Hunter Han Won-jae, the founder of the Ultimate Truth Sword and the man tied to the legacy behind Mantio's family. The path of the ultimate truth seeker was never described as something easy or glorious. It was built upon a series of merciless questions that stripped away every excuse. The first question asked whether a person had truly done everything they possibly could without holding back even a single breath of effort. The next question demanded whether that person had fought all the way to the brink of death and still refused to flinch. And finally, it asked whether Han Won-jae had poured absolutely everything into defeating the enemy standing before him. Han Won-jae was said to have cut down an entire legion with one tremendous slash, saving 50,000 people without allowing a single casualty. But after rescuing everyone from certain death, Han Won-jae himself ultimately lost his life. Mantio's father had been one of the people saved that day, and out of deep gratitude, he named his own son after Han Won-jae's son. In another memory from the past, a younger Kim Seo-jun confessed that he wanted to become a hunter and was saving every bit of money he could to enroll in an academy. Manchol encouraged Seo-jun to work hard toward that dream, but he also warned him not to get injured, reminding him that people like them survived by relying on their own bodies. He repeated that staying alive and protecting himself had to come first, then quickly ordered Seo-jun to stop standing around and get back to work. Seo-jun grumbled under his breath about having such a harsh boss, and as his complaint faded, the memory began drifting back toward the present. Sometime later, a news report praised Mantio for safely resolving a dangerous 10-star dungeon break, presenting him as a figure worthy of public trust. As that broadcast continued in the background, Seo-jun was called away, and the memory finally gave way to the confrontation unfolding before him now.
Seo-jun recalled the lesson he had once heard, that the true core of the Ultimate Truth Sword was never simply about raw strength or outward power.
What stayed with him most was the title itself, Ultimate Truth Seeker, and the relentless demand it placed not on the body, but on the heart. Inspired by that ideal, Seo-jun had once promised himself that someday he would become someone just as cool and unwavering. Back in the exam hall, Seo-jun unleashed a towering arc of force, and the sheer pressure of it drove Mantio backward before he could regain his footing. Mantio coughed up blood, his eyes widening in shock as he struggled to accept that an examinee's attack had wounded him this severely. Seo-jun remained steady in front of him, his aura crackling around his body as he calmly measured how much damage his attack had done. Mantio managed to deflect the next strike, but the impact still rocked him hard, forcing his posture to break as his control began slipping away. He tried to understand what was happening, desperately searching for a way to regain the initiative before Seo-jun's momentum swallowed him completely. But Mantio was thrown back through the air, and in that moment he realized that Seo-jun's power was far greater than he had allowed himself to believe. Seo-jun's piercing strike tore through the space between them, carving a destructive path across the hall as if the air itself had been split open. Mantio crashed down hard, battered and bleeding, while the force of the impact sent another violent shudder through the entire hall. Cracks ripped across the arena walls, making it painfully clear that this fight had already grown far beyond the boundaries of a normal exam. The spectators gasped as they watched Mantio, a guild leader, being pushed back by Seo-jun right before their eyes. None of them could easily accept what they were seeing, a major guild leader coughing blood in the middle of an exam match against an examinee. Mantio admitted that he had once thought the idea of losing to an examinee was laughable, something too ridiculous to even consider. But now he acknowledged the truth plainly. If Seo-jun had followed through with that last blow, Mantio would have died. With blood still on him, Mantio declared that there was no denying it anymore. This outcome was his defeat, and yet he added that the exam would not truly end unless the examinee became unable to continue, hinting that he had no intention of stopping there. Mantio understood that Seo-jun had no intention of killing him, and to Mantio surrendering while still conscious was something unworthy of the ultimate truth. He repeated the creed with fierce conviction, demanding that every question placed before a truth seeker be faced directly without retreat or excuse. As those questions echoed back toward him, Seo-jun was forced to confront the weight of his own resolve and the path he had chosen. The demand to pour everything into victory hung heavily over the shattered hall as Mantio forced his battered body to rise once more. Invoking the ultimate truth, Mantio swore that he would never allow himself to lose consciousness while there was still breath left in him. Then he roared that the only time he would ever fall unconscious was the moment he died, and with that desperate vow, he launched himself into a suicidal counterattack. Seo-jun rushed in closer, but even he was startled when Mantio forced himself back up, refusing to collapse no matter how badly his body had already been broken. Through the pain, Mantio accused Seo Jun of surrendering himself to the Dark Dragon, as if the terrifying power pouring from him had been tainted from the very beginning. Seo Jun snapped back at him, his patience thinning fast, and demanded that Mantio stop running his mouth and keep his attention on the fight in front of him. Mantio pushed further, claiming that Seo Jun's reckless display was nothing more than selfish desperation, the struggle of someone clinging to something he simply could not let go. Seo Jun fired right back, asking if that kind of blind obsession was truly the ultimate truth Han Won-jae had spoken of. In Seo Jun's mind, the old creed returned with sharp clarity. The ultimate truth was not madness, pride, or a death wish, but an indomitable spirit that refused to break. Mantio admitted that he had once admired Han Won-jae as a hero, but the bitterness in his voice made that admiration sound twisted and worn down by time. Seo Jun corrected him coldly, saying what he had admired was not just the hero's name, but the unbreakable spirit behind it, and then he challenged Mantio for betraying that very ideal. Mantio's anger exploded at once, and he demanded to know how Seo Jun dared speak his father's name with that kind of certainty. Seo Jun did not flinch. He simply reminded Mantio that he was the one who had begged to be killed, exposing the contradiction in his so-called resolve. Mantio shuddered under those calm words, because Seo Jun's refusal to play along stripped away the proud mask covering his reckless death wish. Seo Jun made it clear in a firm, steady voice that he had no intention of killing Mantio. Instead, Seo Jun threw Mantio's own earlier warning back at him, telling him that after this he should stay in bed for 2 full months and recover properly. Mantio's fury spiked again, and even with his body battered, he gathered what strength he had left for another desperate charge. He screamed that Seo Jun had no right to look down on the spirit of the ultimate truth, his voice cracking with rage as he rushed forward. Seo Jun answered that Mantio was the one insulting it, and as he spoke, he pulled back a blazing fist wrapped in overwhelming force. Then Seo Jun drove Mantio straight into the ground with explosive power, smashing the floor beneath them as cracks burst outward from the impact. Standing above the crater, Seo Jun pressed forward with anger and resolve burning in his eyes, refusing to let Mantio twist that spirit any further. Mantio reeled from the blow, blood spraying as his mind struggled to understand how completely he was being overwhelmed. Panic began creeping into Mantio's expression as Seo Jun's raw strength kept crashing down on him, each barehanded strike hitting harder than he thought possible. He could not stop fixating on the impossible reality in front of him, that Seo Jun's fist alone was enough to crush through his defenses. Mantio swung his weapon in a broad, sweeping arc, trying to force Seo Jun back and create enough space to regain control. He cursed Seo Jun through clenched teeth, but the younger fighter slipped past the attack with frightening speed. Seo Jun burst forward in a golden flash and struck again, sending Mantio flying through the air before he could stabilize himself. Without wasting a single movement, Seo Jun pivoted smoothly, carrying that relentless momentum straight into the next strike. A blazing shockwave ripped across the hall, carving a long, fractured trench through the floor as the force tore everything in its path apart. Seo Jun descended with another crushing punch, driving Mantio even deeper into defeat as the hall trembled around them. The final impact landed with thunderous force, making it painfully clear that Mantio had been completely overpowered in this match. Another brutal blow slammed into Mantio, and by then, the clash had already gone far beyond anything that could still be called a normal fight. Mantio was driven back once more as Seo Jun's power surged through the strike, forcing the older man's body to buckle under the pressure. A weapon-like streak of force cut through the air, showing just how fast and far Seo Jun's assault could reach. The impact detonated through the room, blasting debris outward and shaking the bodies caught in the shock as the attack overwhelmed the entire space. Bloodied and stunned, Mantio finally realized that this was no longer a contest of skill, but a one-sided beating he could barely endure. From the rubble, Mantio coughed through the damage and admitted that he had badly underestimated Kim Seo Jun's strength. Despair began to sink in as Mantio felt how untouchable Seo Jun had become, standing before him as if wrapped in an overwhelming aura. The difference in strength was no longer something Mantio could deny, and that realization crushed what remained of his confidence. Seo Jun seized Mantio by the collar and lifted him up, asserting complete control over the fight with a single motion. His clenched fist began gathering a fierce glow, making it clear that Seo Jun was ready to end this in the next blow. Beaten down and desperate, Mantio begged Seo Jun to stop as that fist slowly drew back. Then, instead of asking for mercy, Mantio pleaded for death, trying to bargain with his own life if it meant ending the torment. Seo Jun held him up in silence, his expression unmoved as Mantio's begging echoed through the wrecked hall. Then Seo-jun unleashed God's strength, and the blow came crashing down with a force that felt almost divine. Mantio collapsed hard beneath the impact, coughing weakly, while Seo-jun stood over him still radiating terrifying power. Even sprawled on the ground, Mantio weakly clutched at Seo-jun's clothes, refusing to let go despite having nothing left. He begged to be spared, and Seo-jun looked down at him with disgust, judging the sight as ugly and far beneath anyone who called himself a true seeker. Seo-jun called the surrender not just unsightly, but repulsive, while Mantio desperately offered points as if he could buy mercy with the score. Seo-jun condemned that cowardice as unworthy of an ultimate truth seeker, comparing it to the way Mantio had bent under Ryu Jin-chul's pressure. Even then, Seo-jun weighed the situation carefully, knowing that ending it now had to be safe because Mantio's obsession with truth still gave him value and made him incredibly difficult to knock unconscious. Ryu Jin-chul's cold calculation surfaced in Seo-jun's mind, along with the risk that killing someone just to secure a perfect score could cost him his hunter license. Seo-jun realized that Ryu Jin-chul had planned even for the worst possible outcome, and in that moment, the shadow of that threat loomed over the entire fight. Seo-jun revealed the truth with a bitter edge in his voice. He had never been eligible for an A-rank hunter license from the very beginning, because the system had already been arranged to shut him out before he even stepped forward. Even knowing that, Seo-jun's resolve did not break. Instead, his expression tightened, and he prepared himself to act anyway, as if the unfairness only made his next move clearer. Seo-jun said his goal had always been to reach the level of those transcendent figures, the ones who carved open their own path even when the world offered them no road to follow. Calling on the spirit of those who had surpassed impossibility itself, Seo-jun looked down at Mantio and ordered him once again to stay down for 2 full months. As Seo-jun's power flared around him like several blazing cores at once, he moved to drive the lesson home, while Mantio's face twisted in panic and he desperately tried to protest. Mantio's battered face contorted with pure terror as Seo-jun's next strike closed in, leaving him with no time to escape and no strength left to resist. A blinding impact crashed down in the next instant, sealing the outcome with overwhelming force and leaving no room for anyone to question who had won. Seo-jun made the path of the ultimate truth clear in his own way. It was not about empty pride, but about an unyielding mind that stayed committed until the very end. He challenged the defeated Mantio with the very questions Mantio had once thrown at others, asking whether he had truly fought with everything he had. Yet even as Seo-jun spoke, something about Mantio's words and presence unsettled him, because beneath all that shame and contradiction, the man still reminded him of his father. In that moment, the meaning sharpened before them. The true essence of the ultimate truth was far harsher and far deeper than simply winning a fight. Mantio finally realized that the standard Seo-jun carried was far beyond anything he had imagined, and that realization struck harder than any blow. The shattered battlefield itself seemed to testify to that moment of transcendence, with every crack and broken wall revealing the impossible gulf that had opened between them. Seo-jun clenched his teeth, struggling to hold back the anger and frustration boiling beneath his controlled expression. Then he shouted Ryu Jin-chul's name, making his hostility unmistakable, and declaring that this was only the beginning of the reckoning to come. Elsewhere, Ryu Jin-chul watched the aftermath unfold on a screen in silence, his gaze fixed on Seo-jun as he took in the meaning of the cadet's rise. Seo-jun pointed toward the unseen enemy beyond the camera, and vowed that Ryu Jin-chul would be next. Ryu Jin-chul's expression hardened at the threat, the cold look in his eyes showing that he was no longer taking Seo-jun lightly. The observers erupted all at once, shouting in excitement as they celebrated the impossible fact that Kim Seo-jun had actually pulled it off. At headquarters, an aide informed the association president that the reporters were already waiting outside, and after a short pause, he decided to go face them himself. In a lighter corner of the commotion, a grandmother proudly claimed she had once shared a hospital room with Seo-jun, only for a younger man to call her out, while wondering why Seo-jun would have been hospitalized in the first place. When Seo-jun returned to the academy grounds, his classmates immediately rushed toward him, drawn in by the chaos and the unbelievable rumors spreading around him. Ryu Jin-chul asked for a report on how everything had unfolded, keeping his tone restrained even as the situation clearly weighed on him. The briefing began with the guilds mobilizing their forces, but before their plan could fully take shape, something completely unexpected had happened. They explained that the association president had personally stepped forward, exposed the situation immediately after Seo-jun's exam, and even brought reporters in ahead of time. Ryu Jin-chul then asked about waking Mantio, and he was told that the investigation had confirmed what they had expected about the mana overload. The report continued that Mantio's life was not in danger, but he would need at least 2 months to recover, leaving Ryu Jin Chul sitting in grim silence. At last, Ryu Jin Chul admitted that they had lost completely, and the weight of that statement sank through the entire room. His subordinates acknowledged it as well. They had lost in skill, lost in public opinion, and lost the justification they had tried to stand on. Ryu Jin Chul understood the humiliation clearly. They had been beaten by a mere cadet who had only just begun stepping out into the wider world. Seo Jun's furious promise echoed back in Ryu Jin Chul's mind, and he remained wordless for a moment, letting the insult settle like a blade pressed against his pride. Turning away, Ryu Jin Chul muttered under his breath that Seo Jun was one cocky bastard. But his clenched hands betrayed the rage he was holding back, along with the clear intent to strike back when the chance came. Back among the students, one girl could barely contain herself, gushing that Seo Jun was unbelievably strong, almost insane, but in the most thrilling way possible. A male classmate panicked beside her, admitting that after seeing Seo Jun fight at that level, he no longer understood what was happening at all. Another stern-looking girl came to a more personal conclusion, realizing that Seo Jun must have gone easy on her before, and the thought clearly bruised her pride. Seo Jun listened to their reactions without showing much on his face, keeping his emotions guarded behind a quiet, unreadable expression. As the group kept chattering around him, one student apologized to Seo Jun, while another jokingly accused him of being a doppelganger and demanded that the real Seo Jun be returned. They continued teasing as Seo Jun walked away, calling after the supposed doppelganger and telling him to give back their oppa. Seo Jun paused by himself for a moment, standing silently amid all the noise, his thoughts already drifting somewhere far more urgent. The students murmured that the academy no longer even felt like an academy, and they lamented that changing its name would not be enough to fix the damage. They began talking about Seo Jun likely receiving an A-rank hunter certificate, even though nothing had been officially confirmed just yet. Since the association president himself had practically declared it, they assumed the result was already as good as confirmed, and one of them wondered if that meant the rest of them were only B-rank material. Then a cheerful classmate announced that they were back, trying to pull the mood toward something normal again. But when they entered the lounge, the room was strangely empty, and the silence made everyone feel that something was off. They quickly realized that Park Seo-yoon was absent again, and worry spread through the group because they had expected her to be at the academy today. One student turned toward Seo-jun, ready to ask whether he had heard anything from Seo-yoon, but the group froze in confusion because Seo-jun was no longer in the room at all. Outside, Seo-jun was already sprinting away, realizing that if Seo-yoon had just been here, he could not afford to waste even another second. With urgent focus, Seo-jun raced across the city, driven by the fear that he might miss Seo-yoon's deadline if he arrived even a moment too late. Seo-jun remembered the Sword Saint's condition clearly. The deadline given to Park Seo-yoon would last until the very end of the Pro Hunter exam, not a moment less. And once that thought clicked into place, Seo-jun understood why Seo-yoon had not come back to the academy. She must have gone to face the Sword Saint on her own. As Seo-jun drew closer to the destination, he called out Seo-yoon's name, his voice carrying the urgency of someone terrified of arriving too late. But at the gate, a guard stepped in his way and informed him that the headmaster had ordered that no one was allowed inside today. Seo-jun demanded that they find a way to let him through, but the guard refused him outright, standing firm in front of the entrance. In that instant, Seo-jun realized the Sword Saint had already expected him to come and had prepared this barrier in advance to keep him out. He knew he could not simply force his way in like a reckless intruder, but turning around and leaving Seo-yoon alone was not an option either. Then, just as the tension at the gate reached its limit, an order came down to let Seo-jun inside. The guard turned toward Councilman Seo, and despite the headmaster's earlier command, Councilman Seo authorized Seo-jun's entry himself. When the guard hesitated and tried to protest, Councilman Seo took full responsibility, making it clear that his order would stand. At last, the gate opened before Seo-jun, giving him the access he had been desperately trying to secure. Councilman Seo looked to Seo-jun and told him to follow, guiding him deeper into the compound without wasting another second. The two of them moved down the corridor in tense silence, each step making the pressure in the air feel heavier. Seo-jun followed closely behind Councilman Seo, bracing himself for whatever condition he would find Seo-yun in when they arrived. Their footsteps finally stopped in front of a doorway, and that brief pause made it clear they had reached the place where everything was being decided. Inside the dojo, Park Seo-yun knelt on the floor, battered and exhausted before the Sword Saint, who stood over her with his blade as though delivering judgment. Seo Yoon turned in shock when she sensed the new arrival, her eyes widening as she recognized Seo Jun standing there. The Sword Saint's voice turned cold as he reminded everyone that he had ordered no one to be let inside, clearly displeased that his command had been ignored. His killing intent flooded the room like a crushing wave, and he demanded to know whether his words meant so little that they could simply be disregarded. Councilman Seo buckled under the terrifying pressure, while Seo Jun stood firm beside him, refusing to let that murderous aura force him back. Councilman Seo quickly apologized to the Sword Saint, lowering his head as he tried to keep the situation from spiraling any further. Even so, he explained that he had come because there was something important he needed to say, even if the intrusion was undeniably rude. The Sword Saint then shifted his attention to Seo Jun, irritation flickering in his eyes as he noted that the boy had grown again in such a short time. He admitted that Seo Jun was no longer just some childish brat, but someone who now had to be taken seriously. Still, the Sword Saint insisted that there was nothing left to discuss, declaring that the deadline had already passed. He argued that his condition had only been the bare minimum qualification, and without meeting it, Seo Yoon would be swept away by the path ahead and spend her life blaming herself. Seo Yoon lowered her head under the weight of those words, feeling that such an outcome would hurt even more than never going together at all. But Seo Jun immediately pushed back, refusing to accept the Sword Saint's conclusion and insisting that it was not over yet. He pointed out that the deadline was until the Pro Hunter test ended, and as far as he was concerned, that test was still not finished. The Sword Saint snapped that Seo Jun was speaking nonsense, insisting that the Pro Hunter test had already come to an end. Seo Jun challenged him directly, saying that if the test were truly over, then the Sword Saint being here would only expose the contradiction in his own claim. Then Seo Jun added the key point: his own score had still not been officially confirmed, making the Sword Saint pause. If every score had not yet been announced, Seo Jun argued, then the exam could not be considered fully over. He specified that the final subject, personal combat proficiency, still had not received an official announced score. Seo Yoon's eyes widened as she realized what that meant. Her own fight was still tied to an unresolved exam outcome. Seo Jun declared that Seo Yoon's match was not over either, opening the door to a chance she had thought was already gone. Seo Jun and the Sword Saint locked eyes across the dojo, neither one looking away as their wills pressed silently against each other. The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes, weighing Seo Jun's logic and deciding whether he would accept that interpretation. Seo Jun said, "Very well," his voice steady as he made it clear he was prepared to stake everything on that opening. Then Seo Jun turned toward Seo Yoon, shifting from argument to action without another wasted word. He reached out his hand to Seo Yoon, silently inviting her to rise again and choose for herself one more time. Seo Jun helped her to her feet and placed the sword back into her grasp, returning the decision to her own hands. Then he told Seo Yoon that they would go together, turning the burden she had carried alone into a fight they would face side by side. Seo Yoon admitted that she had truly believed everything was impossible, and that it was all over only for the situation to suddenly turn again before her eyes. Seo Jun rejected that word completely and told her to look at him, to believe in what he had already shown her. Seo Yoon tightened her grip around the sword, accepting this as the chance she could not afford to let slip away. With renewed determination in her eyes, Seo Yoon rose into a ready stance and faced the Sword Saint once more. She asked the Sword Saint to do it one more time, demanding another exchange so she could prove herself with her own blade. Seo Jun watched intently as the tension in the dojo spiked, while Councilman Seo grimaced behind him under the pressure. The Sword Saint met the opening clash with calm precision, intercepting Seo Yoon's blade without the slightest flinch. Seo Yoon darts forward in a sharp burst, adjusting the path of her body in the middle of the strike as she desperately tries to sync herself with the Sword Saint's tempo. Without letting the moment slip away, she releases Swift Sword, pouring everything into raw speed as her blade flashes out again and again to force him onto the defensive. But the Sword Saint steps into her attack with almost no wasted movement, his eyes calmly tracking the rhythm of her sword before she can fully take control. Seo Yoon then gathers her intent into a piercing thrust, driving the sword toward one exact point as if she can break through his guard by concentrating all her force there. The instant that fails to settle the exchange, she shifts into Variant Sword, changing her targets in rapid succession so his predictions cannot easily catch up. With Creeping Sword, Seo Yoon pushes deeper into his range, invading the space around him and trying to smother his territory beneath relentless, suffocating pressure. Yet the Sword Saint catches the line of her blade with frightening precision, taking control of its path and robbing her of the leverage she needs to continue. Seo Yoon answers by unleashing mighty sword, planting weight behind her stance, and stacking all that force into one heavy, decisive strike. Her body tightens as the duel grows more dangerous, and in that instant, she can feel the margin for even the smallest mistake shrinking around her. Refusing to back down, Seo Yoon pushes the attack even further into heavy sword, compounding that gathered weight until the destructive power swells beyond the previous blow. The Sword Saint receives the force with a hardened expression, his posture barely giving way, making it painfully clear that even this still isn't enough to overwhelm him. Seo Yoon swings again, but surprise flashes across her face as he slips past the center line of her attack and refuses to let her pin him in place. Even as the strain tears through her body, she clenches her teeth and keeps moving, refusing to let pain or fatigue be the thing that stops her. The Sword Saint watches her with a sharp, measuring gaze, judging that the match should have already ended, yet her stubborn persistence begins to disturb his certainty. He notices that the flow of her sword should be linking together smoothly, but somewhere in the sequence, something keeps breaking her continuity apart. Seo Yoon realizes it herself in that same terrifying moment. She still cannot fully wield her grandfather's sword style, and panic flickers through her as the gap opens before her eyes. Seo Yoon reacts sharply from where he stands, immediately sensing the instant her confidence wavers, right when the duel reaches its most critical point. At the side of the field, Seo Yoon and Councilman Seo watch in tense silence as the two blades blur together, the duel continuing at a speed almost impossible to follow. Seo Yoon's expression hardens with focused intensity, and without saying a word, he silently urges Seo Yoon to break past the wall in front of her. Seo Yoon's eyes flare with renewed resolve, and instead of forcing herself to copy someone else's path, she begins to adapt in her own way. She commits to a fresh sequence of movements, bringing her sword down again and again in controlled, deliberate strikes that carry a new rhythm. Then she uses flowing sword, letting the Sword Saint's attack slide past her, while answering in the very same motion, turning defense and counterattack into one seamless response. For the first time, the Sword Saint is visibly startled, realizing that Seo Yoon is no longer simply chasing after him, she is beginning to read his sword and answer it. Seo Yoon understands that her knowledge still lags behind what her senses are catching, but in the middle of the fight, she can feel herself learning with every exchange. The sword in her hand still feels unfamiliar, almost like something borrowed, and she accepts that she has to turn it into a weapon that truly belongs to her. Growing up surrounded by extraordinary people had shown her heights that most could never even imagine, and those towering figures had quietly shaped the weight she carried. Among such overwhelming greatness, Seo Yoon had come to see her own mediocrity as a curse, something that followed her and influenced every choice she made. As the duel continues, she wonders whether her life might have been different if she had met more ordinary people, and she admits to herself that she has been running from that truth all along. Then Seo Yoon remembers the first time she met Mr. Seo Yoon, and driven by that memory, her sword erupts into a dazzling phantom-like technique. In the middle of the clash, she makes a vow from deep within her heart. She will stop giving up, and she will never again accept mediocrity as her limit. All of that determination narrows into one clear goal. She wants to become someone who can stand beside him. Seo Yoon appears vividly in her mind, not as a distant figure to admire, but as the person she wants to match, and that thought strengthens her resolve even further. As her blade keeps moving, a strange sensation rises inside her, almost like an awakening, making her wonder whether this is the same feeling her grandfather once experienced when he broke through. She can sense it now. She only needs to push a little farther than before, just one step beyond the edge she always stopped at. Trusting that clear feeling in her chest, Seo Yoon charges forward, determined to seize the moment before it disappears. At that instant, she realizes the breakthrough is not something she is controlling with careful thought. It is happening instinctively through her body and blade. Her desperation condenses into razor-sharp focus, and that focus ignites the power sleeping inside her. A violent surge of energy bursts outward as her swordsmanship reaches its peak, the flash of her blade exploding like a blinding light across the field. Even while exhaustion weighs on her body, Seo Yoon follows through with a fast, heavy, tyrannical sword strike that forces her opponent back with overwhelming pressure. Seo Yoon realizes she has finally completed the technique, and the result is powerful enough to leave even her stern examiner stunned. The examiner stands there in disbelief, silently questioning how she managed to accomplish something like this in the middle of the fight. By all rights, she should already be at her limit, yet the examiner can clearly feel that he is witnessing something that surpasses Seo Yoon's current level. Breathless but glowing with excitement, Seo Yoon asks if this means she can finally go together with Seo Yoon now. The examiner's response is cold and sharp, demanding whether she truly expects him to give her permission so easily. But Seo Yoon celebrates anyway, unable to hold back her joy as she runs off to tell Mr. Seo-jun that she made it. Seo-yun proudly declares her success, and the examiner quietly acknowledges that, deep down, he had believed she could reach this point. The examiner reflects that for some people, the struggle toward a goal can be measured and predicted, almost as if their path has a visible shape. But then there are rare people whose limits cannot be seen at all, and his thoughts drift towards Seo-jun. He adds that there are even those who can pull others beyond their own limits, helping them move forward together, just as Seo-yun and Seo-jun have done. Privately, he admits that he was never able to do something like that himself, and in that quiet moment, his words turn toward the legendary sword saint. Seo-yun looks at Seo-yun with steady confidence and encourages her, telling her that people who believe they are nothing can sometimes reach places no one else ever thought possible. The examiner remembers an old warning from the past, a warning that the age of heroes was coming to an end, and only now does the meaning finally settle heavily in his heart. As he watches Seo-jun and the others move forward together, the examiner feels the weight of passing time, along with the bitter cruelty of realizing he has been left behind by it. Just then, someone calls out to Seo-jun, and his attention snaps toward the voice as if something urgent has suddenly pulled him back to the present. On the way back to Dream Academy, Seo-yun glances at Seo-jun and asks what he would have done if she had failed, and he answers casually that he would have gone straight to the association president. Seo-yun blinks in confusion, clearly caught off guard by his answer, and asks why in the world he would have gone that far. Seo-jun explains without hesitation that he would have forced them to postpone the pro-hunter exams and the official announcement, no matter what kind of pressure he had to use. Before their conversation can continue, a sharp phone notification cuts through the air and interrupts them in the middle of their walk. A message from Seo-yun appears, saying the association president has already arrived at the academy and is waiting for both Seo-jun and Seo-yun, leaving Seo-yun startled that she was contacted too. Seo-jun immediately turns serious and urges Seo-yun to hurry, his voice carrying the urgency of someone who knows they cannot keep everyone waiting. Seo-yun quickly processes the situation, realizing that a whole group of people must be waiting for them at the academy right now. Even with that pressure in front of her, a bright smile spreads across Seo-yun's face, showing she is ready to face whatever comes next. As Seo-jun rushes ahead, Seo-yun calls after him to wait for her, her steps quickening as the two of them hurry onward together. The moment they arrive at the academy, their friends cry out for Seo-yun, their voices filled with relief and excitement after finally seeing her again. They immediately turn their scolding towards Seo-jun for disappearing and making everyone worry, while he scratches out an apology and vaguely brushes it off as unavoidable obligations. A suited official steps forward with a formal posture and greets Seo-jun politely, confirming that he has finally arrived. The association president smiles with a teasing edge and asks whether he should now address him as Hunter Kim Seo-jun. Then, with a more official tone, he congratulates Seo-jun on successfully passing the pro-hunter exam. Because Seo-jun achieved perfect scores across every subject, the association will issue him an A-rank hunter license, while the others will receive B-rank licenses. The president even admits that if the rules allowed it, he would gladly hand Seo-jun an S-rank license, but unfortunately, that simply is not possible. Seo-jun accepts the result calmly, deciding he can climb higher from this point, and the president responds with open confidence that he will do exactly that. The president explains that A-rank hunters are managed under special standards, and because of Seo-jun's perfect score, he will also receive a dungeon raid priority pass. After that, the president reveals the real reason he came, asking Seo-jun directly whether he plans to establish a brand new guild. Seo-jun agrees without the slightest hesitation, answering so quickly and firmly that even the president is momentarily caught off guard. The president then offers to personally handle the guild establishment process for him, and Seo-jun can't help but look surprised by such direct support. He warns that forming a guild is usually a complicated process, with layers of paperwork, permits, and official procedures that normally take quite a bit of time. But with the president's authority behind it, he claims the process can move quickly, then tells Seo-jun to write down the members who will be joining. As the application is checked, the president's expression shifts slightly, and he points out that there is one problem with the list. He explains that a guild needs 5 pro-hunters of B rank or higher, but Seo-jun's current member list is still short by 1 person. The president says he could push the application through anyway, but warns that if the 5 major guilds catch wind of it, they will almost certainly make trouble. Seo-jun hesitates, realizing that even if they need one more name, he cannot just bring any random person into the guild. His gaze then shifts toward a quiet woman dressed in purple, as though he has suddenly found the possible answer standing right there. Seo-jun recognizes the missing piece at last, and he turns with sudden clarity as if the final name has just clicked into place. With her included, they finally have all 5 members. And while the others cheer in excitement, the reluctant new recruit groans at being dragged into it. The president asks what name they plan to give this new guild, and Seo-jun answers that they had already decided on it a long time ago. With firm confidence, Seo-jun announces the guild's name as Dream Team. News quickly spreads that Kim Seo-jun will soon establish his own guild, and that single announcement begins drawing attention from powerful circles everywhere. In a rival meeting, someone asks whether there is any way to stop him, but the answer is grim. They can only try to delay him because of his raid priority pass. They add that this arrangement was also the association's own decision, making their frustration grow even sharper. Suddenly, the Sword Saint appears before them, greeting the group as if he has merely dropped by to catch up, and the conspirators freeze in shock. They panic over why the Sword Saint is here at all, while he strides into the room with a presence so heavy it instantly crushes the atmosphere. The Sword Saint tells them plainly that he can already tell what they are plotting just by looking at their faces. The conspirators recoil in fear, their expressions betraying them as they realize their scheme has been completely exposed. The Sword Saint warns that the only reason he holds himself back is because becoming the same kind of filth as them would be just as disgusting. He declares that he did not end the cataclysm just so people like them could sit above others and rule over them. With biting contempt, he mocks the very idea that anyone would believe they were the ones who ended the cataclysm, tearing apart the story they have tried to sell. Then his gaze settles on Ryujin Chol, and he calls him out directly by name. The Sword Saint remarks that Ryujin Chol has grown quite a bit since the last time they met, hinting at a history between them that was never fully settled. Ryujin Chol fires back without backing down, saying the Sword Saint has only grown older, and the tension in the room spikes even higher. Before the confrontation can explode any further, a hooded woman steps in and tells both of them to stop before things go too far. The hooded woman's voice cuts through the room as she scolds the Sword Saint for drawing his blade in someone else's territory, instantly pulling the atmosphere under her control. The Sword Saint turns his eyes toward her, recognizing the presence beneath the hood, and remarks that Kalia has finally decided to show herself. The woman reveals herself as Kalia, her gaze calm beneath the hood, and asks whether he had already known she was involved in this matter. The Sword Saint calls their attempt to use his Azure Dragon Sword against Seo-jun utterly ridiculous, saying that if they had any real courage, they should have come after him directly. Kalia studies his reaction and reasons that if they acted this boldly, then they must have believed someone would protect them even if he stepped in, before asking what truly brought him here. The Sword Saint answers without dressing it up, saying he is simply trying to behave like a grandfather again after neglecting that role for far too long. Ryujin Chul snarls that if Seo-jun is allowed to establish a guild, it will only create more trouble for them, exposing just how much they fear his rise. The Sword Saint bluntly states what everyone in the room is trying to hide, that they gathered here to scheme over how to stop Seo-jun's guild from being created. His warning lands heavily as he tells them that whatever plan they are preparing, they had better abandon it before taking even one more step. Kalia keeps her composure and asks with a cold edge in her voice what will happen if they choose not to obey his warning. The Sword Saint answers that they are free to do whatever they want, as long as they are prepared to bear the consequences, and the entire room sinks beneath the weight of his pressure. Even under that crushing presence, Kalia does not flinch, quietly weighing his threat as if measuring how far he is truly willing to go. The Sword Saint's glare sharpens even further, making it unmistakably clear that his words are not a bluff or an empty warning. Then, without another word, he turns his back on them, ending the confrontation exactly when he chooses. He walks past Kalia as though she is nothing more than another obstacle in the room, leaving the tension behind him like a blade still hanging in the air. Kalia watches him go and asks whether he truly plans to leave after storming in and shaking the entire room like this. The Sword Saint answers that he has no reason to overturn everything here, making it clear that he refuses to be dragged into their game. With that, he departs, leaving the conspirators shaken in the wreckage of the pressure his presence alone had caused. Once he is gone, Kalia immediately orders everyone to cancel all their plans, and Ryujin Chul is visibly stunned by the sudden command. Ryujin Chul mocks her for backing down, taunting that the heir of the Apostle of Chastity must be frightened of an old, decaying Sword Saint. Kalia rebukes him sharply, reminding him that the Order of Truth is no longer what it once was, and that his pride has begun to run completely out of control. Her voice hardens as she tells Ryujin Chul to stop looking down on the Sword Saint, forcing him to listen whether he likes it or not. Kalia admits that Ryujin Chul has reached a level close to the heroes of the Cataclysm, but she frames it clearly as something that still falls short. She warns him not to mistake her respect for the Sword Saint as submission, because those two things are not the same. Then she tells Ryujin Chul the cruel truth: he may stand near the edge of true greatness, but he will never actually reach it, and fury twists across his face. After the Sword Saint's visit, Kalia shifts her focus and says that even if they can no longer target Seo Jun directly, there are still other ways to move. One of her subordinates leans in and asks what she means, clearly searching for the next strategy now that the original plan has collapsed.
Kalia's lips curl into a faint smirk as she says fate will not change, implying that Seo Jun will still be forced to face what is coming for him.
Back with Dream Team. Seo Jun stands slightly apart while his teammates gather around, the new guild preparing for its very first raid together. A sudden alert catches Seo Jun's attention, and his body tenses the moment he sees it, as if the message strikes a nerve. At the Dream Team Guild building, Seo Jun looks over the group and checks whether everyone has arrived for the mission. Vice Guild Master Park Seo Yun rallies the team with bright determination, declaring that this is their first raid and urging everyone to give it their best. Lee Min-il jokes that they are jumping straight into a raid right after getting licensed, and with a grin, he admits he actually loves that kind of reckless pace. Suk So-yeon fidgets nervously and confesses that this will be her first real dungeon, asking in a small, anxious voice whether she is going to be okay. Lee Hae-eun answers bluntly that real dungeons may resemble the ones created through sorcery, but they are far harsher, far more dangerous, and every mistake can turn lethal. Suk So-yeon points out that if death is actually on the line, then the two are completely different, and Lee Hae-eun agrees without softening the truth. Seo Jun, now standing as guild master, suddenly reframes that terrifying difference with sparkling enthusiasm, saying it also means they finally have a chance to make real money. He breaks into an almost obsessive chant about money, and the others exchange worried looks, realizing his fixation has somehow gotten worse ever since he checked his phone.
A flashback reveals the reason. Seo Jun discovered that his free pass had expired, and with a new pass costing an absurd amount, he was nearly broke after buying chi medicine.
Back in the present, his teammates ask if he just said something, but Seo Jun covers his panic with an unsettling little laugh that only makes him look more suspicious. Forcing his energy back up, Seo Jun urges everyone to get moving quickly, only for the team to point out that one person still has not arrived. They start wondering who could be running late at a time like this, and then their attention shifts as the missing person finally appears. Someone calls out excitedly to the newcomer as Uncle, and the sudden familiarity immediately leaves the others blinking in confusion. Seo Jun stares in surprise, realizing that the late arrival is somehow connected to Seo Yun. Seo Yun blurts out that the man is her father while he calmly says he only came because Seo Yun asked him to. Seo Yun complains that he never told her he was coming, but he brushes it off without much concern, and the group begins preparing to leave while asking which dungeon they will raid.
Seo Jun's mouth curves into a smirk, making it obvious that he already has something unexpected in mind.
He promises them they are heading to a very nice place, but his vague answer only leaves everyone more confused than before. The scene shifts to a suburb not far from Seoul, where their next destination quietly comes into view. Inside the Dark Dragon Guild's exclusive area, guards block Seo Yun's father and confront him for entering without permission. As the guards shout about trespassers entering their gate, Seo Yun's father frowns and tells them to stop yelling so loudly because he can hear them perfectly fine. The Dark Dragon Guild members quickly notice something strange and begin questioning why Seo Jun's Dungeon Raid Priority Pass is being used in their exclusive territory. Their confidence starts to crack, and with nervous faces, they ask Seo Yun's father which guild has already gone inside the gate. Seo Yun's father answers calmly, without the slightest hesitation, confirming that the guild inside is Dream Team. Inside the dungeon, Seo Jun surges forward, wrapped in blue energy, his body cutting through the air as he launches the first decisive strike. His attack sweeps across the battlefield in a huge arc, and the thunderous impact echoes through the dungeon as the enemies are wiped out in an instant. Seo Jun looks over the cleared area and notes that it is already finished, making it obvious the fight ended before anyone else could even react. As Seo Yun and the others rush in to handle the cleanup, Seo Jun can only lament that there is nothing left worth selling because he destroyed the monsters far too completely. A brutal fight suddenly erupts in the next area, with Seo Jun being thrown through the air while monstrous hounds lunge at the team, roaring and snapping their jaws. A wave of icy blue power tears through the pack, slicing into the charging beasts and forcing them to yelp as they are overwhelmed by the attack. Lee Min-il calls out as Seo Jun takes command of the fight, coordinating the counterattack and assuring everyone that he has the situation under control. The barrage continues without mercy, blasting through the remaining hounds until their resistance completely collapses under the team's pressure. Outside the dungeon, the defeated monster's body lies motionless, and the onlookers shudder as they take in the aftermath of what just happened. The team steps back out through a purple portal, casually greeting Lee Min-il's uncle as though the entire dungeon raid had been nothing more than a quick errand. Lee Min-il's uncle rolls up his sleeves as if he is ready to help with the work, and Lee Min-il immediately jumps in, eagerly offering to lend a hand. Lee Min-il jokes about the good old days, then pushes an outrageous idea about building a transport company dedicated to serving their guild, leaving the others visibly alarmed. Seo-jun stands there bloodied but strangely calm, then shifts the mood with a sharp aside as his attention moves elsewhere. He asks why those suspicious people have been staring at them for so long, his eyes narrowing as he senses trouble nearby. They learn that the Watchers claim to be from the Dark Dragon Guild and have business with Seo-jun, which immediately sends the nearby bystanders into a panic as they start apologizing. One of Seo-jun's teammates points out that he deliberately chose to raid inside Dark Dragon Guild territory, confirming that this was never a coincidence. With the cleanup finished, the group realizes the raid went far more smoothly than expected, and all the nerves they had going in now feel completely unnecessary. They start estimating the value of the haul, guessing that even without knowing the exact price of 8-star materials, each person should earn at least 100 million won. While the others burst into celebration at the idea of making hundreds of millions in a single day and even talk about throwing a party, Seo-jun simply looks confused by their excitement. Seo-jun reminds them that they are only just getting started, but the others are too busy cheering to fully process what his words really mean. Without wasting any time, they charge straight toward the next target, smashing through another high-level monster before hesitation can even enter the conversation. Another dungeon run follows almost immediately, with more monsters being cut down as Dream Team keeps pushing forward at a terrifying pace. Seo-jun drives the momentum relentlessly, urging everyone toward the next dungeon again and again as if stopping was never an option. After one raid after another, the entire team begins to look drained, their bodies worn down and their spirits crushed by the non-stop grind. One teammate finally begs for the raids to stop, but Seo-jun insists that they should keep earning money while they still have the chance. The captain collapses in protest and calls it exploitation, but Seo-jun argues that they need the money, the full value of monster corpses, and the experience required for a rank growth. When someone suggests gaining experience little by little, Seo-jun snaps that they have to reach a rank quickly if they want to raise the guild's standing. He launches into a serious explanation about how a higher guild level means better tax treatment and commission benefits, turning even advancement into another path toward profit. Seo-jun doubles down even harder, saying that greater fame will open up even more ways to make money, while one teammate points out that the guild is already famous because of him. The captain refuses to continue and desperately appeals to Seo-jun for help, calling Seo-jun a wicked master who is working them to death. But when they turn to Seo-jun for intervention, she has already vanished, leaving their desperate plea hanging uselessly in the air. Seo-jun and another teammate look around in confusion, realizing that Seo-jun disappeared without warning right when everyone needed her most. The others take Seo-jun's disappearance as a betrayal, while she quietly admits she was afraid she would get hit if she stayed there any longer. One by one, the remaining members scatter in awkward silence, leaving Seo-jun standing behind with the uncomfortable aftermath. They beg Vice Guildmaster Seo-jun to stop Seo-jun, but she answers with calm detachment, wearing the peaceful expression of someone who has reached enlightenment. Lee Min-il rallies everyone to go make even more money, and despite their obvious misery, the group is dragged along into the next round. Elsewhere, observers stare at Dream Team's skyrocketing performance records, unable to hide their disbelief as they call the numbers absolutely insane. An association official notes that the new guild is repeatedly clearing 7- and 8-star dungeons, and worse, they are doing it inside areas monopolized by the Dark Dragon Guild. He concludes that the raids are moving too fast for anyone to stop, and with Dream Team's priority pass in play, Dark Dragon Guild can only watch helplessly as their funds dry up. Even so, the official cannot shake his concern, because Dark Dragon Guild has been far too quiet, which makes it seem like they may be plotting something in the shadows. Then a crisis strikes as sudden news arrives that a Draugr dungeon has formed, sending shock through the association leadership. They immediately ask whether the Soul Saint has been contacted, but the answer is grim. No one knows how long it will take for her to respond. The president laments that among Korea's 5 heroes, only the Soul Saint can handle a Draugr, leaving them with no choice but to wait for her reply. The moment Seo-jun hears the name Draugr, his attention sharpens, and his expression changes as he recognizes just how serious the threat is. An aide hesitantly brings up Kim Seo-jun's name, speaking carefully as though unsure whether he heard the possibility correctly. The president considers whether Seo-jun would actually help, then assumes that persuading him would probably require offering a large enough amount of money. The president asks whether Seo-jun is still in the middle of his raid, trying to figure out if there is any chance of reaching him in time. That night, Seo-jun walks down the street under the city lights, while people nearby recognize him and begin whispering in awe as he passes. Seo-jun fumes to himself that his teammates all ran away when he only asked them to raid a little longer, while, somewhere else, they secretly teleport away just to escape his endless dungeon grind. As he checks his phone, Seo-jun grumbles that his teammates must hate making money, even though his account now shows more than 2.1 billion won. A system prompt suddenly appears, asking whether he wants to purchase a free pass, and Seo-jun immediately presses yes without wasting even a second. In an instant, 2 billion won disappears from his balance, leaving him with only 121 million won as he curses just how ridiculously expensive it is. Seo-jun thinks about how buying a free pass every 3 months for Siddhartha Gautama's lecture barely raises his progress, and his worries grow even heavier when he remembers he still needs money for other lectures and elixirs. He also remembers that the Dark Saint still owes him 13 billion won, then starts wondering how he can rapidly boost Siddhartha Gautama's lecture progress while earning tens of billions at the same time. At last, the association manages to locate him, and someone calls out that hunter Kim Seo-jun has returned. Seo-jun looks surprised when he sees that the association president himself has been waiting there for him. The president offers Seo-jun a cup of coffee, and Seo-jun accepts it politely, sensing that this is not an ordinary visit. The president apologizes for approaching him so late, explaining that he came because there is something important he needs to tell him, and Seo-jun tells him to speak freely. Seo-jun asks what is going on, but for a moment he goes quiet, his expression guarded and unreadable as he waits for the answer. The president explains that a Draugr dungeon has appeared in Korea, and Seo-jun immediately remembers the Draugr as the mine-type monster he faced during the previous tournament. With clear respect in his voice, the president asks whether Seo-jun can handle the Draugr dungeon, leaving Seo-jun taken aback that they are asking him to take it on. Seo-jun questions why they are asking him specifically, his caution rising as he realizes just how serious this responsibility could be. Then he tells them to wait, because the request suddenly starts to connect with something he has been trying to achieve himself. Seo-jun remembers that defeating a Draugr once increased his progress in Siddhartha Gautama's lecture, while the president quickly assures him that the association is not asking him to work for free. The moment financial support is mentioned, Seo-jun's attention snaps fully into place, his entire focus drawn to the possible reward. When Seo-jun asks how much they are offering, the president proposes 30 billion won, and Seo-jun's body nearly trembles from the sheer excitement of hearing that number. Seo-jun's composure almost cracks on the spot as he celebrates internally, overwhelmed by the scale of the reward being placed in front of him. After learning that only 9 Draugr dungeons have ever appeared in Korea, Seo-jun sees the situation as a rare golden chance to raise Siddhartha Gautama's lecture progress by a massive amount. Inside his head, Seo-jun realizes that he is being offered 30 billion won just to enter a dungeon he would have gladly paid money to access himself. He struggles to keep the grin from spreading across his face, forcing his expression back into something serious and controlled. Seo-jun reminds himself that he absolutely cannot laugh while the president is discussing a deadly national crisis, even as another part of him thinks 30 billion might still be too little. The president admits that their budget is already strained from preparing the pro-hunter exam, and with the Soul Saint unreachable, Seo-jun is now their only realistic option. He warns that Draugr are intangible specters, and if even one of them escapes the dungeon, the consequences could become unimaginable. The president insists that they must eliminate the Draugr inside the dungeon, then adds that if Seo-jun succeeds, he will be awarded an S-rank hunter license. Seo-jun nearly chokes at the implication, barely managing to hold himself together as the reward becomes even more absurd. The president explains that if Seo-jun becomes an S-rank hunter, Dream Team will also be elevated into an S-rank guild, giving the guild access to a higher level of authority. He adds that Dream Team's taxes and fees would be greatly reduced as well, meaning their future profits would grow even larger. Seo-jun processes the chain of benefits one after another, stunned by how perfectly everything seems to be falling in his favor. Unable to hold back anymore, Seo-jun blurts out that he will do it and tells them to leave the matter to him, while the president anxiously asks if he truly can help. Trying to keep his voice calm, Seo-jun asks why they do not simply ask Madame Soul Saint, and the president admits that they have not been able to contact her. Seo Jun instantly understands that the opportunity could vanish the moment the Soul Saint returns, so he listens carefully while calculating his next move. He agrees to give it a try, and the president is shocked by how quickly Seo Jun accepts such a dangerous request. When pressed about timing, Seo Jun almost blurts out that he can go tomorrow, then quickly backpedals and says he will need some time to prepare. Because the situation is urgent, the president begs him to enter by tomorrow at the latest, deeply moved by what he believes is Seo Jun's willingness to risk himself. The president bows in gratitude, praising Seo Jun for stepping forward to protect the nation and its people.
Seo Jun awkwardly insists there is no need to thank him, and the president pauses in surprise at how modest he seems.
To the president, this is a matter of life and death, and he is amazed that such a talented young man would willingly walk into that danger. Through the president's admiring eyes, Seo Jun begins to look like a true hero, someone ready to sacrifice himself for others without hesitation. The president gushes that Seo Jun is a real hero, while Seo Jun can only laugh awkwardly at the complete misunderstanding. Seo Jun then declares that he will raid the Draugr dungeon alone. He explains that no one else is immune to mental attacks, and in his own mind going alone is also the best way to maximize progress in Siddhartha Gautama's lecture. The team is stunned when they hear that Seo Jun plans to go solo, and then they realize what it means. They finally get a break. The moment that sinks in, they erupt with joy, their relief practically bursting out of them after surviving his non-stop raids. They send Seo Jun off with cheerful wishes for a safe trip and promise to handle things at home, leaving him puzzled by just how enthusiastic they seem. Seo Jun turns to Seo Yoon and asks if she is not worried about him, but Seo Yoon answers as if worrying over a Draugr dungeon is almost absurd. Seo Yoon says there is almost nothing in the world that could make her worry about Seo Jun, except perhaps something as extreme as the end of the world itself. One of the teammates cuts straight through the mood and says it flat out. Seo Jun only ever gets serious when money is involved. The moment the word comes up, everyone around him practically agrees at once, while another member lets out a weary groan as if just hearing it already explains everything. Seo Jun's face softens into the sweetest, most innocent smile. But inside, his thoughts are anything but gentle. The association had dangled the reward in front of him so perfectly that he could only curse them in his heart, calling them bastards for knowing exactly how to tempt him. Seo Yoon quickly offers to help him get ready, already thinking about the supplies and preparations he might need. But Seo Jun doesn't even pause to consider it. He turns her down right away, saying there's no time for that. He's heading out immediately. Seo Yoon raises her voice in protest, reminding him that a Draugr dungeon isn't something anyone should rush into without proper preparation. But Seo Jun's expression stays firm. To him, there's no room to hesitate, because he has to reach the dungeon before the association can get to Soul Saint first. With that same fearless confidence, Seo Jun lifts a hand and waves goodbye like he's only stepping out for a quick errand. He promises he'll be back soon, then walks off without looking back, leaving Seo Yoon staring after him in complete confusion. The second Seo Jun disappears from sight, the others immediately turn their attention to Seo Yoon. They start urging her to take this rare chance to rest, and while the mood is still calm, someone even suggests they should order fried chicken before everything turns chaotic again. Before long, the news spreads across the entire country. A Draugr dungeon has appeared, and instead of Soul Saint handling it, Kim Seo Jun is the one stepping in. The public explodes with excitement, stirring up hype, comparisons, and endless talk about whether Seo Jun can truly face something on that level. Back at the association, the president can only clasp his hopes together and pray that Seo Jun succeeds. At the same time, his mind is already racing through practical matters, wondering if there's any way to scrape together extra budget to support him properly. Just then, the tense quiet is shattered as an aide bursts into the room in a hurry. Breathless and urgent, the aide calls out to the president, clearly carrying news that can't wait another second. The president immediately asks what happened, but the aide struggles to get the words out. With a nervous stammer, they finally say that the matter concerns Soul Saint. The aide reports that they have finally received a call from Madame Soul Saint herself. The words hit the president like a sudden jolt, leaving him stunned where he stands. The president snaps back to attention and demands to know when the call came in. The aide quickly answers that it happened just now, only moments ago, immediately after they received contact from her. The president asks what Soul Saint said, but before the aide can fully explain, he decides there's no time to waste. He says he needs to call her back right away, while the aide awkwardly acknowledges him, unsure how to correct the situation. But then the president is told that calling her back won't be necessary. The unexpected response stops him cold, and confusion spreads across his face. At that very moment, the focus shifts to Seo Jun, who has already arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The message being passed along is simple but shocking. Soul Saint said she was nearby. Inside the dungeon, the space looks ruined and unsettling, with stacks of old books scattered through the area like the remains of some abandoned archive. As Seo Jun steps deeper in, he suddenly senses something and turns sharply, his attention snapping toward a presence nearby. In that instant, Seo Jun realizes Soul Saint is already here, and if she had reached the dungeon first, she would have dealt with it immediately, destroying his chance to clear it himself. Then Seo Jun catches sight of a faintly glowing figure standing in the strange, ruined space. His eyes widen as he questions whether the woman before him is truly Madame Soul Saint. The white-haired woman slowly turns toward him, her movements calm and controlled. As her face comes into view, her clear, piercing eyes settle on him with quiet authority. This woman is one of the heroes of the Cataclysm, a figure spoken of with awe. Yet when she sees Seo Jun, she addresses him like a reckless child who wandered somewhere he shouldn't have, warning him to turn back because this place is far too dangerous. Soul Saint keeps her lantern steady in one hand, her expression never wavering. She warns him that no one is allowed to enter a place like this carelessly, especially not when the danger inside could break someone in an instant. Seo Jun's stomach drops as he confirms that it really is Soul Saint standing in front of him. Panic rushes through him because her presence here means his entire plan is about to fall apart. He quickly begs her to wait, trying to stop her before she moves any further. Then he admits that he came here to clear the Draugr dungeon himself, a confession that clearly catches her off guard. Soul Saint doesn't hesitate for even a second before flatly forbidding him. Seo Jun immediately pushes back, demanding to know why she's blocking him so firmly. She answers with absolute certainty, telling him that he cannot clear this Draugr dungeon. Her tone leaves no room for argument, as if she is stating an unavoidable truth rather than giving an opinion. Seo Jun rushes forward and plants himself in front of her, pleading for her to at least hear him out. But Soul Saint only stares at him in confusion, unable to understand why he would insist on standing in her way. Soul Saint orders him to move aside, warning that she has to stop the Draugr before it escapes. But Seo Jun refuses to back down, insisting with desperate confidence that he is the only one who can kill it. Her patience finally begins to crack. Soul Saint snaps at him to move, her voice turning sharp as his stubborn obstruction pushes the situation closer to danger. Before the argument can continue, a sudden threat erupts nearby. Soul Saint reacts instantly, pulling Seo Jun behind her and ordering him to stay close so she can protect him. Above them, a massive shadowy presence begins to loom, filling the dungeon with suffocating pressure. Its dark aura spreads through the space like a heavy fog, making the air feel colder and harder to breathe. From within that darkness, the Draugr finally reveals itself. A hooded figure with glowing eyes and a frozen, unsettling smile emerges, making it clear that the enemy has arrived. Soul Saint tells Seo Jun to leave the fight to her and run while he still can. Her focus stays locked on the Draugr, but every word is meant to push him out of danger before the monster can target him. Seo Jun refuses to retreat. He stands his ground so firmly that Soul Saint begins to realize he may not be an ordinary child after all. And at that very moment, his progress in Buddha's lecture starts ticking upward. When Seo Jun sees the progress rate jump again, realization hits him like a spark. This isn't just danger, he has found the perfect way to farm Buddha's lecture. Instead of shrinking back from the Draugr's sinister influence, Seo Jun demands even more of it. He calls for the monster to pour more twisted thoughts into him, treating the mental assault like fuel rather than a threat. The Draugr's eerie smile fills the space, stretching across its shadowed face as it prepares another wave of corruption. The darkness around it seems to gather, ready to press into Seo Jun's mind once again. Each time the attack lands, Seo Jun's progress rises faster, and instead of fear, he reacts with pure excitement. He can hardly hide his delight as the numbers climb, stunned by how quickly the gains are pouring in. Seo Jun urges the Draugr to keep going, pushing it to give him more and more. His voice carries almost reckless enthusiasm, as if he wants the monster to intensify the attack instead of stop. For the first time, the Draugr seems to hesitate. Its confidence falters, confusion creeping into its unnatural expression as Seo Jun's impossible reaction begins to strain even the monster itself. Dark energy curls and swirls around Seo Jun as the Draugr's influence spreads through the dungeon. But Seo Jun doesn't close himself off. He stands there with his arms open, willingly receiving the corruption like it's exactly what he came for. Then, all at once, Seo Jun notices the Draugr has moved too close. The rhythm he had settled into breaks instantly as he realizes the monster is no longer attacking from a safe distance. The Draugr suddenly launches a possession attempt, driving straight into Seo Jun's mind instead of merely surrounding it with sinister thoughts. The direct strike jolts him hard, cutting through the flow of the battle. Soul Saint screams the moment she recognizes what the Draugr is doing. This is no ordinary wave of corruption. It is possession, a far more dangerous mental attack aimed at taking hold of him directly. She understands the difference immediately. Seo Jun's mental barrier may be able to resist sinister thoughts, but possession doesn't simply press against that wall, it pierces through and delivers a direct blow to the mind itself. Soul Saint warns that if this continues, Seo Jun's mind will collapse in an instant. Her body tenses as she prepares to intervene, ready to force her way between him and the Draugr before it's too late. But Seo Jun makes his own decision first. If the Draugr is trying to possess him, then he'll drag it out immediately and cut off the attack before it has the chance to finish. Even as Soul Saint stares in amazement, realizing this is nothing like ordinary sorcery, Seo Jun's progress rate begins to soar. The numbers don't just climb, they rocket upward in huge, unbelievable jumps. Soul Saint watches him in baffled disbelief, unable to make sense of what she's seeing. Seo Jun's reaction defies every expectation she had about how a human should respond to the Draugr's power. Meanwhile, Seo Jun is practically celebrating the sensation. He calls it the best, thrilled that his progress is finally surging the way he wanted, as if the danger has turned into the perfect opportunity. Seo Jun becomes completely intoxicated by the gains, caught up in the momentum as his progress keeps rising. He repeats how sweet it feels, riding the rush with almost reckless joy while the battle continues around him. Deep inside Seo Jun's mental world, the terrifying Draugr no longer looks like an unstoppable monster. Instead, it appears as a tiny hooded specter, trembling in the vast inner space, while letting out a weak, frustrated growl. Then, from within that calm mental realm, the serene figure of Buddha appears with an overwhelming stillness. Without force, without struggle, Buddha simply reaches out and gathers the small Draugr into his palm, subduing it as easily as holding a fading ember. Buddha looks down at the creature, not with anger, but with quiet compassion. To him, the Draugr is nothing more than a pitiful being, and all of its menace disappears beneath that calm, merciful judgment. Back in reality, Seo Jun suddenly feels the change ripple through him. He glances around, quickly realizing that the possession has been cut off completely and the danger inside his mind has already been neutralized. He lowers his gaze and taps the Draugr on the ground with his weapon. The monster that had just tried to invade his mind is now flattened helplessly against the floor, reduced to something closer to a pathetic puddle than a threatening enemy. Seo Jun studies it and notices that all of the Draugr's death chi has vanished. Meanwhile, the miserable creature weakly laments its own shameful existence, as if even it can't believe how far it has fallen. Seo Jun gives it another cautious prod, almost as if checking whether it still counts as alive. When he asks if it's dead, the Draugr barely manages to respond, claiming in a feeble voice that it is entering nirvana. Seo Jun declares that he squeezed the Draugr completely dry, then immediately checks his numbers. The moment he sees Buddha's lecture progress jump from 33.8% to 38.1%, his eyes light up at the massive 4.3% gain. Doing the math in his head, Seo Jun estimates that there should be at least 10 more Draugrs left inside the dungeon. If each one gives him this much progress, then Buddha's lecture could shoot all the way to around 80%, and the thought of farming even more makes him visibly excited. A shiver runs through Seo Jun's body, not from fear, but from giddy anticipation. Nearby, Soul Saint watches him closely, her gaze sharpening with a mix of concern and wariness as she tries to understand what kind of person reacts this way. Feeling Soul Saint's stare on his back, Seo Jun turns toward her. His expression makes it look as if he's about to explain himself, even though his excitement has already given away far too much. Seo Jun points out that Soul Saint is still standing there, watching everything unfold. His tone carries the implication that she doesn't need to keep acting like the situation is normal when both of them know it has already gone far beyond that. Seo Jun insists that he can take care of the dungeon himself and urges Madame Soul Saint to go back. But as she looks at the remains of the Draugr, Soul Saint understands something chilling. Destroying a monster like that should require an enormous amount of soul power. Soul Saint is left stunned by what she has just witnessed. Somehow, Seo-jun forced a mind-type monster into nirvana, a result so absurd that she had believed it was impossible. Seo-jun bristles at her hesitation and boldly declares that this is his dungeon now. The association president personally assigned him to manage it, so in his mind, he has every right to stand there and handle the job. Soul Saint tries to read him, searching for some clear explanation behind his strange power, and even stranger attitude. But no matter how closely she observes him, she gets nothing, leaving him impossible to figure out. In the end, Soul Saint can only conclude that Seo-jun's soul level must be equal to hers, or perhaps even higher. Though she still doubts that clearing the Draugrs this way should be possible, she decides not to interfere with him. Seo-jun explains that he cannot leave the dungeon yet because there is something he needs to check. Soul Saint immediately focuses on his words and asks what exactly he means. Seo-jun admits that the information he has is vague and that it originally came from the Dark Saint. The moment Soul Saint hears that name, her attention tightens and the atmosphere between them shifts. Soul Saint presses him, asking whether the Dark Saint's words had anything to do with the Order of Truth or Berserk. The question catches Seo-jun off guard, making it clear she knows more than she first let on. Seo-jun quickly avoids giving too much away. Instead of explaining the details, he casually frames his connection with the Dark Saint as nothing more than a business relationship. Still, Seo-jun reveals the key point. The Dark Saint suspects that the Order of Truth may have created this Draugr dungeon. That possibility immediately raises a much larger question, whether artificial dungeons could truly exist. Soul Saint dismisses the idea at once, saying that creating an artificial dungeon should be impossible. And even if such a thing somehow could be done, she adds that there would be no reliable way to confirm it. Seo-jun argues that the suspicion still needed to be checked, especially because Soul Saint is the only one who can enter a dungeon like this under normal circumstances. At the same time, he privately grumbles that the Dark Saint took his money for this troublesome lead. Then, in the middle of his irritation, a sudden thought hits Seo-jun. He freezes for a moment, his expression changing as a new possibility takes shape in his mind. Seo-jun begins scheming, realizing this might actually be the perfect chance to recover the money the Dark Saint owes him. Soul Saint watches his expression shift and can only stare, completely baffled by where his thoughts have gone. With a sudden change in attitude, Seo-jun offers to help Soul Saint with her work. The offer comes so abruptly that Soul Saint is left confused, unsure why he has gone from resisting her to cooperating so quickly. The scene shifts deeper into the dungeon, a place that should have been quiet after the first clash, but the ruined cityscape stretches out in eerie silence, with broken structures and empty streets giving the false impression of peace. That silence doesn't last long. A pack of wild Draugrs emerges from the ruins, proving that the threat is still roaming freely inside the dungeon. Draugrs are dangerous 10-star mind-type monsters, terrifying beings that can drive a person's mind toward collapse with mere contact. Even facing them directly would normally be enough to make most hunters hesitate. But Kim Seo-jun doesn't look at the approaching Draugrs like deadly monsters. To him, they are resources, a precious supply waiting to raise his progress even higher. Soul Saint watches from nearby as the Draugrs begin to swarm around him. The more casually Seo-jun faces them, the more uneasy she becomes, unable to shake the feeling that she has allowed something reckless to happen. Seo-jun even boasts that if everything goes well, Soul Saint only needs to tell the Dark Saint that he helped her. Meanwhile, Soul Saint quietly wonders whether she should have ever allowed him to continue in the first place. Elsewhere, far away from the dungeon, the view shifts to the Dark Saint's forest hideout, where the air feels heavy and tense among the trees. A violent surge of dark power suddenly erupts through the hideout, tearing through the stillness like the opening strike of an ambush. The clash announces that danger has already arrived. Within the tents, a gray-haired man is shown wounded and struggling, his body clearly battered from the attack. Even injured, he braces himself, knowing that something worse is closing in. A hooded figure steps into view and greets the Dark Saint with chilling familiarity. The way the newcomer speaks makes it clear this is not their first encounter. The figure is revealed to be the Apostle of Temperance. He approaches with an ominous calm, carrying himself like someone completely confident in the trap already set around his prey. The Apostle of Temperance mocks the situation, saying that a member of the 7 apostles had to come all this way just to catch an old man. Yet he also admits that he cannot finish the Dark Saint alone, because the Dark Saint has been too much of a nuisance to ignore. Then the Apostle tells the Dark Saint exactly where he went wrong. His mistake was searching for Soul Saint, and the moment those words land, alarm flashes through the Dark Saint. The Apostle calmly lays out the situation unfolding in Korea, pointing out that the Dark Saint chose to investigate it whether the information was true or not. Every word makes the setup feel more deliberate. The Dark Saint finally understands the implication, and a curse slips under his breath. He realizes who they were truly aiming for all along. The Apostle closes the distance with a taunting smile, telling the Dark Saint that their real target was someone else from the very beginning. Then he calls the Dark Saint careless, twisting the knife even deeper. Without warning, the Apostle attacks. His overwhelming force crashes into the Dark Saint, slamming him with brutal power before he can fully regain control of the situation. Choked with pain and fury, the Dark Saint demands to know why they are so desperate to erase the heroes of the Cataclysm. His voice shakes with anger, but the question burns through the violence around him. The Apostle answers coldly, without hesitation or emotion. There is no special reason, he claims, beyond following the words of God. The Dark Saint spits back that their God must be insane, mocking the faith behind their cruelty. But the Apostle only tightens the thread around him, asking whether he enjoys living and warning that one careless moment will be enough to end him. The Apostle declares that the Dark Saint has only managed to delay the inevitable. No matter how long he struggles, he will not survive this endless war. He goes further, promising that the Dark Saint will never be able to stop them. No amount of effort, resistance, or stubborn survival will change the outcome they have already chosen. The Apostle smirks as the Dark Saint struggles beneath the pressure, still trying to grasp the true purpose behind his words. That uncertainty only makes the Apostle's calm expression feel even more threatening. The Dark Saint's eyes narrow as the pieces finally fall into place. The hunter in Korea, Kim Seo-jun, must be invisible to the Apostle's perception, and that blind spot is exactly why the Order of Truth miscalculated so badly. In that brief opening, the Dark Saint moves without warning. He launches a sudden counterattack, cutting through the tension so fast that even the Apostle of Temperance is forced to react in surprise. The Dark Saint's strike slices forward with sharp, deadly precision. The Apostle of Temperance has no choice but to pull himself into a defensive stance, blocking and shifting back before the slash can tear through him completely. The Apostle of Temperance steadies his footing after the exchange, his expression tightening. Across from him, the Dark Saint regains a bit of distance, and for a moment, both men silently reassess the other's next move. The Apostle of Temperance clicks his tongue at the Dark Saint's tricks, dismissing them as little more than desperate evasions. Then, dark energy begins to gather in his hand, swelling with a heavier, more dangerous pressure. A violent surge of purple-black power erupts from the Apostle of Temperance, flooding the clearing with a sinister glow. The attack rises in intensity, making it clear he is no longer playing around. But the Apostle's attack tears through empty space and dissolves into smoke. The force scatters across the clearing, suggesting the Dark Saint has slipped away once again before the blow could fully catch him. The Apostle of Temperance scans the now empty clearing, his gaze moving through the drifting smoke and broken shadows. He wonders aloud whether the Dark Saint has truly run, searching for any trace of the old man's presence. He notes that the Dark Saint's stealth has nearly reached the realm of selflessness, a level that makes pursuit troublesome even for him. Then he turns to his subordinate and asks whether they should continue chasing. After a brief pause, the Apostle of Temperance decides there is no need. With cold confidence, he orders them to let the Dark Saint go, as if the escape changes nothing about the outcome. While the Dark Saint races away through the forest, the Apostle of Temperance remains certain. He states calmly that no matter how far the Dark Saint runs, he will not be able to change Soul Saint's fate. Back in Korea, Seo-jun cheerfully calls out for any hidden enemies, sounding almost eager as he looks around the ruined dungeon. Behind him, Soul Saint follows with a flat, unimpressed expression, clearly not amused by his casual attitude. Far away, the Dark Saint tears through the forest in a desperate sprint. His face is tense with alarm as he calls out for Soul Saint, already realizing that danger may be closing in around her. Still unaware of the threat moving behind the scenes, Soul Saint calmly addresses the enemy somewhere in the dungeon. She offers them a chance to come out and surrender painlessly, her voice steady and almost merciful. Above the ruined city, black miasma begins to gather, curling through the air like living smoke. It twists and thickens into something far more sinister than an ordinary draugr, casting a suffocating shadow over the broken streets below. From within that darkness, a monstrous presence declares with absolute certainty that Soul Saint will die today. The words fall heavily over the dungeon, carrying a killing intent far beyond the draugrs they had faced so far. A hooded, airy figure takes shape from the miasma, its presence both smug and ominous. It hangs there with unsettling calm, radiating the confidence of someone who believes the trap has already closed. Then, without any warning, a sudden strike lands. The impact cuts through the stillness of the ruined city and signals the start of a new confrontation. Seo Jun suddenly notices something strange and pulls his attention toward his phone. His brows draw together as he checks the display, puzzled by the change happening right in the middle of the dungeon. On the screen, Buddha's lecture progress is frozen at 49.9%. Seo Jun stares at the number, confused, wondering why the progress has stopped increasing so abruptly. He strikes another Draugr, expecting the number to climb like before. But even after the hit connects, the progress rate refuses to move, leaving him even more confused. Seo Jun tries again, landing another blow to make sure it wasn't a mistake. Yet the percentage remains stuck in place, and the unchanging number makes him suspect that something is definitely wrong. He finally realizes that Buddha's lecture progress is not rising at all anymore. The possibility crosses his mind that he may have already hit some kind of cap. Comparing it to his past lecture gains, Seo Jun remembers that other lessons advanced in clear 10% jumps. But this one refuses to cross the line, making him suspect there may be a special condition required to break through 50%. Calling the whole thing a waste, Seo Jun turns back with clear disappointment on his face. Soul Saint watches him and asks whether he is finally done with his strange antics. Seo Jun admits that he didn't find anything useful from all of that. Then he asks Soul Saint if she discovered anything on her end, but she answers just as plainly that she found nothing either. That answer makes Seo Jun pause. Considering how much he has been messing around inside the dungeon, he finds it strange that they still haven't run into any real problems, and the place suddenly feels far too calm. Seo Jun suggests that maybe the dungeon itself is actually fine. Soul Saint immediately turns toward him and asks what he means by that, her attention sharpening. Seo Jun brings up the possibility of distortion, but Soul Saint replies that she already checked for it. According to her, there were no traces of that kind of distortion anywhere in the dungeon. Seo Jun doesn't let the idea go. He asks whether Soul Saint has considered that there might be another type of distortion, something different from what she already searched for. Soul Saint thinks back to the time she was trapped inside a dungeon, connected to the Order of Truth. That case had involved a different kind of distortion, something closer to mutation than the normal signs she had been checking for. Accepting that Seo Jun's suggestion is plausible, Soul Saint decides she needs to verify it herself. She tells him to wait where he is, then prepares to examine the dungeon more deeply. Soul Saint raises her hand and begins to focus. Pale blue energy releases from her, spreading outward in a soft but powerful wave as she starts her scan. Seo Jun immediately senses that this energy feels unfamiliar. It is completely different from the power of the Dark Saint or the Sword Saint, almost opposite in nature, and the strange sensation makes him grow alert. The pale energy continues to expand, flowing through the space as if gently embracing everything it touches. Soon the area is filled with a strange, encompassing presence that seems to cover the entire dungeon around them. Then a luminous hoof steps into view, glowing softly against the ruined ground. That single step announces the arrival of a new presence unlike anything else in the dungeon. Seo Jun's eyes widen in surprise as the presence fully begins to manifest before him. Whatever is appearing now is clearly not an ordinary monster. Sir Divine Spirit emerges into the ruined space, carrying an aura of nobility and sacred purity. Among spirits, this being feels like one of the highest and most revered, radiating a dignity that fills the air around it. Sir Divine Spirit walks toward Seo Jun with calm, graceful steps. It studies him up close, its gaze lingering on him, as though measuring something hidden beneath the surface. Then, to Seo Jun's shock, Sir Divine Spirit leans in and nuzzles against him affectionately. The gesture is gentle and unmistakably fond, almost as if the sacred spirit has chosen him on the spot. Soul Saint panics at the completely unexpected behavior, unable to hide her shock. Seo Jun, just as confused, admits that he has no idea why Sir Divine Spirit is acting this way toward him. Soul Saint explains that divine spirits normally ignore anyone who lacks upright character. She adds that Sir Divine Spirit barely reacted even to other heroes of the Cataclysm, which makes its sudden fondness for Seo Jun impossible for her to understand. Soul Saint replays Seo Jun's earlier shameless behavior in her mind, the strange excitement, the money-minded scheming, and his reckless attitude. No matter how she looks at it, she cannot understand why Sir Divine Spirit would be friendly to someone so unserious. Then, all at once, both of them sense a shift in the air. Their attention snaps toward the same direction, drawn by the arrival of a new and dangerous presence. Dark, creeping energy begins to surround them, spreading through the area like a sinister stain. Soul Saint immediately realizes that Seo Jun is carrying sinister thoughts within him. But the incoming power feels completely different from a Draugr's influence. Soul Saint senses that it is on an entirely higher level, and she can't understand why such a force would only appear now. A chilling suspicion forms in Soul Saint's mind. This entity may not be targeting her at all. It may have revealed itself because of Sir Divine Spirit. Soul Saint is shaken by the sheer scale of the malice pressing down on them. She admits she has never felt anything this enormous, not even during the cataclysm, except perhaps from Berserk. Soul Saint warns Seo Jun to get behind her at once, telling him that this presence is stronger than any Draugur's power. But Seo Jun sees the danger in a completely different way, as a chance for massive experience gains. Instead of retreating, Seo Jun tells Soul Saint to stay close to Sir Divine Spirit while he handles the threat himself. His confidence leaves her stunned, especially with such overwhelming malice closing in around them. Seo Jun lets out a small laugh under his breath, but there is nothing frightened about it. His eyes brighten with excitement as he shifts his stance, ready to charge straight into the darkness ahead. With a shout, Seo Jun declares that he is coming for his progress rate, then bursts forward before Soul Saint can stop him. He tells her he'll be right back like he's running a simple errand, while Soul Saint calls after him in alarm. Seo Jun sprints across the cracked and ruined road, his footsteps pounding through the broken cityscape. Ahead of him, the source of the dark aura grows thicker, pulling him deeper toward the heart of the threat. As Seo Jun races forward, Soul Saint watches him go and thinks back to the old incident involving Magic Saint. The situation feels similar on the surface, but something about this darkness is strangely off, making her unease deepen. Seo Jun keeps moving while turning the situation over in his mind. If the enemy has appeared now, he can't understand why it would be aiming for Sir Divine Spirit instead of Soul Saint herself. Still, Seo Jun's decision is already made. He has to stop the enemy before it can reach Sir Divine Spirit, and if he can raise his lecture progress at the same time, then all the better. At last, Seo Jun catches sight of the enemy through the ruined streets. His gaze locks onto the dark presence, and he announces that he has finally found it. The being before him is no ordinary monster. It is a mythical existence that defies God, a terrifying presence said to come from the sixth heaven, the highest realm within the world of desire. That overwhelming figure reveals itself as the ruler of the demonic heaven. It towers over Seo Jun, casting its enormous presence across the ruined ground like a living nightmare. The monster's identity becomes clear. It is Devil, and with that name alone, the scale of the danger standing before Seo Jun becomes impossible to ignore. But Seo Jun doesn't tremble or back away. Instead, he greets Devil casually, as if he has just run into someone on the street, leaving the monstrous being visibly startled and confused. Seo Jun even complains that Devil's efforts are pathetic because his progress rate still isn't going up. The blunt criticism leaves the creature baffled, unable to understand why this human is judging its attack like a failed training method. Then Seo Jun steps in and smacks Devil away with his own hands, shoving that hideous face back from him. He tells it to move its dirty face away, treating the terrifying monster like an annoying nuisance. Seo Jun grimaces as he looks at Devil up close, openly insulting how ugly it is. Rather than fear, his face shows irritation, as if the monster's appearance bothers him more than its power. Devil reels from the blow, struggling to process what just happened. Seo Jun watches it carefully and checks whether it is still alive, more concerned about losing his target than surviving the fight. Seo Jun warns Devil not to die on him yet. His tone makes it sound less like a battle and more like he is scolding a stubborn training dummy that still has a job to do. Enraged, Devil roars and lashes out, trying to crush Seo Jun with raw brute force. Its massive attack tears forward, driven by anger and the need to overwhelm him physically. Seo Jun frowns and scolds Devil for relying on physical attacks. If it is supposed to be a proper mind-type threat, then he demands that it use mental attacks instead of swinging around like a common brute. Devil only roars louder, its rage growing sharper with every mocking word. Seo Jun's complete lack of fear seems to infuriate it even more. Seo Jun calls Devil out again, annoyed that it keeps trying to solve everything with physical force. Since that approach clearly isn't going to work, he prepares to punish it for wasting his time. Devil gathers its power into a concentrated blast, dark force condensing with brutal pressure. This time, it seems determined to crush Seo Jun completely. The massive creature looms closer, its enormous form filling Seo Jun's view. Its presence grows so oppressive that the ruined surroundings seem to vanish behind its shadow. A low growl rolls from Devil as the darkness around it thickens. The air turns heavy, signaling that a lethal strike is about to be unleashed. Then a violent explosion of demonic energy erupts, surging outward like a black storm. The blast swallows Seo Jun in a wave of crushing force. Seo Jun is engulfed by the attack, his face tightening as the darkness presses against him from every side. The force bears down on him with suffocating weight. The dark energy closes in even further, wrapping around Seo Jun until it nearly smothers him completely. For a moment, his figure almost disappears inside the black cloud. From a distance, Soul Saint sees the demonic cloud expand and screams Seo Jun's name. Her voice cuts through the chaos, filled with fear that the darkness may consume him before she can act. Soul Saint realizes that terrifying dark magic is spreading through the entire area. If this continues, she knows she has to pull Seo Jun out quickly before the power swallows him whole. Inside the chaos, Devil lets out a cackling laugh, confident that its darkness has taken control. But then a bright flash of opposing power suddenly ignites from within the black storm. A towering pillar of holy light erupts upward, tearing through the demonic shroud like a blade through smoke. The black energy is blasted apart, scattering under the overwhelming radiance. Soul Saint stares in shock at the sudden holy intervention. The sight leaves her frozen for a heartbeat, unable to understand where such sacred power came from so abruptly.
Devil snarls as the holy light forces it back, disrupting the attack it had been so certain would crush Seo Jun. Its monstrous confidence breaks under the pressure of that radiant force.
Seo Jun emerges from the shattered darkness, his expression stunned by what just happened. Even he seems caught off guard by the holy power that cut through Devil's attack. Devil shrieks in fury and slams down again, desperate to reassert control over the battlefield. Its rage pours into the next strike as it tries to crush the resistance in front of it. Seo Jun activates Cloud Ascending Ladder and Void Walk, closing the distance in an instant. As he moves, he taunts Devil, asking where it thinks it can run when he is already right on top of it. Beams of light come crashing down one after another, striking Devil in rapid succession. Each impact hammers the creature harder, forcing screams from its twisted body. Another heavy blow lands, driving Devil further off balance. The relentless holy strikes keep pounding into it, leaving the monster staggered beneath the assault. Then a colossal column of light descends from above like divine judgment. The battlefield is swallowed in radiance as the overwhelming power crashes down on Devil. Devil howls in agony as the holy power tears into it. Its demonic aura buckles under the force, unable to withstand the radiant punishment raining down. With Devil finally knocked down, Seo Jun tells it to stop making such a fuss. His tone is almost casual, as though this terrifying battle is nothing more than another routine cleanup. Soul Saint approaches carefully, her eyes fixed on Seo Jun and the fallen Devil. She calls out to him in disbelief, still struggling to accept what she is seeing. Seo Jun tells Soul Saint to wait, because he still has unfinished business with Devil. He even warns her to stay back, and the calm confidence in his voice leaves her completely incredulous. Seo Jun leans closer to Devil, peering down at the battered monster. Once again, he asks whether it is still alive, pressing it for some kind of response. Devil's many eyes glare up at him. Burning with pure hatred, Seo Jun demands that it say something, refusing to let the monster simply lie there in silence. Devil's gaze suddenly intensifies, and a suffocating crimson pressure locks onto Seo Jun. The hatred pouring from those eyes sharpens into a direct mental force. Then a message-like voice intrudes into Seo Jun's mind. He recognizes it immediately as Buddha's voice, speaking to him from somewhere deep within his consciousness. Buddha presents the ultimate question with calm, piercing weight, asking whether life is truly worth living. Everything else, Buddha declares, is nothing more than a small detail beside that answer. Buddha leans in closer within Seo Jun's mind, the pressure of the question becoming impossible to avoid. He insists that Seo Jun answer. The question then sharpens into something even more direct and unsettling. If Seo Jun has endured so much, why has he not ended his life yet? Seo Jun stands frozen beneath that mental interrogation, the demand striking him harder than any physical blow. For a moment, he struggles to process the question pressing into the deepest part of his mind. Seo Jun snaps back to himself with a sharp breath, still visibly shaken by the pressure that had just drilled into his mind. He raises a hand to his head, trying to steady himself as the lingering weight of that question refuses to fade. Then, Seo Jun lowers his gaze toward Devil, who is still lying before him. Instead of fear, disappointment creeps into his expression, as if he is wondering whether that terrifying mental attack was truly the best Devil could manage. Seo Jun checks his status again, expecting at least some kind of change after enduring that attack. But the number is still frozen at 49.9%, and the sight makes his frustration deepen. Devil lashes out once more, striking Seo Jun before he can fully settle his thoughts. Seo-jun grunts as the hit lands, absorbing the impact while keeping his focus on the strange condition blocking his progress. That same intrusive question echoes through Seo-jun's mind again, pressing in with the same chilling weight as before. It becomes clear that Devil's mental attack is tied directly to that single relentless demand. Seo-jun begins to suspect that answering the question may be the key to breaking past 50%. He tells Devil to wait, then decides to keep the sinister thought active long enough for him to think it through. Annoyance rises in Seo-jun's voice as he challenges the question itself. Why should he die? And what kind of ridiculous question is that in the first place? In front of him, Devil only cackles, enjoying the disturbance it has caused. Seo-jun falls silent for a moment, seriously turning the question over in his mind. Soul Saint watches him in surprise, while Devil's ominous presence begins to loom close once again, as if waiting for his answer. A terrifying evil presence hangs over the ruined street, spreading its suffocating shadow across the battlefield. There, Seo-jun stands with his spear while Madame Soul Saint faces the devilish enemy beside him, both caught in the pressure of the moment. Seo-jun panics when Madame Soul Saint suddenly staggers, his attention snapping toward her instead of Devil. But even as her body wavers, she forces herself to remain upright and insists that she can still stand. Devil mocks them from within the darkness, twisting the situation with cruel amusement that only enrages Seo-jun more, especially because Devil dared to attack Madame Soul Saint while he was trying to think. Then, without warning, the oppressive shadow begins to withdraw. The heavy darkness pulls back from the ruined street, leaving Seo-jun and Madame Soul Saint momentarily confused by the sudden change. They quickly realize what happened. Devil has fled. Seo-jun stares in disbelief, shocked that a monster with that much arrogance would actually run away. Seo-jun steadies himself and forces his thoughts into order. Since they are still inside the dungeon, Devil cannot have gone too far, and tracking it down should only be a matter of time. Seo-jun then asks where Sir Divine Spirit went. Madame Soul Saint explains that she came alone because she wanted to keep Sir Divine Spirit from being consumed by the sinister influence spreading through the dungeon. The moment Seo-jun hears her refer to him like a child, frustration flashes across his face. He curses under his breath and bolts forward, choosing action before the situation can get any worse. As Seo-jun sprints through the broken streets, his thoughts race just as quickly. He still cannot understand why Devil has been targeting Sir Divine Spirit from the very beginning. Then the pieces begin to connect in Seo-jun's mind. Devil had briefly invaded Madame Soul Saint's mind earlier, and through that contact it must have learned exactly where Sir Divine Spirit was. A strange red deer-like entity comes into view, its body speckled with star-like patterns that make it look almost cosmic. Seo-jun calls out to Sir Divine Spirit in disbelief, unable to accept what he is seeing. As Seo-jun looks closer, the creature's ominous eye comes into focus. That single gaze tells him enough. Something about Sir Divine Spirit has fundamentally changed. Madame Soul Saint freezes in shock, unable to process what has happened to her divine companion. The sight shakes her deeply, as if the reality before her is something she never believed possible. Sir Divine Spirit now stands transformed into a cosmic red beast, no longer radiating the gentle sacred presence it had before. Instead, an alien and dangerous aura pours from its body, distorting the air around it. Dark bindings coil around the transformed spirit, wrapping through its body like chains of corruption. The sight makes it clear that Sir Divine Spirit has been seized, restrained, or twisted by Devil's influence. A violent surge of shadowy power lashes outward without mercy. Madame Soul Saint raises her guard to shield herself, while Seo-jun cries out to her in alarm as the attack crashes toward them. The ruined environment shatters under the impact. Chunks of debris explode outward, the street breaking apart as the force of the corrupted spirit's attack tears through the area. Seo-jun catches Madame Soul Saint as she collapses, urgently checking whether she is still okay. Behind them, the corrupted Sir Divine Spirit hovers with a distorted presence, making the danger feel even closer. The transformed Sir Divine Spirit radiates a pressure that makes Devil's plan painfully clear. Whatever Devil intended, it has now reached the most dangerous part of its scheme. As Madame Soul Saint chokes in pain, Seo-jun's eyes widen with realization. Devil was never truly after Sir Divine Spirit for its own sake. Seo-jun finally understands the real target has always been Madame Soul Saint herself. As the thought hits him, the shadows around her tighten, making the trap feel terrifyingly complete. He remembers that Sir Divine Spirit is spiritually linked to Madame Soul Saint. That bond means the corrupted spirit can serve as a direct conduit leading straight into her. Seo-jun realizes Devil's true intention with growing dread. It planned to invade Madame Soul Saint's mind through that connection and take control of her completely from the inside. With Madame Soul Saint's life now in immediate danger, Seo Jun knows he has to eliminate Devil as quickly as possible. But the problem is brutal. He has no clear method to separate the enemy from Sir Divine Spirit. Seo Jun wrestles with the impossible situation in front of him. He has to strike only Devil, but its power is intertwined with Sir Divine Spirit so tightly that one wrong move could hurt the wrong target. There is no more time to stand still and think. Seo Jun tightens his grip around his weapon, choosing to move forward rather than freeze in hesitation. Seo Jun charges straight at the corrupted spirit, throwing himself into the danger head-on. Without a perfect plan, he chooses action, trusting himself to find an opening while moving. A blazing counterforce erupts in response, lighting up the battlefield with clashing energies. Seo Jun braces himself as the air around him ignites with violent pressure. A massive wave of power sweeps across the ruined street, rushing toward him like a wall. Seo Jun reacts instantly, trying to withstand the attack before it can overwhelm him and Madame Soul Saint. Too late. Seo Jun realizes the corrupted Sir Divine Spirit's power is rising far beyond what he expected. The force bearing down on him is growing stronger by the second. Madame Soul Saint's eyes begin to glow red as the corruption sinks deeper into her. Seo Jun panics at the sight, terrified that he may be losing her right in front of him. A violent burst of mixed energies detonates between them, exploding with both sacred and sinister power. The force knocks Seo Jun back and throws the entire battlefield into even greater chaos. Seo Jun shouts for Madame Soul Saint to come to her senses, desperately trying to reach the person buried beneath the corruption. His voice cuts through the storm, refusing to give up on her. Madame Soul Saint begins to speak, but her voice carries a chilling clarity that feels deeply wrong. Every word signals that her mind is no longer stable. She lashes out at Seo Jun as though he is no different from the oppressors of the world, her corrupted anger spilling into every word. Seo Jun stands his ground amid the raging storm, refusing to retreat. Seo Jun swings his spear through the roaring light, trying to break through the power surrounding her. But every movement is careful, because he needs to stop Madame Soul Saint without killing her. A crushing shockwave slams into Seo Jun with brutal force. The impact drives him backward, threatening to rip his stance apart. Seo Jun stumbles under the pressure, struggling to keep his balance as Madame Soul Saint's power bears down on him. Every step becomes harder as the force presses in. Another surge blasts across the ground, rushing at Seo Jun with terrifying speed. He braces behind his weapon, digging in to avoid being swept away. The impact erupts in icy blue force, scattering rubble across the ruined street. The air itself seems to freeze under the raw energy as the attack explodes around him. Thrown off balance, Seo Jun grits his teeth and realizes the worst part. He cannot even get close enough to reach the evil spirit's core. Seo Jun understands the cruel dilemma. Devil has forced onto him. If he wants to defeat the evil spirit controlling everything, he may have no choice but to defeat Madame Soul Saint first. Seo Jun's mind raced, but every path in front of him looked impossible. Facing a cataclysm hero like Madame Soul Saint was already a battle he could barely imagine winning, and even if he somehow defeated her, there was no guarantee he could save her or erase the evil still lurking behind everything. The more Seo Jun looked at the situation, the colder his expression became. There was no clean answer, no perfect move that could protect everyone, only a cruel dead end where someone would have to be sacrificed no matter what choice he made. The corrupted Sir Divine Spirit seemed to savor his hesitation, its presence pressing down like a sneer in the darkness. It was as if it wanted Seo Jun to understand that every road ahead demanded a painful price. Seo Jun clenched his jaw until his teeth nearly cracked, his fists trembling at his sides. He refused to believe that the only ending waiting for them was one soaked in tragedy. He looked straight at Madame Soul Saint and called out to the person she used to be, the hero who had once saved the world. Seo Jun begged her not to let the devil's twisted thoughts pull her away from that truth. For a brief moment, Madame Soul Saint said nothing. Her silence hung heavily between them, and in that small pause, the battle raging inside her seemed to flicker through the cracks. Seo Jun called her by her title again, trying to pull her back with the weight of it. He wanted her to remember what it meant to save the world, not destroy it in the name of mercy. Then Seo Jun realized something chilling. The voice speaking through Madame Soul Saint now was not simply the devil whispering through her lips, it was her own despair, raw and ancient, rising from deep inside her. Madame Soul Saint admitted that the Cataclysm era had been a nightmare beyond words. Her voice carried the heaviness of someone who had not merely heard of that horror, but had lived through every breath of it. She forced Seo Jun to face the truth of that time, a world where hunger became so unbearable that people traded away their own children just to put food in their mouths. Her words grew even darker as she made him imagine the streets themselves, where the bodies of children hung from corners like proof of how far humanity had fallen. The cruelty of that world was laid bare without mercy. Madame Soul Saint asked him if he had ever survived by pushing someone else into death's place. She asked if he had ever felt that shameful wave of relief simply because he was not the one who had died. She spoke of a world that had gone far beyond ordinary destruction, where laws collapsed into dust and morality was ripped apart until people no longer knew what it meant to be human. She confessed that she had fought alone, desperately trying to change that broken world with her own hands, but no matter how hard she struggled, nothing truly changed. The hunger remained, and the pain kept spreading. There had once been a time, she said, when simply being alive had felt like enough to make her happy. But now, after everything she had seen and carried, living itself had turned into another kind of suffering. To Madame Soul Saint, humans were no longer noble beings worth protecting. They were only beasts that knew how to speak, little different from monsters, except for the words coming out of their mouths. She called the world before them a creation born from her own choices, and she admitted that she had tried to change it once again. But before she could force that change through, her own comrades had stood in her way. She remembered their words clearly. They had told her that forcing the world to change in the same way others had would solve nothing. And even after witnessing all that suffering, those comrades still turned away from her path. That memory stayed with her like a wound that never closed. The more she remembered it, the clearer it became just how alone she had become after surviving the cataclysm. In the end, Madame Soul Saint remembered walking away from everyone. She left them behind one by one, cutting herself off from the world as if disappearing was the only way she could keep breathing. She hid herself beneath the excuse of spiritual training, pretending that isolation had a purpose. But the deeper she trained, the louder the resentment of the dead became, whispering into her heart without end. The pain of the world had been too enormous for her to shut out, no matter how far she withdrew. That suffering pressed against her from every direction, impossible to ignore. Around her, the shadows of the dead seemed to scream without making a sound. In her memories, they asked why they had never been allowed to be happy, and why she had left them trapped in such misery. Madame Soul Saint knew exactly who those voices belonged to. They were the people she had failed to support, the ones she had not been able to care for when they needed salvation most. That truth twisted into hatred inside her. She admitted that she despised herself, loathing the part of her that had survived, while so many others remained beyond her reach. So Madame Soul Saint declared that she would no longer turn away from their sorrow. If the world could not grant them peace in life, then she would give everyone the same rest through death. She told Seo Jun that he could not stop her, her voice heavy with a resolve far deeper than simple corruption. This was not only the devil's influence, it was a decision born from wounds that had never healed. Seo Jun finally understood the real shape of the darkness before him. The evil spirit had only planted a seed of doubt, while Madame Soul Saint's own anguish as a cataclysm hero had allowed that darkness to take root. Then a voice struck at Seo Jun with a question that pierced straight through him. If life was so painful, if suffering was so endless, then why had he not ended his own life? Seo Jun tightened his grip, feeling the weight of that question settle into place at last. With a steady breath, he said he finally understood what it had been trying to make him see. Madame Soul Saint screamed, and the sound tore through the battlefield as she lunged forward again. Her rage, grief, and despair all spilled into the next violent strike. Flames roared around Seo Jun, twisting the air with heat and pressure. In the middle of that chaos, he realized this was exactly why Buddha had asked him that question in the first place. Their powers slammed into each other with blinding force. Light burst across the battlefield, and the impact shook everything around them as if the entire fight had reached a decisive turning point. Madame Soul Saint stretched her hand towards Seo Jun as though she meant to seize him by force. Even while calling him by title, she continued pressing her attack without giving him room to breathe. Seo Jun shouted back through the pressure, demanding to know why she only looked at the suffering. His voice cut through the clash as he challenged the narrowness of the world she had chosen to see. Madame Soul Saint repeated Seo Jun's name like a low warning, her body still held in a dangerous stance. She looked ready to strike again at the slightest opening, but Seo Jun did not back down. He asked the same question again, sharper this time, forcing her to face the things she had been refusing to acknowledge. Blue energy surged around Seo Jun, flaring like a blade of light. With a sharp motion, he sent it slicing through the air toward Madame Soul Saint, forcing her to respond. Seo Jun admitted that the world was not beautiful, not in the simple way people wished it could be. But he also said that countless people died because they were in too much pain to speak, unable to cry out before it was too late. He told her that the world was not made only of the strong who trampled others, or the weak who were crushed beneath them. Between those extremes were countless ordinary lives, each one struggling to get through another day. Everyone, Seo-jun said, carried their own burdens in silence. Sometimes people were so exhausted by their own lives that they no longer had the strength to carry someone else's pain as well. He said that judging people when they were cornered was not wisdom. It was arrogance. Many were not cold or heartless. They were simply too tired, too broken, and too overwhelmed to suffer on behalf of others. Madame Soul Saint let out a bitter laugh, the sound sharp and empty. To her, Seo-jun's words sounded painfully naive, as if he still did not understand the depth of what she had seen. She insisted that they were cataclysm heroes, people who had stood at the center of the world's greatest nightmare. Their comrades of all people had no right to ignore the pain still spreading through that same world. Seo-jun answered without hesitation. Even heroes, he said, were still human beings, and being human meant having limits, weaknesses, and wounds that could not simply be pushed aside. He did not deny the unfair deaths, the despair, or the people who had taken their own lives because the world became too heavy, but he told her that grief had to be grieved, not carried forever until it swallowed the living too. Then Seo-jun asked her if she truly believed she could bear all the sadness in the world for the rest of her life. The question landed heavily, shaking the certainty she had wrapped around herself. He pressed further, asking if she could really endure until every trace of sorrow disappeared from the world. With each word, he exposed how impossible and endless the path she had chosen truly was. Seo-jun looked at her, not as an enemy, but as someone who was hurting too. He told her that her suffering was real, and that her pain mattered just as much as the pain of anyone else she wanted to save. For the first time, Madame Soul Saint's expression seemed to soften. Beneath the corruption and rage, Seo-jun's words finally reached something fragile inside her. Seo-jun told her that living was not some grand, perfect answer. Sometimes, life was nothing more than making it through today, then opening your eyes tomorrow and choosing to keep going, even while fearing that everything might collapse again. He said that happiness did not always have to be huge or dazzling to matter. Even the tiny joys people barely noticed, the ones that seemed insignificant from far away, were still real pieces of happiness that humans desperately held on to. It could be laughing with friends, eating a warm meal, hearing a song that eased the heart, or watching the sunset stain the sky at the end of a long day. Even the faint hope that tomorrow might be bearable was enough for people to keep enduring. Seo-jun looked at Madame Soul Saint and told her those small moments existed because of her. The cataclysm had ended because she fought, and that was why people could still discover little pieces of happiness in the world she saved. He reminded her that people had recovered their ordinary days thanks to what she had done. So he asked her why, after saving so much, she only kept staring at those who were still sick, broken, and suffering. Seo-jun repeated it with even more force, refusing to let her look away from his words. Why was she only fixated on pain, when the world she protected held more than suffering alone? Madame Soul Saint hesitated, and for the first time, her silence felt different. The hard certainty in her eyes began to waver, as if Seo-jun's words had finally reached a crack in her resolve. The red deer-like evil spirit let out a furious roar, its distorted voice ripping through the air. It could sense its grip slipping, and that realization sent rage surging through its twisted form. Dark energy churned around the battlefield like a violent storm. The evil spirit tried to force its dominance back into place, spreading corruption outward as if it could crush everything beneath its will. Seo-jun's eyes sharpened, his hesitation burning away. He steadied himself against the pressure, prepared to answer the darkness with everything he had. A golden aura bloomed around Seo-jun's body, spreading out like a warm protective sphere. Standing at its center, he gathered his heart and faced the corruption without letting it shake him. Madame Soul Saint rushed forward in desperation, her movements fierce but unstable. Half swallowed by the darkness, she still drove herself towards Seo-jun as if she could no longer stop. Then, in the middle of her attack, a gentle warning echoed through Madame Soul Saint's mind. It told her not to turn her eyes away from happiness, and the sudden warmth of those words startled her. Buddha's teaching continued inside her heart, reminding her that life was not corrupted only when evil attacked it. Goodness itself could rot when it denied life and failed to protect the very light it was meant to cherish. Another lesson rose from her memory, comparing life to walking backward along a path covered in flowers. Only after passing them did people realize how beautiful those flowers had been, and the memory struck Madame Soul Saint hard enough to make her jolt. The teaching urged her to remember something even more important. That path had not simply been covered in flowers from the start. It became that way because Madame Soul Saint had walked it. As Madame Soul Saint faltered, a notice appeared as if answering the shift in her heart. Buddha's lecture progress advanced, showing that the lesson was finally beginning to take root. A brilliant burst of light erupted across the battlefield. Seo Jun's golden force collided head-on with the red spirit's power, and the clash marked the moment the battle began to turn. The evil spirit recoiled, its earlier confidence cracking apart. The power it had trusted so completely was beginning to fail, and disbelief spread through its corrupted presence. Its legs trembled beneath it as the red spirit staggered backward. Seo Jun's unwavering will pressed down on it like a force it could no longer resist.
Seo Jun faced the spirit and told it that it already knew the truth. Against a heart that refused to collapse, the devil had no real way to win.
He warned that once the mind broke, the body would follow helplessly, but Seo Jun would not allow his will to shatter, not here and not against a devil that fed on despair. His glowing hand pushed forward into the mass of corruption. Without hesitation, Seo Jun reached straight for the devil's core, aiming for the source of the darkness itself. The moment his strike landed, a blinding explosion tore through the battlefield. Light swallowed the corrupted force, ripping apart the devil's presence from the inside. The red spirit began to dissolve, its monstrous shape breaking apart within the radiance. Piece by piece, the corruption faded away as the light purged it clean. Madame Soul Saint stumbled back, blinking as if waking from a nightmare. The madness in her eyes slowly cleared, replaced by shock as her own consciousness returned. Seo Jun looked at her carefully and asked if she had finally come back to her senses. Beside them, Sir Divine Spirit reappeared in a calm blue form, no longer twisted by the devil's corruption. Seo Jun gently told Madame Soul Saint that she could rest now because the devil was gone. She repeated the words in disbelief, as though she could hardly accept that the nightmare had truly ended. He then pointed toward Sir Divine Spirit, reassuring her that Sir Divine Spirit was safe as well. Their bond had not been destroyed by the victory, and that truth made the outcome feel almost impossible. Seo Jun admitted that he had been afraid Sir Divine Spirit might disappear along with the devil, but Buddha's unwavering heart had struck with precision, destroying only the devil's soul and leaving what mattered untouched. He realized that he could now manifest unwavering heart outside his own body. More than that, his overall strength had climbed to a completely different level through this battle. Madame Soul Saint stared at him, slowly grasping what his growth meant. The child standing before her now possessed strength that was beginning to rival the Cataclysm heroes themselves. She said that within a year, Seo Jun might surpass even them. Meanwhile, Seo Jun awkwardly endured Sir Divine Spirit's affectionate attention, looking caught between embarrassment and relief. But Madame Soul Saint's expression turned serious again, as she thought of what that power could become. If Seo Jun's strength ever fell into corruption, no one might be able to stop him, so she asked him to protect his will forever. Seo Jun was taken aback by the sudden weight in her voice. As Madame Soul Saint spoke of the world's harshness and how difficult it was to change, he could only listen in confusion. She admitted that she still did not fully understand Seo Jun's optimism. Even so, she could no longer deny that the world might be moving forward, even if human kindness was sometimes mixed with hypocrisy. Seo Jun quietly admitted to himself that he did not know whether Madame Soul Saint's cynical view was completely wrong. Her words carried pain and logic, and he found himself thinking carefully through what she had said. Madame Soul Saint asked whether the ideals people praised today were truly any different from the unequal eras of the past, when desperation pushed people into crime. Her question challenged Seo Jun's belief that the world had truly progressed. Seo Jun answered with steady conviction. He did not believe the world was doomed to walk the same path forever, repeating the same despair without end. Madame Soul Saint's voice became calmer as she replied. Even if the world really was trapped in that cycle, she said she would still do everything in her power to change it. A small smile slowly formed on her lips. It was faint, but it carried relief, as though a piece of her shattered resolve had been reforged into something gentler. Then Madame Soul Saint laughed, and the heavy tension surrounding her finally began to loosen. It was the laughter of someone who had been dragged back from the edge and could finally breathe again. She reflected that there was no need to fear a bent shadow if the tree casting it still stood straight. Instead of surrendering to suspicion, she chose to trust what remained firm at the root. Seo Jun understood then that he had spent too long trapped in grief and self-blame. Buddha's question returned to him again, asking why he had continued living despite everything he carried. But Seo Jun realized that the question was not meant for him alone. It belonged to everyone who kept enduring life. And with that thought, a quiet, certain smile appeared on his face. Madame Soul Saint said she still did not have a complete answer. But she believed that if she finished Buddha's lecture, she might get closer to one, and she thanked Seo Jun for giving her the strength to live again. Petals drifted softly over the ruined road where flowers had begun to bloom through the broken ground. Madame Soul Saint thanked Seo Jun for helping her stand once more, hoping that someday they could properly answer that question together. Far away from the battlefield, two cloaked figures stood in silence, watching the city from a distance. Their stillness hinted that something far larger was moving beyond the dungeon's collapse. One of the cloaked figures finally spoke, reporting that the devil had been killed. The news was delivered with a tense certainty, as if even saying it aloud felt unsettling.
The blonde subordinate froze in shock, unable to accept what he had just heard. To him, the idea of the devil being killed was impossible, something that should never have happened.
Even if the devil's body vanished, that did not mean it could truly be killed. Its existence was supposed to linger beyond physical destruction, and in all the world, only one being was believed capable of erasing it completely. The blonde subordinate's eyes widened as the meaning sank in. If the devil had really been destroyed, then the impossible name connected to that outcome could only be Kim Seo Jun. The hooded superior's voice sharpened with anger as he turned on the subordinate. He berated Kalia for failing to report every single detail connected to Kim Seo Jun, especially when that name was now tied to something this dangerous. The hooded superior warned Kalia that this was far too serious to overlook. If Kim Seo Jun was directly involved, then the situation had already moved beyond a small disturbance. He confirmed that Kalia already knew Kim Seo Jun and had even been using Korean guilds to keep him under watch. Under that heavy gaze, Kalia stiffened and nervously admitted that it was true. The hooded superior gave Kalia no room to delay any longer. His order was simple and cold. She had to move now, pushing their hidden plan into action. Kalia's expression tightened as she asked what he meant. From the tone alone, she could feel that this was not a small adjustment, but the beginning of a far more dangerous escalation. The hooded superior declared that he would put this warped fate back where it was supposed to be. His words carried the weight of someone determined to drag the world onto the path he believed it should have followed. After everything had finally calmed, someone gently asked Madame Soul Saint what she intended to do with her life from this point onward. The question hung quietly, softer than the battle that had just ended. Madame Soul Saint admitted that she still did not know the answer. But one thing felt different now. She no longer believed she had to shut herself away from the world. Seo Jun offered her a temporary place at his guild until she figured out where she wanted to go. His tone was casual, but the offer gave her somewhere to stand after losing the isolation she had hidden behind for so long. When Madame Soul Saint questioned the idea, Seo Jun explained that she would need time to prepare for whatever came next. More than anything, she needed a place where she could breathe and decide her future properly. Seo Jun added that he also needed a witness who could testify to Dark Saint about what had happened. But Madame Soul Saint immediately refused, saying she could not place that kind of burden on the person who had saved her life. Seo Jun insisted that it would not be a burden at all. If anything, being able to help Madame Soul Saint would be an honor, and that simple sincerity left her quietly moved. Wanting to repay the kindness she had received, Madame Soul Saint offered to teach Seo Jun her spiritual arts. The sudden proposal caught him completely off guard.
Seo Jun quickly turned down the offer, yet somehow began talking about the basics of spiritual arts anyway. His response made it seem as though having Madame Soul Saint stay with them was already enough for him.
Madame Soul Saint blinked in confusion, unsure what Seo Jun had just implied. His words were so casual that she could not tell whether he had refused her repayment or accepted it in some strange way. Seo Jun clarified that he only meant she should stay at their guild for the time being. With that, the misunderstanding eased, though the awkwardness still lingered between them. Sir Divine Spirit mourned the missed opportunity with obvious regret. Spiritual arts were powerful enough that even top hunters chased after that kind of class change, and letting the chance pass felt almost painful. Madame Soul Saint finally realized what Seo Jun was doing. He was helping her without demanding anything in return, and she called him out on that kindness directly. Caught off guard, Seo Jun awkwardly suggested that she could pay for lodging if she really wanted to repay them. Madame Soul Saint agreed at once, and the sheer scale of money she treated as acceptable nearly stunned him speechless. Madame Soul Saint calmly confirmed that paying with money would be no problem. Seo Jun's eyes lit up as he quickly assured her that money was absolutely fine. She promised to take good care of the payment, speaking with complete seriousness. Meanwhile, Seo Jun and Sir Divine Spirit looked as if they could already see the pile of cash in front of them. Seo Jun opened a portal for them to leave and told Madame Soul Saint that staying with his guild might bring her visits from old friends. That way, she would not have to feel lonely anymore. The mention of friends made Madame Soul Saint pause. The word seemed to catch her by surprise, as though she had not allowed herself to think about having them again. Soon after, they arrived at the Dream Guild headquarters. The familiar bustle of the guild surrounded them, a sharp contrast to the ruined battlefield they had just left behind. Xiao Jun introduced Madame Soul Saint as a temporary guest of the guild. She stepped forward politely and greeted everyone with a composed, respectful manner. The guild members could only stare in bewilderment, struggling to process who had suddenly appeared before them. Madame Soul Saint still thanked them sincerely and said she would not forget this favor. Some of the members looked visibly uneasy, overwhelmed by the sudden arrival of such an unbelievable guest. Seo Jun, however, brushed it off like it was nothing unusual at all. One teammate nervously raised a hand and asked whether Seo Jun was about to drag them straight into another dungeon raid. The fear in the question made it clear they were already bracing for the worst. Seo Jun reassured them that he was tired today as well, so there would be no immediate raid. The relief on everyone's faces was almost instant. He dismissed the guild members and told them to return to their own tasks. They quickly scattered, clearly grateful that they had escaped being thrown into another dangerous dungeon. In one corner, a female member swung her sword with fierce intensity. Every movement carried determination, as if she was trying to sharpen both her blade and her resolve at the same time. Nearby, another member clashed hard with a sparring partner. Their practice grew more intense with each exchange, the sound of blows ringing through the training area. Meanwhile, Seo Jun checked his phone, his brow slightly furrowed. Even with the guild moving around him, his mind was already turning toward what he needed to do next. A long-haired guild member quietly gripped a sword while watching the commotion unfold. Their gaze remained guarded and focused, as though measuring every person in the room. Madame Soul Saint stood awkwardly amid the noise and movement, not quite knowing where to place herself. After so long away from ordinary life, even a busy guild hall felt strangely unfamiliar. Then Madame Soul Saint noticed one of the techniques being used and immediately recognized it as Dark Saint's secret art. Seo Jun confirmed it without hesitation, as if that fact were completely normal. A moment later, her eyes shifted to another technique, and she realized it belonged to Magic Saint. Seo Jun confirmed that as well, making the situation even harder for her to believe. Overwhelmed, Madame Soul Saint wondered what kind of children these guild members really were. Seo Jun explained that they were disciples connected to Dark Saint and Magic Saint, as though he were simply introducing ordinary trainees. Madame Soul Saint reeled at the realization. Descendants and disciples tied to multiple legendary saints were gathered together in one guild, and the weight of that fact was almost absurd. Then Madame Soul Saint's gaze landed on the sword-bearing girl. Suspicion rose in her eyes as she tried to connect the final piece of the puzzle. Her thoughts raced anxiously as she wondered whether that girl might also be tied to a saintly lineage. With everything she had already seen, the possibility no longer felt impossible. Madame Soul Saint quickly tried to deny where her thoughts were going. She deflected the implication, as if refusing to accept that yet another shocking connection might be standing right in front of her. Behind them, the sounds of training continued without pause, swords striking and footsteps shifting across the floor. Seo Jun kept reading his phone, letting the strange tension sit there in the air. Seo Jun calculated the money and rewards he had recently received from the association president and Dark Saint. After totaling it all up, he realized he could afford another expensive lecture. He scrolled through the recommended lectures with excitement rising in his chest. He could hardly believe he had gathered enough causality for them so quickly. For a moment, Seo Jun even considered taking both lectures at once. He briefly thought about asking Madame Soul Saint for an absurd extra amount. But the idea made him hesitate. Then a sudden thought struck Seo Jun like a spark. His attention snapped away from the phone as something important occurred to him. Seo Jun called out for Madame Soul Saint to wait. She turned back toward him with a puzzled expression, unsure what had suddenly made him stop her. Seo Jun led Madame Soul Saint out of the guild without giving much explanation. She followed him with a puzzled look, then finally asked where he was taking her so suddenly. They stopped in the narrow back alley behind the guild, away from the noise and eyes of the other members. Madame Soul Saint looked around the quiet space and asked why Seo Jun had brought her there out of nowhere. Then a new voice cut through the silence, saying he was glad Madame Soul Saint was still alive. The unexpected words made her stiffen, her gaze snapping toward the source. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from stealth, as if peeling itself out of the air. Both Seo Jun and Madame Soul Saint were shocked by the sudden appearance. The intruder revealed himself as Dark Saint, standing there with quiet satisfaction. He seemed pleased that his stealth technique could still conceal him so perfectly. But Dark Saint quickly grew irritated, grumbling that Seo Jun somehow kept seeing through his technique anyway. Madame Soul Saint realized with surprise that Seo Jun had sensed Dark Saint's presence on his own. Madame Soul Saint immediately demanded to know where Dark Saint had been and why he was injured. Dark Saint raised his voice just enough to calm her down, telling her not to get ahead of herself. Seo Jun asked Dark Saint to explain exactly what had happened inside the Draugr dungeon. Before the story could move on, Madame Soul Saint added that Seo Jun was the one who had saved her life. Dark Saint began recounting how he had gone to the Draugr dungeon after receiving a call from Taibum. But before he could continue, Seo Jun stepped in and interrupted him. Seo Jun asked Dark Saint to let him explain the situation instead. His tone made it clear that he already had the pieces arranged in his head and intended to take control of the story. A confident grin spread across Seo Jun's face, unsettlingly calm for someone discussing something so dangerous. He looked ready to lay out his theory without missing a single beat. Seo Jun claimed that he had gone there at the association president's request. While investigating, he said he happened to encounter Madame Soul Saint inside the same dungeon. When Seo Jun saw Madame Soul Saint entering that dungeon as well, he began to suspect the situation was tied to the case Dark Saint had promised to pay him for. The timing was too strange to be dismissed as coincidence.
Seo Jun said he investigated the dungeon together with Madame Soul Saint, but they found no clear evidence at first. Even so, he sensed that the Order of Truth had tampered with the dungeon's distortion.
Seo Jun turned to Madame Soul Saint and pressed her to confirm that suspicion. Caught by the sudden attention, she nervously agreed that his conclusion was correct. Seo Jun then reminded Dark Saint that Madame Soul Saint had agreed to summon Sir Divine Spirit to deal with the strange distortion. Dark Saint listened and admitted that part lined up with what he knew.
Seo Jun explained that once Sir Divine Spirit was summoned, a devil suddenly appeared and targeted them. So, in the simplest terms, he beat the devil down before it could finish what it came to do.
Seo Jun insisted that Madame Soul Saint herself was the witness to everything. Madame Soul Saint gave a firm confirmation, backing him up and saying he was telling the truth. Seo Jun proudly claimed that he would never lie about something like this. Dark Saint, however, narrowed his eyes and noted that Seo Jun's version sounded different from what he remembered. Seo Jun quickly clarified that the important point was not every tiny detail, but the conclusion. They had uncovered that the Order of Truth was targeting Madame Soul Saint, which meant his promised reward had been properly earned. Dark Saint handed over the promised 10 billion without further argument. Seo Jun accepted it with shameless joy, celebrating the payment as if danger and conspiracy had simply turned into profit. Madame Soul Saint's expression hardened as she demanded to know what it meant that the Order of Truth had targeted her. Dark Saint answered grimly, saying they were eliminating the heroes of the Cataclysm one by one. The words struck Madame Soul Saint hard. She panicked at the mention of the Cataclysm's heroes and asked why anyone would be hunting them down now. Dark Saint admitted that he still did not know the reason, but he revealed that the Apostle of Temperance had come after him as well, proving this was not an isolated attack. Seo Jun's face grew serious as the implication clicked into place. The Order of Truth was no longer moving from the shadows alone. They were sending apostles directly, and that meant the threat had escalated sharply. As Seo Jun searched for the reason behind their movements, his insight stirred. He began digging past the surface, trying to find the motive hidden beneath the chaos. Seo Jun suggested that Berserk might be connected to why the Order of Truth wanted the heroes dead. Dark Saint looked at him sharply and asked what he meant by that. Seo Jun warned them that it was only an assumption for now. Still, he asked Dark Saint and Madame Soul Saint to listen until the end before dismissing it. Seo Jun recalled Dark Saint saying that Berserk had not truly died, but had instead been made to disappear by Grand Voice and the Seven Apostles. Then he asked just how powerful Berserk had really been. Seo Jun argued that Berserk must have been so terrifying that even if every hero joined forces, victory still could not be guaranteed. That alone made Berserk a threat beyond ordinary logic. He emphasized that, in that battle, no one could know which would come first, the end of the world or Berserk's defeat. The uncertainty itself showed just how monstrous Berserk had been. Seo Jun proposed that the Order of Truth might have known the deciding factor through some form of future prediction. Dark Saint immediately dismissed the idea as nonsense, unable to accept it so easily. But Seo Jun pressed on, saying that if the Order of Truth really could see the future, then the entire meaning of their actions changed. Their choices might not be random at all. He admitted that their foresight might not be perfect. Even so, an imperfect glimpse of the future would still be enough to decide where to strike and what to prevent. Dark Saint connected Seo Jun's theory to the Order of Truth's strange observation ability. The moment the implications settled in, a chill ran through him. Seo Jun continued, explaining that the Order of Truth may have seen a future where Berserk was eventually defeated, but only after catastrophic losses. To avoid that future, they might have chosen to delay Berserk's return instead. Seo Jun suggested that Grand Voice and the Seven Apostles may have intentionally made Berserk disappear to prevent that disastrous future. Madame Soul Saint immediately questioned why the Order of Truth would do such a thing and how killing heroes connected to it. So Seo Jun answered that only the heroes could stand against Berserk. From there, Seo Jun reached a chilling conclusion. The Order of Truth might be buying time by eliminating the heroes capable of fighting Berserk before releasing that monster back into the world. Seo Jun warned that if Berserk returned after everyone capable of opposing it was gone, the result would be the end of the world. Both Madame Soul Saint and Dark Saint were left shaken by the weight of that possibility. Madame Soul Saint argued that they only needed to keep stalling Berserk's return. Seo Jun answered that time itself was already on the Order of Truth's side, because the heroes would eventually die as their lifespans ran out. Seo Jun added that the Order of Truth probably could not keep Berserk sealed forever. If they were running out of time, then the sudden distortion in the dungeon might have been a warning sign. He suggested that Berserk's seal might be weakening, allowing its power to leak into the world. Then Seo Jun said that, at the moment, he could think of 3 possible explanations. The first possibility was that Berserk's weakening seal was naturally spreading its power outward. The second was that the Order of Truth had discovered a way to use that leaking power for their own purposes. Seo Jun admitted that both possibilities could be happening at the same time. That uncertainty only made the atmosphere around them heavier. He stressed that he was not certain about any of it. His ideas depended on one major assumption, that the Order of Truth was ultimately trying to bring about the end of the world. But even as he said it, Seo Jun began doubting that assumption himself. If the Order of Truth truly wanted an apocalypse, they could have simply watched during the cataclysm instead of sacrificing themselves alongside the heroes. The contradictions piled up until Seo Jun clicked his tongue in frustration. With too little information and too many gaps, he admitted he could not form any stronger conclusions. Dark Saint privately thought Seo Jun's claims sounded absurd. And yet, no matter how ridiculous the theory seemed, he could not bring himself to completely dismiss it. Because if Berserk could truly be released again, one terrifying question remained. When that monster returned, would there be anyone left in the world capable of stopping it? For a moment, all 3 of them fell silent. The weight of Seo Jun's theory settled over the alley, pressing down on them heavier than any battlefield.
Seo Jun could not shake the thought that all of this might somehow trace back to him. He was the unpredictable punk who kept stepping into places he should not, overturning plans that powerful people had probably spent years preparing.
Dark Saint looked at Seo Jun and asked what he intended to do from here. Seo Jun's answer came after a tense pause. He needed to investigate what the Order of Truth truly was. Seo Jun added that, depending on what he found, he might have to leave Korea and go abroad. The words caught both Dark Saint and Madame Soul Saint off guard, changing the weight of the conversation instantly. Dark Saint explained that he himself could not move freely inside Korea, especially now that the Apostle of Temperance knew he was active. If Dark Saint acted carelessly, the Order of Truth would notice immediately. Seo Jun said they needed to learn whether the Order of Truth was only targeting the heroes in Korea or whether their hunt had already spread across the entire world. That difference would decide how dangerous the situation truly was. Dark Saint then turned his attention to Madame Soul Saint and asked what she planned to do next. After everything that had happened, the question felt heavier than it sounded. Madame Soul Saint lowered her gaze and admitted she still did not know. Her voice carried the exhaustion of someone who had just been pulled back from the edge and had not yet found her footing. She said she had lived too long cut off from the world, hidden away from the lives everyone else continued to live. With Seo Jun's help, she would try to step back into that world again, even while accepting that the Order of Truth was hunting the heroes. Dark Saint understood why Madame Soul Saint had chosen to withdraw. He warned her that she might not like the world she was about to face, but even so he insisted that the world needed to know she still existed. Madame Soul Saint quietly accepted his words. If revealing herself was necessary, then she would no longer hide from that responsibility. Dark Saint seemed to realize something from that decision. Perhaps this was why the Sword Saint had not been threatened by the Order of Truth so easily. His existence was already too public to erase quietly. Dark Saint's gaze then shifted back to Seo Jun, and his voice grew sharper. He warned Seo Jun to be especially careful from now on, because the danger was no longer aimed only at the old heroes. Dark Saint explained that the Order of Truth had been watching Seo Jun, but until now they had treated him like an invisible variable, something strange, but not important enough to remove. But after what happened in the dungeon, Dark Saint believed that perception might change. The Order of Truth could now start seeing Seo Jun himself as a genuine threat. Dark Saint said he had told them everything he had intended to say. With that, he prepared to disappear again, as quietly as he had arrived. His figure began to fade into the shadows, and he promised that he would return once he discovered new information. The alley grew colder as his presence slipped away. Before Dark Saint could fully vanish, Seo Jun suddenly shouted for him to wait. The abrupt yell startled Dark Saint enough to stop him in place. Seo Jun demanded the remaining 13 billion before Dark Saint left Korea. Whatever threat the Order of Truth posed, he was not about to let that promised money vanish into the shadows. Dark Saint stared at him, wondering if Seo Jun had somehow sensed him through the smell of money itself. Meanwhile, Seo Jun shamelessly begged, refusing to let even a single one slip away. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was exploding in anger. Officials raged that granting an S-rank license to someone with no proper achievements was completely absurd. At a formal hearing, they accused the association president of abusing his authority. To them, handing out 30 billion won of public funds was not a decision, it was a scandal. They called it blatant nepotism, furious that Kim Seo Jun had been elevated to S-rank so suddenly. The idea that a rookie could receive that level of recognition instantly made their tempers flare. Their outrage only grew louder as they insisted they could never accept it. In their eyes, a hunter without a long list of official achievements had no right to be placed among the S-ranks. They demanded fairness, shouting that no association president should be allowed to give special treatment to a single hunter. Every word was wrapped in the language of justice. But the room was thick with politics. The association president listened with a cold expression, noting that even self-interested politicians were now attacking both him and Seo Jun. He understood why the assembly was angry, but that did not mean he respected their outrage. He quickly recognized the shape of the attack. This was the line Ryu Jin-chul had chosen, and the association president prepared himself to strike back. The association president snapped that this hearing was not some kind of joke. If they wanted to drag him here and accuse him, then he would answer them plainly. He challenged them directly, asking whether they truly thought he had made the decision out of boredom. His stare made it clear he had no patience for their shallow assumptions. Then, without trying to soften the blow, he admitted that it was special treatment. But instead of apologizing, he simply asked them what they intended to do about it. The room fell into a tight, uneasy silence. Every person there waited to hear how the association president could possibly justify saying something so blunt. The association president asked whether they would also try to stop him if he gave the Sword Saint an S-rank license. With that one question, he forced them to face the double standard hiding beneath their complaints. When the officials tried to protest, he cut through their noise and demanded a direct answer. Would they block him then, or would they accept it because the Sword Saint's worth was already undeniable? He argued that an S-rank license would obviously be fitting for the Sword Saint, even without recent official raid records. Everyone knew what the Sword Saint had sacrificed and what he had done for the world. Then the association president declared that the same logic applied to Hunter Kim Seo Jun. In terms of value and importance, Seo Jun deserved to be treated on the level of a hero. He insisted that hunters who had reached a hero-level standard had to be treated accordingly. If critics wanted to call that special treatment, then he had no reason to deny it. The assemblymen were left stunned by his unapologetic stance. They had expected excuses or defense, not someone openly turning their accusation into a declaration. The association president then challenged their claim that he had wasted tax money. His eyes narrowed as he turned the accusation back toward the very people making it. He asked them how tax money should be used if not wasted. The assemblymen gave a weak answer, saying, of course it should be used for the people. The association president answered immediately, saying that was exactly why he had spent it. His response struck the room hard enough to silence their complaints for a moment. He reminded them that if the Draugr dungeon had broken open, the damage would not have stopped at a few billion won. The losses could have reached hundreds of billions, and the number of casualties would have been impossible to predict. Then he asked whether any of them were prepared to take responsibility for that disaster. The question landed heavily, and none of the officials could answer.
The association president stated that he had invested 30 billion won to protect the public from that outcome. Then he asked them plainly what the real problem was.
He mocked their repeated talk of fairness, saying he had no idea what kind of fairness they were even referring to. To him, their words sounded less like principle and more like convenience. He pointed out their hypocrisy by comparing their complaints to their own inflated salaries and selective standards. They had no trouble deciding what was important when it benefited them, yet suddenly became strict when Seo Jun was involved. The assemblyman sputtered that this was a completely different matter. Even then, they clung to the argument that it was still too early for Kim Seo-jun to be recognized as S-rank.
The association president stared them down without the slightest hint of being impressed. Their excuses bounced off him as if they had already lost their weight.
He noted that they knew exactly how capable Kim Seo-jun was. They also knew their argument was unreasonable, yet they continued attacking him anyway. The association president concluded that the real reason was Ryu Jin-chul's political control. The kickbacks Ryu Jin-chul had spread around were now speaking through the assemblymen's mouths. He accused the assemblymen themselves of being the ones wasting taxpayers' money. The room bristled as his words cut straight through their polished outrage. The officials stiffened with anger and demanded to know if he was finished talking. Their faces twisted with humiliation, but the association president showed no sign of backing down. Ignoring every furious objection echoing around him, the official does not waver for even a second. With a firm voice and an authority that leaves no room for argument, he declares that from this moment forward, Hunter Kim Seo-jun is officially recognized as an S-rank hunter. Once the declaration is made, he does not bother giving the opposition another serious glance. As he turns and walks away, his expression hardens with open contempt, dismissing their outrage as nothing more than pathetic noise. Out in the corridor, the atmosphere shifts again. There he comes face to face with Sir Lee Tae-bum and greets him without surprise, making it clear from his calm tone that this meeting was not a coincidence at all. Sir Lee Tae-bum then notices a blonde woman standing nearby, and his eyes widen slightly in recognition. He identifies her as Lady Kalea, clearly caught off guard by her unexpected appearance in this place. Lady Kalea steps forward with composed elegance and turns her attention directly to Hunter Kim Seo-jun. With a poised introduction, she offers her name to him, opening the door to a new connection between them. A bright and cheerful official soon approaches as well, carrying the polished energy of someone used to handling association business. He introduces himself as Park Yu-min from the Pro-Hunter Association's Dungeon Management Department, then politely offers Kim Seo-jun his business card. Kim Seo-jun then meets with an association representative who cautiously asks what brought him here today. Seo-jun answers without circling around the matter, saying that there is something important he needs to discuss. The representative explains that the association president had originally intended to come in person, his tone suggesting that the matter was supposed to carry real weight. Seo-jun immediately confirms that his visit is indeed connected to that very issue. When the representative admits that the president cannot come right now, the air around Seo-jun changes in an instant. A heavy, intimidating pressure rolls off him, and the man in front of him stiffens in alarm as though he has just stepped too close to a blade. Sweat begins to gather on the representative's face as the pressure bears down on him. In that tense moment, the realization hits him that the man before him may truly be the infamous Hunter Kim Seo-jun, and panic starts creeping into his expression. Seo-jun's eyes sharpen as he immediately assumes the worst, asking whether the president is trying to back out of the promised 30 billion won or quietly slash the budget. The representative flails under the accusation and hurriedly insists that is absolutely not the case. Trying to steady his voice, the representative quickly reassures him that the 30 billion won has already been approved. He makes sure to emphasize that the money is not being withdrawn, delayed by policy, or reduced behind the scenes. He adds that the transfer should be completed either sometime today or, at the latest, by tomorrow. Only after hearing that does Seo-jun's terrifying edge begin to soften, and the suffocating tension in the room finally starts to loosen as Seo-jun's killing intent fades away. The space that had been crushed under pressure suddenly falls into an uncomfortable silence. No one quite knows what to say after witnessing how quickly things nearly turned dangerous. The representative lets out an awkward laugh, trying to smooth over the scare as if his heart had not nearly stopped. He then explains that, despite heavy opposition, the association president is pushing with everything he has to grant Seo-jun an official S-rank hunter license. Because nothing like this situation has ever happened before, the president is currently buried in all the work and resistance surrounding it. That is why the representative came in his place as a messenger, though Seo-jun's attention immediately snaps back to the one thing he cares about most, the promised money. The representative repeats, a little more carefully this time, that the approval has already gone through and the transfer is just about to happen. Hearing the same answer again, Seo-jun finally accepts it and lets the matter rest for the moment. After Seo-jun walks away, the representative remains behind with a stunned look on his face. He cannot help but marvel at how Seo-jun seemed far more concerned about the 30 billion won than the S-rank license, as if he had been ready to kill over the money alone. The thought leaves him baffled, because to any normal hunter, the choice would not even be a question. Most people would gladly take an S-rank license over 30 billion won without needing a moment to think. He reminds himself that becoming S-rank means standing at the very summit of the pro-hunter world. It is a title, a status, and a reputation so powerful that money alone could never truly measure it. Even so, the representative cannot shake his confusion. He keeps wondering why Seo Jun, of all people, seems to put such overwhelming value on immediate cash rather than the prestige everyone else dreams of. At first, he cannot sense simple greed from Seo Jun at all, which only makes the situation stranger. Then, Seo Jun suddenly asks whether there is any way to avoid paying taxes, and the representative finally catches a glimpse of the strange obsession driving him. From that single question, the representative begins to understand that Seo Jun does not seem to worship money for its own sake. To him, money feels more like a tool, something necessary for a purpose only he fully understands. Still, the answer is clear. The representative tells Seo Jun that he will not be exempt from taxes, making it plain that even a hunter of his level still has obligations he cannot escape. As he watches Seo Jun, the representative quietly thinks that despite being different from the heroes of the Great Cataclysm era, Seo Jun carries a similar kind of spirit deep down. He then passes along the message that the association president will visit again soon, and Seo Jun acknowledges it without much fuss. Seo Jun then walks off with a light hum, looking far more pleased than anyone expected after such a tense exchange. The representative can only watch his back, feeling both unsettled by him and strangely impressed at the same time. For a while, the representative simply stands there without a word. Even after Seo Jun is gone, he remains frozen in place, still trying to make sense of what kind of person he has just dealt with. Meanwhile, in another part of the association, a stern-looking official admits with a heavy expression that he still cannot understand the association president's approach. His voice carries frustration but also genuine concern. Inside the president's office, the official directly questions why the president insists on personally involving himself in every matter related to Kim Seo Jun. To him, the president's level of attention has gone far beyond ordinary administrative duty. He points out that the president already handled Seo Jun's hunter exam and even oversaw the creation of the Dream Guild. But granting an S-rank license is on an entirely different scale, and he warns that this challenge will be far more difficult than anything before. The official does not deny that Seo Jun is extraordinary, nor does he dismiss the heroic things he has done. Still, he suggests that even the president's authority may not be enough to force this through, repeating concerns that he has clearly raised more than once. He argues that if pro-hunters have truly become people who chase only benefits and personal gain, then society may eventually have no choice but to accept that corruption as reality. The resignation in his words makes the room feel even heavier. The president answers bluntly, saying that Korea's pro-hunter world is already sick. For too long, it has been controlled by the cartel of the 5 great guilds, and that rot has spread far deeper than most people want to admit. In his eyes, the 5 guilds have not merely corrupted hunters. Their influence has seeped into Korean society itself, twisting systems, expectations, and the very way people look at power. The president admits that he has tried to fix this broken structure before. But no matter how hard he pushed, all he could truly do was keep things from getting worse, barely maintaining the status quo. At some point, he had even convinced himself that a single person could never stand against the tide of an entire era. It was easier to believe that resistance was impossible than to keep being crushed by failure. But now, something has changed. The president's expression shifts as he begins to look back on that belief, as if a door he thought had been sealed shut is finally beginning to open again. He says that with Hunter Kim Seo Jun, change might actually be possible. It is not blind optimism in his voice, but a belief born from watching Seo Jun do what others claimed could not be done. To the president, Seo Jun is the kind of person who can plant hope inside people who have long been trapped by doubt and denial. Just by standing there and moving forward, he makes others believe that the impossible may not be impossible after all. Only then does the official finally understand what the president has been trying to say. The idea settles into place in his mind, the image of what a true S-rank hunter is supposed to represent, back outside, just as Seo Jun is moving on. Someone calls out his name. He pauses and turns toward the voice, his attention shifting to the person approaching him. The man bows deeply before him, lowering his head with unmistakable sincerity. Speaking on behalf of Korea, he offers heartfelt gratitude to Seo Jun for everything he has done.
Seo Jun quietly repeats the phrase "true S-rank hunter" in his mind, unsure how he is supposed to receive such praise. The words feel strangely heavy, almost too grand to comfortably attach to himself.
The grateful man admits that he too is starting to feel hopeful because of Seo Jun. Faced with such direct appreciation, Seo Jun grows awkward, inwardly recoiling from the praise as though it is harder to handle than a monster attack. By the next day, news of Kim Seo Jun conquering the Draugr dungeon has spread all across the country. His new guild, his possible S-rank license, and the sheer scale of his achievement dominate broadcasts and discussions, while commentators begin predicting the rise of a new national hero. Seo Jun's story floods online communities, media outlets, and every corner where hunters are discussed. At the same time, rumors about the Dark Dragon Guild and all kinds of messy gossip begin stirring up public arguments, turning the situation into a noisy storm of speculation. Seo Jun reacts sharply as the scale of the attention finally sinks in. The headlines, the rumors, and the meaning people are attaching to his actions all hit him at once, leaving him visibly thrown by the sudden spotlight. But Seo Jun has little interest in being celebrated by the public or treated like the next great hero. The only thing that truly makes his face light up is the confirmation that the 30 billion won deposit has finally arrived.
At the Dream Guild building, Seo Jun immediately turns his focus toward the next problem. With the money now in hand, he begins calculating what he will need to spend next, his mind already racing through the numbers.
He adds up the cost of 2 more lectures and another elixir purchase, carefully stacking each expense in his head. By the time the total becomes clear, he realizes that he will need a staggering 95 billion won altogether. When Kim Seo Jun checks his account balance, the number staring back at him is 43 billion won. It is an enormous amount by any normal standard, but in his eyes it already feels dangerously short. After running the numbers again, Seo Jun realizes he still needs another 52 billion won to reach his goal. Instead of backing down, a grin slowly spreads across his face as if the impossible price tag has only made the challenge more exciting. But that confidence does not last long. The moment he imagines all his money vanishing into lectures, elixirs, and endless academy costs, Seo Jun sinks into despair, wondering what the point is of becoming S-rank, building up the guild, or even chasing tax breaks if every one disappears the instant he earns it. Frustration boils over inside him, and Seo Jun angrily complains that causality feels completely unfair. Unable to accept it as just the way things are, he immediately starts digging around for answers. His search results are packed with complaints from people suffering over causality, just like him. Mixed among them are mentions of a causality gacha, strange discussions about the Transcension Academy, and countless desperate posts from people looking for shortcuts. Then one result catches Seo Jun's eye. Someone boldly claims that copying causality is actually easy, and for one dangerous moment, the promise of such a convenient solution makes him pause. That temptation disappears almost immediately when Seo Jun finds warning after warning calling the copied causality offer a scam. He stares at the screen with a sour expression and mutters about karma, as if even the universe is mocking him. As he keeps reading, Seo Jun finally understands that he is far from the only person struggling under the weight of causality. That realization makes him suspect this is exactly why an unwavering heart is treated as a required subject in the Transcension Academy. Just as Seo Jun is sinking deeper into his thoughts, a voice calls out to check whether he is there. The sound pulls his attention away from the screen and back into the room.
Seo Jun tells the association president to come in, and the president steps inside with a polite apology for arriving so early in the morning. His expression is calm, but the timing alone makes it clear he has come for something important.
Seo Jun immediately asks about Soul Saint, and the president explains that she is upstairs, resting in a room that had already been prepared for her. For the moment, at least, she is being looked after safely. Seo Jun points out that the president should have come here because of Soul Saint. But the president shakes off that assumption and says he actually came because there is something he needs to tell Seo Jun directly. When Seo Jun prompts him to continue, the president reveals that Lady Kalia visited him the day before. The moment her name is mentioned, the conversation takes on a much heavier weight. The president explains that Kalia came to ask him for help. Seo Jun reacts in surprise, his attention sharpening as he realizes this is not some ordinary association matter. Before going any further, the president hesitates, his voice lowering slightly. He asks Seo Jun's forgiveness first, as if he knows the topic he is about to bring up is not one to mention lightly. Then he asks whether Seo Jun knows what is currently happening in Europe. The question hangs in the air, carrying a seriousness that makes the room feel suddenly colder. The president shows him footage from Italy, and the screen is filled with chaos. Monsters tear through city streets, buildings crumble in the background, and terrified civilians run for their lives. The disaster grows even more horrific as a massive serpent surges through the panic, its enormous body cutting through the scene while people scatter helplessly around it. Italian soldiers and hunters throw themselves into the fight, trying desperately to hold the monsters back. But even with their resistance, the city still looks like a battlefield collapsing under the weight of disaster. Amid all that destruction, the image of a crying child clutching a stuffed toy stands out painfully. That one small figure makes the tragedy feel painfully human, far beyond numbers or reports. Seo-jun watches the horrifying video on his phone in silence. The more he sees, the more shaken he becomes, his expression tightening as the reality of the situation sinks in. The president explains that this is Italy's current condition. Seo-jun is left stunned, staring at the footage as if he still cannot believe that a modern country has fallen into such chaos. Seo-jun demands to know how something like this could happen when artificial awakenings already exist. With hunters supposedly no longer in short supply, the scale of the disaster makes no sense to him. The president answers that dungeon distortions have recently been increasing all across Europe. What is happening in Italy is not an isolated incident, but part of a much wider and more dangerous trend. He adds that Italy tried to stabilize the situation by mobilizing professional hunters, but even that was not enough to bring the chaos under control. Then the question of Andrea's presence comes up, making the silence around them even heavier. At that moment, Soul Saint appears and asks whether the situation has truly become so severe that even Andrea can no longer handle it. Her tone makes it clear she understands exactly how powerful Andrea should have been.
Seo-jun confirms that they are talking about Sir Andrea, the Italian hero from the Cataclysm era. The name alone carries enough weight to explain why everyone in the room reacts so seriously.
Then Soul Saint reveals the truth in a grave voice. Andrea has recently died, and the news lands like a shockwave, leaving everyone present frozen in disbelief. The president adds that Andrea's death is currently being reported as a dungeon accident. Officially, at least, that is the explanation being given to the public. He explains that a distortion occurred while Andrea was dealing with a dungeon. In the aftermath of that unexpected disaster, the Italian hero lost his life. Soul Saint then adds that similar crises are beginning to appear in other European countries as well. Italy may be the most urgent case, but the instability is spreading beyond its borders. With the situation growing worse by the day, the European Union has turned to the Order of Truth for help. Their request shows just how desperate things have become. Seo-jun asks why they are telling him all of this. The president answers that Lady Kalia specifically requested Korea's assistance for Italy, bringing the matter directly to Seo-jun's doorstep. Seo-jun wonders aloud whether Europe's situation is so serious that even the Order of Truth cannot resolve it. The president admits that Italy's crisis is complicated by another cause as well. Soul Saint quietly says the deeper reason is Andrea's death. Her words shift the focus away from monsters and dungeons toward the power structure that collapsed the moment Andrea was gone. She reveals that Andrea was not only a hero who survived the cataclysm, he also held another shocking position, the godfather of the mafia. According to Soul Saint, Andrea was the one who unified the Sicilian mafia, transforming it from a regional criminal force into a global organization with terrifying reach. She remembers how obsessed Andrea had been with rehabilitating that criminal organization. At the time, the idea sounded completely insane, like something no one could realistically achieve. Soul Saint admits that she herself once thought it was pure nonsense. And yet, against all expectations, Andrea actually made it happen. For a moment, Soul Saint falls silent. The weight of Andrea's absence settles over her because what he held together by sheer force is now beginning to break apart. She explains that there had always been opposition inside the mafia, but as long as Andrea lived, none of them dared to openly challenge a hero of the cataclysm. Now that the leash has snapped, Soul Saint predicts the mafia will lash out violently. With Andrea gone, Italy could be dragged into anarchy from both monsters and human ambition. The president explains that Italy secretly asked the Order of Truth for help, but the order refused because it was already dealing with its own problems. He then questions how they could ask Seo-jun to do what even Andrea could not finish. The president says he already refused the request on Seo-jun's behalf. However, Kalia still asked him to at least pass the message along, and that is why he has come here now. He makes it clear that Seo-jun does not have to take action. No one is ordering him to move, and the president does not want him to feel pressured into accepting such a dangerous burden. The president adds that Seo-jun should not head into a dangerous foreign country so recklessly. Hearing that, Seo-jun hesitates, caught between the warning and the weight of what he has just seen. Seo-jun struggles to find an answer while the president and Soul Saint quietly watch him. Their gazes stay fixed on him, waiting to see what choice he will make. Meanwhile, somewhere in Europe, a hooded figure from the Order of Truth speaks about Seo-jun in a cold, measured voice. To that figure, Kim Seo-jun's motives can be reduced to one simple thing: money. The hooded figure asks whether Kim Seo-jun knows the Order of Truth's true goal. The answer comes back that he most likely does not, suggesting that Seo-jun is still moving without seeing the whole board. Even so, the figure cannot help but wonder why Kim Seo-jun is being drawn into this situation at all. Behind the question lingers a deeper unease, as if his involvement may not be a simple coincidence. In the end, they could only reach one ridiculous conclusion. Kim Seo-jun was the kind of man who had completely lost his mind when money was involved. At that blunt assessment, the other person in the room had nothing to say and simply fell silent. When they asked exactly how much Seo-jun had demanded, the answer came back like a hammer blow. 100 billion won. The moment that number landed, their faces stiffened, and they could only mutter that he truly had to be insane. Still, there was one important detail in the report. This time, Seo-jun had promised that he would not head into danger by himself. Instead, he intended to move together with the Dream Team. After a tense pause, their leader made the decision. No matter how outrageous the request sounded, Seo-jun was to be given exactly what he had asked for, leaving the others visibly shaken by the order. They pointed out that the distorted monster that had swallowed Andrea was still roaming somewhere in Italy, and if Seo-jun was willing to walk into that nightmare with his own 2 feet, then, as far as they were concerned, there was no real reason to stop him. Then another voice turned toward Kalia, reminding her that the apostolic ceremony was drawing near. Once she became the apostle of chastity, they said, all of this confusion would finally make sense to her. Kalia hesitated for a moment, her expression tightening slightly, when she was asked whether there was anything else left to report. At last, Kalia added one final condition from Seo-jun. He had demanded that the money be deposited in advance. The instant those words left her mouth, the entire room sank into a heavy, speechless silence. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Seo-jun stood before the others and made the announcement plainly. The Dream Team would be heading to Italy. The president quickly made it clear that no one was being forced to go. But before the warning could even settle in, the Dream Team burst into excitement, chattering about an overseas trip, Italy, and all the food they wanted to try as if the danger barely registered. Seo-jun immediately scolded them, reminding everyone that this was absolutely not a vacation. But beside him, the president could only stare blankly, completely overwhelmed by how cheerful and energetic the team had become. Madame Soul Saint, watching the chaos unfold around her, suddenly spat out her drink in pure disbelief, as if she could not process what kind of group she had ended up witnessing. Even then, something else bothered her more. The building seemed to be trembling even harder than usual today, and the strange sensation crawling through the air made her expression grow uneasy. And so, with the decision made, the Dream Team's journey to Italy was officially confirmed, and the preparations for departure began in earnest. Out of the 100 billion won provided by the Order of Truth, Seo-jun kept 60 billion for himself and handed 10 billion each to his teammates. The distribution was so absurdly casual that even the people watching could not help wondering just how much money this man actually needed. With only 2 weeks left before the flight to Italy, Madame Soul Saint was greeted early one morning as the countdown to departure quietly began. The Dream Team members welcomed Madame Soul Saint with bright, cheerful greetings. She answered them stiffly, her face guarded, while her eyes moved across the room and quietly observed their training. Before long, the source of the violent tremors became clear. It was Seo-jun. His training was so intense that every movement seemed to send vibrations through the entire building. Madame Soul Saint could not hide her concern. No matter how closely she watched, she still could not understand what Seo-jun was doing that could shake the whole place so fiercely. For a while, she simply stood there in silence, her gaze sharp and cautious as she studied everything unfolding in front of her. Her attention first settled on one teammate, and she recognized the aura immediately. This was the Sword Saint's disciple, a talent with a presence that could not be dismissed. Then her eyes shifted to another member. That one carried the mark of the Dark Saint's disciple, someone who felt dangerous in an entirely different way. Next, she looked toward the disciple of the Magic Saint, whose command of spells made the air itself feel heavy with potential power. Each member was extraordinary in their own right, standing out with a different kind of strength. And yet, somehow, all of these difficult personalities had been gathered into one strangely balanced team under the influence of a single person. But among them, Madame Soul Saint noticed one person who did not quite fit into that harmony. Her gaze came to rest on the quiet swordswoman standing apart from the others, her expression distant and detached, as if an invisible wall separated her from the group. Madame Soul Saint narrowed her eyes and quietly released her spiritual energy, using it to look deeper into the girl's true nature. Souls, after all, revealed different colors depending on a person's inner inclination. And the color surrounding this girl was dark enough to signal that something troubling lay beneath the surface. After reading that darkness, Madame Soul Saint reached a blunt conclusion. The girl's personality was clearly a problem. Without softening her words, she confronted her directly and demanded to know why she was here. The girl's face flushed red almost instantly. caught completely off guard by the sudden interrogation. She stammered and struggled to come up with any kind of excuse. Madame Soul Saint understood that a soul turned completely black would mean one form of deep corruption. But this girl was not the same as Ryu Jin Chul, and her condition followed a different pattern. In this case, the degeneration of her soul had already stopped. Perhaps it was because Seo Jun had shattered the small, narrow world she had once believed was everything. She was someone who doubted herself and genuinely wanted to change. But because she had no idea how to take that first step, she remained locked away from everyone else, unable to close the distance. Madame Soul Saint quietly reflected that even gods could not control the affairs of human beings. Her expression carried a trace of resignation, as if guiding a heart like this was far more troublesome than fighting a monster. In the end, Madame Soul Saint made her decision. Before anything else, they had to fix the girl's personality, and she ordered her to follow. When the girl hesitated, instead of moving right away, Madame Soul Saint looked back at her and asked, in a colder tone, whether she did not want to come. The girl gave no answer. She stood there silently, torn between anxiety and uncertainty, unable to force the words out. Madame Soul Saint let out a tired sigh, clearly losing patience with the girl's evasive silence. Then, without warning, Madame Soul Saint snapped her finger forward and flicked the girl hard in the forehead. The sharp impact jolted her back, pain flashing across her face. As the girl reeled in confusion, Madame Soul Saint accused her of still refusing to be honest, her voice cutting through the air with merciless precision. Before the girl could even recover from the first blow, Madame Soul Saint flicked her forehead again, making it clear that this harsh lesson had only just begun. The girl dropped to her knees, stunned and overwhelmed, while Madame Soul Saint reminded her that there were only 2 weeks left before they departed for Italy. A terrifying pressure seemed to rise behind Madame Soul Saint as she declared that before they left, she would dig out the girl's rotten character by the roots. From that moment on, Madame Soul Saint demanded only one kind of answer from her. Yes, nothing else would be accepted, and the sheer force of her presence left no room for resistance. Terrified, the girl finally shouted her answer at full volume, forcing out a desperate yes as if her life depended on it. Madame Soul Saint immediately snapped that her response had been too slow. The girl hurriedly repeated, yes, even louder this time, while Seo Jun glanced over from his training with a puzzled look on his face. Seo Jun could only mutter that Madame Soul Saint was still a complete mystery to him. At the same time, his training interface appeared, listing the new techniques he was now able to fully acquire. 2 weeks passed, and news that the Dream Team was leaving for Italy quickly spread across Korea. Online, people began arguing anxiously, filled with both worry and expectation over what might happen there. Leaving all of those public concerns and hopes behind, the Dream Team finally boarded their flight, heading toward Italy and the danger waiting beyond the horizon. After they arrived in Italy, someone stepped forward to meet them, approaching the Dream Team as the next stage of their mission began. The Dream Team finally arrived in Italy, stepping into unfamiliar air with their eyes wandering everywhere at once. As they gathered their luggage, the group could not hide their excitement, taking in the airport, the people, and the feeling of being in a completely new country. The moment their bags were in hand, some of the team members were already shouting about pizza and pasta, their faces lighting up like tourists on vacation. Seo Jun quickly cut through their excitement, reminding them once again that they had not come all the way to Italy just to play around. Even so, Seo Jun's mouth curved into a faint smirk. He could already feel that this trip was going to be anything but peaceful, and he quietly braced himself for whatever chaos was waiting ahead. Before long, Seo Jun found himself surrounded by a group of grim, dangerous-looking men. Their sharp stares and rough presence made the atmosphere around him turn heavy, as if Italy's mafia troubles had already come to greet them. Seo Jun looked at the situation and could only call it a complete mess. One of his teammates glanced toward him, sensing the tension building, and asked what they were supposed to do next. Just then, someone approached the group and introduced themselves as being connected to the Italian government. With a careful look at the team, the person asked whether they were the Dream Team. The woman gave her name as Elena and explained that she was an official from the Italian Pro-Hunter Association. Her role was to manage and assist Asian hunters who had come to Italy. Kim Seo Jun, standing at the front as the leader of the visiting Dream Team, greeted Elena properly. Then, with a calm gesture, he introduced the 4 teammates who had come with him. Elena quietly looked over the group from head to toe, measuring their strength at a glance. She had expected the Order of Truth to send an S-rank force, but what stood before her was only 1 A-rank hunter and 4 B ranks, and disappointment briefly crossed her face. Still, Elena kept her expression polite and professional. Since the Dream Team had just arrived after a long trip, she offered to guide them to their accommodations first so they could rest. Nearby, a group of rough men suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Their loud jeers cut through the air, drawing attention with the kind of arrogance that made it clear they wanted to be heard. Seo-jun glanced toward them and asked what those men were saying. Elena quickly tried to brush it aside, urging the team to ignore them and move along before the situation became troublesome. But Seo-jun stopped for a moment when a strange glowing medium near him began to react. The faint light and unusual sensation made his eyes narrow with suspicion. One of his teammates explained that it was a spiritual connection medium, something that could allow them to understand basic communication. Seo-jun was impressed that she had managed to learn something like that from Madame Soul Saint in such a short time. With that, Seo-jun finally understood what the heckling was about. Those men were not just making noise in the distance, they were aiming their insults directly at the Dream Team, and he watched them with a sharper gaze. The gangsters sneered among themselves, saying these weak foreigners would probably tremble if they knew whose territory they had stepped into. They laughed loudly, mocking the very idea that the visitors might have any courage at all. Seo-jun immediately recognized the tone for what it was. They were trying to provoke a fight, and when the team did not respond right away, the thugs laughed even harder, claiming the foreigners were already running away. One of the thugs waved it off with a cruel grin, saying there was no need to bother with them because they were going to die soon anyway. The casual threat made the air around them grow even colder. Then the men began joking about how it was a waste for the women in the group to die. The moment those crude words reached Seo-jun's ears, the light in his expression faded, replaced by something cold and dangerous. Seo-jun fixed his eyes on them with a hard, unmoving stare. In that instant, he made his decision. This was not something he was going to let slide. The gangsters kept running their mouths, throwing out one vulgar comment after another, completely unaware that the Dream Team had understood everything. While they laughed, the distance between them and Seo-jun quietly began to close. Seo-jun stepped away from Elena and started moving toward the men. Only then did Elena suddenly connect the name in front of her with the rumors she had heard, and panic flashed across her face. Elena instantly realized the situation was about to explode. Her thoughts raced as she understood that if Seo-jun moved now, they might all be dragged into something far more serious than a simple airport dispute. The thugs continued boasting, saying they were mafia with plenty of A-rank talents under them. They claimed even the government stayed away from them, not because it was merciful, but because it could not handle them. Elena hurriedly tried to stop Seo-jun, warning him that these men were not opponents he should casually confront. But Seo-jun did not slow down, walking forward as if her words could no longer reach him. Before Elena could chase after him, one of the women from the Dream Team pulled her back. With a firm grip and steady composure, the teammate took control of the situation and refused to let Elena interfere. The teammate remained calm, almost too calm, and quietly reassured Elena that everything would be fine. There was no panic in her voice, only absolute confidence. Elena stared at them in confusion, unable to understand their reaction. The mafia was right in front of them, yet the Dream Team was treating the threat as if it were nothing more than an annoying interruption. As the others began walking away, Elena could only look around in disbelief. No one seemed shaken by the mention of the mafia, and that calmness made the whole situation feel even stranger to her. Seo-jun finally stood in front of the two gangsters. Instead of taking him seriously, they looked him over and mocked him, asking if he had come over just to beg for a bathroom. One of the thugs kept sneering, even insulting the state of Italy by calling the airport full of garbage. That final remark only pushed Seo-jun's patience closer to the breaking point. In the next instant, Seo-jun moved. Before the thug could finish his taunt, Seo-jun slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force, cutting off the insult in a single brutal motion. The second gangster froze where he stood, his face draining of confidence. Only after seeing his companion crushed so easily did he realize the gap between them was far beyond what he had imagined. Seo-jun stood calmly above the fallen man, his posture relaxed and his expression unchanged. The fight had barely begun, but the outcome already felt completely decided. Then the mafia's armed men rushed in from all sides, their killing intent filling the area like a wave. They shouted for Seo-jun to be crushed, charging forward as if numbers alone could overwhelm him. Elena and the Dream Team heard the sudden eruption of violence behind them. The sharp noise and chaotic movement made Elena stiffen in shock as the situation escalated far faster than she had feared. By the time the dust settled, Seo-jun was standing among attackers who had already been knocked down. Anyone watching could only question whether a person like him could truly be just a rank. With the matter handled, Seo-jun turned back toward his team with a casual smile, as if nothing serious had happened. Then he simply told them it was time to move on. Under Italy's bright sky, the scene shifted away from the chaos of the airport, opening the path toward the Dream Team's next destination. Inside the car, Seo-jun looked toward Elena and asked where they were headed, Elena answered that their destination was Naples. Elena then explained that the men Seo Jun had beaten were not part of the official mafia organization. They were a splinter gang, a loose faction that had broken off amid the turmoil. She went on to say that after Sir Andrea died so suddenly, the mafia world in Italy could no longer hold itself together. The power structure shattered, splitting into 3 separate factions. Elena named 2 of those factions first. One was led by Agnes of the Moderates, while another belonged to Francesco of Manliness. Then she mentioned the 3rd leader, Antonio, the official successor chosen after Andrea. Among the fractured groups, Elena explained that only Antonio's faction could be considered relatively legitimate. Because Italy's hunters were now tied down trying to suppress the rampaging mafia, their response to repeated dungeon breaks had fallen badly behind. That was why the country had been forced to beg the Dream Team to handle the distorted dungeons. Seo Jun listened to the explanation and accepted the request without hesitation. He told Elena to leave the dungeon problem to them. Elena bowed her head deeply, her gratitude clear in every movement. She sincerely thanked the Dream Team for agreeing to help Italy in such a dangerous situation. But without warning, the vehicle suddenly jolted violently. The impact threw everyone off balance, turning the calm ride into an emergency in an instant. Inside the shaking car, Seo Jun demanded to know what was happening. The vehicle lurched again, and the people inside were tossed around as tension filled the cramped space. Outside, panicked civilians screamed through the streets, shouting for everyone to run. Monsters were coming, and the danger had already reached them. Elena slowly lifted her head, her eyes widening as dread washed over her face. Right there in the middle of the city, something terrible was beginning to unfold, and the sheer scale of it made her blood run cold. A dungeon break tore open above the city, and from that warped opening, enormous monsters began pouring out one after another. Their bodies rose over the rooftops, making the streets below look frighteningly small beneath them. Elena's face twisted with panic as the horrifying thought struck her. The entire city could be swallowed by monsters in moments. Nearby, a hunter tightened their grip and raised a weapon, bracing for the chaos rushing toward them. Flying monsters screamed through the air, diving toward the city as a brilliant beam of power suddenly cut across the sky. That single streak of light made it clear the Dream Team had already begun their counterattack. Through the spreading destruction, the Dream Team stepped forward without the slightest delay. Elena could only stare in shock, stunned by how quickly they had shifted from travelers into hunters ready for battle. The moment they saw the dungeon break, the team understood there was no time to continue toward Naples. Whatever waited there would have to be pushed aside because this crisis had to be dealt with first. One teammate reached out and tapped another on the shoulder, the small gesture carrying their next move without needing a long explanation. Even in the middle of panic, their coordination was calm, sharp, and immediate. Seo Jun gathered the group with a firm voice, his gaze fixed on the monsters flooding the area. Without hesitation, he declared that their first priority was to clean up this place before anything else. Far from the battlefield, the focus shifted to a grand Italian government building, its imposing walls and formal halls hinting that the disaster outside was now tied to something much larger than one city. Inside the Italian parliament, the atmosphere was tense as officials delivered an alarming report. A mafia faction had seized control of the city of Catanzaro, turning the situation into a national emergency. Marcello, the president of the Italian Pro-Hunter Association, spoke with a grim expression. Their attempts at negotiation had gone nowhere because the mafia refused to accept even a single condition. When someone pressed him on which faction had taken Catanzaro, Marcello answered without softening the blow. The one behind it was Francesco, leader of the Manliness faction. Prime Minister Samuel was then told that Francesco had issued an outrageous threat. Unless he was handed the presidency within a week, all 90,000 citizens in Catanzaro would be killed, and Samuel could only spit out that it was complete nonsense. The officials asked whether Sir Antonio could be called in, but the answer only deepened the crisis. Antonio was already fighting beside pro-hunters, trying to stop the mafia from breaking out of Sicily, and even that battle was going badly. Samuel's expression darkened as a bitter thought crossed his mind. While Sir Andrea had still been alive, the mafia had never dared to run wild like this. Pressed from every side, the Prime Minister finally admitted the truth through clenched frustration. He had never imagined that losing a single hero could throw the country into such disaster, while his aides warned that the situation was becoming dangerously unstable. Before anyone could settle on a response, another urgent report arrived. The dungeons in Latina had begun to distort, and the news struck the leadership like a second disaster crashing down on top of the first. Samuel immediately asked how many pro-hunters could be sent, and Marcello gave the numbers with a heavy voice. They had hundreds of C-rank hunters, 150 B-ranks, and only 20 A-rank hunters available. When the question turned to foreign hunters, Marcelo hesitated instead of answering right away. That pause alone said enough. There was no dependable outside force they could count on. Samuel clenched his teeth, his jaw tightening as the weight of the decision pressed down on him. Once again, innocent citizens might end up being sacrificed if they failed to act quickly. At last, Samuel gave the order to mobilize every pro-hunter they could spare. Their mission was to save civilians first, but he made it clear that no hunter was to throw their life away recklessly. Just then, an aide hurried close to Marcello and whispered urgently into his ear. The sudden interruption carried the sharp edge of unexpected news. Marcello's eyes widened as he turned toward the aide, demanding to know whether the report was true. His voice sharpened as he asked what in the world was happening. For a moment, Marcello could only repeat one word in disbelief. Latina. The name left his mouth as if he was still struggling to understand how the situation there had changed so quickly. The report claimed there had been no casualties in Latina at all. On the battlefield, the reason was obvious. The Dream Team was cutting down the invading monsters almost the instant they appeared. Their attacks moved in perfect rhythm, each member striking where the others left an opening. The monsters that had seemed overwhelming moments before were being shredded apart, and the tide of battle rapidly turned in the team's favor. Seo Jun stepped in with calm confidence and swung his weapon with clean, precise force. A massive creature was carved apart in front of him, as if its size meant absolutely nothing. Another teammate planted her feet and focused, drawing power into herself as the air around her began to heat. Energy gathered in preparation for a major fire technique. Then she released Prominence Flame, and a wave of burning force roared outward. The flames flooded the area, swallowing the monsters in blazing power and wiping them out in an instant. Elsewhere on the battlefield, another teammate activated a secret technique with deadly intent. The power took shape as demon soul-killing pursuit, locking onto the enemies before them. That technique immediately flowed into Dual Swords Dance, a rapid purple storm of blades. The attacks flashed again and again, slicing through the monsters before they could even react. Two hulking monsters towered over a swordswoman, their huge bodies casting an oppressive shadow across the ground. But she advanced toward them without fear, her posture steady and her blade ready. Facing the giants head-on, she invoked heaven-breaking divine sword. First movement. The moment the technique began, the atmosphere around her sharpened like a drawn blade. Her thunderous sword dance erupted in a sweeping arc, tearing straight through the enormous monsters. In one decisive motion, the giants were cut down and sent crashing into defeat. A caster raised his hand and began forming a wind element spiritual art, the energy gathering tightly in his palm. The air twisted around him as the technique built toward release. He fired the gathered elemental energy in a single explosive blast. The surge ripped through several monsters at once, tearing a clean path through their ranks. While the hunters fought, Elena moved among the civilians and guided them away from the danger with as much calm as she could manage. People hurried past her in fear, yet still turned back to thank her as they escaped. As the battle began ending far faster than she had thought possible, Elena stared at the destruction left behind. She could not help wondering who these hunters truly were. Across the cityscape, the distorted dungeon's black growths spread like corruption crawling over the buildings. The sight made it painfully clear just how severe this dungeon break really was. Then a massive golden beam tore through the darkness, cleaving straight into the spreading corruption. Its overwhelming force blasted open a path and began suppressing the threat. Seo Jun dashed forward without slowing down, his eyes tracking the remaining danger through the chaos. He pushed the assault even harder, determined to finish what was left. Elena was told that these were the Korean hunters who had come to help Italy. Hearing that, she looked back at the battlefield in stunned silence, unable to believe how effective they were. Elena quickly realized the truth of what she was witnessing. A site that should have required dozens of hunters was being cleared almost instantly by only 5 people. In the middle of that overwhelming scene, Elena's phone suddenly rang. The sharp sound pulled her attention away from the battlefield, and she checked the screen and saw Marcello's name. Panic flashed across her face. Of all times for him to call, this was the worst possible moment. Elena answered at once and introduced herself as the Asian hunter manager, reporting in as the team leader. But when she realized the person on the line was the Prime Minister himself, her eyes widened in shock, and she asked if she had heard that correctly. As the team gathered again after the fight, one teammate turned to Lee Hain in surprise and asked how she was already able to use spiritual arts. Lee Hain simply shrugged, saying she had tried it once and it had somehow worked. Park Seo-yoon brushed off praise for her own talent, pointing out that the others were gifted as well. The mood loosened for a moment as the group teased each other over how naturally the compliments were being passed around.
Lee Min-il then praised another teammate, impressed that he had become so strong despite training on his own. The teammate only laughed it off, saying he had been used to that kind of training for a long time.
Park Seo-yoon looked around at the others and wondered aloud why everyone near her seemed so ridiculously talented. Lee Min-il immediately reminded her that she was the one who had wiped out this entire area in the first place. Elena stood amidst the Italian officials, her posture calm yet commanding, and told them plainly that she had been honing her skills far longer than they realized. Their confused expressions reflected their surprise at her confidence and competence. Elena's gaze followed Seo-jun as he effortlessly dismantled the fallen monsters, moving with fluid precision. Nearby, his teammates groaned and muttered complaints about how his constant talk of profits and rewards made them feel queasy. Turning toward Elena, Seo-jun's sharp eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. "You've arrived at exactly the right moment for what I have in mind next," he said, his tone carrying both invitation and challenge. He leaned slightly forward, asking Elena how they might handle selling the monster corpses, assuming ownership fell to them. Elena shook her head, clarifying that the issue wasn't about possession, it was about handling it properly. Elena then began introducing the Italian leaders to Seo-jun, formalizing the discussion to ensure it was managed with the proper respect and protocol. Her movements were measured, conveying authority and professionalism. Seo-jun's sharp mind caught the significance of the gathering. The presence of the Prime Minister and the President of the Pro-Hunter Association signaled that they weren't here for small talk. They likely had a major request to make. In a moment of awkward hesitation, Seo-jun asked whether they required a separate customs declaration. The Italian officials exchanged bewildered glances and admitted that they had no idea what he was referring to, their confusion evident. Choosing clarity over ambiguity, Seo-jun stepped forward and formally introduced himself, extending a firm handshake toward both leaders. Samuel offered a polite nod, introducing himself as the Prime Minister, while Marcello presented himself as the President of the Italian Pro-Hunter Association. Both tried to maintain cordial expressions despite the tension lingering in the room. Seo-jun returned the gesture with a confident handshake, introducing himself as Kim Seo-jun, leader of the Dream Team. Samuel's eyes narrowed slightly as he probed whether Seo-jun had any connections to the Order of Truth. Seo-jun calmly explained that his team could communicate through spirits, using a soul medium as their conduit. He compared it casually to a translator, eliciting a wry remark from one teammate who joked that Madame Soul Saint would probably faint if she heard him describe it so nonchalantly. Samuel's unease grew as he asked, somewhat nervously, why the Dream Team had requested this sudden meeting. His tension was palpable, each word revealing his concern over what to ask next. Swallowing his pride, Samuel dropped formalities and pleaded directly with Seo-jun to lend his team's assistance to Italy, his voice edged with desperation. Seo-jun blinked, momentarily baffled, reminding Samuel that they had already come to help, but Samuel, sensing the stakes, promised to accommodate any requests Seo-jun might have if he would commit to taking on even more of the crisis. Samuel's attempts at bribery became explicit, offering Seo-jun any amount of money he wanted. The offer drew audible groans and disgust from Seo-jun's teammates, who bristled at the audacity. Samuel quickly realized the gesture would have no effect. A hunter of Seo-jun's caliber already possessed far more wealth than could be offered. Yet he pressed on, emphasizing that Italy's situation was in utter chaos and desperate need of help, hoping to convey the gravity of the crisis. He even waived all fees associated with processing monster corpses, including the costs of dismemberment and handling, laying everything on the table to make the offer irresistible. Samuel's voice rose with urgency and hope, pleading once more for the Dream Team to take on the task and promising them the best treatment imaginable. Seo-jun finally nodded in agreement, confirming that they would help. The Italian leaders' faces lit up in stunned relief, the tension in the room breaking as hope returned. Marcello quickly seized the moment, asking whether the Dream Team could also be entrusted with handling the situation in Lazio, the region that included Rome, signaling the scale of responsibility they were being asked to assume. Seo-jun paused, his mind weighing the enormity of the request. Handling an entire region, no matter the generous offer of loot, was far beyond what was reasonable. He mulled it over carefully, considering both the potential rewards and the incredible workload that accepting such a mission would entail. A helicopter appeared overhead, catching Seo-jun's sharp gaze. Its presence sparked an idea, suggesting a way to tackle the task more efficiently. Samuel, noticing Seo-jun's keen interest, offered the helicopter for their use, understanding that this tool could be the key to the plan forming in his mind. Seo-jun's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. while his teammates exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that his sudden enthusiasm might lead them into a whirlwind of non-stop action. With the helicopter at their disposal, the Dream Team launched a rapid campaign, clearing dungeon crises across multiple cities with astonishing speed, beginning with Kenpobaso. They pressed on relentlessly through Basilicata, leaving devastation behind only for the monsters, moving faster than anyone could keep up with. Next came Taranto, where the team treated each dungeon outbreak as merely another checkpoint on their fast-moving route, obliterating the monsters with precision and speed. Seo Jun leaned into the mission, instructing the helicopter pilot to fly immediately to the next city, leaving no pause or hesitation in the operation. Reports began flooding in. The dungeon crises in San Marino, Rabina, Pescara, Chieti, and beyond had all been resolved, leaving officials stunned at the sheer efficiency. Prime Minister Samuel felt his chest tighten with awe. The scene unfolding before him was unlike anything he had experienced, even after years in office, a true miracle in motion. His mind traveled back, recalling only one other time he had felt this same surge of awe, a memory tied to the era of Sir Andrea. Samuel remembered when Andrea, the hero who had quelled past cataclysms, had declared that he would rehabilitate the Mafia and restore order long ago. Back then, Mafia figures had spoken Andrea's name with forced smiles and tense politeness, their fears seeping through the bravado, showing respect where there had been intimidation before. Samuel admitted to himself that, after Andrea's absence, he had thought Italy was doomed. Yet the arrival of the Eastern hunters, Seo Jun and his Dream Team, had changed everything. Seizing the opportunity, Samuel ordered Marcello to let the Dream Team take the lead on civilian safety, while recruiting every available pro-hunter to reinforce the effort. Marcello froze, realizing that Samuel was about to implement a bold, aggressive strategy that would alter the course of the crisis entirely. Samuel's declaration was clear. They would draw the Mafia out, using the restored stability and order as bait to flush them into the open. Media headlines exploded across the nation, hailing the Eastern Hunters and the Dream Team as the Dragon of Asia sweeping through Italy, their feats celebrated in awe and admiration. Meanwhile, a subordinate named Albano was summoned to report to his superior, his steps quick and purposeful as he approached with news in hand. He was ordered to arrange a meeting with Agnes, the leader of the moderates, a move that would become crucial to the unfolding political maneuvers. Albano asked what should be done with the hostages in Catanzaro, expecting his superior to give clear instructions amid the tense deliberations. Francesco of Manliness answered coldly, without a flicker of hesitation. He ordered that all the hostages be executed, his voice cutting through the tension like ice. Back with the Dream Team, Italy's gratitude was expressed lavishly, presenting them with meals and feasts in thanks for their spectacular victories. They were ushered into a glittering banquet hall, every detail exuding extravagant hospitality, from gilded walls to opulent table settings. Elena revealed with a proud smile that they had rented the entire hotel to ensure the Dream Team's comfort, leaving the hunters quietly impressed by the thoughtfulness of the gesture. Seo Jun, ever practical, asked Elena how much they had been compensated so far, already calculating what rewards they had earned from their arduous work. Elena estimated roughly 42 million euros, and Seo Jun's eyes widened in astonishment at the staggering sum. After doing the math in his head, Seo Jun realized it still equated to 11.4 billion won per person, prompting Elena to glance at him with concern, unsure if his fixation on numbers was healthy. One of Seo Jun's teammates shook his head with a mix of exasperation and amusement, explaining that he always acted oddly whenever money was mentioned, calmly munching on pizza as if discussing billions of won were the most normal thing in the world. Snapping himself back to focus, Seo Jun straightened in his seat, insisting firmly that this was no time to lose concentration on the task at hand. Without hesitation, he plunged into spending, purchasing expensive training upgrades, and flexing about an 80 billion won expenditure, grinning as if it were the simplest of feats. For a brief, panicked moment, Seo Jun stared wide-eyed, convinced that his 80 billion had disappeared in an instant. He quickly reassured himself, though, reminding himself that future earnings and promised funds would more than make up for it. During a tense pause in the discussion, the captain suddenly turned to Elena with a sharp question, asking about Italy's total annual budget, catching her completely off guard. Elena hesitated, then ventured an estimate, about 1,100 trillion won. The sheer scale of the number made the captain's eyes fixate on the word trillion, as if the concept alone had stunned him. A strange shift crossed the captain's expression. Some onlookers noted an unusual buoyancy in his demeanor, though others dismissed it as simply him being his usual self, lost in thought. The scene transitioned to Atlas. The legendary Titan, renowned for holding up the sky, a figure whose strength was said to surpass even Hercules himself. A lecture began, challenging the long-held assumption that the ability to hold up the sky relied solely on raw muscle or overwhelming power. The lecturer emphasized that true strength lay in perseverance, portraying Atlas not as a figure of brute force alone, but as the ultimate bearer of the heavens through unwavering endurance. He clarified that physical strength is important, yes, but without the perseverance to sustain it, that strength is meaningless. To illustrate the point, the lecturer asked whether anyone could continue holding up the sky if struck in the stomach, a test of both will and resilience. The examples escalated quickly, surviving catastrophic injuries like a venomous serpent tearing off a leg without ever letting go of the burden. The lecturer piled on even more extremes, numbing cold, searing heat, daring any listener to stop calling failure an acceptable excuse. Back in his room, the captain argued against this, contending that even the harshest hardships could be treated as excuses if one surrendered under pressure. Frustration flared as he rejected the idea that circumstances could justify letting the burden drop, snapping in defiance at the notion of giving up. He doubled down, insisting that excuses are just excuses, and that no matter the situation, the sky must be held up without fail. The lecture promised to impart 3 fundamental pillars of perseverance, and the captain leaned forward, his focus intense, ready to absorb every detail. The first pillar: an unbreakable body, capable of enduring any physical blow, impervious to force that would fell ordinary men. The second: immunity to poisons, a perseverance so unwavering that even lethal toxins could not compel surrender. The third: absolute resistance to extreme heat and cold, culminating in the assertion that true perseverance constitutes ultimate power. A system notification then assigned the captain brutal daily tasks, maintaining a 500-ton horse stance, drinking the venom of Jormungandr, and enduring unrelenting heat and frost. His eyes zeroed in on the poison task, learning that Jormungandr was the legendary Norse world serpent whose venom could even slay gods. Confused and increasingly irritated, he wondered aloud how he was supposed to acquire something as lethal as Jormungandr's venom. The system revealed a purchasable replica of the poison for 2 billion won, prompting a moment of panic as the implication of daily expenditure sank in. The captain muttered to himself that paying 2 billion won every day was insane, his mind reeling at the scale of the requirement. He forced himself to take a deep breath, trying to calm the rising tension and think through the daunting situation rationally. He reassured himself that he would be fine, reasoning that completing all tasks would earn him trillions in return, even as a small note reminded him that no such reward had been formally promised. Determined to push forward regardless, he tapped to begin the next lecture, activating Thialfi's speed training session with practiced fingers. The instant the lesson began, a sudden sense of wrongness stiffened him, as if some unseen danger was rapidly approaching. His head snapped to the side, alert to a disturbance that had arisen nearby, every instinct screaming caution. Outside, chaos erupted. Debris rained down and civilians scattered in panic, signaling a likely dungeon break or some other sudden disaster. A group of armed thugs appeared, their leader sneering as he mocked that they had heard an infamous, ugly man named Kim Seo-jun was present. One thug stepped forward with smug confidence, ordering the others to stand back, as if he alone controlled the unfolding scene. Elena stepped forward, her eyes flashing, warning them coldly that this was not a place they were allowed to enter. The leader laughed harshly, leaning in with a threat, telling her to leave before she ended up injured. Without hesitation, Elena lashed out with her whip, moving with shocking speed and precision that immediately stunned the intruders. Her voice was icy as she reminded them she had warned them, tightening her control over the fight as she struck with exacting skill. The thugs scrambled in disarray, their leader screaming orders to attack, but panic had already begun to spread among them. Elena pressed her advantage relentlessly, whipping through their formation to keep the attackers off balance and constantly guessing her next move. Her strikes landed in rapid succession, sending multiple thugs flying and groaning in pain, each hit punctuated by the clash of flesh and the snapping of weaponry. One desperate thug tried to coordinate a counterattack, yelling at the others not to rush in together, but confusion and fear had already taken root in their ranks. With a powerful leap, Elena slammed an attacker into the ground, the force cracking the floor beneath him and leaving the others momentarily frozen in shock. The leader barked frantically, warning his men to catch her and not to drop their guard, as Elena darted fluidly through their midst, impossible to pin down. She calculated her moves swiftly, thinking of calling reinforcements while maintaining her evasive momentum, buying precious time. A heavy-hitting thug smashed into the ground nearby, the shockwave of his attack escalating the fight and demonstrating his sheer destructive power. Elena took a direct hit to the head, blood spraying across her face, signaling that she had suffered a serious injury but had not been subdued. Suddenly, Francesco appeared, grabbing Elena by the throat with a cruel grin, taunting her for running wild and daring to interfere with his plans. Choking under his grip, Elena's eyes widened as she recognized Albano beside him. Shocked, she demanded to know how he had reached Rome when Sicily should have been completely blocked. Albano's expression remained cold as he refused to explain, threatening her in chilling tones that she must answer if she wished to keep her life intact. He glares, demanding to know Kim Seo-jun's whereabouts, but Elena stands her ground, refusing to give him a single clue. Albano, noticing the sudden stir, leans forward, asking sharply what's happening as someone hurriedly reports that Elena bolted without warning. He points toward the Asian man and asks if that is Kim Seo-jun. Yet the team's members shake their heads and stall, avoiding a direct answer. Then, suddenly, the captain appears right behind Albano, stepping in with authority and demanding to know who this Albano is. In a blur of movement, the captain strikes Albano away from Elena, the force and speed so sudden it leaves him reeling in shock. Albano stumbles backward, stunned, his mind scrambling to comprehend just when the captain had moved so swiftly. Even the captain himself freezes for a fraction of a second, surprised by the velocity of his own movements, realizing something within him has shifted. From the stairwell, teammates whisper among themselves, eyes wide, commenting that the captain seems to have grown inexplicably faster. Elsewhere, Agnes, the leader of the moderates, stiffens at the mere mention of a potential truce, her expression wary and calculating. Francesco drags a bloodied body behind him as he proposes a temporary alliance to Agnes, his ruthless actions serving as a chilling proof of his power. Agnes narrows her eyes, questioning Francesco's true intentions, while he smirks, boasting that he just eliminated a traitor who had colluded with Antonio. Francesco explains that Albano had gone to see Kim Seo-jun earlier, prompting Agnes to connect the dots. The Korean hunter was involved. Agnes scoffs, dismissing Kim Seo-jun as foolish, convinced that Albano couldn't possibly have survived an encounter with him. Francesco outlines his plan, explaining that if Kim Seo-jun were to die suddenly, Antonio, Marcello, and the Italian government would descend into panic and chaos. Agnes gasps, horrified, as Francesco coldly adds that news of the massacre of 90,000 citizens in Catanzaro would further magnify the terror. She calls him insane and underhanded, but he simply smiles, embracing his own madness with unnerving calm. Francesco declares that morality is irrelevant as long as he wins. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He insists that they are creatures beyond conventional rules, urging Agnes to trust instinct rather than conscience. Agnes listens in silence, the weight of Francesco's ruthless ideology hanging heavily in the air around her. Francesco shrugs nonchalantly, claiming that cruelty and brutality are simply their nature, normalizing the violence around them. He preaches a vision of a new Italy, one where fighting and killing are justified by desire alone. His speech crescendos into a blatant call to war, embracing unrestrained violence as the inevitable path forward. Back at the mansion, Albano is still shaken, trying desperately to understand when the captain had moved so fast, replaying the impossible speed in his mind. The captain advances cautiously, aware that Albano's own movements are difficult to track, his eyes sharp and calculating. Albano admits he let his guard down, yet even then he couldn't perceive the captain's actions, while Elena breathes out a shaky thanks, relief etched across her face. The captain turns to Elena, demanding to know who these attackers are, cutting through the chaos with commanding clarity. Albano, smirking, notes their surprise, implying they had severely underestimated the threat before them. He explains that he came because an unknown Asian figure, Kim Seo-jun, was meddling with their plans, and he wanted to witness it firsthand. The captain, cold and unflinching, signals that Albano has overstayed his welcome now that he has been identified. He orders Albano to gather his subordinates and leave immediately, leaving no room for hesitation. Albano's lips curl into a sinister smile, treating the command as a challenge rather than a warning. Without hesitation, he launches forward, initiating a sudden violent assault before anyone can react. He strikes the captain from behind, boasting of his speed and punishing the momentary exposure of the captain's back. Albano presses forward with lethal intent, attempting to finish the captain off mid-charge. The captain counters with a sweeping strike, halting Albano's momentum and forcing him to stagger backward. Snarling, Albano vents his frustration, claiming all criminals are the same, ungrateful even when given chances. A subordinate screams for the team to eliminate them all, panic and desperation rising as the tide of battle shifts. The team closes in, encircling the mafia fighters, tightening control of the battlefield with precise coordination. A green energy strike slams through the enemy lines, shattering defenses and scattering Albano's formation. One teammate mutters, annoyed, that they haven't even finished their meal before being dragged into a fight. The group decides to subdue the intruders unconscious and return to eating, refusing to heed calls for outright killing. Albano panics, realizing the team's strength far exceeds the intel that suggested only minor ranks were present. His shock deepens as he struggles to reconcile the overwhelming power he faces with his previous expectations. The captain advances, spear in hand, shrouded in a dark, oppressive aura that makes Albano feel hunted and cornered. Albano's men scream for the captain to be killed first, desperate to protect themselves, fearing he might be A rank. Clutching his chest, Albano winces in pain and despair, his confidence crumbling under the relentless pressure. A sudden explosive impact erupts, blasting the area and forcing chaos to ripple through the battlefield. Albano flees at top speed through the city streets, leaving a streaking trail in his wake as he desperately escapes. A teenage observer smirks, mocking Albano's penchant for running, while Elena cries out in frustration, furious at his escape. Elena clenches her fists, insisting they cannot allow Albano to get away and declaring with determination that she will go after him herself. The captain kneels smoothly to retrieve his weapon, muscles taut as someone nearby gasps in disbelief at Elena's daring plan, unable to comprehend her boldness. With a casual flick, he unleashes a shockwave that ripples outward, scattering enemies like leaves in the wind, accompanied by an apologetic whoops, asserting his dominance over the chaos. Albano bolts, sprinting through the streets, muttering under his breath that they had underestimated the Dream Team and realizing now that the Mafia alliance was never the true threat. As Albano tries to dart away to relay the news, the captain suddenly appears beside him, cutting off every escape route with unerring precision. A violent impact erupts as the captain intercepts him mid-flight, halting Albano's charge and forcing him to skid to a stop, the force reverberating through the street. Albano's bravado falters, replaced by a flicker of nervous hesitation as he realizes there is no path left. He is trapped. He is restrained, hauled backward, and the captain looms over him, eyes piercing, demanding that he come to his senses and answer before the consequences worsen. Elena leans in, pressing Albano with urgency, demanding to know how he had escaped Sicily when Marcello and Antonio had supposedly sealed every exit. Albano sneers, asking why she cares. But Elena's voice is sharp and unwavering as she warns him not to attempt any tricks and to speak plainly. Even bound, Albano laughs, a cruel sound, signaling that he still believes he holds some leverage despite his predicament. Elena narrows her eyes, unsettled by his confidence, asking if he truly thinks it's all over already. With a grin, Albano drops the keyword, Catanzaro, revealing that the threat extends far beyond the mansion, now endangering an entire city. Elena shudders, the full weight of his implications sinking in as she realizes the massive scale of the looming disaster. Albano confirms her fears, his tone chilling as he implies that it's already too late. The plan has been set into motion. Fury surges through Elena as she strikes him, cursing his audacity and the cruelty of what he has set in motion. Screaming at him, she demands how he can even call himself human, appalled that civilians are being used as leverage in his twisted scheme. The captain steps forward, voice commanding, demanding that Albano reveal the full picture immediately. Elena explains, her voice trembling yet clear, that the Mafia intends to take 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro hostage to force the president's resignation. Albano admits, with a sinister smirk, that although they had planned to wait until the end of the week, a parliamentary trick forced them to activate a magic bomb ahead of schedule. He cackles, the sound echoing ominously, as he declares that soon the 90,000 citizens will be annihilated, punctuating his words with the ominous rumble of an explosion. Elena's rage boils over, insisting they had offered negotiation, blaming the Mafia for turning into monsters, while Albano coldly shifts the responsibility back onto the victims. He sneers, telling Elena she should never have involved outsiders, beginning to hint that the deaths of 90,000 people will fall squarely on her choices. The captain stands grim and resolute beside Elena, absorbing the staggering stakes as Albano lies battered and restrained at their feet. He clarifies with a firm edge that Albano has not been executed because they still need critical answers from him before taking further action. Turning to the team, he commands readiness, shifting their focus from cleanup to immediate emergency response, tension and urgency crackling in the air. The captain issues orders to move out for Catanzaro without delay, leaving no time for hesitation. A helicopter approaches the skyline near Catanzaro, the roar of its rotors signaling rapid deployment toward the city under siege. Inside, the captain asks Suyun if she can disarm the bomb, and she responds that she must inspect it first before attempting any defusal. He assigns Lee Min-il to accompany Suyun, tasking him with locating the bomb stealthily and reporting back immediately upon discovery. Lee Min-il nods firmly, reassuring the captain that he will handle the mission without fail. The captain instructs Park Seo-yoon to find and evacuate the hostages, assisted by Lee Ha-yoon, and both acknowledge their orders without hesitation. At the open helicopter door, a voice calls out, announcing Hunter Kim Seo-joon, as he braces himself to leap into the city below. Elena protests, her voice strained with fear, warning that his plan is reckless and that the mafia will react instantly if they sense interference. Taking a steadying breath, she tries to calm herself, urging him not to worry despite the tension coiling around her heart. Kim Seo-joon clenches his fists, vowing with unyielding resolve that he will not allow the catastrophe to unfold, committing himself fully to stopping the bomb. As he leaps, bystanders and teammates shout his name, eyes wide, watching the hunter descend into the city with precision and speed. Activating Godspeed, Kim becomes a streak of lightning, rocketing toward Catanzaro with blinding velocity. He blurs across the urban landscape, every muscle and sinew pushed to the limit, his body straining yet moving with supernatural precision. A system update flashes. Thialfi's lecture progress rises, and a daily task assigns him to maintain Godspeed for 5 continuous minutes as he sprints onward. Kim grimaces, feeling as though Godspeed is tearing his body apart, but the unyielding structure of Atlas within him allows him to endure the strain. He steels his focus, reminding himself that there is no time to slacken his pace, closing in relentlessly on the danger zone. Calculating quickly, he reasons that the bomb has yet to detonate, because either the mafia remains in Catanzaro or the countdown timer hasn't finished. He sets his jaw, resolving that if the mafia is still present, he must confront them head-on while racing against the ticking clock. From the helicopter above, Elena watches intently, considering how to hold out until the rest of the team can arrive in Catanzaro. Her mind focuses sharply on the plan. Lee Min-il must locate the bomb, and Soo-yoon must disarm it swiftly. She adds that Soo-yoon and Lee Ha-yoon are responsible for safely evacuating the hostages from the city's peril. Kim drives himself harder, each surge of speed aimed at buying his allies time and reaching the bomb before it detonates. A brilliant flash streaks through Catanzaro as he pushes forward, a blur of motion and sheer determination. A hand tightens around a device resembling a detonator, signaling that someone is poised to trigger the impending disaster. The figure is revealed as Cesare, an executive under Francesco's gang, standing calm and deliberate, weighing the precise moment to unleash devastation. A streak of motion slices through the city streets, signaling Kim Seo-joon's rapid approach as he closes the distance with terrifying speed. Cesare, unfazed, dismisses any concern for Catanzaro's citizens, claiming he warned them to stay home, so when the bomb detonates, they'll be none the wiser until it's too late. Kim's speed trail continues to blaze across rooftops and alleyways, each heartbeat bringing him closer to the looming confrontation. In Francesco's camp, a subordinate comments that a few captives were deliberately allowed to escape to spread word of the events, and asks how many survivors they should leave alive. Francesco calculates calmly, estimating the group at roughly 10, and prepares to return them to Sicily, his expression unreadable but cold. As the transfer begins, the situation violently shifts, a sudden disturbance rippling through the camp, like a shockwave of inevitability. Francesco orders everyone back to Sicily, mocking the captive's fate as his men echo his cruelty, gleeful at the thought of leaving any remaining citizens to die in Catanzaro. Their laughter and contempt are abruptly cut short by a blinding flash of power that freezes the moment. The mafia leader is about to depart when the interruption strikes directly, halting him mid-motion. A young hunter lands with perfect timing, startling the mafia camp and announcing firmly that he has arrived in time to prevent disaster. The realization hits. The newcomer is Asian, and he is the man responsible for taking control of Catanzaro, confronting Francesco directly. When pressed for his identity, Kim Seo-joon refuses to introduce himself, instead commanding the mafia boss to accompany him immediately. Francesco dismisses him as a madman, confirming that this stranger was never among the 10 prisoners he had previously released. Kim's unwavering confidence only amuses the mafia, who cannot fathom that a single hunter would dare challenge an organization boasting over 1,000 members. The boss admits he does not know who Kim Seo-joon is, yet decides ignorance is no reason to spare him, coldly resolving to eliminate the threat. His subordinates nod eagerly, moving forward with deadly intent, convinced the hunter is simply asking for his own death. Without hesitation, the boss commands them to kill Kim Seo-joon, his voice sharp and decisive. Multiple mafia members surge toward the hunter at once, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Instead of panic, Kim reflects briefly, recalling a lesson from Zhang Samong he had neglected, steeling himself to face the onslaught. Confident his men can finish the job, Francesco begins to walk away, instructing them to dispose of the hunter before following. Their certainty shatters almost instantly. Screams erupt as the mafia discovers the fight has gone horribly wrong behind them. Francesco turns to see his men thrown aside like rag dolls. Their easy execution has turned into a catastrophic rout. Even more attackers charge in, fury blazing, trying to regain control through brute strength and sheer numbers. Kim remains composed, his breathing steady, moving as if the battle has only just begun. He unleashes a sweeping wave of brilliant blue energy, sending multiple mafia fighters flying in a single fluid motion. The attack cuts through the crowd like a slicing beam, shredding their formation and leaving chaos in its wake. Francesco can only stare in disbelief as the screams pile up around him, the battlefield spinning into uncontrollable chaos. The mafia's lines crumble faster than they can process, their coordinated assault reduced to scattered resistance. Kim continues to carve through them with precision, forcing Francesco to finally wonder aloud where this unstoppable hunter came from. Realizing the fight is lost, Francesco resolves his priorities. Escape, ensure the bomb detonates as planned, and return to Sicily, but he cannot trigger it here. Secretly, he reaches for the hidden trigger device concealed on his person, fingers trembling slightly with urgency. Kim pivots with lightning reflexes, sensing the movement before Francesco can act, zeroing in on the hidden threat. Every ounce of his focus narrows, locking entirely on the mafia boss's concealed intent. Francesco freezes, feeling the hunter's lethal intent bore into him, paralyzed under the invisible weight of impending strike. For a heartbeat, Kim stands still, calculating the precise moment to strike, patience and precision intertwined. Confusion crosses Francesco's face. He cannot believe his attempt to act has been detected so quickly. Then, without warning, Kim Seo-jun vanishes into motion, a blur of deadly intent. Panic seizes Francesco as he lunges to intercept. But it is already too late. The hunter is beyond his reach. In an instant, Kim closes the distance, his presence now unavoidable. Francesco realizes too late that the hunter has crossed the gap before any defensive reaction can be mounted. Blue slashes of energy tear through the space around them, and Francesco understands that Kim is now in pursuit of him personally. Even as Francesco flees, more mafia members hurl themselves at Kim, attempting to slow his relentless pursuit. One desperate thug manages to grab the hunter from behind, trying to pin him in place. Others latch onto his legs, piling on in a futile attempt to halt his pursuit by sheer weight. Francesco shouts orders to restrain Kim with all their might, running ahead, dumbfounded by the hunter's overwhelming power. Believing the hunter finally contained, Francesco puts distance between himself and the chaos, relief flickering in his eyes. Kim responds by detonating another surge of blue energy through the men clinging to him, shattering their grip instantly. A vertical strike crashes down with lightning-like intensity, blasting attackers aside and reclaiming his momentum. The shockwave sends additional mafia members flying, clearing his path with precision once more. Francesco keeps running, a mixture of fear and disbelief in his eyes, utterly unable to comprehend why Kim Seo-jun is pursuing him with such relentless obsession. Kim Seo-jun feels a strange shift within himself, as though some unseen force is driving this relentless pursuit, compelling him forward with an intensity he has never experienced before. Francesco senses the hunter closing in once more, and for the first time, genuine fear flickers across his calculating face. A heartbeat, Kim appears at spear point, the weapon poised perfectly, his voice cutting through the tension as he commands the mafia boss to stay absolutely still. Francesco reveals the trigger device in a desperate bid to intimidate, only to realize with dawning horror that Kim already knows exactly what it is and how it functions. He threatens to press it immediately if the hunter dares to step even an inch closer, his words sharp and filled with menace. Kim warns steadily that pressing the device will not just endanger Catanzaro, it will take Francesco's life along with it. The mafia boss, eyes blazing with defiance, accepts the deadly outcome, claiming that dying together would still be a price worth paying. At that exact moment, one of his men silently slips behind Kim Seo-jun, pressing a knife to his throat, attempting to overturn the standoff with a hidden threat. Feeling bolstered by this leverage, Francesco boasts that he is an S-rank hunter as well, warning that any sudden movement might accidentally trigger the device and end everything. Kim refuses to back down, his calm voice steady as he declares that if Francesco wants to take Catanzaro's citizens with him in death, no one will stop him. The knife presses closer, but Kim remains unnervingly composed, his posture relaxed yet impossibly focused. Instead of fear, a faint, almost teasing smile forms on Kim Seo-jun's lips, betraying an unshakable confidence. Francesco attempts to bargain from his position of leverage, demanding that the hunter hand over the spear to him. But Kim moves first, faster than the mafia boss can register, leaving him stunned and off balance. A spinning shockwave of blue energy erupts, throwing the would-be hostage-taker across the floor before he can strike Kim. The spear arcs downward toward Francesco's head, making it painfully clear that Kim is willing to strike at any moment, regardless of the threat. Terrified, the boss realizes that Kim Seo-jun is truly prepared to die alongside Catanzaro's citizens if necessary, and in a frantic, desperate act, he slams the trigger. Kim instantly pins Francesco to the ground, trapping the device-bearing hand beneath the spear before the detonation can occur, his timing flawless. Silence falls over the scene, eerie and complete, with no explosion erupting as all tension hangs suspended. Francesco stares at the inert device, confusion and disbelief etched across his face. Even Kim Seo-jun briefly questions himself, wondering whether the trigger had somehow failed or been mishandled. A voice rings out from off-screen, praising Soo-yoon, revealing that the calm silence was no accident, but a precise intervention by another. Francesco realizes, with dawning horror, that someone else had been involved in the operation all along. Elsewhere, a bound mafia executive awakens in a dark, shadowed storeroom, disoriented and groaning as memories of capture flash back. He recalls being apprehended by the Dream Team, struggling to piece together how events had unfolded so rapidly. The door creaks open, and a familiar figure steps inside, instantly drawing the executive's attention. It is Chaser A, and the sight leaves the captive, frozen, caught between fear and disbelief. The bound man had expected his fate to play out differently, believing that Kim Seo-jun could never face such overwhelming mafia numbers alone. He assumes that Choi Seo-rae has arrived to rescue him, relief flickering briefly across his expression. Choi Seo-rae immediately shatters that hope, admitting that he too had been captured and was no savior in this moment. The prisoner is left utterly baffled, trying to reconcile the unexpected truth with his assumptions. Kim Seo-jun enters alongside Elena, making it clear that both men remain alive only because Elena still has questions she wishes to answer herself. Elena is brought in specifically to interrogate the captives further, her presence imposing and authoritative. One of the prisoners realizes, with growing despair, that even Choi Seo-rae has been defeated, while Kim demands an explanation of how they managed to escape Sicily. Césaire tries to maintain his defiance, refusing to give any answers, his pride blinding him to the danger. The other captive blurts out the truth. A secret passage allowed their escape from Sicily, igniting Cesare's fury. Césaire's attempt to curse the man is abruptly cut off by another harsh strike, leaving him reeling.
Kim Seo-jun casually knocks him back down, voice cold as he orders silence, his authority unquestionable.
Now fully engaged, Kim focuses intently on the existence of the secret passage, eyes sharp with scrutiny. The beaten mafia boss begs for mercy, but Kim reminds him, icy and unwavering, that he had attempted to wipe out 90,000 innocent citizens. Kim coldly commands him to keep speaking, leaving no room for hesitation or evasion. Césare can do nothing but groan under the weight of relentless pressure, the fear in his eyes unmistakable. Kim turns to the other captive, prompting him to continue explaining, the interrogation relentless and precise. He asks pointedly whether the man has disclosed all he knows, demanding the full story without omission. Instead of further details of the route, the captive offers a bribe, 70 million euros, hoping to buy their survival. He promises the staggering sum in exchange for their continued lives, his tone brazen and self-assured. Kim is genuinely taken aback, questioning whether they truly possess such immense wealth. The captive swells with pride, insisting they are not mere criminals, but members of the mafia, as if that alone justifies everything. He begins to outline the mafia's vast network, describing the sprawling empire behind the organization. Their profits pour in from gambling, drug trafficking, loan sharking, and countless other illegal ventures, totaling an astronomical 53 billion euros annually. Kim Seo-jun runs the numbers in his head and is struck by the staggering total, roughly 78 trillion won. It's a fraction of the empire's true scale, yet even this fragment of wealth highlights how much the mafia has managed to hide under Andrea's watchful eyes. The captive misreads Kim's shock as greed, sneering that the famed hunter's interest has always been in money. He audaciously raises the offer to 100 billion won, as if trying to tempt him. Kim abruptly interrupts, not out of temptation but sheer disbelief. The numbers simply don't add up. He points out sharply that offering a mere 100 billion is an insult, especially after admitting the mafia's holdings reach 78 trillion. The captive blinks, utterly confused by Kim's logic, unsure how to respond to this reversal. Kim refuses the paltry bribe and leans forward, his voice slicing through the tension as he demands the location of the real mastermind, the one known as Francesco. The mafia operative swallows hard, caught between fear and stubborn pride, as Kim presses for the truth. When told Francesco should still be in Sicily, Kim shifts focus, his eyes narrowing as he asks another piercing question, whether they are also involved in human trafficking. He makes it chillingly clear that he intends to sell these mafia operatives himself for money, a statement delivered with casual, lethal precision. The captive recoils, horrified at the coldness in Kim's words, unable to process such calculated ruthlessness. His protest is immediately met with a brutal strike, a reminder that speaking out of turn has consequences under Kim's watch. The blow lands with a resounding impact, shaking the building and echoing through the room. Kim brushes it off with a faint shrug, leaving the captive to learn the hard way, and his team reacts as if such absurdity is routine, already familiar with the hunter's unpredictable methods. Elena steps forward, anxiety flickering across her face, asking whether Kim truly intends to go after Francesco next. She warns him of the dangers. Sicily is the mafia's fortress, home to as many as 150,000 members, and Francesco himself is a near-cataclysmic S-class hunter. Kim acknowledges the recklessness, but his resolve is unshakable. The crisis in Italy will never end unless the mafia is struck at its core. He points to the Catanzaro incident as proof. Italy's true problem is no longer the distortions. It is the mafia itself, unchecked and festering. When Elena objects, Kim counters firmly, reminding her they will not act blindly. His gaze sharpens as he returns to the question of the secret passage. With blunt clarity, he outlines his plan. He will confront the mafia directly and make a deal in human trafficking, using it as leverage. Elena can only stare, caught between disbelief and shock, unsure if she heard him correctly. The scene shifts to Messina, the coastal city connecting Sicily to mainland Italy, a hub for professional hunters and strategic operations. In a separate meeting, an Italian official reports that Francesco and Agnes have been moving with unusual coordination. He concludes grimly that the two mafia factions may have joined forces, a chilling prospect for national stability. Antonio, Andrea's official successor, interprets these signs as preparations for an all-out war, a conflict that could engulf the entire region. Another official adds that embedded spies have gone silent, signaling that their cover has been compromised. The room reaches consensus. They can no longer remain passive and must ready a strategic response immediately. One leader reflects grimly that the situation is deteriorating, and the Dream Team now shoulders responsibility for the entire nation, as if Italy itself rests on a live bomb. They estimate that if Francesco and Agnes combine forces, 150,000 mafia operatives could oppose Italy's 200,000 defenders, transforming any conflict into an all-out war. The certainty of catastrophic casualties hangs heavy over the room, an unspoken weight pressing on every official present. With 90,000 civilians already held hostage elsewhere, some argue that preemptive action is necessary before all options vanish. Their tense deliberation is interrupted by a knock at the door, the sound sharp and commanding attention. A visitor apologizes for the intrusion, but the room remains alert, sensing the significance of the interruption. Elena steps in, announcing that Hunter Kim Seo-jun requests an immediate meeting with both the association president and Antonio himself. The officials exchange alarmed glances, unnerved that Kim suddenly seeks an audience with Italy's top leaders, and they demand to know his current location. Kim enters in person, smiling warmly as he remarks on how quickly their paths have crossed once again. He greets Antonio with a casual nod, and when asked about the strange translation effect, he explains it nonchalantly. It is merely a spirit translator at work. Kim confirms he has arrived because he understood they wished to see him, keeping his tone light but deliberate. He states that he has come to discuss business, though he candidly admits he is not yet familiar with Italian market rates. Then, without warning, he reveals the true subject, the mafia captives he brought along, turning the room tense instantly. The officials gasp in shock as they recognize Albano and Cesare, two of Francesco's top executives, now fully subdued and under Kim's control. Kim calmly explains that the men had initially offered 70 million euros, roughly 100 billion won, as ransom for their freedom. A massive purple sphere materializes in the room, leaving everyone stunned and scrambling to comprehend the magnitude of Kim's power. Cheerfully, Kim declares that he seeks advice on how much ransom to charge for 150,000 people, his tone almost casual in the face of the absurdity. The officials stare dumbfounded, unable to follow his reasoning or anticipate the next move. As questions rise about the Italian dungeons they had requested and the enormous object Kim brought, Elena steps forward, clarifying the situation to the stunned officials. The room falls into tense silence. every individual bracing for what is about to unfold. One official expresses sincere gratitude to Kim for his actions, but Kim waves it off awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable with praise. The Prime Minister refuses to dismiss the acknowledgement, admitting that, as Italy's representative, he had effectively abandoned 90,000 innocent civilians and would have faced their massacre had the Dream Team not intervened. Embarrassed by the compliment, Kim immediately redirects attention to the practical matter, determining a ransom for 150,000 mafia members. Slowly, the officials realize with dawning horror that Kim intends to ransom the mafia themselves, not their human victims. Kim Seo-jun slowly lifts the glowing purple sphere, his eyes fixed on its ominous light. He reveals to the group that this is the very magic bomb that had been secretly planted in Catanzaro, the same device that had threatened to devastate the city. He explains that the bomb hadn't detonated back then only because a teammate had discharged its stored magic in time, preventing disaster. Yet now it remains dangerous and fully capable of being reused once it is recharged. With a determined glint in his eyes, Kim Seo-jun lays out his plan. Using a hidden passage to Sicily, he intends to bring the bomb back into play, striking at the mafia as a form of repayment for what they tried to unleash in Catanzaro. He declares the operation aloud, giving it a proud name: the Sicily Clearing Operation, a direct and fearless statement of his intent. Antonio, ever cautious, warns Kim that while the bomb could annihilate the mafia in a single blow, deploying it would leave him no means of escape. Using it would demand the ultimate sacrifice, his own life. The local men shake their heads fiercely, refusing to let Kim Seo-jun throw himself away. They remind him that he has already come so far and that too many others have already given everything. Kim brushes off their concern with a calm but firm smile. He insists he has a plan of his own and urges them to focus on ending the crisis swiftly rather than worrying about his safety. His unwavering determination leaves the fedora-wearing leader momentarily silent, caught between doubt and the weight of Kim's conviction. Finally, the leader asks the question that has been gnawing at him. Why is Kim Seo-jun willing to immerse himself so deeply in a battle that isn't even his? He reminds Kim that he has no obligation to Italy whatsoever. No reason to shoulder the burden of a foreign conflict. He continues, pointing out that no one would fault him if he had simply stayed away or pretended ignorance of all that has unfolded. Unable to contain his confusion, the leader presses further, demanding to understand why Kim Seo-jun is risking his life for their sake.
Kim answers with quiet conviction, his voice steady. Helping others does not require a special reason.
Those simple words strike deep within the leader, awakening memories of someone from his past who embodied the same selfless resolve. He recalls a lesson long learned. True followers are not inspired by sheer strength, but by the unwavering beliefs that a person carries in their heart. The recollection brings forth a face he thought he had lost forever, a figure who once shaped his understanding of loyalty and courage. Shaken by the resemblance, he finally accepts Kim Seo-jun's choice. With a solemn nod, he orders everyone to ready themselves for the mission ahead. Turning to Kim with newfound respect, he formally addresses him as Hunter Kim Seo-jun, acknowledging his skill, courage, and determination. He bows deeply, solemnly promising that if Kim succeeds, they will repay the debt he is about to incur. One of the men, inspired by their leader's gesture, steps forward and bows as well, following the example. Another joins in, and soon the entire room shifts from anxiety to a hushed, solemn reverence, united in gratitude for Kim Seo-jun's courage. Together they send him off with one voice, pleading that he return alive from the perilous mission ahead. For a brief moment, Kim Seo-jun finds himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sincerity of their faith. He clears his throat and awkwardly reassures them, insisting that he is not venturing out to die. Even so, he chooses not to shatter the moment by downplaying their heartfelt trust, letting the gravity of their concern remain intact. With casual confidence, Kim hoists one of the bound captives over his shoulder, as if the danger of the mission is merely a trivial burden. He adds a second captive with equal ease, carrying them both as if the impossible were effortlessly simple. As he strides from the room, the weight of his promise hangs in the air. He will return no matter what. Watching him leave, the men exchange glances, recognizing in Kim Seo-jun the bearing of a legendary hunter and the same unyielding spirit. The scene shifts to Sicily, the very heart of the mafia's stronghold, where the enemy's leadership waits in tense anticipation. Inside the fortress, a heavy weapon idly spins as the conspirators discuss their next moves, the room thick with calculated menace. Francesco reports confidently that he has already stationed 100,000 men in Messina, the strategic gateway connecting Sicily to mainland Italy. His superior beams with approval, concluding that they can strike at a moment of their choosing, unrestrained and assured. A tense silence falls, broken only by the sudden sense of movement from outside, drawing wary eyes toward the shadows. Agnes stands by the window, hammer in hand, her gaze scanning the horizon with quiet vigilance, every muscle taut with caution. Below, their amassed forces stare up at the building, unaware of the danger lurking within, oblivious to the storm gathering above them. Francesco asks whether there is any urgency to their operation, seeking reassurance that time is still on their side. Agnes warns sharply that they are already at a disadvantage in raw strength, especially after diverting 50,000 of their elite troops elsewhere. Francesco dismisses her caution with a derisive laugh, labeling her concern nothing more than timid second-guessing. He mocks her openly, claiming that fear will forever keep her trapped in Sicily, incapable of seeing the broader victories beyond. Confident in his strategy, he predicts that chaos will erupt across all of Italy, believing the Congress will panic just as he anticipates. He savors the thought of his enemy's confusion, knowing it will create the perfect opportunity for him to strike decisively. To him, war is inevitable, and timing the attack for maximum advantage is simply the rational choice of a strategic mind. Their plotting is abruptly interrupted by an urgent report, one that is immediately handed to Agnes, pulling her attention away from the conversation. The report reveals a startling development. Most of Antonio's forces have pulled back from Messina, leaving the gateway less defended than expected. Francesco smiles broadly, convinced that this confirms his earlier prediction and validates his foresight. He boasts arrogantly that the Congress is reacting exactly as he anticipated, falling into the trap he had so carefully designed. Without hesitation, he orders the 100,000 troops stationed in Messina to advance, confident that the enemy's panic will only deepen when faced with overwhelming numbers. He plans to follow with 50,000 elite soldiers aiming to crush Antonio's weakened forces entirely, leaving no chance for recovery. As he grandly lays out the final step of his plan, Agnes suddenly swings her hammer with swift precision, cutting through the tension like a lightning strike. The hammer crashes down onto the map of Italy with a bone-jarring impact, splintering the wooden surface and emphasizing the ruthless precision of Francesco's plan. With manic certainty, Francesco declares that soon all of Italy will fall under their control, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Agnes, her voice icy and measured, challenges him. Does this mean that the first 100,000 men are nothing more than expendable pawns, mere bait to lure the enemy? Francesco answers without hesitation, asserting that sacrificing them is the most efficient and pragmatic choice, devoid of sentiment. He even turns to Agnes, the so-called Lioness of Sicily, expecting her to endorse his cold, calculated logic. Agnes recoils, disgusted by the sheer extremity of his reasoning, a mix of horror and disbelief flashing across her face. Yet, despite her revulsion, a part of her is strangely captivated by the audacity and madness of his ambition, unable to look away. Francesco erupts into maniacal laughter, intoxicated by the grandiose vision he has painted, reveling in his own strategic genius. He proclaims that Italy is on the brink of a sweeping revolution. While unnoticed in the shadows, Kim Seo-jun infiltrates the room, dismissing the speech as empty bluster. The sudden voice cuts through the tension, leaving both mafia leaders frozen in shock and disbelief. Kim steps forward casually, revealing himself fully, and introduces his presence with quiet authority. Hunter Kim Seo-jun. He bows slightly in apology for the abrupt interruption, then asks directly if the man before him is Francesco. Francesco stares, his mind reeling, struggling to comprehend how Kim has entered unchallenged and why he remains alive against all odds. Kim tilts his head, genuinely puzzled, and asks what he means by questioning his survival, his calm demeanor contrasting with Francesco's growing panic. Without ceremony, Kim tosses a bound captive into the room, landing like a grimly wrapped gift at Francesco's feet. The prisoners, wide-eyed and terrified, cry out for salvation, warning that Kim Seo-jun is monstrously dangerous and not to be trifled with. Kim notes that Francesco's assassins have been neutralized, including those sent to kill him personally and those tasked with detonating the Catanzaro bomb, then pivots the conversation toward financial leverage. Francesco, wary, realizes that Kim can communicate directly with him and wonders whether this ability marks him as a member of the elusive Order of Truth. Kim, weary of the repeated question, treats the mysterious power as merely another practical tool at his disposal, nothing more. Francesco insists, disbelief thick in his voice, that it should be impossible for Kim Seo-jun to belong to the Order of Truth. Kim presses, his gaze steady, demanding an explanation for Francesco's reaction. Sensing there is more behind the words than mere confusion, he discerns that Francesco holds crucial knowledge, something that could tip the scales, and decides to probe further with calculated intent. Initially, Kim came with a simple goal: to extort money. But now he recognizes that the stakes have risen far beyond mere ransom, that a much larger issue looms. To force the truth into the open, Kim produces the purple magic bomb they had planted in Catanzaro, holding it deliberately for all to see. Francesco's face drains of color as recognition strikes. The realization of what Kim holds is immediate and horrifying. Agnes confirms the bomb's identity, her voice sharp and fearful. It is the magic bomb from Catanzaro, and should it detonate, everything in the vicinity would be reduced to ashes. Kim asks calmly, almost teasingly, whether he should activate it right here and now, his tone unshaken. Francesco laughs derisively, claiming the bomb has been dismantled, drained of any magical charge, and therefore harmless. Kim accepts this assertion with an almost suspiciously casual nod, as if humoring a child's boast. Then, with quiet precision, he floods the bomb with his own magic, charging it with a power immense enough to level the entire surrounding area. The sudden surge of energy ripples through the room, and both Francesco and Agnes recoil in shock at the sheer scale of the devastation now contained within a single device. Kim completes the charge with a delicate touch, making the bomb hum ominously, a low, menacing vibration that fills the room with palpable dread. The mafia leaders can only stare, frozen in disbelief, powerless to comprehend the audacity of what Kim has just accomplished. Francesco finally grasps the magnitude. Kim has filled the bomb with enough magic to obliterate an entire city, and the weight of that power shakes him to the core. Kim reminds them plainly that detonating it would cost him his own life, yet he makes it clear that he came fully prepared for that possibility, unflinching in the face of death. Francesco cannot discern whether Kim is bluffing, yet the calm, unwavering confidence radiating from him forces even the hardened mob leader to take the threat seriously. Returning to his original point, Kim casually remarks that he's aware Francesco's operations generate enormous wealth. He cites the mafia's staggering annual earnings, demonstrating not only knowledge of their finances, but a meticulous understanding of the power and resources Francesco wields. Convinced that Kim's interest is purely monetary, Francesco scoffs and offers to pay whatever sum he demands, attempting to assert control over the situation. Kim begins calculating, factoring in ransom values and the number of elite soldiers present, while Francesco realizes, with rising unease, that Kim seems to know their military strategy as well. Silently, Francesco resolves to play along, intending to kill Kim the instant he lets his guard down, a predator hiding behind civility. Kim, ever the audacious negotiator, names a ludicrous ransom. 700 billion euros, a figure so extreme it teeters on absurdity. The number shatters Francesco's composure entirely, igniting a fury that fills the room with palpable, violent energy. His rage reverberates through the space as he curses Kim Seo-jun, incredulous that anyone could dare to be greedier than reason itself. Kim remains unmoved, smiling faintly, as if the explosion of anger around him changes nothing in the slightest. He calmly reminds Francesco of his earlier promise. Any amount would be paid. Internally, Francesco immediately regrets making such an imprudent offer. Cornered, Francesco forces a reluctant agreement, his pride barely concealing his irritation. Kim detects the trap instantly the moment Francesco adds a condition, his intuition sharp and unerring. Without warning, Francesco lunges with lethal intent, attempting to kill Kim Seo-jun before negotiations can proceed further. Kim reacts with flawless timing, reading the attack as it comes and adjusting his stance with effortless precision, prepared for the imminent clash. Francesco unleashes a torrent of blood-red spikes, each one slicing through the air with lethal precision, and declares with a venomous grin that Kim Seo-jun's audacious price will be paid with his very life. Even as he parries the deadly onslaught, Kim keeps the magic bomb firmly in play, his calm voice warning Francesco that his recklessness could prove fatal. Francesco snarls back, daring Kim to act, convinced the young hunter's threat is nothing more than a bluff, and that the bomb cannot harm him immediately. Kim's sharp eyes catch the flaw in Francesco's assumption. Realizing the mafia boss has seen through part of his act and understands that the bomb cannot detonate instantly. Undeterred, Francesco presses the attack, his voice dripping with mockery as he taunts Kim about the ludicrous ransom he demanded. Red projectiles tear through the room like a violent storm, and Francesco challenges Kim to earn every euro he's dared to name. With nimble reflexes, Kim flips backward, spear in hand and bomb secure, narrowly evading the descending torrent of spikes. He retaliates instantly, sweeping his spear in a wide arc and releasing blue arcs of force that intercept and shatter the barrage before it can reach him. As he maneuvers through the chaos, Kim acknowledges silently to himself that Francesco was right. Detonating the bomb will demand both precision and patience. He calculates the worst-case scenario. He might survive the blast with divine speed, but only if he avoids being pinned down by the combined assault. This means that the true obstacle is not just Francesco alone, but the combined might of him and Agnes, even if Francesco underestimates the peril before him. Kim spots Agnes moving swiftly to exploit the opening and marvels inwardly at her speed when circumstances demand it. He confronts her directly, remarking that her rapid response seems born from experience with bomb terrorism and high-stakes survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim tightens his grip on the spear, his determination radiating like an electric current. He slams the spear down, unleashing a colossal pillar of blue energy that tears through the floor and splinters the room into chaos. The resulting shockwave catches both Francesco and Agnes off guard, forcing them to stumble backward as the room quakes violently. They realize in horror that Kim's magical output has escalated far beyond any measurement they had previously recorded. The bound captives scream frantically, urging others to flee as the battle around them descends into catastrophic upheaval. Kim decides the time for dragging out the fight is over. He will end it swiftly and decisively. Francesco and Agnes retreat together, fully aware that Kim still seeks answers and that survival is now their only hope. With deliberate motion, Kim triggers the bomb's release mechanism, unleashing its stored magic in a violent surge. The building erupts in a deafening explosion, walls shattering and flames roaring as the energy consumes everything in its path. Francesco is caught in the blast, coughing blood as fire and debris tear across his body, the sheer force of Kim's assault evident in every motion. Even as he is hurled across the room, Francesco realizes with dawning horror that he narrowly survived. Death had brushed past him by the slimmest of margins. Seizing the opening, Kim drives the fight upward into the night sky, away from the collapsing structure, commanding the battlefield with precise, unrelenting force. He draws energy into his spear once more, asserting total control as the battle escalates to a terrifying new level. A lattice of blue lightning erupts across the sky, ensnaring all three combatants in a deadly, crackling web of raw power. The electric prison tears through Francesco and Agnes, leaving both screaming in agony as the unrelenting energy lashes their bodies. Yet neither yields. They push back with all their might, their own powers flaring in defiance, refusing to be completely overwhelmed. Francesco gathers his blood-red energy once more, his defiance unbroken, unwilling to concede defeat. Agnes responds with a blazing surge of golden energy, her hammer raised high as she prepares a ferocious counterattack. The sky becomes a violent battlefield of color, blue, red, and gold, Kim Seo-jun's dominance colliding against their desperate, unyielding resistance. The two mafia leaders roar in unison, throwing everything into a final all-or-nothing strike. The collision of their powers is cataclysmic, tearing apart the building below as stone and timber are obliterated in a single blinding impact. When the dust and smoke finally settle, Kim Seo-jun stands unscathed, the two mafia leaders left staggering, reeling from the force of his assault. Agnes can do nothing but stare, her disbelief rendering her motionless, unable to comprehend the devastation wrought by a single man. Francesco watches Kim with growing horror, realizing that even fighters who had achieved cataclysm-class power could not have forced such effortless evasion. As he struggles to process the situation, Francesco finds himself at a loss for words, his confidence completely shattered. He comes to the grim conclusion that Kim Seo-jun's attacks are not rooted in technique or strategy. They are pure, unadulterated, annihilating force. Both Francesco and Agnes understand simultaneously that this battle is beyond their ability to win. They are facing something far greater than themselves. Francesco lies stunned among the rubble, his arrogance and certainty finally broken in the face of overwhelming power. Kim approaches him, calm and unyielding, announcing that the next step is his turn to face judgment. He notes with quiet observation that Francesco has regained consciousness sooner than expected, a development that plays perfectly into his plan. Francesco can only release a weak, bitter laugh, the sound hollow against the destruction surrounding him. Kim crouches beside him, looming over the defeated mastermind, his spear still crackling with power and the bomb pulsing ominously nearby. Francesco admits, with a trembling voice, that even Andrea, the cataclysm hero who once crushed the Sicilian mafia, never wielded power of this magnitude. Finally, he names the force that has undone him. Overwhelming, unstoppable strength beyond anything he and Agnes could hope to oppose. Accepting the harsh reality, he asks softly if it is truly over. His pride beaten but his mind grasping for clarity. He reflects bitterly that his plan had been flawless, beginning with the use of distortion dungeons to weaken Antonio's forces before the final strike. The second step had involved plunging Italy into chaos, orchestrating the slaughter of the citizens of Catanzaro to create panic and destabilization. Francesco admits that the third step of his grand scheme had been the cold-blooded sacrifice of 100,000 of his own men, using them as pawns to weaken Antonio and Marcello's forces, clearing the way for his elite squads to seize control of Italy. Now, confronted with the ruins of his plan, he can only acknowledge that his downfall sprang from a single, unexpected factor he had never accounted for. It wasn't Antonio, the Pro-Hunter Association, or even the Congress that ruined him. It was one man, an Asian hunter, standing before him now. And Kim Seo-jun asks coldly, his voice sharp, whether Francesco is finally done talking. With a quiet smile that promises interrogation rather than mercy, Kim Seo-jun leans in, letting the gravity of the moment settle, and tells Francesco it's time to answer. Among the smoking rubble and shattered walls, the defeated mafia leader hesitates, pressing Kim Seo-jun to reveal what he plans to do next. Kim makes it clear that he has no intention of walking away. Calmly, he keeps the magic bomb within his control, its ominous pulse reflecting off his determined eyes. He reminds Francesco that there are still 50,000 elite mafiosi standing in his way, then circles back to his original demand for payment, letting the threat linger like a shadow over the ruined room. The mafia leader scoffs, testing whether money could sway Kim, only for Kim Seo-jun to respond icily that the true deciding factor is the price itself. Francesco doesn't panic. Instead, he erupts into laughter, a manic reaction to Kim's audacity and greed. The laughter grows wilder, twisting the negotiation into a spectacle of mockery, each chuckle punctuating his derision. He tells Kim Seo-jun to claim whatever wealth he desires later through Antonio, who is expected to inherit the mafia empire anyway. Then, with a sly grin, he presses the real question: does Kim Seo-jun truly have the ability to collect that prize? Kim pauses, sensing the subtle trap that Francesco has laid, one he is yet to fully understand. Francesco leans in, his tone dripping with menace, asking whether Kim really believes the bomb is meant only to wipe out the 50,000 mafiosi gathered in the room. He reveals the bomb's far greater purpose, a secret that dwarfs the immediate threat to the mafia. According to Francesco, the device carries enough destructive power to reduce an entire city to ashes, a scale far beyond the mafia's own capacity to create. Kim Seo-jun's mind races as he immediately grasps the implication, linking the bomb to a larger, hidden force manipulating events from the shadows. The mafia leader, recognizing Kim's ability to communicate without an interpreter, suspects a connection to the Order of Truth. Kim, however, grows weary of the repeated accusation, treating it as just another detail in a much larger game. Outwardly composed, Kim realizes the situation extends far beyond a mere mafia war, that he has stepped into a web of global conspiracy and power struggles. He presses directly, asking whether the bomb truly originates from the Order of Truth itself. Francesco's smirk is the only confirmation Kim needs. The guess is correct.
Kim repeats the name aloud, forcing the truth to surface, leaving no room for denial.
Francesco admits that Kim Seo-jun not only sees through the Order's mask, but also perceives the hypocrisy of the people orchestrating it behind the scenes. Then, with a cold, revelatory twist, he drops a personal bombshell. He claims responsibility for Andrea's death. He clarifies that he didn't kill Andrea with his own hands, but had manipulated the Order of Truth into committing the act. He boasts that the murder was executed with flawless cunning, hiding the truth behind layers of deception. Andrea's death was disguised as a dungeon accident, while the magic bomb had originally been intended to eliminate the monster blamed for his demise. The real plan had been to kill Andrea first, then plant the bomb in the dungeon because only an overwhelmingly powerful device could eliminate that creature. Kim Seo-jun realizes with chilling clarity that the bomb was never meant for the mafia. It was a key piece in a far larger conspiracy that he has inadvertently disrupted. Francesco admits he rejected the original plan, seeing it as a waste of such a magnificent weapon. To him, deploying this destructive power on a mere monster would have been beneath its true value. Instead, he chose what he considered a far more worthy use for the bomb. Kim Seo-jun confirms that Catanzaro is the target, and Francesco nods, his delight twisted with cruel anticipation. With chilling satisfaction, he confesses he wanted to watch 90,000 citizens burned to ash, a spectacle of mass destruction for his amusement. He openly embraces his insanity, treating the mass slaughter as if it were natural law. Then, with a sudden shift, he points out something even stranger. He questions why he has begun revealing all of this so willingly to Kim Seo-jun, as if compelled by forces beyond mere negotiation. Before Kim can answer, Francesco launches a hidden strike, declaring that secrecy no longer matters, and that the moment for subtlety has passed. Kim reacts just in time, swinging his weapon to intercept the sudden assault, moving with fluid precision. The attack comes again, revealing that Francesco was never as helpless as he pretended. The chaos was his stage. He laughs off the failed ambush, savoring the disorder and the fear he instills, a predator enjoying the hunt. Kim notices a blade embedded in the magic bomb and realizes Francesco's true goal. It was the device itself he sought, not an immediate kill. Too late, Kim comprehends that Francesco had prepared multiple hidden weapons, each a contingency within his deadly game. The truth becomes undeniable. From the very start, Francesco intended to trigger the bomb, ensuring devastation rather than directly killing Kim. Even in defeat, Francesco exults, believing that no one could emerge alive because the explosion would claim everyone in its reach. Before he can finish his proclamation of universal death, Kim Seo-jun silences him with a devastating, precision-driven kick. The blow shatters Francesco's mouth, abruptly cutting off his triumphant declarations, leaving him gasping in pain. Kim curses under his breath, knowing the bomb teeters on the brink of detonation, the seconds slipping by with deadly urgency. Without hesitation, he activates 3 of his energy centers, deciding that his only chance now is to escape before the world around him is reduced to ashes. Kim Seo-jun narrows his eyes, sharpening his focus, as every ounce of his strength converges into a single desperate maneuver. With the speed of a shooting star, he propels himself forward, his body a blur as divine speed carries him through the collapsing battlefield. Behind him, the magic bomb detonates in a violent eruption of searing purple energy, sending waves of force outward. The dungeon's once solid walls shudder and crack, giving way under the raw power of the explosion. Hidden creatures within the labyrinth stir from their slumber, awakened by the violent tremors and glowing shockwaves. Kim Seo-jun races through the collapsing corridors, weaving through falling debris, each step a battle against both the blast and the cave enclosing in behind him. Elsewhere, in a solemn, dimly lit chamber, a hooded woman stands before Andrea's memorial, her voice heavy with reflection as she ponders how a man so ambitious could end in ruin. She speaks directly to Andrea, treating his death not as an accident, but as part of a far-reaching design that threads through events unseen. A subordinate bows respectfully, reporting her words to the apostle of patience with deference and caution. She mentions that the official account claims the magic bomb exploded over Sicily, a narrative meant to contain the chaos. When the subordinate points out the inconsistency with Catanzaro, she dismisses it lightly, insisting that fate had already decreed the bomb's detonation. In another chamber, she muses that Francesco's madness has made a complete mess of the original plans. Determined, she resolves to take personal action to address what remains unresolved. Before departing, her aide warns that Kim Seo-jun has already begun moving, marking him as a serious and unpredictable threat. She nods in quiet acknowledgement, recognizing Seo-jun as an unexpected variable in the tangled web of their machinations. A surge of dark, foreboding energy responds to her calm acceptance, echoing her intent through the unseen layers of power. Her subordinate struggles under the oppressive aura, each breath a challenge as the pressure crushes him. The woman's monstrous power manifests fully, a terrifying presence that makes it clear Seo-jun has drawn the attention of a force far beyond ordinary adversaries. Simultaneously, the bomb's unstable energies tear at reality itself, rending the fabric of space around the epicenter. A strange, radiant light blossoms over the forested outskirts, illuminating the night sky with an unnatural brilliance. The distortion bursts outward with catastrophic force, the ground trembling as if the world itself were being rewritten. Kim Seo-jun survives the violent recoil of divine speed and the blast's shockwave, but he lands hard, battered, coughing up blood from the immense strain. Even injured, he refuses to succumb to the pain, forcing himself to rise as he searches for a way to recover his strength. Through his system, he expends a significant fortune to acquire a replica elixir, a lifeline in the chaos surrounding him. He drinks it immediately, feeling the restorative essence begin to seep into his body, knitting together the damage sustained. The elixir stabilizes his battered form as he kneels amidst the debris, muscles tensing with renewed focus. Reflecting on Francesco's confession, Kim Seo-jun understands that the real crisis is only beginning. The bomb intended for a monster has already detonated, and its consequences ripple far beyond what anyone had anticipated. The scene shifts to Messina, where the streets are still engulfed in relentless, violent combat, the clamor of battle echoing through the city. Antonio rallies his forces, denouncing rival mafiosi as stains on the family name that must be purged to restore honor. Others answer with equal fury, calling their enemies vermin feeding on the homeland, sharpening the personal nature of the conflict. The fighting remains savage and intimate, blood spilling openly in the streets as vengeance and loyalty collide. Antonio's supporters frame the struggle as the opportunity Kim Seo-jun purchased for them through his selfless sacrifice. They swear to restore order to Italy, no matter the cost, each man resolved to honor the stakes at hand. Reports arrive that Antonio's forces are sweeping across the eastern districts of the city, consolidating their advantage. Meanwhile, pro-hunters and the association president hunt down the fleeing remnants, ensuring no enemy escapes. News reaches the prime minister that the mafia is being systematically destroyed, and he can't help but consider the crucial role Kim Seo-jun played in the outcome. He learns that a massive explosion in Sicily wiped out 50,000 elite mafiosi, and the assumption is that Kim Seo-jun himself perished in the blast. The prime minister accepts the narrative that Kim Seo-jun chose to sacrifice himself for a country that was not even his own, a hero in foreign lands. Moved by this belief, he commands his officials to ensure that none of the surviving criminals escape, honoring Kim Seo-jun's apparent heroism. His staff scrambles to carry out the order with urgency, knowing the stakes are immense. Then one analyst notices something that defies belief on the monitors, a signal that changes everything. Field teams report that Francesco and Agnes's remaining forces have been completely annihilated, leaving no survivors to continue the fight. Believing the nightmare has finally ended, the victors begin to celebrate, relief washing over them after endless carnage. Even Antonio's men can scarcely comprehend that the war is truly over. Disbelief mixed with triumph etched across their faces. They openly acknowledge that they owe Kim Seo-jun a debt too great to ever repay, their gratitude raw and heartfelt. But that fragile moment of relief shatters as an urgent disturbance erupts without warning. An alert reaches the prime minister. A new catastrophe is unfolding, immediate and unavoidable. Analysts announce that a distortion is opening directly within the city itself, warping the environment with dangerous energy. The measured magical output is so abnormal, so extreme, that it surpasses anything recorded in decades, a force beyond comprehension. On the streets, fighters gaze upward in disbelief as the very air above them tears open, revealing the terrifying spectacle of raw, uncontrolled power. No one can make sense of it. A massive, glowing gate has torn open right in the heart of the city, appearing just as the war seems to have ended. Confusion and panic ripple through the streets. The rift stretches and twists, widening into a colossal swirling portal that glares like a giant, malignant purple eye, sucking in light and casting shadows across the city. Prime Minister Samuel stares in disbelief, realizing with mounting dread that this disaster won't be confined to a single district. A cold shiver runs down his spine as he comprehends the full scope. The entire nation of Italy could be on the brink of annihilation. Below the portal, the fighters stand frozen in place, their bodies rigid as the sky darkens, heavy with the oppressive swirl of magic seeping from the rift. From the depths of the gate, something enormous begins to claw its way out, stretching reality itself as it forces its bulk into the city. An analyst screams in terror, voice cracking, warning that if this continues, the city of Messina will be obliterated within moments. Finally, a towering monster lumbers free from the distortion, its shadow blotting out buildings, an embodiment of death and chaos. Antonio's eyes widen in recognition and horror. The creature before them is the same demonic horror that had slain Andrea, a demogorgon, monstrous and merciless. It announces its presence with a deafening roar, a sound so monstrous that courage falters and morale shatters in an instant. The sheer force of its cry makes blood spurt from faces, twisting victims into convulsions of agony. Survivors collapse to their knees, paralyzed with terror, clinging to the ground and pleading desperately for help they cannot hope to receive. One of Antonio's men shouts frantically for everyone to flee. But Antonio himself is rooted in place, frozen by the sheer horror of what he sees. He knows he should act, knows he should lead, yet terror locks him into a powerless stance as the Demogorgon towers above the city like the living embodiment of death. Its immense form casts a shadow over the streets, every movement radiating menace, every breath a promise of destruction. Suddenly, a calm, commanding female voice cuts through the chaos, ordering the beast to halt. In response, a torrent of ice erupts, lashing the creature's legs and freezing them solid just enough to restrain its movements. The hold is imperfect, but it buys the city a precious heartbeat of hope, a brief window for resistance. Kim Seo-jun bursts onto the scene, blades flashing in the dim, magical haze. Without hesitation, he launches a secret, lethal technique designed specifically to hunt and strike down the demon. In a blur, his lightning-fast slash arcs across the Demogorgon's massive form, landing with precision before the monster can even respond. The strike connects, tearing across its body, Yet the creature remains far from defeated, its monstrous vitality unbroken. Seo Jun darts around it with relentless speed, refusing to let the creature anchor itself within the city and wreak further havoc. At the same moment, reinforcements flood onto the battlefield, converging to aid Seo Jun in the fight. A swordswoman steps forward, unleashing the second movement of her heaven-breaking divine sword technique, the air around her trembling with its sheer intensity. Her radiant blade slices through the Demogorgon from a fresh angle, scattering shards of dark energy. Another woman joins the fray, her blazing chaotic fire layering torrents of fire atop the relentless assault, each strike scorching the air. As the team forms a united front, a luminous spirit fox materializes beside them, its ethereal glow cutting through the oppressive shadows. The summoner invokes the full power of yin-yang spiritual art, calling the spirit fox into its true form, radiating ancient energy. The fox releases a cleansing wave, purging the air of the demonic corruption and pushing the toxic miasma away from the battlefield. Nearby fighters gasp as they feel the poison dissipate, realizing at last that reinforcements have arrived and hope is not lost. The full Dream Team descends onto the battlefield, their presence stunning everyone who had believed Kim Seo Jun, or C.A. Jun as he was known, was lost forever. One member roots herself to the ground, channeling earth element spiritual art, preparing to unleash a quake capable of rattling the monstrous intruder. She slams her hands into the earth, sending an elemental shockwave surging upward, hammering directly into the Demogorgon's body with bone-jarring force. Another teammate forms a brilliant, concentrated projectile of energy and commands it to pierce the creature's defenses. A column of golden power erupts from the ground, striking through the Demogorgon like a spear of light. The combined attacks collide in a massive explosion, a blinding eruption that engulfs the monster in a radiant inferno of force and fury. Onlookers can only gape, mouths agape, witnessing the overwhelming might of the Dream Team as the Demogorgon staggers under the coordinated assault. For a fleeting moment, the city allows itself to believe it has been saved, hailing the Dream Team as their long-awaited heroes. But one of Antonio's men, eyes sharper than the rest, sees the danger isn't over. Panic grips him as he shouts that they must all retreat immediately. Before anyone can respond, the monstrous roar erupts again from the smoke, shaking the rubble and echoing through the streets. The Demogorgon emerges, still alive and far from defeated. Even the massive explosion had only severed parts of its limbs, leaving it to rise with horrifying resilience. Kim Seo Jun and another swordswoman charge back in instantly, slicing and slashing to strike before the creature can retaliate. She senses something amiss mid-combat, a chill running down her spine despite the flurry of steel. The severed flesh begins to twist and writhe unnaturally, refusing to stay still or die as expected. The team's eyes widen in disbelief. They realize the Demogorgon is regenerating, its monstrous body healing as if mocking them. With a surge of renewed strength, the creature launches upward once more, defying every attack thrown its way. Below, civilians and fighters alike can do nothing but stare in frozen horror, helpless as the battle escalates beyond any human control. Antonio hears the desperate cries around him, but terror pins him in place, torn between duty and the instinct to run. Kim Seo Jun is struck, sliding across the debris-strewn ground, coughing violently from the brutal impact. A younger teammate leaps forward, shielding Lee Min-il, refusing to let him fall, determination blazing in their eyes.
Lee Min-il takes a brutal hit while shielding the others, showing that every second the team buys comes at a steep personal cost.
Another swordswoman plants herself firmly between the civilians and the rampaging monster, holding the line alone for a fleeting, tense moment. Antonio finally finds his voice shaken to his core, begging the Dream Team to stop sacrificing themselves for Italy and to retreat while there's still time. Believing that Kim Seo Jun has already paid an immeasurable debt by falling alongside 50,000 mafia elites, Antonio pleads desperately for the team not to risk their lives for his country any longer. As Italy teeters on the edge of annihilation, one man, tears streaming down his face, insists that their protectors must be defended at all costs, even if countless Italians fall, and he urges Lee Hanyun to flee. Lee Haeun refuses to abandon the fight, drawing her sword with unyielding determination, her stance radiating a steadfast resolve. A battered Italian leader watches in awe, realizing the defenders aren't retreating because they still hold hope that Kim Seo Jun will arrive. The thought shakes him to his core, leaving him almost speechless, caught between despair and hope. An enemy tries to snuff that hope, shouting that Seo Jun is already dead and will never come. Even hearing those words, the defenders cannot accept the possibility that their captain could fall so easily. Their unwavering faith crystallizes into certainty. Only a cataclysmic force, the scale of world destruction itself, could truly kill Kim Seo-jun. Lee Hae-eun adds a teasing grin, underlining just how absolute their confidence in him has become. For a brief, almost playful moment, the defenders' belief in Seo-jun's invincibility turns the battlefield into a strange dance of conviction and bravado. The Italian leader is left utterly stunned, unable to comprehend how casually they treat the notion of Seo-jun's supposed death. Before he can fully process it, a black tendril lashes past, pulling everyone back into the relentless chaos of battle. Elena rushes forward, shielding the association president and urging him to endure, assuring him that Kim Seo-jun will come. Even hearing her say it deepens his disbelief, leaving him torn between hope and shock. While the Dream Team slices through the monster's attacks, he cannot fathom how their fate remains intact, despite the explosion that should have claimed Seo-jun's life. Yet, the defenders insist that, even if Seo-jun arrives late, the real question is why everyone's belief in him remains unshakable. The Italian leader turns inward, grappling with a tumult of disbelief and hope. Unable to dismiss the truth of what he witnesses, he finally confronts a hidden part of himself that longs to believe alongside them. A firm hand lands on his shoulder, pulling him back from the brink of despair. One of his own men stands beside him, a silent pillar of solidarity and reassurance. The man reminds him, quietly but firmly, that if their benefactor cannot save them, no one else can. Fear melts into a fragile, tearful resolve, the leader gathering the courage to face the storm anew. Meanwhile, the Demogorgon continues to rampage across the battlefield, its monstrous force unrelenting. The Italians and their allies make a decisive choice. They will fight alongside the Dream Team, refusing to wait helplessly for salvation. Their leader rallies everyone, shouting to halt the monster and survive until Kim Seo-jun arrives, igniting courage throughout the ranks. His command ripples across the battlefield, forbidding retreat and warning that Italy will fall if they falter. The defenders respond with resolute cries, vowing to protect Italy with their own hands and hurling themselves back into the fray. The Demogorgon's sweeping limbs punish that bravery instantly, smashing fighters aside with ruthless power. More defenders are flung through the air as the creature's attacks tear mercilessly through their lines, leaving chaos in its wake. Amid the turmoil, one ally cradles an unconscious Suyin, while another desperately tries to rouse her, fear etched across their faces. The Italian leader watches tensely, helpless as the situation deteriorates yet again, his heart pounding with dread. The monster unleashes a devastating surge of power, transforming the battlefield into a scene of utter devastation, as if no hero remains to oppose it. Its raw force crashes over the city, scattering defenders like leaves in a violent storm. Lee Hae-eun coughs up blood, a stark reminder that even the strongest among them are nearing their limits. Even wounded, she forces herself to her feet, a grim smile on her lips as determination steals her body. For a fleeting moment, she faces the towering demon alone, admitting silently she had hoped to hold out just a little longer. Even then, her mind drifts briefly to Kim Seo-jun, concerned that her grandfather, Park Min-cheol, might scold him too harshly for being late. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light slices across the night sky, cutting through darkness like a sign of hope. A blazing blue strike tears into the Demogorgon before it can complete its assault, halting its momentum. The demon reels in shock, momentarily stunned by the unexpected attack. Lee Hae-eun looks up in stunned silence, awe and disbelief mixing in her gaze. Relief floods her as she asks, breathless, why it took him so long. Kim Seo-jun finally arrives, descending with a radiant blue aura, and unleashes Disperse, shattering the Demogorgon's relentless assault. Lee Hae-eun steadies herself, no longer facing the battle alone, her resolve strengthened by his presence. Without hesitation, Seo-jun charges straight at the demon, blades gleaming with determination. Lee Hae-eun exhales in relief, knowing he has truly arrived, ready to fight by their side. The battlefield erupts with shouts, every cry heralding Kim Seo-jun's arrival and reigniting hope across the ranks. Those who had clung desperately to hope are thrown into awe and disbelief as they witness Kim Seo-jun standing alive, a beacon cutting through the nightmare that had threatened to swallow them all. Seo-jun squares off against the towering Demogorgon, closing the distance with resolute calm, his eyes locked on the monstrous target. After just one brutal exchange, he immediately realizes this foe is far beyond ordinary, its power and regeneration defy conventional attacks, and knows he must unleash his full strength from the very start. He merges his grasp with a spear technique, driving forward with precision to pin and pierce through the Demogorgon's massive form. Blue lightning arcs and force cascades over the demon as Seo Jun channels every ounce of energy into the assault, driving it through the creature's defenses. He follows with another dispersed strike, each movement layering more power and weight onto the attack, relentless and unyielding. Watching from below, the allies are left stunned, mouths agape, unable to believe that even a monster of this magnitude can be forced to stagger under his onslaught. But Seo Jun immediately perceives the danger. The opening is fleeting and insufficient. The Demogorgon begins regenerating faster than before, mending wounds as swiftly as they are inflicted, and Seo Jun refuses to relent, determined to maintain pressure. He soars above the creature, his movements fluid, striking relentlessly from the air, a flurry of blue arcs slicing the space around him. Blindingly fast, he creates afterimages that flicker across the battlefield as he chains attack after attack, a storm of steel and energy. Each strike detonates upon impact, shaking the monster's form, yet not one is enough to end it entirely. Alarm flashes in Seo Jun's eyes as he realizes that every use of Dispersed Grass Pierce only accelerates the Demogorgon's regeneration, feeding its resilience. He understands with grim clarity that his current attack speed alone cannot overcome the creature's healing, no matter how precise. The Demogorgon responds with a crushing counterattack, a violent surge of raw force that obliterates the space around it, threatening to scatter the allies. Seo Jun coughs, blackened blood streaking his lips and chest from the sheer strain and damage endured under the relentless clash. Even the monster seems to acknowledge the audacity of someone able to withstand Heaven's equal great sage's Dispersed Grass Pierce, a flicker of recognition in its furious gaze. Then, voices cut through the chaos, calling to Seo Jun, reminding him that he is not alone in this fight. His team gathers around him, poised and ready, eyes fixed on him, awaiting only his command to act. Seo Jun falls silent for a heartbeat, weighing the impossible odds, the oppressive presence of the nearly immortal demon pressing down on him. Behind him, the others wait patiently, placing unwavering trust in his judgment and strategy. He admits silently to himself that the Demogorgon is bordering on immortal, and even his strongest techniques are failing to contain it. At his current level, defeating this creature should be an impossibility, yet he refuses to surrender. Even so, he asks his comrades for just one thing: to buy him time to hold the monster at bay while he searches for a solution. Recalling the path of transcendence, Seo Jun steels himself with resolve, understanding that true transcendent warriors are those who carve a path where none exists. He implores his allies to maintain their defense until he can discover that path to endure for the briefest, crucial moments. The team is startled, realizing the enormity of the request. Stall a near-immortal monster for him? Lee Haeun steps forward first, her eyes blazing with resolve, taking that burden onto herself without hesitation. At once, the team springs into coordinated action, moving decisively to execute Seo Jun's plan. Each member channels their unique abilities, rising as a united front to confront the Demogorgon, filling the space Seo Jun momentarily leaves to prepare his next strike. The battlefield swells with coordinated attacks, every ally committing themselves to shielding Seo Jun, giving him the precious time he needs. They fight not just for him, but for the very survival of Italy itself, refusing to allow the monster to claim the country. Their battle cries reverberate as commands, demanding that Seo Jun be protected so he can deliver the final decisive blow. Surrounding the Demogorgon from all sides, they unleash everything they possess to delay and distract it, each movement a lifeline for their comrade. Elsewhere, officials observing the chaos begin to crumble under the overwhelming pressure, their voices drowned in the roar of the catastrophe. The Italian Prime Minister, Samuel, concludes bitterly that the fight may be hopeless, convinced that the nation teeters on the edge of ruin. In desperation, he orders an immediate evacuation, seeking to save as many civilians as possible. He coldly instructs his staff to inform the public that Italy is lost, preparing them for the worst. He follows with commands to plead for aid and mercy from neighboring nations, hoping to protect fleeing citizens. His panic reaches a humiliating extreme, urging subordinates to kneel or smash their heads on the ground if it ensures survival. Even with the monster still wreaking havoc in the distance, his focus narrows solely to saving any citizens who can be spared. When asked what he himself will do, he resolves to remain behind, standing with those still fighting the monstrous threat. He cannot abandon the hundreds of thousands of Italian pro-hunters and mafia members still risking everything for their country. Delegating the evacuation to his staff, he steels himself to face the front lines. Back at the battlefield, Seo Jun's allies form a layered, protective ring around him while he gathers his power with unbroken focus. The Demogorgon batters against their formation with staggering force, each blow reverberating like a thunderclap. Its colossal limbs crash down repeatedly, threatening to shatter their defenses and reach Seo-jun at any instant. Inside the barrier, Seo-jun shuts out all distractions, immersing himself entirely in concentration and preparation. His focus sharpens, eyes glowing with an inner light, signaling a breakthrough in understanding and power. He unleashes another disperse, now refined into a concentrated, potent form, every movement and strike honed to perfection. Seo-jun drives his spear forward with ruthless precision, forcing every fiber of his battered body to obey his will despite the accumulating damage coursing through him. Without pause, he activates grasp again, binding the Demogorgon tightly so it cannot evade the next stage of his assault. Columns of brilliant blue light shoot from multiple angles, pinning the monstrous creature firmly in place, its movements stifled by the luminous cages. Seo-jun stacks Thialfi's divine speed atop the piercing techniques of heaven's equal great sage, layering one supernatural acceleration over another. He pushes the combined technique beyond its natural limit, transforming it into a pure velocity-driven strike, a blow where speed itself becomes lethal. Fully aware that this may tear his own body apart, Seo-jun steels himself, determined to shatter the boundaries of his mortal endurance to see it through. If the Demogorgon's power lies in supercharged regeneration, he will surpass that power with even greater speed, turning the monster's strength against itself. The Demogorgon roars in defiance as Seo-jun channels the essence of a true transcendent, stepping into a realm beyond ordinary mortals. Seo-jun crosses the threshold, entering a state of pure transcendence where his previous limits no longer apply. His strike evolves into a transcendent force, a golden blue pillar tearing through the battlefield, leaving nothing untouched in its wake. Li-hon stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the impossible has come to pass right before her eyes. The rest of the team can only gape, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance and magnitude of Seo-jun's breakthrough. From their vantage point above, the team watches as the battlefield is engulfed in the aftermath of his transcendent strike, the remnants of destruction glowing in the twilight. Even Prime Minister Samuel's aides sense the sudden shift in magical energy, their voices rising in startled alarm. The Prime Minister realizes that the Demogorgon's magical signature has fundamentally changed, signaling that something extraordinary has occurred. All the fighters raise their eyes, hearts pounding, bracing themselves to witness the outcome of Seo-jun's final decisive strike. Then the truth spreads like wildfire across the city. The Demogorgon is gone, vanished as if it had never existed. Seo-jun remains upright, barely holding himself together, his body trembling from the effort yet unbroken. Prime Minister Samuel can only exhale, utterly stunned, unable to process what he is witnessing. Finally, Seo-jun collapses from the sky, his body exhausted and drained, the weight of victory overwhelming him. His allies spring forward instantly, catching him before he can hit the ground, cradling him in their arms as relief floods their faces. Far away, inside a solemn church, a report reaches the concerned ears of the order. The Demogorgon's magical presence has disappeared entirely. A superior officer in a cloak demands immediate confirmation of the event, his tone sharp and urgent. The answer comes back bluntly, carrying a weight no one expected. The Demogorgon has been eliminated. The announcement underscores the scale of the feat. This was an ancient taboo demon, a predator so fearsome even Lucifer himself would have hesitated to face it. A hooded woman shakes her head in disbelief, rejecting the notion that such a being could simply be erased. To her, the report is absurd, a story too impossible to accept without first-hand verification. Another subordinate urges her to return to headquarters immediately, emphasizing the urgency. But without a word, she vanishes into the shadows, unwilling to wait, leaving the subordinate stunned. He stumbles in disbelief as she disappears from view, a presence impossible to follow. Recognizing her as the apostle of patience, he realizes with a jolt that her path leads straight toward Kim Seo-jun himself. Meanwhile, Seo-jun drifts in the unconscious void, detached from his own body, a sense of weightlessness enveloping him. A familiar scent threads through the darkness, drawing him back toward reality. Half-conscious, he absurdly wonders if the smell is merely the waft of euro bills, but then recognition strikes. It is Soo-yun's voice calling through the haze. In the fog of his semi-conscious mind, he hears his team scrambling, insisting that Korean money is the key to waking him. The ridiculousness of the notion jolts his awareness, tugging him back to the waking world. He awakens in a hospital bed, blinking against the bright light, and sees his team gathered around him, dressed in patient clothes, their faces full of anticipation. Groggy and confused, he mumbles, asking what on earth they are all doing there. The team bursts into cheers, celebrating wildly because Soo-yun's bizarre theory about waking him with money had actually worked. Soo-yun calmly explains that their panic had driven the strange experiment,
They had been desperate because he remained unconscious for so long. She reveals that she insisted with stubborn certainty that even if Seo Jun were dead, the smell of money would bring him back. Seo Jun discovers, to his mortification, that they had even stuffed a bill into his nostril to test the theory. Embarrassed by the absurdity, he attempts to play it off, pretending that nothing is amiss. Suyun laughs openly at him, and after a brief moment of shame, Seo Jun allows himself to accept the humiliation. With a resigned sigh, he pulls the bill from his nose, defeated but alive. Looking around at the relief and joy in his team's faces, he finally allows himself to believe that everything has indeed ended well. Privately, he reflects that without Thialfi's lesson, he would never have survived the explosion in Sicily, acknowledging how heavily he had relied on dispersed grass Pierce alone. Seeking guidance to correct his over-reliance, he picks up his phone, intent on learning from his mentor. He sends a message requesting advice and direction, hoping for insight from the mentor. The reply comes back that the mentor is preoccupied with another matter, leaving Seo Jun to postpone the conversation for the moment. He then asks quietly, wondering aloud how long he had been unconscious, trying to piece together the lost moments. The answer hits Seo Jun harder than he expects. He has been unconscious for 3 entire days, far longer than the short rest he imagined. His teammates explain that after he unleashed that transcendent power, nearly every bone in his body had been shattered, and for a terrifying moment they genuinely believed Kim Seo Jun had died. As they remember how even their spiritual power failed to wake him, only for the smell of money to somehow do the impossible. The hospital room fills with awkward, relieved laughter around the captain who survived yet again. After 3 days on the edge of death, Kim Seo Jun figures the lingering power of the elixir must have dragged him back somehow, though he still cannot help feeling bitter about how unfairly painful the whole thing was. Before his thoughts can go any deeper, a knock sounds at the door, cutting through the quiet and pulling Seo Jun back to the present. Elena steps inside with a formal air of urgency, clearly having come to check on Seo Jun's condition as soon as she was allowed. His teammates visibly relax at the sight of him awake, their tense expressions finally loosening now that he is conscious and speaking. Seo Jun recognizes Elena right away, his groggy eyes focusing as he realizes who has entered the room. Elena explains that Italy's Prime Minister Samuel, the Hunter Association president, and Antonio have all come personally to visit him. She adds that they want to confirm his recovery and discuss compensation as well, and the moment Seo Jun hears that word, his attention snaps completely into focus. The visitors enter and stare in disbelief, stunned that the man who had nearly died against the Demogorgon is already sitting upright in bed. They anxiously ask about his health, but Seo Jun answers far too casually, claiming that his body only feels a little stiff. That response leaves the hunters speechless, because they know exactly how much overwhelming power he unleashed against the Demogorgon, and his recovery should not look this normal. The non-hunter among them is simply grateful that Seo Jun survived, while Seo Jun quietly notices that the others understand something about his condition does not add up. Rather than linger on their worried questions, Seo Jun cuts straight through the concern and pushes them to reveal the real reason they came. Elena accepts his directness and decides there is no need to soften the conversation any further. She presents the first payment to him, explaining that it comes from processing the monsters Seo Jun killed during the battle. Since there are far too many corpses to finish handling immediately, the current estimate alone comes to about 90 million euros, leaving Seo Jun staring in stunned silence. Then Antonio steps forward and reveals that the Mafia has prepared a separate reward for Seo Jun as well. Antonio explains that Francesco and Agnes had amassed an enormous amount of illegal wealth, and because Seo Jun made it possible to reclaim it, the Mafia has decided to hand all of it over to him. When Antonio names the amount as roughly 7.5 billion euros, Seo Jun's mind nearly short-circuits as he starts converting the number. Antonio adds that even more hidden assets may still be buried somewhere in Sicily, but by then Seo Jun is already too overwhelmed by the sheer amount of money to properly listen. Prime Minister Samuel admits that, at first, he wondered whether money could truly be an appropriate reward for someone who saved Italy from destruction. But he says the Dream Team firmly insisted that when it came to Seo Jun, money was absolutely the correct answer, earning his teammates silent gratitude from their captain. Then Prime Minister Samuel presents Italy's own contribution, offering it as a sincere expression of the nation's thanks. For saving the entire country from catastrophe, Italy offers Seo Jun an additional 30 billion euros. Seo Jun tries to add everything together in his head, only to realize the rewards have climbed into a realm so absurd it barely feels real. The final sum crashes into him like a revelation, and in his mind, it becomes nothing less than a fortune beyond reason.
His thoughts spiral into ridiculous comparisons as he struggles to comprehend just how impossibly massive 50 trillion won truly is. While Seo Jun is still mentally reeling, one of his teammates explains that they have already discussed how the compensation should be divided. They announce that each of them will take only 1 trillion won, which shocks Seo Jun all over again for an entirely different reason. The team insists that the mafia issue and even the Demogorgon itself were ultimately burdens Seo Jun carried more than anyone else, so he deserves the overwhelming majority. Seo Jun quickly recalculates and realizes that even after sharing, he will still keep more than 52 trillion won, enough to satisfy even his secret long-term goals. Compared to that mountain of wealth, the next item he wants from the Transcendent shop suddenly feels almost cheap. He begins fantasizing about buying elixirs without hesitation, stocking up on Transcendent equipment, and freely indulging in every future purchase he once had to agonize over. The thought of spending without restraint leaves Seo Jun openly ecstatic, his excitement practically spilling out of him. So when the visitors modestly call the reward inadequate, Seo Jun immediately and passionately assures them that it is far more than enough. Prime Minister Samuel explains that although the crisis has ended, Italy has been devastated, and the amount he offered is already the limit of what the country can spare. Even while flushed with greed and gratitude, Seo Jun immediately agrees to hear one more request from him. Prime Minister Samuel carefully asks Seo Jun for a personal favor, choosing his words with visible caution. He asks Seo Jun to walk through Rome just once, so the people can see him with their own eyes. Soon afterward, Seo Jun is flown over Rome with his team, brought there to fulfill that request. News of his arrival spreads quickly through the city, and crowds begin gathering in anticipation along the streets. On the way, Prime Minister Samuel reminds Seo Jun how deeply the country has suffered from the disaster, asking him to help give the people hope again. Seo Jun steps into the streets with his team beside him, while the citizens of Rome watch in tense, breathless silence. A little girl named Sarah is the first to recognize him, her small voice calling out to Seo Jun from the crowd. Seo Jun turns toward the sound and sees the child standing there, carefully holding something out for him. With bright, proud eyes, Sarah offers him a drawing of Seo Jun fighting monsters, showing him as the hero who saved them. Seo Jun accepts the drawing with warmth and thanks her gently, and that simple exchange softens the heavy mood around them almost instantly. After patting Sarah on the head, Seo Jun waves goodbye as she walks away beaming beside her mother. Seo Jun stepped into the formal gathering, and the atmosphere around him shifted at once. The association, the mafia, the dream team, and the citizens had all gathered in one place, surrounding him as if this moment belonged to everyone there. On one side, the group straightened their backs with solemn expressions, then raised their fists and struck them firmly against their chests in a respectful salute. Almost immediately, the other side followed their lead, mirroring the same gesture until the air itself felt like it had turned into a public vow. Seo Jun suddenly found himself standing right in the middle of it all, with both groups forming lines behind him as though they had chosen him as the heart of their oath. The Hunter Association declared that they would follow the spirit they had witnessed in Seo Jun, holding on to the conviction he had shown with their own hands. The Mafia answered with the same determination, openly admitting that Seo Jun's example had shaken something inside them and changed the way they saw themselves. The association then swore that from this day forward they would respect the weak, stand beside them, and protect those who could not protect themselves. The Mafia raised their voices as well, vowing to guard honor and glory with courage in their hearts and justice behind every step they took. The association firmly rejected unfairness, corruption, and deceit, casting aside everything that had once stained their name and their duty. The Mafia promised sincerity in return, along with the bravery to meet any challenge head-on, no matter how frightening or impossible it seemed. One of Seo Jun's teammates stepped forward and declared that from now on the pain carried by the people would become their pain as well. Another teammate added with equal conviction that the people's happiness would no longer be separate from theirs, because their joy would be shared too. Together, they promised that wherever Seo Jun called, they would answer, and anyone who stood against him would be treated as an enemy of them all. The association pledged that they would remember the Dream Team, and above all Seo Jun, not simply as saviors, but as heroes who had changed their hearts. Mafia went even further, declaring before everyone that Seo Jun would be honored as the father of their entire family from that moment on. Then, in front of the gathered crowd, they gave him a title filled with weight and reverence. Capi di tutti, Capi, the boss of all bosses. Elena explained that the title did not only make Seo Jun a mafia symbol, but also cast him as a heroic figure for all of Italy, leaving him frozen in silence while every eye waited for his answer. Seo Jun hesitated, his mouth opening and closing as he searched desperately for the right words beneath the crushing weight of everyone's expectations. All around him, even the toughest onlookers stood with shining eyes, waiting as if they believed he would say something that could carry the entire moment. The leaders themselves looked completely satisfied, their expressions calm and proud, already convinced that Seo Jun was about to deliver something profound. Standing before that silent mass of survivors, Seo Jun finally understood just how much they were asking him to carry with a single response. He began slowly, admitting that he had once believed results were the only thing that mattered. But everything he had experienced had taught him that effort, struggle, and the path people walked could matter far more than anyone usually admitted. As he looked at the faces before him, Seo Jun decided that maybe the true reward had been this very moment. And more than anything, he simply hoped the people watching him could find happiness. But almost as soon as that thought formed, he corrected himself inwardly, because he knew happiness was not something many of them had been allowed to live with. Some of them had survived only to continue carrying pain, while others were now being forced to step into a future so uncertain that even breathing must have felt heavy. Seo Jun understood that careless encouragement could sound cruel to people who had lost so much, and yet, even knowing that, he still wanted to wish happiness for them. Even when a situation looked hopeless, and even when fate seemed impossible to escape, Seo Jun believed that people could still find meaning somewhere within it. So he lifted his voice and shouted with all the strength he had, telling them that no matter how many times they fell, people could always rise again. Then, with his heart laid bare in the simplest words possible, Seo Jun cried out for everyone there to live happily. For one brief moment, even his own teammates could only stare at him, completely stunned by how blunt, earnest, and painfully sincere his answer had been. Elena was the first to break, pressing back a laugh that slipped out, despite her best attempt to keep the mood solemn. Soon, others began coughing into their fists and turning their faces away, desperately trying to swallow their laughter as the heavy atmosphere cracked apart. Then the crowd finally burst into open laughter. Not because they were mocking him, but because the tension inside them had finally found a way out. His teammates teased him for building up such a serious mood only to say something so simple, and just like that, the pressure around them melted away completely. When Seo Jun looked back at them and asked if they truly could be happy, the answer came back immediately, without even the slightest hesitation. The people promised him that no matter what happened from this point forward, they would keep trying to live happily with everything they had. The Prime Minister watched the scene unfold with quiet relief, seeing for the first time that the mood of the battered city was finally beginning to lift. Even the association president and Elena could no longer hold themselves together, laughing through the tears that still clung to their eyes. Antonio grinned as he watched it all, as if the absurd honesty of the moment suited Seo Jun more perfectly than any grand speech ever could. Seo Jun smiled back at them, finally realizing that his awkward, clumsy words had somehow reached the people after all. Above them, a butterfly fluttered up into the sky, as if something wounded and broken had finally begun to change into something new. Before long, news of Italy's new heroes spread across the world, and the name Dream Team rapidly became known far beyond the borders of one nation. In Korea, Italy officially requested cooperation for its reconstruction, and the Dream Team's rising reputation gave Korea a powerful new standing overseas. That wave of goodwill quickly turned into real economic opportunity as Korean industries became tied to Italy's rebuilding efforts and everyday demand began to surge. Later, one of Seo Jun's teammates turned to him and asked if he really had no intention of joining them for a little sightseeing. The others were already excited, heading off under Elena's guidance to enjoy pizza, pasta, and the sights of Italy, while Seo Jun stayed behind with his thoughts still elsewhere. Now left by himself, Seo Jun anxiously wondered why his elusive little mentor still had not appeared, even after everything that had happened. Just then, someone suddenly caught hold of his sleeve, stopping him in place before he could take another step. The moment Seo Jun saw who it was, relief burst out of him because his tiny mentor had finally shown up at last. Once the two of them were alone, the mentor wasted no time on greetings or excuses and immediately got straight to the point. The mentor looked straight at Seo Jun and told him that the strange pressure he was feeling now was the first sign of brushing up against his own limits, then immediately asked to check how far his lecture progress had come. When Seo Jun's status appeared, it revealed something ridiculous. He had already pushed deep into several transcendent lectures, and more than that, he had even completed multiple high-level techniques that ordinary students could barely dream of touching. After staring over the results for a moment, the mentor's expression stiffened, and he finally admitted that there really was a problem here. Seo Jun flinched at that, suddenly growing nervous as he wondered if the issue was so obvious that the mentor could practically see it written in his eyes. The mentor didn't answer right away. He simply studied the progress again in dead silence, and that long pause only made Seo Jun's uneasiness grow worse. Then, out of nowhere, the mentor brushed the whole thing off as a device malfunction, insisting that this same ridiculous error kept showing up again and again. The impossible numbers seemed to offend him on a personal level, and in a sudden burst of rage, the mentor tried to smash the phone on the spot and replace it with something that made sense. Seo Jun barely managed to hold him back in time, while the mentor thrashed and ranted that a piece of junk capable of twisting causality itself had no right to exist. Even while being restrained, the mentor kept yelling for Seo Jun to let him go, shouting that he had to destroy the evidence of this absurdity before it ruined his sanity. Outside, the sudden commotion exploded loudly enough that startled birds burst from the trees and scattered into the sky. Only after the outburst finally burned itself out did the mentor slump back, letting out a laugh that sounded more like disbelief than amusement. He sank into a low mutter, unable to accept the numbers in front of him, while Seo Jun carefully chose his moment and asked for an actual explanation. The mentor immediately blew up again, asking how Seo Jun could look at this monstrous progress and call it a limit, as if he had simply missed one question on an ordinary exam. When Seo Jun hurriedly insisted that wasn't what he meant, the mentor narrowed his eyes and demanded to know exactly what Seo Jun had been doing with Buddha's lecture. The mentor forced himself to breathe, swallowing down his irritation just enough to stop shouting and finally listen properly. Seo Jun then explained that the limit he was talking about was a practical one. What he wanted next was the great sage's technique, but the path to it was blocked by a prerequisite lecture that was advancing far too slowly. The system made the condition clear. Seo Jun could not take Heavenly Meteor Staff until he had first mastered Disperse, Grasp, Pierce. Seo Jun pointed to that exact requirement as the core of the problem, saying that compared to everything else, his progress in the Great Sage's lecture was barely moving. The mentor reminded him that even this so-called slow growth was already absurdly fast when measured by any normal student standard. Even so, Seo Jun pressed on, saying he had gathered plenty of causality now and wanted to know the best way to push beyond the ceiling holding him back. That finally caught the mentor's interest, and he admitted that Seo Jun had indeed built up enough resources to consider more serious options. The mentor said that if causality was no longer the main obstacle, then there were two methods he could confidently recommend. The first method was straightforward. Seo Jun needed to increase the total amount of magic power he could hold. Because Seo Jun could draw energy from all three centers, expanding his overall reserves would give him a much larger foundation and allow him to break past his current limits. The mentor compared it to pouring all of Seo Jun's stored causality into elixirs, using them to raise his raw capacity through sheer investment. When Seo Jun asked about the second method, the mentor answered that he could learn Heavenly Meteor Staff directly from the Great Sage himself. Seo Jun immediately pointed out that the lecture system blocked that route, but the mentor explained that the restriction only applied within the Academy's normal curriculum. If Seo Jun learned from the instructor directly instead of following the standard lecture chain, then the prerequisite could be bypassed entirely. The mentor described it as personal instruction, almost like being tutored one-on-one by the transcendent instructor in person. Then he corrected the impression a little, saying it was less like gentle tutoring and more like a brutal single-course lecture, the kind of Spartan training that crushed students until they adapted. These direct courses were temporary special offerings, and according to the mentor, the Great Sage's updated version should now be available. He described the course as a relentless trial where students were thrown into complete stagnation and forced to remain there until they found a way to break through. It would batter the mind with endless self-doubt, making the student question over and over whether they were doing anything right at all. On top of that, it would force them through suffocating loneliness and isolation, stripping away comfort until only the training remained. In other words, the program was presented as the Academy's answer to the misery every freshman faced while walking the painful road toward transcendence. The Academy even marketed it as a special Spartan single-course program, supposedly designed to solve all those struggles in one decisive package. Its biggest selling point was that professional transcendent instructors would personally visit the students and teach them face-to-face, one-on-one. The ridiculous advertisement boiled everything down to an almost shameless promise: cure every problem, crush every obstacle, and make the student transcend. It was pitched with bright, over-the-top enthusiasm, as if this brutal training course were some limited-time miracle offer nobody could afford to miss. Seo Jun stared at the blatantly commercial tone in disbelief, unable to understand how something so terrifying could be advertised so casually, while the mentor acted as if none of it was strange. Seeing Seo Jun's reaction, the mentor casually reassured him that the ridiculous wording was only part of the advertisement. Then the mentor began searching through the available listings, looking specifically for the Great Sage's special course. After scrolling through the options, he found it at last, and the course description was brutally simple, a one-on-one fight with the Great Sage. The mentor confirmed that if Seo Jun applied, he would be able to learn directly from the Great Sage, and that would most likely speed up his prerequisite progress as well. The problem was the price. Since the instructor had to be invited directly into this dimension, the causality cost was enormous, and it would continue draining by the hour. When the mentor finished calculating the amount, the final number came out to an outrageous 1 trillion won per hour. The moment Seo Jun heard that price, his greed and ambition began clashing inside him, each side pulling him in a different direction. After agonizing over the decision, Seo Jun finally clenched his resolve and chose to risk exactly 1 hour of the special lecture. He convinced himself that direct instruction from the Great Sage had to be worth that price, and if the lesson turned out to be disappointing, he could always stop after the first hour. The mentor contacted the instructor without delay, and the Great Sage answered at once, agreeing to come immediately. A massive presence suddenly appeared behind Seo Jun, heavy enough to make the air around him feel compressed, and a voice asked if he was the freshman who had requested a fight. Seo Jun's body stiffened in shock, because the Great Sage had arrived so completely and silently that Seo Jun had not sensed him at all. Only then did Seo Jun realize the one who had found him was none other than Heaven's equal Great Sage, Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha himself. The revelation struck Seo Jun like a blow to the chest, freezing him in place before he could even think of moving. As the shock settled in, Seo Jun slowly began to understand that this was nothing like the private tutoring session he had imagined. He immediately turned on the mentor in anger, glaring at him for making it sound as if this would be direct instruction and broad training, not a deadly encounter. But when Seo Jun looked at the course description again, the meaning finally sank in. That so-called one-on-one lesson may have meant an actual fight from the very beginning. The mentor, without a shred of shame, acted as if this obvious trap had never been clearly explained to him in the first place. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong kept pressing for Seo Jun's answer, while Seo Jun could only stand there thinking that this entire setup was completely insane. This was Sun Wukong, the legendary being who had once called himself Heaven's equal Great Sage, a title he had claimed with his own hands rather than waiting for anyone to grant it. He had thrown heaven into chaos, stolen the Ruyi Jingu staff, and forced even the celestial realm to acknowledge the outrageous title he carried. Even when he was entrusted with guarding the heavenly peaches, Sun Wukong did not protect them at all and simply ate them himself. When the Jade Emperor finally sent heaven's greatest generals to suppress him, Sun Wukong met them head-on and defeated every last one. In the end, not even the combined forces of heaven were able to bring him down. Only Buddha managed to seal him away for 500 years. And after Sun Wukong later aided Tripitaka on his journey, he was recognized as the victorious fighting Buddha. So Seo Jun was not facing some gentle, noble teacher. He was standing before a legendary troublemaker who had become a monster even among monsters. Knowing all of that, Seo Jun reached one clear conclusion. Fighting someone like Sun Wukong would get him killed, even as the Great Sage continued demanding his answer. In desperation, Seo Jun tried to redirect the danger and insisted that if Sun Wukong wanted a fight so badly, he should fight the mentor instead. The mentor instantly panicked and tried to shut Seo Jun up before he could make the situation any worse. Sun Wukong only watched the exchange with amused curiosity, his expression brightening rather than darkening with anger. Seo Jun clamped a hand over the mentor's mouth, and with that, Sun Wukong finally understood who the true applicant was. Pleased by the discovery, Sun Wukong decided there was no need to hold back anymore and chose to treat the whole thing as a proper bout. He began as casually as if he were playing around, simply plucking a single hair from his body. Then, through his Taoist art, the world around them shifted, pulling them into a separate and fantastical battlefield. Seo Jun stared in disbelief as the room disappeared in an instant, replaced by a vast open arena spreading out around them. The sudden change was so overwhelming that Seo Jun could barely process where he was or how the space had transformed so quickly. Sun Wukong cheerfully announced that this new place would serve as their fighting stage. He explained with a relaxed grin that he had created it using Taoist art, since the original room had been far too cramped for a real fight. Only then did Seo Jun realize, far too late, that Sun Wukong had been preparing to take this seriously from the very start. Sun Wukong attacked first, swinging his massive staff with terrifying force and forcing Seo Jun to defend himself immediately. The sheer impact shocked Seo Jun, who had expected this to be nothing more than a harmless spiritual projection. But the pain and pressure were real, and Seo-jun quickly realized that Sun Wukong's blow was physically affecting his body. Only after that did the mentor explain that the instructor could touch him because Seo-jun himself had paid the causality cost for this encounter. As Seo-jun was blasted backward, all he could do was rage inwardly that such an important warning had come far too late. Sun Wukong looked genuinely baffled, unable to understand how Seo-jun could be this weak after boldly calling for a challenge. His interest faded almost immediately, and he dismissed Seo-jun as boring with a careless look. But Seo-jun refused to stay down. He thrust forward with his spear, counterattacking sharply enough to catch Sun Wukong off guard for a brief moment. Seo-jun followed it up by releasing a dispersing burst of power, using the explosive force to push himself back and create distance. Even as he attacked, Seo-jun could feel his body faltering under the strain, his muscles screaming from the pressure of the clash. Sun Wukong casually caught the spear with his bare hand, then looked at Seo-jun with fresh recognition as he realized this was one of the students from his lecture. That recognition did not calm Seo-jun down. Instead, it hardened his resolve and pushed him to stand even firmer. Seo-jun lunged back in without hesitation, determined to prove that he was not someone who could be dismissed so easily. Drawing power from all three energy centers at once, Seo-jun forced out a stronger surge than before, letting the energy roar through his body. Sun Wukong began to praise the effort, but midway through, his expression shifted as he suddenly realized exactly who Seo-jun must be. He identified Seo-jun as the cadet whose causality could not be measured. Seo-jun answered that recognition with action, unleashing a grasping strike packed with explosive force. Sun Wukong immediately recognized what Seo-jun had done, noting that he had drawn on the combined power of all three energy centers. He was impressed by how efficient Seo-jun's technique was, especially since it created such force while using only a small amount of magic power. Instead of feeling threatened, Sun Wukong grew excited, his grin widening as he demanded that Seo-jun show him even more. Seo-jun answered by driving forward with a barrage of luminous spear strikes, each flash cutting through the arena as he pressed the attack. Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened as he watched the incoming barrage, finally judging Seo-jun's attack dangerous enough to deserve more than a lazy smile. Seo-jun threw himself into the assault completely, no longer caring if his body tore apart, as long as he could wipe that smug expression off Sun Wukong's face even once. He gathered every ounce of power he could force out, compressing it tightly into one decisive piercing thrust meant to end the exchange. The attack came crashing down like a beam of killing light, aimed straight for Sun Wukong with enough force to split the air before it. For the first time since the fight began, Sun Wukong's grin faded, and his playful expression gave way to real focus. Even then, Sun Wukong did not dodge in panic. He simply stood there, calmly reading the path of the strike as it rushed toward him. Then, Sun Wukong answered with the first technique of the Heavenly Meteor Staff. The next instant, Seo-jun's vision was swallowed by force so overwhelming that he could barely tell where the attack began. Sun Wukong's counterattack erupted as sky-soaring flow, bursting forward with terrifying speed and power that tore through Seo-jun's momentum completely. Before Seo-jun could even understand what had happened, his body was blown away like a leaf caught in a storm. When Seo-jun finally regained awareness, all he could do was stare ahead in disbelief, his mind still struggling to catch up. He had not seen the attack at all, let alone reacted to it, and that made it impossible for him to measure what realm Sun Wukong had reached. The mentor explained that this was the power of a transcendent, while Sun Wukong grumbled that he still had failed to control his strength properly, even with most of his power sealed by causality restrictions. Seo-jun went cold when he heard that, horrified that the attack which had crushed him so completely had come from someone whose strength was mostly sealed. Sun Wukong mocked Seo-jun for knowing so little about transcendence, while the mentor reluctantly admitted that his earlier explanation had only scratched the surface. Sun Wukong then ordered Seo-jun to listen carefully if he truly wanted to understand what transcendence meant. Seo-jun steadied himself, bracing for the answer as if he were about to hear some profound secret of the transcendent realm. Sun Wukong stated the truth in the simplest way possible. Transcendents were beings who had literally transcended. Then he burst into laughter at Seo-jun's stunned expression, clearly enjoying how badly that painfully simple answer frustrated him. Seo-jun fumed, realizing he had paid an outrageous amount for tutoring only to be toyed with, and then a new panic hit him as he wondered whether the session had already run longer than expected. Worried about extra charges, Seo-jun quickly asked how much time had passed, but the mentor reassured him that no additional cost would be taken without his approval. The mentor also explained that because they were inside a fantastical space, the damage Seo Jun suffered was mental rather than physical, which meant recovery would happen much faster. Trying to salvage the lesson, Seo Jun asked Sun Wukong to stop laughing and actually teach him. But Sun Wukong complained that teaching without any fun would be unbearably dull. When Seo Jun reminded him that he was the one offering a lecture course, Sun Wukong brushed off ordinary teaching as boring, even while Seo Jun insisted he had paid a fortune to learn. Sun Wukong acted as if he did not care at all, though the mischievous glint in his eyes made it clear he still wanted to toy with Seo Jun. Just then, Seo Jun noticed something unexpected. His lecture progress rate had suddenly jumped by a sharp margin. That increase made him realize that the brutal fight itself was somehow being recognized as meaningful instruction by the academy. Seo Jun thought back to the mentor calling this Spartan training, and only now did he begin to understand the strange method hidden inside the madness. A new idea formed in Seo Jun's mind, and instead of complaining about the situation, he decided he would exploit the system to his advantage. Seo Jun raised his voice and proposed a different arrangement, asking Sun Wukong to hear him out before continuing. Rather than fighting normally, Seo Jun suggested a wager. If he could land even one hit, Sun Wukong would have to obediently teach him. Seo Jun accepted the danger because even if he failed, the attempt itself would still push his lecture progress higher. Sun Wukong agreed at once, clearly intrigued by the challenge Seo Jun had placed in front of him. But to make the game more entertaining, Sun Wukong added an even harsher condition of his own. He raised a single finger with casual confidence, as if showing Seo Jun just how little of him needed to be reached. Sun Wukong declared that if Seo Jun could touch even one strand of his hair by any method that did not violate causality restrictions, he would grant whatever instruction Seo Jun asked for. Seo Jun immediately confirmed that the promise included not only heavenly meteor staff, but Taoist arts as well. He pressed Sun Wukong again, demanding to know whether he was truly serious about that offer. Sun Wukong assured him that no matter how much he enjoyed pranks, he did not tell lies. With the terms settled, Seo Jun tightened his grip around his spear and committed himself completely. He vowed that no matter what it took, he would touch Sun Wukong at least once. Sun Wukong instantly corrected him, making sure Seo Jun understood the exact terms of the challenge. Seo Jun did not need to land a full hit. Touching a single hair would be enough, and Sun Wukong made that tiny goal seem both close and impossibly unreachable. Seo Jun realized this was not a challenge he could overcome with brute strength alone. It was far more subtle than that. Even so, he launched himself forward without hesitation, cutting into motion before doubt could slow him down. For one brief moment, Seo Jun honestly believed he might be able to pull it off. Sun Wukong crushed that hope instantly with a devastating strike, looking almost delighted by the sheer destruction he caused. Seo Jun survived only because the battle was taking place inside the fantastical space, and he knew that anywhere else, that one blow would already have killed him. Even while reeling from the impact, Seo Jun cursed the absurd situation he had fallen into and still refused to give up. Seo Jun combined Zhang Samang's footwork with divine speed, turning his desperation, frustration, and even his fear of wasted money into raw acceleration. At that terrifying speed, Seo Jun finally caught sight of something that looked like an opening, a tiny gap in Sun Wukong's overwhelming defense. Sun Wukong admitted that the movement was impressive, watching Seo Jun's approach with interest, but he still judged it far too slow to reach him. Then, just as Sun Wukong was about to dismiss it, he noticed something unexpected hidden within Seo Jun's movement. From above, a blazing spear attack tore down through the air, carrying enough force to split the battlefield beneath it. The strike descended towards Sun Wukong like a falling pillar of light, narrowing in with deadly precision. For the first time, Sun Wukong's expression shifted into genuine surprise, caught off guard by the timing of the attack. Seo Jun revealed the move as Gungnir's dead shot, a direct killing thrust designed so that it could not be avoided with a simple sidestep. He placed everything on that single idea, betting that even Sun Wukong would be forced to meet the attack head-on. As the spear closed in, Seo Jun felt for one breath that he had finally driven Sun Wukong into a corner. The spear reached Sun Wukong's face, its point stopping just a hair's breadth from success. But at the very last instant, the weapon suddenly twisted away from its target as if the path itself had been bent. Even Sun Wukong seemed confused for a heartbeat, his eyes following the unexpected change in direction. The redirected strike slammed into the ground instead, detonating far enough away from Sun Wukong that it failed to touch him at all. When the blast faded, the battlefield was left scarred by a smoking crater where Seo Jun's attack had been forced to land. Only then did Sun Wukong reveal the trick. Seo Jun had not forced the real Sun Wukong to move, but only a second clone. Sun Wukong explained that his clones were made from his own hair as well, meaning Seo Jun had been chasing decoys from the very beginning. Seo Jun froze in disbelief, stunned to learn that the opponent he had been struggling against was merely a hair clone and not Sun Wukong's true body. Before Seo Jun could recover from the shock, Sun Wukong followed with a mind art that locked him in place. Seo Jun suddenly found that his body would no longer obey him, as if every limb had been nailed to the air. While Seo Jun stood immobilized, Sun Wukong casually plucked one of his own hairs and showed just how effortless the challenge was for him. Then Sun Wukong transformed that single hair into a ring of armed copies, unleashing the multiple shadow clone technique around Seo Jun. With a gleeful grin, Sun Wukong sent his children, as he called them, rushing in to swarm Seo Jun from every side. The clones beat Seo Jun from all directions, hammering him so relentlessly that he could do nothing but cough, groan, and scream under the blows. Even in the middle of that brutal beating, the system reported another increase in lecture progress, proving that this ridiculous torment was still somehow teaching him. Sun Wukong enjoyed Seo Jun's suffering far too much, watching the chaos with the delighted look of someone who had no intention of stopping. The clones continued pounding Seo Jun in a messy, overwhelming barrage, while Sun Wukong treated the entire punishment like a game. Seo Jun tried to protest, but the strikes drowned out his voice, and Sun Wukong only taunted him to feel the lesson with his whole body. Driven past frustration and into pure murderous rage, Seo Jun swore inwardly that no matter what method it took, he would kill this damned monkey someday. Under a bright open sky, the exhausting training session continued, with the battlefield already carrying the heavy feeling of a fight that had gone on far too long. The monkey-like instructor loomed over Kim Seo Jun, mocking him for being this drained after only 3 hours of training. Sun Wukong ordered him to get back on his feet, but Seo Jun could barely lift his head, admitting that after being beaten senseless for hours, his body could hardly move. Unable to push himself any further, Seo Jun finally gave in for the moment and asked to stop the lesson. As the training paused, the tiny mentor hurried over to check on him, while Seo Jun lay sprawled across the ground, completely worn out. Seo Jun weakly insisted that he was technically fine, though the way his body refused to move made that answer sound far from convincing. While catching his breath, Seo Jun noticed that his progress in Heaven's Equal Great Sage's lecture had jumped sharply, making it clear that the brutal session had not been wasted. The tiny mentor explained that even under strict causality limits, a transcendent being like Heaven's Equal Great Sage still possessed overwhelming power. Seo Jun cut off the teasing before it could continue, demanding a clearer explanation of what that actually meant. Still battered from head to toe, Seo Jun forced himself to sit up, now focused on understanding what made Sun Wukong's power so different. The little mentor composed himself, settled into a more serious tone, and began explaining properly. He asked Seo Jun to imagine the strongest ant in the entire world. Even if that ant could slaughter thousands upon thousands of its own kind, it would still be insignificant when compared to a creature from a higher existence. Seo Jun followed the analogy and asked whether an ant like that could ever defeat something as powerful as a dragon. The mentor rejected the idea immediately, then pushed the comparison even further to make the point clearer. He explained that race itself created hard limits, and no matter how extraordinary an ant became, it could not overcome a dragon through ordinary means. According to the mentor, transcendence was the act of breaking through those built-in limits entirely. More precisely, transcendence meant overcoming the restrictions of one's class, which was why higher races naturally began closer to that state than lower ones. But once the wall of transcendence was crossed, that original gap no longer matured in the same ordinary way. That was why Heaven's Equal Great Sage could unleash such terrifying force even while most of Sun Wukong's power remained sealed. The mentor then added that Seo Jun himself might be an exception to those usual rules. If Seo Jun ever became transcendent, he might become the first case to cross that boundary while spanning a difference in class. The reason was simple, but almost impossible to ignore. Seo Jun was the only one who could draw on the magic power flowing through all 3 of his energy centers. Mentor beamed at him with tiny fists raised, cheering Seo Jun on and urging him to keep chasing that impossible height no matter how ridiculous it sounded. Then, as if it were nothing, Mentor revealed the cruel condition waiting at the end of that path. If Seo Jun wanted to become transcendent, the first thing he had to do was survive being beaten down. Seo Jun could only stare at Mentor in stunned silence, his eyes widening as the sheer absurdity of that requirement slowly sank in. His thoughts immediately flashed back to the instructor's monstrous power, and the memory of that overwhelming strength made the whole idea feel even more terrifying. Mentor simply folded his arms and watched him, letting the fear and pressure settle over Seo-jun without trying to soften it. With a serious look, Mentor warned him that the causality needed to force that kind of breakthrough would be absolutely insane. It would not be the kind of pain Seo-jun could measure as merely a lot. This was suffering on a completely different scale, far beyond anything ordinary. Trying not to panic, Seo-jun lowered his gaze to his device, searching desperately for some loophole, some hidden advantage he could use. His fingers moved quickly across the screen as he scrolled through option after option, hunting for anything that might let him turn the situation around.
That was when Seo-jun found a replica item containing Jormungandr's deadly poison, and his eyes sharpened as he noticed one crucial detail. Causal accumulation did not apply to it.
Mentor noticed Seo-jun selecting something on the device and leaned closer, curiosity flickering across his small face. A bottle of poison suddenly materialized in front of them, and before the air could even settle, more bottles began appearing one after another. Even Mentor was taken aback as the room started filling with bottle after bottle, each one packed with that terrifying poison. Seo-jun kept summoning them in bulk without hesitation, and the growing pile of poison bottles immediately set Mentor on edge. Then Seo-jun's expression shifted into something almost frighteningly determined, making it obvious that a reckless plan had already taken shape in his mind. At that exact moment, the instructor returned, stepping back in as though he were perfectly ready to continue the brutal lesson. Seo-jun was still sprawled on the ground when the instructor arrived, but behind his tired eyes, his thoughts were already moving at full speed. The instructor flatly denied that he had beaten Seo-jun up, brushing off his battered condition as nothing more than weakness. But that contempt only made Seo-jun's resolve tighten, hardening his expression instead of breaking his spirit. The instructor noticed the strange mood in the room and the suspicious items scattered around, but before he could fully react, Seo-jun made his move. When the instructor demanded to know what he was doing, Seo-jun calmly continued chewing on a banana as if nothing unusual were happening. Seo-jun casually claimed that bananas were good for recovery, turning the tense moment into a bizarre standoff centered around a snack. The instructor lunged forward in irritation, but Seo-jun simply held out another banana to him, acting as though they were sharing food instead of preparing to fight. Tempted by a wave of nostalgia, the instructor admitted that he had not eaten one since his days living on Huaguo Mountain. He became strangely delighted, as if this battlefield had suddenly improved now that it offered both a proper fight and fruit to enjoy. The instructor took a bite without suspicion, clearly expecting nothing more than the soft sweetness of an ordinary banana. Seo-jun watched him closely, a vicious grin spreading across his face as the trap finally began to snap shut. The instructor's expression twisted the very next moment, the taste turning horribly wrong as the poison surged through him. The ground erupted beneath the force of his reaction, the impact blasting outward as his body recoiled from the sudden shock. A violent burst followed immediately, making it clear that the banana had been laced with an absurdly concentrated dose of poison. The instructor barely managed to steady himself, then lifted a furious glare towards Seo-jun through the chaos. Seo-jun revealed the truth with obvious delight, asking with a bright, mocking grin how that poisoned banana had tasted. He explained that the fruit carried the concentrated essence of hundreds of bottles of Jormungandr's deadly poison, while the instructor clutched his stomach in pain. Seizing that opening, Seo-jun rushed forward with his spear and declared that if poison could be treated as food, then it should not count as a proper attack. The instructor instantly forced the poison out of his system and transformed, refusing to let Seo-jun outwit him with wordplay. He retaliated by unleashing a swarm of shadow clones, surrounding Seo-jun from every direction in an instant. Seo-jun tightened his grip on his spear and braced himself as the pressure around him spiked all over again. The clones began grabbing the summoned poison bottles and hurling them straight back at Seo-jun from every side. Seo-jun swung his spear in a massive sweeping arc, shattering the incoming bottles before any of them could strike him directly. But he realized the problem a heartbeat too late. Breaking the bottles only scattered the poison into the air around him. The instructor mocked him coldly, pointing out that Seo-jun had walked straight into an obvious counterattack. Before long, Seo-jun found himself trapped inside a thick cloud of his own poison, while the clones closed in from every angle. Even then, Seo-jun kept smiling through the danger, refusing to retreat even as the toxic air pressed in around him. Seeing that reckless madness in his eyes, the instructor decided to turn the entire poison cloud completely against him. Explosions and heavy impacts erupted all around Seo-jun as the poisonous battlefield collapsed inward with brutal force. The instructor smirked and pointed out that all he had to do was recall his clones, allowing him to escape the poison without taking the same risk. He treated the entire exchange like a joke. smugly insisting that since the poison had come from Seo Jun's own setup, it still counted as part of Seo Jun's abilities. But through the chaos, Seo Jun's poison-smeared hand suddenly reached him, pushing forward despite everything. The instructor froze, stunned that Seo Jun was still trying to fight while shouting about his ruined food, and Seo Jun shouted right back that instead of tormenting him, the man should just teach him properly. The instructor finally answered Seo Jun's defiance with a proper named strike, lifting his staff as the first technique of the heavenly meteor staff began to unfold. Seo Jun met him without backing away, driving forward with azure sky's soaring flow as his spear art clashed head-on against the instructor's descending attack. In that instant, as his body shot through the motion, Seo Jun understood with chilling clarity that if he had used divine speed any more recklessly, it would have killed him on the spot. The instructor's expression darkened with real anger now, and the air around him grew heavy as he prepared to crush Seo Jun once and for all. Poison splashed across Seo Jun's spear in the chaos, staining the weapon as the fight collapsed into a brutal close-range struggle. Even with his spear fouled and his body already pushed dangerously close to its limit, Seo Jun kept forcing himself forward step by step. Seo Jun threw everything into one final exchange, fixing his gaze on the instructor as if this next strike had to decide the entire clash. Their powers slammed together in a blinding burst, the impact exploding outward like a flash that swallowed the battlefield for a moment. Seo Jun was blasted through the air by the force of the collision, while the instructor remained planted in place, still standing firm. But even as the recoil hurled him back, Seo Jun twisted his body in midair and forced out one more desperate attack. The instructor caught the incoming spear shafts with his bare hands, stopping them cleanly and revealing once again the terrifying gap in skill and mastery. Then he struck back with star-breaking thousand thunders, calling down a storm of crushing force that crashed over the battlefield. Seo Jun could do nothing but defend, bracing himself as wave after wave of that devastating attack hammered down on him. The instructor's focus sharpened to a razor's edge, his entire presence locking onto one thing, overwhelming Seo Jun with pure power. Under that pressure, Seo Jun's spear scraped and skidded across the ground, barely holding the line as the force drove him back. The instructor suddenly dove through the smoke, closing the distance in a blur and almost catching Seo Jun completely exposed. Only then did the instructor realize it. Seo Jun had thrown away his spear on purpose during the rush, turning the entire charge into a feint. Seo Jun, half delirious and smeared with poison, answered that realization with a manic grin, making it clear the trick had been intentional. The instructor stared at him and reached the only conclusion that made sense. Seo Jun was not merely reckless, he was genuinely insane. So the instructor chose to end it, aiming to drive a direct strike into Seo Jun and spread deadly poison through his body. But the moment the instructor moved, something about the situation felt wrong, and a sharp unease flickered through his senses. For the first time in the entire exchange, the instructor's confidence wavered, if only for a heartbeat. He had no choice but to acknowledge it. Seo Jun's tenacity had reached a level that could no longer be dismissed as mere stubbornness. Seo Jun kept grinning through the poison and pain, refusing to let even that rare acknowledgement become the end of the fight. The instructor's staff still slammed into him with merciless force, driving Seo Jun backward as the impact tore through his guard. Poison splattered across Seo Jun's shoulder, adding yet another layer of damage to a body that was already falling apart. The instructor lowered his face into shadow, his expression unreadable as he prepared to deliver his final judgment. Then a poisoned strand of the instructor's hair was cut away, proving beyond any doubt that Seo Jun had truly reached him. The instructor burst into laughter, admitting that this was the first time he had ever met someone even crazier than himself. Around them, the battlefield lay completely shattered, scarred and broken by the sheer scale of their violent exchange. Far away, at the Order of Truth headquarters, a solemn ceremony was already underway beneath an atmosphere heavy with reverence. A hooded leader stood before the gathered followers, receiving their devotion as they bowed and greeted the grand voice. Beneath the shadow of the hood, a single golden eye opened, giving off the unmistakable presence of hidden authority. One subordinate stepped forward and reported that the apostolic ceremony was currently in progress. The grand voice declared that their next destination would be Korea, then ordered everyone present to make thorough preparations. Once that ominous command had been delivered, the hooded figure turned away and began to depart. A heavy silence settled over the hall after the announcement, leaving the followers frozen in the weight of what was coming. The grand voice walked toward the altar, moving ahead while the kneeling followers remained bowed behind him. Back on the ruined training ground, the instructor continued marveling that Seo Jun might truly be crazier than he was. while Seo-jun quietly realized the same frightening truth about himself. The instructor suddenly appeared beside Seo-jun and confirmed that, at the very least, Seo-jun had managed to touch a single strand of his hair. Since the instructor had promised a reward if Seo-jun could accomplish that much, he decided to honor the deal properly. Seo-jun lit up with excitement, while the instructor looked strangely baffled that this boy somehow understood his feelings better than he had expected. When Seo-jun asked what he was actually going to be taught, the instructor's playful air faded and his expression finally turned serious. The instructor said there were many things he could teach Seo-jun, but the first lesson would begin with the heavenly meteor staff itself. He explained that it was a complete art, one that wove together clones, earth gods, and countless other techniques into a single system. On top of that, the art also included cloud riding, earth warping, elemental manipulation, and a wide range of transformations. Seo-jun was left overwhelmed, struggling to take in just how absurdly vast and versatile the Heavenly Meteor Staff really was. The instructor explained that the Heavenly Meteor Staff was the refined essence of all those abilities condensed into a usable martial art. In simple terms, it consisted of 9 techniques arranged into 3 forms, with every set of 3 techniques forming one complete stage. Instead of continuing with more explanation, the instructor chose to show Seo-jun directly, preparing to demonstrate the 3rd technique of the first form. The instructor moved without another word, launching into the technique with a sweeping flourish as the next lesson began through action, instead of explanation. A massive pillar of force erupted from the movement, shaking the entire room as if the training ground itself had been struck from above. With that overwhelming pressure still rising, the instructor named the move as the 3rd technique of the Heavenly Meteor Staff. The attack came crashing down as grand net prosperous heaven, pouring over the area like a crushing rain of pure power. Seo-jun could only scream and scramble out of the way, his body moving on instinct as the demonstration nearly killed him on the spot. The instructor drove the technique downward with terrifying precision, making it look like a celestial pillar had fallen straight from the heavens. He completed the sequence as the first form's falling meteor, showing Seo-jun how each technique connected into a much larger system. The strike detonated against the ground with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves ripping outward through the ruined training space. Seo-jun barely escaped the blast radius in time, landing unsteadily as he stared back in shock at what he had just witnessed. The floor split apart beneath the aftermath, cracks spreading in every direction from the point of impact. When the dust finally cleared, Seo-jun could only stare at the destruction in front of him, struggling to process what had just happened. Mentor watched Seo-jun's stunned reaction with a small smirk, clearly enjoying how completely confused he looked. The instructor remarked that if Heaven's equal great sage were completely free from causal restrictions, his techniques would probably look something like this. Seo-jun immediately protested that nothing he had seen even resembled normal staff work, but the instructor calmly explained that he had only shown the completed movement, not the hidden principles inside each technique. Then the instructor warned him that even mastering the first technique, Azure Sky Soaring Flow, would likely be extremely difficult for Seo-jun. Seo-jun checked his remaining balance and felt his stomach drop when he realized he only had 41 hours of lecture time left to learn everything. Panic rose in him as he wondered whether that amount of time could possibly be enough, but the instructor simply looked at him and asked whether he was going to learn or not. Faced with impossible odds and no better choice, Seo-jun agreed immediately, refusing to let the chance slip away. His system then reported a huge jump in lecture progress, along with the first tiny increase in his Heavenly Meteor Staff achievement, proving that the lesson was truly working. The instructor pointed out that the act of exerting power itself held no great mystery, so Seo-jun should at least learn that much from him first. Mentor joked that at this point the instructor might as well personally tailor spear techniques for Seo-jun too, since he was already teaching him so much. Seo-jun could almost picture the price he had paid turning into a chaotic but worthwhile success, even if every step of the process felt like torture. After watching the situation settle, Mentor finally decided to leave Seo-jun and the instructor to continue on their own. As Seo-jun prepared himself to keep going, a woman from his group appeared and gently offered to help if he needed anything. The others gathered around in high spirits after their visit to the Vatican Cathedral, and Seo-jun admitted that the trip had been unexpectedly fun. For a brief moment, Seo-jun paused and caught his breath, letting the weight of everything that had just happened settle over him. Then he answered with renewed determination, ready to continue learning no matter how brutal the training became from here on. As his companions began talking about celebrating together later, Seo-jun stood at the edge of an even harsher path, knowing the real challenge was only beginning. Seo-jun suddenly understood exactly what Min-il was about to ask of her, and her expression shifted before he could even finish. Min-il swallowed what little pride he had left and lowered himself enough to beg for help. He asked the Dream Team to lend him money, but the request was met almost immediately with a firm refusal. Seo Yoon's face went cold, and the others quickly sensed just how badly Min-il had misread the room. She remembered all too clearly how Min-il had once treated the team like disposable tools after suddenly becoming rich. Min-il tried to smooth things over with a shameless grin, acting as though a little charm could fix everything. The team stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how he could behave as if they were still on friendly terms. Even then, Min-il kept pretending he could talk his way out of the situation, smiling like the tension was nothing serious. Seo Yoon answered him with a smile of her own, but the look in her eyes made it clear that trouble was coming. She asked what had happened to the enormous fortune he had received, and Min-il admitted that he had already burned through all 46 trillion. When Seo Yoon pressed him on whether he had at least bought the item they needed, his evasive response only made him look even worse. Min-il realized far too late just how pathetic and humiliating his answer sounded out loud. Seo Yoon's patience finally snapped, and everyone nearby recoiled as a murderous pressure began rolling off her. Her rage erupted with such force that the entire room seemed to shake around them. One teammate rushed in and physically restrained Seo Yoon, begging her to calm down before she actually killed Min-il. Min-il could only stare in horror and wonder how this guild had ever produced someone so terrifying. Before the chaos could settle, a visitor arrived carrying stacks of famous pizza as a peace offering for Seo Yoon. The delivery only made the situation look even more absurd, with Seo Yoon still armed and furious while everyone else panicked around her. Messenger cheerfully presented the gift, completely oblivious to the danger waiting on the other side of the doorway. A moment later, he was shut out instantly as the door slammed hard in his face. The story then shifted back to Korea, where Seo Joon finally returned home. His arrival immediately caused a stir, and the people nearby began recognizing him as Hunter Kim Seo Joon. Reporters and curious onlookers immediately swarmed around Seo Joon, voices overlapping as they demanded to know whether he had truly defeated a monster that even a Cataclysm hero could not handle. Seo Joon finally turned his attention toward the commotion, his expression shifting as he realized just how much attention his return had drawn. Then a polished executive stepped forward through the crowd, flanked by bodyguards, his neat appearance and controlled presence making it clear that he had come on official business. The man greeted Seo Joon with practiced warmth, speaking with the calm authority of someone used to handling important people and delicate situations. Before long, Seo Yoon was escorted away in a luxury car, leaving the noisy crowd and flashing attention behind him. Inside, Seo Joon was shown the newly issued A-rank hunter licenses for the entire Dream Team, proof that their status had risen together as a group. The executive explained that the Dream Team's dungeon clear records had been formally included in the achievement, giving every member rightful recognition. Even so, the executive soon turned his attention directly to Seo Joon, making it clear that Seo Joon's role in all of this stood out above the rest. Back with the team, everyone gathered around Seo Joon at once, crowding in with wide eyes as they admired how impressive he looked now.
The executive quietly observed the group from the side, taking in their relaxed bickering and the easy bond between them.
Seo Yoon immediately tried to snatch Seo Joon's license for herself, but Seo Joon refused to let anyone treat something that important like a piece of merchandise. Instead of taking offense at their noisy behavior, the executive seemed amused by the way the team argued so naturally in front of him. Seo Yoon even joked that she should get ready to buy the license online in case Seo Joon listed it for sale the next day, while the others quickly protested her ridiculous idea. In that moment, the Dream Guild's rising reputation no longer felt like distant news or empty praise. It was becoming something real. Seo Joon then examined a priceless replica, Peach of Immortality, a treasure said to be worth 35 billion won. But instead of simply being awed by the price, Seo Joon immediately started calculating how much profit the Transcension Academy must have been making off him. Even with all his complaints, the temptation of such a valuable treasure still shook him visibly, making it hard for him to look away. While the others sparred in the background, Seo Yoon noticed his conflicted stare and pointed out that the peach still looked delicious to Seo Joon, no matter how much he grumbled. Then a stern elder arrived, and the lively mood in the room dropped almost instantly. He asked why the members of the Dream Guild had all gathered there, and the team immediately braced themselves, sensing that bad news was coming. A heavy silence spread through the room, every person waiting tensely for the words he was about to say. The elder's grave expression alone was enough to confirm that the situation was far more serious than an ordinary summons. Seo Hyun demanded answers directly, unable to hold back as the tension in the room pressed down on everyone. The elder finally revealed the truth. The magic saint was in critical condition, Outside, Agnes stood alone, visibly shaken as she struggled to steady herself under the weight of the news. Seol Hyun noticed Agnes's distress and turned toward her, her own expression tightening with worry. Behind Seol Hyun, the elders gathered in silence, their solemn posture making it clear that they were preparing for something serious. Agnes faced them and confirmed that everyone she needed had arrived, her voice carrying the heaviness of what had to be said next. Seol Hyun steeled herself, sensing from the atmosphere that this meeting was about to reveal something painful. A door opened before them, leading the group into the quiet sick room beyond. Inside, Seol Hyun broke down the moment she saw her dying master, while the medical saint and Seo Jun stood nearby in tense silence. The old man gave a bitter joke, saying they must have come all this way just to watch him die. Another elder quickly rebuked him for speaking that way, but the dying man only kept laughing weakly through the pain. The medical saint lowered his gaze, his silence showing that he already understood the truth of the old man's condition. Seo Jun listened without saying a word, quietly taking in every exchange and every faint breath from the bedside. Suddenly the master's body convulsed, and everyone around the bed froze in terror at the sight. Even through the agony, the old man reached out with trembling strength and gently patted Seol Hyun's head to comfort her. With what little power he had left, he tried to reassure her, forcing warmth into his expression despite the pain. The room grew still as the old man gathered himself, preparing to leave them with one final message. He said that after carrying darkness in his heart for decades, he had finally come to understand that those fears no longer mattered. He told them that even if he died, the children before him were still here, ready to inherit their will and carry it forward. Those words struck Seo Jun quietly, leaving a deep impression on him as he stood beside the sickbed.
The old man's breathing grew weaker, but he still forced himself to push out the last of his thoughts.
Then his body suddenly went limp, and the room erupted in alarm as everyone feared he had finally passed. Agnes stepped forward at that moment, preparing to explain what had led them all to this point. She pointed to Seo Jun as someone who also needed to hear the truth behind the magic saint's condition. Agnes closed off the room so they could speak plainly, shutting away the outside noise and distractions. The others waited behind her in tense silence as she began to recount what had happened. The medical saint asked whether anyone had already examined the master properly, searching for even the smallest remaining hope. Agnes answered that she had already contacted the right person, making it clear that she had not left this matter unattended. Agnes explained that a few weeks earlier, the medical saint had discovered a possible cure that might save the magic saint from his illness, but that cure required a spiritual elixir. And because the ingredients were so important, the medical saint had left to gather them himself. Since that day, no one had been able to reach him, and the terrible meaning behind that silence struck everyone in the room at once. Agnes pleaded for their help, her voice tight with desperation as she told them there was almost no time left and the magic saint had to be saved. Seo Yun's grief slowly hardened into resolve, the sorrow in her eyes giving way to a colder determination. Even with tears still streaming down her face, Seo Yun struggled to hold herself together and stay standing in front of everyone. Seo Jun stepped forward without hesitation, already making the decision to act before anyone could ask him directly. The look in Seo Jun's eyes sharpened, and his determination became clear as he prepared to move immediately. At that moment, the image of a blonde knight named Kalia surfaced in Seo Jun's mind, along with her identity as the successor to the Apostle of Chastity. The memory of Kalia's sudden arrival cut through his thoughts, focusing his mind even more sharply on what had to be done. Seo Jun remembered facing Kalia directly, his gaze locked on her as he demanded to know exactly what she wanted from him. Her escorts had stepped forward at once, closing in on Seo Jun as though he were nothing more than an obstacle in their path. Kalia had come as a representative of the Dark Dragon Guild, clearly expecting to negotiate from a position far above him. But Seo Jun dismissed their attitude without flinching and warned them that they would regret wasting his time. Then they asked whether Seo Jun was searching for the medical saint, and that single question instantly drew his full attention. The moment the medical saint's name was mentioned, Seo Jun's mood turned colder and far more dangerous. Seo Jun immediately realized that these people knew something important, something they had been holding back. The focus then shifted to the Dark Dragon Guild, the powerful organization standing at the center of Korea's hunter world. Inside its headquarters, one of the guild's leaders waited in a vast office, seated with the confidence of a man used to control. A smug smile rested on his face, as if everything was unfolding exactly according to his plan. That confidence shattered in an instant when Seo Jun blasted his way into the building without warning. Seo Jun dragged the guild's people down one after another, turning the once polished office into a field of broken walls and scattered rubble. One of the executives tried to take advantage of the chaos, rushing in from behind to strike Seo-jun's blind spot. But the attacker realized too late that Seo-jun had already read the movement before the blow could land. Seo-jun dropped him effortlessly, barely slowing his steps as he continued advancing deeper into the room. He called out for the medical saint, making it clear that this was not some random assault, but a direct search for answers. At last, the guild leader revealed himself, stepping forward to meet Seo-jun's fury head-on. Instead of showing fear, the man smiled calmly, looking almost as though he had been waiting for Seo-jun to arrive. He turned his back with insulting ease and told Seo-jun to come see him personally if he wanted to talk. Seo-jun followed behind him, his voice sharp as he demanded real answers without any more games. The guild leader claimed that he had been trying to tell Seo-jun the medical saint's location from the very beginning. He spread his hands with a shameless air, acting as though the whole misunderstanding had somehow been Seo-jun's fault. Seo-jun did not believe him for a second, and he kept pressing forward, refusing to let the man twist the situation. The guild leader's expression hardened when he realized that intimidation and smooth words would not be enough to control Seo-jun. His true malice finally slipped through as he mocked Seo-jun for daring to think he could win against someone like him. Seo-jun gave no answer, but the silence around him sharpened as his focus narrowed completely. He steadied his breathing, gathered himself, and prepared to cut through the guild leader's bluff once and for all. Seo-jun demanded the exact dungeon where the medical saint had gone, leaving no room for vague answers or excuses. To force the truth out, Seo-jun summoned the terrifying image of monstrous insects behind him, turning the threat into something the guild leader could not ignore. Then, Seo-jun raised his staff, making it painfully clear that he was finished negotiating. For the first time, the guild leader faltered. Seo-jun remembered the hard rule that a captured commander would say anything to survive. So he refused to trust the man's words blindly. He openly called him a bastard and warned himself not to be deceived by even a single lie. The guild leader erupted in rage, furious that someone he saw as a mere rookie would dare treat him with such contempt. He unleashed the full authority of the Dark Dragon Guild, the overwhelming force that had ruled Korea's hunter world for decades. And he proved that his power was not only political, detonating the building with a surge of destructive force that tore through the structure. Outside, people screamed and fled as the headquarters began to collapse, flames and debris spreading through the chaos. The guild leader launched his signature Dark Dragon Fist, turning his entire body into a blazing weapon as he charged at Seo-jun. Seo-jun answered with a sweeping counterstrike from his staff, meeting the attack head-on with force against force. In the middle of that clash, Seo-jun identified the woman backing the guild as Kalia, and the pieces began locking into place. Seo-jun's blue strike tore through the office, sending the battle surging violently across the room. The guild leader staggered under the shock of being pushed back and struggled to recover his composure before Seo-jun pressed in again. Ryu Jin-chul sneers with the pride of a man who has ruled from the shadows for far too long, boasting that someone who stood above others like a ruler could never be brought down by Kim Seo-jun. Before the echo of his words can even fade, Ryu Jin-chul lunges forward again, driving in with another brutal strike packed with murderous intent. The clash tears beyond the room in an instant, and the entire upper floors explode outward as their battle spills violently through the building. The people watching from below can only stare in terror, their faces pale as the Dark Dragon Guild headquarters is sliced apart piece by piece before their eyes. Even while attacking without pause, Ryu Jin-chul roars that he has controlled Korean society for decades, insisting that after all those years, he could never collapse here. But then, in the middle of his own furious assault, Ryu Jin-chul finally catches sight of something that sends real fear through him. Kim Seo-jun's movements begin to blur and multiply, splitting into sharp after-images, and the veteran guild leader realizes with a chill that he is no longer keeping up. For the first time, Ryu Jin-chul's unshakable confidence starts to crack, because the possibility he refused to accept is now standing right in front of him. He might actually lose. Driven into a corner, Ryu Jin-chul gathers his power again and hurls another Dark Dragon Fist forward in desperation. Kim Seo-jun slips past the blood-red wave with calm precision, then slices through its path with a clean blue arc that flashes like cold lightning. His counterattack does not simply block the force. It tears straight through the dragon-shaped energy itself, ripping the attack apart from the inside. Ryu Jin-chul can only stare in stunned disbelief as the technique he trusted so completely shatters right before him. Behind Kim Seo-jun, a grim reaper-like shadow seems to rise, and as that chilling image looms over the battlefield, he brings his weapon down once more. Ryu Jin-chul's throat tightens, and all he can force out is a broken, stunned gasp as the pressure crashes down on him. Kim Seo-jun's power detonates through the building in one final crushing burst, swallowing the ruined space in a violent shockwave. When the blast finally fades, Kim Seo-jun stops for a moment, his senses sharpening as he detects another presence still lingering inside the devastated room. Ryu Jin-chul tries to push himself back up from the wreckage, shaken to the core, and the certainty of victory he once had is nowhere to be seen. Kim Seo-jun turns his gaze away from the fallen guild leader and finds Kalia standing behind her shield in the middle of the broken hall. He addresses Kalia directly, his attention already leaving Ryu Jin-chul behind, as if the defeated man no longer matters. Kalia answers with unsettling calm, confirming that everything Ryu Jin-chul said was true. With that single admission, the situation shifts completely, turning from a simple fight into a dangerous clue, pointing somewhere far more important. Kim Seo-jun's anger cools into sharp suspicion, and he studies Kalia again, reassessing exactly what role she has been playing in all of this. Kalia points out that if Kim Seo-jun continues fighting in this ruined place, he will only burn through precious time. Instead of staying behind for another battle, she urges him to move immediately and go after the medical saint. Kim Seo-jun falls silent, weighing her words carefully as he faces Kalia across the wrecked hall, unsure whether trusting her is a mistake. In that tense pause, he stands ready to decide whether Kalia is an enemy he needs to crush, or the only key that can lead him to the medical saint. In the shattered lobby, Kim Seo-jun walks away from the aftermath, leaving behind broken debris, groaning survivors, and injured bodies scattered across the floor. He parts from Kalia with a calm confidence in his voice, promising as he turns away that they will meet again. As Kim Seo-jun leaves, the ruined scene slowly settles into a heavy silence, with the wounded survivors surrounded by dust, rubble, and fear. One battered man struggles to lift himself from the ground, his body trembling as he tries to process the chaos that just unfolded. He braces a hand against the broken rubble, forcing himself to steady his breathing and recover enough strength to move. Around him, the others begin gathering the injured, shouting for help and calling for medical support without wasting another second. Kalia remains nearby, standing among fallen enemies and scattered wreckage as the emergency response begins to unfold around her. One of the surviving attackers can do nothing but stare blankly, too shaken by what happened to react in any meaningful way. Kalia clicks her tongue in irritation, clearly annoyed that even after all this destruction, the situation still has not truly ended. Then her eyes drop toward her feet, where she notices a thin line drawn near the ground and realizes something has quietly been set up around her. The moment Kalia tries to move, the meaning becomes clear. She has been deliberately kept in place, and it was done for a reason. That realization hits even harder when she hears that. Fortunately for someone else, she was still right there where she could not escape. Kim Seo-jun stops directly in front of her, making it unmistakably clear that he returned for Kalia specifically. Kalia forces a tense smile onto her face and asks whether Kim Seo-jun is finally planning to go save the medical saint now. Before Kim Seo-jun can answer, the sword saint arrives with overwhelming presence and declares that he will be going as well. Kalia stiffens in surprise at the sword saint's sudden appearance, feeling the heavy pressure that comes with him the instant he steps into the scene. The sight of him immediately drags Kalia back to an earlier promise, one she had once made directly to the sword saint. In that memory, Kalia had sworn that she would fulfill his request, even if she had to bind herself by the order of truth to prove it. Remembering that vow leaves Kalia visibly shaken, because she now understands that the promise she made can be turned against her. Kim Seo-jun smiles, as if nothing is wrong, repeating that same effortless promise that they will meet again. Then the sword saint suddenly reaches out, grabs Kalia by the collar, and drags her back under his authority without hesitation. With a hard, commanding tone, the sword saint demands that Kalia honor the vow of truth she once swore to him. Standing beside Kim Seo-jun, the sword saint presses Kalia relentlessly, showing no sympathy for her hesitation or fear. Kalia freezes in place, trapped between the oath she cannot easily escape and the secret she has been desperately trying to hide. The scene moves to Gangnam, where the shoreline has become anything but peaceful, and a massive dark portal churns open above the beach like a wound in the air. Kim Seo-jun and the sword saint arrive at the beach with Kalia in tow, all three of them standing before the ominous portal as its black energy twists in front of them. The sword saint fixes his sharp gaze on Kalia and bluntly asks whether she really intends to break the vow of truth she once swore. Kalia cannot give him a clean answer, and the pressure of that oath weighs down on her so heavily that she hesitates, groaning as if the words themselves are choking her. Instead of confessing, Kalia slowly edges closer to the portal, her posture making it clear that escape is starting to look more tempting than telling the truth. Kim Seo-jun and the Sword Saint keep their eyes on the portal while making sure Kalia stays within reach, and the Sword Saint admits that if they keep pressing her too hard, there may be consequences they cannot ignore. The Sword Saint silently weighs the situation, trying to drag the truth out of Kalia without pushing her so far that the oath destroys her completely.
Kim Seo-jun remains near the portal, thinking through the problem with a calm, focused look, while the Sword Saint continues watching Kalia's every move.
Then a sly smile slowly appears on Kim Seo-jun's face, as if another route has just opened in his mind. Inside the portal's inner world, Kim Seo-jun, the Sword Saint, and Kalia find themselves confronting the situation in a swamp-like demigod domain, where the air feels heavy and unnatural. Kim Seo-jun tells Kalia to look around, forcing her attention away from excuses and toward the strange world surrounding them. When Kalia asks what else he wants from her, a sudden burst of energy erupts nearby, making her flinch as the danger inside the domain announces itself. Even with the threat closing in, Kim Seo-jun reminds her that their first priority has not changed. They still have to find the medical saint. Then Kim Seo-jun turns the matter back on Kalia, asking why she is suddenly bringing up the medical saint now, as if her own words have exposed something. Kalia falters under that question, unable to answer without revealing more than she wants to let slip. The Sword Saint studies the strange terrain around them and comes to a grim conclusion. They are standing inside the demigod's inner core. He explains that the enemy likely separated the medical saint from everyone else first, then deliberately lured this outsider into the same trap after him. Kim Seo-jun follows the logic piece by piece, realizing just how carefully this entire trap must have been prepared. The Sword Saint confirms that this rare inner core only appeared because the enemy's scheme forced the conditions into place. He understands now that the hidden space was used as a cage, cutting the medical saint off from any chance of receiving help. That leaves them with one urgent problem. Inside this vast core, they still need to figure out where the medical saint has been taken. Instead of letting panic take over, Kim Seo-jun closes his eyes and begins searching with sharpened senses, calmly reaching outward through the domain. The Sword Saint takes a step back to give Kim Seo-jun enough space to focus, while Kalia watches from the side with visible nerves. Kim Seo-jun asks for a moment, his quiet tone suggesting that he may actually have a way to track down the missing medical saint. He falls into deep concentration, listening through the silence and feeling through the strange inner world for even the faintest trace. Kim Seo-jun's perception spreads dramatically outward, turning the surrounding area into a living map of energy flows, presences, and faint life signs. After scanning the area, Kim Seo-jun reports that there is no sign of the medical saint anywhere nearby. The Sword Saint immediately decides they have to expand the search instead of wasting time, and as their attention pushes deeper through the core, a separate and distinct energy source finally appears. Kim Seo-jun senses a bright figure marked by a green core, and in that instant he realizes they have found something important. Without hesitation, Kim Seo-jun grabs his weapon, his body already moving as he prepares to act on the new information. With a powerful swing, Kim Seo-jun launches Gungnir toward the presence he detected, sending the spear tearing through the air. The weapon shoots away at terrifying speed, leaving the others stunned by how suddenly Kim Seo-jun has turned his discovery into an attack. For a brief moment, Kim Seo-jun watches the spear's path with a puzzled look, as if checking whether his aim and instincts truly matched. But instead of disappearing into the distance, Gungnir begins to circle back through the air, curving around as though guided by a will of its own. Kim Seo-jun realizes at once that the spear has locked onto something and is reacting on its own. Gungnir flares with blazing power, shifting its course sharply before plunging into a direct strike. Kim Seo-jun warns that he has to stop Gungnir before it pierces the medical saint, revealing that the weapon has finally found the missing man's location. A massive explosion erupts where Gungnir descends, and the impact shakes the inner world with a violent blast. The Sword Saint understands immediately that Gungnir has locked onto the medical saint's position. Kalia shudders as the truth she tried to avoid is dragged into the open by the spear's relentless pursuit. The Sword Saint decides that this is the moment to face the issue they still have not been able to force out of Kalia. Far from the blast zone, the hidden enemy group begins to realize that something has gone terribly wrong with their carefully arranged plan. Their leader notes in a tense voice that the situation has shifted, and not in a way that benefits them. As the shockwave continues spreading through the domain, one subordinate rushes in to report the sudden disturbance. But before the enemy group can properly react, something comes crashing into them with overwhelming speed. One of the cloaked enemies is slammed straight into the floor, crushed so violently that he cannot resist at all. The two remaining enemies stare down at their fallen comrade, frozen in disbelief at how instantly he was taken out. They barely have time to understand what just struck them before panic begins to spread across their faces. The attacker continues moving through them at a speed they cannot defend against, while elsewhere in the forest, a swarm of giant centipede-like monsters surges after a fleeing man. That fleeing man is the medical saint, desperately sprinting through the forest while clutching a glowing light tightly in his hand. The medical saint cries out for help, his voice ragged and desperate, making it clear that his strength has been pushed to its absolute limit. Just as the monsters close in around him, a burning spear streaks across the battlefield and intercepts the swarm right beside him. Gungnir erupts with a divine medical technique, sending destructive light raining down over the monsters and tearing through the entire swarm. The medical saint realizes with growing dread that he has already used up all his needles, leaving him with no real way to keep fighting on his own.
He turns at the last possible moment and sees Gungnir's attack carving open a path through the monsters, giving him a chance to survive.
The monsters are swallowed by a towering pillar of light, their bodies blasted apart as the radiant force crashes down from above. The medical saint can only stare with his mouth slightly open, stunned by the impossible rescue unfolding right in front of him. He recognizes the weapon as a spear, but that only deepens his confusion, because he cannot understand who could possibly be wielding such power here. Gungnir continues shredding the monsters until the immediate danger is crushed, and when the blinding light finally fades, the spear turns back toward its master. Kim Seo-jun catches Gungnir cleanly in front of the stunned medical saint, as if the terrifying weapon had simply returned to his hand by instinct. The medical saint watches Kim Seo-jun in disbelief, unable to make sense of how this unfamiliar young man has suddenly appeared inside this sealed place. Kim Seo-jun casually asks if the man in front of him is the medical saint, speaking as though the answer is already obvious.
The medical saint immediately demands to know who Kim Seo-jun is and how someone like him managed to enter this hidden domain.
Even with more monsters still looming nearby, Kim Seo-jun remains calm and tells the medical saint that introductions can wait until after they survive. Kim Seo-jun steps between the medical saint and the remaining monsters, taking control of the battlefield with his body positioned like a shield. The medical saint is astonished, unable to believe that someone could erase so many monsters so quickly and still look completely composed. Still wary despite being rescued, the medical saint asks again who this strange young man really is. Kim Seo-jun answers simply that the magic saint sent him here. The moment the medical saint hears that name, his suspicion changes at once, and excitement flashes across his face. Kim Seo-jun asks whether the medical saint found what he came looking for inside the demigod's core. And the medical saint realizes this young man knows far too much as he questions how Kim Seo-jun even got inside. Kim Seo-jun pauses for a beat, because that question brushes against a secret he cannot casually reveal. The medical saint begins explaining that the inner core is ultimately a kind of crystal, then adds with urgency that the magic saint's condition is critical. He turns away as he speaks, his attention still fixed on the emergency itself, rather than on unraveling Kim Seo-jun's identity. While the medical saint continues talking, Kim Seo-jun quietly draws a surgical knife, keeping the movement controlled and almost unnoticed. Kim Seo-jun listens as the medical saint explains the nature of the core, but his hand is already preparing another move while the medical saint speaks with confidence about what he believes he understands. In the next instant, Kim Seo-jun appears behind him and the medical saint realizes far too late that the young man has moved again. Kim Seo-jun calmly repeats that the magic saint sent him, yet his real focus is on the suspicious truth hidden behind the medical saint's own words. In his mind, Kim Seo-jun compares the medical saint's rough methods and crude medicines with the far superior products he has already encountered. Gungnir gives off a low hum as Kim Seo-jun shifts from quietly listening to preparing to act. The medical saint insists that the core is not what Kim Seo-jun seems to believe it is. Even while surrounded by danger, the medical saint remains strangely confident, as if he is holding on to knowledge he has not fully revealed. Kim Seo-jun reacts with exaggerated surprise, clearly mocking that confidence instead of accepting it at face value. Before their exchange can continue, a sudden explosion of force erupts nearby, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Kim Seo-jun and the medical saint both recoil from the blast, startled as the shockwave rips through the area. The medical saint blurts out that he did it, sounding as though he is trying to claim responsibility for the sudden explosion. Kim Seo-jun immediately demands another explanation, clearly unconvinced, while the medical saint kneels over a monster's corpse and begins examining it instead of answering directly. Kim Seo-jun sharpens his senses, insight, and battle experience all at once, reading the battlefield and breaking down the monster's behavior with frightening precision. Using that judgment, Kim Seo-jun cuts cleanly through the monster's bodies, exposing their weak points exactly where they are most vulnerable. He slices apart another wave of monsters in one smooth motion, while the medical saint watches the effortless destruction in complete awe. The medical saint is overwhelmed by how absurdly capable this supposed rescuer is, unable to decide whether Kim Seo-jun is reckless, brilliant, or something beyond both. Kim Seo-jun cheerfully offers to share some of the core material for treating the magic saint if the medical saint needs it. That offer only deepens the medical saint's confusion, because Kim Seo-jun keeps acting as if he already belongs in the middle of this crisis. And just then, the sword saint arrives with Kalia, saying they have finally found the medical saint. The medical saint stares blankly, struggling to keep up with the fact that even more powerful people have managed to enter the demigod's core. The sword saint brusquely waves off Kim Seo-jun's concern for him, making it clear that he is fine. Kim Seo-jun tells the sword saint to say something if he is not all right, but the sword saint refuses to entertain the fuss. The medical saint is left staring at the two of them, unable to understand their relationship or why they can act so casually in a place like this. The sword saint cuts straight through the confusion and demands that they explain the entire situation. Both the medical saint and Kim Seo-jun tense as Kalia struggles back up onto her knees nearby. Kim Seo-jun turns his attention to Kalia and asks the question that matters most to him now, why her body is covered in scars. The sword saint adds coldly that if Kalia had truly wanted help, she should have led them to the medical saint much sooner. Kim Seo-jun studies Kalia in silence, his eyes fixed on her face as he waits for the answer she has been dodging from the very beginning. Kalia forces a faint, strained smile, but with Gungnir pointed at her throat, there is nowhere left for her to run and no excuse left to hide behind. Kim Seo-jun tells Kalia there is no point pretending anymore because the truth has already been laid out right in front of them.
He presses Kalia with one simple question, his voice low and sharp, making it clear that he intends to strip away every last evasion.
The words come out heavy enough that even Kim Seo-jun flinches with anger as he says them, his expression tightening around the fury he can barely contain. Kalia braces herself where she kneels, fully aware that answering him honestly may be the very thing that destroys her. Kim Seo-jun asks what Kalia said just moments earlier, forcing her to repeat the implication she had tried so hard to bury. His expression hardens as the pieces fall into place, and he realizes her answer may confirm the worst suspicion forming in his mind. Kalia remains silent, caught between fear and the oath binding her, while Kim Seo-jun coldly reminds her that even the great heroes of the Cataclysm would not dare interfere with the people behind this. The moment those words leave his mouth, even Kim Seo-jun feels the weight of what he has just said. Kalia finally understands that there is no path left to escape through, so she steadies herself and prepares to speak, even knowing the danger waiting for her. A darker look crosses Kim Seo-jun's face as he tells Kalia that when the apostle appears again, she can ask them directly herself. Kalia's face drains with horror as she realizes that if she reveals the truth aloud, the oath binding her may kill her on the spot. Kim Seo-jun keeps pushing, asking whether Kalia truly believed she could stay safe forever as long as no one ever caught her. The question leaves Kim Seo-jun grim and focused, because deep down, he already understands the answer he is forcing out of her. Kalia stares at the spear point hovering in front of her face, cornered so completely that confession is the only direction left. At last, Kalia looks up in shock, as if she has finally grasped exactly how much Kim Seo-jun knows and what he is about to drag into the open. The sword saint corners Kalia with merciless pressure, forcing her to choose between silent death and the only chance of survival, cooperation. Kim Seo-jun does not allow the threat to remain vague, pressing Kalia harder and demanding the answers they came here to uncover. Under that crushing pressure, Kalia finally begins to speak, her resistance breaking as the words start to spill out. Kalia gives in completely, lowering her guard as she prepares to reveal the truth they have been trying to force from her. She explains that the real objective is to draw out Berserk's sealed power, exposing a goal far more dangerous than a simple attack. That revelation changes everything, turning the interrogation from a local crisis into the doorway to a much larger and darker secret. The Sword Saint immediately narrows his eyes and demands to know what Berserk actually is. Kalia reveals that Berserk is sealed away in Greenland, the very place where the Order of Truth has established its base. She adds that a holy relic can extract Berserk's sealed power, but admits that only the apostles know the full details of that relic. The instant those words leave her mouth, Kalia realizes she has already revealed far more than she ever should have. Fear catches up to Kalia all at once, and the danger of her confession settles over her like a blade hanging above her neck. The Sword Saint coldly states that the seal exists to preserve the stability of the world, his tone carrying the weight of old knowledge. Kalia is visibly shaken by that claim, because after everything she knows about the Order of Truth's crimes, she cannot accept it so easily. Kim Seo-jun openly mocks the idea that the Order of Truth could ever be protecting the world, forcing the Sword Saint to clarify what he really means. The Sword Saint's explanation turns deeper and more abstract, as he insists that the stability he means is not ordinary peace, but a cosmic order built upon causality itself. Kim Seo-jun catches the implication almost immediately, and the twisted logic behind it makes his anger sharpen even further. His fury bursts outward in a destructive wave of power, tearing through the ground around them as the air itself seems to crack under the pressure. Before the confrontation can spiral any further, the Sword Saint cuts it off with a firm command, seizing control of the scene again. Then a new voice calls out for Kalia, and everyone turns as they realize reinforcements have finally arrived. The newcomers are revealed to be apostles, confirming that Kalia's side has found them inside the core. The Sword Saint recognizes one of them as the Apostle of Patience, and in that instant the tension rises to an entirely different level. Patience calls Kim Seo-jun by name, making it clear that the apostles did not arrive blindly. They came prepared for him. Kalia stares in shock, shaken by the fact that the apostles already know exactly who Kim Seo-jun is. Kim Seo-jun answers with open hostility, his glare making it clear that he has no intention of stepping back just because the apostles have appeared. Patience treats the situation like a demand rather than a negotiation, and his power begins suffocating the entire area. But Kim Seo-jun braces himself inside that spreading pressure and refuses to be intimidated. Kim Seo-jun lowers into a fighting stance, ready to face the apostles head-on, no matter how overwhelming their presence feels. Patience remains calm on the surface, yet his attention sharpens as he begins reassessing Kim Seo-jun with far more seriousness. The Sword Saint challenges Kim Seo-jun's reckless intent, asking what he thinks he is doing by trying to confront enemies like this.
Kim Seo-jun admits that this is his first time facing opponents of this level, but even so, he chooses to fight.
Even as Kim Seo-jun speaks boldly, the crushing weight of the apostle's presence bears down on him, forcing him to endure the strain. The Sword Saint laughs at Kim Seo-jun's audacity, amused by the young man's nerve instead of trying to drag him away. Patience identifies the old warrior as the Sword Saint and warns him not to indulge Kim Seo-jun's recklessness. The Sword Saint refuses to abandon Kim Seo-jun, stepping in beside him as they stand together against the apostles. With his decision made, the Sword Saint draws his blade, fully committing himself to the battle that is about to begin. Master and disciple stand shoulder to shoulder as the hostile energy tightens around them, the air growing heavier with every second. The Sword Saint steadies his grip and hardens his resolve, preparing to meet the incoming attack head-on without taking a single step back. Kim Seo-jun mirrors that same determination beside him, setting his stance and readying himself to follow through no matter how dangerous the clash becomes. Patience watches them with a calm, unreadable expression, noting that fate has already begun to drift far beyond what had originally been expected. Then Patience raises one hand, and the mood shifts instantly as he begins unleashing a more direct and merciless assault. Dark power surges upward from the ground like a living shadow, spreading across the battlefield and turning the entire area into a deadly trap. The attack swells into massive pillars of force, crashing down across the field with enough pressure to crush anything caught beneath them. The medical saint can only drag Kalia away from the danger, painfully aware that in a battle of this scale he has almost no place to interfere. Even so, the medical saint still tries to help, pressing acupoint seals into Kalia to stop her condition from worsening before it becomes fatal.
Kim Seo-jun calls out to the medical saint, telling him not to worry about the fight and to focus entirely on protecting Kalia.
Patience keeps pouring pressure into the battlefield, moving with the confidence of someone who believes his side still controls every direction of the fight. Kim Seo-jun answers with a blazing strike, closing in with terrifying speed, but Patience blocks the attack with a single hand. The moment their powers collide, the impact detonates into another violent burst, sending shockwaves ripping through the already broken ground. For the first time, Patience is visibly startled by how quickly Kim Seo-jun managed to close the distance between them. Kim Seo-jun does not give him room to breathe, charging forward with fury and pouring everything he has into the exchange. Patience marks Kim Seo-jun with a targeting technique, trying to pin him down and finish him in one clean move, while taunting him for making such a reckless choice. Even as Patience mocks him, he begins to feel that Kim Seo-jun's power is becoming genuinely troublesome. Their attacks crash together again, and a huge explosion erupts, swallowing the battlefield in another wave of violent force. As the ground breaks apart around them, the Sword Saint warns the enemy not to underestimate them so easily. The Sword Saint quickly realizes this battle is not only a contest of strength, but a race against time that they cannot afford to lose. Patience gathers even more energy around himself, preparing to overwhelm them before Kim Seo-jun and the Sword Saint can adapt any further. He releases another devastating blast straight toward Kim Seo-jun, clearly aiming to crush him outright. Kim Seo-jun counters with a wide, sweeping strike that rips through the ground and tears open the battlefield in front of him. Patience is forced to evade as the slash races across the field, cutting through the space where he had just been standing. Even with his evasion, the attack still clips Patience, proving that Kim Seo-jun's blade can wound him after all. Kim Seo-jun looks up through the chaos and realizes that despite taking damage, the enemy is still standing. Dark energy floods the area again, spreading like a black tide and threatening to swallow everything in its path. Before that pressure can close in completely, the Sword Saint rushes forward to support Kim Seo-jun. Together, Kim Seo-jun and the Sword Saint launch a combined assault, their blue power cutting fiercely through the surrounding darkness. Patience blocks the attack, but the force of their joint strike begins to break through his defense little by little. Temperance is struck as the barrage tears into the Apostle's side, the impact finally reaching beyond Patience alone. Kim Seo-jun keeps pressing forward, refusing to give the Apostles even a moment to recover or regain control. The medical saint watches in disbelief, realizing that the battle has climbed to a level far beyond anything he can influence. All the medical saint can do now is witness the clash from the side and protect Kalia as best as possible. Another massive detonation shakes the battlefield, flooding everything in blinding light and hiding the fighters behind the blast. When the dust finally clears, Kim Seo-jun is still standing in the middle of the destruction, battered but far from broken. Temperance also remains upright, his body clearly damaged, yet not defeated enough to fall. The Sword Saint is stunned by how much stronger Kim Seo-jun has become, far beyond what he had expected from him. Temperance proposes ending the fight by taking Kalia and withdrawing, warning that if they continue, one side will inevitably die. Kim Seo-jun weighs the offer in silence, but even while listening, he does not lower his guard for a second. Beside him, the Sword Saint quietly channels stabilizing energy through his own body, forcing himself to remain ready for the next exchange. Temperance admits that at least for now, the Apostles still hold the advantage in this confrontation. Then Temperance raises his voice, preparing to turn that advantage into a final result before anyone can stop him. Far away in Kim Seo-jun's memory, the image of a dying ally reminds him that they only have one day left to save the Magic Saint. That memory hardens Kim Seo-jun's determination, driving him to finish this battle as quickly as possible. He recalls the desperate question hanging over them, whether they can make it back in time to save the Magic Saint. The answer in Kim Seo-jun's heart is clear. They have to overcome every obstacle in front of them, starting with Temperance. Meanwhile, Patience decides that Kim Seo-jun is far too dangerous to leave alive, even if Temperance ends up falling in the process. Another memory rises in Kim Seo-jun's mind, recalling the transcendent instructor who had once dismissed this kind of problem as simple as long as it was done correctly. Kim Seo-jun curses the absurdity of that lesson inwardly while forcing his battered body to move and obey him one more time. Temperance felt it the moment Seo-jun's aura shifted. Something inside him was changing, something dark and unsettling, as if an ominous force had finally begun to wake beneath the surface. That faint unease quickly swelled into real danger. Seo-jun's presence no longer felt like a wounded fighter clinging to the battle. It had sharpened into something far heavier, far more threatening. The old man understood it a heartbeat too late. Seo-jun was preparing to unleash a technique his body had no business touching yet, a move far beyond what his current limits should have allowed. Power rushed upward and flooded the sky, spreading like a storm of raw force above the ruined battlefield. Even knowing the price it would demand, Seo-jun committed himself completely to the strike. Temperance braced himself in response, his battered body tightening as he prepared to meet Seo-jun's attack with every bit of strength he still had left. He gathered all of his remaining power into one point, compressing it tighter and tighter until it formed a final attack meant to end the clash in a single blow. Once again, dark pillars came crashing down from above, stabbing into the battlefield like execution stakes and turning the entire area into a deadly zone with nowhere safe to stand. In that instant, Seo Jun remembered the truth. He had never intended to use this technique so early, not here, not before he had the control to survive it. Hesitation was no longer an option. Seo Jun lifted his spear, his grip tightening around the shaft, and chose to gamble everything he had on that one impossible strike. The old man's eyes widened as he realized exactly what Seo Jun was trying to do. Horror flashed across his face, because the risk was far greater than Seo Jun seemed willing to admit. The technique erupted all at once. A transcendent blue radiance swallowed Seo Jun's body, blazing so violently that Temperance was blown backward by the sudden surge, blood bursting from his mouth as he coughed in shock. A familiar warning echoed through Seo Jun's mind. His teacher had told him clearly that he still lacked the mastery needed to use those spear arts safely outside the Academy's controlled world. Seo Jun forced the spear upright anyway. The moment he did, a massive pillar of heavenly power descended toward him, as if the sky itself had answered his call. The old man could see it now with painful clarity. Seo Jun was pushing far past the edge of what his body could endure, and if he made one mistake, the technique might destroy him before it ever reached the enemy. Temperance, bloodied and shaken, struggled to steady his stance while the attack continued to form. Around Seo Jun, countless spear-like afterimages bloomed through the blue light, surrounding him as the technique took shape. Seo Jun gave himself to it completely. Even as the recoil ripped through his body from the inside, he refused to loosen his grip or let the spear waver. His teacher's voice flashed through his memory again, casually mocking how difficult the technique seemed to him. That same teacher had insisted the method was simple, which only made Seo Jun's agony feel even more absurd. And within that memory came the explanation. The spear art was built from 9 techniques and 3 forms. Seo Jun remembered how the foundations resembled other spear traditions at first glance. But his teacher's version was different, a sharpened and refined synthesis designed for a spear, not a staff. His teacher had even boasted about its origin with complete confidence, claiming he had created the style by drawing from the techniques of multiple transcendent beings. Back in the present, Seo Jun lay battered beneath the weight of that lesson and could only think bitterly that what his teacher called training had really been nothing more than being beaten into submission. That same lesson had also carried a warning. Seo Jun had only truly learned 3 techniques and the first form, and even those were still incomplete in his hands. His teacher had told him that the first form was still mostly theoretical for someone at his level. If Seo Jun tried to use it in reality, the recoil would be brutal enough to tear him apart. And yet, even with that warning, the teacher had admitted one terrifying possibility. If Seo Jun managed to execute it properly, the attack could threaten even him. Now, surrounded by falling power, Seo Jun rose again and aimed that dangerous first form straight at Temperance, turning everything he had learned into a single descending strike. Temperance rejected the idea immediately. His mind refused to accept that Seo Jun could truly unleash such a technique, especially in the state he was in. But denial could not erase what was right in front of him. Reflected clearly in Temperance's eye was Seo Jun, descending from above with his spear pointed straight down. Seo Jun activated the transcendent art in full, and the first technique of the heavenly meteor spear began to unfold around him. The spear blazed like a lance forged from starlight. With overwhelming force gathered at its tip, Seo Jun dove downward as if he himself had become a falling star. The heavenly strike tore through the battlefield from above, crashing down like a pillar of judgment that split the air and crushed everything in its path. This was the first technique of the annihilating thunder god, a spear art carrying the force of divine destruction. Its power did not stop at the first impact. Wave after wave continued crashing downward, relentless and overwhelming, as if the sky kept striking the earth again and again. Temperance screamed as the strike swallowed him whole. Around him, the battlefield collapsed under the impact, breaking apart beneath the force of Seo Jun's attack. The old man and the nearby witness could only stare in stunned silence as Seo Jun's attack overwhelmed the enemy. Patience, too, was left frozen, unable to comprehend the impossible scale of power Seo Jun had just produced. At last, the attack began to fade, the violent light thinned into drifting traces of blue, and an eerie silence settled over the shattered ground. Patience had survived, but he was no longer calm. The force he had just witnessed had shaken him deeply because it was a kind of power he could not fully understand. He realized the danger immediately. If Seo Jun could summon that force one more time, even for a brief moment, then he was no longer just a troublesome opponent. He was a serious threat. Seo Jun remained wrapped in the last traces of fading blue energy. his body trembling as he struggled to keep himself upright after the recoil. Patience made his decision then. Whatever happened next, he could not allow Seo-jun another chance to unleash that power again. The battlefield finally settled enough for the dust and light to clear, revealing the distance between the fighters once more. Patience turned his gaze towards Seo-jun, still tense and alert, trying to judge whether the young man could truly continue after using such a destructive technique. But instead of collapsing, Seo-jun surged forward again, pushing his body into motion as if pain alone could not stop him. His renewed charge sent another shock through the broken ground, the impact rippling across the already shattered battlefield. Patience was visibly rattled. After enduring that level of recoil, Seo-jun should have been finished. Yet somehow he still had strength left to move. The Apostle of Patience pulled back to a safer distance, retreating while his eyes carefully reassessed just how dangerous Seo-jun had become. In the foreground, the Apostle of Temperance remained badly battered, his body bloodied and unsteady as he struggled to recover from the devastating blow. Patience began to speak again, trying to regain control of the moment through words before the situation slipped any further out of his hands. But the Sword Saint cut him off before he could continue, making it clear that he already understood exactly what Patience was thinking. Patience then addressed Seo-jun directly, his voice carrying both alarm and a reluctant measure of respect after what he had just witnessed. Even as he spoke, the shock had not left him. The sight of Seo-jun's power still lingered in his mind, impossible to dismiss.
The Sword Saint stood ready nearby, his posture firm and his attention sharp, prepared to step in the instant the apostles tried to make another move.
The Sword Saint kept his blade raised and perfectly leveled, his stance calm but unshakable. Without saying another word, he made it clear that if the apostles wanted to take Kalia, they would have to get through him all over again. The nearby bystander hurried straight to Seo-jun's side, panic written across his face as he leaned in close and asked whether Seo-jun still had enough strength left to stand. Patience clenched his teeth in frustration, his expression twisting as he stared at Seo-jun. After everything that had happened, the young man still had not gone down for good. From the middle of the devastated field, the Sword Saint chose not to let the fight spiral any further. Instead, he offered a negotiation stating in a firm, unmistakable voice that they were leaving, and that Kalia would be leaving with them. Seo-jun backed the Sword Saint's words without hesitation. Even in his battered state, he glared at the apostles and challenged them to refuse if they had the courage. Unstable power still flickered around Seo-jun's body, glowing faintly like blue embers refusing to die out. His posture alone made it clear that he was prepared to keep fighting if they pushed him. Patience silently ran the situation through his mind. If Seo-jun could draw out even a brief trace of that awakened power again, one more exchange could turn into a disaster. The standoff stretched in heavy silence, both sides weighing whether to continue. But after witnessing Seo-jun's terrifying display, even the apostles were finally forced to hesitate. Though his body was battered from head to toe, Seo-jun still faced his enemies head-on. He did not retreat, did not lower his gaze, and did not give them the satisfaction of seeing fear. The armed group then shifted their approach, offering to let Seo-jun leave alive if he agreed to meet their demand. When Seo-jun asked what exactly they wanted from him, the answer came back so plainly it almost sounded ridiculous. What they wanted was money. Seo-jun stared at them for a moment, as if checking whether he had heard correctly, then confirmed that cash was truly the only thing they were after. Temperance lowered her first demand to 500 billion won, trying to make the number sound like a concession while still forcing Seo-jun into an impossible deal. When Seo-jun did not answer right away, Temperance took his silence as resistance. Her eyes narrowed, assuming he had no intention of negotiating at all. The tension spread across the ruined ground as Seo-jun sighed, and the kidnappers faced one another from a distance, each group waiting to see who would make the next move. But instead of panicking over the absurd demand, Seo-jun stayed strangely calm. With a composed look, he signaled that the price could go even higher. Temperance, sweating as she tried to keep control of the exchange, raised the demand again, this time to a staggering 1 trillion won. Seo-jun still gave no immediate reply. That silence only made Temperance more uncertain, as if the ground beneath her confidence had started to crack. Her composure began to slip as she realized that even 1 trillion won had not settled the matter. Seo-jun's unreadable reaction made the situation feel far less secure than she had expected. Seo-jun let the silence drag just a little longer, deliberately keeping Temperance suspended in doubt and tightening the pressure without lifting a finger.
Temperance braced herself, her grip tightening as she prepared to escalate the confrontation by force if the negotiation failed. Watching Temperance push the amount higher and higher, Seo-jun could only decide in his own mind that she had completely lost it. Finally, frustration took over.
Temperance pointed her gun directly at Seo Jun and repeated the 1,000,000,000,000 demand, as if that number alone should have been enough to end everything. Seo Jun abruptly threw the bargaining aside and launched forward with his spear, choosing to break the standoff by force. Temperance froze in shock, stunned that he had recovered enough strength to attack so soon. For that final charge, Seo Jun dragged power out of his failing body by sheer will. Blue energy surged around him again, wrapping his battered frame as he forced himself forward. Even while powering up, Seo Jun knew exactly what he was doing to himself. He was crossing the limit, pushing a body that had already been pushed far too hard.
Deep down, Seo Jun admitted that squeezing out the last remaining power from his 3 energy centers felt like it might kill him on the spot.
Even so, the thought of 100 trillion won was enough to make Seo Jun endure the pain. That impossible amount burned in his mind like a reward too massive to ignore. The white-haired observer was caught completely off guard. He could hardly believe Seo Jun's greed was driving him far enough to keep moving in that condition. As Seo Jun rushed straight toward Temperance, one thought kept pounding through his head. 100 trillion won would change everything. Temperance could only mutter in disbelief as Seo Jun's attack closed the distance, unable to fully process that he was still coming at her. At the very last possible moment, Seo Jun realized how close he had come to overdoing it. If Temperance had delayed even a little longer, he would have collapsed before he could finish the act. Then Seo Jun dropped the act completely and admitted the truth. There was no way he could pay that kind of money on the spot. Temperance was left staring blankly, her mind struggling to catch up with the fact that Seo Jun had been bluffing her from the beginning. Seo Jun's hat-wearing ally was just as speechless, frozen by how shamelessly Seo Jun had twisted the entire situation in his favor. Before the kidnappers could fully recover from the confusion, Temperance made her decision and chose to retreat. By the time Seo Jun's side looked again, the kidnappers had already vanished from the battlefield, slipping away before anyone could stop them. Seo Jun's ally realized who the escaping woman had been and identified her as Temperance, one of the apostles. With the immediate danger finally gone, Seo Jun's exhausted body reached its limit, the strength drained out of him all at once, and he collapsed. Even after losing consciousness, Seo Jun wore a faint, satisfied smile, as if surviving the battle and driving them away was enough to let him rest. Elsewhere, deep inside a dark cathedral, hooded followers knelt in rows before their superior, the heavy silence making the chamber feel even colder. One trembling subordinate struggled to speak, his head lowered as he tried to report the mission's failure without provoking the wrath before him. The fear in the room grew thicker with every second. Even so, the messenger forced himself to continue, his voice unsteady under the pressure. Their master gave no comfort and showed no patience for hesitation. In a cold voice, he ordered the subordinate to speak plainly. The subordinate finally delivered the report. Temperance had been defeated. He then added that the enemy had paid roughly 100 trillion won to make it happen, as if the sheer size of that cost explained the impossible outcome. Because of that enormous expense, the cult had been forced to postpone the apostolic ceremony. Their master listened without a visible reaction, his silence showing neither surprise nor panic. At last, their master spoke with chilling certainty, declaring that the course of events had already been decided and could not truly be changed. To him, the rebels had only fooled themselves into believing they had escaped the path laid out for them. He predicted that when the stars finally aligned, they would collapse before ever reaching true transcendence, because that fate had already been fixed. He said their ending had already been sealed. In the endless void, they would be reduced to wandering echoes of darkness, drifting forever with no place to return to. To make that fate arrive even sooner, he gave a cold order to release Berserk. Sometime later, Seo Jun opened his eyes in a hospital-like room after receiving treatment, while the healer looked genuinely surprised that he had remained unconscious for so long. As Seo Jun slowly came to his senses, his companions crowded around the bed from every side. Seeing all their anxious faces leaning over him at once, he could only blink in confusion, unsure why everyone was making such a commotion. Someone even held a 50,000 won bill right under Seo Jun's nose, waving it there as if the scent of money might somehow pull him back from unconsciousness. The moment they realized Seo Jun was truly awake, the room exploded into noise. Relief, shouting, and frantic movement all crashed together at once, turning the quiet sick room into complete chaos. Seo Jun's hat-wearing ally, already teary-eyed, desperately insisted that the money trick absolutely could not have been the real reason Seo Jun had woken up. Seo Jun agreed without much hesitation, then gave the credit to Seo Yun instead, saying she always seemed to step in at exactly the right moment when things mattered most. Once the noise around the bed finally started to calm down, Seo Jun turned his attention to the healer and asked how he had managed to restore his body so completely The hat-wearing man explained that there should not be any lasting problem now. The treatment had worked properly, and Seo Jun's condition had stabilized far better than expected. Seo Jun checked himself quietly and realized the man was right. Despite everything his body had gone through, he really did feel as if he had been fully healed. His companions gathered closer around the bed again, their expressions shifting from relief to seriousness as they prepared to tell Seo Jun what had happened while he was unconscious. Seo Jun listened carefully, his eyes moving from one face to another. He could sense from the atmosphere that there was still something important he needed to understand. Before things could go any further, Seo Jun made one thing very clear. No matter what anyone claimed, he had definitely not woken up because he smelled money. His hat-wearing ally awkwardly tried to protect Seo Jun's dignity anyway, fumbling for an excuse as if he could somehow make the situation sound less ridiculous. A woman immediately smacked another teammate for blurting out something stupid at the worst possible moment, cutting through the awkward mood with one sharp hit. Seo Jun protested the sudden violence, but the room was already slipping back into bickering. Still flustered, the hat-wearing man then turned to the girl and asked what she had meant when she called him master. Seo Jun and the girl froze at the same time, staring at each other with equally startled expressions, as if neither of them had expected that question to come up so suddenly. Seo Jun then introduced the hat-wearing man as the Magic Saint, saying the grand title so casually that it sounded completely natural coming from him. The hat-wearing man was left stunned, his eyes widening as that enormous title was pinned onto him as if Seo Jun had just stated an ordinary fact. Once the two of them were left alone, Seo Jun wasted no time pressing him for the truth, wanting to know what was really behind that claim. The man suddenly straightened himself and tried to look dignified, as though he had been waiting for a chance to appear impressive in front of Seo Jun. But when Seo Jun asked him directly, the man admitted he did not actually want all the responsibility that came with such a title. Then his bitterness spilled out, and he complained that all his old friends had taken disciples while he alone had been left out, demanding to know why he was the only one without a student. The confession quickly turned into a full melodramatic breakdown, with the man practically collapsing under the weight of his own resentment. Watching him fall apart, Seo Jun realized that the so-called Magic Saint was not chasing honor at all. He was simply desperate to finally have a disciple. The others eventually dragged the sobbing man out of the room, laughing as they pulled him away, because the entire scene had become too pathetic to take seriously. When the room finally quieted down again, Seo Jun shifted his focus back to the system and began thinking about what he needed to do next. Then it suddenly came back to him. There was still an unfinished course that might help free him from his constant dependence on causality. Seo Jun pulled up the course information and started searching through it, looking for any way to complete it faster and move past the burden holding him back. The system revealed an advanced alchemy course, and the reward immediately caught Seo Jun's attention. If he completed it, he would obtain alchemy at the highest rank. Seo Jun's eyes locked onto the reward first. To him, that knowledge was not just a skill, it was a possible path toward profit, independence, and freedom from crushing costs. The system began by explaining that humanity had always chased immortality, longing for the divine realm that existed beyond ordinary life and death. From that endless pursuit, two disciplines had been born: alchemy and pill concoction, both created from the desire to reach beyond human limits. A new instructor appeared before Seo Jun, an old master named Hwaduo, who looked at him and asked whether he truly wanted to learn the art of pill concoction. Hwaduo made it clear that this would not be a distant or impersonal lesson. He himself would personally guide Seo Jun through the course. Seo Jun knelt before the old instructor, lowering himself respectfully as he prepared to hear exactly what this new path would demand from him. When Seo Jun asked what pill concoction actually was, the answer came in the form of an immediate, dense flood of information that was far more overwhelming than he expected. Hwaduo cheerfully promised to explain everything very quickly, but that cheerful confidence only made the torrent of complicated theory feel even more unbearable. Seo Jun was hit with a non-stop stream of technical explanations, terms, and principles until his mind could barely keep up with what Hwaduo was saying. Hwaduo finally ended the lesson for the day, and the system immediately recorded a massive jump in lecture progress. Seo Jun was left sprawled across the floor, completely drained, yet secretly thrilled by how much progress he had gained in one session. Seo Jun realized that if he could finish this course, he might finally escape the endless chain of causality costs. But the system followed that hope with brutal daily tasks, ordering him to endure extreme heat and extreme cold across his entire body. Hwaduo proudly declared that this suffering was exactly the kind of perfect training environment needed for alchemy, as if the pain itself were a necessary ingredient. The old master then explained that alchemy required an enormous amount of teaching material, and for this course alone, Seo Jun would need around 100 different materials. By Seo Jun's usual standards, each one of those materials would still cost roughly 5 billion won, which was by no means a small amount. But Seo Jun's reaction was unexpectedly bright. Compared to the absurd numbers he had been dealing with lately, 5 billion won almost sounded cheap. Hua Duo immediately warned Seo Jun not to get excited too soon, cutting into his relief before it could grow any further. He explained that the heavenly meteor staff Seo Jun used carried far too much power for ordinary shop equipment to withstand. Because of that, if Seo Jun wanted to keep using the heavenly meteor staff in alchemy, he would need genuine transcendent-grade tools that could endure its power. Seo Jun asked the question he already feared the answer to. How much would a real version of that kind of tool actually cost? Hua Duo hesitated for a moment, his expression tightening as if he already knew the answer was going to crush Seo Jun's mood. He explained that the items sold in the shop were not made by true transcendent beings themselves, but by successful transcendent crafters who had reached an extraordinary level. Those products were still incredible by any normal standard, but in the end, they were only creations made by candidates standing close to transcendence, not by fully transcendent beings. Hua Duo emphasized that the difference was not small at all. There was an overwhelming gap between equipment crafted by near-transcendent candidates and something forged by a being who had truly crossed into transcendence. Seo Jun finally began to realize that the weapon in his hands was far more unusual than he had first believed. Hua Duo confirmed it plainly. The abnormal power of Seo Jun's heavenly spear was exactly why ordinary tools kept shattering whenever they came near its force. Hua Duo told Seo Jun that if he wanted to keep practicing properly, he would have to replace his current setup with something that could withstand that power. Even so, Seo Jun braced himself and asked how much the genuine article would cost. After a long pause, Hua Duo finally admitted the number. A true lance of Longinus would cost 103 trillion won. That single number hit Seo Jun harder than any lecture. All the excitement he had built up collapsed in an instant, leaving him staring blankly as if his soul had briefly left his body. Seo Jun could only think about how absurd that price was. There were probably only a handful of people in the entire world who could even dream of affording something like that. But before Seo Jun could sink completely into despair, another thought crossed his mind. If his new knowledge was real, then maybe he could test it right away and see whether it could produce something valuable. Seo Jun turned to Seo Yun and asked her to examine a small piece of herbal medicine he had made, holding it out as if it were nothing more than a simple sample. The instant Seo Yun touched it, golden light burst from her body, flaring so suddenly that the entire room seemed to brighten around her. Everyone froze on the spot. That reaction alone proved the medicine was not some ordinary trinket, and the atmosphere in the room changed immediately. The magic saint stared in disbelief, completely shaken by the sight. He could hardly accept that an external pill of that level could exist in front of him at all. Seo Jun remained surprisingly calm as all eyes turned toward him. Then he revealed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, that he had made it himself. The moment those words landed, his companions swarmed around him. Their eyes locked onto the medicine as they demanded a share of whatever miracle he had just created. Seo Jun clearly enjoyed the sudden change in treatment. Surrounded by admiration and excitement, he looked pleased that his new skill was already starting to pay off. Hua Duo, however, focused on something more important. He asked whether Seo Jun had used the heavenly spear during the process, and Seo Jun proudly showed that he had, treating the spear as the very reason the medicine had succeeded. Hua Duo's expression tightened as soon as he heard that. If the heavenly spear had truly been involved, then the result might be far beyond what anyone in the room had expected. Seo Jun, now comparing the medicine in front of him to the impossible prices they had discussed, asked again what a product made by a genuine transcendent being would cost. Hua Duo reminded him that true transcendent equipment was not the kind of thing a person could simply buy with money, no matter how much wealth they had. But Seo Jun kept pressing for an answer. Something about the medicine he had made told him it might have crossed into a realm far beyond ordinary craftsmanship. The magic saint and the others fell quiet, waiting tensely for Hua Duo's response. The room held its breath around that single question.
Hua Duo finally conceded, though reluctantly. If Seo Jun truly made the medicine using that spear, then there was a real chance it qualified as the genuine article.
That realization stunned everyone. It meant Seo Jun might already be creating treasures on a transcendent level with his own two hands. Seo Jun's mood flipped instantly. The despair from the impossible price tag vanished, replaced by triumph as he finally understood the value of what he could make. With a grin spreading across his face, Seo Jun turned toward his companions, already ready to turn this breakthrough into an advantage. The room erupted all at once. Everyone began begging Seo Jun to hand over some of the medicine, their earlier concern completely swallowed by excitement. Seo Jun soaked in every second of it. For once, he was not the desperate one chasing resources. He was the person holding something everyone else wanted.
Hua Duo quietly noted that Seo Jun may have stumbled onto a path far more profitable than simply trying to buy expensive equipment from the shop.
Seo Jun started connecting the pieces himself. If he could create treasures instead of purchasing them, then the entire problem of impossible prices might not be as hopeless as it seemed. Seo Jun examined the medicine more carefully, still trying to understand exactly what kind of treasures Seo Jun had produced. Meanwhile, the magic saint remained overwhelmed by the possibility that a transcendent great external pill had just been created right before his eyes. At last, Seo Jun accepted what was right in front of him. He was not limited to being a buyer anymore. He could become the one who made the valuable things himself. That single shift changed the direction of everything. Seo Jun's next move no longer had to begin with finding money, but with figuring out what else he could create. Hua Duo awkwardly stepped back from his earlier panic and admitted that the result might solve more problems than it created. Seo Jun immediately pointed out that if he could make treasures on his own, then those impossible price tags lost much of their power. Seo Jun's confidence came rushing back. For the first time, he could see a path where he built his own wealth and strength, instead of constantly being crushed by costs. The others could only stare at him, stunned by how quickly he had gone from a recovering patient to someone who could produce treasures beyond common sense. Seo Jun and the rest remained speechless, their gazes still fixed on the medicine as they tried to process the golden reaction they had just witnessed. The magic saint finally voiced the question everyone was thinking, his face still full of disbelief as he struggled to accept what had happened in front of him. Seo Jun answered with complete certainty. Yes, he really had made it himself. That confirmation sent another wave of shock through the room, as if hearing it clearly only made the truth harder to believe. Seo Jun studied the medicine with a much more serious gaze, realizing that its worth might be far greater than any of them had first imagined. The golden glow around Seo Jun slowly faded, but the meaning of that reaction did not disappear with it. Everyone understood that they had just witnessed something extraordinary. Seo Jun sat at the center of everyone's attention, holding the medicine and the initiative at the same time, fully aware that the room's focus had shifted to him. His allies began clamoring for a share, no longer treating Seo Jun like a fragile patient in recovery, but like a person capable of producing miracles. Seo Jun let their excitement grow for a moment, enjoying the way everyone leaned toward him with eager eyes and open hands. By the end of it, Seo Jun stood there, smiling with a box of medicine he had made himself, surrounded by companions begging for a piece of it. A completely new kind of advantage had just opened in front of him. Seo Jun revealed a box filled with rare external pills and offered them to the others as a powerful new resource, as if he had just casually placed a fortune in front of them. The team was caught completely off guard by this sudden offer. For a moment, they struggled to process what Seo Jun was handing over and how valuable it might actually be. One veteran quickly understood that these pills were extraordinary. Even at a glance, they were clearly worth far more than anyone had assumed at first. The group still could not define the pills perfectly, but they understood one thing without question. Items like these would be especially valuable to hunters. Seo Jun made her decision immediately. Before anyone else could get their hands on them, they needed to buy Seo Jun's pills first. Seo Jun casually named the price at 1 trillion won, saying the enormous amount as if it were a modest figure rather than a fortune that could shake the room. Seo Jun closed the deal with Seo Jun, as if the 1 trillion won price were nothing more than a casual number. Inside, he tried to carry himself like a man who no longer needed to be shaken by that kind of fortune. The rest of the team immediately erupted in protest, their voices crashing over one another the moment they realized Seo Jun had secured the pills first. Every one of them wanted a share, not just because the pills were rare, but because each person understood they might gain a tremendous advantage from using them. Later, in private, Seo Jun turned his attention to a newly empowered transcendent weapon and tested its weight carefully in his hands. Mentor was stunned that Seo Jun had drawn out the weapon's causality almost instantly, something that should have taken an unbelievable amount of time, while Seo Jun only wished the bragging would end already. Seo Jun examined the weapon with a more serious gaze, feeling the power sitting inside it. The more he studied it, the clearer it became that he still did not fully understand how to control something this dangerous. He tried swinging it almost carelessly, as if testing an ordinary tool. Mentor immediately warned him that a weapon like that could never be handled with such casual movements, but the warning came too late. The moment Seo Jun's swing released the weapon's force, The power exploded through the room in a violent blast. The crash was loud enough to pull everyone's attention. The others rushed in at once, eyes wide as they demanded to know what had just happened. The team was thrilled for a completely different reason. The effect of the external pills could now be tested in real combat. Seo-jun, however, was far less excited because all he could think about was the terrifying damage bill. Looking across the wrecked room, Seo-jun could only admit that he had not expected the difference in power to be this extreme. One careless movement had been enough to turn the place into a disaster. Seo-jun tightened his grip around the weapon, his expression growing more focused. From that moment on, his thoughts shifted away from raw strength and toward the control needed to wield it properly. Mentor explained that this was exactly why beginners were taught power exertion first. Without learning how to regulate force, no one could be trusted with a truly serious weapon. Seo-jun then received confirmation that his power exertion proficiency had finally begun to rise. It was still only the very beginning, but the first step had clearly been made. Mentor left Seo-jun with a simple offer. If he ever needed help, all he had to do was ask. But just before disappearing, Mentor noticed that Seo-jun still had another question weighing on his mind. Seo-jun brought up the word causality, his expression sharpening as he revealed that he had heard it before in a much more troubling context. Mentor apologized, unable to explain everything to Seo-jun directly. Instead of giving him the full answer, Mentor chose to respond in a more indirect way. Seo-jun understood from that reaction that he would not get a straight explanation right away. If he wanted the truth, he would have to approach the mystery from another direction. Mentor reminded him of the director of the Transcension Academy, the woman who had once been described as the second transcendent. Mentor clarified that she was the second being to achieve transcendence, but at the same time, she had also been the Academy's first freshman. That distinction struck Seo-jun immediately. If she was the first freshman, but only the second transcendent, then someone else had to have existed before her. Mentor confirmed it. There had been another person before her, the very first being in the universe to enter transcendence, and that same first transcendent was also the founder of the Transcension Academy itself. Seo-jun was left stunned, his thoughts momentarily scattering as the weight of that revelation sank in. Mentor explained that no one knew what had become of the first transcendent, because no causality remained connected to that being anymore. Even the director could only guess at the truth. But the most likely conclusion was chilling. The first transcendent no longer existed. Worse than that, even the memory of that person's existence had vanished, making the disappearance feel completely absolute. Before Seo-jun could press for more answers, Mentor suddenly realized that time had run out. Mentor vanished after promising to return another time, leaving Seo-jun alone with more questions than answers and the silence of the ruined room around him. Seo-jun arrived just in time to find Seo-jun standing alone amid the wreckage. Taking in the broken room around him, she immediately asked what had happened. Seo-jun could only hesitate and admit that he did not really know how to explain it in a way that would make sense. Instead, Seo-jun passed along Mentor's cryptic warning, saying that one word should be enough for Seo-jun to understand: berserk. The moment the scene shifted to the Hunter Association, that single word was enough to trigger immediate alarm. The leadership quickly gathered for an emergency session, because the possibility that berserk might surface again was too dangerous to ignore. Even the younger hunters were pulled into the discussion, and as they listened, the gravity of the situation slowly became impossible to dismiss. Someone finally voiced the fear hanging over the room, saying what everyone else was thinking: berserk should have died a long time ago. The older chairman prepared to answer, his expression heavy. From the way he carried himself, it was clear the question was far more complicated than it sounded. He began to reveal the truth behind berserk's survival, explaining why that old threat had returned, and why the danger had never truly disappeared. According to the chairman, the group behind berserk had been using its power to stir chaos across the world, all while hiding behind a polished and respectable public image. He made it clear that the organization trusted by the world was not nearly as righteous as it appeared on the surface. To support what he was saying, the chairman handed Seo-jun a confidential letter that had been secretly sent to Korea. Seo-jun was surprised to see that the message was written in English, and he soon learned that it had come directly and secretly from the Queen. The chairman explained that the secrecy of the letter was suspicious in itself. If the Queen had been forced to send it this way, then something dangerous was likely happening inside Britain's leadership. He added that the method of delivery raised an even darker question. If the message had to be hidden this carefully, then who in Britain could still be trusted? A witch among the group immediately caught the hidden implication beneath the chairman's words and the contents of the letter. Her suspicions sharpened as she began connecting the message to the forces moving quietly behind the scenes. Seo-jun suddenly remembered Ryu Jinchul and the memory made the situation feel even more connected to the earlier warnings he had received. The witch accused Seo Jun of plotting something again, but he was already piecing together the larger picture in silence. He kept his thoughts to himself, knowing the answer was still incomplete. As the chairman continued speaking, Seo Jun quietly summoned a relic, preparing himself for whatever this new crisis might demand. The witch noticed the relic right away, and her eyes lit with immediate interest the moment she saw it appear. Then, the chairman revealed the most important detail. The Queen's message had not been addressed to the association as a whole. It had been sent specifically to Seo Jun. Seo Jun made his decision without hesitation. If the message was meant for him, then he would go to Britain himself. The others were left baffled by how quickly Seo Jun committed to crossing the world for a crisis that had barely even been explained. Their bewilderment only deepens when it becomes painfully clear that Kim Seo Jun is not thinking about danger, politics, or the weight of the request first. No, the look in his eyes says everything. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he is already calculating how much money might be involved. The teenager goes quiet at once, as if the answer has already settled in front of him. After watching Seo Jun's reaction, he can tell exactly where the man's priorities have landed. Park Seo Yun slowly covers her mouth, watching the implications stack higher and higher. Then one of their own teammates makes it even worse by openly admitting that if Seo Jun earns more money, they can keep buying those precious elixirs from him. The moment Britain's queen is mentioned, another teammate's expression suddenly changes. Instead of seeing only a dangerous overseas crisis, they begin to recognize a completely different kind of opportunity hiding inside it. The older masters stare in horror as the mood shifts in a direction they never expected. Somehow, instead of teaching the younger hunters caution, the witch has managed to fill their heads with greed and profit. Seo Jun accepts the idea with almost frightening enthusiasm, his hesitation vanishing in an instant. What should have been a serious rescue mission suddenly becomes, in his mind, a golden chance to make a profit. Soon after, the witch and the old healer come to Seo Jun together, standing before him with sincere expressions. They have arrived not to pressure him, but to thank him properly for everything he has done for them. Seo Jun tries to brush it off as if it was nothing worth making a fuss over, but the two of them refuse to let the moment pass so lightly. Their gratitude is real, deep, and reaches far beyond what he seems to understand. He lets out an awkward laugh, his shoulders stiffening slightly as he struggles to respond. Faced with such earnest thanks, Seo Jun looks far more uncomfortable than he ever does on a battlefield. Then, without warning, the witch reaches out and clasps Seo Jun's hand tightly in both of hers. The sudden intensity of her gesture catches him completely off guard. With her eyes shining, she tells him that the debt she owes him is far greater than he realizes. Her voice carries open excitement, as if this gratitude has been building inside her for a long time. That gratitude quickly turns into almost dazzling admiration, making the air between them even harder for Seo Jun to endure. The more warmly she looks at him, the more visibly uneasy he becomes. At that point, the old healer gently steps forward and asks Seo Jun for one small favor in return for all the goodwill they are offering him. His tone is polite, but there is a clear purpose behind the request. Before that favor can even be fully explained, the situation shifts all the way to Britain, where disaster has already struck. A dungeon break has torn through a grand estate, leaving destruction scattered across the grounds. Seo Jun arrives at the devastated scene alongside the witch and the old healer. As they look over the shattered estate, they are quickly filled in on the emergency unfolding around them. Even with the details still tangled in confusion, Seo Jun grasps the larger picture almost immediately. The situation is messy, urgent, and clearly far worse than a normal dungeon incident. Then a massive serpent-like monster erupts through the estate, its enormous body tearing through the wreckage as it advances. In that instant, it becomes obvious that this dungeon break has already moved far beyond ordinary control. Seo Jun heads toward England with complete confidence, as though he is simply going on another troublesome errand. His companions, meanwhile, can only stare at him, stunned by how casually he treats a crisis in another country. In London, panic spreads through the streets like wildfire. Civilians run for their lives while the authorities shout desperately for the dungeon to be broken before the entire city is swallowed by disaster. Ordinary people, driven past their limits by fear, begin shouting and lashing out in desperation. The streets crumble into chaos as terror overtakes any sense of order. Among the collapsing streets and fleeing crowds, one woman loses her footing and stumbles. With destruction closing in around her, she cannot move fast enough to escape on her own. Just then, a blast of force slams into the monster and stops its advance for a crucial moment. The impact buys the terrified civilians a brief but precious chance to keep moving. A royal knight seizes that opening immediately, pointing survivors toward a gap in the wreckage, While holding his ground, he guides them through the narrow path and keeps the evacuation from collapsing entirely. Another woman steps in to take control of the crowd, forcing the panicked civilians to listen and keep moving. Her voice cuts through the fear as she pushes everyone toward the escape route.
The Royal Knight stays at the front line, throwing himself between the monster and the civilians. Again and again he strikes at the creature's head, doing everything he can to keep it from breaking through.
But even as he continues fighting, the strain becomes impossible to ignore. He can feel the pressure mounting, and he knows that holding back this monster alone is becoming too much. Then he senses a new presence entering the battlefield. In that instant, through the dust and chaos, he understands that help has finally arrived. A blazing strike crashes down from above, tearing through the battlefield with overwhelming force. The impact rips across the area like a flash of judgment, changing the entire flow of the fight. The exhausted knight stands frozen among the rubble, stunned by what he has just witnessed. In only a heartbeat, the hopeless battle in front of him has begun to turn. The monster reacts first, and its fear is unmistakable. Recognizing the newcomer, the creature cries out a name in terror, Drake. Then, instead of roaring like a mindless beast, the creature begins begging for help. Its words reveal that this monster is not simply rampaging without thought. The Royal Knight's eyes widen as he realizes the creature is actually speaking. Something far stranger than a simple dungeon break is happening amid the shattered debris. Another blast crashes down nearby, shaking the ground and sending shock through everyone watching. The civilians can only stare, too stunned to understand what is unfolding in front of them. The woman managing the evacuation turns toward the battlefield and feels the scale of the fight shift completely. This is no longer the kind of battle she expected anyone there to control. The knight shouts in alarm as the situation spirals even further beyond his reach. Every new movement on the battlefield makes it clearer that he is no longer the one controlling the line. A golden attack slices through the air and slams into the monster with brutal force. The creature is hammered back once again, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The woman turns sharply toward the source of the attack. Standing there is an unfamiliar young man, calm and steady despite the chaos raging around him. The Royal Knight charges forward to support him, instantly recognizing that the newcomer has taken command of the fight. With that one strike, the young man has seized control of the battlefield. Xiao Jun raises his weapon without the slightest trace of panic. His stance is calm, controlled, and unmistakably ready to take over everything from that point on. Xiao Jun tells the others to step back, making it clear that he intends to handle what comes next himself. The Royal Knight can only stare in disbelief, baffled that someone so young would speak with such authority in the middle of a national crisis. Then Xiao Jun orders his team to wipe out the remaining threats, and they move the instant the command leaves his mouth. His companions launch themselves into the fight without hesitation. Flames and other powers erupt across the battlefield as they combine their attacks in a sharp, coordinated assault. The monsters are quickly overwhelmed as the team's attacks crash through them one after another. Each strike tears into the enemy ranks, leaving the creatures with no chance to regain their footing. Purple force sweeps across the area in a wide, cutting wave. More enemies fall as the battlefield is cleared with ruthless speed. When the dust finally begins to settle, the Royal Knight looks around and realizes the impossible has happened. The entire situation, which had been moments away from collapse, has been reversed in an instant. He can barely believe what he is seeing. Every monster had been attacking at once, and yet this group stopped them almost immediately, as if the disaster had never been beyond their reach. Xiao Jun walks directly toward the British side. His expression no longer that of someone who simply came to help. Now he stands before them like a rescuer who intends to demand answers. A young blonde woman steps forward with formal composure and introduces herself as Arya, the current ruler of the British Empire. Despite the destruction around her, she carries herself with the dignity of someone used to bearing a nation's weight. She presents herself as the queen, but the title lands strangely in the air. To Xiao Jun and his companions, the word feels almost unbelievable when matched with the young woman standing before them.
Xiao Jun cannot fully hide his confusion as he looks at her. She seems far too young and far too ordinary at first glance to be the person carrying the burden of a collapsing empire.
Arya notices his reaction right away. Instead of taking offense, she answers him with a strange smile, as if she has already grown used to people doubting what they see when they first meet her. Back inside the palace, the atmosphere does not calm down even after the monsters are gone. Officials immediately begin complaining that the Royal Knight Order arrived far too late, and their sharp words reveal just how little trust remains within the regime. Even with the immediate threat finally pushed back, the criticism keeps spilling out across the room. Instead of relief, the palace is filled with blame, making it painfully clear that the people meant to protect the nation are already divided against one another. Sir Lebanon, the commander of the Royal Knights, stands there in silence as the accusations fall on him. He does not argue back, but the strain on his face makes it obvious that every word cuts deeper than he wants to show. Arya steps toward him with visible concern, her gaze fixed on his wounded expression. But even her movement cannot soften the brittle tension hanging in the palace air. Inside, Arya sits down with Seo Jun and his team, finally ready to answer the questions surrounding her secret plea for help. The heavy silence around the table makes it clear that this conversation is not going to be simple. She begins by addressing the most suspicious part first, why she sent a secret letter to Seo Jun alone instead of making an official request through proper channels. From the way she speaks, Arya already understands how strange and dangerous that choice must have looked. Arya hesitates before continuing, her expression tightening with shame. Then she admits that the truth behind her decision is not only humiliating, but politically dangerous enough to shake what little authority she still has. At last, Arya confesses that she is nothing more than a puppet ruler, a queen in name with almost no real power. Her lack of preparation is so severe that even basic matters of state, like the proper name of the United Kingdom, expose how little authority or guidance she was ever given. She explains that the country is actually a union of 4 nations, making it even more absurd that the supposed queen barely understands the structure of her own realm. Then she recalls how everything began falling apart after her grandmother, Queen Beatrice, died, when overlapping crises and public resentment shattered the fragile system holding Britain together. Seo Jun listens quietly as Arya describes how she was pushed onto the throne while still only a young girl. With every word, it becomes clearer that she had never been prepared for a burden that heavy. Arya then reveals that the true disaster began with the appearance of a terrifying monster connected to the great upheaval. That single threat became the spark that dragged the entire nation toward ruin. The monster was not some ordinary beast that could be handled with normal force. It was counted among the most dangerous beings in the world, and the moment it appeared, Britain's fate began to change. Queen Beatrice left to stop that monster herself, but she never came back. After that, even the prime ministers who tried to manage the spiraling crisis died one after another, leaving the country with no stable hand to guide it. As the nation continued to collapse, 2 heroes from the great upheaval stepped forward and demanded the throne as the price for their help. Their names were Lebanon of Scotland and Elise of Northern Ireland. Arya explains that pro-hunters and heroes from every region began gathering around those 2, turning away from other distortions and refusing to help unless she surrendered her power. Meanwhile, Arya herself had no experience, no allies, and no real strength to resist them. She insists that she never wanted the throne in the first place. If anything, Arya would have preferred to see the country led by someone genuinely strong enough to carry it. In her mind, a hero of the great upheaval would have been far better for Britain than an incapable figurehead like herself. That belief had weighed on her so heavily that surrendering the crown once seemed almost reasonable. But as Arya continues speaking, something beyond the room catches her attention. Her voice trails off, and she freezes in the middle of her confession. Watching from concealment, Arya finally understands the truth she had been too powerless to confront. The 2 heroes who claimed they would save Britain were actually the masterminds behind the catastrophe itself. Arya turns back toward Seo Jun, her face pale but determined. This time, she addresses him directly, ready at last to say what she truly wants from him. Seo Jun meets her gaze without looking away. In that moment, he understands that her request is no longer just a political matter. It is personal, desperate, and born from someone with nowhere else to turn. Arya struggles to force the words out, her lips trembling with shame. What she is about to ask feels almost unforgivable, even to herself. Still, she gathers what little courage she has left and steels herself, with no other path remaining. Arya finally chooses to say it. At last, she begs Seo Jun to stop Lebanon and Elise, the very heroes who were supposed to protect Britain. Her request turns the entire crisis upside down. The plea leaves Arya on the verge of tears, revealing just how completely abandoned she has been inside her own palace. Seo Jun is clearly startled by the scale of what she is asking, but he does not brush her off or treat her desperation lightly. A heavy silence settles over the room as everyone absorbs the meaning of her words. This is no longer a simple rescue mission. It is a direct challenge against the very forces controlling Britain's power structure. Park Seo-yoon finally voices the question hanging over all of them. Arya is asking them to intervene against the kingdom's own supposed protectors, and that truth is impossible to ignore. Before anyone can give an answer, a messenger bursts in with urgent news. Lebanon and Surbedanov are already locked in a standoff outside the palace. Beyond the walls, blood strikes the ground, proving that the conflict has already crossed into violence. Lebanon stands over a fallen knight, his presence cold and commanding. With that single image, any remaining pretense of loyalty is thrown away. He orders his influence to spread through the ranks, making it clear that this is no longer a disagreement within the palace. Lebanon is moving to seize control by force. His ambition is now laid bare for everyone to see. There is no hesitation in his voice anymore, and no attempt to hide what he truly wants. Lebanon declares that the palace will soon belong to him. Sir Bedinov confronts him in disbelief, calling out the fact that Lebanon has finally abandoned every last shred of restraint. As the standoff hardens into open rebellion, Lebanon admits that he had once been willing to spare them. But that chance has already passed, and his expression makes it clear he has no intention of turning back. A black-clad swordsman is suddenly thrown off balance as a strange purple force erupts from his weapon. The surge shakes him for a brief moment, as though something beyond the battlefield has forced its way into his mind. Kim Seo-jun steps in at the perfect moment, driving his spear forward and knocking the attack aside before it can reach the others. His movement is sharp, controlled, and fast enough to cut through the danger in an instant. The older fighter realizes a beat too late that the young hunter has interrupted him. By the time his eyes lock onto Seo-jun, the flow of the fight has already changed. Their clash explodes across the courtyard, ripping through the ground beneath them and scattering debris in every direction. The force of Seo-jun's counter drives the enemy backward with brutal impact. Seo-jun immediately glances over his shoulder, checking the people behind him before pressing any further. His first concern is whether they are safe from the attack he just deflected. One of them senses something unnatural in the enemy's words. This is not ordinary speech traveling through the air, but a direct mental transmission forced into their minds. The swordsman regains his footing and begins advancing again, weapons still in hand. Even after being pushed back, he remains dangerous, focused, and ready to continue the fight. As he approaches, that mental voice suggests there may be some kind of misunderstanding between them, but the words that follow reveal the true divide separating them. The heroes of the Cataclysm reject the order of truth at its very core. Their conflict is not merely personal, it is rooted in something far deeper. The swordsman claims that he never intended to interfere with Seo-jun's plans. His tone makes it sound less like an apology and more like a warning wrapped in explanation. Instead, his attention fixes sharply on Seo-jun himself. He studies the young hunter and asks whether he is truly Kim Seo-jun. The moment Seo-jun confirms the name, recognition hits the man like a shock. Seo-jun does not deny it or dodge the question. He openly admits who he is, removing every last trace of doubt. That revelation makes the man jolt backward as if the name alone has changed the entire weight of the battle. Suddenly, Seo-jun is no longer just an unexpected intruder standing in his way. Seo-jun does not let that opening slip away. He surges forward with a lightning-fast strike, pressing the advantage before the swordsman can fully recover. The swordsman responds by releasing a violent red aura that flares around him like a raging storm. Rather than retreat, he meets Seo-jun's force head-on. Their collision sends shockwaves tearing across the courtyard, rattling the air and stunning the guards nearby. Everyone watching can feel the sheer power behind the clash. The injured defenders can only stare in panic as the battle escalates beyond anything they can handle. They understand immediately that they are far too weak to step in, no matter how desperate the situation becomes. The swordsman refuses to back down, even after being forced into a corner. Instead of yielding, he grips his blade harder and pours even more violent power into it, as if sheer force alone can overturn the situation. He slams his weapon down with furious conviction, the impact shaking the ground beneath him. In his eyes, everything Kim Seo-jun stands for is something he simply refuses to accept. Then the red power begins twisting through his body, warping his shape in a way that no longer looks fully human. His frame distorts under the pressure, turning him into something far more monstrous than before. While holding him down beneath the pressure of his spear, Seo-jun calls out the contradiction in the man's words. He condemns outside interference so loudly, yet he has been secretly tied to the order of truth all along. To Seo-jun, that righteous fury does not sound like true patriotism at all. It sounds more like a criminal who has finally been cornered and is lashing out because there is nowhere left to run. The accusation strikes right where it hurts, but the swordsman does not collapse under it. Instead, his body trembles with even deeper resentment, his rage growing heavier with every breath. With a furious swing, he retaliates by sweeping destructive red energy across the battlefield. The force tears outward in a wide arc, threatening to swallow everything in its path. Seo-jun moves through the barrage like a flash of blue lightning. One moment he is in the path of destruction, and the next he has already slipped past it in a blur. The transformed fighter charges after him, driven by pure frustration. No matter how much power he throws out, Seo-jun keeps evading him, and that only makes his anger burn hotter. Seo-jun suddenly vaults in from above, cutting through the air with his spear raised high. Then he brings the weapon down again with the weight of a decisive strike. Blue and red energy collide violently in midair, erupting into another devastating exchange. The impact sends force rippling across the ruined courtyard once more. The swordsman boasts that his power has forced even dragons to submit before him. With that arrogance burning in his voice, he mocks Seo Jun for daring to stand against it. He insists that Seo Jun's defiance is nothing more than arrogance and pride. To him, resisting such power can only come from someone who does not understand his place. Seo Jun answers without wasting words, driving his spear straight through the enemy's guard. The strike pierces past the weapon's defense and shatters the swordsman's momentum in an instant. The blow lands so cleanly that the swordsman finally understands what has happened. For all his grand claims and monstrous strength, he has been overpowered. Seo Jun throws the insult right back at him, making it obvious that he is not impressed by any talk of dragons or submission. Under the relentless pressure of Seo Jun's assault, the enemy's blade finally begins to crack. With the weapon shattered, the swordsman is blasted away and sent crashing into the rubble. His body skids across the broken ground before he is left sprawled helplessly among the debris. Seo Jun looks down at the defeated man and casually remarks that the fight turned out to be disappointing. His tone makes it sound less like a great victory and more like an errand that failed to meet expectations. The defeated swordsman can only lie there and admit the truth he has felt firsthand. Seo Jun's power is even more terrifying than the force of a dragon. Even then, he is not completely finished. While everyone's attention wavers, his hand secretly moves towards something hidden at his side. From the palace, Arya and the others arrive just in time to witness the danger closing in on Robert. The sight immediately pulls their attention toward the wounded man. Seo Jun tries to wave them back, clearly wanting to keep them out of the fight before they get caught in the aftermath. But Robert, battered as he is, still has enough strength to speak and point everyone toward what matters next. Arya hurries to Robert's side and kneels beside him, worry spreading across her face. His injuries are severe enough that she cannot hide her fear. The enemy turns his attention away from Seo Jun and looks toward Robert instead. In a cold voice, he asks whether Robert still intends to continue fighting. Seo Jun lifts his spear again, ready to continue the battle if the swordsman still has strength left. Then the enemy roars back to life, refusing to stay down despite everything he has taken. Seo Jun meets the renewed threat head-on, raising a wall of blue power in front of him. The energy surges outward, standing firm against the swordsman's desperate comeback. Even in that moment, Seo Jun treats the exchange almost lightly, as if the man's return is more of an annoyance than a true danger. A thin blue line flashes past the enemy's back, hinting that Seo Jun has already cut through far more than the swordsman realizes. Elsewhere, in the ruined courtyard, the surviving guards continue picking through the wreckage. They search among broken stone and scattered debris, looking for survivors, clues, and any answer to what just happened. Seo Jun grumbles that he really did try to hold back this time. With the damage around him and the repair bill practically looming over his head, that complaint sounds painfully sincere. From the rubble, Robert notices something strange, emerging from the fallen enemy. A glowing red crystal begins to reveal itself, pulsing faintly amid the debris. Seo Jun's eyes immediately lock onto it. The moment he sees the crystal, he understands that it is not just some random leftover from the fight. Then realization hits him. It is a dragon heart. It is the same kind of rare treasure he once obtained after defeating Lebanon. Robert forces his battered body upright, struggling through the pain just to remain useful. Even injured, he refuses to simply collapse and leave everything to others. But then, a massive black presence rises over him, swallowing the space above like a shadow of death. For a brief moment, Robert believes his end has finally arrived. Regret washes over him as he thinks of what he still meant to say to Seo Jun after the battle. Now, with that darkness bearing down, he fears he may never get the chance. Before the darkness can fall, Seo Jun suddenly intercepts it with a huge upward strike. His attack surges from below and crashes into the looming threat before it can crush Robert. Robert is left staring in bewilderment as the attack passes over him instead of ending him. What he thought was certain death has somehow been cut away right above his head. One of the wounded guards looks upward, unable to make sense of what he is seeing. The impossible scene leaves him frozen in confusion. The answer lies inside the palace, where grotesque black masses are being handled with unsettling care. They are not treated like simple remains, but like materials meant for some larger hidden plan. A subordinate reports to a cloaked woman while carrying out her orders. The air around them feels controlled, secretive, and deeply unnatural. Around them, others continue moving the remains and equipment exactly as instructed. Every motion is deliberate, as if this operation has been prepared in advance. The report makes one thing disturbingly clear. These actions were carried out under direct command from Her Majesty. This was not the work of a few rogue servants acting alone. That revelation shocks those listening outside, because it means the queen herself may be involved in the horrifying operation. At the same time, one exhausted teammate finally gives out and collapses, admitting she has nothing left to give. The rest of Seo Jun's group are not in much better shape. Drained from the fighting, they can only complain weakly from the sidelines while trying to catch their breath. Seo Jun studies the dragon heart closely, turning the situation over in his mind. What bothers him most is how the enemy managed to get hold of something so valuable in the first place. He grumbles that everyone keeps relying on him as if it is the most natural thing in the world. From his point of view, he is the one doing all the work while everyone else keeps adding to his problems. Even so, the battered team continues trailing after him through the city. Their bodies are exhausted, but none of them truly separate from Seo Jun's path. Someone jokes that Seo Jun seems to grow stronger the more money he spends. The comment only irritates him further, especially because it lands a little too close to the truth for comfort. Seo Jun peeks around a corner, glancing at the worn-out group gathered behind him. Somehow, despite their exhaustion and constant complaints, he decides this little mess of a team still counts as a dream team. Then, to his surprise, the people in the street begin cheering. Their voices rise around him as if Seo Jun is a hero returning from battle, and for once, the attention catches him completely off guard. The celebration spreads through the street before Seo Jun can even make sense of it. One cheer becomes many, and soon more voices rise around him, filling the ruined city with the sound of people calling out in gratitude. Seo Jun stiffens under all the attention, clearly unsure what he is supposed to do with an entire crowd cheering for him. Trying to look like he has the situation under control, he awkwardly tells everyone to just wave back. As the cheers continue outside, the scene shifts back toward the palace under the fading light of dusk. Behind those stone walls, a much darker truth is waiting to reveal itself. A woman dressed in black watches everything unfold from the shadows, her expression calm and almost amused. There is no fear in her eyes, only a cold detachment, as if the chaos outside is merely entertainment. Her followers report that Seo Jun has been clearing distorted dungeons across England, one after another, and that contact with Glasgow has already been lost. What irritates her most, however, is not the damage itself. It is the way the Queen's support keeps growing, strengthening the very order she wants to tear apart. Then she catches her own men speaking carelessly, their words slipping out far too freely in her presence. The foolishness of it offends her at once, and her patience disappears. With frightening ease, she uses necromancy on one of them, stripping the flesh from his body until only a skeleton remains. In the next moment, the man who had been speaking is reduced to an undead servant under her control. The others freeze in terror, but the woman in black only addresses them coldly. She reassures them in the most chilling way possible, saying she had always planned to leave one witness alive. The spared man collapses where he stands, his legs giving out beneath him. His face drains of color as he struggles to understand the nightmare he has just survived. When fear finally drives him to flee, he turns to run without thinking. But the woman stops him effortlessly, as if escape had never been an option in the first place. Darkness begins spreading through the hall, crawling over the floor and walls as her power fills the palace. The air grows heavy, and the entire space seems to sink beneath her presence. From the corpses around her, she summons more undead in an instant. Bones shift, bodies rise, and her army expands before anyone can even react. One freshly raised skeleton steps forward and stands at attention. Empty eye sockets face her, waiting silently for the command it was created to obey. The woman in black orders the undead to repeat her words exactly. Her voice is cold and precise, leaving no room for hesitation or mistake. When the skeleton obeys, a satisfied smile spreads across her face. The absolute obedience of her creation pleases her more than any living servant ever could. She remarks that someone has been watching Seo Jun very closely. To her, that alone proves that his importance has already been understood by the ones moving behind the scenes. Then her decision hardens. From this moment on, she intends for her faction to act on its own, no longer waiting for permission or direction from anyone else. The palace seems to darken even further as her resolve settles into place. The shadows around her deepen, matching the ambition growing in her eyes. She rises from the throne at last, no longer content to watch everything from the shadows. Her movement alone makes it clear that she is ready to step into the conflict herself. Memories of the past surface in her mind, of the people welcoming another girl as queen while looking down on her with scorn. That old humiliation still burns beneath her calm expression. Over time, that resentment twisted into something far more dangerous. She began dreaming of remaking the kingdom entirely, not with loyal citizens, but with an army of undead under her command. Now, she no longer hides the scale of her ambition. Her gaze turns toward London itself, and the city becomes her next target. Back in the present, Seo Jun finishes processing the dragon heart, and confirmation soon arrives that the refinement is complete. The rare treasure has finally been prepared for him to use. Xiao Jun studies the finished result and asks whether it is really that different from the original heart. His curiosity is clear, but so is his concern over whether the process was worth the cost. The answer is that keeping the heart's original appearance helps maximize its effectiveness. The moment Seo Jun hears that, the explanation immediately appeals to his sharp sense of value. He is urged to consume it quickly, so they can observe how his body absorbs a decoction made from a dragon's heart. Seo Jun admits that the process nearly drained his money completely, and if it had taken any longer, he would have been in real trouble. As Seo Jun prepares to use it, the dragon heart suddenly reacts on its own. The object seems to awaken before he can even make the first move. Its power erupts into him in a brilliant burst, flooding his body with overwhelming energy. In that instant, the absorption process begins whether he is ready for it or not. Outside, Robert and Arya both sense the sudden eruption of energy from within the palace grounds. The force is so intense that it cuts through the air and draws their attention at once. The shock wave rolls outward, leaving everyone nearby wondering what kind of power could possibly be unleashed inside. Even those who cannot see it can feel that something extraordinary is happening. Arya turns to Robert and asks with quiet disbelief just how strong Kim Seo Jun really is. Her voice carries the weight of someone who has seen too much to dismiss him as merely powerful. The question hangs in the air while Arya stares ahead, shaken by everything she has witnessed. Her eyes remain fixed in the direction of the palace, as if she is trying to measure an impossible force. Robert can only watch her reaction in silence. Even he does not seem sure how to answer a question that keeps becoming harder to define. Arya falls quiet, her thoughts pulling her inward. For a moment, the chaos around her fades beneath the weight of what she is feeling. Robert mistakes that silence for envy, assuming she is comparing herself to Seo Jun's overwhelming strength. From the outside, her expression seems distant enough to be misunderstood. But Arya's thoughts are not filled with envy. Instead, she bitterly wonders how many fewer people might have died if she herself had been stronger from the beginning. A memory rises from her childhood of someone once telling her that people can become whatever they choose to be. Those words return to her now with painful clarity. But rather than comforting her, the memory steals what little resolve she had left. The promise in those words feels cruel when placed against the helplessness she has lived with. Robert notices the change in her mood and tries to speak to her gently. His voice softens as if he wants to pull her back before she sinks any deeper into those thoughts. Then Arya's expression suddenly hardens. The hesitation in her eyes disappears, replaced by the look of someone who has finally made a decision. Without waiting any longer, she begins moving with clear purpose. Her steps are firm now, leaving Robert with no choice but to follow after her. Robert watches her for a moment, then offers a hesitant but supportive smile. Even injured and uncertain, he falls in behind Arya, choosing to stay by her side. Inside the palace, the woman in black continues her preparations, while Seo Jun's energy rages nearby. The contrast between her cold movements and the violent power swelling around the palace makes the air feel dangerously unstable. Before she can complete what she has started, a subordinate rushes out in panic. His urgent report makes it immediately clear that something has gone wrong. Robert reacts the moment he hears the alarm. His head snaps back toward the palace, and his expression tightens as he realizes the danger is moving faster than expected. Above the palace, a dark storm of power begins gathering overhead. The swirling energy signals that the situation is escalating at a terrifying speed. Then red explosions burst through the palace and the surrounding streets. The blasts tear through the area one after another, spreading panic and destruction in every direction. In response to the disturbance, the undead army surges forward. Skeletal bodies and twisted corpses rush into motion, pouring toward the source of the chaos.
Robert charges in, despite his injuries, and cuts down the first wave before it can reach Arya. His blade moves with desperate resolve, clearing a path through the undead.
Even wounded, Robert plants himself firmly between Arya and the advancing horde. His body may be battered, but his stance makes one thing clear. He will not let the undead reach her while he can still stand. Robert finally comes face to face with the woman controlling the skeletons, his wounded body still planted between Arya and the undead. Glaring at her through the chaos, he demands to know why she would unleash something this horrifying on the palace. The woman answers by revealing her name without hesitation, Elise. No longer hiding behind shadows or servants, she lets her monstrous ambition show clearly in her eyes. One of Elise's skeletons lunges forward and seizes Robert, locking him in place with bony hands. Forced to stand there helplessly, he can only listen as Elise begins to toy with him. Arya does not shrink back from Elise's presence. Instead, anger flashes across her face, and she snaps back at Elise with open fury rather than fear. A skeleton tries to tear Robert's weapon from his grasp, but even injured, he refuses to release it. His fingers tighten around the hilt as if letting go would mean abandoning everything he still has to protect. Elise's gaze shifts to Arya, and a mocking smile curls across her face. She recognizes her as the little puppet she once manipulated, speaking as though Arya has never been anything more than a toy in her hands. But Arya does not back down from the insult. She stands her ground, meets Elise's taunt directly, and refuses to let that cruel past define her anymore. Elise looms above the street on a throne formed from darkness and undead bodies, her presence casting a shadow over the palace itself. From that grotesque seat of power, she confronts Arya and Robert in the open. When Robert demands to know what she thinks she is doing, Elise barely treats the question as worth answering. Her expression says she believes her intentions should already be painfully obvious. Arya studies Elise in silence, taking in the darkness around her and the undead bending to her will. For the first time, she truly sees what Elise has become. Robert tries to pull Arya back before the moment pushes her into something reckless. His voice is urgent, his concern clear, as if he can already sense her decision forming. But Arya only clenches her fist, the hesitation in her posture disappearing. In that moment, she commits herself fully to the path in front of her. Elise notices the change at once. The sight of Arya's expression sharpening makes her curious, as though she has finally found something entertaining in the girl she once looked down on. Robert braces himself beside Arya, sensing the air between them grow heavier. This is no longer just a battle against undead. It is about to become deeply personal. Robert shouts Elise's name, his voice cutting through the battlefield, and demands to know if she truly believes this path will make the people recognize her. He challenges the dream she has built on fear and corpses. Elise laughs the question off as if Robert has said something childish. Then she declares that she no longer needs anyone's approval or permission to claim the crown for herself. She proclaims herself Elise, hero of the Great Cataclysm, and raises her voice with absolute arrogance. In her eyes, she alone deserves to stand above humanity and rule it. Arya answers that claim without backing away. She rejects Elise's words outright, insisting that the throne does not belong to someone who would seize it through terror. Elise dismisses Arya's protest with cold contempt. To her, Arya's defiance sounds meaningless, like the last cry of someone who still does not understand her place. Robert suddenly shifts his stance, making his choice clear. Without hesitation, he throws his support behind Arya's decision and prepares to stand with her to the end. Arya lifts her hand and points forward, her voice carrying the weight of command. This time, she does not speak as a frightened girl, but as a queen giving an order. At Arya's command, the undead begin to kneel before her, one after another in full view of the gathered citizens. The terrifying army is forced to acknowledge who the true queen is. Robert stares in stunned disbelief as the necromantic authority shifts away from Elise. The power that should have belonged to Elise alone is suddenly answering Arya instead. Arya walks forward with Robert at her side, no longer hiding behind anyone else. And for the first time, Robert addresses her not as a girl he must protect, but properly as Her Majesty. Arya reels as one of her wounded allies insists that what is happening should have been impossible in his world. His shaken voice makes the miracle before them feel even more unreal. His disbelief only deepens the strange weight of the moment. The crisis has crossed every boundary they thought they understood, and even the rules of power no longer seem certain. As Arya begins to lower herself in shock, the battlefield threatens to swallow what little authority she has just reclaimed. Around her, the remaining protectors fight desperately against the undead, struggling to keep their line from collapsing. Meanwhile, Elise watches the chaos with cruel satisfaction. In her mind, the battle is still turning in her favor, and every moment of confusion only feeds her confidence. Arya begins sinking into despair, as if she has been losing this struggle from the very beginning. The weight of the battlefield, the dead, and her own helplessness presses down on her at once. Before that despair can fully take hold, someone suddenly grabs Arya and forces her back upright. The motion is firm, refusing to let her bow her head any further. Kim Seo-jun has arrived at her side, and with one strong grip, he physically stops Arya from surrendering to defeat. His presence cuts into the moment like a wall against her collapse. Arya looks up and recognizes him in stunned disbelief. After everything that has happened, seeing Seo-jun standing there beside her feels almost impossible. Seo-jun confirms who he is without the slightest hesitation, then immediately takes command of the moment. He tells Arya that a ruler cannot lower her head in a place like this. He reminds her that if she truly wants to become a queen who stands for her people, she has to remain firm. No matter how terrifying the enemy is, she cannot let herself break in front of them. His words cut straight through Arya's fear and shame. The weight pressing down on her chest begins to shift as his voice forces her to face what she still has to do. Seo-jun drives the lesson home, warning her that a queen who bows before terror will drag her entire nation down with her. If Arya gives in now, the people behind her will fall with her. The battered soldiers hear his words, and something begins to stir in them again. Slowly, they start rallying around Arya, drawn back by the strength Seo Jun has reminded them to see in her. Their shaken resolve begins to return, one breath at a time. Seo Jun's defiance spreads through the group, pulling them out of the fear that had nearly crushed them. One of the wounded men looks toward Arya and addresses her with renewed respect. In his voice, her authority is no longer an empty title. It has been restored before everyone watching. Arya steadies herself, lifting her head again with a different look in her eyes. She no longer appears broken beneath the weight of the battlefield. Elise explodes in anger the moment she realizes what Seo Jun has done. Her attempt to crush Arya's spirit has been undone right in front of her. Arya closes her eyes instead of panicking, drawing a slow breath as the noise of battle surrounds her. She gathers herself from the inside out. When Arya opens her eyes again, the fear has hardened into resolve. Her gaze is steady now, sharpened by the decision she has finally made. Elise senses the change immediately, and for the first time, her confidence falters. The girl she mocked as a puppet is no longer standing before her with the same weakness. Arya turns to face Elise and the giant undead under her command without taking a single step back. Even with death looming in front of her, she refuses to retreat. Then Arya openly brands Elise a traitor. Her voice rings out across the battlefield, clear enough for allies and enemies alike to hear. The surviving defenders hear the accusation and understand what it means. Arya has chosen judgment over fear, and she is no longer allowing Elise to define the battlefield. Arya declares that no cause, no ambition, and no past grievance can justify harming the very people a ruler is meant to protect. Her condemnation strikes at the heart of everything Elise has done. Elise snarls back, unable to accept being judged by Arya of all people. The moral weight of the accusation only makes her rage burn hotter. Arya points directly at Elise and formally condemns her for treason. In front of the defenders, the citizens, and the undead army itself, the Queen finally passes judgment. With that accusation ringing through the battlefield, the Queen takes back the authority Elise tried to steal from her. Even surrounded by ruin and fear, she stands as the one with the right to judge the disaster tearing everything apart. The wounded knight, still loyal even with his body battered and bleeding, answers her without hesitation. To him, she is still his queen, and the moment her order is given, he accepts it with absolute resolve. One by one, the people around them begin to shout the same word, traitor. Their anger turns like a wave, no longer aimed at the queen, but crashing directly toward Elise. The fighters who still have the strength to stand tighten their grips and lift their weapons once more. Under the queen's command, their fear hardens into readiness, and they prepare to move again. For the first time, Elise's calm expression begins to falter. She can feel it clearly now. The crowd she thought she could twist and control is slipping completely out of her hands. Seo Jun catches that change in the air as well. His eyes narrow slightly, and he steadies himself, already preparing for whatever Elise might try next. With Elise's monstrous army still looming before them, Seo Jun faces her without a trace of panic. In a cold, almost casual tone, he asks what she plans to do now that the queen has risen again. Then he drives the mockery even deeper, cutting straight through Elise's claim of legitimacy. The true queen, he says, is the woman standing right there beside him, not the traitor hiding behind monsters. Elise does not bow her head or admit defeat. Instead, an eerie laugh spills from her lips, thin and unsettling, as if she still refuses to believe the situation has turned against her. Suddenly, the sky above them splits open. A massive gate tears across the heavens, and violent energy pours out, swallowing the battlefield in a storm of pressure and light. Elise releases a swarm of flying monsters from the opening above, her voice filled with cruel confidence. She boasts that after this, the queen will never again be able to raise her head with pride. The soldiers below slowly lift their gazes, and horror spreads across their faces. What they first thought was a storm is no storm at all. It is an enormous gate hanging over the city. The sheer size of the portal makes the truth impossible to ignore. Something far worse than the undead army is descending, and the city is being dragged toward an even greater catastrophe. At that very moment, a towering skeleton lunges straight toward the queen. It uses the panic and confusion as cover, trying to strike her while everyone's eyes are fixed on the sky. Elise laughs again, louder and more certain this time. In her mind, this overwhelming terror is the final blow that will shatter everyone's courage completely. The queen is visibly shaken by how suddenly the danger has escalated. Even so, she does not fall apart, and she does not let herself collapse beneath the fear. Then Elise reveals the true depth of her betrayal, implying that the missing people of Northern Ireland have been transformed into the undead army surrounding them. The queen rises in fury, no longer standing only to defend herself, but to speak for the dead as well. Her gaze turns toward the devastated streets and the countless ruined bodies ahead. What fills her expression is not helplessness, but grief burning together with rage. Seo Jun steps in front of her before the giant undead can close the distance. Placing himself between the queen and the incoming threat, he prepares to take the next attack head-on. Elise decides that the time for playing around has ended. With her magic and the Dragon Emperor's power behind her, she orders her forces to enter a berserk state and crush everything in their path. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield falls into a strange, breathless silence. Everyone braces themselves, waiting for the horrifying transformation Elise promised to begin. But nothing happens right away. Elise's confidence flickers, confusion spreading across her face as she begins to question the dragon heart she had trusted as the core of her plan. Seo Jun answers her confusion with a grin. He reveals that the dragon heart is already gone, processed, taken, and drunk by him, meaning he stole away the very source Elise had been relying on. Elise is struck completely silent. For a moment, all the arrogance and laughter vanish from her face as the meaning of Seo Jun's words sinks in. Seo Jun does not give her time to recover. He unleashes a celestial spear technique, sending overwhelming power ripping through the undead ranks in a blinding surge. The attack explodes across the battlefield, tearing skeletons apart beneath flashes of blue lightning. Bone and armor are swallowed by the impact as the strike carves through them like a storm. And yet, even after such a devastating blow, the undead horde is simply too enormous. Countless monsters continue pouring forward through the shattered streets as if the destruction barely made a dent. Seo Jun quickly realizes the army's scale is far greater than he expected. The number of enemies still moving in the ruins makes it clear this battle is nowhere near over. He admits that even with that attack, he only managed to destroy about half of them. At the same time, he senses something strange, as though an unseen force is holding back the full reach of his power. That interference immediately sharpens his suspicion. Whatever is pressing down on him feels connected to a higher existence, something tied to transcendental force rather than ordinary magic. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the surviving defenders suddenly begin to convulse. A strange crushing pressure drops over them all at once, forcing their bodies to tremble. The oppressive force spreads across the ruined city, weighing down even seasoned fighters. It feels as though their bodies and minds are being squeezed in an invisible grip. Seo Jun curses under his breath and drives his cultivation even further. Gritting his teeth, he pushes back against the suppression trying to pin him down. His will bursts outward and takes shape like a radiant lotus spreading across the battlefield. That brilliant force steadies the defenders and shields them from being crushed completely. The defenders finally recognize the nature of the pressure bearing down on them. It is a death thought, killing intent so immense that ordinary people would freeze in place before they could even move. High above, a red core begins to form in the sky. The energy gathers into a terrifying point, far more ominous than the undead army below. Those red particles swirl together, condensing into a new shape. The sight makes it clear that Elise was never the true end of this nightmare. Someone far greater is arriving behind her. The loyal knight can only stare upward, his face filled with disbelief. He wonders how the battle could have turned this dreadful in such a short amount of time. Then the answer reveals itself in the sky. The supreme dragon above all dragons, the ruler, standing at the very peak of dragonkind. The soldiers below are left frozen in place, unable to do anything but watch. That overwhelming presence fills the heavens and dominates everything beneath it. The Dragon Emperor enters the battlefield in a berserk state. With that single arrival, the crisis transforms from a desperate battle into something that feels truly apocalyptic.
Seo Jun immediately understands the scale of the threat before him. This is no longer the same fight, and every instinct tells him the battlefield has changed completely.
The Dragon Emperor lets out a roar, and the force of it shakes the city itself. Buildings crack, the ground splits, and the world around them begins to break apart under its presence. Massive chunks of stone and debris tear loose and rain down from above. It feels as if the entire city is being ripped open piece by piece. Seo Jun reacts instantly, sweeping out a wide blue barrier of force. The barrier spreads over the people below, blocking the falling destruction before it can crush them. He moves at full speed across the collapsing battlefield, pushing himself to the limit. Every motion is focused on holding the chaos together long enough for the others to survive. But the undead still cling to him, refusing to let him move freely. From above, the Dragon Emperor taunts him, declaring that he will not be allowed to escape so easily. Seo Jun answers with action instead of words. He launches a piercing explosive strike straight through the enemies swarming around him. The blast detonates in a violent burst, ripping skeletons apart and clearing the area around him. Fire and shockwaves spread outward, carving open a brief ring of space in the chaos. Elise can only stare in stunned disbelief. Even after everything she has thrown at him, Seo-jun is still fighting with terrifying strength, refusing to break no matter how far the battle escalates. At that decisive moment, Seo-jun's allies break into the battlefield and step directly into Elise's path. Without hesitation, they declare that Elise is their enemy to handle now, not his. Seo-jun glances back over his shoulder, and the tension in his eyes eases for just a second. He understands their intent immediately, and with quiet trust, he accepts their help without needing another word. His allies rush forward, closing in on Elise and the creature carrying her. Their charge forces Elise's attention away from Seo-jun, giving him the opening he needs to face the far more dangerous threat above. Elise screams in raw frustration, her voice cutting through the chaos of the street. The battlefield she tried so hard to control is slipping from her grasp piece by piece, and she can no longer hide her anger. The newcomers press in again and make their stance unmistakable. Elise will not be allowed to chase Seo-jun freely, because from this moment on, they are the ones who will keep her locked in battle. The wounded knight raises his voice over the roar of battle and commands every fighter still standing to charge. With fierce loyalty burning in his eyes, he orders them to bring down the traitor once and for all. Explosions burst across the ruined street as both sides collide. Steel, bone, magic, and dust crash together as the defenders throw themselves against the undead horde. Elise lashes out at the Scottish fighters with furious disbelief, as though their resistance has shattered the perfect ending she had imagined. To her, their defiance feels like another betrayal. One of the loyal men clenches his teeth and bitterly admits the truth they never understood. They had no idea Elise's plan involved turning the people of Northern Ireland into undead monsters, and now, as if that horror were not enough, a dragon has descended as well. The weight of that realization hits him hard. His face twists with horror as he understands just how deeply Elise deceived them all. As chunks of rubble continue to break loose and fall around them, he looks up at the collapsing sky in disbelief. All he can do is ask how their struggle could have turned into something this monstrous. Before the falling debris can crush the queen, he throws himself over her without a second thought. His battered body becomes her shield as the rubble crashes down around them. The queen survives the impact, stunned and shaken beneath his protection. As she looks at him, she cannot help wondering why he would risk his life so completely for her sake. Her eyes settle on him, and something in her expression changes. In that moment, she begins to understand that even after all the betrayal and fear, true loyalty still remains around her. The knight lowers himself humbly and says he may not be worthy. But after throwing his own body in front of death, his actions speak far louder than his words ever could. Even while those words pass between them, the battle does not pause. Around them, blades clash, monsters roar, and the ruined city continues to tremble under the violence. The queen answers him with compassion instead of blame. Even after everything that has torn them apart, she insists they are still one people, bound together beyond the divisions Elise tried to create. A skeleton lunges toward her the very next instant, trying to cut that moment short, but the loyal knight reacts first, swinging his weapon and cutting the undead down before it can reach the queen. The queen turns her gaze back toward the sky, where the true danger still looms. Her expression steadies, and her focus shifts from the chaos at her feet to the greater enemy above. The knight vows to place his strength beside their young queen until the very end. No matter how hopeless the battlefield looks, he chooses to stand with her. All around them, the defenders and the undead slam into each other in brutal close combat. The queen's side fights desperately, not for victory alone, but simply to survive the nightmare closing in on them. Elise rages as she watches her plans unravel in every direction. The queen is standing, her soldiers are resisting, and Seo-jun is no longer trapped where she wanted him. Then a dark vortex tears open once again, twisting the air above the battlefield. Its appearance makes one thing clear: the Dragon Emperor is still reaching down from the sky, manipulating the battle from above. Seo-jun charges through the air toward that overwhelming presence, refusing to let the Dragon Emperor control the flow of the fight. Instead of backing away, he drives himself straight into the center of the danger. The Dragon Emperor looks down on him and speaks as if Seo-jun is nothing more than a mortal chained to fate. With cold arrogance, it dismisses him as a foolish creature who cannot understand the scale of what he is facing. Seo-jun rejects that contempt without hesitation. His gaze hardens, his power gathers, and he prepares to answer the Dragon Emperor's words with force. The dragon's massive body shifts through the vortex, drawing closer with a terrifying presence. Its form looms over Seo-jun as if the darkness itself is trying to swallow him whole. The Dragon Emperor becomes intrigued by the contradiction standing before it. In this predetermined world, Seo Jun is somehow wielding transcendental power even though he has not fully reached transcendence. Seo Jun refuses to play along with the Dragon Emperor's cryptic words. Facing that monstrous presence head-on, he demands a clear explanation instead of vague riddles.